When Xiao Yan, at the Dou Saint level, returns with all his cultivation to the scene of the broken engagement, what astonishing changes will the trajectory of fate undergo? You slowly open your eyes. The blurred vision gradually became clear. Is this a dream? You slowly stand up, gazing at the incredibly familiar surroundings around me. In the Xiao family's meeting hall, the father and two elders sat solemnly within. Standing right across was Nalan Yanran. You stared at the crowd before you in disbelief. I've dreamed of this moment countless times, but never felt so real before. Just a moment ago, I was still secluded in the Xingyu pavilion cultivating in seclusion. Just broke through to the Dou Saint realm. Sensing the unusual disturbance outside, they hurriedly emerged from seclusion. How did we end up here in the blink of an eye? Xiao Yan's elders were discussing matters. How dare you, interrupted Will. Sit down at once. The great elder's stern reprimand echoed through the hall. Regarding the matter of the marriage contract, brother Xiao Yan is the one directly involved. Of course he has the right to speak. A crisp and melodious voice rang in the ears. Xiao Yan turned his head in pleasant surprise. Xueren, you're here too. Of course, brother Xiao Yan. I've always been by your side. Xueren gazed at Xiao Yan with a radiant, flower-like smile, eyes brimming with tenderness. Something was off about facing Xueren, who looked like a young girl. Xiao Yan immediately unleashed his Dou Saint level soul perception. Instantly noticed something unusual. You are the real Xiao Yan, brother. What's wrong with you? Would you like Sooner to accompany you downstairs to rest? Watching Xiao Yan suddenly spouting nonsense, Sooner thought he was upset by the annulment of the engagement. He quickly reached out and grasped Xiao Yan's wrist. The moment our skin touched, Xiao Yan could distinctly feel Sooner's body temperature, and the profound ancient bloodline power. Is this not a dream? Xiao Yan frowned deeply. His soul power swiftly swept through his entire body. The four different flames still remained. The Dou Saint cultivation remained completely undiminished. The only difference is, the body seems to have returned to its 15-year-old form. No way, I've traveled through time again. After understanding the current situation, Xiao Yan's heart was overwhelmed by towering waves of emotion. Previous life. He originally crossed over from Earth to the Dou Qi continent. With talent and the guidance of Elder Yao, he cultivated step by step until he reached the Dou Saint realm. Never expected to cross back into my youth again. Just in time for Nalan Yanran's annulment of the engagement. This is young Master Xiao Yan. Guyi from the VIP seats spoke up. You must have understood by now. Your engagement with Miss Yanran must be annulled. But our Yunlan Sect has never mistreated others. Guyi retrieved from his storage ring a verdant ancient jade box. Have you all heard of? Jukusin watched this familiar scene replay once more. Xiao Yan couldn't help but find it amusing. In my previous life when the engagement was broken off, he was just a young man who wasn't even a fighter. Even with a heart full of rage, could only endure in silence. But now, he was already a Dou Saint powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the continent. How dare a mere ant come to break off the engagement? What is the Qi gathering powder? It helps people condense their fighting spirit. Breakthrough Qi gathering powder for Dou practitioners. That's a 4th grade elixir. Upon hearing this, the three elders of the Xiao family, his face instantly lit up with ecstasy. Watching these elders who have never seen the world, Xiao Yan shook his head inwardly. The elixir once treasured like a priceless gem, now it seems utterly insignificant. No wonder, though, a 4th grade elixir is currently beyond the reach of the Xiao family. Truly priceless. But Ma Xiaoyan curled the corners of his lips slightly. With a casual wave forward, the jade box in Gesho's hand suddenly became uncontrollable. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, flying straight towards Xiao Yan. Just a mere 4th grade pill. Just want to ruin this sacred marriage contract. Casually putting away the elixir, Xiao Yan said coldly, now you can get lost. Didn't you hear it clearly? Xiao Yan lazily lifted his gaze. With a playful smirk, he glanced at Kano. I'll say it one more time, while my mood is still good. Get lost immediately, people of Yunlan Sect. How dare you be so insolent, Junior? Guy stood up in a fit of rage. Xiao Yan was being so presumptuous. It is disrespectful to the Yunlan Sect. How can this be tolerated? Uncle Kano, please remain patient. Nalan Yanran restrained the furious Guyi. He calmly looked at Xiao Yan. I understand your anger. But since the giant artifact has been accepted, even if compensation is accepted, if there are still complaints, may you achieve great success in your future cultivation. Come to the Yunlan Sect to spar with me. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. It seems I didn't make myself clear enough. Consider this giant gadget mine, but to break off the engagement. You're not qualified for this yet. Li Nilan's delicate face flushed crimson with anger. I never expected Xiao Yan to be so formidable. What's with you? How dare a mere young master of the Yunnan Sect be so arrogant and disdainful? It's known that there's always a higher sky beyond the sky. The Yunnan Sect was merely a third-rate power on the mainland. You, Nalan Yanran, can hardly be considered a peerless genius, so I say you're not worthy. Any questions? To annul the engagement. It's about time I divorced you. Xiao Yan's words came out like a rapid-fire barrage, shattering Nalan Yanran and the others' pride completely. His face was now as dark as if it could drip with water. Team leader Xiao, if you don't discipline the juniors, let me take care of this for you. Before the words were out of his mouth, the thick white fighting spirit erupted abruptly. The oppressive aura of a 7-star Great Dou Master surged overwhelmingly towards Xiao Yan. Watching the furious old man, Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with disdain. Walking slowly forward, the lingering pressure from the night before approached Xiao Yan, as if hitting an invisible wall. Couldn't advance another inch. Xiao Yan took a step forward, appeared instantly before Janai. How dare an ant try to shake a mighty tree? Xiao Yan, who had witnessed instantaneous teleportation across space, was seen. Overnight pupil shock. Just about to say something, I only felt a tremendous force surging from all directions, as if trying to tear it apart. With a bang, the crowd saw no movement from Xiao Yan. The body from last night was like a kite with its string snapped, thrown directly dozens of meters away. He crashed into the pillar of the Xiao family's meeting hall. The entire hall trembled slightly. Everything happened so fast, until the remnants of the previous night's body fell from the pillar. Everyone finally came to their senses. God is looking kindly upon you for your teacher's sake. Spare your lives. Xiao Yan's domineering gaze looked down on Nalan Yanran, who was cowering in her chair. Today, I expel you from the Xiao clan, annul our engagement, and banish you. As Xiao Yan bellowed, Nalan Yanran, along with Gu Yi and the others, were all flung out of the room uncontrollably, crashing through the front door and disappearing without a trace. 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of fortune in the west. Looking at the hole in the door, Xiao Yan sneered, what a pity. This time, I won't be poor. Second brother, am I dreaming? The people from the Yunlan Sect flew out? I'm not sure either. I must have been half asleep. I actually saw them being scared away by Xiao Yan. Inside the Xiao family's council hall, the scene was chaotic and bustling. A 15-year-old boy who wasn't even a fighter had, during his betrothal annulment, stood on the void and, with a single sentence, driven back a grand martial artist? If this were to spread, no one with a shred of sense would believe it. But it had happened. Yener, what did you do? From the main seat in the hall, Xiao Zhen could no longer sit still and was the first to speak. Looking at his father, Xiao Yan was surprised to see that there was no trace of excitement or joy in Xiao Zhan's eyes, only confusion and concern. Father! Xiao Yan rushed forward and embraced Xiao Zhan. Before his reincarnation, Xiao Yan had never had the chance to save his father even after reaching the level of a martial saint. Now that he had finally seen him here, it was like a long-awaited reunion, and he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. Foolish child, why are you crying? If there's anything, tell your father. A wave of warmth washed over Xiao Yan. No matter when or where, his father had always been the one who cared about him the most. Xiao Zhan's words instantly resolved Xiao Yan's determination. No matter why he had come here, in this life, he would never allow the soul hall to take his father away again. Xiao Yan, young master, what was that just now? The elder had been waiting patiently for a long time and finally took the opportunity to speak up. Having witnessed Xiao Yan force Gu Yi back, though he still didn't fully understand Xiao Yan's strength, his tone was now much more respectful. Yes, Yener, why is the aura on your body so terrifying? Even I can't see through it. Did you take some forbidden medicine? Xiao Zhan couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yan paused for a moment before laughing. There's no forbidden medicine. 3 years ago, I met a master who was extremely powerful. He passed down all his knowledge to me. The drop in my cultivation was also something my master intentionally hid for me. Today, seeing that Nalan Yanran was so arrogant, I couldn't help but unleash my true power. Is that really the case? Xiao Zhan was still half believing, half doubting, but seeing that Xiao Yan showed no signs of abnormality on the surface, he gradually calmed down. Of course. My master is a reclusive sage who doesn't like to interact with others, so he never told anyone else. Xiao Yan rubbed the storage ring on his hand. To prevent his father from worrying, he could only tell a small lie to cover up the truth. But the next moment, he froze in place. The moment he touched the storage ring, Xiao Yan sensed that the bone inflammation ring, which should have been temporarily inhabited by the old alchemist's soul, now contained not a single trace of a soul. Xiao Yan immediately infused his soul energy and searched the storage ring with all his might. To his surprise, the storage ring now contained only high-grade medicinal herbs, martial arts techniques, and other items. Not a single trace of the old alchemist remained. This is bad, this is bad. Xiao Yan muttered to himself. The items inside the ring were clearly things he had brought with him from his previous life. This meant that after he had traveled through time, his storage ring had also come along, and the old alchemist in this world had been replaced as well? The ring your mother left you, wasn't it stolen last time? Did you get it back? Just as Xiao Yan's mind was spinning, Xiao Zhan suddenly spoke up. What? Xiao Yan was startled. Someone stole the ring? Yes, Xiao Yan, you forgot? Over a month ago, a con artist came. He offered a fortune to buy this ring, and when you refused, he tried to take it by force. None of us could stop him. The second elder recalled, oh, right, that person said his name was Han Feng. Han Feng. The name Han Feng felt like a cold breeze, sending a shiver down Xiao Yan's spine. His previously chaotic thoughts suddenly cleared up. Xiao Yan didn't remember what had happened to this body before he had crossed over, but it seemed that the timeline of this world had deviated from the one he had known. In this world, the old alchemist had been discovered by Han Feng in advance. Han Feng was a Dou Huang-level powerhouse, and the old alchemist's soul power hadn't recovered to its full extent. Their premature encounter was definitely not a good thing. More importantly, Han Feng had already been in collusion with the Soul Hall. With a month having passed, Yao Lao was likely in grave danger. I had hoped to let him live a few more days, but now it seems unnecessary. Xiao Yan turned around, his gaze growing fierce, and shouted toward a certain spot in the hall, Ling Lao, show yourself. As Xiao Yan's voice faded, the space near the stone pillar beside Sooner began to oddly fluctuate. The shadowed parts of the stone pillar rapidly overlapped, and an old figure was forced out of the space, landing in the hall with a slightly disheveled appearance. The old man was completely shrouded in a black robe. As soon as he appeared, he shielded Sooner behind him. His eyes, hidden beneath the robe, watched Xiao Yan warily, and a powerful Dou Huang-level aura erupted from his body. As a dark attribute Dou Huang, Ling Ying's hiding technique could even evade ordinary Dou Zongs, yet Xiao Yan had found him with ease, which truly puzzled him. While I'm away, I've entrusted the Xiao family to Ling Lao's care, Xiao Yan said in as gentle a tone as possible. As he spoke, a crimson lotus mark materialized in the air, then, with lightning speed, it pierced Ling Ying's forehead. The mark itself posed no harm, but it restricted Ling Ying's movements to within the city of Yunlan. With a Dou Huang-level expert protecting them, no one from the Gamma Empire could harm the Xiao family in the short term. Father, elders, gather all the clan members. Do not leave Yunlan City until I return. Xiao Zhan stood up in shock. Yenner, where are you going? To kill Han Feng. Endless killing intent flickered in his eyes. Xiao Yan said no more, tearing through the void with a single palm strike, heading straight toward the Black Horn domain, leaving everyone behind in a daze. After a long while, it was the second elder who spoke first. Should we obey what Xiao Yan said? Nonsense. The first elder slammed his palm heavily on the table. He is the young clan chief and the newly appointed chief elder of the Xiao clan. If we don't listen to him, should we listen to you? Chapter 3, Sea Heartflame. Black Horn Domain, Maple City. In the heart of the bustling city, a unique bamboo grove stood out, with numerous powerful guards stationed around it. Even those who dared to approach were met with harsh treatment. This was the residence of the Medicine Emperor, Han Feng. Within the bamboo grove, the once quiet small bamboo house was now filled with joyful celebrations. Reporting to the master, the Blood Sect, led by Fan Bo, has arrived with 20 boxes of gifts to celebrate your breakthrough to the Dou Zong realm. The 8 gates have sent 20 boxes of gifts, along with several maids, and have been waiting outside to see the master for some time. The Earthflame Sect has sent 2 martial arts manuals and 30 boxes of gifts. They have arrived downstairs. Please have a look, master. Inside the bamboo house, a middle-aged man dressed in blue robes sat with his back to the window, staring intently at a prescription, completely absorbed in his thoughts. He paid no attention to the subordinates reporting to him for some time. Master, the Golden and Silver Elders have sent envoys with gifts and a message that they will arrive shortly. Han Feng's dazed eyes flicked open, and he finally spoke. Those two who usually look down on everyone else. They sure are eager today. They know that the master has broken through the Dou Zong realm and will soon advance to a 7th rank alchemist. By then, not only the Black Horn domain, but even the strongest warriors across the entire northwest continent will have to treat you with the utmost respect. The burly man beside him flattered him excessively. Tell them to wait. Say I'm busy refining pills and can't receive guests. Han Feng sneered and continued studying the prescription in his hand. Yes. The burly man replied softly before quietly retreating. In no time, the sounds outside faded away completely. Suddenly, loud footsteps echoed through the bamboo house. Han Feng furrowed his brows. Have they all left? They can't leave. They're old friends. They know you want to see them, so I've already taken care of it for you. A voice that sounded slightly youthful rang out. Han Feng's heart sank. He secretly pushed his soul perception to its limit, but within a kilometer, he couldn't sense a single trace of life. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the window not far away. There, a slender figure of a young man stood. His soul perception couldn't detect it, but his eyes could see it. What the hell is this? Sir, what does this mean? Regardless, he was still a Dou Zong at this moment, and Han Feng quickly regained his composure. The Medicine Emperor is truly a busy man who forgets things easily. Xiao Yan elegantly raised his palm, spreading his fingers. You took my things and already forgot? How is that possible? Han Feng's eyes narrowed as flashes of memory flooded his mind. He naturally remembered Xiao Yan, but he remembered even more clearly that this 15-year-old boy had only been at the 3rd stage of the martial qi realm just a short while ago. How could someone with only 3rd-tier martial qi break through the strictest defenses of Feng City, evade the powerful experts of the Black Horn domain, and make it here? It was simply impossible. If you have any questions, you can think about them slowly. Xiao Yan's expression changed, and he spoke seriously. I only ask you, where is the old alchemist? Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Who is the old alchemist? Xiao Yan's lips curled slightly as his right palm swept forward lightly. At that moment, Han Feng's soul perception was fully activated, and his reaction was anything but slow. The instant Xiao Yan moved, he twisted the spatial forces and retreated backward. The overwhelming pressure of a Dou Zone level expert spread instantly, reducing the 3-story bamboo house to rubble in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng was already 100 meters away. Strike first to gain the advantage, strike last and suffer the consequences. Han Feng understood this principle all too well. As he retreated, the martial energy within Han Feng surged violently. With a flick of his wrist, a torrent of deep blue flames erupted. Under Han Feng's powerful soul force control, it instantly. On the long sword, azure blue ripples flowed, though formed from flames, they resembled the work of the sea. The terrifying heat vaporized all moisture within hundreds of meters, and where the sword tip passed, even space itself seemed to warp slightly. Go! Han Feng roared, and under the guidance of his martial energy, the 9-foot-long sword, carrying terrifying power, suddenly stabbed toward Xiao Yan's location. The heavens and earth shifted, and the skies darkened. A full power strike from a 1-star martial sovereign, aided by an, would be enough to intimidate even a 5-star martial sovereign. Han Feng naturally didn't believe that Xiao Yan, a mere child, possessed such formidable strength. He suspected that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, he was confident that under this strike, even within the entire Black Horn domain, there would be no more than a handful who could block it with a single palm strike. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng had already pushed his strength to its absolute limit. Unfortunately, he had encountered Xiao Yan, who had already reached the rank of a 1-star martial saint. Xiao Yan stood with his feet suspended in mid-air, simply watching Han Feng leap and dodge. To him, the full might of a Dou Zone level expert was no more than a clown's performance. Finally, the suspended palm came crashing down. In the sky, a massive palm, nearly intangible, silently emerged. This was not a martial art technique, it was simply Xiao Yan temporarily channeling the energy of the heavens and earth to form a casual strike. Compared to Han Feng's 9-foot-long sword, Xiao Yan's attack seemed somewhat lackluster. As Xiao Yan's palm descended, the transparent palm print in the air trembled as it collided with Han Feng. Humph, arrogant brat, let this master see what you're really made of. Han Feng's expression remained cold and stern. Even as he saw Xiao Yan standing on the void, he did not panic. See heart flame, destroy him. The immense soul-sensing power split the flame swords into 4, which darted out from all 4 directions, up, down, left, and right. 4 deep blue flying swords, carrying an overwhelming aura, surged forward and collided violently with the illusory palm print Xiao Yan had condensed. Strangely, the expected violent collision did not occur. The vast sky remained utterly silent, not even a sound could be heard. The flying swords Han Feng had launched vanished instantly upon entering the illusory palm print, like a stone sinking into the sea. Meanwhile, the illusory palm print's speed did not decrease but instead increased, charging straight toward Han Feng like a flesh-eating demon. Puff! As the flying sword dissipated, Han Feng's true body was immediately struck by the backlash. His already unstable burning decision technique caused the martial energy within his body to erupt violently. But by the time he tried to flee, it was already too late. The illusory palm print, which had been 100 meters away, suddenly crossed space in the blink of an eye and appeared before him. Wherever the palm print passed, Han Feng was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his soul. Xiao Yan, spare my life. I offer you the Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th on the. In mid-air, Han Feng's physical body was shattered, leaving only a soul trembling faintly within the deep blue flames. Only then did he realize how utterly wrong he had been. Facing this child named Xiao Yan, he had no chance of fighting back. The Sea Heart Flame? Of course I'll take it. I can spare your life. But. Chapter 4, Synthesizing a 2-star? Where is the old alchemist? Xiao Yan took a step forward, instantly appearing before Han Feng. His overwhelming gaze combined with his 15-year-old physique looked rather eerie. As Xiao Yan approached, the Sea Heart Flame reacted as if it had encountered its natural enemy, suddenly beginning to flee wildly, completely exposing Han Feng's figure hidden behind it. Xiao Yan's right hand shot out, instantly sealing off the space within dozens of meters. A strange suction force erupted from his right palm, forcibly separating the Sea Heart Flame from Han Feng's body under his terrified gaze. With the separated from his body, Han Feng's aura quickly grew weak, but Xiao Yan showed no intention of letting him go. Xiao Yan, you promised not to kill me. Xiao Yan coldly snorted, tell me where the old alchemist is, and I'll ensure your soul remains intact. If you can't tell me where the old alchemist is, your soul will be annihilated today. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Han Feng, in his soul state, couldn't help but shiver. I don't know. A month ago, although I obtained the ring, Yao Chen's soul had already recovered to the strength of a martial emperor, and I couldn't hold him back. Still not giving up until you see the Yellow River. Xiao Yan shook his head, flipped his left wrist, and a wisp of intangible fire swirled out, forming a fiery net that enveloped Han Feng's soul. Ah! A piercing, agonizing scream filled the entire Maple City. I'll talk. I'll talk. It's the Soul Hall. Under the scorching heat of the fallen heart flame, Han Feng couldn't last even 10 seconds and soon gave in. That's more like it. Xiao Yan withdrew the fiery net, and Han Feng finally stopped screaming. You actually have the fallen heart flame. Who are you? Han Feng's gaze toward Xiao Yan had shifted from caution to sheer terror. Just minutes ago, he had been a carefree master of his generation. Who could have imagined that he would now end up in such a pitiful state, all because of this 15-year-old boy before him? Now it's my turn to ask you. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered, and the fire net woven from the fallen heart flame immediately shrank by a circle. The fallen heart flame possessed the power to burn souls. Seeing the fire net shrink, Han Feng immediately spoke. It was the Soul Hall that took away Yichen. I fought with Yichen for several days and was discovered by 2 Soul Hall guardians. They took his soul away. So it was them. Upon hearing the name Soul Hall, Xiao Yan was not particularly surprised. When he first encountered Han Feng, Xiao Yan had already sensed the presence of the Soul Hall within him. As for the details about being discovered by the Soul Hall's guardians during the fight, it was likely Han Feng who had informed them. Ultimately, Yao Lao was captured by the 2 guardians who arrived on the scene, while Han Feng was rewarded by the Soul Hall and promoted to the rank of Dou Zong. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but narrow his pupils, his eyes filled with anger. In his previous life, he had been in an irreconcilable conflict with the Soul Hall. Back then, it was Feng Xian who had gathered intelligence, and in the end, several of them had risked their lives to rescue him from the Wanghuan Mountains. But he had no idea where his master was being held captive in this life. Seeing Xiao Yan looking at him, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. I really only know that much. I know nothing about the Soul Hall. Looking at Han Feng's expression, Xiao Yan understood. The Soul Hall's arrangements were at least at the level of elders, and Han Feng, a mere Dou Zong, was likely just a low-ranking guardian within the organization. Xiao Yan knew he couldn't rely on him, so he didn't ask further and casually summoned the fire net to close. Damn it! Xiao Yan, you said you wouldn't kill me. Under the scorching heat of the fallen heart flame, Han Feng's soul contracted violently, and his face twisted into a hideous grimace. I won't kill you. Your life is to be handed over to my master. My has the effect of nourishing souls. You might as well enjoy it. Xiao Yan spoke, ignoring Han Feng's wailing cries, and directly sealed him into a small jade bottle. The sea heart flame falling into such hands is truly a waste of its potential. After dealing with Han Feng, Xiao Yan's gaze finally fell on the deep blue nearby. The sea heart flame ranked 15th on the, just below the 14th ranked fallen heart flame. It appeared deep blue, with flames rising like waves of the sea, hence its name. Additionally, the sea heart flame could merge with water and possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate seawater. After advancing to the Doshang realm, the rank 10th and below on the chart no longer provided significant benefits to Xiao Yan's strength, but they still offered some advantage for the evolution of the burning technique. Before Xiao Yan's burning technique had already reached the quasi-heavenly realm level. If he were to consume another sea heart flame, the 5 would be sufficient to officially evolve the burning technique to the heavenly realm. After a moment's consideration, Xiao Yan grasped the essence of the and directly swallowed it. With the support of the 4 within his body, the sea heart flame was instantly refined. Ding! Host is detected consuming a new evil flame absorption system activated. Who? Xiao Yan had just swallowed the sea heart flame and hadn't even had time to feel its effects when a mechanical female voice suddenly rang in his ears, as if someone were speaking right beside him. This was no ordinary shock. Xiao Yan immediately tore through the void, and in the next second, his figure had already appeared outside Feng City. At the same time, his heavenly realm soul spread out instantly, monitoring every slightest movement in the surrounding area. Ding! Successfully absorbed the reward obtained, 1 auxiliary absorption card. The mechanical female voice sounded again, and this time, Xiao Yan heard clearly what she was saying. System? Could it be the kind of system from those novels? As a 2-time time traveler, Xiao Yan had lived on Blue Star before and was no stranger to the term system. Yes, the absorption system will guide your growth, eliminating the need to search for, reducing the hardships of absorption, and allowing you to experience the joy of absorbing. The absorption system is worth having. After a long silence, Xiao Yan decided to believe it. After all, compared to being transported back to the age of 15, having an extra system wasn't that strange. I received an auxiliary card, right? What is that? After accepting reality, Xiao Yan began trying to communicate with the system. Assistive absorption card. Each time you collect a new, you will obtain an assistive card. Upon use, you can randomly draw 3 functional cards and select one. These functional cards will safeguard your absorption journey. Sounds good, let us try drawing one. Ding! 1 auxiliary card has been drawn. Please select one from the following 3 functional cards. Animus Fire Guidance Card. Upon use, it will point you to a location where Animus Fire is stored. Eternal Flame Duplication Card, upon use, duplicates one copy of the Eternal Flame essence you currently hold but have not yet absorbed. Double the Eternal Flame, double the fun. Ihwa Upgrade Card, if you possess 3 identical Ihwa, you can use this card to fuse them into a 2-star Ihwa. Chapter 5, The Great Crisis of the Inner Courtyard. 2-star? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Yan's expression immediately became lively. As everyone knows, according to common sense, different types of repel each other, and a person cannot absorb 2 different types of. And 2 identical are likely to be even more dangerous. Someone like Xiao Yan, who had used the burning technique to devour and evolve, was an extremely rare exception. Moreover, even if Xiao Yan had evolved his burning technique to the lower level of the heavenly realm, he would never dare to attempt it lightly. If something went wrong, the 2 identical would clash within his body, which could be a matter of life and death. He could never forget that the heavenly fire sovereign had perished in exactly the same way. However, this system can actually fuse 3 identical into a 2-star? Ding! Shouldn't the host first consider how to obtain the 3 identical? This system is pretty considerate. Xiao Yan chuckled, but you don't need to worry about that. I have my own methods. Black Horn Domain, Canaan Academy. Above the inner courtyard, clouds swirl like an inky vortex stirred by an invisible hand. All students evacuate immediately. The Tianfeng Qi refining tower will be temporarily closed in 10 minutes. A loud alarm pierced the sky. At the northernmost part of the inner courtyard, outside a sunken terrain, over a dozen elderly figures stood suspended in mid-air, their battle chi wings spread wide behind them, showcasing their status as battle kings. The simultaneous appearance of so many inner courtyard elders immediately drew the attention of numerous students, who stopped in their tracks to watch and whisper among themselves. What's going on? Even Elder Lu has come out? It's probably another uprising inside the tower. It happens every so often, apparently due to aging equipment inside. It's normal. This time seems different. Look, even Elder Wang has appeared. Something must have happened. Within a short time, more and more students emerged from the tower in disarray. The northern side of the inner courtyard was already crowded with people, many of whom had come to watch the commotion. All elders above the rank of Martial King remain here. Everyone else, step back 500 meters. Suddenly, a deep, powerful voice rang out, drowning out all the commotion. In mid-air, a figure of an old man in black robes with white beard and hair suddenly appeared at the center of the elders, immediately drawing everyone's attention. What's going on? The black-robed old man's gaze was as sharp as lightning, and from the moment he appeared, his serious expression never left the Tianfeng Lianqi Tower. Among the crowd, Elder Lu flew forward and whispered, "Senior Elder, we have no idea why the fallen heart flame erupted suddenly without any warning, half a month earlier than expected, and its emotions seem unusually intense this time." The black-robed elder was none other than Su Qian, the Grand Elder of the Inner Court. Upon hearing this, his expression grew even more concerned. Though he was a powerful second-rank martial sovereign, he could sense the terrifying aura emanating from the tower, causing even him to feel a chill run down his spine. Evacuate the students first. Additionally, send someone to the outer courtyard to summon reinforcements. Hurry! Ha, Elder Su, don't panic. I've already brought the people. Just then, a cheerful laugh rang out, and it was the deputy dean of the outer courtyard, Hu Qian, arriving with his men. Su Qian, seeing this, also sighed in relief. Boom! Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the base of the tower, causing the ground to tremble as if an ancient beast were awakening beneath the earth. At the peak of the Tianfeng refining Qi Tower, a torrent of scorching energy surged forth. Trouble! That guy is breaking through the first seal. Su Qian's expression changed, and in the next second, he instantly appeared at the top of the iron tower. He pressed down with both hands, as if wrestling with someone, and pushed down violently. The pressure of a Dou Zone level cultivator erupted, passing through the central hollow of the iron tower like a mountain crushing down, fiercely suppressing the chaotic energy below. Huang Qian flickered and appeared beside Su Qian. Just now, the old man sensed powerful energy fluctuations at the other end of the mountain range. According to his estimation, there's also the scent of within. Upon hearing Hu Qian's words, Su Qian fell into deep thought. Are you implying Han Feng? I hope not. That guy is a 6th rank alchemist, and they have a mutual connection. If he finds out about the fallen heart flame, we're in big trouble. Boom! 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 As the two spoke, the collision sounds grew more frequent, like the beating of war drums, shaking the eardrums painfully. The temperature at the exit of the tower peaked sharply, and even the air began to warp and distort. This damn thing must have eaten something wrong. It's so active today. Its energy has increased by 4 or 5 times compared to usual. At this rate, breaking through the seal is only a matter of time. Su Qian's eyes were fixed on the bottom of the tower. With the support of his powerful fighting energy, he could clearly see the situation at the bottom of the seal. There, a massive, formless fire serpent was continuously colliding with the tower's base. Its state could only be described as. Su Qian's eyes no longer wavered. Alert all the elders to form a defensive array. We can't hold the bottom anymore. Boom. Just as Su Qian and Hu Qian retreated, a molten lava pillar several zhang in diameter erupted violently, colliding fiercely with the seal at the top of the tower. The immense impact caused the entire Tianfeng Lianqi tower to shake violently. With just that single strike, the spatial barrier set up by the Dou Zun level expert began to show a noticeable crack. The fallen heart flame, ranked 14th on the, multiplies its power several times after forming. Combined with its location deep within the magma, a single strand of the fallen heart flame rivaled the strength of a human Dou Zone level expert. Even someone as powerful as Su Qian found it difficult to handle. Elders formed the 1,000-layer sealing array. As Su Qian issued the order, the 18 elders of the inner court spread out in a circle, simultaneously drawing seals with their hands. 18 streams of multicolored martial energy surged from their palms, converging toward the center of the sky like rivers flowing into the sea. With Su Qian at the array's center and the seals left by the Dou Zun level experts as the foundation, a semicircular energy shield slowly materialized. The surface of the shield was adorned with mystical runes, resembling a majestic dome, which descended toward the iron tower below. As the shield descended, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, yet the raging underground flames showed no signs of subsiding. Within the iron tower, a massive, nearly invisible fire tail, carrying thick lava, suddenly surged toward the seal, causing a more prominent crack to appear. Change positions. A spatial seal is typically only capable of being cast by a Dou Zun level expert. Su Qian and his group had gathered the combined strength of a Dou Zone, numerous Dou Wang, and Dou Wang to barely add an array seal on top of the existing one. However, the cost was enormous. The dome had only reached halfway when all the inner court elders had already entered a state of exhaustion. Under Su Qian's command, the outer court elders who had been waiting behind took over. Just as everyone was working together, Hu Qian suddenly shouted, "Something's wrong. Senior elder, there's someone below." Chapter 6, The Giant Python Battles the Dragon. Su Qian was startled. Maintaining the 1,000-layer sealing array had drained him greatly, and even with his Dou Zone cultivation, he was on the verge of collapse. How had that person appeared within the array without him noticing? However, from a distance, it did not seem to be Han Feng, but rather a young figure he had never seen before, appearing even younger than the inner court disciples. Su Qian took a deep breath and shouted, "The seal is almost complete. Please leave immediately." His martial energy surged through his words, echoing hundreds of meters away. Beneath the dome, the handsome youth in black robes heard the words but merely turned his head and smiled faintly. Then, he raised his hand and grasped at the void. In the blink of an eye, the incomplete array formation solidified. At the same time, a gentle energy fluctuation spread out in a circular pattern, pushing all the inner and outer court elders thousands of meters away. Even Su Qian's body was forced to fly backward uncontrollably. Around the perimeter of the Tianfeng Lianqi Tower, a spatial seal 10 times stronger than before suddenly appeared, completely erasing the chaotic flames. Not even a trace of heat remained. The next moment, 2 gray, ancient figures slowly materialized above the seal. Those 2 old fools finally decided to intervene. Su Qian and Hu Qian exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of relief in each other's eyes. With 2 peak-level Dou Zong masters from the Canaan Academy present, even if 2 Han Fengs were to arrive today, they would only be able to flee with their tails between their legs. However, before anyone could celebrate, the figures of the 1,000 and 100 elders in the sky suddenly appeared, only to be struck as if by a fatal blow, plummeting uncontrollably toward the ground. The elders standing nearby stared at each other in disbelief, frozen in place, unable to speak. Boom boom, 2 loud crashes echoed as the 2 elders crashed hard onto the ground. Fortunately, their formidable strength allowed them to survive the impact without serious injury. Su Qian, what's going on? After landing, the control over the 2 elders was lifted, and they immediately activated their spatial abilities, appearing beside Su Qian in an instant. Wasn't that seal created by you too? Looking at the disheveled pair before him, Su Qian suppressed a smile. Of course not. We were in seclusion and sensed a powerful energy fluctuation, so we emerged. I thought a Dou Zun had come to challenge us. Bai Lao gazed at the seal on the tower's peak, still shaken. Shen Lao mused beside him, this spatial seal. Could it be that the Dean has returned? Impossible. We know the Dean's aura well enough. Su Qian shook his head, his mind flashing back to the figure of the young man from earlier. A person who looked even younger than Lin Xiaoya and the others. Could he be a Dou Zun level powerhouse? Could it be him? Bai Lao's eyes flickered, as if recalling some past events. Seeing his grim expression, Shen Lao immediately understood. You mean the Earth Demon old devil? That guy couldn't possibly be here. The 100 elders shook his head. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else in the Black Horn domain. Excuse me, gentlemen. Su Qian cautiously interjected from the side. What I mean is it possible that there is a 20-year-old youth who just happened to ascend to the Dozuan realm, just happened to pass by here, and just happened to know about the situation of the fallen heart flame? Absolutely impossible. The 2 elders spoke in unison, then both shot Su Qian a disbelieving glance. Do you think we're idiots? A 20-year-old youth could surpass us in cultivation? Su Qian fell silent, as even he didn't believe his own words. If the opponent is truly a Dou Zun level powerhouse, how can we possibly defend against them? Hu Qian asked, voicing his doubts. What else can we do? Qian Lao sighed bitterly. The gap in strength between a Dou Zong and a Dou Zun is enormous. Even if the two of us join forces, we might not be able to defeat them. Now, we can only hope that they have no hostile intentions. At the same time, at the bottom of the Tianfeng refining Qi Tower, the black-clad youth who had suddenly appeared was none other than Xiao Yan, who had just happened to pass by. Xiao Yan, who possessed 5 types of, was the natural enemy of all. The sudden outburst of the fallen heart flame could be more accurately described as an act of self-preservation and escape. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, the previously restless fallen heart flame immediately calmed down. After absorbing the sea heart flame, the combined power of the 5 fused within Xiao Yan's body could even rival the top 5 on the rankings. Under such natural suppression, the fallen heart flame felt a sense of oppression even stronger than that caused by a Dou Shang's strength. As he gazed at the massive serpent lurking within the surging lava, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, having traveled through time, he already possessed a fallen heart flame. Before this, he couldn't be certain whether the of this world would be affected by it. However, it seemed he had overthought it. That's more like it. Be a good boy and follow me, you won't be wasted. Xiao Yan extended his right hand, and a powerful suction force erupted from his palm, pulling the fallen heart flame and the surging molten lava below it all toward the sky. Squeak! Suddenly, just as it was about to reach the top of the tower, the previously quiet fallen heart flame let out a piercing scream. Several pale, shapeless fireballs suddenly formed and charged toward Xiao Yan from all directions. The fallen heart flame's massive body suddenly twisted, using its advantage in the molten lava to break free from control. Then, its thick, shapeless serpentine tail, wrapped in scorching molten rock, charged toward Xiao Yan with overwhelming force. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, raising his hand to instantly extinguish all the formless fireballs. In Xiao Yan's hand, a flame equally close to being formless and colorless suddenly surged upward, swiftly transforming into the shape of a small dragon. As soon as the formless fire dragon took shape, the temperature within the Tianfeng Lianqi Tower surged sharply. Roar! The fire dragon's body trembled, instantly growing over 10 times its original size. Its head stood tall and proud, with a hint of sentience between its eyes. It then roared toward the massive serpent below with terrifying might. A powerful pressure swept down from above, piercing through the refining Qi Tower. Wherever the sound waves passed, the previously boiling molten lava ceased to move. The form of the invisible fire serpent hesitated, and then its massive flame-covered body shattered like paper, disintegrating into pieces in an instant. A small snake, just over 3 inches long, emerged from the flames, its true form revealed. Its eyes were filled with intelligence, and invisible flames flickered around it. However, it no longer possessed its previous ferocity. Instead, its gaze now held a clear sense of fear. Xiao Yan casually pointed his finger, and the formless fire dragon's body trembled, swiftly darting downward. The small snake tried to escape, but it couldn't evade the dragon's attack. Its tiny body barely began to twist before it was swallowed whole by the lightning-fast flame dragon. Xiao Yan moved his feet and was already at the bottom of the tower. After devouring the strange flame, the invisible fire dragon automatically shrank in size, eventually transforming into transparent flames and returning to Xiao Yan's body. Only a translucent, slightly milky white snake remained, coiling itself before Xiao Yan. The transparent little snake's eyes no longer held the previous ferocity. Instead, they were filled with docility and obedience. Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand, and the small snake swam forward on its own, curling itself affectionately around Xiao Yan's right shoulder. Just then, a faint summoning intent suddenly echoed from the shattered magma below. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, "Don't rush. One at a time." Chapter 7, The 9-Star Martial Sovereign Lizard. After subduing the fallen heart flame, Xiao Yan did not linger for a moment but dived straight into the molten lava below. With his previous life's experience, Xiao Yan naturally knew what the summoning from the depths meant, but at this moment, he did not rush to descend. Instead, he moved downward at an extremely slow pace. Sure enough, soon strange cries of "G! G!" echoed from the distance. A group of odd creatures resembling lizards with human-like lower bodies began to gather around. The leader was covered in hard scales, its mouth chirping incessantly, though its words were incomprehensible. Behind it followed over a dozen smaller, slimmer creatures, which swiftly surrounded Xiao Yan under the leader's command. Upon seeing these old friends, Xiao Yan couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight smile, raising his hand to make an extremely friendly gesture. Whoosh! In the next instant, a terrifying spatial pressure descended, engulfing the entire flame lizard squad except for the leader. All of them, who were only at the great martial artist level, were instantly reduced to ashes under Xiao Yan's casual attack. Even the leader of the flame lizards, who was only a human level 4-star martial spirit, could not withstand an attack from a martial saint level opponent. In an instant, the lava was left with only a dozen smooth, crimson-red beads. The underground creatures that had been lively and vibrant just a moment ago were now transformed into cold, energy-rich demon cores under Xiao Yan's control. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sorrow, and tears streamed down his cheeks. These crimson beads within the underground creatures contained far more energy than the cores of ordinary demon beasts. Though they were of little use to Xiao Yan at present, they were a precious treasure for the Xiao family members in Yunlan City. There aren't many of them. I guess they don't welcome me. Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the flaming lizards gathering around him. The strongest among them were only at the first rank martial king level, which was far from impressive. Thinking this, Xiao Yan suddenly accelerated, grabbing the creature with the strength of a martial king in his hand. Brilliant energy surged out, but it did not harm its life. The flame lizard, scorched by the, let out a sharp, piercing scream from its wide mouth, transmitting the sound at an odd frequency deep into the lava. The surrounding flame lizards, seeing their leader captured, their eyes flashed with crimson light. One by one, they stood tall, emitting piercing sound waves that spread rapidly. In an instant, over 1,000 lizardmen simultaneously transmitted information, filling the underground magma with piercing screams. For a moment, it was impossible to determine how many such sea creatures there were. Seeing his objective achieved, Xiao Yan flickered his thoughts, and a vast soul force, accompanied by the overwhelming pressure of a Dou Shang-level powerhouse, instantly spread out. Hundreds of lizardmen closest to Xiao Yan opened their mouths wide and froze in place, then exploded into clouds of blood mist. Aside from crimson-red beads, not even their bones remained. After dispatching the lower-tier lizardmen, Xiao Yan began to explore downward, unleashing the 3,000 thunder moves. Wherever he passed, everything was swept away. In no time, he had collected thousands of fire pearls, some of which had been left behind by lizardmen of even Dou Huang or Dou Zong level strength. With the help of the fallen heart flame, Xiao Yan easily made his way to a glowing orb. Just then, 3 powerful auras from the distance simultaneously locked onto Xiao Yan's location. A martial sovereign? Interesting. Xiao Yan halted his steps, and his vast soul power instantly traced the source of the 3 auras. There, 3 flame lizardmen with bodies tinged with a milky white hue were swiftly approaching. 2 of them were at the 5-star Dou Zun realm, while the third had reached a level equivalent to a human 9-star Dou Zun. No wonder the heavenly fire sage fell here back then. I never imagined that this lava-filled underground realm could nurture beings of the Dou Zun realm. If the elder were to find out, I wonder what he would think. Before Xiao Yan could finish his thoughts, the 3 lizardmen had already arrived. Having reached the Dou Zun realm, their forms had become increasingly human-like, shedding their useless external organs, and their bodies were 2 to 3 times larger than those of ordinary lizardmen. Human, why did you harm my kind? The leader of the lizardmen opened its mouth slightly, speaking in a human tongue. To be precise, it was your kind who attacked first. Xiao Yan shrugged indifferently. If he had encountered these creatures back then, he would have fled madly. But now, with his superior skills, the lives of these creatures were within his grasp. Humph. You dared to trespass into the forbidden zone first, defying the will of the gods. If you leave now, we may spare your life. But if you delay even slightly, you will die without a proper burial. The leader of the lizardmen seemed to fear Xiao Yan greatly. Though he had revealed himself, he did not immediately attack. Facing its threat, Xiao Yan merely smiled. If I don't leave, then what? Death. The 3 lizardmen said no more. The leader swung his arms, and behind him, massive balls of flame began to form. The other 2 opened their huge mouths and emitted eerie cries. The screams grew louder, and the molten lava beneath the ground began to tremble. Gradually, their voices faded into silence, but Xiao Yan felt a growing sense of unease. At the same time, countless lizardmen with strength surpassing that of a martial emperor began to coordinate their cries. The flame energy behind the leader had already expanded to a radius of over 10 zhang. Enough! Xiao Yan roared, followed by a mighty tiger's roar carrying overwhelming soul pressure, echoing throughout the underground. The lion tiger shattering gold roar, a high-grade Xian-class soundwave combat technique, was something Xiao Yan had obtained from the treasure house of the Canaan Academy. Though only high-grade Xian class, when combined with Xiao Yan's soul power at the late heavenly realm stage, it was more than sufficient to deal with the creatures before him. Puff puff. The 2 lizardmen closest to Xiao Yan spewed blood and lost their lives instantly. The lizardman behind them, whose strength had reached the 9-star martial sovereign realm, saw the situation was dire and immediately halted his charge. After being struck by the soundwave combat technique, he swiftly utilized the terrain's advantages and fled far away. Seeing that the creature had fled with severe injuries, Xiao Yan did not pursue it. After all, the underground lava could even threaten a 9-star martial sovereign, and there was no guarantee that even more powerful creatures might appear. If several half-saint or even martial saint-level experts were to surround him using the terrain, that would indeed be troublesome. After collecting the valuable items dropped by the 2 lizardmen, Xiao Yan raised his hand, and an invisible flame shield formed from the fallen heart flame enveloped his body. He then darted into the transparent light barrier below at lightning speed. After Xiao Yan entered the light barrier space, a hoarse voice echoed slowly. Fallen heart flame, I never thought you'd end up being subdued by someone. Not you, buddy. How did you get 2 fallen heart flames? Chapter 8, All My Words. Within the light barrier space, the remnant soul of the heavenly fire sovereign had just projected itself from the bones when it froze in place. It was indeed he who had summoned the fallen heart flames, but who could have imagined that 2 of them would appear? Moreover, both fallen heart flames appeared on the same person at the same time. Young man Xiao Yan, I didn't know the old master was here. I apologize for the disturbance. May I ask for your honorable name? Xiao Yan forced himself to suppress his laughter and spoke respectfully. Upon hearing this, the heavenly fire sage spoke with a touch of pride. I am Yao Tianhua. The world once called me Yao Tianhua, the Elder? Could you be the legendary Yao Lao who once shook the continent? The peerless powerhouse known as the Heavenly Fire Sage? The previous owner of the Fallen Heart Flames? Tianhua Zuns was startled by Xiao Yan's sudden enthusiasm, but seeing the sincerity in Xiao Yan's expression, he cautiously asked, Have you heard of my story? Of course I have. In his previous life, Xiao Yan had met the Heavenly Fire Venerable, and later, along with the Little Medicine Fairy, the three of them had traveled across Central Plains, enduring countless hardships. The Heavenly Fire Venerable had long since become both a mentor and a friend to Xiao Yan. Now, upon seeing him again, Xiao Yan felt a surge of childlike curiosity and wanted to tease him a bit. He showered the Heavenly Fire Sage with flattering words, making him feel a bit giddy. You're quite the smooth talker, young man. I've been stuck at the bottom of this lava pit for years and haven't spoken to anyone in ages. Since we've crossed paths, I'll give you this scroll of Earth rank advanced martial arts as a gift. The Heavenly Fire Sage said with a smile. This old man is surprisingly easy to please, Xiao Yan thought to himself. I grew up hearing stories about you. Back when you were dominating the martial arts world and subduing the Canaan Academy hadn't even been built yet. Later, when the old master was in danger here, you remained calm in the face of death, created a spatial barrier, and preserved a strand of your soul for all these years. To see you today, you truly live up to your reputation as an elder. The Heavenly Fire Sage was listening with great pleasure when suddenly, as if recalling something, his expression grew cautious. After I subdued the fallen heart flame, I did not leave immediately. Instead, I entered the underground magma to explore. Unfortunately, I met with misfortune and hid here. If one hadn't experienced it firsthand, how could an outsider know such details? And yet, we have only just met, yet you know all this so clearly? This? Xiao Yan laughed awkwardly. He had praised him too enthusiastically earlier and had overlooked this detail. As his eyes flickered, Xiao Yan suddenly noticed the source of the skeleton. A flash of insight struck him, and he hurriedly exclaimed, I have just subdued the fallen heart flame above, and all of this was told to me by the fallen heart flame. After all these years, it has actually developed sentience, the Heavenly Fire Sage said doubtfully. Of course. It was precisely because it was illuminated by your heroic presence back then that the fallen heart flame could grow so swiftly, and today it has the opportunity to lead me to find your dwelling place. Xiao Yan made up a few words, but seeing that the Heavenly Fire Sage still had reservations, he quickly continued, It truly is better to meet someone in person than to hear about them. Meeting you is better than hearing about you. With your extraordinary presence, you should return to the continent and not spend the rest of your life in the depths of the lava. Why don't we make a deal? The Heavenly Fire Sage nodded, gesturing for Xiao Yan to continue. I have some basic knowledge of alchemy and have learned the art of forging bodies for others. Since you have bestowed upon me this high-tier combat technique, why not give me this strange flame by your side as well? In return, I will take you out to see the world and then bring you back. What do you say? Xiao Yan's first half sounded reasonable enough, but as he spoke, he began to ramble, causing the Heavenly Fire Sage to almost doubt his own ears. Boy, are you mocking me? No, I was just joking around to lighten the mood. As long as you give me this strange flame, I, Xiao Yan, swear on my soul that I will forge a suitable body for you and help you reincarnate. Xiao Yan saw that he had gone too far and quickly explained. You're a smooth-talking brat. I wonder if you truly have the strength. The Heavenly Fire Sage snorted coldly. Suddenly, Xiao Yan felt the fallen heart flame he had just subdued tremble on his shoulder, showing signs of breaking free from his control. A faint smile curled the corners of his lips as Xiao Yan's soul power surged out, effortlessly severing the connection the Heavenly Fire Sage had just established. In his previous life, Xiao Yan had only reached the Dou Huang realm when he arrived here. But now, in terms of alchemy, he was already at the advanced 8th rank, and in terms of strength, he had long since reached the Dou Sheng tier. Even if the Heavenly Fire Sage were still alive, Xiao Yan would still be able to defeat him with ease. Realizing that the soul link he had just sent out had been severed, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his gaze toward Xiao Yan now carrying a hint of acknowledgement. The Heavenly Fire Venerable no longer hesitated. He extended his hand toward the distance and summoned a pale white, shimmering flame that trembled as it flew toward them. I hope you are someone worthy of trust. This fallen heart flame is yours if you desire it. Xiao Yan acted swiftly, using the fallen heart flame within his body to envelop it. The newly born fallen heart flame was still in its infancy and had not yet developed sentience. In just a moment, Xiao Yan successfully gained control over it. At such a young age, you possess such power. Even I cannot see through you. Rare indeed. Seeing that Xiao Yan's fire control technique was already masterful, the Heavenly Fire Sage nodded in admiration. You flatter me, old master. In my eyes, you are the one with unmatched grace and vigor in your old age. If I didn't already have a master, I would definitely ask you to be my teacher right here. There's no need to flatter me so. The heavenly fire sage snorted coldly. Xiao Yan followed up, of course. When you were deceiving people on this Qi continent, my grandfather hadn't even been born yet. As soon as Xiao Yan spoke, the heavenly fire sage's heart tightened. Those were exactly the words he had been about to say, but they had been snatched away by Xiao Yan. Could he possibly read minds? Xiao Yan didn't seem to notice, instead waving his hand to summon the nearby skeleton and seal it into his storage ring. Take the skeleton with us as well. The relics of a Dou Zong level expert are rare, they might come in handy someday. The heavenly fire sage was about to move, but froze in place. Even in his soul form, he couldn't hide his confusion. Have we really never met before? Xiao Yan's face twitched slightly as he replied ambiguously, not necessarily. Master Yao, you should hurry into the ring. I offended those flame lizards earlier, and I don't know if they'll attract the true elites of their clan. If there's too much commotion, we'll be in trouble. Upon hearing this, the heavenly fire sage's mental defenses collapsed completely. Everything you said was exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 9, Synthesis. The Fall of the Two-Star Heart Flame. Inner Courtyard, outside the Tianfeng Refining Qi Tower. The deputy dean of the outer courtyard, Hu Qian, and numerous elders had been dispatched to organize the evacuation of the students. In the vast sky, only 3 figures remained, standing on the void, observing the situation at the Tianfeng Refining Qi Tower from afar. The aura of the fallen heart flame seems to have vanished. The 3 figures in the air froze in place. Even though they had already reached the Dou Zong realm, a sense of helplessness arose in their hearts. Su Qian's expression grew even more solemn. It seems we underestimated this person's power. Even when the dean intervened to suppress him back then, it took a great deal of effort. The 100 elders shook their heads. If a fight breaks out, you should take the teachers and retreat. The Canaan Academy still needs you as the senior elder. Shen Lao sighed bitterly. To have subdued thee in such a short time, this person's strength must far surpass that of an ordinary Dou Zun. Even if the 2 of us were to fight to the death, we wouldn't stand a chance. Xiao Yan also shook his head. It's a pity about the fallen heart flame. Without this, the Inner Academy's future development will be severely limited. Su Qian sighed. Such a menace, it's better that he's been taken away. If he stays, who knows when he'll bring about the downfall of the inner courtyard. Suddenly, the 3 seemed to realize something. The pupils of the 2 elders contracted violently, and they acted almost simultaneously, grabbing Su Qian on either side. Their bodies shifted slightly, and in the next second, they appeared a kilometer away. At the spot where the 3 had been standing, Xiao Yan, clad in black, stood there innocently. The sky fell into a deathly silence. It's him. It was him who subdued the fallen heart flame. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's youthful face, Su Qian exclaimed in shock. The 102 elders also had their expressions changed drastically. Their usually calm eyes were now churning with turmoil. They had lived for so many years, having experienced countless battles, yet this was the first time they had encountered such an eerie situation. A second-rank martial sovereign and 2 peak martial sovereigns hadn't noticed how the young man had approached. In other words, if that person had any hostile intentions, the 3 of them would have been dead 3 times over by now. Looking at the youth in the distance, the elder Chen whispered, I recall hearing from someone years ago that some exceptionally powerful elders were said to have studied the art of reversing aging or altering one's appearance. The other 2 heard this and their hearts settled slightly. If someone said that a teenager in his teens had already reached the realm of a martial sovereign, they wouldn't believe it even if you killed them. But if it was an reclusive master disguised as a commoner, that would make sense. Su Qian bowed respectfully from a distance and spoke aloud, May I ask which esteemed elder has honored us with your presence? We 3 are ignorant and failed to greet you properly. Seeing the cautious demeanor of Su Qian and the others, Xiao Yan could only smile wryly. Everyone, don't panic. I am a friend of Director Meng and have come to assist the inner court in subduing thee. Seeing that Su Qian and the others were still skeptical, Xiao Yan's palm flickered with lightning. A palm-sized object emerged from his storage ring. He waved it in front of the 3, then flicked his finger, and the object instantly turned into a streak of light, diving into the void. The next moment, it appeared not far from Su Qian and the others. The 1,100 elders saw this, and their bodies were instantly enveloped in surging martial energy. Their aura surged, and they watched the approaching object with eyes. Wait! It seems to be the Academy Director's Thunder Order. Su Qian acted swiftly, waving his sleeves to unleash a gentle surge of martial energy, which caught the flying object and brought it before his eyes. The 3 of them saw clearly that it was a square token, approximately 3 inches in length and width, with a large character Mang written on the front. Above the command, faint lightning flickered, and a familiar aura swept toward them. It's indeed the Dean's Thunder Order. Su Qian held the token in his hand, examining it carefully before finally letting out a sigh of relief. So it was the Academy Director's honored guest. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, let's head downstairs to talk. No rush. Seeing that the token given by Meng Tianqi in his previous life had taken effect, Xiao Yan immediately transformed into a reclusive sage. The inner courtyard has lost the fallen heart flame. Will the senior elder not blame me? Not at all. Without your help today, the inner courtyard would have faced another catastrophe. Su Qian replied politely. What if I have a way to reforge the heaven-burning qi refining tower? What? Xiao Yan smiled slightly and murmured to himself, System, stop pretending to be asleep. Ding! The divine flame absorption system is at your service. Do the 2 I just absorbed count? 2 new have been detected. 2 auxiliary absorption cards have been credited to your account. Current total number of auxiliary cards, 3, do you wish to use them? Use them all. Ding! You have obtained 2 Eternal Flame cloning cards and 1 Eternal Flame appreciation card. In the sky, Su Qian and the others looked at Xiao Yan in confusion. He first smiled foolishly, then flipped his palm, and a flame nearly invisible to the naked eye suddenly surged upward. The moment the fallen heart flame appeared, Su Qian and the others felt an inexplicable sense of panic. A tiny, formless flame quietly formed within their hearts. Although the fallen heart flame was not ranked very high on the divine flame chart, as Xiao Yan's strength had improved, the power of the fallen heart flame he had initially refined had gradually increased. Now, with Xiao Yan wielding it at the level of a martial saint, even without intentionally amplifying its power, Su Qian and the others still felt a deep sense of apprehension. Just then, Xiao Yan's shoulder trembled, and a small flame-like snake suddenly darted out, coiling around his neck in an intimate manner. After the small snake appeared, the temperature in the sky rose sharply once more. Whether it was due to the extreme heat, Su Qian and the others' expressions began to change. Is it also the fallen heart flame? The elderly members of the Qianbai clan, being more experienced, immediately noticed something amiss. Are you saying that there are 2 hidden within the inner courtyard? Before the 3 could finish their exclamations, a flash of light suddenly appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. The fallen heart flame in his hand began to violently fluctuate. The flames split into 2 from top to bottom, and in an instant, they transformed into 2 identical flames, suspended in the air. What's going on? Su Qian and the others were stunned. They could clearly sense that the newly split flame still possessed the characteristics of an and its power had not diminished in the slightest. Xiao Yan had, as if performing a magic trick, conjured anew right before their eyes. 3, or more accurately, 3 identical, appeared on the same person. Such a scene was an unprecedented marvel in history. Even the heavenly fire, who had been hiding in his storage ring, was instantly convinced by this sight. It was only now that he realized how much faith Xiao Yan had given him earlier. With such power, taking thee would be as easy as snapping his fingers. Looking at the several flames before him, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he suddenly brought his palms together, and the 3 flames instantly converged into one. Xiao Yan, you're crazy. Merging thee like that will cause problems. Seeing Xiao Yan's reckless actions, the heavenly fire sage in the storage ring hurriedly warned him. In his previous life, even though he had made thorough preparations, he still encountered 2 flames clashing with each other, ultimately leading to his demise. How much more so now, with Xiao Yan directly merging 3 different flames together? Even if they were 3 identical, in the eyes of the heavenly fire sage, it would be no different from suicide. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and murmured to himself, System, use the upgrade card. Chapter 10, Heaven-Ranked Guardian. In the sky above, as Xiao Yan gathered his arms, the 3 fallen heart flames were forcibly compressed together. The might of thee was enough to burn mountains and boil seas. At this moment, the 3 fallen heart flames appeared, instantly vaporizing all the moisture within several kilometers. Even the senior elders and others watching from afar could only feel their mouths go dry. Fortunately, the inner court disciples had already been evacuated to nearby mountains, avoiding the risk of being scorched by thee. Is he trying to fuse the 3 fallen heart flames? Su Qian swallowed hard. Even a single fallen heart flame had nearly destroyed the inner courtyard, yet Xiao Yan was now controlling 3 of them alone. His strength was truly terrifying. Fallen heart flames were normally colorless and transparent, emitting only a faint white glow under special circumstances. However, the 2 flames before Xiao Yan now blazed like scorching suns, radiating dazzling brilliance. Within the 2 suns, a transparent little snake twisted and coiled, and the overwhelming flame energy radiated outward from Xiao Yan, making even the sun in the sky pale in comparison. Around Xiao Yan, even space itself became extremely unstable, beginning to ripple with faint wrinkles. This is bad. The spatial barrier set up by the dean is about to break. Su Qian suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky, where several fine spatial cracks had already appeared. Shen Lao grabbed Su Qian's arm. This commotion is beyond our ability to stop. To fuse 3 with one's own strength, this person's power is likely surpassing even the dean's. What do you mean? Shen Lao remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Su Qian and the 100 elders' expressions changed abruptly. The headmaster. You've invited a true master here. Su Qian sighed wryly, his expression a mix of shock and joy. On the other side, continuous explosions rang out. The fusion process was not as simple as Xiao Yan had imagined. Unlike creating the Buddha's wrath lotus, these 3 identical actually repelled each other even more. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's current strength, which had already reached the Dou Shang realm, he would have been blown to ashes by the fluctuations from the fusion. I refuse to believe it. If our ancestors could suppress 3 with their strength back then, why can't I? A ruthless gleam flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. The fiery red martial energy surged wildly between his hands, once again forcing the 3 together with all his might. This time, the edges of the 2 largest flames finally showed signs of fusion, and the escaping flame snake was also confined in the center. A destructive aura quietly emerged. Ding! 3 identical detected. Activating the upgrade card. Just then, the system's voice sounded again, and the pressure on Xiao Yan's hands eased instantly. Damn it, you damn system! Can you hurry up next time? Xiao Yan couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had awakened the system long ago, yet it had remained dormant for so long. However, the system wasn't entirely unreliable. As soon as Xiao Yan finished cursing, the fusion speed of the 3 in his hands began to significantly increase. The last flame snake he had subdued also connected its head and tail, gradually transforming into a circular flame. This time, there was no sign of mutual repulsion. As the fusion of the 3 accelerated, a faint sound echoed in the sky. The already precarious spatial barrier could no longer hold, shattering like a falling mirror. Terrifying flames erupted in all directions, and colossal energy pillars shot straight into the sky from Xiao Yan's center, visible even from 1,000 miles away. Jia. I knew something good was going to happen today. At the peak of the Tianfeng refining Qi Tower, a dark cloud had drifted in unnoticed, emanating an endless stream of black mist. Who's there? Su Qian roared, unleashing a streak of martial energy that dispersed the dark cloud in the sky. Behind the cloud, however, was an even broader mass of black mist, slowly spreading out and nearly obscuring half the sky. Something's wrong. Purple Guardian, this feels like the fallen heart flame. It has a suppressing effect on soul forms. A startled cry echoed from behind the black mist, but it was immediately cut off by another voice. What are you afraid of? You just need to block those 3 people. I'll handle collecting the. Gentlemen, the Canaan Academy is not receiving visitors today. Please return. Though he couldn't see the figures, Su Qian could clearly sense 5 auras lurking behind the black mist, each surpassing the level of the Dou Zone. We just happened to be passing by here and didn't intend to cause trouble for you. But since we've come across such a precious treasure as thee, it naturally belongs to our soul hall. A cold, soft voice echoed, and the black mist in the sky slowly, eventually forming a human figure. The figure was tall and slender, clad in a purple robe, his face as pale as if he had just crawled out of an ice cellar. Behind him were 4 shadowy figures shrouded in black robes, their faces completely obscured. The figure's mocking gaze swept past Su Qian and landed on the 1,002 elders. Humph. I didn't expect to encounter a peak-level Dou Zong in such a small place. Truly rare. Stop pretending to be something you're not. You're just a peak-level Dou Zong. Do you really think you can take something from us? Qian Lao snorted coldly. Exposed by the other's words, the purple-robed guardian grew furious and ordered those behind him, block them. Once I subdue thee, I'll reduce this place to rubble. The 4 black-robed men behind him exchanged glances. Some were about to act, but seeing that the others remained motionless, they hurriedly retreated as well. Seeing this, the purple-robed guardian cursed, "You bastards! I'm a heaven-ranked guardian, you dare disobey me? We're all just workers. Why should we listen to you?" One of the black-robed figures, whose strength had reached the 8th rank of the martial sovereign realm, spoke disdainfully. The purple-robed guardian heard this and laughed coldly, saying, "Mu Feng, do you know why you've always been only an earth-rank guardian? Mu Guzun is an 8th-rank alchemist, but he's always been missing a primordial. If we capture this and present it to him, do you think what will happen?" Upon hearing this, the wooden guardian began to waver. "Is that true? Don't you dare take all the credit for yourself. If you refuse to act, go plead your case to the Venerable One yourselves." The purple guardian scoffed, then moved forward first, heading toward the fallen heart flame. The wooden guardian hesitated for a moment before growling, "Attack." The 3 others beside him saw this and no longer hesitated. Their palms moved, and a segment of pitch-black chains suddenly appeared in their hands. One was an 8-star martial sovereign, 2 were 6-star martial sovereigns, and 1 was a 3-star martial sovereign. The strength of the 4 was immediately evident. In terms of quality, the 1,100 elders could easily overwhelm them, but if one accounted for the purple guardian, who had reached the 9th rank martial sovereign realm, the odds of 3 against 5 were far from certain. Chapter 11, A Gift Delivered to the Door. I'll go protect him. Before the 1,000 elders could finish speaking, their martial energy erupted suddenly, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. The next moment, they reappeared hundreds of meters away. The 100 elders and the 1,000 elders had worked together for years, their coordination deeply ingrained in their bones. Seeing this, he could only take a deep breath, his cloudy eyes suddenly bursting with a fierce glow. "Su Qian, the last one is yours. Senior Bai, can you handle it alone? Mind your own business." The 100 elders roared, his aura surging violently. He shed his previous weary demeanor, and as his sleeves fluttered, a mighty stream of martial energy surged forth like a tidal wave, coalescing into a gigantic palm print emitting a blue glow. It charged toward the three martial sovereigns with a deafening roar. Though there was only a 1-star difference between a 9-star martial sovereign and an 8-star martial sovereign, their strength was worlds apart. The 1,100 elders had spent decades cultivating at the Dou Zong realm, reaching the pinnacle of their realm. They had even glimpsed the threshold of the Dou Zun realm. Therefore, even when faced with an 8-star Dou Zong and two 6-star Dou Zongs attacking together, they held their ground without faltering for a moment. Su Chen engaged the last 3-star Dou Zong in combat. His powerful Dou Qi attacks collided with the enemy's techniques, erupting into deafening explosions. The two fought to a stalemate. On the other side, Chen Lao and Zi Huifa both moved toward the fallen heart flame. Seeing that Chen Lao had actually freed his hands to block him, Zi Huifa's heart tightened. He immediately swung the black chains in his hands into a whirlwind and stabbed fiercely toward Chen Lao's direction. The black chains pierced through the void, swirling with fierce killing intent, closing in on Chen Lao in an instant. Chen Lao remained composed, casually flicking his fingers. The surrounding space rippled, and powerful combat energied swiftly at his fingertips, transforming into a dazzling golden light. The next moment, the golden light and black chains collided violently in the distance, sending intense energy waves rippling out like a tsunami, distorting and warping the surrounding space. I never expected you to master such powerful spatial abilities. The purple-robed guardian's eyes darkened as he stared intently at the old man. Only now did he truly realize that the frail-looking old man before him possessed strength far beyond his imagination. Chen Lao remained silent, his aura surging once more. His overwhelming martial energy attacks poured forth relentlessly, as if they required no effort at all. Three soul ancestors of the martial sovereign realm, since you've come to me, I'll show you the consequences of defying the soul hall. The purple guardian roared, the black mist around him surging as the chains in his hands suddenly split into 3 segments, their sharp edges etched with complex runes. Xian Lao remained unfazed. I know nothing of the soul hall, but I know that today, you have provoked someone you shouldn't have. Stubborn and obstinate, 3-segment soul chains. The purple guardian said no more, flicking his wrist. The 3 segments of black chains swirling around him seemed to come to life, instantly thickening several times over as they toward Xian Lao. Sizzle! Before Qian Lao could react, the 3 soul chains had already been thrown out, but they suddenly began to melt at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they were burned clean, like ice melting under the scorching sun. The purple guardian's expression changed drastically as a jet of blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. The soul chains were inherently connected to their own bodies. Any damage to the chains would also harm their own vital energy. Who dared to attack us from the shadows? After being injured, the black mist that had spread out around the purple guardian suddenly contracted, becoming chaotic with each breath. The other two, seeing this, simultaneously halted their attacks and turned their attention toward the purple guardian. Do I need to act in secret to kill you? A cold, youthful voice echoed across the sky. The once brilliant flame energy had grown dim, and the slender figure of a young man slowly emerged. What? The purple-robed guardian's eyes blazed crimson, his murderous intent reaching its peak. His ultimate goal was to subdue thee, but given the current situation, it seemed likely that he would return empty-handed today. Everyone, follow my command. Soul-binding bags. The remaining 4 members of the Soul Hall, seeing this, abandoned their opponents and swiftly moved toward the purple-robed guardian. Meanwhile, Su Qian and the 2 elders of the 1,000 clan moved in perfect sync, retracting their forms and slowly descending to the ground. Even on their faces, there was a hint of pity. Seeing Su Qian and the others retreat, the purple guardian was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. As the old saying goes, those who recognize the times are wise. Boy, if you hand over thee willingly and return with me to apologize to the elders, you might be spared. The Soul Hall, ha! Feeling the familiar aura emanating from the people before him, Xiao Yan's eyes betrayed obvious disgust. I didn't come looking for you, yet you've come right to me. Very well. Master Yao, how about I give you a gift? From within the storage ring, the voice of the heavenly fire echoed, the enemy has 5 Dou Zone level cultivators, do not underestimate them. Of course. Xiao Yan suddenly smiled maliciously, then let us try out my latest creation, the 2-star falling heart flame. As Xiao Yan slowly raised his arms, an ominous premonition instantly rose in the hearts of everyone in the soul hall. Quick, blood soul parasite. The purple guardian's piercing screech rent the sky. His originally grim face twisted with urgency. He clapped his palms together repeatedly, his fingernails instantly turning an eerie purple-black, and dark red blood threads shot out from his fingertips, vanishing into the void. The other 4 did not dare to hesitate, swiftly unleashing their techniques. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the Tianfeng refining chi tower was shrouded in thick black clouds, as if ink had been poured into the heavens, surging in from all directions. From within the clouds, piercing cries of agony echoed, as malevolent souls repeatedly revealed their forms, only to be ruthlessly devoured by others in the next instant. This cycle repeated itself, with each successful devouring causing the victorious soul to swell in size and its aura to grow increasingly terrifying. As several powerful beings emerged, Xiao Yan finally nodded in satisfaction. I have accepted your gift. Now, you shall die. Zi Hufa and the others suddenly froze in place, their pale faces filled with disbelief. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers. 5 figures vanished into thin air, as if vaporized by intense heat, disappearing into the sky in an instant. Go! Within the inner courtyard, Su Qian and the others swallowed nervously in unison. 5 Dou Zone level experts, including one who had already set foot into the realm of Dou Zun, were wiped out in an instant. Thankfully they hadn't clashed head-on with the youth earlier, otherwise, not even their ashes would remain. Nice feel. Looking at the colorless flame in his palm, Xiao Yan couldn't help but praise it. With the system's enhancement, the 3 fallen heart flames were immediately fused and refined by the burning technique within his body. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, the current 2-star fallen heart flame was powerful enough to rank among the top 10 on the. It even surpassed his own 3000 E-flames in every way. After sealing the few malevolent souls before him and storing them in his storage ring, Xiao Yan finally returned to the inner courtyard. Boom! Just as Xiao Yan touched the ground, a deafening sound of air exploding suddenly rang out. 2 tiny, pink fists, carrying terrifying power, charged straight toward Xiao Yan. Chapter 12, The Damn Rain Falls for Whom? Zi Yan, stop! Su Qian was startled and hurriedly shouted to stop her. Before Su Qian's words had even finished echoing, the 2 fists had already struck Xiao Yan's body. Boom boom! Several loud thuds echoed, sending dust flying into the air. Su Qian could no longer hesitate, darting forward to intervene. As the dust settled, Xiao Yan stood unscathed where he had been, with several large trees snapped in half beside him. A delicate-featured girl in white robes was struggling to her feet, her eyes brimming with anger. This child is ignorant. Please do not take it to heart. Su Qian grabbed Zi Yan and pulled her behind him, repeatedly apologizing to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan scratched his head. He had already recognized the girl's aura. She was Zi Yan, who had been taken in by the elder after accidentally consuming the shape-changing grass. But he couldn't figure out why she was so hostile toward him from the start. You ruined my food. You're a bad person. Zi Yan's childish voice rang out. Though she had lived for over 1,000 years, her appearance remained that of a cute 12 or 13-year-old girl. After failing to attack Xiao Yan, Zi Yan crossed her left arm over her waist, clearly unwilling to back down. At that moment, everyone noticed that her right hand was clutching a withered blue herb. Ice Jade Heart Cooling Grass. Xiao Yan recognized the herb immediately. It's an essential ingredient for refining the 4th-grade frost-dispelling fire-extinguishing pill. It should taste sweet, right? Zi Yan angrily waved her fist. I finally found such a delicious one, but you melted it with fire from the sky. If you don't compensate me today, I'll beat you up. Zi Yan. Elder Su was startled and quickly pulled Zi Yan aside, whispering, My dear, I'll find you anything you want to eat. Please don't cause trouble here. The anger of a martial saint could cause blood to flow for miles. That wasn't something to take lightly. Su Qian's heart was pounding in his throat as he kept glancing back at Xiao Yan's expression. Xiao Yan sighed wryly. He had been extremely cautious when synthesizing the, not even burning a single tree in the inner courtyard. Unfortunately, the Ice Jade Heart Cooling Grass in Zi Yan's hands was most vulnerable to the aura of the. Even the slightest contact would cause it to wither instantly. After understanding the situation, a gentle smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. He knelt down and spoke softly to the little girl who was still pouting nearby. You eat these herbs every day. They don't taste very good, do they? I'll refine them into delicious pills for you. Consider it my apology. How about that? Zi Yan's face, which had been puffed up with anger, instantly lit up with surprise. You're a pill refiner? Of course. I'll make you some pills, and you'll forgive me, and we'll still be friends, okay? Alright. If you make me something delicious, I won't hit you anymore. Of course. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, releasing his spiritual perception like a vast net, instantly encompassing the entire rear mountain of the inner courtyard. Senior Elder, may I borrow some herbs from the rear mountain? Xiao Yan growled softly, his right hand reaching out through the air. In an instant, dozens of streaks of light broke through the sky from the rear mountain, carrying various herbs with the fragrance of plants, arranging themselves neatly in mid-air. These herbs were mostly ingredients required for refining 5th tier or lower, and the energy they contained was perfectly suited for Zi Yan. Xiao Yan swept his right hand through the air, and a dazzling sea of flames, like a Milky Way, spanned the sky, instantly devouring all the herbs. Having already attained the rank of an 8th-grade alchemist, Xiao Yan no longer needed to be confined by the limitations of a cauldron. Moreover, he was not even refining a genuine pill at that moment. The herbs in the air were quickly reduced to a dense energy liquid under the intense heat of the, and under Xiao Yan's skillful control, they were fused together in precise proportions. Condense! With a light shout from Xiao Yan, the energy liquid in the sea of flames surged wildly like living creatures, splitting into countless tiny golden sparks. These golden sparks darted through the flames, intertwining and refining under the purifying heat, gradually solidifying into round, smooth pills. Overwhelming fragrance filled the air, wafting down from the sky. Although the pills Xiao Yan had refined were not true elixirs, he had cleverly used several sweet-juiced herbs for flavoring, giving them a fragrance that surpassed even true elixirs. Xiao Yan pressed his palm forward, and the strange fire instantly receded like a tide. Dozens of small jade bottles flew out from his storage ring, neatly arranged on the ground. Golden pills fell like raindrops, landing precisely in the bottles. Is that enough for you to eat? Xiao Yan smiled affectionately at Ziyan, who was already drooling with anticipation. Ziyan eagerly grabbed a jade bottle, poured 2 pills into her mouth, and her face lit up with satisfaction. She mumbled indistinctly, "Delicious. Well done. I won't beat you this time." Beside them, Su Qian and the 2 elders exchanged glances, speechless as they watched a Dou Shang-level powerhouse conversing amicably with a 5-tiered demon beast in the form of a little girl. The scene looked surprisingly harmonious. Shen Lao nodded slowly. No wonder he's a martial saint. That broad-mindedness, that grandeur, that power. The 100 elder also spoke thoughtfully. Today's gains were substantial. Once I seclude myself for a few more months, I'm certain I'll break through to the martial sovereign realm. We've caused quite a disturbance today. If the 2 elders are in a hurry to go into seclusion, feel free to go. There's no need to mind me, Xiao Yan said from the side. The 2 elders waved their hands repeatedly. No rush, no rush. It is our honor to witness the prowess of a senior. I'm only 15 years old. You're all older than me. Just call me Xiao Yan. I dare not accept the title of elder, Xiao Yan said with an embarrassed smile. Only 15 years old? The 2 elders exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in shock, so excited they could barely catch their breath. Xiao Yan, young friend, how is Director Meng doing lately? Su Qian finally calmed down and hurriedly asked. Well, Director Meng is still the same as always, traveling and sightseeing. The last time I saw him, he was racing against a thunder monster in the Void Thunder Pool. Su Qian nodded. Though he didn't understand what Xiao Yan was talking about, it sounded very much like the carefree style of the Academy's director. Oh, and this. Xiao Yan opened his mouth slightly, and a colorless flame slowly emerged from his lips. This is a newly born fallen heart flame I found at the base of the tower. Though its power isn't as strong as the previous one, it hasn't developed sentience yet, which is a good thing for the inner courtyard. Now, not only can the Tianfeng refining Qi Tower be reopened, but there won't be any more chaotic situations either. Su Qian accepted it with surprise, just as Xiao Yan had said. Now, this fallen heart flame was indeed more suitable for the inner court. With proper cultivation, it could grow into a great asset for the inner court in the future. Since matters here are settled, I should not linger. Elder Bai, Elder Qian, and Senior Elder, we shall meet again. Xiao Yan bowed to the crowd and was about to leave when he was suddenly hugged by a pair of delicate little hands. No way. If you leave, who will make medicine for me to eat? Ziyan pouted, her pitiful expression utterly charming. Xiao Yan gently stroked the girl's beautiful purple hair. Ziyan, be good. I have matters to attend to. I'll return once I've finished and come find you. Then I'll take you to find your family, okay? When will you come back? When the pills in your bottle are finished, I'll come back. Chapter 13. Farewell to the Ice Emperor. Eastern region of the Gamma Empire, Tagur Desert. A withered figure slowly walked through the endless yellow sands. The old man carried a square wooden box on his head. Inside the box, a spherical object the size of a fist, emitting a faint green glow, was slowly rotating. The old man first took 2 steps to the left front, then walked straight ahead 3 steps to the right, followed by 3 consecutive steps to the left front. His body shifted left and right, moving forward slowly in the desert with an eerie gait. Despite his gray temples, the old man moved with surprising agility. Judging by his footprints, he had been walking for several hours, yet his face showed no signs of fatigue. The sand mandala is almost within reach. The old man muttered to himself, gazing at the oasis in the distance whose outline was now visible, his face radiating joy. Suddenly, after moving forward a few more meters, the old man's expression changed drastically. Clink! A crisp sound rang out from the wooden box, followed by the green sphere suddenly shattering into 4 pieces. At the same time, the old man's body fell to the ground without warning, as if he had been struck on the head with a club. My Luing Zhu. The old man looked at the shattered sphere with great pain, but before he could lament for long, a powerful surge of martial energy approached rapidly from the distance. Damn it, the snake people's true forms must be dogs, they can even find this. The old man leaped to his feet, not even finishing his curse, and his body shot forward, transforming into a white beam that streaked through the desert at breakneck speed. However, even though his reaction was fast enough, the figure chasing him grew closer and closer. Within less than 10 minutes, the overwhelming pressure of a martial king level expert suddenly descended. The old man's expression grew solemn as he slowly slowed his pace. A martial king was the dividing line in the cultivation of the martial Qi continent. Anyone who reached the martial king realm or above could transform their martial Qi into wings, granting them an absolute advantage in speed. below the rank of Dou Wang, all are but ants. This is no exaggeration. Clearly, the old man was well aware of this. He stopped abruptly, turned around, and swiftly formed a seal with his hands, ice spirit armor. As the old man's low shout echoed, an equally powerful aura erupted from his body, enveloping him in a thick armor made entirely of ice. On his right hand, a layer of frost quickly crystallized, radiating outward from his palm, forming a snow-white ice spear in his grasp. Manipulating chi to form objects was the hallmark of a Dou Ling-level powerhouse. Just as the old man was preparing for battle, a pale blue figure with wings on its back had already caught up. You may. As he watched the descending figure of the woman, the old man's eyes lost their panic. The arrival was none other than Yumei, one of the 8 great leaders of the Snake People clan, whose strength had reached the rank of 5-star martial king. Yumei gathered her chi wings, and as her serpent tail swayed lightly, it stirred up a foul wind. The curves of her body, faintly visible beneath her crimson silk robe, combined with the demonic purple patterns at the corners of her eyes, added an irresistible allure that seemed to captivate the soul. Ice old man, how many times has this been? Though ordinary words, when spoken by this Snake Clan woman, they carried an extraordinary allure, as if she naturally possessed a seductive charm. But the old man merely sneered. What? Has the Medusa Queen passed away? This time you only sent a single battle king? I know it's you. I came specifically to see how much of your former glory remains, Ice Emperor. Yumei played with her long hair that fell to her waist, speaking in a soft, seductive tone. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not sparing the fair sex. Before the old man could finish speaking, his figure shot forward, his long spear transforming into countless ice shadows, fiercely piercing toward Yumei. Yumei remained unfazed, shifting her stance effortlessly to dodge all the attacks. As her body swayed, the scant fabric she wore could not conceal the alluring curves beneath. It seems that after being sealed by the queen, your strength has been declining day by day. Yumei laughed playfully, her slender body spinning gracefully. Her serpentine tail whipped out like a whip, drawing a fiery arc in the air, engulfed in a greenish-blue flame. With a sharp snap, the illusory ice spears shattered. She touched a suspended ice crystal with her toes, twisting her body in an eerie manner to narrowly avoid the fatal blow. As her crimson skirt fluttered, 3 poison-tipped snake fangs darted silently toward the old man's forehead. Even with that seal, do you think I can't take you down? The old man reversed his gun and stabbed it into the ground. Within a few feet of his feet, the sand turned into a frozen ice field in the blink of an eye. Dozens of half-meter-long ice spikes burst from the ground, colliding with the snake fangs before spreading out in a fan-shaped pattern to engulf Yumei. Yumei curled her lips into a cold smile. Behind her, blood-red snake patterns suddenly appeared. She clasped her hands together and chanted, "Snake Spirit Dance." Countless crimson snakes, formed from condensed martial energy, burst forth from her sleeves, weaving through the air to form an impenetrable net of fire, shredding the ice spikes into pieces. Ice Emperor, is that all you've got? The old man's eyes flashed with even more anger. He swiftly formed an extremely complex hand seal, and before him, countless sharp ice blades spun at high speed, condensing out of thin air. A vast expanse of cold air spread out, nearly obscuring the vision of both combatants. Xian Bing Xian Sha. With a low shout from the old man, crescent-shaped ice blades spun into a storm, charging toward Yumei with overwhelming might. A high-tier Xian-class combat technique. Its power was truly no joke. Yumei raised her eyebrows, her slender body soaring into the air. Blood-red martial energy surged around her, forming the illusory image of a 3-headed serpent behind her. Blood Shadow Slash. She clapped her hands repeatedly, and the 3 serpentine heads simultaneously expelled crimson poisonous mist. The mist swiftly transformed into countless blood-red serpentine shadows, which screeched as they collided with the ice blades. The poisonous mist collided with the icy cold air, erupting into a series of piercing sounds. The old man was about to continue his attack when a sudden, intense pain surged through his chest. Damn it, this has dragged on too long. The old man gazed in a certain direction, his expression growing pale. The queen is almost here. This time, let's see how you escape. Yumei's inner chi surged once more, completely dissipating the ice blades. Her figure darted about like a ghost, and 7 identical illusions attacked from different directions. The old man quickly withdrew his fighting energy, avoiding direct confrontation, and retreated dozens of feet away. It seems I have no choice but to use that method. Feeling an extremely powerful aura closing in, the old man steeled his resolve, channeling his martial energy to its peak. White mist began to rise around him. Trying to escape? Yumei's eyes narrowed, and the green battle chi wings on her back spread once more, like a soaring eagle diving for its prey, swiftly closing in on the old man. Seeing this, the old man's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. He bit his tongue until it bled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His hands fluttered like a butterfly, forming an extremely complex series of hand seals. The seal that had once been impenetrable within his body suddenly began to show signs of weakening. His long stagnant power slowly began to rise, but the old man's expression grew increasingly grim. Old friend, there's no need for this. Suddenly, a sigh echoed through the air. The old man and Yumei's figures froze simultaneously, as if time had stopped, trapped in place. Chapter 14, Which young girl doesn't yearn for love? Damn it! Hi Bodeo, what trick are you pulling? Yume spread her wings, maintaining the posture of diving down from the sky. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't move an inch. Her already loose clothing, fluttering in the strong wind, offered little protection. However, the old man below her, not far from the ground, had no interest in admiring the scene. Across the vast desert plain, two figures stood motionless in an eerie stillness. The white-haired old man was none other than Hai Bodong, one of the top 10 strongest warriors of the Gamma Empire, known as the Ice Emperor. Hai Bodong's mood was equally gloomy. Since being cursed by Medusa with the Serpent Tribe's curse, he not only faced a decline in his cultivation realm and accelerated aging but also drew the Serpent Tribe's relentless pursuit whenever he approached the desert. This time, after finally obtaining the Flow Shadow Pearl, a magical artifact capable of blocking his aura, Hai Bodong dared to venture back into the desert once more, in search of the sand mandala needed to refine the rejuvenating purple pill. But who could have anticipated that not only had he been discovered before even infiltrating the area, but he was now trapped in place by an unknown force? This is spatial power. Feeling the restrictions surrounding him, Hai Bodeo, who had once been a 5-star martial emperor, had some understanding of spatial power. Spatial lockdown is an ability typically only usable by Dou Zong level experts. But in the eastern region of the Gamma Empire, when had such a powerful figure ever existed? Could it be Medusa? Hai Bodong's heart trembled. Once that thought entered his mind, it spread uncontrollably. After all, within the borders of the Gamma Empire, aside from the few old monsters in the imperial capital, the only one who had ever come into contact with the Dozong realm was the Medusa Queen, the leader of the Snake People. Additionally, some magical beasts are exceptionally skilled in spatial power, and it is possible for them to unleash sealing abilities even at the Dozong realm. Thinking of this, fear involuntarily crept across Hai Bodong's face. Decades ago, Medusa had already reached the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. If she had truly ascended to the Martial Sovereign realm, then he would truly be doomed today. Seeing Hai Bodeo's expression, you may also sense something and sneered coldly, "You should have known this day would come for opposing my snake clan." Something's wrong. That was a man's voice just now. Ignoring Yume's mockery, Hai Bodong's mind raced. He immediately spoke aloud, "May I ask who the honored guest is?" "I am Hai Bodong, an elder of the Mitter family. If you could lend us a hand today, we would repay you 100-fold in the future." "Oh? Old Hai, you said that yourself." A mocking voice rang out beside him. Hai Bodeo clung to it like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, repeatedly responding, "I, Hai Bodeo, never go back on my word." As soon as Hai Bodong finished speaking, he felt a sudden lightness throughout his body, and the spatial barrier vanished without a trace. Beside him, a young man with a vibrant and handsome appearance emerged. The arrival was none other than Xiao Yan, who had just returned from the Black Horn domain. After handling the matters of the fallen Heartflame and the spatial mirror within the inner courtyard, Xiao Yan had taken his leave. After all, the entire Xiao family, including the elderly and children, were still in Yunlan City. Although they were protected by Ling Ying, Xiao Yan could not completely put his mind at ease. As he passed through the desert earlier, Xiao Yan had merely intended to take the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire with him, but he unexpectedly sensed Hai Bodong's presence first, leading to the events that unfolded. "Who are you?" Hai Bodong looked around, but could find no trace of another person. "Old man, are you already resorting to underhanded tactics?" Xiao Yan gently patted Hai Bodong on the shoulder, and a gentle stream of martial energy immediately flowed into the latter's body. The chaotic energy within Hai Bodong's body, which had become wildly turbulent due to the secret technique he had used, suddenly calmed down. Before Hai Bodong could react, a powerful purple energy beam suddenly struck from hundreds of meters away, striking the two with lightning speed. "Hai Bodeo, you dare to come again?" At the same time, a stern and authoritative voice rang out, followed by several powerful waves of martial energy pressure descending upon them. Xiao Yan flicked his fingertip lightly, and the purple martial energy attack instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. In the next instant, a seductive and fiery figure appeared before everyone. Medusa Queen. Hai Bodong's newly calmed martial energy began to surge violently once more. The seal from years past seemed to come back to life, causing chaos within his body. Queen Medusa was renowned across the continent for both her ferocity and her beauty. The Medusa Queen before them wore a lavish purple brocade robe, her 3,000 strands of black hair cascading freely from her fragrant shoulders. Compared to Yume, her entire being exuded a wild, seductive charm. Behind Medusa Queen were several snake-like guards, the strongest of whom had reached the level of a martial king. From the moment she appeared, Hai Bodeo knew he had no chance of escaping on his own strength today. He could only pin his hopes on the black-robed youth beside him. Seeing Xiao Yan casually block her attack, Queen Medusa's eyes narrowed. "Who are you? How dare you oppose my snake tribe in the desert?" "Ha, your majesty overestimates me. I have come here to discuss a partnership with the snake tribe." Looking at the alluring woman before him, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. In his previous life, he had accidentally become married to Kai Lin, though it was unintentional, but over time, he had developed some feelings for her. Now, upon meeting again, Xiao Yan's tone had softened considerably. I will not cooperate with humans. If you know what's good for you, get out of the desert immediately. Medusa Queen snorted coldly, her demonic eyes filled with disgust. Had she not feared Xiao Yan's strength, she would have attacked already. Whether to cooperate depends on sincerity. I didn't come empty-handed. Are you sure you don't want to take a look, Your Majesty? Before Medusa Queen could respond, Xiao Yan's surging martial energy erupted from his body, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed across the entire desert. Fire! In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth changed color. All the energy in the air surged and swirled, pouring into Xiao Yan's body like a river flowing into the sea. The soul perception of a late heavenly realm cultivator spread out like a tidal wave, encompassing 1,000 miles in all directions. Every grain of sand moving, every lizard crawling, and even the faint pulsations of green flames deep within the molten rock 1,000 meters below were all clearly discernible. Under the pressure of Xiao Yan's martial energy, the martial energy within all bodies, including that of the Medusa Queen, froze instantly, causing them to lose their ability to fly. They crashed into the desert like they had been struck by a heavy hammer, unable to lift their heads even an inch. Xiao Yan's slender fingers flickered through the air, and a pitch-black spatial instantly formed. From the depths of the passage, a green flame shaped like a lotus, enveloped in a terrifying aura capable of incinerating everything in its path, surged across 100 miles of empty space, roaring toward them. Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire, aid your evolution. Tai Su Ching Xin Dan, to protect you. Once you break through to the Dou Zone realm, we will discuss our collaboration. A delicate jade bottle gently landed before the Queen of Medusa. When everyone looked up again, Xiao Yan and Haibo Deo's figures had already vanished into the spatial fissure. Tearing apart space, could he be a Dou Zun level powerhouse? Queen Medusa's crimson lips trembled slightly as she gazed at the exquisite blue flame in the air. The long dormant springtime emotions of the young girl stirred slightly. Chapter 15, Three Sons. Clang clang. On the wide avenue, two adult men flashed past. Beneath them was a black unicorn, its massive frame and muscular build towering nearly half a head taller than ordinary horses. Despite carrying two adult men, it still galloped swiftly, its speed rivaling that of a great martial artist at full speed. This unicorn was a low-tier magical beast known as the Night Demon. Though its attack power was weak, its speed was extraordinary, making it a popular choice as a special mode of transportation for long journeys. The man dressed in mercenary attire sitting behind the saddle suddenly spoke up, "Brother, we've been riding non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. The night charm is about to collapse. Should we rest for a moment?" "We can't rest. Father's letter said to return immediately. Something must have happened at home. We can't delay a single moment on the road. We're almost at Yunlan City. If the night charm collapses, we'll have to run back today." In front of the saddle, a young man in white robes clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay alert. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to the man on the back. These two men rushing desperately were Xiao Yan's eldest brother, Xiao Ding, and his second brother, Xiao Li. Not long ago, after Xiao Yan left, Xiao Zhan had written a letter summoning the two brothers back. However, since the city they were in, Shimo City, was too far away, the two brothers first rode a flying magical beast and then spent a fortune to buy a night demon, rushing all the way to where they were now, just 30 kilometers away from Yunlan City. "Father suddenly summoned us back. It can't be good news." The letter was vague. Could it be related to our third younger brother? The letter mentioned to be wary of the people from the Yunlan Sect. It might indeed be related to Xiao Yan's engagement. If Nalan Yanran really comes to pressure our father over the engagement, given our third brother's temperament, he won't give her a friendly reception. Even so, it shouldn't come to the point of antagonizing the Yunlan Sect. Let us wait until we return to find out what is happening at home. The two brothers chatted sporadically, their eyes filled with worry. Suddenly, the night demon beneath them let out a piercing scream, as if it had encountered something terrifying, and came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Ding and the others were thrown from their horses by the momentum. The horse fell? No, it's people coming. Xiao Ding gently brushed the dust off his white robe and narrowed his eyes, gazing ahead. About 200 meters away, at a corner, a group of people dressed uniformly was approaching slowly. It's the Gali family. Xiao Li recognized the attire of the approaching group at a glance. The Gali family was one of the 3 major families of Yunlan City, and had always been at odds with the Xiao family and the Oba family. After years of conflict, the 3 families had gradually formed a tripartite balance of power in Yunlan City. At the end of the road, over 20 men dressed in Gali family guard attire, wielding weapons in their hands, approached with hostile intent. Nearly everyone in the group possessed combat strength at the 5-star fighter level or above. "There's that old man, Jella Nu." Xiao Ding's eyes flickered as he spotted a middle-aged man sitting at the back of the crowd, closing his eyes to rest. Although these men appeared hostile, they were at most minor henchmen. The highest-ranking guard among them was only a 1-star martial artist. Even if they were to engage in combat, Xiao Ding and his companion would not be a match for them. What was truly terrifying was the middle-aged man in the rear. As Shrouding knew, he had broken through the great martial artist realm years ago and was the second most powerful member of the Jiala family, second only to the clan leader. Uncle Jiala, it's been years since we last met. Are you here to escort us into the city? Shrouding said, while quickly pulling Xiaoli aside and whispering, if anything goes wrong, I'll hold the rear. You charge into the city and find our father first. Brother, the two of us fighting side by side might not be a bad match. A flash of cruelty crossed Xiaoli's eyes, and faint lightning arcs flickered on his palms. No more talk. Today, neither of you will leave. From the back of the crowd, Jiala opened his eyes wide and stood up. Xiaoding, Xiaoli, right? I've been waiting here for a day and night. If I let even one of you escape, wouldn't that mean I've waited all this time for nothing? Our two families have always kept to ourselves. Even if there are some disputes, they're just business matters. What you're doing now is a bit. Upon hearing Jiala's words, Xiaoding hurriedly asked. However, the hands behind his back had already begun to gather green battle chi. I'm just following orders. Once we bring you back, everything will be clear. Jiala Nu snorted coldly, waved his hand, and dozens of guards closed in. Since that's the case, second brother, get ready. Xiaoding looked at the crowd and suddenly shouted, attack. The guards of the Jiala family stiffened, halting their advance and forming a defensive formation. As Xiaoding gave the order, the lightning in Xiaoli's palms vanished abruptly. The two brothers spun around simultaneously and leaped onto their horses. Under Xiaoding's urging, Yimei turned on its hooves and charged backward at full speed. Little cutie. I'll only fight you head on. Xiaoding laughed loudly. He wasn't foolish enough to risk his life fighting a great martial artist. Since he had seen Jialai step forward angrily, he knew that the two of them had no chance of escaping this way. However, this didn't mean they had to die. The situation in Yunlan City was unclear, and the Gailey family might be planning to capture them to blackmail the Xiao family. At this point, retreating safely was the wise choice. Yi Mei started off swiftly. Though exhausted from the long journey, he quickly left the Gailey family members behind in just a few breaths. Brother, what should we do now? Let us hide in a nearby city and gather information before deciding what to do next. Boom! As the two brothers were discussing their plans, a dark figure suddenly charged out, its fierce force directly targeting Night Demon's head. Night Demon let out a startled cry and dodged to the side. The attacker's fist swept out horizontally, striking the horse's leg with a thunderous blow. Xiaoli leaped forward, his long spear trailing dazzling lightning arcs as he charged toward the dark figure. The dark figure let out a cold laugh, enveloping his palm in fighting energy. With a mere tremor, a powerful force surged forth, causing Xiaoli's long spear to slip from his grasp and crash to the ground. The dark figure did not pursue, but stepped back 2 paces. A pressure akin to that of a grand martial artist slowly emanated from its body. Jia Lai Bai. Upon recognizing the figure's appearance, Xiaoding and Xiaoli's eyes filled with despair. Jia Lai Bai, the clan leader of the Jia Lai family, was even more powerful than Jia Lai Nu. Ha, I told you that Xiao Zhan's son is just like his father, a cunning fox. Gali Bai clapped his hands and laughed triumphantly. Now, you can come back with me obediently, can't you? What? Did you forget that Xiao Zhan has 3 sons? Just then, a slightly voice rang out from nowhere. Chapter 16, not a single one left. Seeing Xiao Yan appear behind Xiaoding and the others without anyone noticing, Jia Lai Bai burst into laughter. It seems the youngest son of the Xiao family isn't very bright. Or do you think the 3 of you can take me on? Xiao Yan, this man is a great martial artist. We'll hold him off, you leave quickly. Seeing Xiao Yan suddenly appear, Xiaoding's eyes, which had been filled with despair, suddenly burst with fighting spirit. Xiao Li. Xiao Li stepped forward, his eyes blazing with intense light. Xiao Li and Xiaoding's gazes locked, and without exchanging a word, the two brothers understood each other's thoughts. No matter what, today we will protect our third brother even if we have to exhaust our last ounce of fighting spirit. 2 auras of the level of a martial artist erupted simultaneously from the two brothers, acting despite knowing it was futile. This was their final act of protection for Xiao Yan. Third brother, flee quickly. Xiao Li roared, gripping his long spear tightly in his hands. His feet stomped the ground, and his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning toward Jia Lai Bai. The lightning-like energy on his spear surged, forming 3 serpentine arcs of light, the highest-level martial art technique Xiao Li currently mastered, the Thunder Arc 3-segment dance. Seeing this, Xiaoding immediately activated his techniques, gathering green martial energy in his palms, coordinating with Xiao Li's attack from the side. Watching the two brothers fighting desperately, Galeb's face betrayed a look of contempt. He curled his fingers into claws and swiftly swung them forward several times, instantly generating over a dozen green energy blades that blocked Xiaoding and the others outside. Xiao Li's long spear danced like a silver dragon, colliding with the faint green wind blades, producing a grinding sound that made one's teeth clench. The lightning paralysis effect, which was usually unstoppable, had no effect on Jia Bai at all. Thunder attribute battle chi was universally recognized as the most powerful explosive attack. Although Xiaoding's battle chi was superior to his younger brothers, he was not skilled in combat with what attribute battle chi. Under Galeb's wind blades, the two brothers couldn't gain the slightest advantage. With your measly skills, you're no more than ants in my eyes. Caleb laughed coldly. At that moment, Caleb knew had already arrived with his men, forming A from all sides, completely cutting off the retreat of the three Xiao brothers. Even Xiao Ding, who was usually cunning and resourceful, had lost all his tactics and strategies. The gap between a martial artist and a grand martial artist was significant in both speed and strength, let alone with two grand martial artists facing them now. Sighing deeply, Xiao Ding felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He turned and squeezed Xiao Yan's shoulder. Third brother, how did you end up here? What's the situation at home? Seeing the exhausted expressions of his older brothers, Xiao Yan felt deeply pained. He never imagined that despite arranging for Ling Ying to protect him at the Xiao family, the Jia family had instead chosen to act outside the city. Spreading his arms to embrace his two older brothers, Xiao Yan suppressed the intense emotions surging within him and forced a faint smile. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to the Xiao family. Xiao Li's smile carried a hint of bitterness. Alright, Xiao Yan, my older brother and I will hold them off. You find a way to escape. The future of the Xiao family rests on your shoulders. No rush. None of you three brothers will escape today. We'll talk later. Jia Lai Bai's face twisted into a savage grin. In the palm of his hand, a massive green tornado was slowly gathering. Xiao Yan shook his head and whispered, Old Hai, this is trouble. Ha, it is my honor to serve you, young friend. A withered figure slowly materialized beside the three of them. In his previous life, Xiao Yan would practice his alchemy whenever he had the chance. While he couldn't produce 5th or 6th grade pills like the Break Misfortune pill or the Revive Spirit Purple pill in large quantities, he did have some reserves. During their journey, when Xiao Yan produced both pills at once, Hai Bodong realized he had hit the jackpot. A Dou Shang level martial artist was indeed formidable, but an alchemist with the same cultivation level was simply terrifying. Therefore, now that Hai Bodong had regained his strength, he not only obeyed Xiao Yan's orders without complaint but also followed them to the letter. After all, serving a Dou Shang level powerhouse was by no means a disgraceful task. Upon seeing Hai Bodeo suddenly appear, Jia Lai Bai couldn't help but flinch. Though he couldn't gauge the exact strength of this white-haired old man, his aura alone made it clear he was no ordinary individual. Who are you? This is a private matter between our two families. Please do not interfere. Oh? Hai Bodong casually glanced at the people around him. What if I insist on getting involved? Caleb's face twitched violently, and the blue tornado in his hand grew increasingly intense. Chief, there's no need to waste words with him. Let's take him down together. Jia Lai snatched a long spear from one of his bodyguards, and a faint blue battle chi seeped out from his body. Dare to obstruct the affairs of the Jia family? Then, Caleb's body was engulfed in surging blue battle chi, stirring the air into a piercing screech. Die! With a loud roar, Jia Bai suddenly spread his arms wide, pushing his palms outward. The blue tornado expanded several times in size, transforming into a blue storm that swept toward Hai Bodeo. At nearly the same moment, Jia Lai's eyes turned fierce, and he leaped forward. His long spear darted out like a snake emerging from its den, with a burst of blue light erupting from the spear tip, forming a massive blue wave of energy. It crashed forward with the roar of crashing waves, striking with tremendous force. Facing the combined attack of the two, Hai Bodeo curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. In my eyes, you are no different from ants. Just as the blue and green chi were about to collide, a pair of snow-white, massive energy wings unfolded without warning. At the same time, a colossal surge of energy erupted from Hai Bodong's body, sweeping away the attacks of Jia Lai and Bai with overwhelming force. Boom boom! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, two figures flew backward, even faster than when they had arrived. A martial emperor-level powerhouse? Feeling the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain crushing down, Jia Lai Bai even forgot the pain, collapsing to his knees with a thud. We had no intention of offending you, sir. It was the people from the Yunlan Sect who forced us to do this. Please spare our lives. Watching the dramatic scene unfold before them, the Xiao Ding brothers were completely dumbfounded. Third brother, what's going on? Ha, this is Hai Bodeo, the former acting clan leader of the Mitter family from the imperial capital. I specially invited him to help. Xiao Yan introduced with a smile. Hai Bodong sighed wryly. He knew full well that if Xiao Yan hadn't refused to reveal his true strength, he wouldn't have been the one to step in. What should we do with these people? Not a single one. Xiao Yan coldly stared at the crowd kneeling on the ground. In this life, he had never intended to provoke the Gal family, but these little troublemakers had come right to him. It seems that dogs can't change their nature. Xiao Yan looked up and saw a green sword emblem formed by gathered energy, clearly visible in the sky above the nearby city of Wutan. Chapter 17, The Face-Saving Yunlan Sect. Inside the Xiao family's council hall in Yunlan City. Damn it, the Cloudlan Sect has already issued the attack signal. It looks like they're about to move. The third elder stormed into the hall, cursing under his breath. Seeing the silent crowd seated in the hall, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Clan leader, say something. These ungrateful bastards let them leave twice, and now they have the nerve to bring even more people. What are we going to do? Third elder, show some respect." The first elder snapped, waving his hand to signal the hot-tempered third elder to sit down. Tribe chief, has there been any news from the chief elder? Xiao Yan sat on the main seat, his expression solemn as he looked out at the sky. There's no news yet. How is Ling Lao? Old Master Ling's condition is actually quite good. The elder hesitated for a moment before sighing lightly. A few days ago, Old Master Ling fought 3 Dou Wang and 2 Dou Ling experts simultaneously. Although he won easily, we can't be sure that the Yunlan Sect won't send more powerful experts today. Old Master Ling is a Dou Huang level expert. With him here, our Xiao clan will be safe for now. Xiao Yan forced a smile onto his face. As the head of the clan, even if the sky were to collapse, he couldn't afford to panic prematurely. As everyone was discussing the matter, Xiao Li rushed into the hall, panting heavily. Reporting to the clan leader, there are approximately 500 Yunlan Sect disciples outside the courtyard, surrounding our Xiao family mansion. I understand. Have all our people been assigned their positions? Everything is in order. The elderly, women, and children are hiding in the underground rooms of the rear courtyard. All clan members above the 5-star combatant rank have already prepared for battle. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Facing the crisis, the panic in his heart had diminished considerably. Listen, Xiao clan chief. Hand over Xiao Yan within 10 minutes, or we will exterminate your entire clan. At that moment, a hoarse voice, accompanied by powerful martial energy fluctuations, suddenly rang out. At the same time, the overwhelming pressure of a 7th-rank martial king engulfed the entire Xiao family compound. Xiao Yan snorted coldly, slamming his right palm down, shattering a stone table into pieces. These bullies. If my son were here, he would teach them a lesson they'd never forget. Clan chief, waiting here isn't a solution. Even if the Yunlan Sect is powerful, they're still human. With Ling Lao blocking the Dou Wan level experts, the rest of them aren't necessarily our match. The elder spoke solemnly. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. What does the elder mean? The elder looked at the crowd present and slowly straightened his back. We old men may be stubborn, but we still have the strength of great martial artists. Let us handle those few martial spirits. We must not allow Ling Lao to be distracted and ambushed again today. But the second elder heard this and immediately stood up. You're right. If the Yunlan Sect dares to demand our people, we'll make them know that the Xiao family isn't someone to be messed with. When Xiao Yan returns in the future, we won't let him down. Alright, let's do it. The 4 of us great martial artists can't possibly be outmatched by 2 martial spirits? Xiao Li, have all the clan members prepare themselves. Today, we will engage the Yunlan Sect in a decisive battle. After issuing the orders, Xiao Yan waved his hand and led the elders out of the council hall. The long-dormant passion surged through their hearts. However, just as they emerged, several piercing screams that split the clouds and shattered rocks echoed from somewhere within the city. 4 auras of the Dou Wang realm suddenly descended. Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically, his pupils contracting sharply as he looked up in shock. The 3 elders of the Xiao family stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures sliced through the sky, appearing behind the elderly man from the Yunlan Sect like ghostly apparitions. All 5 were clad in white robes adorned with cloud patterns, with double wings of martial energy flapping behind them, their robes fluttering in the wind. The 5 figures stood like towering mountains, pressing down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. 5 martial kings. A bitter smile curled at the corner of Xiao Yan's lips. He never imagined that the Cloud Mist Sect's true strength was so terrifying, dispatching 5 martial kings at once. Near the Xiao family's residence, many high-rise buildings were already crowded with onlookers. Among them, aside from a few local factions from Wutan City, most were outsiders who had heard the news and rushed over. After all, it was unprecedented in decades for a second-rate family to force the Yunlan Sect to dispatch Dou Wang-level experts to launch a full-scale assault. On a high platform directly facing the entrance to the Xiao family compound, the best vantage point for the spectacle had been established. However, only a few sparse figures stood there with their hands behind their backs. No one dared to compete with them for a spot. For those standing there represented the most powerful factions in the entire Gamma Empire. The strength of the Yunlan Sect is truly unimaginable. They were able to mobilize 5 Dou Wang-level warriors at once. Old Master Jia didn't come. I wonder if he'll be able to sleep tonight after seeing this. How could he not come? That guy is sitting downstairs with Fa drinking tea. He probably can't even hold his cup steady now. Ha, General Nalan, aren't you going up to lend a hand? On the high platform stood Tang Shan, the patriarch of the Mitter family, Mu Chen, the head of the Mu family, and Nalan Jie of the Nalan family. After being deliberately mocked by Mu Chen, Nalan Jie's old face flushed slightly. Yanan's matter was her own doing. I am not the kind of person with such a narrow mind. Oh? So you're saying that the Cloudland Sect is a bunch of cowards who would rather die with their pride intact than suffer? Just then, as if to confirm Mu Chen's words, Yunlan Sect's senior elder Yunlang spoke again in a loud voice. Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan, you intentionally injured our Yunlan Sect's holy maiden, wounded our disciples and senior elders, and maliciously tarnished the reputation of the Yunlan Sect. Your crimes are heinous. The Yunlan Sect will demand justice today. 5 martial kings dare to make such a commotion here? A deep, ancient voice echoed beneath the sky, instantly drawing the attention of the entire city. Yunlan glared intently at a certain spot ahead, where a dark shadow was slowly emerging. Within a short time, it swiftly wriggled and transformed into a mysterious figure clad in black robes. He's here. He's the Dou Huang level expert. Mitre Tang Mountain exclaimed in shock. A few days ago, when the Yunlan Sect had come to the Xiao family to cause trouble, they hadn't been present. Later, they heard that a single person had single-handedly repelled 3 Dou Wang, so they had rushed over. Today was the first time they had seen him. From his voice, he doesn't sound like that person, Mu Chen frowned. Nalan Yanran interjected, I witnessed Xiao Lin's demise with my own eyes. If he were still alive and had become a Dou Huang level powerhouse, how could I not know? Tang Shan shook his head. Regardless of who he is, the Xiao family today will likely not be as fortunate as they were a few days ago. That's not necessarily the case. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out, and the 3 turned around simultaneously to see a frail old man who had appeared behind them unnoticed. Old Master Jia, what do you mean? Tang Shan asked in confusion. Jia Xingtian looked toward the Xiao family's direction and smiled lightly. Didn't you notice that familiar aura? Chapter 18, I avoid his sharp edge? Familiar aura? Tang Shan furrowed his brows, staring intently at the figure hidden beneath the black robe, his face filled with confusion. Judging from the aura emanating from the figure, it was indeed that of a Dou Huang level expert, but Tang Shan was certain he had never seen this person before. Ling Ying also seemed to sense something, slowly stepping back, his eyes fixed on the entrance to the Xiao family compound beneath his black robe. There, the 2 Dou Ling level experts leading the attack on the Yunlan Sect disciples had suddenly frozen in place without any warning. A layer of crystal and frost swiftly spread from their feet, and within the blink of an eye, the 2 had silently transformed into 2 ice sculptures, maintaining their attacking postures as they stood motionless in place, even the terrified expressions on their faces frozen in time. This sudden change immediately caught the attention of the other several Dou Wang level cultivators, while the Yunlan Sect disciples behind them turned pale with fear, daring not to breathe, their weapons trembling slightly in their hands. This is impossible. On the stands, Tang Shan's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. He then began to laugh hysterically, his laughter tinged with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Before anyone could react, a terrifying aura suddenly surged upward from above the Xiao family courtyard, forcing the 5 Cloud Mist Sect Dou Wang to retreat in shock. A Dou Huang level expert? Mu Chen and Nalan Jia shouted in shock, their bodies involuntarily taking a few steps back as they stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Above the Xiao family courtyard, cold air swirled violently, and a pair of icy wings with a wingspan exceeding 10 feet slowly unfolded. Ice crystals refracted dazzling light, freezing the air into tiny ice particles that drifted down like snowflakes. Between the wings, a figure clad in ice crystal armor slowly materialized. The old man's silver hair flew wildly, and his eyes flickered with a blue cold light. The aura emanating from his body was even stronger than Ling Ying's by a fraction. Surveying the surroundings, the old man suddenly addressed the platform above. Tang Shan, don't you recognize me? Hi. Hi Lao? Is it really you? Tang Shan's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted with joy, resembling a withered flower suddenly blooming on cracked earth. Do you really think anyone dares to use my name these days? Hai Budwa's body erupted with a burst of icy coldness. As his ice wings trembled, countless ice shards poured down like a torrential rain, forcing all the disciples of the Yunlan Sect blocking the entrance to the Xiao family compound to retreat. Tang Shan stumbled down from the high platform, hurriedly summoning his battle chi wings, and rushed over to Hai Bodeo's side. Nalan Jia's face was filled with disbelief. The Ice Emperor Hai Bodeo? He's still alive. Mu Chen's brows furrowed deeply as he muttered to himself, is he openly siding with the Xiao family? Nalan Jia looked at the Xiao family courtyard, his eyes filled with confusion. He shook his head inside, a mere second-rate family, with a clan leader who was only a great martial artist, yet they managed to attract the assistance of 2 martial emperors? Hai Buadong's appearance caused a stir throughout the crowd. Not only the Nalan and Mu families, but almost all the older generations of powerful clans had heard of the Ice Emperor's fame. One of the 10 strongest warriors of the former Gamma Empire had returned in full glory, which undoubtedly signaled a massive increase in the Mitre family's strength. The power dynamics of the Gamma Empire were likely to be reshuffled once again. Among the gathered strongmen, aside from Tang Shan, everyone else harbored their own ulterior motives, speculating in secret. Old C, you finally returned. I've searched for you endlessly over the years. Facing Tang Shan sobbing and wailing, Hai Bodeo impatiently waved his sleeve. Enough nonsense. I'll ask you this, does the Mitre family still recognize my authority? Tang Shan paused for a moment before laughing, of course. Don't even mention that. Even the position of clan leader. Hai Bodeo immediately cut him off. I have no interest in managing the family. I only ask, how much weight do my words hold today? Looking at Hai Bodeo's serious expression, Tang Shan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he's still forced to smile. Old Hai, you're being too harsh. From now on, as long as you give a single order, the entire mitral family will follow, even if it means going through fire and water, without a single complaint. At least you still have a conscience. Haibo Dao's icy wings flapped behind him, suspending his body mid-air. He declared in a loud voice, from this day forward, the Mittel family is allied with the Xiao family. From now on, anyone who dares to harm the Xiao family will be considered an enemy of the Mittel family. Haibo words thundered like a clap of thunder, his powerful fighting energy carrying his voice to every corner of Yunlan City, instantly sparking a flurry of discussions. Yunlan's old face turned purple with anger, and the wind-attributed fighting energy surged violently around him, like a volcano about to erupt. Haibo Dao, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what you're doing? You have no right to lecture me. Haibo Dao snorted coldly, his gaze piercing like lightning as it locked onto Yunlan. His aura surged, exerting such overwhelming pressure that Yunlan was forced to retreat several zhang. I stand here today. If you dare lay a finger on a single member of the Xiao family, it will be an act of war against the Mitter family. Haibo Dao's tone was unwavering, and everyone present understood. With Haibo Dao's support, the Xiao family's forces had grown significantly stronger. Even if the Yunlan Sect were to act, they would have to carefully consider whether it was worth the risk. After all, the gap between a Dou Huang level expert and a Dou Wang level expert was not something that could be bridged by sheer numbers. If the Yunlan Sect were to suffer another defeat, their reputation would be utterly ruined. However, just as everyone thought the Yunlan Sect had no choice but to swallow their pride and retreat, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on the face of Elder Yunlan. Haibudwa, do you really think that just because the sect master is absent, the Yunlan Sect fears you? Facing Yunlan's bluster, Haibudong sneered, if you want to fight, let's fight. I'll see you to the end. If you dare not, then get out of here and return to your Yunlan mountain. It's over. Haibo Dao doesn't spare any mercy. Look at Yunlan, his face is turning green. The Yunlan Sect is now in a no-win situation. On the stands, Mu Chen watched the spectacle with glee, his expression contrasting sharply with Nalan Jie's grim face. After all, the Nalan family had become deeply entangled with the Yunlan Sect in recent years. If the Yunlan Sect merely suffered a setback, it would be bearable, but if they were to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Xiao family, everyone would suffer. Good. After being humiliated by Haibo Dao, Yunlan's chest rose and fell violently, and the veins on his neck bulged. He was truly furious. Since becoming the senior elder of the Yunlan Sect, he had never endured such humiliation. Since you're looking for death, Yunlan's voice was filled with venom and resentment. He suddenly looked up and shouted, Old Sect Master, show yourself. As Yunlan shouted, the sky suddenly changed. The previously calm sky now seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, with clouds swirling wildly and forming a massive vortex. A colossal, abyssal pressure emanated from the depths of the vortex, instantly overshadowing the auras of Haibo Dong and Ling Ying. Yun Shan? Has he broken through to the Dou Zong realm? Feeling the sudden surge of power, Jia Xingtian's expression changed for the first time. Among the crowd present, anyone at the Dou Wan level or above understood what that aura signified. Tung Shan's lips twitched slightly. Lao Hai, now that Jin Shan has broken through to the Dou Zong realm, should we lie low for a while? However, to everyone's surprise, Haibo Dong merely snorted derisively. Me, avoid his sharp edge? Chapter 19, me, a Dou Huang, beating up a Dou Zong, that's reasonable, right? Under the gaze of the crowd, a moon-white robe shrouded in overwhelming pressure slowly emerged from the depths of the vortex. The figure stood on the void, clad in white robes with white hair, resembling an immortal. With just a flick of his toes, he vanished instantly, leaving behind faint ripples in the space where he had stood. Haibo Dao, this is a private matter of the Yunlan Sect. Are you sure you want to get involved in this mess? Yun Shan's figure constantly shifted, disappearing each time and reappearing 100 meters away the next second. In a few flashes, he had already closed in on the crowd. Just a Dou Zong, yet you put on such a show. Those who don't know might think you're a Dou Shang. Haibo Dao sneered, unaffected by the pressure Yun Shan was exerting. Just as he finished speaking, Yun Shan tapped his toes again, only to find that the once stable spatial energy beneath his feet had vanished like quicksand, leaving him unable to gain any traction. Yun Shan's feet slipped, and he plummeted toward the ground. His previously graceful figure suddenly became comical, with his white arms flailing wildly in the air, like someone drowning and struggling for help. What's happening? Yunlan and the others, whose newly surged sense of triumph had instantly deflated, stared blankly at Yun Shan, who was twisting like a pretzel in midair, momentarily at a loss. After all, this was the first time they had ever seen a Dou Zong level expert fall from the sky. What is Yun Shan up to? On the high platform, Jia Xingtian's tense expression eased slightly as he looked down at the falling Yun Shan with a puzzled expression. Walking on thin air was the most obvious sign of a Dou Zong level martial artist, yet Yun Shan couldn't even do that now? In the Xiao family courtyard, Haibudwa immediately noticed something amiss. After all, he had only witnessed such a scene once before in the Tagar Desert. He gave Ling Ying a nod, and Haibo Dao produced 2 chairs from somewhere. The two of them sat leisurely on the roof, watching Yun Shan's descent. At 100 meters above the ground, Yunshan's martial energy surged violently. He slammed his palm downward, and in an instant, a massive whirlwind swept toward the ground. Supported by the whirlwind, Yunshan's falling body finally stabilized. At the same time, the vanished spatial energy suddenly returned, allowing Yunshan to finally steady his feet. Haibo Dao crossed his legs, grinning mockingly at Yunshan's disheveled appearance. "Hey, Yunshan, are you really a Dou Zong?" Haibo Dao's words instantly caused an uproar throughout the city. For Yunshan, who valued his reputation above all else, it was more humiliating than death. Yunshan's face darkened as if it were about to drip with water, and his surging martial energy swirled around him. "Fine, then today, I will destroy both the Mitter family and the Xiao family." "What are you talking about? Do you even have the strength to do that?" Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Haibo Dong suddenly slapped his right hand forward. 100 meters away, the space beside Yunshan suddenly violently fluctuated. Before he could dodge, his face was struck by a powerful blow. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the air, even reaching the ears of the soldiers guarding the city gates. What? Everyone was utterly stunned. A Dou Zong had been beaten by a Dou Huan? Yunshan was stunned by the slap that came out of nowhere, taking half a second to react. Rage boiled in his eyes, ready to erupt. "Haibo Dong, are you looking for death? Wait for me." "Wait for what? Stop dragging your feet." Before he could finish, Haibo Dong struck again with a casual flick of his wrist, as if swatting a mosquito. Yunshan snorted coldly, his body suddenly bursting with a brilliant blue light. He thrust his hands outward with all his might, channeling his powerful martial energy into his palms, which coalesced into a tornado over 10 feet tall, enveloping him like a massive blue dragon. Just as everyone thought it was over, strange ripples suddenly appeared in the air, and a massive, intangible handprint formed silently. It then slammed into Yunshan's body. Crack! Another crisp sound echoed. The invisible giant hand struck Yunshan with overwhelming force, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The green light surrounding Yunshan instantly dimmed, like a candle extinguished by a sudden storm, and his entire body collapsed into a ball, crashing heavily onto the ground. In an instant, dust and debris flew everywhere. A massive crater several zhang deep appeared before everyone's eyes. Before the dust had even settled, Yunshan's figure flickered, and he had already returned to the air, as if nothing had happened. However, the mud-covered moon-white robe he wore could not hide the truth. Holy crap! I saw it clearly this time. It was indeed Haibo Dao who did it. A Dou Huang-level powerhouse is truly terrifying. A Dou Zong being beaten to the ground by a Dou Huang? This is impossible. I must have been dreaming. I'll go back and sleep some more. If that's the case, the Yunlan Sect is nothing but a bunch of frauds. Their sect master isn't even as strong as a Dou Huang. I think our Hahuan sect has the strength to take their place. The entire city was abuzz with speculation, even Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma were lost in deep thought. After a long while, Jia Xingtian spoke slowly. "The aura from Yunshan is unmistakable. Could it be? Haibo Dong is also a Dou Zong?" Fa Ma also looked solemn, unable to fathom the truth no matter how hard he tried. At that moment, Yunshan was finally snapped back to his senses by 2 slaps, his eyes filled with caution. "Haibo Dao, you've already reached the Dou Zong realm? I underestimated you." Watching Yunshan's furious yet helpless expression, Haibo Dao felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He spread his hands. "A Dou Huang defeating a Dou Zong is perfectly reasonable, isn't it?" A flash of cruelty crossed Yunshan's face. He clenched his fists and began to form a hand seal. A faint black mist began to emanate from his body. "Very well. The reputation my Yunlan sect has built up over hundreds of years is now ruined by you alone. If we don't wipe out your Mitter family and the Xiao clan today, leaving no one alive, our Yunlan sect will have no face left in the Gamma Empire. We never had any to begin with." Haibo Dao casually spat out the seed husk from his mouth. Seeing his contempt, Yunshan did not grow angry but smiled instead. "Since you remain so stubborn, do not blame me for taking ruthless action today." As Yunshan finished speaking, the mark on his hand formed, and his entire body was completely shrouded in black mist. His strength, which had been at the 1-star Dou Zone level, suddenly began to rise, reaching the 3-star level. Haibo Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. He stood up and shouted fiercely, "Yunshan, with such meager skills, you can't defeat me. Ha, don't rush. Today, none of you will escape." Within the black mist, Yunshan's voice grew excited, and from afar, it even carried a hint of excitement. Ah! Just as everyone's attention was focused on Yunshan in the air, the elders of the Yunlan sect below suddenly let out an agonizing scream, their bodies exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Amidst the blood mist, a strand of black mist spread out and flew toward Yunshan in the sky. Chapter 20, Finally Fallen for It. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive explosions echoed through the air. The other 3 elders didn't even have time to scream before they turned into blood mist without any warning. 3 black threads as thin as hair emerged from the blood mist and completely merged into Yunshan's body. Black mist swirled around Yunshan, spreading like a surging tide. In an instant, it formed a massive black curtain, obscuring half the sky. A powerful spatial fluctuation began to form, like a dormant beast, causing the energy in the heavens and earth to grow chaotic. Old Patriarch. Witnessing the sudden deaths of the 4 elders beside him, Yunlan's face turned as pale as paper, his pupils filled with fear and disbelief. The battle chi wings on his back flapped violently, and he stumbled backward like a startled bird, his eyes darting around frantically, as if a trapped beast was searching for an escape route. Just a little more. From within the black mist, Yun Shan's voice echoed faintly. Yunlan's body trembled, and he darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the distance. Yunlan. You are the senior elder of the Yunlan Sect. You don't want our sect to be mocked by the world, do you? Yun Shan's words sounded like a death sentence, instantly catching up to Yunlan's fleeing figure. No. Deep resentment filled Yunlan's eyes, but he had no way to stop it. Yunlan's body exploded in an instant, and a black mist even denser than before engulfed his life force and soul, rising slowly and merging into Yun Shan's body. As the black mist merged, a massive black energy pillar shot into the sky, resembling a demonic sword piercing the heavens, completely obscuring the blazing red sun on the horizon. Colossal spatial energy surged outward from the pillar like a raging tsunami. At the tip of the black pillar, space seemed to be sliced open by a sharp blade, revealing a narrow spatial fissure. As the black mist continued to pour in, the fissure flickered with light, and a mysterious, eerie passageway began to take shape. Yen Wu Zunjia, show yourself. Yun Shan roared, his battle chi surging wildly, channeling all the black mist into the spatial fissure. In an instant, Yun Shan's figure visibly withered away, his entire body appearing as though all life had been drained from him, looking utterly exhausted. However, his face was twisted into a maniacal grin, distorted and grotesque. Opening a spatial passageway? Yun Shan has actually reached the martial sovereign realm? Mu Chen and the others stared in disbelief at the sky, their eyes filled with fear and awe. The intense energy fluctuations felt tangible, like an invisible mountain pressing down on everyone present, making it difficult for them to breathe. Even the usually arrogant Dou Wan level experts were pale as paper, with cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Within the Gamma Empire, a single Dou Wan level expert was sufficient to found a sect and become a regional overlord, revered by thousands. The Doshan realm was like an unattainable legend to them, existing only in ancient texts. He's not a martial sovereign. Zhao Xingtian shook his head slowly, his face filled with fear, staring intently at the spatial fissure in the sky, his voice low and hoarse. The martial sovereign is there. At that very moment, a hoarse yet authoritative voice rang out suddenly from the horizon, as thunderous as a great bell, its overwhelming might causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Yun Shan, I told you to summon the wild eagle if you needed me. If you have no explanation, you know the consequences. As the voice faded, the previously turbulent spatial passageway suddenly grew calm, as if smoothed by an invisible hand. Immediately afterward, a colossal surge of martial energy erupted from within, spreading rapidly and enveloping the entire city of Wutan. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Xingtian, a peak-level martial emperor, felt his legs tremble slightly and couldn't help but lower his head. However, just as this aura of martial energy, powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth, was about to touch the Xiao family mansion, a faint golden light suddenly appeared above the Xiao family. Immediately afterward, a nearly transparent hemispherical protective barrier materialized out of thin air, emitting a gentle yet resolute glow, completely enveloping the entire Xiao family. The terrifying martial energy pressure surged like tidal waves, but no matter how fiercely it collided, it could not breach this indestructible protective barrier. A faint exclamation echoed from the spatial passageway, causing the swirling black mist to surge backward and return to Yun Shan's body in an instant. Amidst the surging heat waves, a crimson figure slowly stepped out of the spatial fissure. The old man stood bare-chested, with red hair and a red beard, his muscles bulging exaggeratedly. Were it not for his aged face and voice, one would never guess he was over 100 years old. Once he emerged, the old man's eyes suddenly burst with intense light, sweeping over the Xiao family mansion. Interesting. In such a small empire as Gamma, there are such methods. Black mist returned to his body, and Yun Shan immediately perked up, approaching with a fawning expression. Lord Yanwu, this is the Xiao family you ordered us to monitor closely. However, they have a powerful ally assisting them, and even I cannot defeat them. As he spoke, Yun Shan secretly glanced toward the Xiao family's direction, his eyes filled with a smug and ruthless glint. Yen Wu Zunjia sneered, merely a spatial mirror. It can only deceive the ignorant like you. Despite being scolded, Yun Shan didn't get angry. Instead, he straightened his back and shouted toward the Xiao family, Hai Bodeo, I gave you a chance. With Lord Yanwu intervening, you won't escape today even if you grow wings. Within the spatial mirror, Hai Bodeo's face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. Looking up at the two figures floating above, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Finally, you've fallen for it. Yen Wu Zun's eyes narrowed slightly. He could clearly see Hai Bo Dong's strength. A mere Do Huang dared to disregard him, a Dou Zun level powerhouse, so there must be something else at play here. Yen Wu Zun felt a pang of doubt and immediately snapped his fingers, sending a ball of blazing energy hurtling toward the Xiao family below. Quick, run! Seeing the old man make his move, the onlookers shouted in unison and scattered in all directions. They rushed to retreat as quickly as possible. After all, while battles between Dou Zun level warriors were rare, the terrifying aftereffects of such a fight could be fatal. Boom! The fireball crashed down like a meteorite. After a deafening explosion, the protective barrier surrounding the Xiao family compound shattered into shards of light and dissipated. Nothing special. Seeing that his casual strike had worked, the flaming martial sovereign snorted coldly, a smug smile spreading across his face. Haibodeo leaped into the air, his eyes finally showing signs of panic as he shouted into the void. Xiao Yan, my young friend, if you don't act now, when will you? Chapter 21, Go tell my puppet. Ha, old man, don't rush. He's just a 2-star martial sovereign, he can't stir up much trouble. A gentle voice echoed, and the figure of a handsome young man slowly appeared on the roof. Haibodeo's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he wiped a cold sweat from his brow. That's a Dou Zun level expert. If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have been able to stop him. The youth stood tall, his brows and eyes exuding an uncharacteristic calmness for his age. He smiled and patted Haibodeong on the shoulder. Thank you both for your efforts. As he spoke, 2 streaks of light shot out from Xiao Yan's fingertips, coming to rest before Haibodeong and Ling Ying. Emperor's Extreme Pill? Sect-destroying pill? Upon recognizing what they were, Ling Ying couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Though he had joined the ancient clan, he was not of the Dou Di bloodline. Years ago, he had been sent to protect Sun'er and had received a Huangji Dan as a reward from the clan. Now that Ling Ying had reached the 8th rank Dou Huang realm, a 6th grade high-tier pill like the sect-breaking pill was not overly precious within the ancient clan, but it was still far beyond the reach of a mere guard like him. However, Xiao Yan had just handed out 4 6th grade pills. Compared to the stingy old men of the clan, this was truly too generous. Meanwhile, Haibodeo seemed unfazed, casually storing the pills into his storage ring and grinning. This is nothing. Following Brother Yan, pills are a daily occurrence. Xiao Yan could only shake his head and smile wryly at Haibodeong's words. This guy really thought he was a wealthy landowner. After settling the two of them, Xiao Yan finally looked up at the arrogant Yunshan in the sky and sneered, Yunshan, you old dog. It's been a while. You're still as shameless as ever. You're the Xiao family's Xiao Yan? Do you think you're worthy to speak to me like that? Yunshan swept his sleeves, and a flash of green light erupted, sending a powerful gust of wind hurtling toward Xiao Yan's chest. The air screeched sharply as it passed. Facing this terrifying attack that could send even a Dou Huang level expert into a cold sweat, Xiao Yan did not flinch or dodge, allowing the gust of wind to strike him. As it neared his body, several purple gold scales suddenly appeared. The terrifying gust of wind collided with the scales, dissipating instantly like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving only ripples of energy in its wake. Seeing that Xiao Yan had withstood his attack unscathed, Yunshan stared at his hands in disbelief, beginning to doubt himself. Xiao Yan sneered coldly, his figure shifting as he appeared mid-air. With a casual flick of his right hand, a spatial barrier 10 times stronger than before reappeared, enveloping the entire Xiao family courtyard within its protection. Is that Xiao Yan of the Xiao family? He's also a Dou Zone level expert? Witnessing Xiao Yan rise into the air, Jia Xingtian felt a dizzy spell, as if the world had gone mad. Today in Yunlan City, first Haibodeong returned at the peak of his power, then Yunshan achieved the rank of Dou Zone, and now they had encountered an unknown Dou Zun level powerhouse. That would have been enough. But now, even a 15-year-old boy from the Xiao family has become a Dou Zone? Impossible. Didn't they say that Xiao Yan was a? Nalan Jia also shouted in shock, his astonishment surpassing even Jia Xingtian's. A? Ha, Nalan old man, your eyesight is getting worse with age. Haibodeo flickered and appeared beside the crowd. Tongshan followed closely, secretly rejoicing. No wonder the old sea demon wanted to ally with the Xiao family. Such foresight is truly beyond our reach. Impossible, impossible. Nalan Jia shook his head incessantly, as if possessed. Back when Nalan Yanran wanted to call off the engagement, he had opposed it on the surface, but deep down, he wasn't entirely without ulterior motives. He had simply been bound by the marriage pact he had made with Xiao Lin years ago and didn't want to be mocked by others. Later, when the Xiao family faced off against the Yunlan Sect, the sudden appearance of a Dou Huang level expert also made Nalan Jia regret his decision, though not strongly. But now, upon seeing the youth standing atop the void, Nalan Jia regretted his decision so deeply that he felt as though his intestines had turned green. If he had only tried to stop her back then, today, with a Dozong son-in-law, the Nalan family would have soared to new heights, becoming one of the top powers in the Gamma Empire. But now, everything had turned to dust. Of course, everyone's joys and sorrows are unrelated. Mu Chen and Tong Shan, standing nearby, had already begun to make calculations in their minds. Within the family, there are a few eligible young women who have yet to be married. Xiao Yan, far away, was completely unaware that he had become the object of everyone's desire, falling into the schemes of several cunning old men. Yan Wuzuan let out a piercing laugh, his eyes gleaming with greed as he saw Xiao Yan standing in mid-air. Such a young Dou Zong the palace master will certainly be interested. Exchanging a glance with the Yan Wu Zunjia, Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, his expression filled with disappointment. Another one without a bloodline. What use is he? Just then, the ring on Xiao Yan's finger flickered with light, and a soul-like figure suddenly materialized beside him. Master Yao, what's wrong? After absorbing the energy left behind by the 5 Soul Hall Guardians in the previous battle, Tianhua Zun's strength had already recovered to the peak of the Dozong realm. However, due to the limitations of his physical body, he was no longer able to advance further. The sudden appearance of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign caught Xiao Yan completely off guard. The Heavenly Fire Sovereign did not respond, but stared intently at the sky, his eyes filled with rare hatred, and spoke slowly. Fang Yanwu, do you remember this sovereign? Heavenly Fire? Upon hearing the words of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, Xiao Yan clearly sensed a violent fluctuation in the emotions of the Yanwu Sovereign, his panicked expression seeming as though he might flee at any moment. Yao Lao Xiansheng, do you have a grudge? Oof. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be alone now. To avenge the destruction of my clan, I chased him for 10 years, but his trail went cold. I never expected him to be hiding in the Soul Hall. As the saying goes, enemies meet with intense hatred. The Heavenly Fire Venerable slowly exhaled, pointing at the sky with clenched teeth and said, Xiao Yan, what you mentioned earlier about the bone remains of a martial saint, I don't want them. This body, however, I find quite appealing. Understood. Once this man is captured, he is yours to dispose of as you see fit. Xiao Yan's eyes grew cold as he looked at the Yanwu Zunjia, as if he were looking at a dead man. Ha, I see what's going on. It was you, old fool, causing trouble. After sensing that the soul projection was only at the Dozong realm, the Yanwu Zunjia relaxed and laughed wildly. Tianhua, if you were still at your peak, I would naturally fear you. Now that you're in this half-human, half-ghost state, what do you have to fight me with? Rest assured, I have already handled the matter concerning Yao Lao Xiansheng. Xiao Yan spoke slowly. With you? Yanwu Zun roared to the heavens with a savage laugh. You ignorant brat, today I'll show you the true terror of a Dou Zun. Before he could finish speaking, the fire-attributed combat energy surged violently around the Yanwu Zunjia, instantly dyeing the entire sky a blood-red hue. As his palm flickered, a massive fire serpent, wrapped in blazing flames, charged toward Xiao Yan and the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. The terror of a Dou Zun? Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, showing no urgency to act. He flickered his fingertip, and a golden light burst forth from his storage ring. Go tell my heavenly demon puppet. Chapter 22, Hero Saves the Beauty. Under the blinding golden light, a towering figure shot into the sky, charging straight toward the fire serpent. It was one of the 10 puppets Xiao Yan had obtained in the ancient ruins years ago, later refined in the Void Thunder Pool to become the Heavenly Demon Puppet, each possessing strength on par with a 1-star Dou Zun. In the sky, the massive fire serpent's shadow plunged downward, spewing flames that twisted and distorted half the sky, resembling a molten lava beast from the depths of hell. Wherever it passed, the air exploded with continuous deafening roars. Such might would even cause ordinary Dou Zone level experts to flee in terror. However, the celestial demon puppet was merely a puppet, devoid of pain or sensation. Golden patterns swirled around its body, flickering as it charged headlong into the overwhelming waves of fire. As the two collided, a terrifying energy ripple erupted, causing the illusory fire serpent to shatter inch by inch, turning into a shower of sparks that fell from the sky. The puppet is still here. Amidst the shocked cries of the crowd in the distance, the heavenly demon puppet's form hesitated slightly before locking onto the flaming martial sovereign with its aura and launching another attack at an even faster speed. A puppet as powerful as a Dou Zun? Such a treasure still exists in this world? Xiao Yan's actions once again served as a lesson for the onlookers. Even just this single celestial demon puppet, if placed within the borders of the Gamma Empire, would be sufficient to sweep across the entire empire. Thinking of how they had spent their entire lives cultivating, yet still couldn't match a puppet that Xiao Yan had casually released, the hearts of Jiao Xingtian and the others sank to their heels. A puppet of the Dou Zun realm, all just heretical techniques. Yan Wu snorted coldly, his fiery red hair swaying without a breeze. His hands formed seals in rapid succession, and 3 even larger energy fire serpents shot out from 3 directions, closing in on the puppet. Loud explosions rang out continuously. The puppet endured multiple attacks, its head tilted to the side, and its left arm was shattered by the energy blast, but it still charged toward Yanwu without fear of death. Looking into the puppet's cold, emotionless eyes, even Yanwu Zunjia couldn't help but shiver. As the saying goes, those with nothing to lose have nothing to fear. The puppet fought without regard for its own safety, but humans are made of flesh and blood, how could they possibly match it in a direct confrontation? Yun Shan, kill that brat. Kill him, and the puppet will stop. Yanwu shouted. Yun Shan's eyes narrowed. He could also see that the puppet's control primarily depended on Xiao Yan, but the latter was currently standing beside a soul entity at the peak of the Dozong realm. Going up now would be nothing short of suicide. You bastard, what are you waiting for? Yanwu Zunjia roared, colliding with the puppet and causing a violent spatial fluctuation. The terrifying shockwave scattered the clouds within a 1,000-meter radius. The puppet stumbled back several steps, but Yanwu Zunjia wasn't in much better shape. Shan, seeing this, clenched his teeth, changed his hand seals, and swung his right palm, enveloped in icy cold green light, toward Xiao Yan. Great wind palm. As Shan growled, a massive energy hand seal, several zhan wide, appeared above Xiao Yan's head. Tianhua Zun snorted coldly, his slightly ethereal figure swaying as he casually swung his arm, unleashing a soul-shaking storm that instantly obliterated the energy hand seal. Shan, don't make me think you're useless. The icy words of the Yanwu Zunju echoed from behind, causing Shan's expression to change drastically. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to offend a powerful soul entity at the peak of the Dozong realm. But with a Dou Zun level expert watching from behind, he had no choice but to act. Shan clenched his teeth and steeled his resolve. A strange black gas once again emanated from his body, coiling around him like venomous snakes. Suddenly, his facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably, and the veins beneath his skin bulged. Upon closer inspection, the body of a Dou Zone level being began to crack, as if it might shatter at any moment. However, at the same time, an even more powerful aura erupted from within Shan, propelling his strength from a 1-star Dou Zong to a 4-star Dou Zong in an instant. At that moment, Shan's appearance was horrifying, his face contorted, and he had lost all traces of his former glory, resembling neither human nor demon. Master! Just then, a faint blue streak of light flew in from the distance, followed by a crisp voice. The light dissipated, revealing a graceful figure standing not far from the Xiao family. The woman wore a golden robe embroidered with purple brocade, her skin as white as snow against the purple silk. Her face was elegant and noble. Her breathtaking beauty could only be compared to that of Medusa, the queen of the Gorgons. However, compared to Medusa, she lacked the wild ferocity and instead exuded a graceful elegance. Upon seeing the arrival, Shan's stiff face twitched slightly, looking extremely terrifying. You've come at a good time. Yuner, quickly kill the person in front of you and avenge the Yunlan Sect. Hearing Shan's hoarse voice, Yun looked at the battlefield in front of the Xiao family's gate with a complex expression. There, dozens of figures dressed in Yunlan Sect disciples' robes lay motionless. Master, what is going on here? Yun furrowed her brows, gazing at Shan's eerie figure in the distance, her voice trembling. Why do I sense the presence of Yunlang and the others within you? Ha ha ha! Shan laughed dryly. Once you enter the Yunlan sect, you must swear to defend the sect's reputation with your life. Yunlang and the others died for the sect. No, you killed them. Yun's voice grew icy cold. Though she did not know the full truth, the scene before her eyes had sparked a hint of suspicion in her heart. Master, you've changed. No, it's the tense that's changed. I've broken through to the Dozong realm. Aren't you happy? Black mist spread out from Shan's body, suddenly condensing into a slender chain that shot downward with blinding speed. Since you refuse to help, then let me assist you in another way. The chain, carrying a powerful black aura, tore through space and struck Yun's chest with lightning speed. Trapped by that terrifying aura, even as a Do Huang level expert, Yun found it impossible to escape. Of course, she didn't seem to want to escape either. Looking up at the figure shrouded in black mist, resembling a demon from hell, Yun felt her heart tear apart. She could not bring herself to equate this person with the kind-hearted teacher who had once guided her on the path of cultivation. The once gentle and discerning teacher was now seeking her life? Boom! Black chains, carrying terrifying force, smashed through a 5-story platform, reducing everything in their path to nothingness. Xiao Yan's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared nearby, holding the dazed Yun in his arms. Old dog of the Yun Mountain, you won't even spare your own disciple. I truly underestimated you. Xiao Yan roared angrily, then suddenly looked down at the beauty in his arms, his eyes filled with concern. You too, why were you standing there waiting to die? Chapter 23, I'll just become a saint. Gazing at Yun's pale face in his arms, Xiao Yan's previously calm eyes surged with endless worry. Powerful martial energy emanated from his palms, gently flowing into Yun's body. Under the scorching gaze, Yun felt a bit flustered, her cheeks flushing with 2 patches of red. She struggled to her feet, unsure of what to do. Stay with Yao Lao and the others. They'll tell you everything. This place is dangerous. Don't come back. Xiao Yan whispered the words softly yet firmly, his voice gentle yet unwavering. He swept his hand forward, sending Yun flying 1,000 meters away. Then, his face twisted with anger as he glared up at the sky. Master Yao, rest your soul in peace. This place is now in my hands. Feeling Xiao Yan's anger, the heavenly fire didn't say a word, swiftly transforming into a streak of light and returning to the storage ring. Oh? Saving the damsel in distress has become an addiction? Are you trying to take her side? Watching Xiao Yan's actions below, Shan secretly sighed in relief. In his eyes, Xiao Yan's power was merely borrowed from the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's covert assistance. Without the puppets and his soul form, a 15-year-old boy could be no match for him. A sneer curled the corners of his lips as Shan seemed to already envision Xiao Yan's defeat. Now, let me show you the consequences of defying the Yunlan Sect. Opportunity knocks but once. Even in his state, Shan understood this principle. Mighty battle chi surged forth from his body, and Shan's powerful palm slowly descended toward the ground. Blue martial energy and black mist swirled and intertwined violently before him. In the blink of an eye, a massive energy hand, 7 or 8 zhang in size, coalesced into shape, its surface shimmering with an eerie glow. Great sorrow-tearing wind hand! Yunshan roared with all his might, slamming his palm down. The energy hand, carrying immense power, crashed down toward Xiao Yan. As he watched the energy handprint descending from the sky, Xiao Yan remained composed. His fingertips flickered upward once more, and another golden figure shot forward. Don't forget, his heavenly demon puppet isn't the only one. Mid-air, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the heavenly demon puppet's figure shot straight toward the sky. Wherever it passed, the energy handprint emitted by Yunshan crumbled like paper, disintegrating in an instant. The heavenly demon puppet's figure pierced through the energy handprints, its speed increasing rapidly, breaking through obstacles like a bamboo shoot, heading straight for Yunshan. Seeing the golden streak tear through the sky, Yunshan's pupils contracted sharply. The arrogance he had just displayed vanished instantly, replaced by extreme fear and panic. Just as the cloud mountains turned to flee, the celestial demon puppet had already arrived before them. Its hollow eyes held no emotion, only a cold, murderous intent pouring out like a tangible force. Yunshan tried to summon his fighting energy to resist, but found his body stiff and sluggish under the demon puppet's overwhelming pressure, as if he were trapped in an ice cave. Golden runes swirled across his body, but the celestial demon puppet suddenly extended its massive hand and clamped down on Yunshan's neck with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A legendary master fell in battle. SSSHH. Witnessing the heavenly demon puppet kill a martial sovereign with a single strike, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in horror. The celestial demon puppet, a killing machine born for slaughter, had slain a Dou Zong and held back a Dou Zun. And such a puppet, Xiao Yan actually had too. Useless trash. Yan Wuzun struck the puppet back with a single blow, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. After all, he was a 2-star Dou Zun, with superior combat reactions and Dou Qi strength compared to the heavenly demon puppet. After a brief exchange with the puppet, he quickly found a way to counter it. Now, a single heavenly demon puppet was no longer a threat to him. Heavenly demon puppet, kill him! 2 golden beams of light sliced through the sky like lightning. At Xiao Yan's command, the 2 heavenly demon puppets erupted with blinding light from the runes on their bodies, launching a coordinated pincer attack toward Yan Wuzun. Attacking a rock with an egg. The flames surrounding the Yan Wuzunzi suddenly surged, and he pushed his palms outward. Crimson battle chi erupted like 2 raging dragons, colliding with a thunderous roar. The 2 heavenly demon puppets were struck by the immense force and sent flying backward. Taking advantage of the opening, the flaming martial sovereign flickered his fingertips, sending a pitch-black soul chain shooting forth. It hooked the lingering soul of Yunshan and swiftly dragged it into the air. Paying no heed to the soul's piercing screams, the venerable Yan Wu let out a savage laugh as the scorching battle chi in his palm surged into the soul's body. Red flame, explode. With a deafening roar, the soul, now filled with fighting energy, swelled to 100 times its original size. Upon being struck by the flames unleashed by Yan Wu, it exploded violently, sending terrifying energy shockwaves sweeping out in all directions like a tsunami. The overwhelming shockwaves instantly repelled the 2 golden figures that had just surged forward, leaving 2 massive gashes over 100 zhang long in the ground. As the smoke and dust cleared, 2 celestial demon puppets lay half buried in the ground, their bodies shattered beyond recognition, completely unable to move. Ha, you thought 2 puppets could stop me? Xiao Yan, you must have underestimated the power of a Dou Zun level expert. Yan Wuzun laughed wildly, looking down at the young man on the roof. Now, let's see what kind of trouble you can stir up. No waves or storms, Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile. Sorry, I plan to sink the ship altogether. Yan Wuzun sneered, you're just a sharp-tongued brat. Without the puppets and the soul body, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Xiao Yan shook his head slightly, and a vast surge of martial energy rippled out from his body. The aura that had been dormant within him began to awaken slowly, like a sleeping dragon in a valley. What's happening? Xiao Yan's aura is suddenly surging upward. In the distance, Jia Xingtian let out a startled cry. His nerves, which had been numb from shock, began to tremble violently once more. 1-star martial sovereign. 2-star martial sovereign. 3-star martial sovereign. Xiao Yan's aura shot upward like a rocket, with no limits in sight. At the peak of the Dou Zong realm? How is that possible? Nalan Jia's face turned as red as a pig's liver. Every time Xiao Yan's strength rose by a level, it felt like an invisible slap to his face. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's aura broke through the peak of the Dou Zong realm, then surged upward like a flood, growing even more ferocious. Dou Zun? What secret technique is this that allows you to elevate your strength by an entire tier? Yan Wuzun's face twitched, and he finally couldn't contain himself. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, want to know? Answer me one question first, and I'll tell you. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a Dou Zun. Don't forget, I'm also a Dou Zun level powerhouse. Yan Wu roared, his martial energy surging around him as he refused to back down. Oh? Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with intense light as he took a step forward, his figure already in mid-air. If that's the case, then becoming a saint is just a matter of time. Chapter 24, The Majesty of an Emperor. As Xiao Yan stepped into the void, the space above the entire Yunlan city began to tremble and distort. In the next instant, 5 fiery illusions of different colors shot into the sky, each over 100 feet tall. A terrifying aura surpassing that of a martial sovereign erupted with overwhelming force, as if a divine being had descended, causing the entire world to tremble. In mid-air, the flame-like shadows converged, revealing the face of a handsome young man, etching itself deeply into the hearts of everyone in the city. Dou Saint. Yan Wuzuan's breath stalled, his body swayed, and he fell several zhang downward before stabilizing. Dou Saint? How could you be Dou Saint? Yan Wu muttered repeatedly, an intense sense of despair welling up within him, his face as pale as a corpse. He could accept that Xiao Yan was a martial sovereign, even at the peak of the martial sovereign realm, but he could never accept that he was a martial saint. The title of saint was something only those at the saint-level cultivation realm knew of, a peak so difficult to reach. Even among the 9 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Hall, there was only one true saint-level powerhouse. Yet this child, barely over 10 years old, was a saint? At that moment, it was not just Yan Wu whose heart shattered. Among the numerous strong individuals of the entire Gamma Empire, aside from Hai Guodong, who had already known the truth, everyone else was speechless, staring in disbelief for half a day. On the martial Qi continent, strength is everything. Every family relies on powerful individuals to uphold its status. In other words, any powerful individual has the ability to lead the birth of a superfamily. And a martial saint is the undisputed true powerhouse of this world. Xiao Yan brother. In a certain mansion in Yunlan City, a slender figure stood by the window, staring blankly into the sky. The ancient bloodline within her body was also suppressed, growing weak at that moment. Since the disappearance of the martial emperor 1,000 years ago, the title of martial saint has become the most prestigious designation on the entire martial Qi continent. Not even a small empire on the northwestern frontier could boast such a title, and even among ancient clans with thousands of years of heritage, a Dou Shang was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Within the Xiao family compound, 3 elders wept bitterly as the shared bloodline's power stirred every member of the Xiao clan. Xiao Zhan swung his arm forcefully and burst into laughter. My son, you possess the potential of a martial emperor. In the sky, looking down at the stunned Yan Wuzun who stood frozen in place, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh, all this trouble for nothing. I waited so long and you didn't even call anyone. It seems your connections in the Soul Hall aren't very good. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the Yan Wuzun's lips curled into a bitter smile. To be honest, in the branch hall where I am, there is currently only one Dou Zun. Oh? Is the Soul Hall's branch hall located on the northwest continent? Xiao Yan's expression changed. Where is the address? Ha, I won't tell you. Yan Wu sighed wryly, if I don't tell you, I might die, but if I do, I'll die even more miserably. You're wrong. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently, as if discussing a mundane matter. Whether you tell me or not, you're going to die either way. A crisp snap of fingers echoed like thunder, and vast soul energy surged forth like an invisible hand, piercing through Yan Wuzun's protective qi and forcibly tearing his soul from his body. The Soul Hall martial sovereign who had been so arrogant just minutes ago fell silently to his death. Only a lifeless body of a martial sovereign remained, plummeting toward the ground like a. Think carefully. Have you heard where Yaochen is being held? My methods are no less ruthless than those of the Soul Hall. Xiao Yan casually waved his hand, and the fallen heart flame enveloped the panicking soul of Yan Wu, swiftly sealing it within a jade bottle. The agonizing screams of the soul being burned by flames sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. After subduing the Yan Wuzun, Xiao Yan did not retreat. Instead, he slowly rose into the air, his overwhelming Dou Shang aura spreading out endlessly, enveloping the entire area within 100 miles. After ascending to the Dou Shang realm, the ancient bloodline within Xiao Yan's body was fully activated, and the profound, ancient, and overwhelming aura suppressed all the strong individuals in the city, causing them to tremble in fear. Even many ordinary citizens prostrated themselves on the ground, as if worshipping a deity. I am Xiao Yan. From this day forward, I shall revive the Xiao clan. Will you all swear allegiance to my clan? Xiao Yan's voice, wrapped in martial energy, carried the authority of a superior, spreading throughout the city in an instant. At that moment, nearly all the top-tier factions of the Gamma Empire were gathered in the city, their leaders exchanging glances, still reeling from the shock. Hai Bodeo, seeing this, grew impatient and kicked Tong Shan, who finally snapped out of his daze and shouted, the Mitter clan is willing to submit to the Xiao clan. All matters within our clan shall be at your disposal. Tong Shan's declaration caused the other clan leaders to snap out of their daze, and they began shouting in unison. The Mu clan is willing to submit, with the Xiao clan as our supreme authority. The Nalan family is willing to submit. The Alchemists Guild is willing to submit. The Hao family of Black Rock City is willing to submit. Looking down at the scene before him, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. In his previous life, when he had founded the Yan Alliance, these old men had hesitated for a long time before deciding to join. Yet now, when asked to submit and swear allegiance, they were all rushing forward eagerly, each one overjoyed. In the Qi continent, strength is the ultimate measure of all things. This is no empty claim. Amidst the rising tide of surrender cries, Jia Xingtian sighed softly. The Jiama royal family is willing to submit to the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction before lowering his form and returning to the city. Half an hour later, in the Xiao clan's council hall, nearly all the martial artists above the martial king realm from across the entire Gamma Empire had gathered. And sitting in the main seat this time was none other than Xiao Yan, who had just displayed his divine might. Xiao Zhan and the three elders sat in the secondary seats. Though they were only great martial masters in strength, Haibuodong and the others showed them extraordinary respect. After all, everyone understood that with a saint-level expert like Xiao Yan as their backing, the Xiao clan's future was boundless. From now on, we are all members of the same clan. We must stand together and support one another. Each family's affairs will continue to be managed by their respective family heads. Unless there are special circumstances, the Xiao clan will not interfere. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the leaders of the various factions secretly sighed in relief. Though they didn't know much about Xiao Yan, he seemed like someone easy to deal with for now. As the sacred city of the Xiao clan, I will establish the Xiao realm here. In the future, this will be the entrance to the Xiao realm. Do you have any objections, old Gao? Jia Xingtian bowed slightly. We will follow the Xiao clan chief's arrangements. Xiao Yan was taken aback. Xiao clan chief. Yener, I have already discussed this with the elders. From now on, you will be the new clan leader of the Xiao clan. The responsibility of reviving the entire Xiao clan will now rest on your shoulders. Xiao Zhan said with a smile. Xiao Yan sighed wryly but did not refuse further. After all, he knew that most people were here for his status as a martial saint, and if he did not step forward to fulfill this role, it would indeed be hard to justify. The Snake People clan is willing to submit to the Xiao clan. Just then, a cold and weak voice suddenly echoed through the hall. A seductive woman slowly materialized, her torn clothing still stained with fresh blood. Xiao Yan abruptly stood up, gazing at the Medusa Queen covered in wounds, his eyes growing icy cold. Who did this? Chapter 25, All Must Die. Damn it, this is utterly absurd. How could the Gamma Empire have a martial saint-level expert? In the sky, a jade-green figure fled frantically, each flash of its form appearing hundreds of meters away. The figure was that of a middle-aged man. Due to the relentless journey, his martial energy was in complete disarray, and his eyes were bloodshot. He muttered curses under his breath as he fled. Mastery of spatial power was the hallmark of a martial sovereign. Although at this level, one couldn't tear open the void to create a spatial passage, briefly traversing space to travel quickly was still possible. Even so, the middle-aged man still felt a chill run down his spine, as if an invisible pair of eyes were staring intently at him. His face, as pale as paper, was filled with terror. Even after fleeing hundreds of miles, the middle-aged man showed no signs of resting, continuing to race toward the border of the Gamma Empire. I hope that woman has nothing to do with that martial saint. The walls of the border city of the Gamma Empire were already in sight, and the middle-aged man's voice carried a hint of hope. Just as he thought he was about to escape, the sky suddenly darkened. 100-foot-high, colorful net of flames descended suddenly. As the flames swirled, the intense heat instantly ignited the surrounding air, forming ring after ring of twisted heat waves. SSSHHHH. Just as it was about to collide with the fire net, the emerald green figure came to an abrupt halt, forcefully stopping in the distance. Then, it flew back at an even faster speed. Is that? The middle-aged man stared in shock at the fiery net that seemed to stretch across the sky. Even from 100 meters away, he had felt as though he was about to be melted by the heat. Without the protection of the emerald green flames within his body, he would likely have been reduced to a charred corpse by now. What? You dared to touch my woman and still think you can leave? The next moment, the fire net dissipated, and a slender teenage figure suddenly appeared by the city wall. Who is this kid? Stop playing tricks here. Upon recognizing the youth's slightly youthful features, the middle-aged man's heart eased slightly. He swung his hands repeatedly, unleashing several emerald green energy attacks toward the youth without mercy. Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire? Ha, you really know how to stir up trouble. The youth chuckled lightly, his hand suddenly generating a powerful suction force, drawing all the flames emitted by the middle-aged man into his palms. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he spoke loudly, I have no grudge against you. Why are you blocking my path? Dugaji, you colluded with traitors to steal the and murdered the elders of the Snake People tribe. Your crimes deserve death. A cold snort echoed, and the figure of Medusa Queen slowly materialized beside him. The young man who had been traveling with him was none other than Xiao Yan. The man called Dugaji, upon seeing this, sneered, Medusa Queen? I spared you out of kindness, yet you come here to die. What, have you changed your mind and want to return with me? Facing Dugaji's mockery, Queen Medusa looked down on him with disdain. You allied with them and attacked me while I was weak. Isn't that because you're afraid of me? I fear you? What a laughable notion. If it weren't for your slight beauty, do you think I would have let you live this long? Unfortunately, the beautiful snake women of the Snake Clan probably won't be as fortunate as you. Duguji watched the two before him with a lecherous grin. Though the Queen of Medusa's surface wounds had vanished, he could still sense the chaotic energy fluctuations within her. In this state, Dou was confident he could still fight her. At the mention of the snake people, Queen Medusa's expression changed drastically. Purple gold snake scales emerged on her body, and her eyes filled with murderous intent. She was about to attack, but was stopped by Xiao Yan, who grabbed her arm. Rest well. Leave this to me. Feeling the warmth from the young man's palm, Queen Medusa's violently heaving chest slowed slightly. Earlier, after being wounded and fleeing to Yunlan City, she had sensed Xiao Yan's presence and had intended to use the Serpent clan's surrender as a condition to ask the Xiao clan for assistance. However, Xiao Yan had not hesitated, not only feeding her pills to heal her wounds but also personally pursuing her for hundreds of miles to find the fleeing Dou. Recalling the various favors he had bestowed upon her, such as the pills and the Queen Medusa's gaze toward Xiao Yan subtly shifted. Seeing that Xiao Yan, despite his young age, could also walk on the void, Dou dared not underestimate him. He immediately forced a smile and said, I am Dou, the sect master of the Yunlan Sect. Seeing that you are so young and talented, I wonder where you learned your skills. Why not join us at the 4 Nations Strongest Warriors Conference? The 4 Nations Strongest Gathering? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. You call yourself a strong one? Dou expression darkened, and a green flame instantly enveloped his body, revealing the powerful aura of a 2-star Dou Zong. I spared you out of respect for your youth. Do you really want to offend the Yunlan Sect because of this red-haired temptress? Seeing Dou arrogant demeanor, Xiao Yan merely sneered. The latter was startled to discover that the Qinglian earth core flame within his body had begun to stir strangely. What did you do to my? Xiao Yan remained silent, merely waving his hand lightly. A greenish-blue flame instantly detached from Dou body and floated toward Xiao Yan. How is this possible? Dou shouted in shock, only to discover that his body had already fallen into paralysis, unable to move even an inch. Xiao Yan looked at Dou with disdain, only the weak would utter the words red-haired harlot. You don't deserve to possess thee. As he spoke, Xiao Yan caught the green flame that had transformed into a lotus flower in midair and swallowed it whole in front of Dou stunned eyes. The Qinglian earth core flame entered his body, and the fused within him surged forward, enveloping it completely and severing all connections with Dou. Ding! New detected. Reward, 1 auxiliary absorption card. Hearing the long-awaited system voice, Xiao Yan paid no heed, instead pointing at the blood-soaked Dou and asked, what did he mean by the 4 Nations Strongest Warriors Conference? The 4 Nations Strongest Warriors Assembly typically includes the Cloud Empire, the Morong Empire, the Luoyan Empire, and the Gamma Empire. They hold it every 4 years, but this time, for some reason, no one from the Gamma Empire participated. Medusa Queen spoke, her eyes suddenly flashing with intense hatred. Those bastards set the conference location in the Tagar Desert, where the borders of several nations meet. After sensing the aura of they colluded with traitors from their own clans to seize it. Though I eventually succeeded in evolving, my body was too weak, and I was surrounded and defeated by several powerful opponents. Xiao Yan nodded, raised his hand, and unleashed a spatial fissure. Let's go. Queen Medusa paused in surprise. What is this? Xiao Yan strode into the spatial passageway, leaving behind a domineering silhouette. Anyone who harms you will die. This book guarantees no updates will be missed, no cliffhangers, and no poor quality. Please subscribe and leave good reviews. Chapter 26, The Descent of the Divine. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, baking the endless desert. However, the Snake People's holy city was now shrouded in a hazy chaos. Shouts of anger, clashes, and explosions echoed non-stop. Above the city walls, multicolored battle chi energies flashed wildly back and forth, with neither side gaining the upper hand for the time being. Since Queen Medusa was wounded and fled for help, the Snake People had been retreating steadily, even on the verge of losing their sacred city. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the 4 Supreme Elders, who broke through the siege and used their fusion combat techniques to force the 3 nations' strongest warriors back several miles, the Snake People would have been annihilated by now. With the assistance of the 4 elders and the 8 great leaders who had arrived, the Serpent clan's situation had temporarily stabilized. After several fierce battles, neither side gained any advantage, though the Serpent clan still held a slight disadvantage. On the battlefield, 4 Snake Clan elders were holding off 5 Dou Huang-level warriors, while the remaining Dou Huang and several Dou Wan-level warriors were engaged in combat with the 8 clan leaders and the Medusa Snake Guards. The sole remaining Dou Huang of the Chuyun Empire, clad in black robes, let out a loud laugh and, acting alone, directly suppressed the 5 Snake Clan Dou Huang warriors. The Snake Clan leader, Yan Ci, let out a fierce shout and charged forward like a ball of burning flame. The Dou Huang-level warrior sneered, swept his sleeves, and the eerie greenish-black poisonous mist swirling around him coalesced into a streak of light, colliding fiercely with Yan Ci. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as Yan Ci was sent flying backward, a drop of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Dou Huang-level powerhouse merely trembled slightly before steadying his feet. Having repelled the flame spear with a single move, the Dou Huang-level expert curled his lips into a sinister smile. Don't struggle. With you lot of stragglers, how can you possibly stand against the 3-nation alliance? Yan Ci wiped the blood from his lips. once the queen brings back reinforcements, none of you will escape. Reinforcements? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, several Three Kingdoms warriors nearby burst into piercing laughter. You snake people have been roaming the lands for years, opposing humanity, and have long become pariahs. Where could you possibly find reinforcements? Queen Medusa is probably already in our clan leader's tent, enjoying herself. The elderly man named Inshur looked somber. Can the queen really find allies? Yume bit her sensual red lips, her eyes flashing with determination. She certainly can. As long as that person is willing to help, our snake tribe's crisis will be resolved. Good. Upon hearing Yume's affirmative response, Inshur's remaining combat energy surged, and he roared, "Everyone, follow me and form the 5 snake venom seal." On the city walls, the 5 tribal chieftains of the snake people, who rarely showed harmony in peacetime, responded in unison, their hands moving in perfect sync to form the seals. A cornered beast fights back. Seeing this, the battle emperor of the Chuyun Empire sneered and raised his hand. A surge of pitch-green poisonous mist erupted like a tidal wave, transforming into countless illusory poisonous dragons in the air, each emitting a nauseating stench. Inshur's expression grew solemn as he commanded his men. Though this was one of the few advanced Xian tier combat techniques the snake men had, it was clear the enemy was no pushover. 5 snake poison seal, activate. 5 green energy pillars intertwined, condensing into a gigantic green energy serpent over 10 zhan long, instantly drawing the attention of those around them. Feeling the overwhelming might of the giant snake, the battle emperor tier expert suppressed his smile and swiftly struck out with his battle chi, causing the toxic mist before him to grow even denser. The snake clan's fusion martial arts are indeed renowned, but that's all they are. Both powerful warriors roared in unison. In midair, the illusory poisonous dragon, with its claws and fangs bared, collided violently with the emerald green energy serpent. Instantly, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the sky. The residual energy wave swept forward, and the 5 snake clan leaders simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. The advanced tier combat technique, fused with the combat energy of 5 combat kings, had temporarily repelled the enemy's attack. However, the 5 snake people were already on the brink of exhaustion. The dark green toxic gas slowly parted, revealing the figure of a martial emperor hidden within. Though the Serpent Clan's 5 serpent poison seal had been a formidable display, it had not inflicted any significant damage on him. Inshur struggled to survey the rest of the battlefield. Even he, who had always served as the Snake Clan strategist, felt powerless in this moment. The battlefield at that moment was like a seesaw, and the absence of a single martial emperor-level warrior from either side would completely tip the balance. "Everyone, let's fight him to the death." Seeing even Inshur speak so, a flash of desperation crossed the eyes of the others. What's there to fear? Even if I explode, I won't let you set foot in the holy city." Yanxi's body erupted in flames, and the martial energy within him suddenly became extremely chaotic. With a savage grin, he charged toward the Dou Huang-level warrior in front of him. Madman! The battle emperor of the Izumo Empire furrowed his brows and swiftly retreated backward. He did not possess the same self-sacrificing courage as Yanxi. The 3-nation alliance already held the upper hand. They only needed to delay the enemy for a little longer. Once the other forces were freed up, they could crush the snake people in one decisive blow. "Haha, Dugashua, if you've got the guts, come and face me." Yanxi's body swelled to the size of a balloon, charging madly after the martial emperor. The other powerful warriors on the battlefield saw this and scattered in all directions. The self-destruction of a Dou Wan was no less devastating than a high-level Xian-class martial art. "Stay!" Suddenly, a cold voice echoed down, as if it were a divine decree. Yanxi's entire body froze in place, and his collapsing form began to slowly contract back inward. Additionally, on the city walls, everyone who heard that voice regardless of faction or strength was instantly immobilized in place. The vibrant intertwining energy of the martial arts techniques in the sky vanished in an instant, as if they had been casually erased. Feeling the familiar spatial constraints, Yume's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "It's him! It's him! The queen has returned! What's happening?" The battle emperor of the Yun Empire glanced upward, his gaze locking onto those demonic pupils. "Medusa Queen? How is that possible? Where is our sect master?" On the horizon, Xiao Yan and Medusa Queen's figures slowly materialized, towering above the crowd and surveying them like creators of the world. Among the 3 kingdoms, the only Dou Zone level expert had gone to pursue and kill Queen Medusa, yet she had returned unscathed. The outcome was predictable. "Dugashua, you colluded with Snake Tribe spies to sneak into the holy city and spread poisonous mist, nearly causing this queen to fail her evolution." The Queen of Medusa's cold voice rang out, filled with deep hatred, as she began to list the crimes committed by the others. Xiao Yan flicked his fingertip, sending a black projectile the size of a bullet hurtling toward Dugashua, piercing his body. It was the protective artifact left behind by the little medicine fairy years ago. In the blink of an eye, thick black mist surged forth, and a poison master of the Dou Huang realm was instantly corroded by the black mist, leaving nothing but his soul behind. Xiao Yan's words continued to echo like a death sentence. Next. Chapter 27, The King of Hell calls roll. Using poison to counter poison, a single move to kill a Dou Huang. The reversal of the situation was so swift that even the three great powers of the three kingdoms were left speechless. Seeing Xiao Yan kill Du Gushua with poison techniques, Queen Medusa's heart stirred, and she continued, "The three elders of Mulan, they ambushed me while I was weak. Those two palms were their doing." Boom boom boom. As Medusa Queen's words fell, Xiao Yan's three palms struck down in quick succession. Three more blood mist appeared in the sky above the city. Where did the queen summon such terrifying allies? An old snake woman exclaimed in astonishment. As the supreme elder of the snake clan, her strength was already approaching the peak of the martial emperor realm, and she was the oldest living member of the snake clan. Yet even she had never heard of such a mysterious powerful being who was allied with the snake clan. After Xiao Yan consecutively slew 4 Dou Huang level warriors, the elite warriors from the three nations of Chuyun, Mulan, and Luoyan fell silent, their movements restricted and unable to escape, completely immersed in the fear of being killed at any moment. Among the 2 Dou Huang of the Luoyan Empire, a short, old man suddenly roared, "The snake people have been waging wars in all directions over the years, harming countless human civilians. I wonder who you are, sir? Do not let that demonic creature deceive your mind. Nonsense. It was you humans who joined forces to drive us from our homeland. Over the years, we have struggled to survive and finally found peace in the desert. Yet you still seek to exterminate us completely. What a vicious plan." The leader of the Black Snake Clan, Mobs, shouted angrily, and soon he and the old man were shouting at each other. Medusa Queen's voice rang out at that moment. "Yan Tianming, you manipulated the Crimson Flames to launch a surprise attack. The wound on my arm was caused by him." Called out by Medusa Queen as if she were the Grim Reaper, Yan Tianming's face turned deathly pale. Though trapped by the spatial barrier, his innate sixth sense sent a chill down his spine. Crimson flames instantly engulfed his body as he strained every muscle, desperate to break free and escape. SSSHH. Emerald green flames suddenly appeared, and the left half of Yan Tianming's body vanished in an instant. The crimson flames offered no resistance at all. Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire? You killed the master of the Dugu clan. Xiao Yan remained silent, flicking his index finger. A deep blue flame shot out from his palm, crossing space directly and reducing Yan Tianming's right arm to nothingness. I'm sorry. Please spare my life. I'm a Dou Huang. I'll do anything for you." The agony of being consumed by the caused Yan Tianming to beg for mercy repeatedly, but the only response was the emergence of icy white and purple flames from the ground around him. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire Snake People's holy city. At that moment, all the three kingdoms' strongest warriors present felt as though they were being tortured to death. Those with slightly weaker cultivation bases fainted on the spot. As the colorless flames rose, the last remnant of Yan Tianming's soul vanished into nothingness, leaving not a single trace behind. I care not for your grudge against the snake people. Xiao Yan spoke indifferently, but if anyone dares to touch my people, there will be no mercy. Medusa Queen watched the young man who had stood up for her from the side, and for a moment, a strange emotion stirred in her heart. Though Xiao Yan was only 15, his physique and demeanor were exceptional. Aside from a hint of youthful innocence in his features, his gaze betrayed no trace of inexperience. As the youngest and most promising leader of the snake people in centuries, Queen Medusa was renowned for her iron-fisted rule, and her suitors were countless. However, she had always held herself in the highest regard and harbored a desire for strength, so she had never developed feelings for anyone until now. Looking down at the last remaining peak-level martial artist below, Queen Medusa smiled faintly. Yan Luotian, the master of the Yunlan Sect, skilled in martial arts and combat techniques, but he did not ambush me. But he touched this queen's hand. Damn it! Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. Yan Luotian was someone he knew all too well. In his previous life, he had died at the hands of a woman. If he had ever stopped being so lustful, that would have been truly strange. Xiao Yan swung his right hand, and the spatial seal was instantly broken. Feeling the changes in the surrounding energy, Yan Luotian's heart filled with joy. A pair of enormous golden wings sprouted from his back, and his figure transformed into a golden afterimage, vanishing from the sky above the city walls in an instant. Master? In the sky, only a few Dou Wang and Dou Ling with flight techniques remained from the three empires. They watched helplessly as Yan Luotian escaped, leaving everyone speechless. Medusa's snake guards, capture them. A sharp command rang out first. Having lost 6 Dou Huang level warriors, the combat strength of the three empires plummeted tenfold, rendering them no match for the Snake People tribe. Soon, several of them fell under the combined attacks of the tribal leaders. It seems this guy is not only lustful but also shameless. Xiao Yan shook his head. A pair of massive blue-red bone wings unfolded behind him, and his figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky in an instant. 10 seconds later, a golden figure crashed onto the city walls in a disheveled state. Yan Luotian looked at the massive bone wings on Xiao Yan's back in terror, as if he had seen a ghost. He's yours. Xiao Yan casually clapped his hands, but before he could finish speaking, several fierce gusts of wind pierced Yan Luotian's body, as the 4 elders of the Snake People tribe attacked simultaneously. Medusa Queen gracefully landed on the city wall, speaking in a seductive voice. The Snake People tribe thanks Xiao Clan leader for your assistance. Thank you, Xiao Clan leader. Thank you, Xiao Clan leader. The 4 elders and the other Snake Clan leaders shouted in unison. Today's events had been completely turned around by Xiao Yan alone, saving the Snake Clan from certain doom. Though some serpent men had previously harbored intense hatred toward humans, they now genuinely felt gratitude toward the young man in the sky. There's no need for such formalities, elders. I had already planned to carve out a piece of land within the Gamma Empire and invite the Snake People to settle there. From now on, we will be one family, and helping one another is only natural. Xiao Yan landed on the city walls and responded politely. An elder of the Snake Men tribe stroked his beard and smiled broadly. That's right. You're a fine young man. I approve of you marrying into our Snake Men tribe. What? Xiao Yan and Medusa both froze, exchanging startled glances. Don't worry, Yume has told us everything. We're not old-fashioned. I've lived this long and met countless people. I've seen ruthless humans and many kind-hearted ones. You two together, we won't oppose it. Xiao Yan scratched his head awkwardly, about to explain, when suddenly his heart trembled. His expression grew solemn, and he grabbed Medusa Queen's hand. Let's go. Find me an empty room. Medusa Queen was startled, her fair face flushing red. What do you want to do? Chapter 28, The Storage Card for the Strange Fire. The Snake People's Holy City. Xiao Yan stood dumbfounded in a small room almost entirely adorned in pink. Pink walls, pink furniture, and a pink bed. Looking at Medusa standing by the bed with a flushed expression, Xiao Yan cleared his throat. What is this? Oh, clan leader Xiao, don't misunderstand. This is my bedchamber. You asked for the quietest room, so I had 3 layers of energy barriers installed around my bedchamber. No sounds from outside can penetrate, and no one can hear what's happening inside. Medusa Queen's 2 slender fingers intertwined as she spoke, and as she continued, she suddenly began to blush, her cheeks turning red all the way to her ears, and her eyes flickering with a hint of panic. Seeing Medusa's sudden blush, Xiao Yan was also taken aback. Alright, you can go out now. What? Medusa's delicate face froze. You don't need me. Xiao Yan casually found a stone bench to sit on, sighing wryly. I have important matters to attend to and need some time alone. Alright. Medusa bit her lower lip, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. She swayed her slender waist and slowly walked out of the room. Watching her tempting figure, Xiao Yan couldn't help but swallow hard. This little girl, why is she so different from before? He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Queen Medusa was renowned for her beauty and cruelty, always ready to hunt him down. Her cold, elegant face rarely showed a smile, yet now she looked like a shy young girl. Xiao Yan shook his head, dismissing such trivial matters, and crossed his legs on the stone bench, closing his eyes as his mind gradually sank into his body. There, the vibrant 5-colored flames were overwhelmingly attacking a single green flame, about to devour it completely. No! Xiao Yan let out a sharp cry and swiftly extracted the newly acquired Qinglian Earthcore fire from his body. This, ranked 19th on the chart, indeed had a relatively weak energy. If he had discovered it any later, the Qinglian Earthcore fire would have been devoured by the ferocious fusion within his body. Not to mention the potential for same-type rejection, this was originally intended by Xiao Yan for synthesizing a 2-star. Whoosh! As soon as the blue flame was extracted, a scorching heat capable of destroying everything filled the room, and the flickering flames even burned several holes in Medusa's pale pink bed curtains. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows and called out, System, come out quickly. Ding! Heterogeneous fire absorption system, at your service. Where's the auxiliary absorption card from the previous reward? Give it to me. Ding! Querying for you. Currently total auxiliary absorption cards, 1. Ding! 1 auxiliary card has been drawn. Please select one from the following 3 functional cards. Ihua Guidance Card, upon use, it will indicate a location where Ihua is stored. Ihua Storage Card. Before the system could finish its announcement, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Shouldn't the next options be Animus Fire Duplication Card and Animus Fire Appreciation Card? Those are the ones that can be used to synthesize a 2-star Animus Fire, right? System notice, the Auxiliary Absorption Card will randomly provide you with 3 functional cards to choose from each time. Each functional card has an equal chance of appearing and cannot be replaced. Damn it! So that means the appreciation card isn't guaranteed every time? Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Yan slapped his thigh hard. If he had known the function cards were limited, he would have saved the upgrade card for later. Once he gets the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, he'll duplicate 2 of the same ones and upgrade them to 2-star. That'll be better than the Fallen Heart Flame. Forget it, it's already used. Keep going. Alright, the following 3 functional cards have been drawn. Please select one. Hidden Flame Guidance Card, upon use, it will indicate the location of a hidden flame storage site. Ihua Storage Card, upon use, you will permanently obtain a piece of equipment capable of storing Ihua, with no restrictions on type or quantity. Animus Flame Explosion Card, upon use, it can detonate Animus Flame once, dealing massive damage. Xiao Yan? The storage card is decent, but what the heck is this detonation card? Are you treating MY like a firecracker? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, feeling both amused and exasperated. Just as Xiao Yan was venting his frustration, the system's voice sounded again. System notice, the explosive card can only be used on unabsorbed. The explosive power depends on the energy of the, and this function can only be used once. Under the same energy conditions, the power can surpass that of a high-level heaven rank martial art. But then again, Xiao Yan suddenly burst into a silly laugh. This explosion card is clearly a great item. Heaven rank advanced martial arts techniques were something countless people on the martial chi continent dreamed of obtaining. Up until now, Xiao Yan had never seen such a precious item. His self-created Buddha's Wrath Lotus, if truly evaluated, might be considered heavenly realm intermediate or advanced, but each use inevitably consumes a large amount of martial energy and can even temporarily render him unable to fight. However, the power of this explosive card was said to surpass even heavenly realm advanced. If that were true, obtaining this functional card would mean Xiao Yan possessed an ultimate trump card surpassing the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, which could prove invaluable in future battles against the Soul Hall's elite warriors. Ding! Host detected as highly tempted. Do you wish to select the icy explosion card? Of course, not. Xiao Yan sighed regretfully, shaking his head reluctantly. Sorry, explosion. I choose the Divine Fire Storage card. Ding! Obtained one explosive fire storage card. Automatically activated. As the system's voice faded, a fluffy crimson thread materialized out of thin air, swirling in the air before slowly wrapping around Xiao Yan's finger, eventually transforming into a crimson storage ring. A storage ring? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, cautiously bringing the Qinglian Earthcore fire in his hand closer. The next moment, the once scorching and chaotic suddenly began to shrink rapidly, eventually condensing into a streak of light that shot into the fiery red storage ring. Seeing that the storage card worked, Xiao Yan finally exhaled in relief. Evil flames were incredibly destructive. Even the highest grade storage rings might struggle to contain their essence, let alone store more in the future. Deep down, Xiao Yan naturally preferred the explosion card, which could surpass even heaven-tier martial arts techniques. However, in the current situation, addressing the symptoms was better than addressing the root cause. Obtaining a universal storage device would allow him to stockpile more, and as for that ultimate weapon, he could always exchange it later. Just then, the light in the entire room suddenly dimmed significantly. The energy barrier at the door trembled slightly before transforming into a rainbow of colors. Come in. Xiao Yan stood up, straightened his clothes, and asked the cautiously entering Medusa, what happened? Jia Xingtian, Hai Bodong, and Nalan Jie suddenly burst into the desert, claiming they were looking for Xiao clan leader. Medusa said, her face suddenly contorting into an odd expression. Each of them is followed by a woman. Chapter 29, 5 Women Competing for a Bride? Senior Elder Chi Fei, I never expected you to still be alive. In the Snake Clan's temple, a few forced laughs echoed. Seated on the guest seats were Jia Xingtian, Fa Ma, Hai Bodeo, Nalan Jie, and another Dou Wang level expert. Behind the 5 men stood 5 slender figures. The 5 women were all stunningly beautiful, the kind of women who could be chosen from 10,000, yet they were all here at the same time. Each of their expressions was different, like 5 paintings of beauties in completely different styles. Across from them, 7 of the 8 leaders of the Snake People tribe were present, all glaring intently at the guest seats. The one absent was Yin Shirtsu, who was overseeing the city's repairs. The one called Chi Fei was one of the 4 oldest elders of the Snake People, sitting in the center. He replied with a forced smile, it's not just me, Chi Wan and the others are also alive and well. The Snake People have been living in fear these past years. How could we old ones possibly leave? Upon hearing this, the 5 powerful figures from the Gamma Empire seated at the guest table all trembled slightly. In terms of overall strength, the Snake People tribe could be said to completely overwhelm the Gamma Empire. Even without counting the Medusa Queen, who had already ascended to the Dou Zong realm, the Snake People tribe still had nearly 10 Dou Wang and several supreme elders nearing the peak of the Dou Huang realm. If it weren't for the fact that the Snake People have been caught between several empires over the years, facing enemies on all sides, the Gamma Empire wouldn't have gained much advantage. Sitting at the front, Jia Xingtian forced a laugh. Now that we are all under the protection of the Xiao clan, we should naturally look out for one another. Before arriving, the Xiao clan chief already mentioned this to me briefly. In the future, we will designate a residence for your nobles within our country, making it more convenient for everyone to visit and exchange ideas. Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's words, the Crimson Elder didn't bother with formalities. Instead, he hesitated for a moment. That's fine, but we old ones have discussed it and decided to first set up the altar for the ritual and handle Queen Medusa's wedding before anything else. What? Wedding? Whose wedding? Jia Xingtian nearly jumped out of his skin. Elder Chi Fei smiled broadly and said, of course, it's Xiao Yan, the clan leader of the Xiao clan, who has done us a great favor. Fa Ma, sitting beside him, could no longer remain calm. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Xiao clan chief is so young. How could? The elder of the Chifei clan coldly swept his gaze over the women standing behind them, as the saying goes, beauty belongs with heroes. The queen of our snake clan has always married men stronger than herself. Queen Medusa, as the youngest leader of our snake clan in 100 years, is perfectly matched with clan chief Xiao. I don't think so. Haibo Deo chuckled lightly, waving his hand behind him. A seductive woman dressed in a red, form-fitting cheongsam stepped forward. Every smile and frown she made was just as alluring as the snake woman Yume. Xiao clan chief grew up in the Gamma Empire, having only known humans. Perhaps it would be more appropriate for him to marry a woman from his homeland. Nalan Jie, standing nearby, nodded urgently. Elder Hai speaks the truth. When Xiao Zongzhang's grandfather was still alive, we were close friends. At that time, we arranged a marriage between our families, with Xiao Zongzhang and a daughter of the Nalan clan. Nalan Jie spoke, then gestured behind him. However, the white-clad woman behind him merely rolled her eyes and reluctantly took a few steps forward. Nalan Jie felt a bit awkward as he took the woman's sleeve and held it high. When it comes to marrying the Xiao clan chief, our family's Yanran is the most suitable choice. Haibuodong, seeing this, sneered, has General Nalan forgotten that Yanran, his niece, has already been rejected by clan chief Xiao and expelled from the Xiao clan? This marriage should be reconsidered. You! Nalan Jie shouted angrily, but had no words to counter. Haibuodong's words were like daggers to the heart, striking at the core of the Nalan family's pain. I think there's no need for you all to argue anymore. The leader of the Mianxi tribe, Yume, suddenly spoke up slowly. Xiao clan chief is a man of honor and loyalty. He fell in love at first sight with our queen in the desert and fought alone against 3 nations to save the snake people from danger. Just now, the 2 of them secretly entered the room. I think the wedding is not far off. Jia Xingtian's face darkened. The snake people's tactic of using beauty to entertain others is indeed their specialty. The crimson-haired elder's snake-like eyes narrowed, and a look of contempt appeared on his face. A powerful aura of fighting energy suddenly filled the hall. What? Old man Jia, with just those few young girls behind you, not even fully grown yet, you actually expect them to catch the eye of clan chief Xiao? Jia Xingtian's body was enveloped in a faint earthen glow, and the same peak-level martial emperor aura surged forth. In the air above the hall, the 2 colors collided, locking in a stalemate. Ya Yi, tell Elder Chi Fei about your plans. Behind Jia Xingtian, a cold and elegant mature woman stepped forward slowly. Her beautiful eyes flickered with allure. My royal family plans to establish a new city for the snake people near the Demon Beast Mountains and allocate 1/3 of the mountain range's territory to the nobility. The area is cool and shaded, making it ideal for the snake people to reside. However, the 5,000 soldiers under my command may occasionally need to pass through that region. Princess Yao Yi, who had been raised in the royal family since childhood, exuded an air of authority in every movement. Her words caused Elder Chi Fei's expression to grow solemn. The snake people don't need your charity. Now that the 3 elders of Mulan are dead, it will only take half a year for me to lead my troops and conquer Mulan. At that time, our territory will far surpass your tiny kingdom. From the main seat, the leader of the Black Snake clan, Mobs, coldly snorted, and a sharp gust of wind erupted from his palm, joining the aerial battle. Haibo Deo and the others refused to be outdone, raising their palms slightly. For streams of colored battle chi shot into the air, instantly pushing back the battle chi barrier formed by Chi Fei and Mobs by several feet. Yanxi's body erupted in flames. Don't forget, this is the Snake Clan's territory. Before he could finish speaking, the 7 Snake Clan leaders flickered simultaneously, adding several more streaks of color to the sky. The 2 sides clashed with such ferocity that they seemed like 2 colossal beasts grinding against each other, their immense pressure causing the entire hall to tremble and creak. Soon, the side of the Gamma Empire began to struggle to hold on. Haibo Deo was still holding his ground, but the expressions on the faces of Nalan Jie and the others grew increasingly grim. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a clear, familiar voice rang out. Everyone, we're all under the same roof. Collapsing the roof isn't worth it. At the same time, a gentle golden ripple spread out from the center of the hall, repelling all the fighting energy emitted by the others back into their bodies. As the powerful warrior's fighting energy stalled, the red-clad woman beside Haibo Deo flashed her eyes, lifted her cheongsam, and walked forward. Oh, so this is the Xiao clan chief? Haibo praised you so highly, but you're just a youngster. So young and handsome you'll surely captivate countless girls. As he watched the earthly beauty walking toward him, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh. Why are you here? The woman's narrow, peach blossom eyes sparkled with endless seduction. We're here, to steal the bride. Chapter 30, Qing Lin and the Little Healer. Steal the wedding? I never said I was getting married. Xiao Yan shook his head, walked forward gently, and took out a black robe from his storage ring, draping it over Yafei's shoulders, instantly covering the alluring glimpse of her legs revealed by her high-slit cheongsam. Just as Yafei was astonished that this man could resist such temptation, a whisper in her ear made her body tremble. You're not the one who hates these family political marriages the most? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the young man who was younger than her. The seductive expression she had been putting on vanished, replaced by tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Yan's words struck directly at the softest part of Yafei's heart. Born into the Mitter family, a prominent commercial clan, she was destined to use her body to please others, and even her own life was being used by her family as a means to profit. These were the very things Yafei despised most, yet she had no choice but to endure them. What she never expected was that this young man before her had seen through her innermost thoughts in an instant. Elder Hai, Yafei has been training in Yunlan City for many years. I think it's time to transfer her back to the mitral headquarters. Clan leader Xiao has excellent judgment. Yafei is now the manager of the Imperial Auction House in the capital. Xiao Yan nodded, his gaze sweeping past Yafei to the crowd behind her, feeling both amused and exasperated. Behind Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma stood the eldest princess of the Jiama royal family, Yao Yi, and the youngest princess, Yao Yu. The youngest princess was roughly the same age as Xiao Yan, still innocent and unaware of why she was here. Why are you doing this? Xiao Yan wasn't a pushover, he could see right through these seasoned veterans' schemes. They were trying to use a woman to trap a Dou Shang-level powerhouse. In their eyes, it was a surefire deal. If one didn't work, they'd try the other. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan had no interest in politics. He sought to revive the Xiao clan solely to prevent his clan from enduring the same calamities as in his previous life. As for emotions, there was only one figure in his mind. Xiao clan chief, the two princesses have heard your story and insist on meeting you immediately. We old fools can't do anything about it. Xiao Yan merely smiled at Jia Xingtian's words, then swept his gaze across the crowd, ignoring Nalan Jie, and fixed his eyes on the last Dou Wang. You are He Qian? Looking at the elderly man in the familiar-looking robe, Xiao Yan's mind immediately recalled a past memory. The He family, though not as prominent as the three great clans in the Gamma Empire, was still a major power in the northeastern region of the empire. Their presence here was not entirely unexpected. However, the young woman in green robes behind He Qian kept her head lowered, revealing only half of her youthful face. She leaned awkwardly against her seat, motionless. The Medusa Queen, who had been following behind, also sensed something amiss. She flickered forward and appeared beside the woman, gently touching her forehead with her jade-like hand. Her gaze quickly turned icy. The Black Rhino clan's puppet sealing technique, and you dare use it on a mere girl? Is this the extent of your human capabilities? Medusa spoke as a seven-colored beam of light surged from her fingertips, slowly flowing into the woman's forehead. This sealing technique. I don't know anything about it, Clan Chief Xiao. This young lady is the adopted daughter of Elder Mo from Salt City. He sent me to bring her here, saying you would definitely like her. He Qian, seeing this, panicked and stammered an explanation. Xiao Yan remained silent with a grim expression. He couldn't interfere with his clan members being sent out for political deals, but if they dared to target ordinary civilians, he would become a traitor in the eyes of the clan. Moments later, a startled cry rang out. The green-clad woman awoke from her dazed state, as if she had been severely startled. She quickly moved away from the crowd and hid behind a pillar. Her sleeves, which had been slightly gathered from running, revealed several unformed green scales. The moment he noticed the green scales, Xiao Yan's pupils contracted to the size of needle holes, and a surge of heat rushed to his forehead. Even with his current strength as a martial saint, he struggled to suppress the intense emotional turmoil within him. Xiao Yan cautiously approached the green figure curled up on the ground and asked tentatively, Qinglin? Is that you? The green figure trembled slightly, slowly lifting its head. A cute and delicate childlike face immediately came into view. The little girl, who appeared several years younger than Yao Yu, had eyes filled with heartbreaking timidity. Facing Xiao Yan's approach, she instinctively shrunk back. Qinglin, don't be afraid. I'm Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's younger brother. Xiao Yan suppressed his anger, trying to look as gentle as possible. My name is Xiao Yan. You've heard of the two captains' younger brother, Haven Tu? Upon hearing the names of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, Qinglin's panic visibly subsided. She lifted her head and gazed at Xiao Yan with a dazed expression, no longer showing any signs of resistance. Qinglin, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will be able to harm you. Xiao Yan stepped closer, gently stroking Qinglin's head, then turned to look at Medusa. How is her condition? Medusa, who had been furious about Qinglin's condition, now looked coldly at him. It's just a puppet spell. This seal must originate from a 5th-tier mountain-shattering rhino. It's nothing serious. A 5th-tier mountain-shattering rhino. He Qian, you mentioned earlier who sent you here? Seeing Xiao Yan's suddenly sharp gaze, He Qian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave and hurriedly explained, it was Mo Chang. Mo Chang, the senior elder of the Mo clan in Yancheng. He sent someone to bring this girl to me, saying she was his adopted daughter raised in his mansion, and that clan leader Xiao would definitely like her, so I. Jia Xingtian snorted coldly from the side, you can't tell that this girl is sealed? He San, you dare to act so brazenly, plundering a civilian woman within the borders of the Jiama kingdom? Do you care nothing for the laws of the empire? He Qian stood frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down his body. He didn't pay much attention to Jia Xingtian's words. After all, within the empire, as long as one was powerful enough, one could almost ignore the restrictions of imperial authority. Although the Yi family couldn't compare to the three great families of the capital, they were still one of the most powerful clans in the northeastern region. His only fear now was the nature of the girl's relationship with Xiao Yan. If he angered the clan leader of the Xiao clan, his entire family could be wiped out in an instant. However, as they say, what you fear most is what comes to pass. Just as Xiao Yan gently helped Qinglin to her feet, a faint sob suddenly echoed through the air. Little medicine fairy sister. There's another little medicine fairy sister. She saved me in Qingshan town, but then she was kidnapped. Chapter 31, Need to pay more. What? Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically, his gaze piercing like a knife toward Yi Chen, who was so startled he nearly knelt to the ground. I truly had no idea, Xiao clan leader. I have no connection with Mo Chang. This little girl was sent here by him when I arrived earlier. I genuinely believed she was his adopted daughter, so I brought her alone. I have never wronged her in any way. He knew a little about what Mo Chang had done, but seeing that Nalan Jia and the others had all brought their clan members to the Xiao clan, he hadn't had time to return to his own clan. He decided to turn a blind eye and take advantage of the situation. Xiao Yan, young master, he didn't hurt me. He's a very fierce old man. He said he wanted to dig out my eyes. Qinglin said, her eyes once again filled with fear. For a young girl of only 11 or 12, such an experience could indeed cause significant psychological trauma. Xiao Yan forced himself to suppress the murderous intent in his eyes and continued, what about the little medicine fairy? How did you encounter her? After the two captains left, the San mercenary group kept causing trouble for us. I couldn't help much, so I tried to run out and find the captains. Then a bunch of people started chasing me, so I ran into the mountains and met a woman named Little Healer. She used a large bird to rescue me, but we were caught again. Little Healer then went to distract them. Then they captured me again and took me to a very dark place later. They said they were going to find some battle saint and immobilized me. That's how I ended up here. Qinglin continued recounting his memories, his eyes flickering with a helpless glow. Though his story was disjointed, Xiao Yan had already pieced together most of it. He turned to Medusa Queen and said, please take care of her and bring her to bathe and change clothes. Medusa Queen nodded in agreement, then suddenly asked, how should we handle this matter? Mo Chang of the Mo clan. I won't go after him, but he's the one who provoked my people. Xiao Yan snorted coldly, and everyone felt the temperature in the Grand Hall rise by a full degree. Then the Mo family should be annihilated. Qingshan town. Near the Demon Beast Mountains, a dozen mercenaries gathered by a sheer cliff, taking turns to monitor the movements below. On the badge on each of their chests was carved a one-eyed wolf's head. One of the three major mercenary groups in Qingshan town, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group. Among the mercenaries, a young man of average appearance pointed to a gap in the valley below and said, Father, my men have been chasing them all the way here and confirmed that the little healer is hiding in the cave. It's been nearly a day now. Xiao Yixian? The Mo family wants Xiao Yixian? A hoarse voice filled with doubt rang out beside the man. The young man immediately replied, yes, Father, you know how I feel about little healer. Maybe we should just call off this mission? Forget it. If we back out now, the Mo family will come here and hold our Wolf-Head Mercenary Group responsible. Since they want Little Medicine Fairy, you can just say she's your most beloved woman and demand more money. But what? Is money more important than a woman? Xiao Yixian is important. You good for nothing. How could I have such a son? Once you have money, you can find 10 little medicine fairies or even 100. Mu commander, Mu young master. Just as the father and son were arguing, a mercenary suddenly rushed over. Muli, who had just been scolded by his father, had no place to vent his anger. He glared and asked, what is going on? The stone door seems to have opened. What? Muli and his father were startled, quickly bending down to observe the commotion below. They saw several mercenaries scrambling to escape from the cave entrance, some unable to escape in time and being violently thrown out by a powerful force. Muli's eyelid twitched. The mercenaries who had followed him this time were all at least 5-star fighters. But Little Medicine Fairy is only a novice fighter, how is this possible? Muli's father, Mushi, the leader of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group, narrowed his eyes and suddenly realized something. How could I be so foolish? With such a cave formation, there must be treasures left behind by our predecessors inside. It must have been taken by Little Healer. Mushi slapped his thigh, grabbed a rope, tied it around his waist, and jumped straight toward the cave entrance below. At that moment, the mountain gorge was already shrouded in a faint yellow dust mist, completely sealing off the cave entrance. A putrid stench wafted out, and a mercenary with the strength of a 4-star fighter who merely caught a whiff of it could no longer support his body and fell off the cliff. Mushi's feet alternated lightly between the rugged rocks, quickly approaching the cave entrance. A green glow flickered in his hand, his sleeves fluttering, and a gust of wind swept through, instantly dispersing the toxic mist sealing the cave entrance. He leaped into the cave passageway but remained cautious, not advancing further. Instead, he shouted loudly toward the interior, Miss Xiao Yixian, I am Mushi, the leader of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group from Qingshan town. The men who were pursuing you have all been driven away. We have been commissioned by the Wan Yao Zhai to escort you back. Please come out. After speaking, Mushi waited for a long time without hearing any response. He shouted again, "Little medicine fairy, I am." Before Mushi could finish his second call, a faintly sweet-smelling gas suddenly drifted out from the depths of the cave passage. The scent was incredibly soothing, as if it had a calming and sleep-inducing effect. Mushi had just closed his eyes to enjoy it when he suddenly snapped awake, retreating rapidly to the very edge of the cave entrance. He raised his hands to create a gust of wind, dispersing the colorless gas that was sweeping toward him. "Little healer, I mean you no harm." Mushi felt a dizzy spell overtake him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead and into his collar. He could clearly feel that if it weren't for his second-rank martial artist's strength, he would have been killed instantly just now. A physician once renowned for his medical skills in a small town, how could he now be so skilled in poison? "Save your strength, Mu Dachuang. Your nonsense won't work on me." Just then, a slender figure suddenly emerged from the cave, and a clear voice rang out again, "The Wolf Head Mercenary Group takes money for business, I can understand that. But I wonder how much those people are paying you." "Oh?" Mushi leaned forward slightly, confirming there was no poisonous gas this time, before saying, "What? Are you planning to bid against them?" The figure inside slowly stepped forward a few paces, revealing a clear and radiant face. It was the famous little healer from Qingshan Town. "Here's a deposit of 10,000. The little healer spoke, tossing a white pouch from a distance into the cave entrance. Mushi carefully used a vine to pick up the bag and inspect it, then frowned and said, "They're offering 10,000 gold coins. In our line of work, credibility is everything. Since they've placed their trust in us, I'll offer 30,000 gold coins." But then again. Chapter 32, The Curse of the Poisonous Body, begins. Money talks. If you can really offer 30,000 gold coins, the Wolfhead Mercenary Group will ensure your safe departure from this place today. But Mushi's lips twitched, and a sly gleam flashed in his eyes. "The 30,000 gold coins you mentioned, did you find them in the cave?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he noticed Xiao Yixian's pupils contract slightly. This subtle flaw was immediately caught by Mushi. "Young man, you think you can play games with me? As long as I have you, everything in the cave is still mine." Exposed by Mushi's words, the young healer no longer bothered to hide his intentions. His hands quickly formed seals, and the aura of a 9-star warrior emerged. "It seems you did find some good stuff in there." Mushi's eyes were filled with greed, and a green aura began to gather around his body. "But it'll all be mine soon." Suddenly, the green light surrounding Mushi abruptly froze. The arrogant expression in his eyes gave way to confusion, which quickly turned into shock and fear. When did you poison me?" Xiao Yixian's aura retracted once more, and a cold smile flashed across her delicate face. "Every second you stepped into the cave." Thud. Mushi's body collapsed his eyes wide open in terror, never closing again. Xiao Yixian slowly walked to the cave entrance, rummaged through the money-filled cloth bag, and pulled out an ancient-looking 7-colored scroll. She then discarded the money bag and Mushi's body into the bottomless abyss as if they were worthless trash. On the cliff, Muli and the mercenaries rushed to the edge to look down. Seeing another figure being thrown out, Muli furrowed his brows. "Xiao Yixian's strength has improved so much? How many of us are still in the cave?" A mercenary beside him hesitated for a moment. "Young commander, it seems like there's no one left in the cave." "All of them were thrown down? Then only father is left inside." "Wait, the one who just flew out didn't seem to be wearing mercenary armor." Muli let out a startled cry, scrambled to his feet, and was about to lead the men down when he saw a white figure twisting and turning, swiftly approaching from below. In the blink of an eye, it leaped onto the cliff top and kicked the mercenary trying to cut the rope several zhang away. Little medicine fairy?" Looking at the familiar, graceful white-clad figure before him, Muli could hardly believe his eyes. After being trapped in the cave for a day and night, the little healer seemed completely unharmed, not only full of energy but also with a completely different aura compared to before. The 5 remaining mercenaries on the cliff exchanged glances, then slowly raised their weapons and began to surround the little healer. "Wolfhead Mercenary Group, I know you'll take any job for money, but I never thought you'd stoop so low as to kidnap women." As she watched the few who still refused to give up, the young healer's gaze grew icy. She flicked her right index finger, sending a gust of wind carrying a large amount of pale yellow powder into the air. The poisonous powder drifted through the air, and before the mercenaries could react, they collapsed to the ground. Even Muli, a 7-star fighter, couldn't hold on for even a second. What a poisonous technique! Is this the one who escaped from the 4th? That innocent looked no mistake. Those big shots love this type, don't they? Who? Xiao Yixian stared intently at the nearby forest, where sinister laughter echoed from behind the trees. At the same time, 2 surges of martial energy pressure, both at the great martial artist level, slowly descended. A single 9-star fighter could wipe out an entire mercenary group. The terror of the poison master is indeed well deserved. 2 middle-aged men dressed similarly emerged from behind the trees. One of them flickered flames in his hand, forming an energy barrier in front of him that blocked all the poisonous powder in the air. "Are you the ones from the Mo family?" Xiao Yixian's eyes flashed with a cruel light. Everything she had endured in the past few days was all thanks to this Mo family. As the saying goes, enemies meet with extra hatred, and at this moment, her hands trembled slightly. If you know who we are, come with us quietly. Who told you to meddle in other people's business? You're so tempting, who wouldn't want to touch you? Another middle-aged man with a lecherous appearance strolled forward. The aura of a 3-star great martial artist surged from his body, and green martial energy armor tightly wrapped his entire body, leaving no opportunity for the young healer to poison him. Seeing the young healer's palms darting rapidly, the middle-aged man burst into laughter. Your poison is indeed powerful, but if that's all you've got as a fighter, it's useless against us. Whether it's useful or not, you'll find out soon enough. The depths of the young healer's eyes suddenly began to be tinted with purple-gray, and surging gray gas erupted from his body. His aura began to rise mysteriously, quickly breaking through the limitations of a fighter and reaching the level of a martial artist. In the air, the poisonous powder that had been scattered earlier seemed to be summoned, gathering together and being completely absorbed into the young medical expert's body. What kind of secret technique is this? It can enhance one's power so drastically in such a short time. As Xiao Yixian's power continued to rise unimpeded, the two Mo family great martial artists felt a sudden chill in their hearts, a sense of foreboding creeping over them. Mo Feng, attack! We can't let him succeed. The senior martial artist in front let out a fierce shout, swinging his palms repeatedly to form a thick green energy palm print, which crashed toward the young healer shrouded in gray-black aura. Sizzle, sizzle. As the green palm strike made contact with the gray aura surrounding the young medical genius, it emitted a cacophonous grinding sound, and a faint, foul odor began to spread. At the same time, the little healer's aura surged once more, showing signs of breaking through to the great martial artist realm. Evil poison body, activate! With a low shout from the young healer, the gray gas surrounding her erupted violently, instantly devouring the green palm print. The massive energy shockwave sent the two members of the Mo family staggering backward in fear. After the poisonous mist dissipated, Xiao Yixian's eyes, which had been devoid of any emotion, were now completely covered in a purple-gray hue. The tips of her long hair had mysteriously turned white. Seeing the terrifying appearance of the woman before them, the two members of the Mo family swallowed nervously and began to retreat unconsciously. Although the current Xiao Yixian's aura was still far inferior to even one of them, the terrifying toxic gas surrounding her was enough to make anyone hesitate to approach. Moreover, women who possessed such secret techniques were rarely of ordinary background. If they provoked the wrong person, even the Mo family wouldn't be able to protect them. Now we wish we had left. Thick gray toxic mist swirled between the little healer's palms like an extension of her arms, causing all vegetation beneath her footsteps to wither away. However, just as the two members of the Mo school couldn't help but turn to flee, a powerful aura of a combat spirit erupted suddenly from the distance. Chapter 33, The Eerie Poisonous Flames. Elder. It's the Elder. Feeling that familiar aura of a combat spirit, Mo Feng and the others shouted with the wild joy of having narrowly escaped death, their fleeing footsteps coming to an abrupt halt. Spirit of battle. The purple-gray eyes fixed on the direction of the aura, and Xiao Yixian's rationality gradually returned. After activating the calamity poison body, her poisonous mist was powerful enough to harm even a great martial artist, but against a martial spirit, it was a different story. Mo family, I will return. Two streams of gray poison mist shot out from her palms. Taking advantage of Mo Feng and the others being distracted by the attack, Xiao Yixian quickly retreated to the edge of the cliff, then leaped into the valley below. She's escaping. By the time Mo Feng and the others dispersed the poisonous gas and rushed to the cliff's edge, they could only see a figure shrouded in black mist drifting toward the opposite cliff. On that slender silhouette, two purple-black wings, each half a meter long, flapped slowly. Chi transformation wings? A martial king-level expert. Just as the two stood speechless, the gray-black figure in mid-air suddenly halted its momentum, then plummeted like A into the bottomless gorge. Mo Yan, Mo Feng, what's going on? At that moment, two figures sprinted toward them from the distance, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. Mo Feng and the others hurriedly bowed in greeting, addressing the elderly man in the elegant robes with respect. Senior Elder, who is this? The elder pointed to the middle-aged man beside him and chuckled. This is Yishan, the commander of the Snake's Nest mercenary group from Qingshan town. He is also the son-in-law of He Qian, the elder of the He family. Despite his young age, he has already reached the 9-star great martial artist realm. He knows Qingshan town like the back of his hand. If anything happens, you can rely on him. Oh, so your commandery, truly a young man of great promise. Ha, Elder Mo Chang is too kind. Mo Feng and the others exchanged a few polite words with Yishan, then hesitantly recounted everything that had just happened. Fell down? Upon hearing their words, Yishan was also taken aback and couldn't help but ask Mo Chang, Senior Elder, didn't we already send that girl over earlier? There's no need to look for her again, right? Mo Chang merely smiled dismissively. It was just an appetizer. Didn't you say that she was a martial saint? The stronger the opponent, the more they enjoy the challenge. Let's send a few more, it won't hurt. Yishan didn't respond to Mo Chang's words, but frowned as he looked down at the cliff below. I once heard the elders here say that beneath this valley lies a toxic swamp that has accumulated poisonous gases for 1,000 years. The area above is filled with poisonous barriers. Even if someone were to fall in, they'd die instantly from the poison. Moreover, it's said that high-level magical beasts often roam the swamp. Once you fall in, there's no point in searching for them anymore. Haha, that's just old wives' tales spread by ordinary people. With your skills, finding someone shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Mo Chang's eyes darted around, clearly unwilling to give up so easily. Yishun, seeing his persistence, sighed and said, "Alright, I'll arrange for someone." Before he could finish, the four of them suddenly froze, staring down into the valley with shock. Amidst the swirling mist, a dark cloud was rapidly rising, followed by a terrifying aura as powerful as that of a human martial artist at the peak of the martial king realm. It's her. It's the woman from earlier. She's back. Staring at the vague shadow above the black mist, Mo Yan suddenly let out a piercing scream and backed away in fear. "Shut up!" Mo Chang barked coldly, his expression grim as he stared at the turbulent black mist below. In the blink of an eye, the dark mass had already closed in on the group. Above the black mist, a slender figure slowly rose to her feet, none other than the little medicine fairy who had just descended into the valley. At that moment, the little healer was covered in mud and dirt, her originally pale white dress scorched with several tears, revealing skin as smooth and white as jade beneath. Her aura had plummeted back to that of a 9-star warrior. At her feet, as the mist dissipated, 3 hideous monster heads emerged. The creature had wings growing from its back, a body coiled like a giant serpent, and dark brown skin covered in lumps, from which purple flames continuously seeped out. Most bizarrely, a poisonous scorpion-like tail with sharp spines grew from its back. "Kill them!" Xiao Yan leaped to the ground, pointing emotionlessly at Mo Chang and the others. The monsters beneath her immediately let out a deafening roar, and corrosive green liquid erupted simultaneously from their 3 massive mouths. Mo Chang and Yishun hurriedly dodged the attack, narrowly avoiding it. Only Mo Feng failed to evade in time, and his right foot was splashed by droplets of the greenish-blue liquid. The air was instantly filled with the smell of burning meat. Ah! Amidst the piercing screams, the toxic liquid, upon contact with blood, seemed to grow endlessly, quickly engulfing half of Mo Feng's body. It was clear he was beyond saving. Ignoring Mo Feng's agonized writhing on the ground, Mo Chang fixed his gaze on the young healer beside him, murmuring, "The 5-poison beast, why does it obey her commands?" Seeing Mo Feng's horrific state, Yishun couldn't help but panic. This demon beast's strength is between 4th and 5th rank. The 5 of us might not be a match for it. It's just a mere beast. Mo Chang's expression betrayed a hint of excitement as a passage from the family records flashed through his mind. The 5-poison beast, the king of poisons, every part of its body is a treasure, but it moves slowly and its weakness lies in its tail. A crimson flame erupted from his hands. Instead of retreating, Mo Chang charged forward, roaring as several energy fireballs burst from his palms, crashing toward the 5-poison beast. Feeling the terrifying energy within the fireballs, the 5-poison beast flapped its wings and slowly rose into the air. Its 2 heads on either side simultaneously lifted upward, while the ugly, snake-tongued head in the center suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a jet of deep purple flame. Purple poison flame. It's indeed the purple poison flame. Seeing his attack easily shattered by the purple flames, Mo Chang's face instead brimmed with excitement. The overwhelming aura of a 5-star battle spirit erupted, and he shouted to the figure behind him, "Yi Tua, help me take it down. I'll reward you handsomely." Yishun's brows furrowed in intense struggle for a moment before he exhaled lightly. The formidable aura, already approaching that of a Dou Ling, erupted from his body, and he unleashed 3 consecutive punches. Several earth-yellow Dou Qi attacks drew the 5-poison beast toward him. "Hold it off. I only need a minute." Mo Chang's footsteps shifted rapidly. The veins on his left arm bulged, and terrifying qi tore his upper garments to shreds. The skin on his palm quickly peeled away, replaced by a limb resembling that of a demonic beast, nearly gray-black in color. Mo Chang leaped into the air, his left hand now a massive palm beyond human limits slammed toward the 5-poison beast's tail. The 5-poison beasts let out a piercing screech. Though barely restrained by Yishun, it seemed to sense the attack. The terrifying spines resembling a scorpion's tail sliced through the air in an arc, charging straight toward Mo Chang without flinching. "Mountain-shattering arm!" Mo Chang roared, showing no intention of retreating. The light on his left arm blazed brightly, colliding head-on with the scorpion tail. Clang! The expected loud collision did not occur. The seemingly razor-sharp scorpion tail shattered into pieces like fragile glass upon impact, accompanied by a crisp sound. With its tail destroyed, the once mighty 5-poison beast let out an agonizing howl and crashed heavily to the ground. Several small holes appeared in the hard exoskeleton on its back, and dense purple flames spurted out from within. "It's done!" Ha ha ha! The purple poison flame, born alongside the underworld poison fire, possesses some of the characteristics of the. "Now, it's mine." Mo Chang's eyes gleamed with greed as he stared at the corpse of the 5-poison beast, seemingly having forgotten his original purpose for coming here. "Is that so?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out beside him, snapping Mo Chang out of his ecstasy. You are the Grand Elder of the Mo clan. Hearing those indifferent, emotionless words, Mo Chang felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He couldn't help but shiver, turning his head in disbelief. At the edge of the cliff, the young healer who had once worn a white dress was now shrouded in thick purple-black toxic mist. Upon closer inspection, a living creature flickering with a faint green glow could be seen moving within the mist. A terrifying aura capable of incinerating everything in its path suddenly descended. The yin-yang poison flame? From 100 miles away, a voice filled with shock and doubt echoed through the air, and a spatial fissure dozens of zhangwide suddenly appeared. P.S. I've received a lot of negative reviews recently, and to be honest, it's had a significant impact on my mood. That's why I took a day off yesterday and didn't update. However, when I was about to give up, I received many monthly votes and requests for updates in the back end. This made me realize that there are still people who read and enjoy this book. Since that's the case, I'll continue updating. Chapter 34, They Are Just My Sisters. As the terrifying flame-like aura appeared, all of Xiao Yixian's clothing was instantly burned to ashes, leaving her slender body completely enveloped in thick purple-black toxic mist. The toxic aura, which seemed deadly to everyone else, poured into Xiao Yixian's body through her mouth and nose, transforming into pure energy that continuously nourished her body. The yin-yang poison flame contained toxins accumulated over thousands of years. While it might be fatal to others, it was a powerful tonic for the calamity poison body. This scent, could it be the? Feeling the intense heat emanating from Xiao Yixian's body, Mo Chang's expression grew solemn for the first time. The fire attribute battle chi he had cultivated seemed to be suppressed at that moment, its circulation slowing by a fraction. On the ground, the purple poisonous flames that had been flickering and rising earlier now grew weak and listless. The faint flame slowly curved toward the young healer, as if paying homage to a sovereign. When he appears, all fires submit. Among the 23 listed on the, each possessed unique characteristics, with the rank 20th being the most peculiar. Ordinary are treasures coveted by alchemists and practitioners of fire attribute cultivation techniques, but the yin-yang poison flame is the only exception. Everyone avoids it at all costs. According to the divine flame rankings, this flame is highly toxic. In its ordinary state, it appears as a pale purple flame. At night, it floats with green flashes of light. It originates from the depths of a toxic mist swamp, gathering countless toxic gases. Those who come into contact with it have their martial energy shattered, leaving no trace of their remains. Due to the Yoming Du Hui's extreme toxicity, most alchemists dare only to track down its companion flame, the purple poison flame, and never dare to target the main flame itself. This was also the primary reason why Mo Chang was speechless upon confirming that the flame before him was the yin-yang poison flame. She seems to be absorbing the flames from the toxic mist. Yi Shun, though not well versed in the properties of, could clearly sense that the young healer's aura was rising at a terrifying speed. Mo Chang merely snorted coldly, absorbing and without any protection? Even if she were a divine being, she couldn't do it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Yixian's face suddenly contorted in extreme agony. Her once pure and radiant smile was now twisted and grotesque under the swirling toxic fumes. As Mo Chang had said, while the calamity poison body could help her absorb the toxic gas, it was completely ineffective against the primordial. Since you're in so much pain, let me help you. Mo Chang let out a sinister laugh, slowly moving his palms. Crimson flames gathered before him, forming dozens of rapidly spinning conical shapes. Without hesitation, he thrust them forward, sending countless flame-tipped spears laden with immense energy toward the only exposed part of Xiao Yixian's face. A full power attack from a Dou Ling level expert was overwhelming. Even Yi Shun would find it difficult to withstand such a move. At the last possible moment, a strange spatial fluctuation appeared half a meter in front of the young healer. As the flame spikes approached, they vanished into thin air like a stone sinking into the sea. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and a slender teenage figure had already appeared before them. Who are you? Before Mo Changli could utter a sound, he exploded into a blood mist, leaving not even a trace of his soul behind. Watching the purple flame swirling around Xiao Yixian, Xiao Yan shook his head slightly and extended his right hand, beckoning forward. However, under Xiao Yan's fire control technique, which was on the verge of reaching the 9th rank of alchemist, the yin-yang poison fire merely trembled slightly before bursting into a brilliant light, transforming into countless purple butterflies that swirled around the young healer. At the same time, a powerful suction force erupted from within the latter, reluctantly pulling the yin-yang poison fire tightly back to his side. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile gently and said, "It suits you well, but not yet." As soon as the words left his mouth, an even more terrifying suction force erupted from the fiery red ring on Xiao Yan's right hand. As the yin-yang poison flame was gradually absorbed by the ring, a dense black mist engulfed Xiao Yixian's body. What's happening? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, and the 5 colored flames instantly appeared in his eyes, effortlessly piercing through the black mist to look inside. Oh. Upon seeing the scene within, Xiao Yan's face flushed red. He shot out a streak of light, draping a spare black robe over Xiao Yixian. Where are you two heading? After finishing everything, Xiao Yan turned around, his gaze darting like lightning toward the 2 people behind him who were preparing to flee. Though Xiao Yan didn't release any pressure, his sharp gaze alone was enough to pin Yishan and the others to the spot. Mo Yan's mind raced, and he suddenly pointed at Yishan and shouted, "You can't kill us. I am no." He is the leader of the Snake Nest mercenary group and the son-in-law of the He family. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. The Snake Nest mercenary group? The son-in-law of the He family? Seeing that Xiao Yan's expression seemed to soften slightly, Yishan hurriedly added, "That's right. My father-in-law is He Qian, the head of the He family in the northeast. We are here on his orders." Boom! Before Yishan could finish, a black figure suddenly crashed down, sending Yishan flying several zhang away and cutting off his words. As the dust settled, an elderly man in elegant robes shouted, "He slandered me. Xiao Clan Chief, I don't even know him. I have no connection to this man." Yishan stared blankly at the old man, who was bowing his head and almost kneeling on the ground, and exclaimed, "Father-in-law." Before Yishan could say another word, He Qian flew forward and kicked off his jaw, shouting angrily, "Xiao Clan Chief, this man's words cannot be trusted. I've been in the imperial capital these past few days and don't even know him. I certainly didn't instruct him to do such a thing. He is slandering me." Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, "I am not a bloodthirsty person. I haven't laid a finger on him. How you handle this is your business." With that, Xiao Yan swept his sleeves and, accompanied by Xiao Yixian, broke through the void and departed. As the spatial fissure closed, a thumb-sized flame shot out, instantly reducing Mo Yan, who had been standing nearby with a look of relief, to ashes. Several days later, in a luxurious mansion with gilded eaves in Yunlan City, 5 slender figures sat in separate corners. Sunlight filtered through the window lattice, casting mottled shadows on the blue-tiled floor, yet it paled in comparison to the brilliance of the women inside. Queen Medusa leaned back in her seat, lazily propping her chin up. Her purple robe outlined her mature, perfect curves, and her eyes flickered with 7 colors, revealing her innate majesty and dominance. Yafei wore a fiery red off-the-shoulder gown, her fingertips painted with vermilion, playing with a golden hairpin by her temple. Every flick of her eyes exuded a captivating allure. The snow-white-clad little medicine fairy sat quietly by the side, with a lifelike purple butterfly resting on her forehead, forming a striking contrast to her ethereal and otherworldly demeanor. Beside the young healer, Qinglin timidly clutched the hem of her skirt, her emerald eyes as clear as water, reflecting the anxiety that stirred pity in others. In the center, Suner wore a water-blue gown, her demeanor as delicate as an orchid in a secluded valley. She sat quietly, holding an ancient book and flipping through its pages. Xiao Yan stands in the hall, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his Adam's apple involuntarily moving. He had just gathered everyone together and introduced them one by one, but in the end, no one had acknowledged him. In the awkward silence, Xiao Yan cleared his throat and leaned close to Suner's ear. "Sun-er, don't misunderstand. They're really just my sisters." Chapter 35, The Arrival of the 10,000 Clans. Over the next few days, Xiao Yan devoted himself entirely to the construction of the Xiao clan. In addition to using Yunlan City as an entrance to open an independent space in the void, Xiao Yan also began refining a new body for the Heavenly Fire Sage. Unfortunately, due to material limitations, the Heavenly Fire Sage was unable to break through to the half-saint realm like the old alchemist had done in the past. Nevertheless, after so many years, being able to see the light of day again was more than enough for the Heavenly Fire Elder. After being granted the title of honorary elder in the Xiao clan, he set off to travel the world. Meanwhile, Xiao Yixian, with Xiao Yan's assistance, had fully absorbed the yin-yang poison flame. In her previous life, Xiao Yixian had followed the guidance of the old alchemist to learn the art of control at the grave of a senior predecessor. However, with the old alchemist no longer present, Xiao Yan took a different approach, using the sealing technique taught by the Heavenly Fire Sage to channel all the toxic energy into thee, not only temporarily resolving the issue of thee but also greatly enhancing Xiao Yixian's strength. As for Qing Lin's young by Shisan Huatong, Xiao Yan had no idea how to handle it, so he sent it to the Tianxi mansion, where Qing Lin would be well taken care of. On the other side, with the help of the sect-breaking pill provided by Xiao Yan, Jia Xingtian broke through the long-standing barrier in just a few days, finally entering the Dou Zong realm. Under the coordination of the Xiao clan, Queen Medusa led the Snake People tribe to relocate near the Magic Beast Mountains of the Gamma Empire. After uniting with the Snake People, the Gamma Empire, under the leadership of the two Dou Zong, swiftly expanded into the surrounding regions, annexing most of the territories of the Luoyan, Mulan, and Chuyun kingdoms. The sudden emergence of the massive Xiao clan immediately aroused the vigilance of the other nations in the northwest continent. However, when the allied nation's massive army arrived at the border and witnessed 10 golden puppets with aura levels reaching the Dou Zun realm appearing on the city walls, they realized just how utterly mistaken they had been. In the northwest continent, where Dou Wang ruled, Dou Huang founded sects, and Dou Zong could become reclusive great beings, Dou Shang were almost godlike existences. The legendary clan leader of the Xiao clan never made an appearance throughout the entire ordeal, yet he directly enabled the Xiao clan to achieve expansion in an extremely short period of time. At the same time, news spread that the clan leader was refining a 9th-grade treasure pill. In an instant, countless sects rushed to submit themselves, declaring their willingness to join the Xiao clan. Even the Thunder Sect, which had previously ranked among the top 5 sects in the Northwest continent, immediately sought to curry favor with the Xiao clan. Of course, all of this was part of Xiao Yan's plan. Although he had already reached the rank of a 1-star martial saint, the strength of the Xiao clan's members remained weak. Even with the support of a large quantity of pills and advanced martial arts techniques, they could not compare to the other major clans in the short term. Therefore, Xiao Yan's first step was to establish the clan's reputation. As long as people knew that the Xiao clan had a martial saint, no one would dare to provoke them. Additionally, the newly established Xiao realm and the dozen or so martial sovereign puppets ensured the safety of the clan members to the greatest extent possible. Of course, when it came to external propaganda, Xiao Yan's image underwent numerous transformations, and almost no one believed that a 15-year-old boy could achieve the rank of martial saint. As a result, the image of the Xiao clan's clan leader evolved into that of a reclusive old monster who had been practicing for 1,000 years and enjoyed disguising himself as a child. Even the clan leader's name became a subject of speculation, and by the end, even the ordinary members of the Xiao clan had become legendary figures. When it came to the flattery and allegiance of various factions, Xiao Yan was quite gracious, handing all of it over to Queen Medusa to handle, while he focused on stabilizing the spatial realm of Xiao Jie and frequently arranging dates with Suner. Unfortunately, this peaceful period did not last long. Just as Xiao Yan was enjoying his leisurely life, the ancient clan's flying unicorn squadron arrived at the gates of Yunlan City. What? The Black Oblivion Army? Within the Xiao realm, Xiao Yan, who had just finished his cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. His calm eyes flickered with a few flashes of sharp light. Which commander has arrived? Xiao Li, who had been sent to deliver the message, reported. The man claims to be Deputy Commander Dou Zong of the Black Oblivion Army. According to Elder Hai's detection, his strength has likely reached the peak of the Martial King realm. Dou Zong. A hint of disappointment flashed across Xiao Yan's face. I see. Have them wait at the city gates. The city gates are so poorly constructed, and they even use puppets to guard them. As expected, the fallen Xiao clan is nothing special. Outside Wutan City, a group of young men clad in purple-black robes stood atop 4 winged unicorns, curiously examining the city that served as the entrance to the Xiao realm. Among them, a handsome young man couldn't stop complaining. Linquan, don't speak nonsense. The man with long hair at the front snapped, his gaze sweeping sharply at the man behind him. Yes, Linquan muttered, lowering his head in reluctance. At present, he was merely an 8-star martial spirit, barely qualifying as an ordinary soldier in the Black Oblivion Army. Just then, the 2 golden golems by the city gates suddenly opened their eyes, and their previously rigid figures took a step forward. Startled. In an instant, 2 overwhelming auras of second-rank martial sovereigns crashed down. The terrifying pressure came too quickly for the Black Oblivion soldiers to react, and they were all knocked off their unicorns. Even the leader, Dou Zong, was no exception, crawling on the ground and unable to lift his head. A puppet of the martial sovereign realm? Ling Quan, who had been mocking moments ago, let out a startled cry. They never imagined that those lifeless, clumsy lumps could possibly reach the Dou Zong level? Having 2 Dou Zong level guards was already rare even outside the ancient city of the ancient clan. Within 1,000 meters of the Xiao realm, flying is prohibited. Do you not know the rules? At the city gate, Xiao Yan's figure slowly materialized. He raised his right hand, and the 2 puppets returned to their original positions. Commander Dou Zong, what brings you to the Xiao clan? Looking at the long-haired man before him, Xiao Yan asked directly. Back then, Dou Zong, as the strongest of the 8 commanders of the Black Oblivion Army, had also tried to stop him and sooner, but his attitude had been much better than the others, so Xiao Yan hadn't been too harsh on him. Feeling the pressure around him dissipate, Dou Zong quickly leaped up, the panic in his eyes fleeting, and spoke with composure. We have been sent by the clan leader to pay our respects to the clan leader of the Xiao clan and to bring Suner back to the clan. Suner is doing well here. If she misses home, she will return on her own. There is no need to send anyone to fetch her, Xiao Yan replied indifferently. Dou Zong hesitated and said, we humbly request that you inform the clan leader that we wish to see him. Xiao Yan shook his head. I've already said, Suner won't be returning. From the crowd, sensing no fluctuations of martial energy within Xiao Yan, Ling Quan shouted, Humph. Who are you to dare give us orders here? Don't think that just because the Xiao clan produced a martial saint, everyone else has suddenly become powerful. This time, before Dou Zong could stop him, Xiao Yan's face broke into a smile first. So you're the one here. Chapter 36, Suner's Gift. Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Though his hand showed no movement, an invisible palm print suddenly appeared in the air, darting toward Ling Quan's chest like a bolt of lightning. In the nick of time, a semi-transparent golden shield materialized before Ling Quan, shielding him before he could react. Finally decided to make your move, huh? Xiao Yan snorted coldly. The soul palm print in the air suddenly expanded, releasing an overwhelming aura that vanished in an instant. The golden light barrier only managed to hold it back for a moment before shattering like thin ice. Boom! Ling Quan's body was blasted away like a cannonball, flying dozens of zheng through the air. After skimming the ground and leaving a long trail of blood, he collapsed lifelessly on the ground. A mere black obliteration army soldier? Even if the 4 great commanders were here, they wouldn't dare speak to me like that. After sending Ling Quan flying with a single strike, Xiao Yan's gaze pierced the clouds above like a sharp blade. I have spoken. Within 1,000 meters of the gates of Wutan Holy City, no one is allowed to fly. Boom! As Xiao Yan's words fell, a powerful surge of martial energy erupted, filling the sky with thunderous roars and causing the heavens and earth to change color. Amidst the turbulent clouds, a hunched, elderly figure plummeted out. The old man, clad in white robes, slowly descended and approached Ling Quan, gently infusing a pure stream of energy into his body. However, although Xiao Yan's strike did not take Ling Quan's life, it silently shattered all the meridians in his body. Even if he were to recover physically in the future, his cultivation progress would be greatly hindered. It seems you are the Dou Xing of the Xiao clan. The white-robed old man finished treating Ling Quan's injuries and slowly walked toward Xiao Yan. You were a bit too harsh, weren't you? Ha, every family has its rules, and every clan has its regulations. I punished him for speaking arrogantly and disrespecting his elders. Does the Tongxian elder have any objections? The old man suddenly stopped in his tracks, seemingly surprised that the other had called him by name. He scrutinized Xiao Yan from head to toe before sighing deeply. He's truly a 1-star martial saint. It seems the Xiao clan is destined for greatness. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the Xiao clan chief, right? Xiao Yan? Clan leader? Within the Black Oblivion army, the ancient god's expression changed drastically. Xiao Yan's reputation as a had already spread throughout the ancient clan. Later, Ling Ying reported that Xiao Yan had broken through to the martial saint realm, but almost no one in the ancient clan believed it. Some even speculated that it was the remnant soul of Xiao Xin possessing him, rather than believing that a 15-year-old could achieve the martial saint realm. And now, this legendary youth stood before him in the flesh. 15 years old, a Dou Shang, and the clan leader. Perhaps no one understood the true horror of this situation better than the ancient 8 clans. Gu Zhen now felt that the ancient emperor's bloodline within him was as useless as trash. Compared to Xiao Yan, the so-called demonic geniuses of the clan were nothing worth mentioning. Even Gu Qingyang, the most promising young talent of the younger generation, would likely only exist in the shadow of Xiao Yan. And the seemingly calm Tongxian elder beside him felt no different. He had cultivated day and night for countless years and had only reached the initial half-saint realm, yet a once declining Xiao family had produced a 1-star martial saint? A martial saint was an extremely rare existence even within the ancient clan of the Gu family, and they were mostly old men who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, spending their days either in seclusion or on their way to seclusion. If the news of Xiao Yan breaking through to the saint realm at the age of 15 were to reach the clan, those elders would be utterly devastated. Facing the fervent stares of the crowd, Xiao Yan merely smiled indifferently and turned toward the city gates. If there's nothing else, please return. Unless Sooner comes willingly, you won't be able to take her today. Upon seeing this, Elder Tongshuan's aged face flickered with a bitter smile. A crimson token suddenly appeared in his palm, bearing the character ancient written in flowing calligraphy. We have come here on orders. If we cannot bring Sooner back, we will have no way to explain ourselves to the clan. Xiao Yan's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. His piercing gaze swept back, and his icy voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Try it? At the same time, a warm current suddenly swept through his entire body. After absorbing the sea heartflame and the 2-star fallen heartflame, Xiao Yan's stagnant strength finally broke through once more, reaching the mid-stage of a 1-star martial saint. A colossal surge of martial energy pressure, like several towering mountains, crashed down on Tongshan Elder's shoulders, pressing his already hunched figure even lower. Just as the tension reached its peak, a clear, bell-like voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Yan, spare him. Upon seeing the graceful figure emerge, Xiao Yan's gaze softened instantly. He whispered, Sooner, why did you come? Xiao Sooner, dressed in a flowing yellow robe, stirred a gentle breeze. She cast a complex glance at the ancient clan members before slowly taking Xiao Yan's hand. Her voice was soft yet firm. These past few days have been very happy for me. However, with the ancient Jade Order, it is the highest directive from the clan elders, and I must return. No, Sooner. Xiao Yan grabbed Sooner and held her tightly in his arms, causing the members of the ancient clan to flinch. As long as you don't want to, no one can take you away from me. She stroked the young man's hair and smiled as she pushed Xiao Yan away. Xiao Yan is very strong, I know. But I must go now. The strong have their own missions. Reviving the Xiao clan needs you, and that missing old master needs you. Xiao Yan achieved the rank of martial saint at 15. His future is boundless. Xiao Yan is now a martial saint. I have nothing to give you as a parting gift. As she spoke, a faint blush spread across Sooner's face. She lightly touched her toes to the ground and left a gentle kiss on Xiao Yan's left cheek. Facing Sooner's actions, even the Tongshan elder could only helplessly turn away. Xiao Yan was both a martial saint and the clan leader. He couldn't fight him and dared not speak, so he chose to turn a blind eye. Sooner, wait for you. The day you become the supreme ruler of the world. Sooner's gem-like eyes sparkled with a faint glow. Her slender figure finally leaped into the air, departing on the 4-winged unicorn as Xiao Yan watched with a lingering gaze. As the distant figure faded from view, a green light suddenly shot toward them. It was Mu Chen, the head of the Mu clan, who had activated his martial energy wings. Clan leader, there is a woman in Shimo City. Xiao Yan, whose mind was in turmoil, didn't wait for Mu Chen to finish speaking. He immediately frowned and shouted angrily, "What woman? Anyone who dares to do such things again will be expelled from the Xiao clan." Mu Chen's Adam's apple bobbed as he cautiously replied, "The woman came from beyond the border. She seemed to have been chased along the way and was saved by Yao Lao and the others. She has been insisting on finding you." As he spoke, Mu Chen produced a delicate small jade bottle from his sleeve. The empty bottle emitted a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs. Chapter 37, The Seventh Strange Fire. Shimo City, once a border stronghold of the former Gama Empire, had shed its former grim aura after the migration of the snake people from the Tegel Desert, now brimming with vibrant energy. The streets were bustling with people and vehicles, the sounds of hawking and laughter echoing through the air, the scene of prosperity and bustle surpassing that of the past. At that moment, within the city lord's mansion of Shimo City, a slender, purple-haired beauty sat elegantly at a carved round table, enjoying her afternoon tea. In the nearby corridor, Queen Medusa and Jia Xingtian were whispering to each other with headaches. This is already the 12th meal. Is her true form a glutton? I can't tell either. She's just a young beast, she needs to eat more to grow. Just then, a young figure suddenly appeared at the door. It was Xiao Yan, who had crossed space to arrive. Jia Xingtian pointed at the purple-haired woman, Xiao clan leader. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping past the crowd to land on the purple-haired woman below, who was devouring her meal with relish. A cascade of purple hair flowed freely over her shoulders, and her voluptuous figure was accentuated by her tight-fitting dress, making her even more alluring. The pretentious expression on her face could only belong to Ziyan. Is she also your sister? Suddenly, the Queen of Medusa's voice echoed softly from behind. This. Caught off guard by Medusa's question, Xiao Yan scratched his head awkwardly before finally admitting, yes. I thought. Medusa Queen's lips curled into a self-mocking smile as she shook her head in disappointment. I should have known. You're the same with every woman. Seeing Medusa's expression, Xiao Yan felt a sharp pang in his heart and blurted out, of course not, you're different. Medusa's previously dull eyes lit up again, just as she was about to say something, when a cheer suddenly rang out from the distance. Xiao Yan, you're finally here. Ziyan's eyes sparkled brightly as she leaped up from the table and ran toward Xiao Yan. As she ran, a faint green glow began to float around Ziyan's body. Her once voluptuous figure began to shrink little by little, and under the astonished gazes of Medusa and the others, she transformed into the appearance of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. She wrapped her arms around Xiao Yan's leg and looked up at him with a pitiful expression. You lied to me. I already ate all the good stuff in the bottle. I've already advanced to the martial emperor realm. Why didn't you come find me sooner? Xiao Yan sighed helplessly, struggling to pry Ziyan off his leg like a piece of chewing gum. Sorry, Ziyan. I ran into some trouble here and was just about to come find you. Ziyan puffed out her little lips. I didn't eat a single meal all day looking for you, and a few days ago I almost got swept away by a monster. You have to compensate me with a bunch of goodies. Monsters? What monsters? Xiao Yan's heart stirred. He extended his soul perception to examine Ziyan's entire condition, and his brows furrowed slightly. This is the scent of? Medusa Queen interjected, it is indeed the scent of. We clashed with that individual earlier. His strength is formidable, roughly at the 8-star martial ancestor realm, and he is highly skilled in manipulating desert-based powers. If it's only an 8-star martial ancestor, then I'm quite interested in having a proper exchange with him. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a meaningful smile as his gaze lingered on Ziyan, but how do we lure that guy out? No way. I'm not going to be your bait. Ziyan crossed her arms and glared at Xiao Yan with a scowl. Before she could explode, a flash of light appeared, and a jade bottle emitting the scent of pills materialized in Xiao Yan's hand. Ziyan snatched it away, hurriedly pouring several pills into her mouth and chewing them vigorously. So fragrant. In the eastern part of Shimo City, amidst the endless desert where yellow sand swirled, a 100-foot deep abyss resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast loomed menacingly. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh. It was here that he had first sensed the aura of the. However, the underground lava and the two-headed fire spirit snake were nowhere to be found, and even the underground green lotus hidden at the bottom had been uprooted. There is indeed another trace-off here. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and faint 5-colored light flickered in his eyes. He was certain that this suddenly appearing aura was something he had never encountered before. Did you discern the origin of that powerful being during the battle? Xiao Yan rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then asked Jia Xingtian and the others. Such strange flames, aside from a few wild ones, were mostly controlled by major clans. In his previous life, the ancient 8 clans had taught him a harsh lesson. The he had spent years pursuing and obtaining through great hardship was still inferior to those directly inherited by the Yan clan and the ancient clans. However, after much thought, Xiao Yan couldn't recall any Dou Zong level cultivator with a who would be roaming the northwest continent at this time. Could it be those guys from the Soul Hall again? Jia Xingtian and Medusa Queen exchanged glances before speaking slowly. That guy doesn't seem human. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, listened to their descriptions, and fell into deep thought once more. After a long while, Xiao Yan called out to the sky, Ziyan, come back. Ah. A graceful figure plummeted from the distance like a bird with broken wings, crashing back into Medusa Queen's arms. Medusa gently patted Ziyan on the back, then shot Xiao Yan a reproachful glance. Look how tired you've made the child. Xiao Yan, however, was lost in his own thoughts, muttering, that guy, why did he have to go after Ziyan? As he spoke, the fiery red ring on Xiao Yan's right hand burst into a brilliant light. Instantly, countless butterflies shimmering with an eerie purple glow fluttered out. The butterfly wings were adorned with swirling emerald green runes. With each flap of their wings, tiny purple flames danced in the air, causing the temperature in the desert to rise at an alarming rate. The Yin-Yang poison fire, ranked 20th on the list of strange fires, had been replicated by Xiao Yan using a strange fire replication card he had obtained earlier, before helping the little medicine fairy absorb it. However, due to its extreme toxicity, even Xiao Yan dared not attempt to absorb it lightly. He had stored it in his storage device and now decided to use it as bait, perfect for the current situation. I hope I didn't misjudge this. Under Xiao Yan's control, the Yomi poison flame's aura was fully released, its scorching heat baking the surface sand into rolling white smoke. To everyone's eyes, the distant sand dunes began to warp and distort. The butterflies formed by the yin-yang poison fire were the deadly bait Xiao Yan had scattered, waiting for the hidden prey to take the bait. At the same time, the soul perception of a late heavenly realm cultivator spread out from Xiao Yan's body like a tidal wave, leaving no detail unnoticed. I've found you. This is my 7th. Chapter 38, Divine Flame? Hand it over. It's you. Xiao Yan murmured softly, slowly opening his eyes and rising into the air. The 5-colored light in his eyes grew even more brilliant, his gaze piercing the distant horizon. There, endless sand and dust swirled like boiling mud, and the wind and fire attributes in the air began to violently tremble, gradually forming hundreds of small whirlpools. Soon, yellowish-brown sand dust blanketed the sky, and a massive tornado slowly emerged from the depths of the sand, resembling a crimson dragon crawling out of the abyss. The massive tornado, upon appearing, began to absorb the surrounding small whirlpools. Its crimson body slowly turned earthen yellow, and within its rapidly spinning funnel-shaped form, a bold dragon silhouette gradually emerged. 2 blood-red pupils, each several zhan wide, emitted a brilliant light from within the tornado. It's him, Xiao Yan. Attack that thing. Ziyan, who had been exhausted, jumped to her feet and shouted upon seeing the dragon's silhouette. Sense ing the scent of the yin-yang poison flame, the dragon-shaped monster let out a deafening roar and began closing in on Xiao Yan and the others. With each sway of its massive body, distant hills were sliced cleanly in half. They swept like thousands of steel blades, carving out gorges several zhang deep on the desert surface, even tearing the fabric of space into countless fissures. As the distance closed, the sand beneath Medusa and the others' feet began to crack into fine fissures. In the air, a black robe fluttered in the wind. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the massive tornado. With a flick of his palm, the purple butterflies formed from the yin-yang poison flame instantly retracted into his storage ring. The dragon-shaped monster, having lost its target, hesitated momentarily. Then, its massive eyes locked onto Xiao Yan. 18th on the Wind Rage Dragon Flame. With a slight smile, Xiao Yan's authoritative voice carried a hint of excitement. Now that you've seen me, why not surrender? Xiao Yan's voice thundered like divine lightning from the heavens, causing the earth to tremble with a deafening roar. The dragon-shaped monster was not lacking in intelligence. Upon making eye contact, the flames in its eyes vanished instantly, and its once ferocious aura dissipated completely. Its tail swished a few times, and the monster let out a low, agonized howl. Its massive body instantly disintegrated into over a dozen whirlwinds, diving toward the ground. Xiao Yan saw this and coldly snorted. In an instant, a spatial barrier formed, freezing everything in the distant world to stillness. A shadowy figure hidden behind the sand gradually took shape. Hand it over. As Xiao Yan clenched his right hand in the air, a colossal surge of martial energy coalesced into a gigantic hand that obscured the sky, crashing down like a mountain, shattering the countless whirlwinds. The final mournful cry echoed, and the desert returned to stillness. Ziyan tugged at Medusa's skirt. Is that guy dead? He's right here. Xiao Yan flickered and appeared on the ground, with a ball of earth yellow flame dancing in the palm of his hand. Wind Rage Dragon Flame, ranked 18th on the, 1 rank higher than the Blue Lotus Earth Core Flame. Xiao Yan smiled and explained to the others. According to ancient texts, this flame has no fixed growth location and only appears briefly for a few days in the hottest part of the desert every so often. Due to this characteristic, the probability of obtaining the Wind Rage Dragon Flame is extremely low. The one we encountered has likely been wandering in the wild for thousands of years, and its power can rival that of the top 15 on the. I estimate that it was drawn here by the recent emergence of the Blue Lotus Earth Core Flame, which then targeted the demon beast bloodline within Ziyan's body. The dragon-shaped monster you saw was simply its manifestation after gaining sentience. Can it be eaten? Seeing Ziyan's curious expression, Xiao Yan couldn't help but shiver, quickly flicking his fingers to swallow the Feng Nulang Yan into his stomach. Of course not. This is for the elders. Children would get diarrhea if they ate it. The Feng Nulang Yan entered his body and was instantly refined by the Feng Ju technique. As a super wealthy individual already possessing 5, Xiao Yan could now devour rank 10th or lower on the consumption chart with ease, no longer needing to meticulously prepare as he had in the past. Ding! Host has obtained a new reward, 1 auxiliary absorption card. Total number of auxiliary absorption cards currently owned, 2. Draw now? 2 already? Let's try drawing 1. Xiao Yan thought to himself, and the mechanical female voice sounded again in his ears. Ding! 1 auxiliary card has been drawn. Please select one of the following 3 functional cards. Guidance card, upon use, it will indicate the location of a storage site. Heterogeneous fire absorption card, upon use, you can absorb 1 instance of heterogeneous fire without any side effects, safeguarding your body. Heterogeneous fire cloning card, upon use, you can clone a heterogeneous fire factor you come into contact with. Once the conditions are met, you will directly obtain that type of heterogeneous fire. Me, go? Upon hearing the system announcement, Xiao Yan was once again stunned. Besides the ever-constant Divine Flame Guidance card, he had actually obtained 2 even more extraordinary items this time. The Heterogeneous Fire Absorption card, as the name suggests, allows direct absorption of existing heterogeneous fire without considering any external factors. This means that not only could he handle the current threat of the Yin-Yang poison fire, but he could also painlessly absorb the 3rd-ranked Pure Lotus Demon fire on the heterogeneous fire rankings in the future. As for the cloning card, while it didn't seem as extreme as the previous one, it directly hit the core of Xiao Yan's needs. Although he currently possessed 7 types of, 6 of them were ranked outside the top 10 on the rankings. After reaching the Doushang stage, if he wanted to break through further with the burning technique, he would likely have to target the ancient 8 clans. Though Xiao Yan is currently a mid-stage 1-star Doushang, he still falls short when it comes to competing with the Yen clan and the Medicine clan for. In such a situation, wouldn't the Animus Fire clone card prove to be a game changer? Which one should I choose? Xiao Yan's sudden mutter caught the attention of those around him. Ziyan, dissatisfied, crossed her arms. Don't play dumb. I helped you capture thee, now you should make me some more pills as a thank you. Xiao Yan chuckled, I don't have that many herbs. The back mountain of the inner courtyard is such a good place. Why didn't you drain the elders' resources first before coming to me? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Ziyan's large eyes widened in shock, and she froze in place. What's wrong? Ziyan bit her lip. I seem to have forgotten something. A few days ago, a group of people releasing black smoke appeared outside the Canaan Academy, surrounding the academy so tightly that no one could get in or out. The elder ordered the other 2 old men to bring me out and ask you for help. Chapter 39, The Elder's Trail. Black smoke? The Soul Hall? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. How long ago was that? Ziyan picked at her fingers. I don't remember exactly. I've been looking for you for days. But I saw that those guys were no stronger than those 2 old men underground. They couldn't even break through the spatial barrier you set up. That's not certain. If the Dou Zone can't handle it, there's still the Dou Zun. I just don't know how many branches the Soul Hall has on the northwest continent. Xiao Yan's mind stirred. He took out a jade bottle from his storage ring, wiped it with the fallen heart flame, and released a faint soul entity from within. As soon as the soul entity was freed, it shot out like an arrow, fleeing toward the distant desert. Jiao Xingtian and Medusa, standing nearby, merely sighed softly, showing no intention of pursuing it. A hint of pity even appeared on their faces. Ah! Just as the soul entity had escaped 100 meters, a wall of fire suddenly appeared in the void, blocking its path. Soon, multicolored flames surged from all directions, forming a cage of strange fire. The flickering flames seemed to mock the fleeing soul entity in an intangible manner. Xiao Yan, how much longer do you intend to trap me? I am a man of honor. Do you believe me? I'm sorry. I won't run anymore. As the fallen heart flame scorched him, the flames of the Yen Wuzunzi grew weaker, and after a minute, the screams faded away. Only then did Xiao Yan withdraw thee back into his body. Having lost the flame's restraint, the Yen Wuzun did not dare to even think of escaping. The soul entity obediently fell back to the ground. Upon seeing that there was no Tian Huazun among the surrounding crowd, a fleeting glimpse of relief flashed in Yan Wu's eyes. Enough. Now tell me everything you know about the Soul Hall, Xiao Yan said in a calm tone. You want to inquire about the Soul Hall? You? The Yen Wuzunju was about to express his surprise, but suddenly remembered the youth's strength and quickly swallowed the mockery that had reached his lips. A Doushang-level powerhouse indeed had the capital to confront the Soul Hall. The branch hall I belong to is located in the most remote Lianshan pavilion. I am merely a deputy hallmaster, and the main hallmaster, Gu Yang, is a 2-star Dou Zun. Looking at Xiao Yan's expression, which showed no emotion, Yan Wu spoke cautiously. About a month ago, Wu Ying and others captured Yu Chen's soul. Gu Yang then led 5 guardians to escort him to Central Plains. By the time I left the hall, they had not yet returned. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Under such brutal torture, the information about the flaming martial sovereign was both precise and useful. Where in Central Plains should he be sent? The western regions of Central Plains, the city of the dead. Medium city again. Xiao Yan silently pondered. In his previous life, the old alchemist had first been imprisoned in Medium City. He wondered if he had been transferred to the Wanhan Mountains by now? The matter concerning Ye Chen is not my responsibility. I know nothing more about it afterward. Seeing Xiao Yan lost in thought, the Yen Wuzun hurriedly added. Alright, then tell me about the distribution of the soul palaces on the northwest continent. Xiao Yan sighed inwardly. While he had some leads on the matter of the old alchemist, the immediate priority was to resolve the crisis within the inner court. There are at least 3 soul hall branches on the northwest continent, as far as I know. Each branch has 2 hall masters, 1 positive and 1 negative, both at the Dou Zun level. The strongest among them is the old monster by Xian from the Tianzhuang Gorge, whose power is just 1 step away from that of a Tianzun. 4-star Dou Zun Peak. You know all this? Hearing Xiao Yan speak so casually, Yan Wu's expression changed drastically. He had thought Xiao Yan had come to seek information from him, but now it seemed like he was testing him? The 4 heavenly sovereigns of the Blood River are all my defeated foes. Do you think I don't know about the Soul Hall's affairs? Xiao Yan sneered. Continue. Yan Wu's body trembled. Had he not been in a soul state, he would have been drenched in sweat by now. He hurriedly added, each of our branch halls has a special way of communicating with one another. Bai Xian the old demon also has a spatial jade tablet that can summon the star-plucking heavenly sovereign for assistance. Upon hearing the words star-plucking heavenly sovereign, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Black Horn Domain, within the Canaan Academy. 2 ancient figures stood in mid-air, their faces filled with worry as they looked upward. There, a sea of black mist shrouded the sky above the inner courtyard, with countless aura of Dou Zone-level cultivators swirling around. Occasionally, a gaze filled with overwhelming pressure would descend, causing even the 100 elders at the peak of Dou Zone to pause in their tracks. The Grand Elder Su Qian, after inspecting the spatial barrier as usual, couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the barrier Xiao Yan casually set up could block the attacks of a Dou Zun-level expert? The elders nearby did not relax, however, merely murmuring, that old monster has stopped attacking for some time, yet he still refuses to retreat. He must have more tricks up his sleeve. Su Qian shook his head with a wry smile. Zi Yan has gone without any word. I'm truly worried she might forget what she's here for halfway there. Thinking of the greedy little girl, a rare smile flashed across his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by worry. Just as the two were sighing deeply, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted from beneath the ground, sending colossal waves of martial energy surging upward like a volcanic eruption, tearing a crack over 10 zhang wide in the inner courtyard's ground. It's Senior Qian. He's broken through. Su Qian was startled for a moment, but upon sensing the familiar aura, he exclaimed excitedly. With a hearty laugh, Zhen Mu emerged from the ground fissure. His once gaunt face now appeared much younger due to his advancement. The 100 elders, seeing this, relaxed their tense expressions and smiled with relief. Old man, congratulations. After all these years of cultivation, it was just a matter of seizing the right opportunity. Xian Lao's battle chi surged around him as he effortlessly stepped into the air. You should also put in more effort. If we have 2 Dou Zuns, what do we have to fear from those wild ghosts outside? Just a 1-star martial sovereign, and you dare to defy the Soul Hall? Just then, sensing the fluctuations in Qian Lao's aura, a loud voice suddenly rang out, dousing the hope that had just begun to burn in Su Qian and the others. Everyone, reveal yourselves. Above the inner courtyard, thick black mist suddenly swirled into a massive vortex, emitting a faint glow of crimson blood energy. 5 elderly figures slowly emerged from the vortex. The 5 old men appeared to be dressed in ordinary attire. If they were on the streets, they would be nothing more than ordinary passers-by. However, Xian Lao's expression grew extremely grim. 5 dozens. Seeing this lineup, Su Qian and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Daosun-level warriors possessed control over spatial energy that was worlds apart from that of Dou Zone-level warriors. A single Dou Zun couldn't break through their defense's 5 Dou Zuns. After all these years, this is the first time anyone has dared to kill 5 of the Soul Hall's guardians. Today, you will learn the consequences of offending the Soul Hall. Boom! With a loud shout, the 5 elderly figures exploded into a blood mist, leaving Su Qian and the others stunned. What, is this some kind of sacrifice ritual? Xian Lao frowned as he looked up at the sky. He could clearly sense that the 5 Dou Zun's auras had vanished completely in an instant, as if they had never existed at all. Such an eerie martial art technique was something he had never heard of before. Just as the 3 were still in shock, a familiar slender figure suddenly emerged from the black mist. In his hand, a silver glowing rhombus-shaped token shattered abruptly. Star-plucking old demon, let me see where you are. Chapter 40, Old Friends Like Clouds. The Heavenly Gangs Hall, located within the Burial Mountain range of Central Plains, served as a major hub connecting the various branches of the Soul Hall across Central Plains. While other factions were still engaged in fierce battles over the ownership of spatial wormholes, the Soul Hall had already established its own unique spatial passages in every important branch hall. My dear senior brother, I never thought we'd meet again in this lifetime. You've made me miss you so much. At that moment, four shadowy figures appeared in the sky above the Burial Mountain range, led by the smiling old man Mugu, followed by 3 Soul Hall guardians. In the old man's hand, a pale purple banner fluttered in the wind, emitting an aura of evil. On the flagpole, 3 intricate runes swirled and flowed, emitting an eerie glow. At the center of the banner, the soul of the old alchemist was faintly visible, sealed within, appearing no larger than the palm of a hand. Despite the old man's words, Yachan remained unmoved, sitting cross-legged with a calm and composed expression. Just wait until you see the palace master. Then we'll see how long you can keep up your arrogance. Seeing this, the old man Mugu sneered and was about to retrieve the soul-binding banner when he suddenly sensed something. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he turned around abruptly. The spatial wormhole exit they had just passed through was now shrouded in a thick fog that seemed to have come from nowhere, obscuring everything within. Not only the old man Mugu, but even the few guards behind him, who were merely at the Dou Zong realm, could tell something was amiss. Who's there? Sneaking around like a ghost, daring to cause trouble in my soul hall? The 3 guardians shouted harshly, as thick soul chains burst forth from their bodies, whistling through the air as they charged toward the fog. Just as the chains made contact with the fog, a terrifying burst of energy erupted from within, shattering the 3 soul chains into nothingness. The 3 guardians who had launched the attack were caught in the aftermath, their bodies erupting in a spray of blood. Mugu the elder's eyes narrowed. The 3 behind him were all peak-level Dou Zong experts. Their combined attack could even withstand an ordinary initial stage Dou Zun, yet they had never been defeated so easily before. Moreover, the entire Burial Mountain range was supposed to be under the surveillance of the Soul Hall. To infiltrate undetected under such circumstances, the intruder must possess considerable abilities. Since you've come this far, please show yourself. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the air, causing the wind-attributed energy in the sky above the mountain range to become incredibly active. As if in response to Mugu's words, thick clouds rolled apart from the center toward both sides. Behind the clouds, a figure clad in green robes suddenly appeared before everyone. The figure stood suspended in mid-air, his face appearing far from young, with long hair flowing down his shoulders. Every movement he made exuded an air of grace and elegance. From the moment he appeared, the old man fixed his gaze on the pale purple banner in Mugu's hands, his expression betraying an uncontrollable excitement. Old man, I've finally found you. Hearing that trembling, familiar voice, the eyes of Yaochan, who had been tightly closed within the soul-sealing banner, suddenly snapped open. After years of separation, the old man in the blue robe smiled reassuringly. After all these years, I never thought I'd receive your soul communication again. I wondered who was bold enough to dare enter the soul hall to steal a person. It turns out it was the Wind Sage. Feeling the strength emanating from the old man in the green robe, which was even stronger than his own, Mugu Laorin showed no intention of backing down, his eyes filled with mockery. As the saying goes, in Central Plains, there is 1 hall, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions. Everyone says so. Do you really think your Starfall Pavilion can rival my Soul Hall? The Wind Venerable remained unfazed by the old man's words, as the powerful aura of a 4-star martial sovereign erupted from his body. 2 massive green tornadoes suddenly coalesced beside him, their might sufficient to strike fear into even ordinary martial sovereigns. Facing the power displayed by Fengxian, Mugu Laorin furrowed his brows. Fengxian, have you thought this through? Does the Starfall Pavilion truly intend to oppose my Soul Hall? Bluster and bravado. The Wind Sage smiled indifferently, paying no heed to the old man's threat. Yaochan is the master of the Starfall Pavilion. Your Soul Hall dared to touch our pavilion master, making you our sworn enemy. My presence here today signifies an irreconcilable conflict between our 2 factions. Well said. A sharp voice suddenly rang out from the void. Beside Mugu Laoran, another gray-black robed, aged figure slowly materialized. At the same time, a pressure even more powerful than the one Feng Zunjia had previously released suddenly descended. Upon seeing this figure appear, Mugu Laoran seemed to have anticipated it. Jai Xing Lao Guai, you finally decided to stop watching the show? The star-plucking old demon's body was shrouded in black mist as he screeched, let's settle this quickly. A spatial coordinate was just transmitted from the northwest continent. I wonder what trouble Bai Xian and his group have caused this time. They even used a spatial jade tablet. No rush. The northwest is remote. Let's deal with this first. Mugu looked at Feng Zun with ill intent. It's been years since someone dared to come to the Soul Hall to provoke us. How long has it been since you captured a 4-star Dou Zun soul? The star-plucking old demon scrutinized Feng Zun from head to toe, his face twisted into a wicked grin. In their eyes, that soul was already marked for death. Feng Xian, didn't you inquire about this place before coming? Feng Xian raised an eyebrow, his excited expression fading as he glanced indifferently at Jai Xing Lao Gu and the others. The Human Hall, one of the 3 halls of the Soul Palace. It is guarded by the Great Heavenly Sovereign and the Second Heavenly Sovereign of the Soul Palace, along with several Dou Zun. Feng Xian spoke these words casually, as if chatting about everyday matters. You can call as many people as you like. Because we have plenty of men as well. As the Wind Sage finished speaking, 2 whirlwinds suddenly split to the left and right, with clouds swirling around them like drawn curtains, slowly parting to reveal the scene beyond. Behind the mist, shadowy figures began to emerge, revealing over a dozen silhouettes. Mugu's eyelids twitched violently. He could clearly sense that the dozen or so figures in the distance were all Dou Zun level experts. Such a force, if deployed, would be more than enough to sweep away most of the top-tier factions in Central Plains. It seems my old man's soul communication still has some use. Within the purple banner, Yichen gently stroked his beard and smiled contentedly. Soul communication is a unique form of communication exclusive to alchemists, capable only of being performed by those with exceptionally powerful souls. Before being captured in the Northwest continent, the old alchemist had exerted all his strength to send out dozens of soul communications. This method of sending a distress signal directly from the sender is fast and wide-reaching, far more reliable than the rescue message Xiao Yan brought in his previous life. As the once renowned top alchemist in the world, Yichen had an extensive network of connections. Though some dared not come forward out of fear of the Soul Hall, many others with no ties to anyone joined the organization led by the Wind Sage to come to his aid. You old fool, even after becoming a soul, there are still so many people who care about you. Mugu the old man snorted coldly, storing the soul sealing banner into his storage ring. Looking at the figure before him, he said in a deep voice, "Call for reinforcements." Chapter 41, The Earth-Shattering Battle. What's the rush? Don't forget where you are. The star-plucking old demon sneered coldly. Before he could finish speaking, 9 black shadows darted out from the mountain range below, crossing space in the blink of an eye to appear before the crowd. Soul Palace Heavenly Sovereign. Feeling the power of the incoming figures, Feng Zun's expression finally began to change. In terms of strength, although the Soul Hall had fewer members, half of the new arrivals were 5-star battle emperors, also known as Heavenly Sovereigns. Each branch hall was guarded by over a dozen Dou Zuns. Even Feng Xian, who had prepared in advance, couldn't help but marvel at the Soul Hall's resources. On the Soul Hall side, 2 elderly figures dressed in black and white stood at the forefront. These 2 were the strongest present, having reached the peak of 5-star Martial Sovereign and were on the verge of advancing to 6-star Martial Sovereign. Seeing the expressions on Feng Zun and the others, Bai Zun couldn't help but sneer. With so many branch halls of the Soul Hall, you didn't choose to attack any of them. Instead, you came here to die. Could it be that the Soul Hall has been too low-key in recent years? Feng Zun ignored his words and said solemnly, "As long as you hand over the soul of Yaochun, we will withdraw immediately." Bai Zun shook his head. "Then the burial mountain range will have a few more corpses. Then let's fight." Feng Zun suddenly roared, swinging his right hand, and a towering whirlwind swept toward the Soul Hall members. Behind him, over a dozen Dou Zun-level cultivators attacked simultaneously, their multicolored Dou Qi energy illuminating the previously dim sky. "You reckless fools, you actually dare to attack?" White Zun blocked an attack with a flick of his sleeve, his facial muscles twisting in anger. The contemptuous expression on his face turned into a murderous intent that filled the sky, and the aura of a 5-star peak cultivator erupted suddenly. The other members of the Soul Hall reacted just as swiftly, and within moments, they were locked in combat with their opponents. In an instant, the explosive sounds of countless martial arts techniques colliding echoed throughout the entire burial mountain range. Though the Soul Hall was outnumbered, each of their heavenly sovereigns had found 2 opponents, and in the back-and-forth exchanges, they held their own without falling behind. Black Heavenly Sovereign alone faced 3 second-rank battle sovereigns, with a massive skeletal illusion floating in the palm of his hand, causing his opponents no end of trouble. Feng Xian, today you will finally learn the consequences of defying the Soul Hall. The White Heavenly Sovereign swiftly flipped the seals between his hands, unleashing a terrifying beam of martial energy. "I've already said it, release Yichen, and will retreat immediately." Feng Zun and another Iron Sword Zun, who had also reached the rank of a 2-star Dou Zun, joined forces to block the attack, their expressions grim. "Seeking death." Bai Tian Zun coldly uttered a single word, his aura surging once more. Between his palms, even more colossal energy fluctuations began to gather. This earth-shaking battle between nearly 30 martial sovereigns was a sight unseen in the Central Plains in recent years. Terrifying energy shockwaves sliced through the mountains, leaving behind horrifying scars, and the energy within a radius of dozens of miles became chaotic. Even though the burial mountain range was remote, if this continued, it would inevitably attract countless onlookers. Just as the battle reached its most intense moment, a chilling aura slowly rose from the depths of the mountains. Cough, cough. Human Palace, it's been ages since things have been this lively. A hoarse, aged voice suddenly echoed through the valley. Though not loud, it instantly drowned out all the explosions from the battles, clearly reaching everyone's ears. At the same time, dozens of black chains, each about 10 feet thick, erupted from a certain point in the mountain range. The chains emitted faint, piercing screams, and the overwhelming aura emanating from each one far surpassed that of the soul locks of ordinary soul hall guardians. "Since you've come, stay, and keep me company." As these chilling words echoed, an oppressive pressure that made it difficult to breathe suddenly descended, turning the entire sky pitch black. The dozens of chains emitted a torrent of black mist, rushing toward Feng Zunjia and the others. Feng Zun's pupils contracted, and he struck out with both palms, unleashing 5 wind blades to repel Bai Zun. He then swept his sleeves, summoning a green tornado that collided with the 3 soul chains. The others also unleashed their combat techniques to counter, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Some weaker individuals or those who reacted too slowly were immediately gravely injured by the soul chains, losing their ability to fight. "Everyone, be careful." Feeling the sudden surge of terrifying energy, the Wind Sage shouted loudly, gathering everyone back together. "With such meager skills, cough cough, you dare to intrude into my soul hall?" As the hoarse, coughing voice echoed once more, an old man dressed in gray-white robes slowly emerged from the black mist. He leaned on a skull-shaped staff, and 2 faint green glows flickered in his sunken eye sockets, giving him a terrifying appearance. Upon seeing the old man emerge, the members of the Soul Hall hurriedly bowed their heads in respect. Even the black and white heavenly sovereigns greeted him with reverence. The second heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace, the Bonin Sage. Feeling the overwhelming pressure surpassing that of a peaked Dou Zun, Feng Zun's eyes immediately filled with fear. Before arriving, Feng Xian had already thoroughly investigated the situation within the human hall. As one of the heavenly gangs, the human hall was guarded by 2 half-saints, the Great Heavenly Sovereign and the Second Heavenly Sovereign. Now that Bonin had stepped forward, the Great Heavenly Sovereign must be observing from the shadows. 9 transformations to sainthood, the ultimate goal of all Dou Zun level warriors. At that stage, numbers could no longer make up for the difference. To put it bluntly, even if there were twice as many Dou Zun level experts today, they would still not be a match for the 2 half-saints. Since matters have come to this, please reveal yourselves. Stepping back several paces, the Wind Sovereign suddenly looked up at a certain point in the sky and spoke. As the Wind Sage's words fell, ethereal echoed from the space above the mountain range. Invisible sound waves rippled, tearing open a fissure in the space, revealing 2 graceful figures. At the same time, 2 auras of the same half-saint level collided silently with the pressure released by Guyu. "I didn't expect even the 2 of you to show up. Have the Flower Sect and the Sound Valley also decided to declare war on my soul hall?" Feeling the 2 completely different auras, Bon Yin's face twitched slightly. It was only now that he understood where Feng Xian and the others had the courage to risk entering the soul hall to rescue someone. A junior half-saint and a senior half-saint, such strength was indeed enough to make the soul hall take them seriously. The Flower Sect and the Sound Valley are not warlike. "We have come here only as individuals. As long as you release Ye Chen, we will leave immediately." The 2 women had beautiful faces, with only a few wrinkles at the corners of their eyes, showing no signs of age. If not for the terrifying fluctuations of their combat energy, no one would have guessed they were over 100 years old. Guyu stared intently at the 2, his eyes suddenly flashing with a sinister light. The previous solemnity vanished, replaced by a mocking tone. "You don't seriously think that 2 half-saints can make the soul hall release someone so easily, do you? Feng Xian, do you think the information you have was leaked to you by someone?" Chapter 42, The Terrifying Great Heavenly Sovereign. "Did you intentionally leak the information about Ye Chen?" Feng Xian's body was enveloped in a dim green light, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. Despite his usual composure, he couldn't help but be thrown off balance by Bonyu's words. "What else?" Bonyu coughed once, and the skull eye sockets on his staff suddenly burst into light. "Do you really think your information is that reliable? We had just decided to transfer Ye Chen, and you already received the news? You're still too green to go up against an old man like me." With a series of sinister laughs, the hunchbacked figure of the Bone Saint suddenly trembled violently, emitting a strange sound like a broken bellows from his throat. He slammed his skull-adorned staff into the ground, sending a gray-white energy ripple rippling out from his body. His aura surged violently, and in an instant, his strength skyrocketed from mid-level half-saint to high-level half-saint. "You actually hid your true strength." The green-clad woman holding the ancient zither narrowed her eyes, and the powerful battle chi within her began to circulate slowly. "Bone-haunted old demon, even if you have now attained the strength of a high-level half-saint, do you really think you can defeat us in one go? That's a bit too arrogant, isn't it? Ha, since Qin, the lady, is not panicking, why bother using the spatial jade tablet?" As Bonin spoke, a powerful spatial energy erupted from the sleeves of the green-robed woman, transforming into a streak of light that shot toward the sky. However, the expected spatial fissure did not appear. The spatial energy merely swirled and danced in the air like a lively little snake before dissipating into nothingness. "This area is sealed off. It seems that one of the 9 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace is a true martial saint." The elegantly dressed woman from the Flower Sect glared coldly around her, her previous composure and calmness long gone. To seal off space silently and without warning in such a short time, even she, a high-ranking martial saint, had not detected a thing. One could only imagine how terrifying the opponent's strength must be. He, 2 half-saints and 16 martial sovereigns. Such a haul is worth the total souls submitted by a branch haul over a century. At that moment, a hoarse, bone-chilling voice echoed silently, as if striking everyone with a blow to the head. Even the two women at the front paled in color. In mid-air, a black mist materialized out of thin air, then rapidly expanded outward, forming a circular void several zhang wide. Within it, a gaunt figure slowly emerged. The old man's skin clung tightly to his protruding bones, and from a distance, he resembled a resurrected skeleton demon god, as if all the flesh had been drained from his body by the passage of time. In his sunken eye sockets, 2 flickering ghostly flames danced wildly. Late-stage star-ranked martial saint? Feeling the overwhelming terror emanating from the figure, the 2 half-saints from the Flower Sect and the Sound Valley paled in shock. They never imagined that such a seemingly decrepit skeleton could harbor power capable of overturning the entire battle. According to the information previously gathered by the Wind Sage, the Soul Palace was guarded by the Great Heavenly Sovereign, the Second Heavenly Sovereign, and several Dou Zong-level experts. The intelligence only mentioned that the Great Heavenly Sovereign and the Second Heavenly Sovereign were both at the mid-level half-saint realm. After Bon Yin's aura surged earlier, everyone had already braced themselves, but they never imagined that the Great Heavenly Sovereign's true strength was even more outrageous, directly reaching the terrifying peak of a 1-star martial saint, on the verge of advancing to a 2-star martial saint. Under such circumstances, even the Great Heavenly Sovereign alone would be sufficient to leave everyone present behind. What Bon Yin had said earlier was indeed no idle boast. Xing Xianzi, Qinin Yangzi, since you both admire Yao Chen so much, why not stay in my soul hall and keep him company? Before the Great Heavenly Sovereign had finished speaking, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched, gathering all the dense black qi in the heavens and earth into his palm. Then, his emaciated fingers gently tapped forward, and countless white bone spears erupted from the void, each shimmering with a cold, icy glow. They charged toward Qinin and Xing Xianzi like a swarm of. Back off! Feng Xian's expression suddenly changed. Without waiting for him to remind them, all the other Dou Zong-level experts instinctively stepped back, and even the members of the Soul Hall hurriedly avoided the area. An attack from a Dou Shang-level expert was something no ordinary Dou Zong could withstand, not even a single aftereffect. Everyone understood that the outcome of the battle now rested solely on the 4 saints. Facing dozens of bone spears closing in, Qin Yin's pupils contracted sharply. Her delicate hands swiftly plucked the ancient zither, and the ethereal melodies instantly transformed into tangible sound waves, weaving into a blue shield in the air that enveloped the 2 figures within. The high-speed rotating bone spears collided with the sound shield, emitting a dense, teeth-grinding friction sound. Flower burial. Seeing that Qin Yin's defense was about to collapse, Xing Xianzi let out a shrill cry. A series of pink petals began to swirl around her body, and each petal swiftly transformed into specks of light, pouring into the shield Qin Yin had formed. The Great Heavenly Sovereign, seeing this, curled his lips into a mocking smile. All your years of cultivation, did you really put it all on your faces? As the Great Heavenly Sovereign swiftly formed seals with both hands before his chest, dozens of bone spears instantly into a single massive bone blade, unleashing a devastating force as it crashed down. The energy shield created by Xing Xianzi and the other 2 could only hold it back for a moment before it melted away like snow under the morning sun. The 2 beautiful women's eyes flashed simultaneously as 2 powerful streams of combat energy erupted, colliding with the bone blade that had yet to lose its momentum. Xing Xianzi and the other 2 also used the fierce shockwave to retreat dozens of zhang backward, their expressions darkening to the extreme. Between a martial saint and a half-saint, though only a single character separates them, the gap in strength is a vast chasm. With a casual strike, he sent the 2 reeling back. The Great Heavenly Sovereign let out a smug, sinister laugh. Where is Ye Chen? Let that fool watch closely. This is the fate of those who dare to oppose my soul hall. Behind the crowd, the old man Mu Gu hurriedly presented the soul sealing banner. The pale purple banner fluttered, its surface expanding several times in size, projecting a shadowy image of Yao Chen into the air. Xing Yao, Qinin? You're here too? Seeing the 2 beautiful women still in their prime not far away, Ye Chen's eyes flickered with rare intensity. After all, the Flower Sect and the Sound Valley were renowned major sects in Central Plains, and these 2 held pivotal positions within their respective sects. Although Yao Chen had sent them a soul communication, he remained indecisive deep down. If they came, it would be a significant boost to the entire team. However, if that were the case, it would amount to openly challenging the Soul Hall, which would inevitably affect the factions behind them. Therefore, seeing the 2 beautiful women rush to the scene without hesitation, Yao Chen's otherwise composed demeanor couldn't help but be moved. We can catch up later, you'll have plenty of time. Seeing the 3 of them exchanging glances in such a situation, the Great Heavenly Sovereign couldn't help but snort coldly. Even more powerful fluctuations of combat energy surged out from his body, causing even the nearby bone ghost to dodge several zhang away. You speak the truth, but unfortunately, you won't have the time. Just then, a wide spatial fissure silently formed above the Great Heavenly Sovereign's head, and a white, delicate arm suddenly grasped the soul-binding banner. Chapter 43, The Heavenly Prodigy. Who is it? The Great Heavenly Sovereign froze for a moment upon the appearance of the spatial fissure, then roared loudly. His once sunken eyes suddenly burst with a brilliant light, and countless sharp white bone spines shot toward the space above his head. "Get out!" A cold, youthful voice echoed, followed by a burst of colorful flame energy that instantly incinerated all the bone spines. The soul-binding banner was also firmly grasped by the youth. He then flickered and appeared 100 zhang away. This sudden turn of events left not only the Soul Hall but even Feng Xian and his companions utterly bewildered. "Master Feng, is that person also one of us?" Perhaps, maybe, possibly. Gazing at the figure of the youth in the distance, Feng Xian's heart was already in turmoil. He didn't recall contacting any allies who included this person. As the top alchemist of Zhengzhou back then, Feng Xian knew that Yichen had a wide circle of friends, but the person before him now was likely not even born when Yichen was captured. Moreover, to steal something from a Dou Shang level powerhouse wasn't something that could be done with courage alone. Could this teenager, who looked no older than his teens, actually be a Dou Zun or even a Dou Shang level powerhouse? You're not too late. The suddenly appearing youth was none other than Xiao Yan, who had just arrived after eliminating 5 Dou Zun from the Canaan Academy. After briefly checking on Yao Lao's condition, Xiao Yan exhaled deeply. With a flick of his wrist, the fusion flame combining 6 types of instantly climbed up the flagpole, instantly burning the 3 runes sealing the soul-binding banner into nothingness. Without the Soul Hall's unique seal, the soul-binding banner was nothing more than an ordinary soul container, and the old alchemist easily escaped from it. "Who are you, you insolent upstart, daring to cause trouble in my Soul Hall?" Upon recognizing Xiao Yan's features, the great heavenly sovereign's already terrifying face twisted even further in rage. To have such a young upstart rescue Yichen from his side in broad daylight, if word of this reached the outside world, his reputation as the great heavenly sovereign of the Soul Hall would be utterly ruined. Dou Yu, standing nearby, also sensed something amiss. The space was sealed off, so which faction could be sending reinforcements? Who cares which faction they are? Today, no one who dares to enter my Soul Hall will leave alive. The great sovereign roared, and the massive bone blade reappeared, this time directly crossing space and slashing toward Xiao Yan's location. "Master, quickly enter the ring and hide." Xiao Yan growled, swiftly summoning the soul of Yaochun, who was frozen in place, into his ring. A black, massive ruler appeared in his hand. Soul attack. Watching the strange fluctuations emanating from the bone blade, Xiao Yan coldly snorted. The soul power of the late heavenly realm surged forth from his brow, transforming into a golden light that adhered to the Xin Chong ruler, colliding fiercely with the descending bone blade. Boom! As the blade and ruler collided, an invisible energy storm erupted, instantly leveling several nearby mountain peaks. Seeing his attack easily deflected by Xiao Yan, the great heavenly sovereign's face grew even more furious. His hands flashed with rapid seals, and a roar filled the heavens, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Bone Emperor shatters the heavens. The massive bone blade in the air instantly transformed into a 100-foot-long illusory form. The soul patterns on its blade wriggled like living creatures, emitting piercing screams as it once again descended toward Xiao Yan. Furrowing his brows as he watched the massive bone blade hurtle toward him, Xiao Yan's expression grew serious. This great heavenly sovereign was now at the late stage of a 1-star martial saint, half a step stronger than himself, and was the first martial saint level opponent he had faced since arriving in this world. However, one must not forget that Xiao Yan was now a genuine first-ranked martial saint. Facing a late-stage star saint with his mid-stage star saint cultivation, this was the closest in strength he had ever faced in a battle against a higher-ranked opponent. A Soul Hall saint? Let me face you then. 6 Heavens roaming body ruler. After assessing the great heavenly sovereign's strength, Xiao Yan showed no fear. His powerful martial energy erupted like a volcano, and the Xianzhong ruler in his hand danced before him, creating a whirlwind. The massive shadow of the ruler completely enveloped Xiao Yan. This young man's strength is actually above ours. Feeling the overwhelming might emanating from Xiao Yan, Qin Xianzi and Qin Yin, who had been slightly worried, instantly shifted their expressions to one of shock. The two, who had lived for hundreds of years combined, now shared a single thought: when had such a prodigy emerged in Central Plains? In the blink of an eye, amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, a series of clanging sounds rang out. The massive bone knife, which had seemed so ferocious, slowed its descent as it approached Xiao Yan's ruler's shadow. With each swing of his massive ruler, Xiao Yan unleashed a surging energy storm that neutralized some of the bone blade's offensive power. If that's all you've got, then today, this branch hall is mine. With a loud shout, 6 flames of different colors surged out from Xiao Yan's body, wrapping around the Xianzong. The overwhelming aura directly dispersed the remaining bone knife illusions. Hexagonal roaming body ruler, hexagonal fire. Xiao Yan's martial energy surged like a river into the sea, flooding into the Xianzong. The shadow rapidly expanded, eventually transforming into a flame-like illusion over 100 zhang tall. As Xiao Yan swung the handle of the ruler, a dragon-like tremor erupted suddenly. As the massive ruler swung, it resembled a razor-sharp blade, tearing open a black fissure dozens of zhang wide in the space before it. In the next instant, the heavy ruler shrouded in multicolored flames descended with a thunderous crash near the great heavenly sovereign. The 6 Heavens roaming body fire was a mid-tier Earth-class martial art technique that Xiao Yan had obtained at an auction in the Black Horn domain. This body-shifting axe was divided into 3 realms: blazing fire, body-shifting fire, and 6 heavens fire. After combining the 6 types of within his body with it, the attack power of the 6 heavens roaming body axe had undoubtedly reached its peak. Under the control of Xiao Yan, a Dou Shang level martial artist, its power was already rivaling that of a high-grade earth rank martial art. Seeing Xiao Yan begin with such ferocity, the Soul Hall's great heavenly sovereign dared not underestimate him. He summoned the Bone Emperor blade back into his right hand, and a savage smile curled his lips. Soul extinction slash. Above the burial mountain range, all the black mist seemed to respond to a call, surging into the Bone Emperor blade. The white bone blade flickered with a faint reddish hue, accompanied by piercing soul-shaking screams. The great sovereign swung the bone blade once more. Watching the gigantic ruler-shaped illusion in the sky that was about to disintegrate, Xiao Yan did not seem particularly surprised. The opponent before him was no ordinary foe. Though Xiao Yan had never seen the great heavenly sovereign of the Soul Hall before, he had already guessed his identity. To defeat such a figure, if a simple earth-rank intermediate-level martial art could suffice, that would be contrary to reason. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Yan smiled faintly, and a flame suddenly appeared in his hand. System: exchange for an absorption card. Chapter 44, Mentor Yichen. Ding! 1 absorption card obtained. Target: Yin Yang Poison Flame. Use now? Use it. Xiao Yan's inner voice echoed, but his face betrayed a hint of reluctance. According to the system's description, the absorption card could painlessly absorb any. If he hadn't been unable to find a way to counteract the toxicity of the Yomi poison flame, he wouldn't have parted with this precious item for a lower ranked. Ding! You have successfully used the absorption card. As the system's announcement sounded, the purple flames in Xiao Yan's palm slowly dissipated, and a pure stream of energy flowed into his body. However, after consecutively absorbing the Wind Rage Dragon Flame and the Yin Yang Poison Flame, Xiao Yan's strength at the mid-stage of the Star Dou Saint realm had not weakened further. Xiao Yan was not surprised by this result. The benefits the Yin Yang Poison Flame had brought him far outweighed any increase in his strength. Hiss! Xiao Yan flipped his palm, and with the circulation of his martial energy, he summoned the Yin Yang Poison Flame. This purple flame not only provided him with strong poison immunity but also laid the groundwork for the further evolution of the burning technique. A strange fire? Feeling the unique aura of the flame in Xiao Yan's hand, the great heavenly sovereign's grim expression shifted slightly. The young man who had suddenly appeared before him not only matched his own strength but also possessed such a precious treasure as a divine flame. He was clearly no ordinary wandering cultivator. Today's events were no small matter. For the first time in decades, someone had dared to openly come to the Soul Hall to steal a person, and to make matters worse, they had actually managed to take back Yichen. The hard-earned credit was now gone. However, to be fair, so far, the entire Soul Hall faction had suffered no casualties, and the souls within the hall remained unharmed. At most, it was just that Yichen's soul had been temporarily lost. More importantly, both the head and deputy head of the Soul Hall are currently unavailable. If the situation escalates further, it is unclear what losses we might suffer. If the higher-ups investigate, even I, the great heavenly sovereign, would not escape unscathed. Thinking of this, the great heavenly sovereign's burning anger subsided somewhat. He looked at Xiao Yan with sunken eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Boy, reveal your lineage. If those major clans really intervene today, the Soul Hall can owe you a favor." The great heavenly sovereign of the Soul Hall is actually starting to show some weakness? On the other side, upon hearing the great heavenly sovereign's words, Fengzun and the others were all shocked. The Soul Hall was a dominant force in Central Plains, and even ordinary first-rate factions wouldn't dare to show them any respect. Yet, they were now being polite to this young man? Could it be that this young man is from one of those families? Xin Yin and Xing Xianzi exchanged glances, their gazes toward Xiao Yan now carrying an added meaning. As half-saint level experts, they were well aware of the existence of ancient clans. Those beings were truly terrifying. No wonder the great heavenly sovereign had spoken those words. The Soul Hall was merely a subordinate faction of the Soul Clan, far from being able to stand up to an ancient family on its own. Old ghost, by rights, someone like you isn't worthy to ask about my lineage. But to satisfy your curiosity, I'll tell you. In the sky, Xiao Yan casually retrieved the xianzong, and faint purple flames danced around his palm, shifting shapes at will. Then, under the gaze of everyone present, he declared proudly, "My master is the continent's foremost alchemist, an 8th-rank senior alchemy master, a peak level 9 transformation battle sovereign, a member of the ancient 8 clans, and the master of the Starfall Pavilion of Central Continent Yaochen." Great heavenly sovereign? Feng Xian? Yaochen? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, not only were all present stunned, but even Yichen within the storage ring nearly burst out in excitement. He. In the distance, the Soul Hall and others were startled for a moment before bursting into sharp, mocking laughter. The great heavenly sovereign's expression turned icy once more. "If you were the eldest son of an ancient clan, I would have truly suffered a great loss today. But since you are merely Yao Chen's disciple, all of you will remain here today." Before the great heavenly sovereign could finish his threat, his voice suddenly cut off. In the direction his gaze fell, several flames slowly appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. Eerie purple, the yin-yang poison flame. Dark green, lotus heart fire. Earth yellow, wind rage dragon flame. Colorless, fallen heart flame. Deep blue, sea heart flame. Forest white, bone spirit cold fire. Purple black, the flames of the 3,000 blazing fires. 7 flames erupted, and with each new color that appeared, the withered face of the great heavenly sovereign twitched violently. With his Dou Shang level perception, he could clearly sense that all 7 flames were actually. Earlier, when Xiao Yan used the 6 heavens body scale, these flame energies had only flickered briefly, unnoticed by anyone. But now, summoned one after another by Xiao Yan and displayed before him, they were truly a spectacular sight. With each appearing, the moisture in the air dissipated, and the once damp and gloomy Wanhan mountain range instantly became scorching hot. By the time the flames reached the nearest forests at the base of the mountain, they began to burn on their own due to the extreme heat. He's gone mad. How could he possibly have 7 types of? This is impossible. The great heavenly sovereign's body trembled slightly. Even among the ancient 8 clans, the Fire Clan, who were the most skilled in manipulating fire, could not possess 7 types of, let alone have them all gathered within a single person. This was likely the most bizarre thing he had encountered in the past 100 years. I never expected that Yao Chen, that man, had such keen eyesight. Though he himself has perished, he has cultivated such a talented disciple. Watching the young man in the sky commanding the strange fires with ease, the Wind Sovereign's eyes also flickered with a hint of satisfaction. Especially when he saw the familiar bone spirit cold fire, he knew that Xiao Yan was telling the truth. Among everyone present, only Yao Chen inside the storage ring was completely bewildered. Flaming technique? Martial Saint? My disciple? Gazing at the 7-colored sea of flames in the sky, the great heavenly sovereign of the Soul Hall finally flashed a look of gravity in his eyes. I retract my previous words. With your strength, it would be a waste of talent for you to become Yao Chen's disciple. If you were to join the Soul Hall, I would gladly cede this position of great heavenly sovereign to you. At the great heavenly sovereign's words, Xiao Yan's lips curled slightly in disdain. Sorry, but today I plan to slaughter this branch of your hall. You refuse the offer and choose punishment. Do you truly believe that an old man like me fears a mere brat like you? Rejected outright by Xiao Yan, the great heavenly sovereign's anger was evident. He raised his massive bone blade, and the blade in his body simultaneously emitted a dense black glow. Just a few strands of? I've spent 100 years in arduous cultivation to master the technique of unifying sword and body. Today, I'll use you to test my new move. The great heavenly sovereign took a step forward, standing directly on the broad blade of the knife. As the black glow on the blade grew more intense, his body began to slowly become transparent. Chapter 45, Self-Created Heavenly Ranked Combat Technique. As the great heavenly sovereign's figure fused with the bone blade, the spatial energy around him violently fluctuated. Suddenly, the massive bone blade vanished without a trace. Watching him exert all his strength, Xiao Yan did not hesitate either. 7 streams of gathered under his powerful soul control. This time, he did not unleash the Buddha's wrath lotus, but instead connected the ends of each stream of, forming a rapidly spinning, colorful ring of fire. At the center of the fire ring formed by the 7, all space collapsed instantly, revealing a pitch-black black hole. The blackness within was utterly pure, emanating the unique destructive aura of the. As the destructive aura rose, Xiao Yan's voice echoed faintly within it. This is the martial art I created after breaking through to the martial saint realm. It is called Buddha's Wrath, reincarnation. As the martial art took shape, Xiao Yan unleashed his full soul power, his gaze suddenly fixating on the sky to his upper left. I've found you. As Xiao Yan looked up, the space there rippled, and a bone knife wrapped in overwhelming killing intent tore through the void, descending with a terrifying gale. It was the great heavenly sovereign, now one with his blade. After merging with the Bone Emperor's blade, the great heavenly sovereign's speed reached an extremely terrifying level, with the blade arriving before Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted slightly. His fingers darted forward, and the disc in front of him swiftly shifted direction, blocking the fatal strike. As the Bone Emperor's blade made contact with the black hole at the center of the disc, it emitted a searing sizzling sound, and the great heavenly sovereign's startled cry rang out simultaneously. Damn it, this can actually burn the soul. Before the great heavenly sovereign could finish speaking, the Bone Emperor's blade vanished once more. The next moment, a sinister, eerie laugh echoed from behind Xiao Yan. The massive blade surpassed the speed of sound, closing in on Xiao Yan's neck before the laughter could reach him. Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn, but he did not turn around. Instead, he twisted his fingers, and the circular disc in front of him instantly moved to his rear. Although the great heavenly sovereign's speed was indeed swift, Xiao Yan's self-created combat technique was already as familiar as his own limbs, allowing him to form a defense in front of him with a single thought. The Bone Emperor's blade struck repeatedly like a festering wound, its piercing screams tearing through space and causing the ears of those below to ring painfully. Each strike left behind afterimages of warped space, but upon touching the multicolored fire ring, they were completely swallowed up like a stone sinking into the sea. After dozens of consecutive strikes, the great heavenly sovereign's attacks not only failed to land on Xiao Yan, but he couldn't even get within half an inch of him. Let's see how long you can hold on. With his bone blades continuously blocked, the great heavenly sovereign ceased changing positions and appeared directly in front of Xiao Yan in the next instant. A strange humming sound erupted from the Bone Emperor blade, followed by countless blade shadows that surged forward, carrying a soul-shaking pressure, charging straight toward Xiao Yan. In an instant, the Bone Emperor's blade unleashed hundreds of blade shadows, each capable of severely wounding a peak-tier Dou Zong level expert. Xiao Yan curled the corners of his mouth, and a pair of blue-red bone wings suddenly unfolded behind him. His speed surged, and in an instant, he retreated to 1,000 meters away. As his robes fluttered, 7 different types of mystical flames blazed around him, making Xiao Yan's face glow like that of a deity. Where do you think you're going? In a state of sword and man as one, the great heavenly sovereign's speed was no slower, with countless sword shadows chasing after him. Xiao Yan's hand seals flashed, and the fire ring created by the rapidly expanded, soon reaching a diameter of dozens of zhang, dyeing the entire sky in a dazzling array of colors. Go! Under Xiao Yan's control, the massive flame black hole swiftly charged toward the Bone Emperor's sword. Around the outer edge of the disc, the 7 colored flames slowly rotated, causing space to collapse inch by inch in their wake. Everything was swallowed by the black hole, including the hundreds of sword shadows. Such combat techniques have likely reached the heavenly realm level. Watching the breathtaking scene in the sky, Qing Xianzi's beautiful eyes widened with astonishment. To create a heavenly rank combat technique, such prowess was beyond the realm of mere genius. After swallowing the bone knife's illusory form, the flame black hole did not slow down but instead accelerated, rushing toward the Bone Emperor's sword in the sky. Under Xiao Yan's powerful soul perception, even if the Bone Emperor's sword were to move faster, it would have no chance to escape. I'll fight you to the death. World-destroying slash. The great heavenly sovereign suddenly appeared in mid-air, his withered face twisted with cruelty. Surging black chi surged into the Bone Emperor's blade, and just as the flame-colored black hole was about to reach its target, he hurled the blade forward with all his might. The Bone Emperor's blade traced an eerie arc through the air, bypassing the flame-encircled disc and heading straight for Xiao Yan himself. After completing this, the great heavenly sovereign spat out a crimson soul, enveloping his entire body within it. Seeing the old man's tactic of diverting the enemy to rescue the besieged, Xiao Yan sneered disdainfully, swiftly tapping his fingers to control the flaming disc as it charged forward relentlessly toward the great heavenly sovereign. Just as the Bone Emperor's sword was about to close in, Xiao Yan roared, "Golden Lotus Body!" Blinding golden light illuminated the entire Burial Mountain range. In the sky, a golden giant figure suddenly appeared. The golden glass body was a low-tier heavenly realm martial art technique, transforming the body into golden glass, impervious to blades and unbreakable. It was the very item Xiao Yan had seized from the Scorpion Demon Trio. Clang! A deafening crash echoed throughout every corner of the mountains. In midair, the golden giant formed from Xiao Yan's body struck out with a single punch, sending the Bone Emperor's sword flying backward thousands of meters, leveling several mountain peaks in its wake before finally crashing into the dust below. On the other side, the great heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace did not possess such power. Without the protection of the Bone Emperor's sword, the malevolent soul could only hold him back for a moment before being obliterated by the rotating ring of. The black hole at the center of the ring, resembling a greedy beast, emitted a deafening roar as it collapsed space and swiftly pursued the fleeing great heavenly sovereign. Everyone formed the 9 heavens soul refining array. Seeing the great heavenly sovereign's defeat, Bon Yao shouted urgently, smashing his skull staff heavily. Black mist surged around him like a tidal wave, from which countless translucent soul forms crawled out. Stop them! Qin Yinyu's fingers flashed across the ancient zither, unleashing countless golden arrows of sound toward the Soul Hall's forces. They're just making a last-ditch effort. Xiao Yan formed a complex seal with his hands. As the seal took shape, an intricate pattern slowly emerged on his forehead. Just as the tribal mark appeared, Xiao Yan's aura surged violently, breaking through the constraints of the first star and reaching the level of a second star martial saint. Feeling the change in Xiao Yan's aura, the great heavenly sovereign, who was fleeing in panic, turned back in disbelief. Upon seeing the pattern on Xiao Yan's forehead, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You are. Do you understand now?" Xiao Yan laughed aloud, then thrust his palm forward mid-air. Too late. The speed of the disc surged once more, instantly engulfing the great heavenly sovereign within it. The remaining might continued unabated, completely annihilating the crowd of Soul Hall members below. Chapter 46, The Return of Yuchen. Congratulations, old friend. You're back. My Xingyun pavilion finally has a pavilion master. The medicine sage truly is a fortunate man. The disciples he has cultivated are truly outstanding. With the return of the medicine sage and his disciples, the Starfall Pavilion might even be called the strongest power in Central Continent, In the reception hall of the Starfall Pavilion, the slightly ethereal soul form of the old alchemist sat on the main seat, with Fengxian and Xiao Yan by his side. The other seats were occupied by the dozen or so Dou Zun who had participated in the rescue mission. In response to everyone's greetings, the medicine elder warmly replied to each one. After all, those present had all risked defending the Soul Hall to rescue their friend. After some polite exchanges, Xiao Yan suddenly stood up, his face beaming with a smile. In this battle, we owe a great debt to all of you for your assistance. On behalf of my teacher, Xiao Yan would like to express our deepest gratitude to everyone present. Seeing Xiao Yan about to rise to bow, the other Dou Zuns could not stay seated and all stood up as well. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard hurriedly said, "Young Master Xiao is too kind. To be honest, we owe our lives to you. Without your rescue, we would have been annihilated by the Soul Hall. How can we talk about helping you? We are truly ashamed." Another old man nodded and said, "Besides, those in the Soul Hall are neither human nor demon. Over the years, we have accumulated some enmity with them. This time, we have dealt them a major blow, losing 2 martial saints and over 10 martial sovereigns. The Soul Hall will have a tough time ahead. Please sit down, elders." Xiao Yan waved his hand and sat down as well. "You are all my seniors. To express my gratitude, I will provide each of you with 2 8th grade pills. Please do not consider it insufficient." "What?" Xiao Yan's words were like a heavy stone hitting the water, causing ripples to spread across the hall, leaving everyone speechless. It was well known that 8th grade already possessed a strong spiritual intelligence and were extremely rare even in Central Plains. An alchemist capable of refining 8th grade pills could easily become a guest of honor at any top-tier faction. Under normal circumstances, inviting them to refine pills would require an astronomical price. Yet Xiao Yan casually mentioned 2 8th grade pills for one person. Such generosity left even the 2 half-saints standing nearby in awe. Everyone looked at the illusory pill dust, then turned their gaze to the young man beside him. "Young Master Xiao, could it be that you are also an alchemist?" As everyone knew, the medicinal dust was once the top alchemist in Central Continent, but in his current state, he likely couldn't refine an 8th grade medicinal pill. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Under my teacher's guidance, I am also a pill refiner. Though my pill refining skills may not match my teacher's, as long as it's an 8th grade pill, I will fulfill your requests within a year." "Any 8th grade pill will do? As long as it's 8th grade, of course. However, the herbs must be provided by you. Additionally, if anyone is willing to stay at the Starfall Pavilion as a guest alchemist, I will add another pill." As Xiao Yan finished speaking, the entire reception hall fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes wide like copper bells. Though no one spoke, everyone understood the implications. Refining an 8th grade pill was no trivial matter. It typically took a significant amount of time to refine even a single one. If one encountered an 8-colored or 9-colored pill lightning storm, it might take 10 days or even half a month to succeed. To be able to refine all 8th grade and complete dozens within a year proved that Xiao Yan must be an 8th grade advanced or even more powerful alchemist. The disciple surpasses the master. "Old man, how did you train this disciple?" Feng Xian said excitedly from the side. "With Xiao Yan, this alchemy master, stationed here, there's no need to worry about the Starfall Pavilion not thriving." "Well, I don't know either." In response to Feng Xian's words, the old alchemist merely smiled wryly and shook his head. Then, with an expression of endless admiration, he continued to watch the young man beside him, who was brimming with confidence. As expected, almost all the Dou Zuns, after recovering from their shock, immediately accepted Xiao Yan's recruitment. Those who dared to come here to oppose the Soul Hall were mostly lone wolves. Even the high-ranking alchemists of the 8th rank, whom they would have struggled to curry favor with under normal circumstances, wouldn't miss this opportunity. Seeing everyone make their intentions clear, Xiao Yan nodded, then looked meaningfully at Qing Xianzi and Qinin. "Now that we're all on the same side, I won't beat around the bush." Over the years, the Soul Hall has been collecting soul bodies across the land, not only targeting the Starfall Pavilion but also causing great harm to many other factions. Although we have destroyed the Human Hall, the Soul Hall's roots remain. If the Starfall Pavilion wishes to stand firm in Central Plains, we must seek allies. Do the two of you have any ideas? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Qing Xianzi and Qinin were both startled. They never expected someone so young to have such insight. Qinin spoke first. "The matter of forming an alliance is of great importance. I suggest we return to the sect and discuss it with the elders before making a decision." Of course. "Xing Yao, what do you think?" The old alchemist suddenly spoke up. Qing Xianzi, addressed by her full name by the old alchemist, flushed slightly and said, "I should also return, to discuss this with everyone else." Seeing this, Xiao Yan sighed inwardly. Master was quite the charmer in his day. After everyone had finished discussing, they chatted for a while before dispersing. The entire Starfall Pavilion reception hall was left with only Xiao Yan and the old alchemist. In the awkward silence, Xiao Yan suddenly stood up, walked to the center of the hall, and knelt down with a thud, bowing deeply to the old alchemist. Looking up at Yao Zhen seated above him, Xiao Yan sighed inwardly. "Master, in this lifetime, I finally have the ability to protect you." At that moment, Xiao Yan's eyes held not only admiration for his master but also a faint, barely perceptible sense of relief. Now, as long as he was here, he would never have to watch helplessly as the old alchemist was taken away, as he had in his previous life. Yao Chen accepted Xiao Yan's kneeling gesture with a calm expression, then said with a kind smile, "Young man, now let's talk about our affairs. When did I ever take you as my disciple? Well, actually, I've admired your reputation for a long time. Xiao Yan stood up and raised the black bone flame ring in his hand. After you left Wutan City, I accidentally stumbled upon an ancient ruin and inadvertently received a bunch of martial arts techniques, which allowed me to break through to the martial saint realm in a short time. After retrieving the storage ring from Han Feng, I studied the martial arts techniques and alchemy methods left within the ring in detail. Thus, I took the liberty of calling myself your disciple. Please do not blame me, master. As he spoke, Xiao Yan took out a jade bottle from the storage ring. This is Han Feng's soul. I have placed a restriction on it. Master can control him using the bone spirit cold flame. The old alchemist took the jade bottle and smiled. Alright, having another Dou Sheng disciple isn't a bad thing. I'll officially take you as my disciple today. You may stay at the Starfall Pavilion. Surprised that his lie worked so well, Xiao Yan was taken aback for a moment before quickly responding, "Thank you, master." After dismissing Xiao Yan, the old alchemist casually tossed the jade bottle aside. On his illusory palm appeared a black ring. Slowly rubbing the storage ring, the old man murmured, "This youngster, no matter which world he's in, he's always so respectful to his master." Chapter 47, The Hidden Secrets of the Sound Valley. The teacher's reaction was a bit odd. Xiao Yan walked out of the council hall alone, his brows furrowing slowly. He had come up with a whole bunch of excuses behind the scenes, but who knew that just a few words would make the old alchemist believe him? I hope I'm overthinking this. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan felt helpless. After all, even if a 15-year-old martial saint was absurd, it was still better than revealing the truth about time travel that would be something no one would ever believe. Just as Xiao Yan was deep in thought, a melodious sound of a zither suddenly reached his ears. The moment the sound entered his ears, the martial energy within his body trembled slightly. What is this? Feeling the extremely subtle changes within his body, Xiao Yan's heart stirred. Who else could be playing the qin in the Starfall Pavilion at this moment? After turning through several corridors, Qin Yin's beautiful face came into view. Though she was from the same era as the old alchemist, her face showed no signs of age. Holding the ancient zither, she exuded an even greater air of elegance. At that moment, Qin Yin was seated on a stone, playing the zither with such passion that she seemed to have forgotten everything around her. The sound of the qin flowed like a gentle stream, drawing Xiao Yan to stop and listen. Upon seeing Xiao Yan approach, Qin Yin smiled slightly. Her fingers suddenly moved swiftly across the strings, and the music became urgent and high-pitched. As the music changed, Xiao Yan's internal energy seemed to be affected, fluctuating more frequently. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, slowly stepping back, and his spiritual perception darted out, scanning his entire body. Just then, Qin Yin changed her hand position again, lowering the pitch of the qin, but the sound became crisp and powerful. With each note, Xiao Yan felt his martial energy tremble slightly, and this change was extremely subtle. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's exceptional perception, he might not have noticed it at all. "Senior Qin, what are you doing?" Xiao Yan growled, already sensing something amiss. As his body began to move, Qin Yin's palm suddenly pressed down on the strings, sending a wave of tremors shooting out like lightning, straight toward Xiao Yan. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the seven colored suddenly appeared, enveloping Xiao Yan entirely. The shockwave was instantly incinerated by as it approached. The power of the strange flames is indeed terrifying. Even my sound waves can't penetrate them. "Senior Qin, you wouldn't be using me as a test subject, would you?" Xiao Yan forced a wry smile. Qin Yin's soundwave combat technique was no fake, otherwise, Xiao Yan would have already suspected an enemy imposter. "Young Master Xiao, please forgive me. I merely intended for you to experience my thunderbolt melody. I didn't expect it to be unable to break your defenses. It seems my combat technique still has room for improvement." Qin Yin shook his head, slightly regretful as he put away the ancient zither in his hand. He then looked at Xiao Yan with a smile. "Young sect master, it seems, you have 7 types of?" Xiao Yan didn't hesitate to nod. After all, he had already demonstrated it when he killed the great heavenly sovereign earlier, so there was no point in hiding it now. "That's wonderful." Qin Yin stomped her feet excitedly, looking like a little girl, then said hopefully, "Young sect master, please don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in your. I just want to ask you for a favor." "Help?" Xiao Yan was momentarily at a loss. Could it be that someone in Ying Valley needs to refine pills for healing? Not exactly. Qin Yin's expression suddenly grew hesitant. She then raised her hand, and a nearly transparent light barrier separated the two of them. "This matter is rather special. In short, it requires someone who possesses multiple types of to assist. This person has been sought by our Ying Valley for over 1,000 years. Multiple types of? What exactly do they need to do?" After hearing Qin Yin's words, Xiao Yan also fell into deep thought. Possessing multiple at the same time? Unless that person also has the burning technique, they might have to rely on sheer strength to suppress it, just like our ancestors did back then. I need to consult the elders of my clan about this matter. I can't tell you more now, but if you're willing to accompany me to the Sound Valley, regardless of the outcome, I will never treat you unfairly, young sect master. Qin Yin spoke with some hesitation. "But I need to refine dozens of pills within a year. Going there might not leave enough time." Xiao Yan frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, sound-based combat techniques are rarely seen on the continent. If only I could obtain a scroll of Earth-rank combat techniques. Young Master Xiao is truly a shrewd individual. Xin Yan's fingertip emitted a streak of light, and a red scroll appeared before Xiao Yan. Earth-grade low tier, Vajra sound shatter. Seeing Xin Yan act so generously, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this is bad, I've been shortchanged. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Xin Yan chuckled lightly, young Master Xiao, rest assured. This is merely an invitation gift. If things go well, there will be even higher grade martial arts techniques. At that time, the alliance between our two sides will surely succeed. Higher? Heaven rank? Xiao Yan exclaimed in shock, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Run, run. 1 hall, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions. Though no one knew who had composed this phrase or when it had begun circulating, it had clearly become a widely recognized guide to the top-tier powers of Central Plains. Among all these factions, the Sound Valley was the most mysterious. Located in the southwestern region of Central Plains alongside the Burning Flame Valley, the Sound Valley's influence paled in comparison to that of the Burning Flame Valley. Except for rare occasions when powerful figures appear, the Sound Valley remains shrouded in legend, with no one knowing the exact location of its headquarters. When Xiao Yan followed Xin Yan out of the spatial passage, he was completely stunned. Isn't this the blazing volcano range? Have we arrived at the Burning Flame Valley? Looking at the familiar fiery red mountains before him, Xiao Yan immediately recalled his previous trip to the Burning Flame Valley to demand the Heavenly Fire threefold transformation. After much effort, he discovered that the Heavenly Fire threefold transformation had actually been created by his own ancestors. Xin Yan was also surprised and asked, oh? Young Master Xiao has been to the Burning Flame Valley before? I just passed through the Burning Flame Valley once, Xiao Yan replied casually. That counts as a visit. Xin Yan nodded. Who would have thought that the two major powers dominating the southwest region of the central domain would build their strongholds in the same place? Under Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, the ancient zither in Xin Yan's hand materialized. She plucked it rhythmically with a single finger, sending waves of sound rippling downward. Let us go. Xin Yan called out, leading the way toward the largest volcanic crater below. The sound waves cleared the way, and Xin Yan's figure plummeted downward. Just as she was about to reach the lava mouth, she suddenly vanished. Seeing this strange scene, Xiao Yan's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that the Sound Valley had actually built its headquarters inside the volcano? Summoning his to protect himself, Xiao Yan cautiously approached the lower area. The crater above looked like it was about to erupt from a distance, emanating intense fire-attributed energy. However, as Xiao Yan approached, he realized it was merely a layer of illusory energy membrane. The scent of the, capable of incinerating all things, quietly spread out. Just as Xiao Yan was about to fall into the crater, the protective membrane seemed to have a life of its own, automatically splitting apart in all directions to create a path for Xiao Yan. Chapter 48, Self-Created Sound Wave Combat Technique. Interesting. Watching the energy membrane split apart on its own, Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. If it weren't for Xin Yan leading the way, who could have imagined that the most intense crater of the blazing fire mountains was actually a meticulously crafted illusion? Under Xiao Yan's sole perception, this energy membrane was actually a type of chaotic flame, separating the interior of the volcano from the external environment. The flames were filled with a violent, destructive aura. If it weren't for the fact that the mixed flames within his body remained still, Xiao Yan would have thought he had encountered a new type of. After staring at the flame-sealed opening for a few more moments, Xiao Yan finally flew into it. Beyond the flame membrane lay a vast circular plaza, with high-grade sunlight stones suspended around the perimeter for illumination. At the center of the square stood a colossal figure, its head held high, emanating an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spine. The beast was as tall as a small mountain, its snow-white fur shimmering with a faint silver glow under the light. Every movement exuded an air of dominance, and between its brows was a diamond-shaped golden pattern that flickered with an odd glow. Is this the guardian beast of the sect? Xiao Yan's eyes lit up once more. A demon beast of such proportions must have reached the level of a martial sovereign. It seemed that the Sound Valley's true strength was indeed extraordinary. Roar! As Xiao Yan entered, a thunderous roar, resembling the combined cries of a lion and a tiger, erupted from the beast's mouth. Several tangible sound waves swept toward Xiao Yan. Lion-tiger shattering roar? Feeling the familiar energy fluctuations, Xiao Yan's martial energy surged instinctively. His mouth puffed out, and a voice equally filled with the might of a ruler erupted from his lips. Roar! The two sound waves collided violently in mid-air, sending shockwaves that shattered dozens of sunlight stones around the square. Xiao Yan's roar, though later in time, struck first, nearly obliterating the sound waves below with overwhelming force. After breaking through the opponent's attack, the residual energy of Xiao Yan's sound waves continued to spread downward toward the colossal beast below. Amidst the tiger's roar, a faint dragon's chi could be discerned. Dragon's roar? How is that possible? A look of horror flashed across the colossal beast's eyes, and it suddenly began to speak in human language. Just as the sound waves were about to reach their target, the space around the colossal beast began to slowly undulate. 3 golden ripples emerged, blocking the remaining sound waves. Xin Yin's figure appeared from the side. Senior Qi and I, can we go in now? The colossal beast snapped back to its senses, no longer as imposing as before, its expression betraying a hint of exhaustion. It gave Xiao Yan a piercing glance, then collapsed into the form of a middle-aged man with a stern expression. Let's go. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and behind him, space began to warp, revealing a passageway several zhang wide. Xinin watched as Xiao Yan descended from the sky and sighed wryly. Please forgive me, young Master Xiao. Everyone who enters the Sound Valley must pass this test. No problem. After landing, Xiao Yan bowed slightly to the middle-aged man before following Qin Yin into the spatial passageway. Beyond the spatial passageway, the view suddenly opened up. Amidst clusters of greenery, several stone-paved staircases extended downward, revealing the entire landscape of the Sound Valley before Xiao Yan's eyes. Towering pavilions seemed to float in the air, surrounded by winding staircases leading downward. Below, large plazas could be seen where disciples of the valley practiced and relaxed. The layout of the Sound Valley bore a striking resemblance to that of the Burning Flame Valley, though the number of disciples was clearly much smaller. Upon entering the Sound Valley, Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask, who was that person earlier? That man is an elderly predecessor of the Sound Valley. He was already here when the Sound Valley was relocated to this place. Over the centuries, he has become one of the guardians of our Sound Valley. Every outsider who wishes to enter the Sound Valley must undergo his sound wave purification. Anyone with impure intentions will be immediately detected. Xinin looked at Xiao Yan and smiled. I never expected you to know the lion tiger shattering gold chant. Senior Qini's heart must have been shattered just now. Because I broke his martial art technique? Xiao Yan asked softly. Xinin nodded slightly, because the lion tiger shattering gold chant was created by him. What? Xiao Yan stopped in his tracks. He had indeed noticed the old man's expression earlier, assuming he was embarrassed by his defeat. Who could have guessed that the lion tiger shattering gold chant was actually his original creation? Awu. Awu. Just then, a piercing wolf howl echoed from the distance, abruptly interrupting Xiao Yan's train of thought. Not far from the two of them, a wooden pavilion slowly emerged in mid-air. The pavilion hovered at the core of the Sound Valley, with no conventional walls inside. Instead, layers of semi-transparent curtains hung down. As the intermittent wolf howls echoed from within, the curtains danced in rhythm, revealing the figure of a young man. Near the pavilion, the void rippled with spider web-like ripples, significantly dampening the sounds emanating from within. However, with Xiao Yan and Qin Yin's keen hearing, they could still clearly hear the man's ghostly wails. Xinin gave an awkward smile, extended her hand toward the air, and twisted it, causing an even thicker spatial barrier to appear, completely muffling the sounds from the attic. Please forgive me. My disciple actually has quite a bit of natural talent. Of course, compared to the young, he still has a long way to go. Xiao Yan nodded. With his strength, he could immediately discern the young man's true abilities. To have the strength of a martial sovereign at such a young age is indeed rare. However, the level of the martial arts he practices seems a bit. He's not practicing Xian-grade martial arts. Xinin said, her expression betraying a hint of pride. He is creating his own Xian-grade sound wave martial arts technique. Seeing Xiao Yan's surprised expression, Xinin seemed to have expected it and slowly said, since the young sect master has arrived at the Sound Valley, there's no need for me to hide anything. As you can see, over half of the sound wave martial arts techniques currently seen on the continent were created by disciples of our Sound Valley. That's also why we rarely appear on the continent. Many elders dislike venturing out. To create high-tier combat techniques, some even seclude themselves for over a century, reaching a state of near madness. Had it not been for Yao Chen's message, I would not have left the valley lightly. Upon hearing Qin Yin's words, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Cultivating combat techniques and creating them are two entirely different matters. Besides personal strength, one also needs a certain karmic connection and luck. And this is the most rare sound-based combat technique on the continent. Just this alone was enough to make Xiao Yan look at that man with newfound respect. So you called me here because of this? Chapter 49, Unexpected Harvest? Young sect master is indeed exceptionally wise, but let us discuss the specifics down below. Xinin smiled and pointed diagonally downward. Below lay the lowest level of the entire Sound Valley, a deep abyss resembling a gigantic bowl. The sky above the abyss was shrouded in layers of thick mist, filled with powerful spatial energy. Please follow me. Xinin took a step forward and flew straight downward. A golden beam of light shot out from her palm, causing the mist above the abyss to slowly disperse, revealing a passageway. Almost at the same moment, several faint yet powerful auras emerged from the depths of the abyss. Xiao Yan followed closely behind Xinin, his eyes narrowing in surprise. I never expected there to be so many powerful beings within this Sound Valley. No wonder even Xinin, a half-saint, couldn't make a decision on her own. The abyss below was vast and expansive. The two of them flew for over 1,000 feet before they could faintly see the ground. Soon, two voices carrying a conversation reached Xiao Yan's ears. Old Valley Master, in previous years, we only needed one bronze sound ding. Now you suddenly want three. I'm afraid I can't handle that. Then have that fire cloud fellow come as well. He was once able to withstand 4 opponents alone. Though he has given you the, Dou Shang's flames should still be able to hold out for a bit longer, no matter what. The old ancestor's old injury has flared up again, he probably shouldn't intervene recently. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Yan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly, his expression flickering imperceptibly before quickly returning to normal. At the bottom of the abyss, 3 people sat cross-legged. One was a man and one was a woman, both looking young, around 30 years old. However, according to Xiao Yan's detection, the 2 of them were roughly at the mid-level half-saint realm, surpassing Qinin by a significant margin. Between them stood an old man with snow-white hair and skin that had sagged with age, his appearance grotesque in stark contrast to the 2 younger figures. However, within his body lurked an incredibly terrifying aura. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, this old man's strength had likely already reached the level of a 2-star martial saint. Additionally, there were several others standing nearby with their hands at their sides, almost all of them at the Dou Zong level. In other words, this Singaline Valley housed 1 martial saint, 3 half-saints, and several martial sovereign level experts. It was only now that Xiao Yan understood the meaning of Qin Yin's words. Many elders dislike going out. With such a lineup, if they were to be placed in Central Plains, even the so-called 2 sects would only be able to look up to them in admiration. At that moment, the white-haired old man in the center furrowed his brows. His already ugly face twisted into a knot, and standing respectfully before him was a red-haired, rough-clothed old man. Upon seeing Xiao Yan and the others arrive in the air, the white-haired elder barked harshly, "Qinin, why did you dare to leave the valley without permission?" "Master, please do not worry." Qinin smiled lightly, appearing as though she were truly a young girl before the old man. "This young friend Xiao Yan is the disciple of Ye Chen. I specially invited him here to assist you." The old man in the hemp robe scrutinized Xiao Yan from head to toe. "The medicine sage? He has already perished, hasn't he? When did this young man become his disciple?" Qinin pointed to Xiao Yan. "This is Tang, the valley master of the Burning Flame Valley." "That is my master, the holy sage Dan Yang." Xiao Yan nodded and bowed to everyone. "My master was previously persecuted by the Soul Hall, but he has since been rescued. He is now the master of the Starfall Pavilion in Central Continent." "Let him come then. I recall that boy also possesses an. What's the point of bringing a disciple here?" Dan Yang the holy sage closed his eyes impatiently. "Ha, old valley master, the medicine sage was once renowned as the first alchemist of Central Plains. Since Xiao Yan is his disciple, he must have some real skills." Tang Jin smiled kindly at Xiao Yan and then said, "I wonder why, ever since you appeared, the 9-dragon thunder fire within my body has become extremely restless. Could it be that the medicine sage has already passed the on to you?" Upon hearing Tang Jin's words, the Danyang sage's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, and a gleam of sharp light flashed in his eyes as he looked toward Xiao Yan. However, no matter how hard he tried, he found that Xiao Yan's aura was shrouded in a mist, completely impenetrable. "Interesting. Tang Jin, help me test him." The Danyang sage spoke, then closed his eyes once more. "Young friend, please don't take it personally. The old sect master has always been like this." Seeing the old man speak, Tang Jin sighed wryly and looked at Xiao Yan, saying, "This matter is of great importance. I'm afraid you'll need to cooperate with me a bit." "Oh? How should I cooperate?" Xiao Yan's expression grew peculiar, as if he had recalled something. Tang Jin clenched his palm, and a silver flame erupted from his hand. "It's simple. This flame ranks 12th on the flame anomaly chart. If you can endure the scorching heat of the 9-dragon thunder gale flame for 10 minutes, you will pass." At this, even Qin Yin's expression grew peculiar. "Master, what about Xiao Yan?" Before Qin Yin could explain the situation, Xiao Yan abruptly interrupted. "This is a good idea. Senior Qin, please wait here. I'll go test Tang Valley Master S first." Seeing Xiao Yan's suddenly excited expression, Qin Yin could only give in, sighing, "Remember to go easy on him." Tang Jin laughed. Don't worry. I know how to control myself." Exchanging a knowing glance with Qin Yin, Xiao Yan quickly focused his mind inward. "System, come out. Ding. The Divine Flame Absorption System is at your service. Draw the remaining support card. Current remaining auxiliary cards. Stop talking, draw it. Drawing 1 auxiliary absorption card. Please select your function card from the following 3 options. Evil Fire Explosion card, upon use, can detonate evil fire once, dealing massive damage. Anomalous Fire Forging card, upon use, randomly forges 1 type of anomalous fire into a weapon or piece of equipment. Animus Fire Cloning card, upon use, you can clone an animus fire factor you come into contact with. Once the corresponding conditions are met, you will directly obtain that type of animus fire. Nice! Xiao Yan clapped his hands, nearly shouting out loud, causing everyone around him to look at him in confusion. Tang Jin was also puzzled. "Xiao Yan, what's this?" "Haha, nothing. I'm just excited to have the opportunity to exchange technical knowledge with Tang Valley Master." Xiao Yan forced himself to suppress the smile on his lips, flipped his palm, and revealed a vibrant, multicolored flame. Let's begin. Suddenly, as the flame appeared in Xiao Yan's hand, the 9 dragon thunder flames surged violently. 9 silver-colored dragons, as if encountering their sworn enemies, rushed in opposite directions, causing the flames to shrink by half in an instant. What? Tang Jin's eyes flashed with shock. In all his years, he had never encountered a flame that could cause the 9 dragon thunder gale fire to react in such a manner. Even the 3,000 yen fire from the pill tower, which contained the dragon's might of thee, had never left him in such a disheveled state. But now, Xiao Yan, seeing this, quickly extinguished the flames in his hands. Then, a translucent flame with a milky white hue rose once more. Ha, the wind was strong just now. Let's continue. Chapter 50, Cloning Successful. Whoosh! As the flames in Xiao Yan's hands surged upward, the expressions of those around him changed almost simultaneously. Several weaker Dou Zuns retreated repeatedly, channeling their entire bodies fighting energy into defense, barely managing to withstand the scorching heat of the flames. Fire originates from the heart. Temper the qi to refine the bones, colorless and transparent. Tang Jin stared intently at Xiao Yan. Though the heart fire couldn't affect him much due to his possession of the, his years of experience with fire told him that this disciple of Yaochen was no ordinary opponent. This fire, could it be the fallen heart flame ranked 14th on the divine fire chart? Master Tang has keen eyes. This was something I obtained by chance. Today, I'd like to use this opportunity to seek guidance from the senior. Worried that Tang Jin might change his mind, Xiao Yan quickly pushed his right hand forward, sending a palm-sized, formless flame toward Tang Jin. As he watched the dense, almost white-tinged fallen heart flame, Tang Jin's face twitched imperceptibly. He flickered his fingertips, sending the 9 dragon thunder gaze flame into the air. Within the silver flames, 9 small dragons reappeared. These little creatures seemed to possess some form of intelligence, gazing at the oncoming flames with caution. Their bodies were enveloped in faint thunderous energy, and from a distance, they began to emit low, rumbling roars. The intangible flames emitted by Xiao Yan seemed to sense the approaching threat. As soon as they left his hands, their size began to swell rapidly. The flames swirled and coalesced into the vague outline of a massive serpent. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's brows furrowed tightly. He hurriedly summoned his soul to control the flames, halting the automatic transformation of the fallen heart flame. The battle between the 14th and 12th ranked flames on the was intense. Although Tang Jin's flame ranked higher, one must not forget that the flame Xiao Yan was currently unleashing was the synthesized 2-star fallen heart flame. The intensity of the fallen heart flame was now so concentrated that it could rival even the flames ranked in the top 10 of the, let alone compete with the 9 dragon thunder gale flame. Puff! A clear sound echoed as the two in the air finally collided. Under everyone's gaze, the transparent flame was surrounded by silver flames, with 9 silver dragons rolling and darting in different directions, charging toward the transparent flame with great ferocity. The transparent flame, as if facing its natural enemy, contracted into a fist-sized ball, forced to dodge and weave by the 9 dragons, appearing as though it might extinguish at any moment. On the other side, ever since the two flames made contact, Xiao Yan's expression had grown tense, with his soul energy fluctuating continuously. It seemed he was exerting tremendous effort to maintain the current standoff. So it's just a flash in the pan. Seeing this, Tang Jin also sighed in relief. As the ruler of the Burning Flame Valley for many years, he possessed the 9 dragon thunder gale fire passed down through generations. If he were to lose to an unknown young upstart in such a situation, it would be hard to explain. Within the Sound Valley, the expressions of the others also eased slightly. Under Xiao Yan's relentless suppression, the power of the fallen heart flame had been reduced to barely half its original strength, no longer posing a threat to them. However, the fact that such a young man possessed and still left the others in awe. After all, in their eyes, even with Xiao Yan's age and extraordinary talent, he should at most be at the Dou Huang level. Among the crowd, only Qinin watched the two of them spar with an odd expression. She knew Xiao Yan's true strength, a 1-star martial saint with 7. Such terrifying power would be enough to overwhelm not just one Tang Jin, but even 7 of them combined. What exactly does this young man intend to do? Time passed quietly, and soon it was time for their agreed-upon meeting. Xiao Yan's lips began to curl into a slight smile. Ding! Detection, you have been in contact with Anu for over 10 minutes. Analyzing the current. 9 Dragon Thunder Gale Fire, ranked 12th on the Divine Flame chart, silver-colored flames with 9 silver-colored fire dragons darting through them. This flame possesses the power of thunder and the supreme might of a dragon, with the divine effect of terrifying souls. You can clone this using in clone card. Current remaining clone cards, 1. Hearing the voice broadcast ringing in his ears, Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched, and his palm swiftly clenched toward the air. Mid-air, the falling heart flame, which had already become barely visible, suddenly swelled up in the wind, completely overtaking the territory previously occupied by the 9 Dragon Thunder Gaze Fire. Tang Valley Master, I apologize. Xiao Yan growled, and almost simultaneously, the falling heart flame in the sky transformed into a sea of fire. In a single wave, it devoured half of the silver flames. The damage caused Tang Jin's qi and blood to surge violently. Without time to think, he swiftly flipped the seals in his hands and hurriedly recalled the remaining 9 dragon thunder girdle flames. After devouring half of the silver flames, the fallen heart flame did not pursue but slowly returned to Xiao Yan's hand. Ding! Partial source of the detected, cloning in progress. Cloning successful. Congratulations on obtaining the 9 dragon thunder Galefire. Obtained a new reward, 1 auxiliary absorption card. As the system voice rang out, a silver streak of light swiftly darted into Xiao Yan's storage ring. Xiao Yan had achieved his goal, but Tang Jin wasn't so lucky. With the damaged, Tang Jin's face turned deathly pale. After recalling the flames, he immediately crossed his legs and began to regulate his body. Although Xiao Yan had only taken a portion of the essence, Tang Jin had already refined the 9 dragon thunder Galefire. Now that the was damaged, his body also suffered a significant blow. Moreover, the 9 dragon thunder Galefire was a treasured artifact passed down through generations in the Burning Flame Valley, almost synonymous with the Valley Master's existence. Its destruction at Xiao Yan's hands dealt a severe blow to Tang Jin's spirit as well. This sudden turn of events unfolded too quickly for anyone to fully comprehend. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had severely wounded Tang Jin, yet few could discern the exact details of what had transpired. Of course, they didn't believe that a teenager could have injured the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley so severely. You're hiding something. Who are you? Dan Yang the sage suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying aura of combat energy burst forth, enveloping Xiao Yan entirely. The 2 men beside him acted just as swiftly, sealing off the surrounding space in the blink of an eye. As a junior, Tang Jin was treated harshly by the Dan Yang sage on the surface, but if anything happened to him, the sage would not stand idly by. Seeing everyone's vigilant stance, Xiao Yan could only sigh inwardly. After all, no matter how you looked at it, he was in the wrong. Moreover, in his previous life, Xiao Yan and Tang Jin had an extraordinary relationship. If it weren't for the fact that the clone absolutely required consuming part of its original essence, he would never have harmed Tang Jin. I accidentally injured Tang Duzhu. Please forgive me. Facing the overwhelming pressure from the Dan Yang sage, Xiao Yan remained calm and composed. The ring on his finger glowed, and 2 exquisite jade boxes appeared before him. Here is a fire goddess heaven repairing pill, which can help Tang Guzhu recover his injuries. There is also a Bodhi pill as compensation, which I offer to Tang Guzhu. Chapter 51, The Bronze Sound Ding. Bodhi pill. Upon hearing the words Bodhi pill, everyone present froze in shock. Their eyes then flickered with endless fervor, as if they had completely forgotten what had just happened. Even Tang Jin, who was urgently meditating to recover, suddenly opened his eyes. Pooh! Bodhi pill? Staring in disbelief at the jade box slowly floating toward him, Tang Jin could already smell the intense aroma of the elixir, even without opening it. He had never heard of Xiao Yan's fire god's heaven repairing pill, but the name Bodhi pill was as familiar to him as thunder. In fact, it was a pill that could drive even the strongest martial artists into a frenzy. The Bodhi pill must be refined using Bodhi seeds and is an 8th grade pill capable of summoning 9-colored pill lightning, making it the finest among 8th grade pills. Its effects were also extremely powerful. It could increase the probability of a peak Dou Zong cultivator advancing to half saint by 20%. The so-called 9 transformations to sainthood was merely a procedural matter. However, in reality, many powerful warriors, even after reaching the peak of the 9th transformation of the Dou Zong realm, might spend their entire lives unable to advance to the Dou Shang realm without the right opportunity. Among the strong cultivators present in the Sound Valley was an elderly figure at the peak of the 8th transformation Dou Zong realm. His gaze toward the jade box was almost obsessive. Had he not forced himself to restrain himself, he would have already reached out to snatch the pill away. Feeling the fragrance of the pill wafting toward him, Tang Jin snapped out of his shock. He released a burst of martial energy, gently lifting the lid of the jade box. Inside, he saw a green squirrel and a flame the size of a fist. An 8th grade pill already possessed strong spiritual energy. Treasures like the Bodhi pill had long since gained the ability to transform into physical forms. Though Tang Jin had never seen one before, he could confirm its identity at a glance. This fire god's heaven repairing pill is crafted by alternately refining 6 types of. Though it hasn't yet taken the form of a pill, it contains an extremely abundant amount of fire attribute energy. If consumed by someone who possesses, it can temporarily greatly enhance their abilities or repair damage to their body's fundamental essence. If taken by an ordinary fire attribute cultivator, there is a chance it could cause their martial energy to mutate. As for the Bodhi pill, I believe everyone is familiar with it. Presenting these 2 items to Tang Valley Master, would you be willing to accept them? Seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Xiao Yan smiled and explained. The fire god's heaven repairing pill was something he had developed on his own during his recent secluded cultivation in the Gamma Empire. It was originally intended to replenish his own deficiencies after using the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. In terms of quality, it was definitely no inferior to the Bodhi pill. We're willing. We're willing. Tang Jin responded 3 times in a row, nodding vigorously, and hurriedly stored the 2 pills into his storage ring. Ha! I never expected Xiao Yan to be so generous. This friend of yours is now officially part of the Burning Flame Valley. Tang Jin, regaining his composure, wiped the sweat from his face, and his laughter echoed through the depths of the abyss. The Danyang sage beside him also changed his expression several times in an instant. No wonder he's the disciple of Ye Chen. At such a young age, Xiao Yan is already an 8th grade alchemy master. I was truly disrespectful earlier. An 8th rank senior alchemist was someone even a martial saint would hesitate to offend. And given that this alchemist could refine the Bodhi pill, everyone in the Sound Valley now looked at Xiao Yan with a newfound sense of reverence. Having obtained the new, Xiao Yan was in high spirits. Old Valley Master, you're too kind. I came here with a purpose as well. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask. Danyang the Holy Sage's expression flickered. Oh? What does the young friend require? Speak freely. The Old Valley Master should speak first. Xiao Yan has always been one to not accept favors without merit. Danyang Holy Sage nodded, and as his sleeves fluttered, a powerful stream of energy erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a streak of light that plunged into the ground. In an instant, the originally grayish-black earth melted away rapidly like ice under the morning sun, revealing a transparent energy membrane shimmering with a faint golden glow. The energy membrane was 100 zhang in length and width, resembling a suspended crystal mirror beneath the earth. Through it, one could see a swirling mass of extremely dense chaotic flames below. Amidst the flames, several massive shadows flickered in and out of view, emitting a low, rumbling hum. As you can see, the people of the Sound Valley have always dedicated their lives to mastering our self-created soundwave combat techniques. Xining stepped forward, gently brushing her hair aside with her jade-like hand, her cold voice ringing out. Soundwave combat techniques differ from ordinary combat techniques. Every shift in rhythm and change in pitch must be perfected through millions of trials in a specific location. The place you saw outside earlier is called the Listening to the Waves and Hearing the Void Pavilion, where disciples of the valley can create combat techniques of the earth realm and below. However, if one surpasses this level, a more powerful location is required. This is the place. Xiao Yan's gaze grew intense, his pupils contracting slightly as he took in the chaotic flames before him. There, 8 massive bronze cauldrons rose from the ground, each as tall as a 3-story building. The cauldron bodies were covered in ancient patterns, resembling either ancient script or the cosmic pathways of the universe. The handles of the cauldrons were carved with fierce beast heads, their eyes wide open and fangs bared. The cauldron bodies were wrapped in winding dragon-shaped reliefs, with dragon scales clearly visible and dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind, lifelike in every detail. Especially the central bronze tripod, its grandeur was overwhelming. The intricate patterns engraved on its body emitted a faint green glow, which, under the flickering flames, seemed to come to life, constantly twisting and transforming. Looking at these 8 massive tripods, even with Xiao Yan's current strength, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Xining continued, her voice tinged with pride. These 8 bronze sound tripods have been passed down from ancient times and have always been the most precious treasures of our Sound Valley. Whenever an elder needs to create a earth rank or even higher grade martial art technique, these bronze sound tripods must be borrowed to achieve it. The chaotic flames outside are quite peculiar. They have existed since ancient times. These flames appear violent on the surface but are peaceful within, and they have excellent extensibility. The predecessors of the Sound Valley must have created them to preserve the bronze cauldrons. Xiao Yan nodded. Even as an outsider, he could sense the nature of these bronze bells. So you need me to remove the flames inside? Young friend, you're joking. Xining smiled awkwardly. By now, the power of these flames has increased exponentially. We in the valley are no longer able to break them down. Every time we need to use them, we have to invite someone from the Burning Flame Valley to come and use there to temporarily separate the flames for the elders to use. Due to the restrictions of the sound cauldrons, over the past century, the highest ranked martial arts techniques we have created are only at the Earth Realm Advanced level. That is why we have invited you here today. We hope you can collaborate with Tang Valley Master to dispel as much of the flame as possible. If we can expose 6 sound cauldrons, our Sound Valley will be able to create another Heaven Realm martial arts technique. After Xining finished his lengthy explanation, everyone present turned their gaze toward Xiao Yan. Even Tang Jin wore an expression of hopeful anticipation. Xiao Yan scratched his nose but did not respond immediately, instead falling into deep thought. Danyang the sage, seeing this, sighed. If it's too difficult, even 5 sound tripods would. Before the Danyang sage could finish, Xiao Yan suddenly said, what if we can reveal 8 sound cauldrons? Chapter 52, Cooperation Reached. As Xiao Yan finished speaking and looked up, he did not see the astonished expressions he had imagined. On the contrary, the Danyang sage and the others all wore expressions of disbelief. Even Xining, who knew his true strength, shook his head slowly and said, young friend, you are unaware that soundwave combat techniques cause significant damage to soul power. When the elders created the combat techniques, although they were inside the sound bells, some sound waves still leaked out, and these will all become a burden for you. Tang Jin, standing nearby, added, the flames emanating from the sound cauldron are highly unusual. Prolonged confrontation with them would exert pressure no less intense than alchemy. With MY, I could barely withstand 2 or 3 sound cauldrons. Even if we join forces, breaking through 5 would still be a challenge. Seeing everyone's expressions, Xiao Yan couldn't help but stare in shock. What kind of flame is this? It can even resist it? Tang Jin sighed and said, at first, I also suspected it was a special flame, but my 9-dragon thunder gaze fire showed no reaction to it. It doesn't seem to be listed among the top 10 special flames either. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already considered what Tang Jin had said. Generally speaking, different are natural enemies and would sense each other's presence. According to the rankings of the list, unless it is extremely high ranked, it would be difficult for it to withstand the scorching heat of the 9-dragon thunder girdle fire. However, there are always exceptions. Having followed the teachings of the old alchemist for many years, Xiao Yan now harbored a bold idea. Old Valley Master, why not open the protective barrier and let me give it a try? All right. Dan Yang the sage nodded and waved his hand toward the people beside him. Everyone immediately rose into the air on their own, clearing the ground. The Dan Yang sage extended both hands, pressing them firmly against a point in the void, muttering incantations. Then he roared, open. The massive pale golden barrier below suddenly seemed to come to life, splitting open a crack in the center. It then moved slowly and majestically to the sides, revealing a vast sea of flames below. Just as Qin Yin and the others had said, the moment the flames appeared, the temperature of the entire underground abyss began to rise sharply, and the fire-attributed energy in the air grew increasingly chaotic. However, the chaotic flames below remained largely undisturbed, rippling gently like calm seas. Xiao Yan descended slowly, and as he neared the deep yellow sea of flames, his body trembled, and a transparent, colorless flame enveloped him entirely. Just as the fallen heart flame appeared, the flames below suddenly scattered in all directions, tearing open a gap several feet wide. Oh! Xiao Yan watched the changes with interest, then suddenly shifted his body to the left. The chaotic flames seemed to have a life of their own, immediately scattering in all directions to avoid him. The gap that had just been exposed was promptly sealed shut. Interesting. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a faint smile as his body flickered, plunging into the sea of flames like a carp leaping out of water. With the protection of the 2-star falling heart flame, Xiao Yan had no concerns about safety. Wherever he went, the flames parted, offering no resistance. However, every time Xiao Yan departed, the gap he left behind was immediately sealed by the surrounding chaotic flames. Within a radius of hundreds of feet, the chaotic sea of flames had not a single weak spot. After traversing the flames for a long time, Xiao Yan finally understood what Tang Jin had said. The chaotic flames beneath the earth were not particularly powerful individually. Upon encountering it, they would melt away like ice and snow. However, their true power lay in their vast expanse and the uniformity of their energy across all areas. Among the Xiao Yan had previously subdued, each possessed the same characteristic, the existence of a primordial source. Take the fallen heart flame, for example. Though it had transformed into a giant serpent, its essence was merely a small snake 3 or 4 inches long. Similarly, the 3,000 blazing flames appeared as a majestic dragon, but most of its energy was concentrated within its essence. However, in this chaotic sea of fire, there was not a single trace of the source to be found. This left Xiao Yan, who had once harbored a glimmer of hope, utterly disheartened. What was I thinking? Encountering 2 types of in a single day? Such good fortune could never exist in this world. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Xiao Yan swiftly returned to the ground. Since I can't subdue it, I'll try to see how much I can drive away. Hovering mid-air, Xiao Yan focused his mind, and a translucent, milky white surged forth from his body. Under the control of his late heaven realm soul power, it split into 8 flames, each heading toward a different sound bell. The chaotic flames were highly adept at avoiding danger. As soon as Xiao Yan's flames approached, they immediately made way. Seeing that Xiao Yan had shattered the 8 sound cauldrons alone, the distant Dan Yang sage couldn't help but smile and called out, "Young friend, there's no need to push yourself. The time required to create our self-made combat techniques is quite long. You can team up with Tang Jin. If you can't hold off 8, 6 will suffice." Xiao Yan smiled faintly and said, "Breaking 8 is no great feat, but I wonder if the Valley Master would agree to Xiao Yan's conditions?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the Dan Yang sage's smile vanished instantly, and he furrowed his brows. "What conditions? Speak." Xiao Yan withdrew the fallen heart flame and spoke slowly. "The Soul Hall has been causing trouble everywhere in recent years, and they may have big plans in the future. Moreover, they are backed by ancient clans, so their power is no ordinary matter. The Starfall Pavilion wishes to seek the Sound Valley as an ally. If this matter can be settled, then it is only natural for me to lend a hand." Dan Yang the sage, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate for a moment and said directly, "I thought it was something major." "I like that young man, Yachun. The matter of the alliance will be handled by Qin Yin." This response caught Xiao Yan off guard, and he immediately continued, "During my time at the Sound Valley, if the Starfall Pavilion faces any danger, please send someone to assist us." Dan Yang the sage immediately agreed, "Since we are allies, it is only proper." Seeing that the holy sage of Dan Yang agreed so readily, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be taken aback. It seemed that Qin Yin had been right. This self-created martial art was indeed the most urgent matter for the people of Inu Valley. With the alliance sealed, Xiao Yan no longer haggled over terms. He spoke aloud, Tang Valley Master, you and I will cooperate. I will break through the 7 surrounding structures, and the central cauldron will be yours. What do you say? Young friend, your generosity is truly admirable. Tangjin is deeply impressed. In the air, Tangjin hesitated slightly, however, I sustained some damage to my chi earlier, so I fear I will need a few days to recover. Danyang the sage stroked his beard and smiled, that is no problem. This place is the most energy-rich area in my Sound Valley. The two of you may stay here to recover for a few days. Once everything is ready, we can begin. Seeing this, Xiao Yan had no choice but to agree, entrusting all matters related to the alliance to Qinin to handle. Of course, while Tangjin used the fire god's heaven repairing pill to mend his core, Xiao Yan wasn't idle either. In his hands, a strange light sphere emanating intense soul fluctuations had already appeared. Chapter 53, The Seven Sword Burning Heavenly Sound. Yin Valley, at the bottom of the Tianyin Abyss. 2 distinct light spheres, one red and one white, floated motionlessly in midair, their powerful energy fluctuations filling the entire underground space. Within the crimson light sphere, Tangjin was enveloped by the potency of the fire god's heaven repairing pill, resembling someone immersed in boiling lava. His body was covered in bulging veins, and each breath he took was accompanied by a heavy rumble. The white light ball beside him appeared gentle yet emitted a mysterious glow, and the vast soul fluctuations emanating from it even caused the elders of the Sound Valley to feel overwhelmed. Not far from the two, several elderly figures dressed in pale purple robes stared wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to believe what they were seeing. A martial saint? He's actually a martial saint. Just moments ago, despite the fleeting presence of the aura within the white light, it had still been detected by several of the Sound Valley's strongest warriors. Even Danyang Shang, who had been quietly cultivating, looked toward Xiao Yan's direction in shock. It seems that Qinin was not exaggerating. This disciple of Yaochen has truly reached such a level. Feeling Xiao Yan's martial energy, which was nearly on par with his own, the Danyang saint's previously arrogant expression was significantly dampened. A martial saint at such a young age, even in ancient times, would be considered a prodigy of unparalleled talent. A half-saint whispered beside him, they've been sitting like this for over a month. I wonder how much longer they'll take to wake up. Soon. As Danyang the Holy One's words fell, the red light suddenly began to pulsate rhythmically. Boom! Soon, with a loud explosion in the sky, a crimson light shot into the heavens, and Tangjin's figure appeared first. While using the fire god's heaven repairing pill to repair the source of his strength had actually advanced further, reaching the level of a 6-star martial sovereign. Tangjin's gaze swept across the surroundings like an eagle, finally settling on the white light sphere. There, a soul-shaking aura as powerful as surging waves swept out, causing even the strongest Danyang Holy One to feel a momentary pause in their heart. In an instant, the light sphere exploded with a deafening roar, as if countless stars were erupting simultaneously. The vast soul energy transformed into a tangible silver light, instantly piercing through the spatial barrier of the Tianyin Abyss. All the disciples in the Sound Valley felt a flash before their eyes, and every movement they made was now under the control of this force, leaving them helpless. Immediately afterward, the silver light spread outward with the force of thunder, encompassing the entire Jiwa mountain range within its view. However, just as the silver light was about to break through the mountain range's boundary, Xiao Yan's body trembled, and he began to actively withdraw his soul power. He's done. As the silver light gradually faded, it seemed as though an endless stream of soul power was being channeled back into Xiao Yan's body. His deep eyes finally opened slowly. A confident smile curled the corners of the young man's lips. Now, breaking the cauldron is as good as done. After absorbing the soul essence light sphere brought back from the soul hall's inner sanctum, Xiao Yan's soul power had broken through once more, reaching the peak of the heaven realm. At this level, he was only a step away from the emperor realm of the soul. With his current strength, if he were to face the Soul Hall's great heavenly sovereign again, he could defeat him effortlessly without even activating his clan markings. Feeling the surging soul power within him, Xiao Yan laughed aloud, Old Valley Master, shall we begin? Danyang the Holy Sage bowed slightly, please, young friend, take the first move. Xiao Yan nodded, and a purple glow suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. As he swung his hand, the purple flame pierced through space, instantly colliding with a bronze sound bell. The chaotic flames nearby retreated wildly like startled beasts, revealing the ancient patterns on the surface of the sound bell. Tangjin widened his eyes in disbelief, scratching his head, am I hallucinating? Is this also an? After splitting off the yin-yang poison flame, Xiao Yan flicked his fingertips repeatedly, seemingly unconcerned with Tangjin's fate. He continuously controlled 6 flames of different colors, which flew out and traced brilliant trajectories in the air, enveloping the 7 bronze sound cauldrons scattered in various directions. Tang Valley Master, the one in the middle is yours. Tangjin stared at the swirling, his nerves numb with shock, then suddenly tensed as he unleashed the 9-dragon thunder girdle fire, separating the last bronze sound cauldron from the chaotic flames. As the two continued their actions, the people of the Sound Valley were too stunned to react. Danyang the sage roared, Xin Xian, Xinyu, attack. 2 middle-aged men of 8th rank Dou Zong cultivation rushed forward, flying toward the farthest sounding. Xiuling, Xiushan, Shiliu, take the front. Inchuan, Inya, the last two. Under his command, the other powerful figures swiftly entered their respective sound cauldrons. Danyang the sage cast a final glance upward, then clenched his fist, instantly summoning a thick spatial barrier. After completing all this, the Danyang sage flickered and appeared within the largest bronze bell. 7 absolute burning heaven sounds, begin. At the holy sage of Danyang's command, the other 7 sound cauldrons began to rhythmically pulsate almost simultaneously, emitting colorful beams of light that connected the 8 cauldrons. In an instant, the ancient patterns on the surfaces of the 8 bronze cauldrons twisted like living creatures. Crimson runes erupted on the cauldron bodies, resembling ancient ferocious beasts opening their blood-red pupils. Qin Xian and Qin Yu slammed their palms against the cauldron walls, causing their respective cauldrons to emit a dragon-like hum. Golden sound shatters the heavens. Mighty battle chi transformed into countless golden chains, wrapping around the tripod bodies and causing ripples to spread through the void. As Qin Xian and Qin Yu roared, the sharp sound waves erupting from the sound tripods spread out in all directions. Immediately afterward, Xiuling, Xiushan, and Xuli, standing before the 3 sound tripods, felt them tremble violently. Emerald green energy flickered from within the tripods, coiling and intertwining in midair to form the illusory silhouette of ancient trees. 3 sound waves converged, colliding with the energy released by Qin Xian and Qin Yu. The resulting energy storm blew the chaotic flames aside, creating a gap several zhang wide. Water and fire unite. Within the sound cauldrons wherein Chuan and Inya stood, 2 sound wave techniques were unleashed, causing towering waves to surge forth and engulf Xiao Yan. In an instant, mist filled the sky, recording the ripples of sound. Danyang the sage stood at the center of the giant cauldron, his battle chi transforming into massive ribbons. With his hands forming seals, he forcibly twisted the remaining 7 streams of energy, gathering them in mid-air into a sonic vortex. Everyone, whether the Sound Valley can regain its former glory rests entirely on us. Danyang the sage roared, and the patterns on the surfaces of the 8 bronze cauldrons erupted with blinding light, resembling 8 stars awakening simultaneously. In his palm, an object resembling a giant bronze gong suddenly rang out. The central cauldron erupted with a tangible chaotic sound wave, and the other 7 cauldrons immediately responded. 7 types of sound waves surged into it like tidal waves, and the 8 cauldrons began to resonate rhythmically, playing a symphony across the heavens and earth. Watching the actions of the crowd in the Sound Valley below, Xiao Yan, though he did not understand, was deeply shaken. His soul power surged forth, controlling the to compress the chaotic flames to the side. Just then, a mechanical female voice suddenly rang out without warning. Ding! You have been in contact with a new type off for over 10 minutes. Chapter 54, The Youthful Heroism. Ding! You have been in contact with a new for over 10 minutes. Analyzing current. Shen Huangyan, ranked 23rd on the strange fire chart, deep yellow flames, timid and prefers quietness, often hidden in deep mountains and valleys. Its nature is gentle and it is immune to all strange fire attribute damage. You can clone this using in clone card. Current remaining clone cards, 0. The system's voice suddenly rang out in his ears, causing Xiao Yan's pupils to contract sharply, and his heart nearly skipped a beat. Looking down at the deep yellow chaotic flame he had suppressed into a corner, Xiao Yan felt as though he had been thoroughly mocked. Having spent most of his life dealing with and possessing 7 of them within his body, Xiao Yan was confident that no one in the world understood better than he did. Yet, even in this situation, he had nearly let a single slip away right under his nose. Shen Huangyan, timid and fond of peace, gentle by nature. Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with determination as he suppressed his joy. The system's prompt was accurate, meaning that the chaotic sea of fire spreading hundreds of feet in all directions beneath the Sound Valley was actually the Shen Huangyan. Ranked 23rd on its low ranking meant that legends about the Shen Huangyan were scarce, and its rarity could even rival that of the first ranked, about which almost no information existed. The trait of gentle nature alone served as the best disguise for the Shen Huangyan. Who could have imagined that such a fire capable of incinerating everything in its path would possess such a trait? However, it was precisely because of this trait that, in ancient times, the predecessors of the Sound Valley discovered it but chose not to absorb it, instead leaving it behind to store and protect the bronze sound cauldron. Yet no one could have anticipated that, after thousands of years, the Shen Huangyan had absorbed the essence of countless underground flames, its energy becoming boundless. Meanwhile, the strength of the people of the Sound Valley had declined with each generation, turning what should have been a treasure left by their ancestors into a burden for the present generation. If the truth is as imagined, then it would also explain why Tangzhen's 9-dragon thunder gaze fire was no match for the Shen Huangyan. It is important to note that while the list of strange fires ranks the 23 known strange fires, this ranking is limited to fires of the same age and grade. In simple terms, the longer an has been discovered and absorbed, the greater its power becomes. For example, the Wind Rage Dragon Flame, which has grown for over 1,000 years, has a higher chance of being stronger than the Bone Spirit Cold Flame, which has only been around for a few hundred years. The Shen Huangyan before them, according to Xiao Yan's estimation, had likely been dormant underground for tens of thousands of years. Due to its lower innate talent, it could only accumulate energy without taking shape, thus becoming the chaotic sea of fire now visible. As for Tang Jin's 9-dragon thunder gale fire, it is a flame passed down through generations in the burning flame valley. With each generation, the flame loses a portion of its energy and spiritual essence. Therefore, although the 9-dragon thunder gale fire ranks highly in terms of depth and foundation, it may not necessarily surpass the Xian Huang flame that has been cultivated for 10,000 years. Upon realizing this, Xiao Yan's previously bored mind suddenly perked up. It seemed that this trip to the Sound Valley would yield significant gains. Though the Xian Huang Yan lacked spiritual essence and might not be sufficient to support the evolution of the burning technique, the abundant energy it contained was still quite remarkable. Moreover, if he were to obtain it and add the 9-dragon thunder gaze fire he had borrowed from Tang Jin earlier, Xiao Yan would possess 9 types of. At that point, the power of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus would likely solidify its position at the advanced level of the heavenly rank. Though Xiao Yan is already a martial saint, he is still far from truly powerful. To stand against the Soul Hall and even the Soul Clan, he must continuously devour and enhance his strength to gain the capital to look down upon the world. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's mind flickered. System, how should I subdue the Xian Huang Yan? Is there a tutorial? Ding. None. Damn it. Then I'll draw an auxiliary card. Currently have one support absorption card. Drawing. Please select the function card you need from the following 3 options. Evil Fire Explosion card. Upon use, it can detonate evil fire once, causing massive damage. Anomaly Fire Forging card. Upon use, randomly forges one type of anomaly fire into a weapon or piece of equipment. Anomaly Fire Upgrade card. If you possess 3 identical anomaly fires, this card can be used to fuse them into a 2-star anomaly fire. The names of the 3 functional cards echoed in his ears. This time, Xiao Yan did not have his usual luck. The Animus Fire Clone card was nowhere to be found among the 3 options. Ugh, is this system targeting me? Ding. Host's mindset detected. Friendly reminder, this system is only for assistance. Please do not rely on it excessively. Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Yan's expression changed, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, suddenly coming to his senses. When had he become so reliant on the system to absorb? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's expression grew serious. He well understood the principle that one is born in adversity and dies in comfort. Since he had crossed over and gained the system's assistance, he had nearly lost his drive to strive forward on his own. A mere Xian Huang Yan, even without external assistance, could he, Xiao Yan, really not handle it? Ridiculous. Very well, then let me see just what makes this so special. Xiao Yan snorted coldly, and the long-lost youthful vigor surged from the depths of his heart. Even without the system, he was still a 30-year-old martial saint. Even without the system, he was still a young prodigy. Xiao Yan's palm spun through the air, silently splitting a thread of flame from the 7, condensing it into a 3-inch-long multicolored snake that darted toward the nearby chaotic flame. Since there was no shortcut, he would use the most primitive method, approach it, understand it, and devour it. Deep within the underground abyss, time flew by swiftly. The 8 elders of the Sound Valley had not rested for a single moment since entering the Sound Cauldron, fully immersed in the creation of martial arts techniques. Nearly a month had passed. During this period, Xinin had also visited several times, primarily to inform Xiao Yan about matters related to the alliance. During the 2 months Xiao Yan was away, the Flower Sect and the Sound Valley successively announced their formation of a 3-party alliance with the Starfall Pavilion, and dispatched elders to construct spatial wormholes at their respective entrances. This major move instantly made the Starfall Pavilion the focal point of the entire Central Plains, effectively deterring certain enemies lurking in the shadows. Of course, Xinin also brought Xiao Yan the list of nearly 50 8th grade pills he had promised to refine earlier. Looking at the list, which was nearly 2/3 filled with 8th grade advanced pills, Xiao Yan could only sigh inwardly. Fortunately, his soul realm had already broken through to the peak of the heavenly realm, and even compared to some 9th grade alchemists, he was no less capable. With his alchemy speed skyrocketing, Xiao Yan wasn't overly concerned. With his overwhelming soul power, Xiao Yan had been enduring the sound waves while diverting his attention to battle the Xian Huang Yan over the past few days, gaining a deeper understanding of this 23rd ranked Omni. However, just as the 8 sounding seemed on the verge of success, Tang Jin's figure suddenly began to shake violently. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Xiao Yan. Whoa! A deep, resonant rumble quietly emanated from the central sound bell. The crimson rinsing the surface of the sound tripod trembled violently, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the surrounding space. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back in mid-air. After guarding the Sound Valley for so many days, he had gained some understanding of the combat techniques created there. Sound-based martial arts did not necessarily require grand gestures or overwhelming noise. Like the techniques the Sound Valley disciples had used earlier, they began with a series of soft, soothing sounds. However, if one let their guard down for even a moment, their martial energy and even their mind could be affected by the sound, effectively killing one without a trace. It was similar to the thunderbolt melody that Xinin had once performed, but the martial arts techniques created within the sounding were clearly more refined and exquisite. Every time a sound leaked out from the sound vortex, Xiao Yan quickly used the essence of the falling heart flame to protect his mind. After a month, although managing 7 sound ding was tiring, it was still manageable for a master alchemist. However, Tangjin, who was not far away, did not possess Xiao Yan's abilities. Despite being protected by the 9-dragon thunder girdle fire, Tangjin was only a 6-star martial sovereign, with both his martial energy and soul power far inferior to Xiao Yan's. Already struggling with exhaustion, he suddenly faced the central sound bell going out of control, causing his face to turn deathly pale. After enduring 3 sound waves, Tangjin spat out a mouthful of blood and his body trembled uncontrollably in sync with the sound wave's frequency. Old Valley Master, I'm sorry. Tangjin's emaciated hands moved swiftly through the blood mist, forming a complex seal. He then let out a low shout, and lightning erupted from his hands, transforming into 9 silver dragons that coiled around the largest sound bell below. After completing this, Tangjin's body could no longer hold on, crashing to the ground like a. Without Tangjin's suppression, the Xianhuang flames surged upward. The chaotic flames that had been driven to the corners by Xiao Yan found an outlet and rolled toward the central sound bell. Just as the Xianhuang flames were about to enter the sound bell, the 9 silver dragons suddenly burst into brilliant lightning, followed by several piercing screams, once again forcing the Xianhuang flames back. However, the light of the 9 silver dragons also faded. Feeling Tangjin's presence vanish, the sound within the sound bell abruptly halted. Moments later, a hoarse sigh echoed across the heavens and earth. Is it failing? The creation of a martial art technique was not something that could be achieved overnight. At this point, the process had only just passed the halfway mark, but Tangjin's condition clearly made it impossible for him to continue. The Xianhuang Yan's attacks came in waves, and upon sensing that the silver dragons were running out of strength, the dense deep yellow flames surged once more, charging toward the central sound bell. The Xianhuang Yan was timid by nature, though only compared to other. Facing several silver dragons formed from energy, it still had confidence in victory. As the deep yellow flames swirled, the 9 silver dragons' forms grew increasingly transparent and ethereal, eventually dissipating into specks of starlight in the air. Just as the silver dragons vanished, a 7-colored flame suddenly darted out, completely enveloping the central sound bell. The pressure from the it emitted caused the Xianhuang Yan to retreat immediately. Seeing Xiao Yan act, the Danyang sage couldn't help but brighten his eyes and exclaimed, "Xiao Yan, can you hold on for another month?" Mid-air, Xiao Yan sighed wryly. Dividing off another strand of the strange flame was no great burden for him, but enduring another month of the aftereffects of the martial art technique under these circumstances would be impossible even for a 9th-rank alchemist. Seeing this, the Danyang sage clenched his teeth and said, "If a month is impossible, then half a month. This martial art is the culmination of my centuries of effort, and it has finally taken shape. I cannot abandon it so easily. Even if I have to risk my life, I will complete it." The words of the Danyang sage echoed in the hearts of his disciples, filled with a sense of desolation and grandeur. Everyone knew how arduous it was to create a heavenly rank sound combat technique from scratch. Even with another month, it might not be possible, let alone half a month. This challenge spanning a century was all but doomed to failure. In the oppressive atmosphere, the 8 sound cauldrons fell silent, and the sound energy that had already begun to coalesce slowly dissipated. Just then, a hesitant voice suddenly rang out, "Perhaps I can try." Xiao Yan's words seemed to possess a magical power, causing the 8 people below to lift their heads simultaneously. Danyang the sage hurriedly said, "Given the current situation, young friend, do your best. Even if you ultimately fail, the Yin Valley will certainly not treat you unfairly." A serious expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face. "Everyone, if I withdraw thee, how long can you hold on?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, everyone was taken aback. The weakest of the 6-star Dou Saints pondered for a moment before saying, "At least 1 day, at most 2. Good, that will suffice." Xiao Yan nodded slightly, then waved his right hand downward. 7 flames immediately obeyed and returned to his side. Without the threat of the overwhelming Xianhuang flames surged toward the Yin Ding. "Sacrifice your life-bound soul artifact." Danyang the holy sage roared, flipping a massive golden gong from his palm to block the flames on either side. Within the other sound-emitting cauldrons, various energies began to glow, and one after another, large artifacts suspended in the air unfurled 8 semi-transparent protective barriers, temporarily blocking the Xianhuang flames. The energy of the Xianhuang flames dispersed, and under normal circumstances, it would not have been sufficient to harm the peak-level Dou Zun experts present. However, at this moment, the people of the Sound Valley were distracted by continuing to create their combat techniques, forcing them to use their everyday weapons to defend themselves. In mid-air, after retrieving the, Xiao Yan swiped his palm over the crimson ring, and a silver flame flickering with lightning instantly appeared in his hand. The situation was urgent, and Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. He opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Flaming technique, refined. This time, there were no flashy maneuvers. They entered his body and was instantly enveloped by the 7-colored mixed flames within Xiao Yan's body, then forcibly pulled along the specific meridians of the burning technique. The 12th ranked, the 9-dragon thunder gale fire. This was also the highest ranked flame Xiao Yan had ever consumed since his reincarnation. Of course, that was all it could do. Currently, Xiao Yan's body contains 7. The powerful energy within the 9-dragon thunder galefire was quickly broken down and absorbed, not only replenishing Xiao Yan's recent expenditure of fighting energy but also effortlessly boosting his strength to the peak of a 1-star martial saint, just a step away from a 2-star martial saint. However, after continuously refining several new, Xiao Yan's burning technique remained unchanged, still at the low-tier heavenly realm. Facing this phenomenon, Xiao Yan could only sigh slightly. After a brief rest, he shifted his gaze to the deep yellow flames below. Feeling the rapid increase in Xiao Yan's strength in such a short time, the Danyang sage gained a new understanding of the terrifying potential of this disciple of Yachen. A glimmer of hope flashed in his aged eyes. Xiao Yan, can you hold on for another month? Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi and laughed aloud. Old Valley Master, why don't I just help you deal with this flame directly? What do you think? Chapter 56, The Sky Turns Dark. What? You mean destroy this flame? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the worried voice of the Danyang sage echoed from below. In truth, at Danyang Sage's cultivation level, he could theoretically use brute force to destroy the chaotic sea of flames. However, doing so would inevitably trigger an energy storm that could affect the 8 sound cauldrons, and even the very foundations of the Sound Valley might be damaged. Therefore, this method had never been used over the years. Ha, Old Valley Master, rest assured. I will do my utmost to ensure it does not affect you. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly as a vibrant flame wrapped in lightning swirled in his palm. Within the flames, a small dragon could be seen swimming. After absorbing the 8, Xiao Yan's mixed had begun to exhibit a hint of sentience. While it couldn't be called unparalleled in history, it was undoubtedly the most mastered on this continent at present. Even if he were to face the 4th ranked on the chart, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, his would still be no match for Xiao Yan's. All right. Seeing Xiao Yan's confident expression, the Danyang sage could only nod in agreement. At this point, there was no better option than to trust him. Everyone, cease releasing sound waves for now. Give me some time. Seeing the desperate struggle of the crowd below, Xiao Yan wasted no time. His hands fluttered like butterflies, forming an extremely complex hand seal. 10,000 flames devouring star array, activate. With a loud shout, the flames in Xiao Yan's hands broke through the Xian Huang flames like lightning and directly injected into the depths of the abyss. Moments later, countless rings of light, each over 10 zhang in diameter, suddenly emerged from the ground. The rings were enveloped in multicolored flames, and the unique destructive aura of these seeped out. At the edges of the rings, faint lightning flashes flickered, and the surrounding space began to show signs of collapse. It was as though dozens of miniature Buddha's wrathwheel rings had appeared. Faced with this sudden array of, the Xian Huang flames below grew increasingly agitated. By the time they attempted to escape, most had already been trapped within the rising rings of. The energy contained within the underground Xian Huang Yan was far too vast, even surpassing the 3,000 yin flames of the Dan domain. Furthermore, according to Xiao Yan's estimation, it was not without a source rather, the entire chaotic flame beneath the earth was its source. Under such circumstances, even with Xiao Yan's strength, it would not be easy to devour it in one go, let alone consider the issue of the sounding. However, the Xian Huang flames also had a weakness, their spiritual intelligence was too weak. Therefore, Xiao Yan designed a new array specifically for it. Over the past month, he has channeled the energy of the into the depths of the earth, then surprised the Xian Huang Yan by dividing and confining it, before gradually devouring it piece by piece. Though this plan sounds simple, executing it is far from easy. Had Xiao Yan's soul power not already broken through to the peak of the heavenly realm, he would struggle to simultaneously activate dozens of small formations in an instant. After the Xian Huang Yan was largely divided, the pressure on the Yin Valley disciples eased significantly. Now, they only needed to maintain the embryonic form of the combat technique within the soundwave vortex and wait for Xiao Yan's success. Once he succeeded, nothing would stand in their way. Xian Huang Yan, become my ninth. Xiao Yan murmured softly, even his own voice sending a chill down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, the he had devoured had already broken through the 8th stage. Below, the 8 primordial had already taken the form of a purple dragon shadow several zhan long. As its dragon whiskers trembled, droplets of flame like crystals flew everywhere. Like eating at a buffet, it began with the smallest ring, devouring the Xian Huang Yan one by one. Every ounce of energy from the Xian Huang flames was thoroughly refined by the mixed flames before slowly flowing into Xiao Yan's body. Within the purple dragon's eyes, a deep yellow spherical orb was quietly taking shape. In less than half a day, when Qinin re-entered the abyss, the chaotic flames below had dwindled to just 1/5 of their original size. The essence of the Xian Huang flames devoured by the was now sufficient for the burning technique to refine. Ding! A new has been detected. Reward, 1 auxiliary absorption card. Total number of auxiliary cards currently owned, 2. Nothing special. Xiao Yan smirked and was about to summon thee back when suddenly, the voice of the Danyang sage echoed from below. Please do your best to eliminate all the flames to prevent future troubles. You said it yourself. Xiao Yan's expression flickered. The remaining flames were mostly residual essence from the underground flames. Though they no longer aided the evolution of the burning technique, their energy was still considerable. Such a heavenly treasure, why let it go to waste? As Xiao Yan's fingers gently tapped, the dozens of arrays buried underground suddenly retracted. The purple dragon's shadow flickered and instantly grew several times larger, resembling a flame lord towering above, scrutinizing the chaotic flames hiding in the distance. The remaining flame energy, sensing the same origin and essence within the fire dragon, did not struggle much before gathering together and being completely devoured. After completing this, Xiao Yan said no more, picked up the unconscious Tang Jin, and departed swiftly alongside Qin Yin. The time that followed was undoubtedly the crucial moment for the elders to create their combat techniques. Of course, after devouring the Xin Huang flame, Xiao Yan also needed a quiet place to fully absorb the vast energy that had been dormant underground for over 10,000 years. By then, his strength would undoubtedly reach a new height. After Qin Yin had settled Tang Jin, she immediately handed over the listening to the waves and hearing the void pavilion, the central hall of the Sound Valley, for Xiao Yan to cultivate in. This action drew a large crowd of Sound Valley disciples, who gathered outside the room to discuss this unexpected visitor. The male disciple who had been temporarily expelled by Qin Yin couldn't help but feel resentful. He was on the verge of creating his first Xian tier martial art technique, yet he had to interrupt his training midway because of this outsider who looked no older than a teenager. Even the area around the Tingtao Lingshu pavilion was strictly prohibited from making a single sound. It wasn't until one day when the disciples of the Sound Valley gathered to demand an explanation that the usually impartial elder Chizu suddenly descended from the sky and stood by as a guardian. Only then did everyone realize who the person sitting in the pavilion truly was. Half a month passed in a hurry. After completely absorbing and refining the energy from the 9-dragon thunder girdle fire and the Xin Huang flame, Xiao Yan's strength had accumulated to a breaking point, and he finally broke through to the mid-stage of the second-rank martial saint realm. With the constraints of the Xin Huang Yan removed, the layers of seals sealing the depths of the abyss began to crack, and a terrifying wave of energy began to gather rapidly. Before Tang Jin could awaken from his unconsciousness, the sky above the Sound Valley suddenly underwent a drastic change. Even the celestial and terrestrial energies above the blazing volcano range began to grow chaotic. Chapter 57, Showdown with the Fire Cloud Ancestor. Boom! Above the blazing volcano range, countless dense black clouds surged, instantly shrouding the once clear sky. The sound of wind and thunder filled the air, and countless thick purple lightning bolts struck down, only to be reflected back by an invisible barrier at a certain height, erupting into deafening roars. Soon, behind the dark clouds, a crimson twilight began to emerge. The fire-attributed energy in the air surged violently, causing the volcanic range deep within the blazing volcano mountains to boil. As a lava column nearly 1,000 feet tall broke through the Earth's crust, rising into the sky like a gigantic fire serpent, the spatial barrier in the sky could no longer hold, shattering into pieces like broken glass. At the same time, the crimson twilight, which had resembled the end of the world, was suddenly swallowed by pitch-black darkness. On the horizon, a terrifying thundercloud of pure blackness was gathering toward the largest volcanic crater in the mountain range. The edges of the thundercloud occasionally flickered with eerie purple hues before swiftly dissipating, its pitch-black depths resembling a black hole in the cosmos, devouring everything in its path. The volcanic eruptions within the mountain range, shrouded by the thundercloud, instantly dimmed, and even the boiling lava seemed to have been doused with cold water, rising in wisps of smoke before sinking back into the earth. A dull rumbling echoed from within the thunderclouds, like the low growl of a primordial beast, causing the hearts of all living creatures within 1,000 miles to race. In an instant, extraordinary phenomena filled the heavens and earth, one after another. All of this happened too quickly, almost within the span of a few dozen breaths, transforming the once serene and peaceful world into a scene of apocalyptic devastation. On the continent of martial arts, such celestial anomalies typically occurred under 3 specific conditions: the ascension of a great being, the tribulation of a, or the emergence of a new martial art. However, none of these conditions had been met to such an extreme extent. Even the successful refinement of a 9th-grade treasure pill would not have caused such a widespread upheaval. Outside the blazing volcano range, many curious onlookers who had gathered nearby were about to investigate further when they were all driven back by the massive thunderclouds that reached into the sky. Nowadays, even an ordinary Dou Zun-level powerhouse would have no choice but to flee for their life. Suddenly, just as the overwhelming thunderclouds were about to approach the largest volcanic crater, 2 even more colossal energy storms erupted, tearing the thunderclouds apart and disintegrating them in an instant. A celestial anomaly? Ha, I never thought the old fools of the Sound Valley would actually pull this off. Between 2 towering peaks, an ancient figure materialized out of thin air, his crimson hair standing out starkly against the gloomy sky. Dan Yang, the old demon, bring out your combat techniques for this old man to see. The red-haired old man laughed loudly, his feet treading the void as his figure swiftly darted toward the largest volcanic crater nearby. However, just as he was about to reach the skies above the Sound Valley, the red-haired old man's expression suddenly changed. He stopped abruptly, his eyes fixed on a certain point in space with a look of caution, and shouted, "Who is it?" A scorching, terrifying aura surged from his body, shooting toward the sky above the Sound Valley like a sharp arrow. The space twisted rapidly, and a pale hand emerged, effortlessly crushing the red-haired old man's attack. A slender youth's figure appeared, his expression stern as he demanded, "Who are you? What business do you have here?" Upon recognizing the unfamiliar face of the youth, the red-haired old man sneered, "You insolent brat, do you know who you're dealing with?" In the sky above the Sound Valley, the suddenly appearing youth was none other than Xiao Yan, who had recently broken through to the second-rank Martial Saint realm. At that moment, he had been resting and recuperating when he suddenly sensed intense energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the abyss. He then encountered the black magic thunder attack and decided to intervene to help. Back when he was at the Flower Sect, Xiao Yan had also witnessed a celestial phenomenon, which occurred when he had cultivated the burning technique to the lower level of the quasi-heavenly realm. However, it was clear that this energy eruption far surpassed the one at the Flower Sect, so there was no doubt that this was the result of the elders of the Sound Valley succeeding in their endeavor. Moreover, judging by the appearance, the level of the martial arts techniques had likely reached the mid to high heavenly realm. However, he never expected that before he could return to the Echo Valley to investigate, a strange figure suddenly appeared outside, and his strength seemed to be no weaker than anyone else's. Now that the combat techniques of the Sound Valley had been established, the elders must be exhausted. Adhering to the principle of helping others to the end, Xiao Yan stepped forward to prevent anyone with ulterior motives from seizing the combat techniques. However, the red-haired old man didn't seem like a friendly person either. Upon discovering Xiao Yan's presence, he immediately attacked, leading to the earlier scene. Facing the red-haired old man's harassment, Xiao Yan's expression turned icy. "Unwelcome guests are not allowed here. Leave now while you still can." Unwelcome guest? Upon hearing this, the red-haired old man not only showed no intention of leaving but also revealed a trace of anger on his face. "The one who should be called an unwelcome guest is you." As he spoke, the red-haired old man's body trembled, and a crimson flame burst forth from his body, transforming into a towering wave that swept toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan snorted coldly. When it came to dealing with flame attacks, he had never feared anyone. With a casual flick of his palm, an even larger sea of flames erupted from his palm, colliding violently with the crimson flames. Sparks of lightning flashed, instantly dispersing the crimson flames. "Old man, you should." Xiao Yan shook his head slightly, about to try again, but when he looked up, he saw that the red-haired old man's eyes were suddenly filled with rage. "How dare you have the aura of the nine-dragon thunder girdle fire within your body?" The red-haired old man roared, his gaze fixed on the strange flame in Xiao Yan's palm. A terrifying aura of combat energy swept toward him like a mountain collapsing from above, reaching the peak of the first-rank saint-level cultivation realm. Before Xiao Yan could speak, the old man charged forward like a madman, his fists erupting with crimson flames that coiled into a gigantic fire serpent, aiming straight for Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's eyes grew cold. Though he didn't know why the old man had suddenly gone mad, as fellow martial saints, he dared not take his attack lightly. The blue-red bone wings on his back suddenly unfolded, and Xiao Yan's figure turned into a streak of light as he retreated swiftly. "Since you're asking for death, don't blame me." 3 flames silver, white, and purple erupted from Xiao Yan's palms. Clapping his hands together, a Buddha's wrath lotus swiftly formed, which he then hurled toward the old man charging toward him. Forming a 3-colored fire lotus was as easy as eating for Xiao Yan at his current level. The fire lotus collided with the old man's fist technique, causing a deafening explosion that shattered the surrounding space into twisted fissures. Apparently caught off guard by the fire lotus's overwhelming power, the red-haired old man grunted and was forced to retreat dozens of feet, his chest clothes already charred black. However, the look in his eyes as he glared at Xiao Yan held no trace of humanity, only endless madness. "Dare to lay a finger on my fire cloud ancestor? Today, even if you are the heir of one of the 8 great clans, I will make sure you die without a proper burial." Chapter 58, The 9-Colored Buddha's Wrathful Reincarnation. The fire cloud ancestor, ha! Never heard of him. Xiao Yan curled the corner of his mouth. This central plains truly was a place of hidden talents, not as simple as it appeared on the surface. This old man who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere was actually a mid-stage star-ranked martial saint. But there was one thing he must not forget: he, Xiao Yan, was no pushover either. Seeing himself ignored by Xiao Yan, the fire cloud ancestor's eyes turned blood red, as if they were about to bleed. The crimson flames surged violently around him, and behind him, a demonic goddess illusory form with 3 heads and 6 arms instantly. Flaming Heaven Dragon Break. Each of the shadow's hands held a massive weapon. As the fire cloud ancestor roared, 6 fiery red beams flashed, and the weapons in the shadow transformed into 6 fiery dragons, roaring as they plunged downward. The dragons' bodies were formed from flame energy, and each scale looked as real as could be. Wherever they passed, the clouds in the sky were illuminated in a brilliant red. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, his blue-red bone wings flickering behind him. His figure darted like a ghost between the 6 flame dragons, leaving trails of lightning like afterimages. 3,000 thunder movements? You're from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. The fire cloud ancestor's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized the body technique Xiao Yan was using, but his hands did not pause for a moment. He clapped his palms together, and the 6 fire dragons suddenly converged toward the center with deadly force. Xiao Yan was trapped between the fire dragons, having already pushed the 3000 thunder moves to its limit, yet he still couldn't escape the fiery net woven by the 1,000-foot-long fire dragons. Boom! The 6 fire dragons collided violently, and the explosion's immense shockwave tore a gap in space. Before the overwhelming fire dragon martial art, Xiao Yan's slender figure was instantly obliterated in the sea of flames. Having killed the young man before him with a single strike, the expression on the old man's face grew increasingly grim. For just a moment earlier, he had clearly sensed that, just before the fire dragons closed in for the kill, Xiao Yan's figure had become ethereal. 3,000 thunder illusion bodies. Fire Cloud Ancestor's face turned deathly pale. In his eyes, a fleeting glimpse of clarity finally appeared. Just as he was about to withdraw the flames, Xiao Yan's voice already echoed in his ears. Did you notice? Too late. With a loud laugh, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared above Huiyun Laozu's head. Between his palms, 5 3-colored lotus flowers spun like exquisite crafts. Then, under the shocked gaze of the Fire Cloud Ancestor, they were suddenly hurled forward. Feeling the terrifying destructive aura within the flames, the Fire Cloud Ancestor's pupils contracted sharply, and the blood drained from his face. He never dreamed that this seemingly insignificant youth could actually escape unscathed under his Earth-tier intermediate martial art technique and instantly turn the tables. Of course, as a martial saint level expert, the Fire Cloud Ancestor hadn't lived all those years for nothing. The moment he realized something was amiss, his martial energy surged wildly, forming a thick shield of crimson flames around his body. Ancient runes flickered on the shield's surface, clearly indicating its grade was no inferior to the previous martial art technique. In the blink of an eye, 5 3-colored lotus flowers, enveloped in a devastating aura, crashed down with overwhelming force. The immense impact force sent Fire Cloud Ancestor flying thousands of feet away, shattering 7 towering peaks in succession before crashing into the ground like a meteorite. The dust and debris it kicked up reached the heavens, obscuring the sky. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had no intention of killing the old man outright. There was no grudge between them, and he also had to consider not affecting the nearby Sound Valley. Otherwise, the ultimate destructive fire lotus he had discarded earlier would have been unleashed. After a long time, the dust gradually dispersed. In the distant ruins where the mountains had shattered, a charred figure slowly rose from the rubble. The Fire Cloud Ancestor now wore tattered clothes, and his distinctive red hair was disheveled and stuck to his face. Old man, shall we continue? Xiao Yan flickered and appeared in the distant sky. A vast surge of martial energy erupted from his body, and the pressure of a second-rank martial saint spread out like a tangible force, causing the space around him to warp slightly. A second-rank martial saint? Feeling Xiao Yan's terrifying strength, the red-haired old man's eyes were filled with astonishment. He finally understood why he had been defeated so miserably. Fire Cloud Ancestor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. Good boy. I've roamed the continent for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I've been beaten so badly by a junior. Before he could finish speaking, Huiyun Laozu slowly twisted his neck, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from his upper body, shattering his clothes completely and revealing a chest covered in scars. At the center of his chest, a silver-colored totem suddenly burst into light. Watching the Fire Cloud Ancestor's movements, Xiao Yan's expression grew increasingly somber. He could clearly sense that the old man below was beginning to boil with fighting energy, apparently preparing to unleash some extremely powerful secret technique. I have already given you the chance to leave. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. As Xiao Yan spoke, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He had been yielding all along, but that did not mean he was afraid of anyone. As Xiao Yan's hands moved at a speed too fast for the naked eye to discern, forming seals, 9 flames of different colors appeared in the air. Under his command, they perfectly merged into a dazzling ring of flame. At the center of the ring, a black hole with a diameter exceeding dozens of zhang suddenly formed. As the black hole appeared, the light in the entire sky seemed to be swallowed by it, plunging the mountains into an eerie darkness. At the edges of the ring, as they continued to swirl, space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, forming spiderweb-like cracks. As the number of Xiao Yan's reached an astonishing 9, the power of the Buddha's wrath and reincarnation technique was significantly enhanced, rendering the Fire Cloud Ancestor's combat technique utterly inferior. Looking up at the sky-obscuring ring of flames, the Fire Cloud Ancestor's pupils suddenly contracted into pinpricks. He never could have imagined that Xiao Yan's first move would be so terrifying. However, even so, he had not the slightest thought of giving up. Heavenly Fire Threefold Transformation. First transformation. With a thunderous roar, the flames surrounding the Fire Cloud Ancestor surged wildly, and his original strength at the mid-stage of the one-star martial saint realm began to waver. Feeling the terrifying aura of the flame disk, the Fire Cloud Ancestor's roar rang out without hesitation. Second transformation. Third transformation. As the words fell, in just a few breaths, the old ancestor's aura surged to the early 2-star level. Though he still couldn't catch up to Xiao Yan, it did close the gap significantly. When I was once the ruler of the Burning Flame Valley and dominated the martial arts world, you were still just a baby. The Fire Cloud ancestor snorted coldly, about to unleash another high-tier combat technique, when he suddenly noticed the strange fire disk in the sky vanish without a sound. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan in the air also looked somewhat peculiar, awkwardly scratching his head. I said I hit the wrong person. Do you believe me? Chapter 59, The Reward of the Sound Valley. You brat, don't try any tricks. Seeing Xiao Yan suddenly stop, Fire Cloud ancestor dared not lower his guard, fearing that another illusion might suddenly appear and hurl a few fire lotuses at his face. Xiao Yan sighed wryly. He finally understood why the red-haired old man had attacked him so recklessly from the start. So the title ancestor referred to the ancestor of the Burning Flame Valley. The Nine-Dragon Thunder Galefire was the treasured artifact passed down through generations of the Burning Flame Valley for thousands of years. Since it was now in Xiao Yan's possession, the Fire Cloud ancestor naturally assumed that something had gone wrong on Tang Jin's side. Additionally, with the advanced martial arts techniques of the Sound Valley emerging at this time, Xiao Yan assumed the old man had come to cause trouble. The Fire Cloud ancestor, who had always been on good terms with the Sound Valley, mistakenly regarded Xiao Yan as someone trying to steal the treasure. Who could have imagined that after all the fighting, both sides were actually allies? However, it was clear that even if Xiao Yan understood what had happened, he would find it difficult to explain it to the Fire Cloud ancestor below. After all, with the latter's hot temper, he might start fighting again before Xiao Yan could finish speaking. Xiao Yan slowly retreated, then, under the stunned gaze of the Fire Cloud ancestor, he formed a seal with both hands. Heavenly Fire Threefold Transformation, First Transformation, Second Transformation, Third Transformation. With a series of fluid movements, Xiao Yan's already terrifying aura surged once more, breaking through the constraints of the second star and reaching the strength of a third-star martial saint. Old predecessor, now that I say it was a misunderstanding, you should believe me, right? Just then, a withered figure darted out of the Sound Valley. Upon sensing the familiar aura within Xiao Yan, he paused in his tracks. Staring blankly at the several mountains that had been reduced to rubble, Tang Jin swallowed hard before finally spotting the disheveled red-haired old man below. Ancestor! Tang Jin rushed down and reached the side of the Fire Cloud ancestor. Ancestor, are you okay? The Fire Cloud ancestor rolled his eyes at him. You troublesome brat. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been beaten into this state by that little monster. Xiao Yan landed on the ground, approached awkwardly, but didn't know what to say. In his previous life, no one had ever told him that the Burning Flame Valley had an ancestor. The current situation was a mix of good and bad news. The good news was that there was a Star Saint residing in the Burning Flame Valley, so recruiting them as allies would greatly enhance the alliance's strength. The worry was that he had been beaten so badly by the old ancestor. If they didn't turn against each other, there would be no hope for an alliance. Tang Jin tended to the Fire Cloud ancestor's injuries while sizing up Xiao Yan. Suddenly, he asked, Xiao Yan, how did you learn the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations? You're out of your mind. Before Xiao Yan could respond, the Fire Cloud ancestor had already slapped Tang Jin's arm in disgust. The Heavenly Fire threefold transformation was originally the property of the Xiao clan. Tang Jin's pupils contracted in shock. The Xiao clan? The family of Xiao Xian, the one who created the Heavenly Fire threefold transformation? Realizing that his origins had been exposed by Fire Cloud ancestor, Xiao Yan was also surprised, but he quickly understood. The Heavenly Fire threefold transformation was originally a secret technique created by their ancestors for cultivating clan markings. Although he hadn't intentionally revealed it earlier, he must have inadvertently shown his clan marking to the Fire Cloud ancestor. Unlike Tang Jin, the Fire Cloud ancestor was a true old monster. He must know far more about the connection between the Burning Flame Valley and the Xiao clan than Tang Jin. Since the old predecessor has recognized me, there's no need for me to hide anything. This junior is Xiao Yan, the current clan leader of the Xiao clan, and my master is Yi Chen, the patriarch of the Xingyun Pavilion. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Since he was seeking an alliance with the Burning Flame Valley, he might as well borrow all the favors he could at once. As expected, upon hearing the name Yao Chen, the Fire Cloud ancestor's expression flickered slightly. Yao Chen? That fellow really did take a fine disciple. Well, you're a prodigy with extraordinary talent. Losing to you, I have no regrets. Xiao Yan hurriedly waved his hands. Senior, you're too kind. That was just a simple sparring match, there's no need to. Before Xiao Yan could finish, Fire Cloud ancestor impatiently waved his hand. Don't bother with formalities. Losing is losing. I have the courage to admit it. After all, the younger generation must surpass the older one. Losing isn't a disgrace. Fire Cloud old man, when it comes to admitting defeat, you truly have no equal. At that moment, another hoarse voice echoed from the distance, and several purple-robed figures darted out from the direction of the Sound Valley. Upon hearing that voice, the Fire Cloud ancestor, who had just calmed down, erupted into curses again. Dan Yang old ghost, if it weren't for protecting you from the calamity lightning, I wouldn't have come out. I'd rather watch your Sound Valley be reduced to rubble. That would be truly satisfying. The newly arrived group was undoubtedly the Dan Yang sage and others who had just emerged from seclusion at the bottom of the abyss. Having just endured an unprecedented martial arts battle, the Danyang sage and the others were all exhausted, but this didn't stop them from trading insults with the Fire Cloud Old Ancestor upon meeting. The Burning Flame Valley and the Sound Valley have always been on good terms, and the two elders are old friends. This is a normal occurrence, please don't let the young friend laugh at us, Tang Jin whispered aside. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He had already anticipated this, otherwise, the headquarters of the Sound Valley and the Burning Flame Valley would never have been located together for so many years without any issues. Danyang the sage and Huayun the ancestor exchanged a few words here and there, then suddenly turned to look at Xiao Yan. Your aura seems to have grown significantly. Xiao Yan chuckled and replied casually, I've gained some insights from working with the seniors. Danyang the sage's dim eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of insight. He smiled and said, it's because of the Xian Huangyan, isn't it? Ah. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, especially Xiao Yan, who had been secretly delighted. He never expected that the Danyang sage had already known the origin of the Xian Huangyan. Danyang sage stroked the few strands of beard on his chin that were nearly withered. Ha, I am no spring chicken. I have some understanding of the treasures within the valley. However, young friend, rest assured. You have assisted us in achieving a great feat. The Xian Huangyan shall be your reward. The Yin Valley will not demand it back. Thank you, Valley Master. Xiao Yan bowed in respect, but his heart felt a bit hollow. He had originally thought that no one recognized the Xian Huangyan, so he could secretly claim it for himself and then extort more from the Yin Valley. Who would have thought that the Danyang sage was so cunning? He waited until everything was settled before revealing the truth, leaving Xiao Yan too embarrassed to ask for anything else. The Fire Cloud ancestor, standing nearby, finally reacted belatedly and jumped up, exclaiming, Hey, old ghost! You told me before that the flames underground were problematic and would affect one's martial energy if absorbed into the body. When did they turn into Xian Huangyan? Ignoring the Fire Cloud ancestor's commotion, the Danyang sage turned to Xiao Yan with a faint smile. Young friend, you have done the Sound Valley a great favor. Besides that, I also have a gift for you. As he spoke, the Danyang sage moved his lips slightly, using a secret transmission technique to whisper something to Xiao Yan. The latter's eyes immediately gleamed with a brilliant light. Chapter 60, The Hongmeng Realm. Travel 3,000 miles eastward, traverse a spatial wormhole, then 2,000 miles northward, and traverse another spatial wormhole. Above the Central Plains continent, a streak of light sliced across the sky. Only those at the peak of the Dou Zun realm or above could discern that it was actually a figure moving at an incredible speed. A distance of thousands of miles was covered in the blink of an eye under that figure's feet. This figure, who flew for a while before stopping, constantly checking a map in his hand to confirm his direction, was none other than Xiao Yan, who had recently departed from the Sound Valley. Having lingered in the Sound Valley for nearly 2 months, Xiao Yan had yet to secure a single one of the over 58th grade pills he had promised to the elders of the Starfall Pavilion. Additionally, he had promised to refine several healing pills for Fire Cloud Ancestor and Tang Hoyer to win over the Burning Flame Valley. Xiao Yan had no idea how much he owed now, even to himself. Therefore, after leaving the depths of the abyss, Xiao Yan didn't even bother to return to the Xingyuan Pavilion. He simply had Qinin hand over a spatial jade slip to the old alchemist before departing in haste. It wasn't that he didn't want to directly cross the space, but the place he was heading to was unknown even to him. The final reward Danyang Xingzhe gave Xiao Yan was not a tangible item, but 2 pieces of information. Though these 2 pieces of information weren't worth a fortune, they were of immense practical value to Xiao Yan at his current state. The place Xiao Yan was heading to was the Hongmeng realm mentioned in the first piece of information. The Hongmeng realm was said to be one of the few places in the entire Central Plains where the energy of heaven and earth was most concentrated. It is said that the Hongmeng realm is an independent space created by an elderly predecessor from the Dan Tower many years ago, hence its similarity to the Dan realm, both being part of the Dan Tower's holdings. However, while the Dan realm is where high-grade medicinal herbs are produced, the Hongmeng realm is specifically designated as a place for senior alchemists of 8th rank and above to refine medicines. In such an energy-rich and undisturbed place, refining pills often yields twice the result with half the effort. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately followed the map to find it. The approximate location of the Hongmeng realm is near the central region of Zhengzhou, far from the Zhihua mountain range, and there are no direct spatial wormholes leading there. However, with Xiao Yan's speed, even without tearing open space, he quickly found the place. According to the map, the entrance to the Hongmeng realm was at the foot of a mountain called Yuanshu mountain range. However, when Xiao Yan finally arrived, he was completely taken aback. There was no grand boundary gate as he had imagined, not even a proper signboard. At the foot of the Yuanshu mountains, there was only a small square entrance about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. The entrance had a half-broken wooden door hanging loosely, appearing to have been abandoned for a long time. The only thing worth noting was a burly middle-aged man pacing back and forth near the square entrance, clearly a guard. Judging by the aura emanating from him, this man had already reached the peak of the martial sovereign realm, just 1 step away from ascending to the martial ancestor realm. At such a level of cultivation, even in some of the major clans of Central Plains, he would be considered a reclusive ancestor. Yet here, at the foot of Yuanshu Mountain, he was merely a gatekeeper. Seeing this, Xiao Yan knew he had come to the right place. Excuse me, is this the entrance to the Hongmeng realm? What the hell? Xiao Yan suddenly appeared, startling the middle-aged man. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he immediately adopted an impatient expression. Go play somewhere else, kid. Xiao Yan scratched his nose. The most frustrating thing about his new life had happened again. His appearance and age were simply too unconvincing, and he was always mistaken for a troublemaker wherever he went. With a wry smile, Xiao Yan took out a jade box with a greenish glow from his storage ring and handed it over slowly. Sir, I've come here specifically to borrow this place for alchemy. Could you please inform the authorities? The middle-aged man disdainfully reached out and opened the box slightly, releasing a strong scent of alchemical medicine. This is an 8th grade elixir? Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within it, the middle-aged man was startled for a moment, then his attitude did an immediate 180-degree turn. He kept bowing to Xiao Yan, saying, I don't know which master has arrived. Please forgive Yi Feng's rudeness. Seeing that the man was somewhat knowledgeable, Xiao Yan couldn't help but adopt a more formal demeanor, narrowing his eyes slightly and saying, Yi Feng? Are you from one of the 5 major families of the Pill Domain? Indeed, I am from the Yi family of Yi City in the Pill Domain. Ha, could it be that the master has some connection with the Yi family? Yi Feng smiled obsequiously. In the martial Qi continent, strength was everything, and even though he was now at the peak of the martial sovereign realm, he could only keep smiling in the presence of an 8th grade alchemist. We've had some contact before, Xiao Yan nodded. Can I go in now? Yi Feng's face suddenly turned troubled. Normally, entering and exiting the Hongmeng realm requires a special invitation from the Dan Tower. However, given your status, I would never dare to stop you under normal circumstances. But today. What's wrong today? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. Though he hadn't intentionally released any pressure, Yi Feng still felt a tightness in his heart. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yi Feng explained, to be honest, a prominent figure has arrived in the Hongmeng realm. It is said that the pills being refined this time are of exceptional quality. As a result, no outsiders have been allowed to enter for the past half-month. Looking at Xiao Yan's expression, Yi Feng felt his mouth go dry and hurriedly added, even if I let you in, there are countless Dou Zong level experts guarding the inner layers. So, please forgive me, master. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Xiao Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. As far as he knew, the Hongmeng realm was a special alchemy site reserved for alchemists of the 8th rank and above. On that basis, an alchemical pill that could be called excellent was likely an 8th rank pill capable of summoning a 9-colored, or even a 9th rank pill. Furthermore, from Yi Feng's words, it was clear that the entire Hongmeng realm had been cleared out half a month ago for the sake of that great figure. This led one to infer that what was being refined was likely a 9th rank treasure pill, or even a 9th rank Xin pill. Unlike 8th rank pills, 9th rank pills require not only the alchemist's skill but also a massive amount of celestial energy to refine successfully. If several 9th rank alchemists were to refine pills simultaneously, there might be an insufficient supply of celestial energy in the heavens. Perhaps this is why the area was cleared. Having deduced this, Xiao Yan could only shrug his shoulders in resignation. Since there was already a 9th grade alchemist inside, there was no point in him going in to compete for energy with them. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to turn and leave, Yi Feng's voice rang out again, if the master has come here specifically to refine pills, I happen to know a good place. Yi Feng spoke with a smile, but his eyes kept glancing at Xiao Yan's hands. Chapter 61, Ancient Ruins? Seeing Yi Feng's expression, Xiao Yan immediately understood and tossed the jade box in his hand toward him. This pill will be of great benefit to your advancement to the Dou Zong realm. Take it. Thank you, master. If you ever come to Yi City in the future, I will definitely treat you as an honored guest of the Yi family. Yi Feng hurriedly put away the pill, his face immediately lighting up with joy. He leaned close to Xiao Yan and whispered, Master came here to refine pills because you've set your sights on the energy of the Hongmeng realm. From here, head west for 10 miles, follow the small path up the mountain, and start from the 13th peak of the Yuanshu Mountains. The energy there is extremely abundant, rivaling that of the inner world. Seeing Yi Feng's earnest expression, Xiao Yan knew he wouldn't dare lie to him. He didn't linger any longer and immediately flew off in the direction Yi Feng had indicated. The Yuanshu Mountains have a long history. In ancient times, many alchemists had already gathered here to refine pills. It was precisely for this reason that the ancient ancestor of the Pill Tower had once opened the Hongmeng realm here. Yi Feng's words were true. Xiao Yan had only flown for a moment before he felt the density of the energy in the heavens and earth increase several-fold. However, there was one thing Yi Feng hadn't mentioned, the Yuanshu Mountains were now teeming with people. Forget about the 13th peak. From the first peak onward, Xiao Yan had already encountered several 6th and 7th rank alchemists, each staking out their own territory. Some were accompanied by a group of bodyguards, while others even brought along guardian beasts. As he ventured deeper into the mountain range, he even encountered several 8th rank alchemists hiding among the depths. It seemed that during the time the Hongmeng realm was closed, the Yuanshu Mountains had already become a universally recognized alternative destination. The once abundant celestial energy had been divided among the alchemists, leaving it somewhat sparse. Xiao Yan hovered in the air, glancing briefly before flying deeper into the mountains. With his strength, he didn't bother competing with these others for territory. Starting from the 13th peak, the celestial energy indeed grew increasingly dense. However, a faint fragrance also began to waft through the air. Upon catching the first whiff of the scent, the yin-yang poison flame within Xiao Yan's body trembled violently. Is it poisonous? Upon noticing this, a hint of joy flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. While this toxic barrier might inspire fear in other alchemists, it was a natural shield for him. With the support of the yin-yang poison flame, Xiao Yan was now immune to all poisons. Unless he encountered someone of the same level with the same poisonous physique, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to defeat him through poisoning. The deeper one ventured into the Yuanshu Mountains, the more desolate the land became. By the time they reached the 19th mountain range, Xiao Yan could only sense a faint trace of a peak-level Dou Zun's aura. Beyond that, there was no one else. Beyond the 19th mountain range lies a sheer cliff thousands of feet high, so towering that one cannot even see the peak when looking up. While this place indeed offered ideal conditions for refining ordinary 8th grade items, after Xiao Yan's vast soul power scanned the area, it seemed that there was something even more extraordinary beyond the sheer cliff. Xiao Yan's mind flickered, and a colorful suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. The seemingly indestructible mountain rocks began to melt instantly. After breaking through a 100-foot wide hole, a nearly transparent energy membrane suddenly came into Xiao Yan's view. How could there be a spatial barrier here? Gazing at what lay hidden behind the sheer cliff face, even Xiao Yan, with his composed demeanor, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. According to the traditions of the martial Qi continent, such things unearthed in deep mountains and ancient forests were either treasures or ruins. Moreover, the spatial barrier now standing before Xiao Yan was clearly of the level of a martial saint. In other words, beyond this barrier, there was likely the cultivation site of a powerful Dou Shang, or perhaps the final resting place of an ancient powerhouse. Xiao Yan swallowed hard, unable to help but recall the great heavenly transformation palm and the bone remains of a martial saint he had obtained in an ancient ruin in his previous life. Even though he had already reached the Dou Shang realm, the heavenly ranked martial arts still held a significant allure for him. Moreover, there might be some ancient herbs and treasures passed down from the ancient times, whose value was incalculable. Thinking of this, a smirk appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Exchanging an 8th grade low-grade pill for an ancient ruin was a deal that couldn't be beat. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan's palm erupted with the once more. This time, the 9-colored mixed condensed into an extremely thin firefinger, which Xiao Yan controlled to slowly carve out an opening in the barrier using its unparalleled high temperature. The person who had set up this barrier might have been as powerful as Xiao Yan, but time had taken its toll, and the energy within the spatial barrier had already begun to fade. Additionally, Xiao Yan had the support of his, so it took him less than 10 minutes to break through it effortlessly. As the spatial barrier shattered, a surge of celestial energy 10 times denser than that outside the mountains engulfed Xiao Yan. His body flickered, enveloped in the, and he stepped forward into the hidden space. Upon entering the hidden space, Xiao Yan's vision suddenly brightened. Contrary to his expectations, this was not a cave or a strongman's dwelling, but a vast, boundless plain. On the plain, there were no signs of human presence. Only a few thatched huts of moderate height stood a kilometer away, with farmlands planted with crops and a lying green ox beside them. In the sky, a red sun hung high, giving the entire scene the feeling of having returned to the outside world. This situation was unexpected for Xiao Yan. After cautiously taking 2 steps forward, he infused his fighting energy into his voice and shouted toward the thatched huts, "May I ask which senior is cultivating here?" A steady stream of martial energy carried Xiao Yan's voice out, echoing across the entire plain. However, after shouting several times, no one emerged, not even the cow, which remained motionless on the ground. This is strange. Where could they have gone? Xiao Yan muttered to himself. However, as they say, the more skilled one is, the bolder they become. As a 2-star martial saint, there were few people or things in this world that could pose a threat to him. With that thought, Xiao Yan steeled his resolve and flew toward the thatched huts. As Xiao Yan entered a certain area, a strong scent of medicinal herbs filled the air. Xiao Yan looked closely and saw that the fields were filled with herbs used to refine 8th grade, and even 9th grade, pills, and their quality was exceptional. Many of them had grown for thousands of years to reach such a level. Whoa! The more Xiao Yan looked, the more astonished he became. Such an abundance of medicinal herbs was a true fatal temptation for a high-level alchemist. The herbs cultivated in this field were far more valuable than anything he had ever seen in the pill realm. Almost every single one of them was priceless if taken outside. If he could take some with him. Just as Xiao Yan's heart grew increasingly fervent, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixed on him. Looking up, he saw that the green ox had opened its eyes at some point. Chapter 62, The Green Ox and the Shepherd Boy. Feeling the human-like glow in the blue ox's eyes, Xiao Yan's heart trembled, and he quickly retreated. However, the accident he had imagined did not occur. The blue ox merely gave Xiao Yan a brief glance before letting out an annoyed moo and rolled over to sleep again. Just as Xiao Yan exhaled in relief, a voice as tender as a child's suddenly rang out. "Little ox, are you awake?" To Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, a child who appeared to be no more than 10 years old slowly emerged from a thatched hut nearby. In his hand, he clutched a walking stick made of woven grass. At the top of the staff hung several colorful gourds, which clanged against each other with every movement, producing a crisp, ringing sound. The moment he saw the child, Xiao Yan's face turned deathly pale, for he had not sensed a single trace of life energy from the child at all. "Ha! Someone's here?" The child had only taken a few steps out of the hut when he noticed Xiao Yan standing frozen in place. He hurriedly waved his hand and called out, "Hey, big brother, you're stepping on my grass." Xiao Yan was startled and quickly moved his foot to look. In the field, a 9-turn mystic ginseng plant used for refining an 8th grade advanced elixir had been crushed to a pulp by his foot. Seeing this, Xiao Yan immediately bowed and said, "I didn't know you were here meditating. I apologize for the disturbance. I will compensate you tenfold for the damaged herbs." Seeing Xiao Yan bow, the child quickly dropped his walking stick and bowed toward him, saying, "Young man, what are you doing? You look older than me. Why are you calling me senior?" The child's voice was extremely earnest, causing Xiao Yan to pause for a moment. However, he still bowed and said, "I accidentally stumbled upon this place. Please do not blame me. If I have caused any disturbance, I will leave immediately." As Xiao Yan spoke, his body slowly backed away. However, the child's voice rang out again, this time sounding urgent, "Don't move. There's grass behind you." As he spoke, the child quickly walked toward this direction. When his figure was 10 meters away from the thatched hut, Xiao Yan suddenly felt an odd fluctuation. Then, he finally sensed the child's strength. Battle Chi, 3rd stage. Xiao Yan looked up in astonishment. For the first time, he doubted his own judgment. Could it be that the child before him was truly just an ordinary person? Noticing Xiao Yan's expression, the child seemed to remember something and suddenly laughed. "You're not because of this, are you?" As he spoke, the child ran back a few steps. Upon entering the vicinity of the thatched hut, his aura vanished without a trace. When he emerged again, Xiao Yan could once more sense his presence. The child gestured toward the sky, explaining, "There's a spatial barrier here. It was left by our master to protect us." "Master?" Looking at the child's innocent expression, Xiao Yan finally felt a hint of doubt. Logically speaking, there were only two possibilities at this point. Either this was an ordinary child, or either this is a reclusive master deliberately pretending to be this way to toy with me. However, Xiao Yan also knew that he had already reached the mid-stage of a 2-star martial saint. To deceive his eyes and his heaven realm grand perfection perception, the opponent would have to be at least several tiers above him, and at the very least, they would need to be a being surpassing a 5-star martial saint. Even a 5-star or 6-star martial saint, even if placed in an ancient clan, would be an extremely rare existence. How could such a being appear here? Just as Xiao Yan was swiftly calculating in his mind, another childish voice suddenly broke his train of thought. "Whoa, what's going on? All this noise?" A younger-looking child slowly emerged from the thatched hut. The child was dressed in a simple hemp robe, yawning as he walked. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, his body froze in place. At that moment, Xiao Yan's heart was far from calm. If the previous child was a 6-star martial saint, then now there were two such beings of such profound cultivation? 2 6th-rank martial saints? In his previous life, even at the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony, Xiao Yan had never encountered such high-ranking experts. Therefore, there could only be one truth. "Are you from the Pill Tower?" Xiao Yan looked at the two children before him, who hadn't even managed to a single swirl of martial energy, and for a moment, he thought he was overthinking things. The younger child, frightened, hid behind the first child and whispered, "Who are you? Were you sent by the elder to supervise our work?" Xiao Yan was also confused by the question, "Elder? Of course not. Does the Pill Tower even have an elder?" "Of course there is. Inside the Dan Tower, there's a small Dan Tower, and we're the attendants of the small Dan Tower's elder." The first child said proudly. "Little Dan Tower. Elder." Xiao Yan nodded. The Pill Tower was an organization that rivaled the Soul Hall as the dominant power in Central Continent. It couldn't possibly only have the 3 Pill Tower elders, who were all at the Dou Zun realm. This little Pill Tower must be its true core. As for this Grand Elder, though he had never heard the old alchemist mention him before, as the Dan Tower's top-tier combatant, he must at least be a Dou Shang-level powerhouse. After sorting through all this, Xiao Yan suddenly understood a lot. It seemed that the important figure Yi Feng had mentioned must be this Grand Elder, and the two children were likely unable to enter the Hongmeng realm, so they were temporarily staying here. Having figured this out, Xiao Yan's apprehension dissipated considerably. He smiled gently at the two children. "Hello, my name is Yan Xiao. I'm here to refine pills and took a wrong turn." The first child replied politely, bowing slightly. "Hello, I'm Dan Nong. I'm in charge of managing the medicinal herbs here." After Dan Nong spoke, the younger child behind him peeked out half his head. "My name is Dan Xian. I'm responsible for taking care of that little calf. This is a small world outside the Hongmeng realm. Every time the elder goes in to refine pills, he sends us here. By the way, if you want to refine pills, you can go to that stone over there. The elder used to refine pills there before. Dan Nong said, pointing to a white jade stone beside the thatched hut. The white jade stone was disc-shaped, wide enough for an adult to sit on, but it was covered in dust, clearly unused for a long time. At that moment, Dan Xian, who had been hiding behind, cautiously stepped forward and curiously asked Xiao Yan, "You mentioned earlier that you can refine pills? What kind of pills do you refine? Golden pills or mystic pills?" Xiao Yan hadn't expected the two children to be so enthusiastic. He sighed wryly and said, "I'm not as skilled as the senior elder. I usually just refine 8th grade pills. I've refined 9th grade treasure pills before, but I've never tried refining Xiandan." Dan Xian scratched his wrist and blinked his innocent eyes. "Why not try? Is it because you don't have the formula? Or the alchemy cauldron? Or the herbs?" Xiao Yan's smile grew even more bitter as he shrugged his shoulders. "I don't have any of those." To everyone's surprise, Dan Xian suddenly leaped to his feet. "I have them." Chapter 63, The Abnormal 9th Grade Xiandan. "What? What do you have?" Xiao Yan looked at Dan Xian in disbelief. A child not even 10 years old, could he even understand what alchemy was? "Just wait." Dan Xian clapped his hands and quickly darted into the thatched hut behind him. Dan Nong, seeing this, smiled affectionately. "We've been stuck here for over half a month, it's been so boring. You finally arrived, and now we have someone to talk to. Look how happy he is." As he spoke, Dan Xian had already dragged out a small wooden box from the thatched hut. Inside were colorful rings. "Look." Dan Xian picked up a green ring and shook it, and various scrolls began to fall out one after another. "This is the formula for the Tianling Iking Dan, the formula for the Zhouzhuan Guiwan Dan, the formula for the Bahuang Tunshan Dan." Xiao Yan stared in disbelief at the scrolls Dan Xian had casually tossed aside. The lowest grade ones were all 9th grade treasure pills. Among them were several legendary 9th grade Xiandan formulas. These formulas were priceless treasures outside, and if auctioned off, they could even be exchanged for mid-tier heavenly realm martial arts techniques. Yet in Dan Xian's hands, they were discarded as casually as weeds. "These, how did you get them? There's more." Dan Xian spoke as he casually picked up a fiery red storage ring, flicking it toward the distance. The energy in the sky and earth on the plain suddenly began to violently fluctuate, and one after another, cauldrons as tall as buildings appeared in everyone's vision. "This is the first on the Heavenly Cauldron rankings, the Hongmeng Holy Cauldron. The second-ranked Heavenly Cauldron on the Heavenly Cauldron rankings, the Immortal Spring Cauldron. The third on the Heavenly Cauldron rankings, the Shin Gnome Cauldron." Feeling the strange energy fluctuations emanating from each cauldron, Xiao Yan's throat involuntarily tightened several times. His years of alchemy experience told him that Dan Xian was telling the truth. There were a total of 13 cauldrons on the Heavenly Cauldron rankings, and 7 of them had already appeared before their eyes. Dan Xian grabbed a storage ring in his hand and flaunted it before Xiao Yan. "The senior elder went in to refine pills and left everything we don't need for us to keep. These are all for you to use, along with the herbs in the fields. Just promise to stay here and play with us for a couple more days." Xiao Yan's eyes widened like copper bells. He had no idea what kind of power the elder of this small possessed to have such immense resources. These items were beyond the value of money. There might not be a second set in the entire world. Such treasures were actually entrusted to 2 children to keep? Xiao Yan's eyes flickered constantly as he looked up at the 2 children. However, Dan Xian and Dan Nong had clear, innocent eyes, completely untouched by the world. Even Xiao Yan, with his soul-sensing abilities, couldn't detect anything unusual about them. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan licked his dry lips and finally exhaled deeply. "All right, deal." Seeing Xiao Yan's reaction, Dan Xian clapped his hands excitedly. "Great. Now I won't have to play with the little cow anymore." The green ox in the distance lifted its head, seemingly displeased, and let out a moo before rolling over and going back to sleep. Since meeting Dan Xian and Dan Nong, Xiao Yan's life had become quite eventful. Besides refining 8th grade every day, he also had to entertain the 2 children with performances. The performances included, but were not limited to, martial arts demonstrations, fire shows, and storytelling. As for Dan Nong and Dan Xian, they indeed lived up to their earlier description. They spent their days herding cows, watering flowers, and then, when they had nothing else to do, they would go find Xiao Yan to play with him. Not long ago, while in the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yan had successfully refined a 9th grade treasure pill, so in reality, he could now be considered a 9th grade treasure pill master. Moreover, after reaching the peak of the heavenly realm in his soul cultivation, Xiao Yan had mastered the refinement of 8th grade pills, so after completing his regular tasks, he was more than happy to spend time with the 2 children. The 3 of them spent their days together, and though it hadn't been too long, half a year had already passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Dan Nong and Dan Xian rose unusually early, then sat cross-legged beside the thatched hut, watching Xiao Yan concentrate intently on refining pills. "How many days has that fire been burning?" "I forgot, probably around 10 days or so." "I think it's been over 20 days. Smell it, the medicine inside seems to have burned to a crisp." The 2 children chatted casually, their voices drifting into Xiao Yan's ears, causing him to tremble violently. He suddenly opened his eyes, his fingers moving swiftly to urgently withdraw 4 of the 9 strange flames from the cauldron in front of him. Just as Xiao Yan reduced the heat, the golden liquid at the center of the cauldron suddenly boiled violently, emitting an extremely faint burnt odor. Fortunately, Xiao Yan promptly added another herb, averting disaster. The cauldron Xiao Yan was using was none other than the Hongmeng Holy Cauldron, ranked first on the Tianding chart. It was said to have existed since the birth of martial energy, formed by the natural condensation of the primordial energies of heaven and earth. It contained 9 fire channels and was already an invaluable treasure in ancient times. By the 9th rank, alchemists prefer to use flames to condense their own cauldrons. If the flames are unique, the resulting cauldron can rival those ranked in the top 3 of the heavenly cauldron rankings. However, this Hongmeng Holy Cauldron does not need to rival anyone. From ancient times to the present, it has always been the unrivaled number 1 in the world, and it is also the only cauldron capable of refining the 9 transformations Return to Origin pill. The 9 transformation Return to Origin pill ranks among the 9 ranked mystic Dan realm and is the lifelong pursuit of nearly all early stage martial saints. To refine this pill, one must absorb energy within a 1,000-mile radius, invest 3,600 high-grade herbs, refine it for 49 days, and continuously use 9 flames. Only then is there a chance for it to be produced in the Hongmeng Holy Cauldron. The effects of this pill are also extremely powerful. Those below the 5-star martial saint realm who consume it can temporarily leap up to 3 ranks in a short time, while those above the 5-star martial saint realm have a certain chance to increase their strength by 1 star. However, due to its extremely stringent refinement requirements, especially the flames possessing and mastering 9 powerful flames simultaneously is an extremely unlikely feat. Its creation is highly unlikely. Therefore, although the 9 transformation Return to Origin pill's effects are truly extraordinary, it has only been successfully refined by a great sage in ancient times. In the past 1,000 years, although everyone has aspired to it, even the Hongmeng Holy Cauldron has become rare, let alone refining it. However, as they say, where there's a will, there's a way. What seemed impossible to outsiders was perfectly fulfilled by Xiao Yan, who had traveled through time. Possessing 9 types of and the soul power of the heavenly realm's great perfection, along with the Hongmeng Holy Cauldron and the formula sponsored by Dan Xian, plus the dense celestial and earthly energy in this plane's secret realm, Xiao Yan has almost gathered all the favorable conditions of heaven, earth, and humanity. Even so, refining the 9 transformation Return to Origin pill proved to be a daunting task for Xiao Yan. 2 months prior, he had already completed the refinement of all the required 8th grade. Under the urging of Dan Xian and the others, he began the refinement of the 9 transformation Return to Origin. During this period, he had already failed twice. Had it not been for the constant supply of herbs from the alchemist, Xiao Yan would likely not have survived until today. Just moments ago, Xiao Yan nearly ruined the potion in the cauldron due to a single misstep. Chapter 64, 9 Embryo Dan. Hurry up, it's your turn. Seeing that Xiao Yan had only a few herbs left, Dan Xian pushed the alchemist aside. Dan Nong sighed wryly, picked up the bamboo-woven staff by his side, and reluctantly stood up, heading toward the distant fields. What had once been a vibrant nursery now looked like it had been ransacked by bandits. Out of 10 medicinal plants, 9 were newly grown, and the remaining 1 had been picked by the alchemist to be sent to Xiao Yan. You must understand that all of these were high-grade herbs used to refine 8th or 9th grade pills. For ordinary 9th grade pills, 1 or 2 top-quality herbs might suffice, but the 9 turns Return to Origin pill that Xiao Yan was currently refining was an extremely special case. The process of refining the 9 transformation Return to Origin pill is actually not overly complicated. It involves continuously utilizing 9 types of advanced flames to extract the essence from the herbs, then combining this with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to ultimately form the pill. As for the herbs required, there are no specific regulations. The more, the better. The higher the grade of the herbs, the higher the success rate of the alchemy, and the stronger the effects of the resulting pills. Over the past 2 months, Xiao Yan has consumed hundreds, if not thousands, of high-grade herbs, effectively depleting the entire herb garden managed by the alchemist. As for lower-grade herbs, he has invested an unimaginable amount. Rock Hawk, if this doesn't work this time, we'll even run out of herbs. The alchemist muttered to himself as he retrieved nearly all the remaining high-grade herbs and scattered new seeds on the bare ground. As soon as the new seeds touched the ground, a strange green light flashed from the tip of Dan Nong's staff, quickly disappearing into the soil. The new seeds took root and sprouted in an instant, forming a brand new herb within just a few breaths, appearing to have the potency of a herb that had been cultivated for hundreds of years. After planting the new seeds, Dan Nong finally returned to the thatched hut with a satisfied expression. Seeing Dan Nong reluctantly put down the medicinal plant, Dan Xian smiled and said, "It took you so long to pull a few weeds? Isn't that for the elder? What are you being so sentimental about?" Dan Nong shot Dan Xian a disapproving glance, wanting to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. "Don't worry. If the elder scolds us, I'll take full responsibility," Xiao Yan said as he added more herbs. "It's okay, the elder won't notice." Dan Xian wore a childlike smile. "I heard the elder say that this pill hasn't been refined in thousands of years. If he sees you succeed, he'll be overjoyed." Let us hope it works. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Over the past few days, although he had failed multiple times, his understanding of alchemy had reached a new level. Even controlling 9 types of flames simultaneously was no problem. Such rare growth had already surpassed the pill itself. Even if he failed to refine the pill this time, Xiao Yan wouldn't be too discouraged. Over the past year, his gains had already surpassed his original expectations. Of course, it was precisely because of this attitude, whether success or failure, that Xiao Yan's alchemy process this time was calm and steady, progressing step by step. Within the Hongmeng Holy Cauldron, a terrifyingly powerful pill embryo was slowly taking shape. The energy is still insufficient. Looking at the gradually condensing pill embryo within the fire cauldron, Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. The energy required to refine a 9th-grade Shen pill was simply too immense, even for a second-rank martial saint like him, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. Come on, you can do it. I can already smell the fragrance of the pill. Success! You'll be the greatest alchemist in 1,000 years. Dan Xian and Dan Nong sat beside the thatched hut, waving their arms wildly to cheer Xiao Yan on. Hearing their words, a wave of warmth washed over Xiao Yan. He took a deep breath and roared, "Come on!" As soon as the words left his mouth, an incredibly powerful suction force erupted from the palm of Xiao Yan's hand. Within 1,000 miles, the energy of the heavens and earth instantly gathered as if summoned, forming a terrifying energy storm. In an instant, howling winds swept through the air, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the clouds in the sky churned and gathered. The massive energy vortex, under Xiao Yan's control, was completely channeled into the Hongmeng Holy Cauldron. Interestingly, no matter how chaotic the scene was on Xiao Yan's side, the thatched hut where the 2 children were staying remained completely calm. All the energy was blocked by an almost transparent protective barrier 10 meters away from the hut. Not enough. Come again. Xiao Yan growled, and his soul power at the peak of the heavenly realm erupted violently, spreading out in all directions like an invisible net. The range of absorption expanded once more, extending to 10,000 miles in all directions. Almost all the energy within the secret realm was forcibly drawn out, and from a distance, even the sun in the sky seemed to dim slightly. As an endless stream of celestial energy poured in, the fragrance of the fire cauldron grew increasingly intense. This fragrance was no longer merely the scent of herbs, it also contained the essence of the great Dao cycle, causing one's spirit to tremble and the qi within one's body to begin circulating involuntarily. The ancient patterns on the surface of the Hongmeng Holy Cauldron began to glow, as if infused with life, causing the embryonic within the cauldron to gain a touch of spiritual energy. It's time to add more fire. By the thatched hut, 2 young boys slowly rose to their feet, their expressions solemn as they stared in the direction of Xiao Yan, as if it were they themselves who were refining the rather than Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as his hands swiftly formed seals. Flames of various colors surged from his body, and 9 types of, resembling 9 fiery dragons, swirled and danced around the Hongmeng Holy Cauldron. As the heat intensified, the aroma of the pills inside the cauldron grew stronger. Through the flickering light on the cauldron's surface, 9 circular objects could be seen suspended in the energy vortex. Each emitted a halo of different hues, resembling 9 newly born stars shining brightly in the chaotic energy, yet faintly drawn toward one another. Condense! Xiao Yan roared, abruptly withdrawing his soul force and channeling it entirely into the fire cauldron. Condensing pills with force is easy, fusing them with the heart is difficult. Only when the 9 pills resonate together can they unite as one. Dan Xian's voice suddenly pierced through the entire energy storm, ringing clearly in Xiao Yan's ears. These words struck like a heavy hammer, clearing the chaos in Xiao Yan's mind. He bit his tongue until it bled, then swiftly formed a complex seal with his palm, before spitting a mouthful of blood onto the cauldron. Merge! The Hongmeng Holy Cauldron suddenly emitted a dragon-like roar, its patterns glowing brightly to form a massive array diagram. Within the diagram, 9 colored energies spun wildly, corresponding to Xiao Yan's 9. Where the light flickered, 9 fist-sized embryonic pills clashed, each containing enough energy to make even a Dou Shang-level expert tremble with fear. Chapter 65, The Descent of the Mystic Pill. Boom! After the deafening explosion, the 9 embryonics on the array diagram burst forth like ferocious beasts breaking free from their chains. They surged, and they charged forward with the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, shattering the constraints of the Hongmeng Holy. The moment they broke free from the cauldron, all 9 embryonic transformed into 9 streaks of light, shooting straight into the sky. Wherever they passed, space shattered inch by inch, forming a colossal energy storm that obscured the sky. At the center of the storm, the 9 embryonic dans spun wildly, colliding with each other. The sound of metal clashing against metal was deafening, and each collision erupted with blinding light, as if 9 sworn enemies were engaged in a fierce battle. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Yan's pupils contracted sharply as he roared, his fingers darting out like lightning. 9 flames shot into the air, swiftly intertwining into a massive net of fire that rushed after the 9 embryonic cores. After 2 months of relentless refinement, enduring 2 failures, and consuming vast amounts of medicinal herbs, if he let it escape now, Xiao Yan would never be able to make a name for himself in the alchemy world. At the same time, Xiao Yan's hands moved swiftly to form seals, and the fighting energy surged wildly around his body. Above his head, a gigantic 9-colored cauldron, hundreds of feet tall, slowly took shape. On the surface of the cauldron, the patterns of the 9 different flames were clearly visible, intertwining and weaving together, emanating a destructive aura. The cauldron was so massive it resembled a floating mountain range, completely enveloping the entire energy storm within its embrace. Inside the cauldron, the collision of the 9 embryonic grew increasingly intense. Each impact sent terrifying energy ripples throughout the air, causing the cauldron to shake violently. Xiao Yan's face grew pale as the 9 embryonic pills collided. After absorbing the energy of heaven and earth for dozens of days, coupled with the fusion of countless heavenly treasures, the pills had already begun to surpass Xiao Yan's control. The violent power within the embryonic pills was like a volcano about to erupt, ready to break through all constraints at any moment. Xiao Yan's forehead veins bulged as he clenched his hands tightly together, channeling his heaven realm grand perfection soul force into the cauldron to try to quell the struggle between the embryonic pills. However, the 9 embryonic pills now seemed to possess a sentient intelligence, their mutual repulsive forces growing ever stronger. Each one appeared to have inherited the special power of the, with the sounds of wind and thunder echoing ceaselessly, stirring the energy within the cauldron into utter chaos. Xiao Yan felt his soul power dissipate like water into the sea. No matter how much he poured in, it was utterly useless. A deep sense of helplessness swept over him. By the thatched hut, Dan Xian watched the sky and shook his head slowly. These 9 embryonic contain too much of the S power. If this continues, he won't be able to suppress them. Dan Non's young face also showed a look of regret. The third failure? What a pity. Dan Xian looked at him speechlessly. Old man, did you enjoy pretending? Those were 9. Such an opportunity may never come again in this world. Haha, weren't you the one who started it? Dan Non chuckled softly, then slowly took a step forward. Suddenly, he hurled his walking stick toward the sky. Let him have his way. The moment the staff left his hand, it silently transformed into a jade-green streak of light, darting into the massive fire cauldron like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Yan felt a flash before his eyes, and saw a vibrant green liquid, like a curtain of sky, pouring down and instantly enveloping the 9 wildly colliding embryonics. The once restless and chaotic embryonic cores, upon coming into contact with this life-giving liquid, seemed to be tamed beasts, gradually calming down. Within the cauldron, the raging flames lost some of their ferocity, and a gentle, harmonious aura began to spread slowly throughout the cauldron. What is this? Noticing the unusual changes in the energy within the cauldron, Xiao Yan suddenly looked down below. To his astonished eyes, he saw Dan Xian and Dan Nong standing with their hands behind their backs, their young faces adorned with a satisfied smile. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and condense thee. Xiao Yan snapped out of his daze, silently exclaiming, that was close. He dared not delay for a moment, swiftly forming a complex seal with his hands. A vast surge of soul energy erupted once more, enveloping the nascent within the cauldron. 9 transformations returned to truth, condense. With Xiao Yan's loud shout, the 9 embryonic began to slowly rotate and fuse together. After being soaked in the green liquid earlier, the violent energy within thee had been completely neutralized. As the light on their surfaces gradually intertwined and wrapped around each other, they eventually transformed into a dazzling ball of light. Boom! Suddenly, an incredibly loud explosion echoed from the heavens above, tearing open a pitch-black spatial fissure in the sky. Immediately afterward, the entire secret realm's space began to warp and collapse, and the protective barrier enveloping the secret realm shattered with a deafening crash. The elixir was complete, and the elixir thunder arrived. In the sky outside the secret realm, countless pillars of light containing terrifying power descended from the heavens, crashing down directly onto the ground. The earth split open into countless deep chasms. Above Xiao Yan's head, a thunderstorm several thousand feet high suddenly formed. Such might was on par with the emergence of a high-tier martial art from the Sound Valley in the past. In mere moments, the entire secret realm was reduced to ruins, instantly drawing the attention of everyone outside the secret realm. Is this the black magic thunder? How terrifying! I saw it once 50 years ago, but the black magic thunder was nowhere near this powerful. Could it be that a 9th-grade mystic has emerged? Holy crap, could it be the one from the Little Dan Tower? The Yuanshu Mountains were already a gathering place for alchemists. Upon hearing the news, everyone rushed to the scene to witness the spectacle. Moments later, a colorful streak of light shot out from a spatial fissure, and a handsome young man appeared before everyone's eyes. Wherever he passed, the storm quickly dispersed, and a red sun reappeared in the sky. Amidst the swirling clouds, countless tiny points fell like meteors, landing on the ground and forming smooth, round pills. Pill rain? This is pill rain. When the pill rain falls, the mystical pills are born. Someone shouted suddenly, and the faces of all the alchemists lit up with a look of intense excitement. The descent of a 9th-grade mystic pill, an event that had only ever been spoken of in legends, had actually occurred before their very eyes. For an alchemist, this was an absolute stroke of luck. Lower-ranked alchemists immediately swarmed forward, snatching the pills that had fallen into the mountain range. Though these were not true elixirs, the pure energy they contained was a treasure for low-tier cultivators. However, there were also dozens of high-ranking alchemists who did not join the scramble. The lowest among them were 6th rank, and there were even several 8th rank alchemists among them. It was clear that they valued the 9th grade mystical pill itself even more. A powerful figure at the peak of the 8th rank Dou Zun realm bowed toward the handsome man in the air. The commotion earlier was that you're doing? The handsome man's eyes flickered quickly before he chuckled lightly, of course. Chapter 66, The Might of the Xiandan. The purple-robed elder at the peak of the Dou Zun realm hurriedly said, at such a young age, your alchemy has already reached the 9th rank. This is truly rare. Why not return to our sect with me? Our sect will certainly honor you as a guest of honor. Oh? Which sect do you belong to? The handsome man in mid-air asked with interest upon hearing this. I am the senior elder of the Tianming sect, Fang Jin. The purple-robed old man spoke with a smile on his face, but there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. As expected, after he revealed his name, a stir erupted behind him. The Tianming sect, one of the 2 great sects? The grand elder of the Tianming sect? I don't recall such a figure. He's the one known as the ghostly hand of the underworld. You've forgotten about the silver moon. In an instant, the crowd began to buzz with speculation, especially the older and more powerful individuals, who had already begun to quietly step back. The Tianming sect was one of the top-tier powers in Zhengzhou, second only to the One Hall and One Tower. Unlike the Flower sect, which rarely emerged from seclusion, the Tianming sect acted with great fanfare. Not only did it have a vast influence, but its ranks were filled with powerful cultivators. It also had 3 subordinate sects, and these alone were enough to rival the so-called Four Directions Pavilion. In recent years, aside from the young master of the sect, the most renowned figure in the Tianming sect was none other than the elderly man before them. Yuming Ghost Hand Fangjin, whose nickname is even more famous than his real name. Over 2 decades ago, the Silver Moon Pavilion, once a formidable rival of the Four Directions Pavilion, fell into disgrace after offending the Tianming sect. In a single night, the entire sect was annihilated, with 1 Dou Zun and 4 Peak Dou Zong all killed by the same method. From that day forward, the name Yoming Guisho echoed across the Central Plains, and any cultivator with even a modicum of experience knew of his formidable prowess. However, upon hearing Fang Jin state his intentions, the handsome man in the air shook his head slightly. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he spoke slowly, the Tianming sect? I've never heard of it. I'll visit them another time when I have the chance. Seeing the man's response, Fang Jin's lips curled into a cold smile. He took a step forward, his figure flickering as he blocked the man's path. The man furrowed his brows, his gaze cold as he asked, What are you doing, sir? I didn't expect you to have such a temper. Fang Jin's gaze swept over the handsome man like an eagle, speaking with a hint of amusement. I've heard that 9th grade elixirs can transform into human form. Seeing it today, it's truly remarkable. What? This man is actually a 9th grade transformation? The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding area erupted into chaos, filled with cries of astonishment. Even several Dozuan-level cultivators widened their eyes. Among them were no shortage of seasoned veterans, yet the aura emanating from the handsome man in the air was incredibly solid, revealing not a hint of deception. Had Fang Jin not exposed the truth, most of them would have remained oblivious. No wonder there's such a strange fragrance lingering in the air. A middle-aged man with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks licked his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. It wasn't just him. After learning the truth, nearly everyone's eyes flashed with greed as they stared intently at the handsome man in the sky. Across the entire Qi cultivation continent, while 9th grade treasure pills were rare, there were still a few alchemists capable of refining them. However, 9th grade mystic pills had not been publicly revealed for over a century. Such a rare treasure would be considered an unparalleled treasure even in ancient clans. Humph. Feeling the intense gazes of those around him, Fang Jin sneered coldly. As his sleeves fluttered, the aura of an 8th rank peak cultivator erupted, like a bucket of icy water poured over their heads, instantly dousing the greed that had begun to rise in their hearts. Witnessing the situation, an elderly man's expression grew solemn. He lowered his voice and instructed his attendants, a 9th grade Xiandan has appeared in the Yuanshu Mountains. This is no trivial matter. Report it immediately to the small Dan Tower. In mid-air, the handsome man whose identity had been exposed remained calm and composed, even flashing a lazy smile on his face. You have some insight, but so what? If you won't take the wine, you'll have to drink the punishment. Fang Jin suddenly swung his hand, and energy surged from the other 3 directions in the sky. 3 figures with overwhelming aura slowly emerged. One was a peak tier Dou Zun, another a 6-star Dou Zun, and 2 3-star Dou Zuns. The 4 formed a, trapping the handsome man in the center. The Tianming sect is no mere name. Fang Jin summoned 2 purple-black flames from his hands, their terrifying might instantly intimidating those lurking in the shadows. Now, are you willing to come with me? Looking at Fang Jin's expression, the handsome man slowly stroked his chin before suddenly laughing lightly. So you humans, all like to greet each other this way? Before he could finish speaking, a dazzling light erupted from the man's eyes. In an instant, 3 distinct flames green, white, and purple rose from his body, like venomous snakes, and lunged toward the other 3 Dozuan of the Tianming sect. Watch out! In the blink of an eye, before Feng Jin could finish his warning, the 3 Dou Zun experts he had brought with him were already reduced to 3 piles of ash, leaving no trace of their screams. Feng Jin's reaction was nothing short of lightning fast. Seeing that the others were already beyond saving, he took advantage of the handsome man's moment of triumph and unleashed 2 black lines of flame from his hands. This flame was derived from an 8th tier fire attribute demon beast, a peak existence even among beast flames. As long as he could obtain the 9th grade mystic pill, losing 3 Dou Zun would not be a problem. As the purple-black flames closed in, the handsome man seemed completely unaware, his demonic eyes fixated on Feng Jin. With such a measly flame, you dare challenge this master? How is that possible? Seeing that the 9th grade mystical pill remained unscathed under the scorching heat of his purple demon flames, Feng Jin's pupils contracted sharply. He hurriedly waved his hand, attempting to recall the flames. The handsome man, however, gave a sinister smile, his mouth suddenly expanding several times its size. He tore off a large chunk of the purple-black flames and swallowed it with satisfaction. Under normal circumstances, high-grade flames indeed have a fatal suppressing effect on pills. However, the 9 transformation return to origin pill was far from ordinary. Forged by the alternating refinement of 9 different types of, even if a slightly lower ranked were to come, it might not be able to harm it. With its primordial flame damaged, Feng Jin's face turned deathly pale. He grunted and retreated over 10 zhang, but a ruthless expression flashed across his face. I have cultivated for hundreds of years, even a saint-level cultivator would be no match for me. How could I possibly be defeated by a single pill? Feng Jin roared furiously, an intense aura of killing intent erupting from his body. Under the effect of a secret technique, his aura surged to the half-saint realm in an instant. A pitch-black fog engulfed Feng Jin, and behind the fog, a gigantic handprint over 100 meters tall slowly took shape. Heavenly Net Azura Hand. Chapter 67, A Gathering of the Strong. Combining a high-tier Earth-class combat technique with a sect-level secret technique, Feng Jin had pushed his strength to its absolute limit. Such a formidable attack would even force a high-tier half-saint to take it seriously. The surface of the gigantic handprint was covered in airy dark red patterns, each emitting an intense aura of slaughter. Die! Feng Jin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this point, he had completely forgotten that what stood before him was a 9th grade Xiandan. All he desired was to kill it swiftly. Under his command, the gigantic handprint, carrying the might to shatter the heavens and earth, crashed down upon the 9th grade Xiandan. The edges of the handprint were swirling with black energy vortexes, shattering space wherever they passed. Seeing the oncoming black giant hand, the handsome man suddenly opened his mouth, and a dazzling sea of fire spanning hundreds of feet surged forth, colliding violently with the combat technique Feng Jin had unleashed. Boom! The deafening roar pierced everyone's eardrums, and many weaker cultivators who failed to dodge in time were directly struck by the aftereffects of the combat technique, causing blood to flow from their 7 orifices. The dark red patterns on the surface of the gigantic handprint flickered wildly, releasing a murderous energy that crashed into the sea of fire like a tangible force. However, a clear dragon's roar suddenly echoed from within the sea of flames. The colorful flames instantly transformed into a 9-colored divine dragon, which raised its head and let out a mighty roar. Its tail swept across the sky, shattering the black mist into pieces. Feng Jin's expression changed drastically as he frantically channeled his combat energy with all his might, yet he still couldn't turn the tide of battle. In the blink of an eye, the once sky-obscuring black mist was completely devoured by the flames, and the gigantic handprint collapsed with a thunderous crash amidst the 9-colored light. Terrifying energy ripples surged out like a tsunami, and Feng Jin, already exhausted, had no time to react before being struck directly in the chest by the force. With an agonizing scream, the purple-robed figure flew backward like a, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood in midair before crashing heavily onto a mountain peak, creating a massive crater on the mountain's surface. The onlookers were left speechless, their faces filled with disbelief. The infamous Yomingue show had actually been defeated? Witnessing Feng Jin's gruesome state, no one dared to covet the 9th-ranked Xiandan anymore. The gaze they cast upon the handsome man was now filled with fear and reverence. Such divine might could only be subdued by a Dou Shang-level powerhouse. With a single strike, he had crushed Feng Jin. The handsome man's long hair flew in the wind as he looked at the cowardly expressions of the crowd, unable to suppress a loud, ear-splitting laugh. I was born from the essence of heaven and earth. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Around him, brilliant flames danced like dragons and snakes, illuminating the heavens and earth. However, the laughter did not last long before it abruptly ceased. Before the man, the air seemed to be sliced by an invisible blade, instantly forming a spatial barrier. Above the sky, a pitch-black crack resembling the eye of a demon suddenly opened, pouring down an icy cold aura. The 9th-ranked mystic has emerged? Interesting. A voice as cold as water echoed, and in an instant, the black mist swirling on the horizon became 100 times denser than the one Feng Jin had summoned, completely devouring the sunlight. The handsome man's pupils trembled violently as flames erupted wildly around him, transforming into fiery dragons that charged outward. However, the moment they touched the black mist, they were instantly corroded into sparks. A pair of transparent giant hands emerged from the black mist, and with a single distant grasp, the nine-colored aura surrounding the man twisted and deformed. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from this terrifying restraint. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the handsome man's body violently shattered into a ball of light swirling with 9 colors. Breaking free from the spatial constraints, he fled at lightning speed toward the distance. Upon seeing this, a distinct gasp echoed from within the black mist. What kind of pill is this? Its energy is so abundant. As the voice echoed, the swirling black mist surged downward like a raging tidal wave, obliterating everything in its path and forming a black torrent that engulfed the light sphere. Mao! Just as the black mist was about to touch the light sphere, a deep, ancient-sounding bellow echoed through the heavens from the void. The overwhelming pressure contained within the sound caused the entire black mist to come to a halt. Everyone looked up to see a massive green bull, with its head touching the sky and its hooves touching the earth, breaking through the space and emerging. Its body shimmered with faint ripples of watery light, resembling scales covering its entire form. Between its horns hung an ancient bronze bell, and with each step it took, it created layer upon layer of ripples in the void. Emerald wave green ox. A voice from the black mist suddenly rose, filled with disbelief and anger. The gigantic green ox, hundreds of feet tall, slowly raised its head. Its eyes reflected the swirling black mist. As the second moo echoed, the water ripples beneath its hooves instantly transformed into towering waves, sweeping out like thousands of water swords, piercing toward the black mist. Above the sky, a series of sizzling corrosion sounds echoed, and the towering waves began to push the black mist backward. The blue ox swiped its long tail, and wherever the tip touched, space rapidly healed, even the cracks from moments ago disappearing without a trace. A mere mortal dares to block my path? A disdainful snort echoed from within the black mist. Before the words had even finished, a gigantic handprint, 3 times larger than before, suddenly descended. As the powerful attack descended once more, a section of the ground suddenly erupted with a lustrous glow, and a vast, abyssal soul force surged into the sky, colliding with the black palm print with a thunderous crash. This time, the palm print gained no advantage. Old demon, it's really you. Upon sensing the soul fluctuations, the black mist violently churned, and a furious shout echoed from within. Have you made up your mind? Do you truly wish to oppose me? In response to the black mist's challenge, a voice as tender as a child's echoed from the void. Ha, this avatar of yours is no match for me. Retreat! You! Within the black mist, the owner of the voice was clearly furious, but after a moment of silence, the black mist at the horizon began to retreat rapidly. Old demon, you know the consequences of defying us. After leaving those words, the black mist came as quickly as it had gone, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The oppressive aura that had filled the heavens and earth dissipated along with it. Sunlight once again bathed the earth, with only a faint trail of black mist lingering on the distant horizon, serving as the sole remnant of the terrifying presence that had just been there. Just like that, it retreated? Witnessing this dramatic scene, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a surge of shock. They had seen the power of the 9th-ranked divine pill with their own eyes, so they could only imagine that the black mist in the sky must have been caused by a saint-level martial artist. Yet, this mighty Dou Saint had actually abandoned a 9th-ranked Xian Dan simply because of a single word from someone below. Even more intriguing was that the two figures in the heavens and on the earth seemed to share an unspoken understanding, never once revealing their names throughout the entire ordeal. This central plains truly is a land of countless powerful beings. As the crowd marveled, the 9th-ranked mystical pill suspended in the air vanished without a trace. Chapter 68, The Cloud and Rain Sect. Thousands of miles away from the Hongmeng realm, a slender youth suddenly leaped out of the void. After quickly determining his direction, he dived back into the void and sped toward the southern region of Zhengzhou. This man in a hurry was none other than Xiao Yan, who had just left the Hongmeng realm. This place in Central Plains is truly a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. With a light sigh, Xiao Yan felt a mix of emotions. This trip to the Yuanshu Mountains had indeed been fruitful. Especially the recent incident had served as a harsh wake-up call for Xiao Yan. When he had broken through to the peak of the heavenly realm, Xiao Yan had believed his strength had greatly increased. While he might not be able to walk around Zhengzhou unchallenged, he was at least confident he wouldn't encounter many equals. Yet today's encounter had shown him that even at his current realm, he was still no match for true powerhouses. A Dan Xian, a Dan Gnome, and the mysterious figure who had appeared in the sky earlier. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, the soul realms of these 3 individuals had all reached the peak of the heaven realm. Moreover, their strength far surpassed his own, especially the 2 Dan Xian. These 2 children undoubtedly possessed superhuman strength surpassing that of a 5-star Dou Shang, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to toy with Xiao Yan so easily. Of course, it seems that the 2 Dan Xian were mostly benevolent. Without them, Xiao Yan would never have been able to refine a 9th-grade Xian Dan and would have had a hard time escaping the mysterious man's pursuit. Unfortunately, before Xiao Yan could ask their names, he was transported away by a mysterious spatial force. The various puzzles he encountered during that time could only be resolved by meeting the old alchemist later. With his previous life's experience, Xiao Yan had thought he had thoroughly understood Zhengzhou, but now he realized he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Even with the strength of a 2-star martial saint, he still felt utterly powerless when faced with those 1,000-year-old monsters. At the mid-stage of a 2-star martial saint, he could only act as a big shot in places like the Northwest continent. If he truly wanted to confront established powerhouses, there was only one path forward: to enhance his strength. As he pondered, Xiao Yan couldn't help but stroke the black storage ring on his hand. Inside it lay a colorful pill the size of a lychee. The 9 transformations returned to origin pill. A 9th-grade mystical pill that had not been seen in 1,000 years. It was said to have the terrifying effect of allowing a martial saint to advance 3 ranks. Now, it would become one of Xiao Yan's most important dependencies. Of course, Xiao Yan wasn't foolish enough to use it right away. Such a precious treasure would inevitably attract endless trouble once revealed. What he needed to do now was find a safe and secluded place as soon as possible, and the Starfall Pavilion was undoubtedly the best choice. Having been away for over a year, he wonders how the Starfall Pavilion has developed since its alliance with the Flower Sect's Sound Valley. As Xiao Yan pondered, his speed surged once more. The central plains were vast, and the distance from the central region to the southern region was no short journey. However, with Xiao Yan's speed, it wouldn't take too long. After a boring stretch of travel, just as he was about to reach the borders of the southern region, a piercing stream of martial energy suddenly shot toward Xiao Yan from somewhere in the void. Destroy! Xiao Yan coldly snorted, making no move. The attack, however, disintegrated the moment it reached a few zhang in front of him. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed, and his gaze swiftly locked onto a spatial turbulence 100 zhang away. There, a faint aura lingered, and judging from the attack it had launched, it was likely a 6th-rank martial sovereign. Now anyone dares to ambush this old man? A 6-star Dou Zun ambushing a 2-star Dou Shang? Even a fool wouldn't dare to do something so absurd. As if in response to Xiao Yan, the spatial turbulence erupted with a burst of energy, but it vanished in an instant, quickly fading into weakness. Feeling that familiar aura, Xiao Yan couldn't help but furrow his brows. He casually waved his sleeve, sending a gust of wind that scattered the spatial turbulence, revealing the figure behind it. Old Master Fei? After dispelling the spatial turbulence, the one who had acted was exposed, but Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened. Because the one hiding behind him was none other than the Dou Zun level expert who had participated in the rescue of Yao Lao earlier, the current elder of the Starfall Pavilion. Xiao Yan flickered forward, appearing before the old man, his expression growing incredibly solemn. The latter was now clad in tattered robes, unconscious, with his emaciated body covered in gruesome wounds. A deep gash that exposed bone ran through his chest, piercing through both sides. His once pristine robes were now torn and ragged, stained with dried blood. The last time he had seen this man, his strength was at the peak of the 5-star realm. Now, having advanced to the 6-star realm, he was among the top-ranked experts in the Starfall Pavilion. Yet here he was, curled up and hiding behind the spatial turbulence like a dying insect, having once fought alone against 2 Soul Hall elders. Xiao Yan's fingertips tapped the storage ring, and 3 pills glowing with a warm light appeared instantly. Under his control, they turned into a pool of liquid and flowed into the old man's mouth. At the same time, Xiao Yan carefully placed his palm against the old man's back, channeling a vast amount of martial energy into his body in an extremely gentle manner, swiftly repairing the fragile meridians. As the medicinal liquid entered his body, the wounds on the old man's chest began to scab over and heal at a visible pace, and his previously deathly pale complexion gradually regained some color. Cough! Finally, the old man let out a faint groan from his throat, and his eyelids slowly fluttered open. Upon recognizing the person before him, his cloudy pupils suddenly brightened. The old man trembled as he grasped Xiao Yan's sleeve. Thank heaven, young Master Xiao, it really is you. Xiao Yan pressed down on the old man's attempt to rise, asking anxiously, Master Fei, what exactly happened? How is the Starfall Pavilion now? It's not the Starfall Pavilion. The old man spoke in broken sentences. We were ordered by the pavilion master to protect 2 guests. On the way, we encountered the Scorpion Demon Trio. The Scorpion Demon Trio? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yan's heart trembled, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. He had encountered the Scorpion Demon Trio in his previous life. Those 3 belonged to a sect called the Cloud Rain Sect, which specialized in recruiting female disciples as cultivation vessels to practice demonic arts. They had been driven out of Central Plains by a coalition of factions. When he had encountered them at the spatial auction, all 3 were peak-level experts at the Dou Zun realm. Such power was indeed beyond the capabilities of the guest elders of the Xingyuan Pavilion. However, now that the Starfall Pavilion had allied with the Flower Sect and other factions, these 3 alone were unlikely to launch a devastating attack on the Starfall Pavilion. It was probably just a spontaneous decision made along the way. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart eased slightly, but since he had stumbled upon this matter, he absolutely could not ignore it. Which direction did those 3 go? I was being chased by scorpions and had no choice but to hide here. Elder Wang is protecting the guests, but I don't know where they are now, Fei Lao said with a bitter expression. Xiao Yan nodded, his gaze growing colder. By the way, who are those 2 guests? Fei Lao took a deep breath and pondered for a moment before saying. They seem to be 2 women from the northwest. One is called Xiao Yan, and the other is called Medusa. Chapter 69, The Coquettish Medusa. In the southern region of Zhengzhou, 1,000 miles away from the Starfall Pavilion, two disheveled figures flashed through the mountains, leaving behind a faint trail of black threads in the air. No, my poison can't harm them. A woman dressed in pale white robes glanced back. Wherever she passed, the mountains and valleys were shrouded in a toxic mist that spread along the mountain slopes. However, the two figures behind her continued to follow at a steady pace. Those damned creatures. It seems Elder Wang has also fallen victim to their poison. Another woman's face was twisted with hatred. Around her, colorful energy beams flowed like a starry river. Her 3,000 strands of black hair danced in the wind, and a golden snake-shaped belt cinched her waist, accentuating her voluptuous curves to perfection. These two fleeing beauties were none other than Xiao Yan's old acquaintances Medusa Queen and Little Medicine Fairy. At this moment, Xiao Yan's eyes were grayish-white, her pale face flushed with an unhealthy crimson hue. The poisonous patterns winding around her neck twisted like living creatures, clearly indicating that she had unlocked the curse of misfortune. However, even so, her strength had only just reached the Dou Zong realm. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa was far more formidable. After over a year apart, her aura had surged to the Dou Zun realm, and every movement exuded the oppressive presence of a superior being. Moreover, the multicolored energy surrounding her seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Even so, while the two of them might be sufficient on the northwest continent, facing the scorpion demon trio was nothing short of a pipe dream. These guys are too strong, we're no match for them. Xiao Yan turned back, panting, her gray-white pupils reflecting the sky growing darker. They're deliberately letting us escape, toying with us. Medusa Queen suddenly turned around, her colorful light surging several zhang in length, transforming into a small energy snake that shot violently toward the rear. However, despite its seemingly unstoppable force, the attack halted abruptly 100 feet away, shattering into pieces with a contemptuous grunt. Seeing her attack easily neutralized, Queen Medusa's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. There's still some distance to the Starfall Pavilion. I'll hold them off this time. You go. Before her words had even finished, the light surrounding her had already transformed into a 3-foot-long sword, slicing through the air in a cold, menacing arc. I won't be a burden. Xiao Yan suddenly raised her hand, and a swarm of demonic purple-black butterflies burst forth from her palm. Poisonous mist began to rise from her wrists. Let them see if the poison of the northwest continent can chip away at their bones. As she spoke, the toxic mist surrounding Xiao Yan surged violently. The purple-black butterfly swarm suddenly flapped its wings, transforming into a raging inferno of poisonous flames, sweeping toward the rear first. Wherever the poisonous flames passed, all the towering ancient trees in the mountains were instantly reduced to ash, and even the flowing air emitted a sizzling sound of burning. Is that? Feeling the unique destructive aura, two startled exclamations echoed from behind, and two elderly figures with icy auras emerged. The slender one clenched his fist, summoning a massive shield made of gray bone spines before him. The surface of the bone shield was covered in runes, and upon colliding with the purple flames, wisps of blue smoke rose instantly. Ha, young lady, you are truly talented. You possess both the calamity poison body and the... I'm sure, the taste must be quite delightful. The leader licked his lips lecherously, then casually waved his hand. The bone shield exploded, repelling the purple-black flames. Though the yin-yang poison fire contained countless toxic gases, the little healer's strength was too weak to fully unleash its power, let alone harm the two of them even slightly. What else do you have to show? Keep entertaining your older brother. Medusa Queen swung her long sword, unleashing a 100-foot beam of light, while her other hand slapped Xiao Yan's waist, sending her flying 1,000 meters away. Hurry up and leave. Beauty, there's no need to be so stubborn. A hoarse, mocking voice suddenly echoed from above. Queen Medusa's pupils contracted sharply as her sword transformed into a coiling dragon, intertwining with multicolored light and darting upward. The space above slowly shifted, revealing the figure of a slightly younger man. He extended two fingers, precisely pinching the multicolored sword between them. Beauty, come with us back. We won't treat you badly. Medusa Queen snorted coldly, swiftly withdrawing her sword without uttering another word. Her battle chi erupted to its peak, and she unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. Upon seeing the young man appear, the two elderly men chasing from behind immediately halted their pursuit, standing at a distance to watch with great interest. There was no trace of concern for their comrade in their eyes, only endless admiration for her alluring figure. This beauty, why not join us for some fun? The scorpion-like figure rushing from afar chuckled, extending his palm to tear open a spatial fissure. Meanwhile, the young healer who had just been sent away by Medusa a kilometer away hesitated for a moment before being snatched back by the scorpion-like figure. Although he was the weakest among the three, the scorpion had already reached the peak of the martial sovereign realm. Dealing with Medusa was child's play for him, but he deliberately fought her back and forth, his eyes constantly glancing toward the snow-white figure. Third brother, that one is for you. This one is mine. The gaunt old man let out a lecherous laugh, took a step forward, and appeared before the young healer. In his eyes, her initial stage martial sovereign strength was no different from that of a helpless child. As the old man closed in, a look of despair flashed in the young healer's eyes. Her body, already weakened by the excessive use of the calamity poison body, was pushed to its limits, and in her panic, her breath went haywire, causing her to faint. In the midst of the crisis, purple-black surged wildly from her body, shattering the sealed space around her. "He is indeed powerful, but you are too weak." Watching the raging flames, the emaciated old man chuckled lightly, his arms still reaching out impatiently. He had already tested it earlier. The yin yang poison flame, even if it touched him, would have no effect on him. Suddenly, as the old man's arm extended, the poisonous flames before the little medicine fairy suddenly expanded, and a destructive aura 100 times more powerful than before crashed down. Sizzle! A bone-chilling sound of corrosion echoed, and the emaciated old man's body immediately retreated backward. In his terrified gaze, his outstretched right hand had been severed at the wrist, and a ball of green poisonous gas was rapidly spreading across it, engulfing half his body in an instant. "What did you do?" Before the old man could finish, the flames surrounding Xiao Yan surged once more, reducing him to a pile of ashes. The black mist slowly dissipated, revealing a handsome young man holding the delicate body of the young healer in his arms. With a flick of his finger, a powerful stream of martial energy shot out, striking the scorpion-like creature battling Medusa and reducing it to a pile of flesh. In an instant, 2 peak-level martial arts masters were killed, thanks to Xiao Yan's timely arrival. "Are you okay?" Upon recognizing the arrival, Medusa Queen's originally fierce gaze softened instantly, and she couldn't help but curve her lips into a pout, exclaiming, "I'm not fine. They were bullying me." Chapter 70, The 99 Solutions to the Union Dissolving Powder. Big brother? Third brother? The scorpions behind them, who had been watching the fight with great interest, suddenly felt as though the sky had collapsed. The leader and the third brother, who had been alive just moments ago, were gone in an instant. "You brat, where did you take my older brothers?" The earth scorpion roared at Xiao Yan, but the suddenly appearing youth seemed to pay him no mind. Xiao Yan first infused his martial energy into Xiao Yan's body, gave her a quick check, and then relaxed. "Kai Lin, why are you here?" Medusa Queen's expression froze, and her seductive expression instantly turned icy. "Who is Kai Lin? You must have mistaken me for someone else." Saying this, Medusa immediately stepped forward and carried the unconscious little medicine fairy away. "Hee, now that you've taken human form, you naturally need a human name." Xiao Yan scratched his head. Compared to Medusa, isn't Kai Lin a better name? Tacky. Her red lips pouted slightly, but Medusa's expression softened considerably. Seeing the two of them start flirting right away, completely disregarding his status as a peak-level Dou Zun, the earth scorpion was so enraged that his body trembled. He swung his right hand violently, unleashing a black chi energy blade dozens of feet wide that erupted with a thunderous roar. "Be careful." As a one-star martial sovereign, Medusa could naturally sense the power of that martial energy beam. Even a half-saint level expert would dare not take it lightly. Facing this sudden attack, Xiao Yan seemed oblivious, his eyes fixed intently on Medusa, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his lips. In the blink of an eye, the energy beam crossed space, nearly touching Xiao Yan's back in an instant. In an instant, a purple gold glow erupted around Xiao Yan, and fragments of dragon scales emerged from beneath his skin. The massive stream of martial energy collided with Xiao Yan's body, only to dissipate like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving not a single ripple. The next second, a martial energy beam 10 times more powerful rebounded, shattering the space it passed through, instantly reducing the sand scorpion to dust, its soul completely obliterated. "It's been a year, and your strength has improved significantly." Looking at the purple gold figure, Medusa's eyes filled with worry, which was quickly replaced by surprise. "Ah, just luck," Xiao Yan smiled. "Go down below and rest for a while. By the way, tell me how you ended up here." "We came here, wasn't that your arrangement?" The two of them landed on a nearby mountain range. Xiao Yan had overexerted herself and needed more rest, so Xiao Yan temporarily placed her in a cave, while he and Medusa stayed outside. Medusa continued, "Not long ago, the old alchemist sent someone to open a spatial wormhole between the Yunlan Holy City and the Starfall Pavilion, then dispatched someone else with your storage ring to find us. At first, we didn't believe it, but when that person handed this to me." As she spoke, a stone roughly the size of half a fist appeared in Medusa's palm. On the elliptical stone were 7 extremely clear patterns. 9-colored primordial stone. Feeling the special energy contained within, Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat. However, what surprised him was not the energy of the original stone, but why the old alchemist from this world had found the 9-colored original stone now. The old alchemist had spent some time in Yunlan City and was aware of the Xiao family's situation, so it was possible that he had sent someone to investigate and make contact with Medusa and the others. However, the 9-colored raw stone was something they had obtained by chance outside the spatial auction house years ago. How could the current Yao Lao know about it now? How did you know it was the 9-colored raw stone? It seems this item was indeed found for me by you. Medusa smiled faintly, unaware of Xiao Yan's emotional changes. Her palm trembled, and 2 faint patterns appeared on the stone. 9-colored raw stone. Unlike the 7-colored raw stone, the rarity of the 9-colored raw stone can only be described as defying heaven. It can only be formed with an extremely low probability when over 107 colored swallowing heaven serpents perish simultaneously. Since the 7 colored swallowing heaven serpents vanished from the continent, this item has almost become a legend. Queen Medusa herself had relied on the energy contained within the 9-colored primordial stone to ascend from the rank of martial sovereign to a 1-star martial ancestor within a single year. However, Xiao Yan is now filled with doubts. While helping Medusa and the others advance was a good deed, it seems Medusa knows them too well. Could it be because he is his disciple that he went to such lengths, or is there something else going on? Your mission is to escort Little Medicine Fairy to the graveyard to learn how to control the Calamity Poison Body, isn't it? Xiao Yan paused for a moment before saying, I will escort you now. Once we're done, I need to return to the Starfall Pavilion immediately to confirm something. What's so urgent that you can't stay with me a little longer? Medusa put away the original stone, her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at Xiao Yan. In the desolate wilderness, the atmosphere between the lone man and woman grew tense. Well, it's not that urgent. Xiao Yan felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze and cleared his throat, saying, seeing you makes me very happy. Me too. Medusa suddenly trembled, as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. What's wrong? Xiao Yan hurriedly reached out to support her waist, feeling the astonishing softness and heat. Are you injured? Let me take a look. Medusa quickly withdrew her delicate hand, and a blush of shyness spread across her cheeks. Those despicable creatures did hurt me. But they poisoned me in secret, and it seems to be taking effect now. What? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. The Scorpion Demon Trio had never been upstanding individuals, and such underhanded tactics were indeed their style. Don't worry, neutralizing their poison is child's play. Do you know what kind of poison you've been infected with? What's it called? Huan San. Medusa's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Can you help me cure it? Glancing at the faintly visible snow-white skin beneath the purple robe, Xiao Yan's Adam's apple bobbed once, and he clenched the hand behind his back, instantly sealing off the space within several meters around him. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yan said with some difficulty, the Scorpion Demon Trio are all peak-level Dou Zong level experts. Their poison might be beyond my ability to neutralize. Medusa closed her eyes slightly, her voice trembling with tears, but I'm in so much pain. Xiao Yan sighed and said seriously, this substance isn't that toxic. I suggest we use the most primitive method for treatment. You mean? Ding. The system has detected 99 methods to treat the love-inducing powder for the host. Close the system. We don't need it. Ding. The treatment methods have been transmitted to the host's mind. Shut down the system. I don't need it. The system cannot be shut down. It can only be temporarily blocked for 3 minutes. Proceed? 3 minutes is enough, block it immediately. Chapter 71, The Truth Behind the Time Travel? As dusk approached, several streaks of light swiftly crossed the sky above the mountains, circling several times before finally coming to a halt at the spot where the 3 scorpion demons had perished. Xiao, the sect master? Is Xiao present? Under the joint efforts of 5 Dou Zong cultivators, their loud shouts echoed through the mountains, reverberating throughout the entire mountain range. However, there was no response from the mountain range below. Still nothing? We found Xiao. The little healer is unconscious, and there's no sign of the young sect master. How is that possible? 5 figures regrouped in the air. A young Dou Zong said, since Little Medicine Fairy is safe and sound, it must be the young sect master who intervened. Since he's not here now, he must have other urgent matters to attend to. Let's return Little Medicine Fairy first. No way. Another white-haired elder frowned and said, there's a strong aura of battle here. A fierce fight must have taken place recently. We don't know if the young master is safe. We can't just leave like this. What does Elder Fong mean? Take this mountain range as the center and search inch by inch. Cough cough. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a spatial fluctuation erupted from below, followed by a sudden cough. Young master? Upon seeing the young man who had suddenly appeared, everyone was both startled and delighted. Xiao Yan quickly adjusted his attire, took a step forward, and appeared in the air. The elderly man at the front, Fong Lao, examined him from head to toe and asked with concern, Young Master Xiao, why is your chi fluctuating so wildly? Have you been injured? Xiao Yan smiled faintly, Master Fong, there is no need to worry. I just encountered a formidable opponent and fought 300 rounds. I am merely tired. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the other 5 were all stunned. Everyone knew that Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the Martial Saint stage. If someone could fight him evenly, then that person must also be a Martial Saint level powerhouse? Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I've already handled it. Since you've all come here, you can escort Little Medicine Fairy to her destination. I'll return to the Starfall Pavilion immediately to report to my master. Before anyone could say another word, Xiao Yan flickered and vanished from sight. As Xiao Yan departed, a faint light flashed across the mountain range below, heading in the same direction as the Starfall Pavilion. Seeing this, the 5 elders had no objections. Xiao Yan was not only the young master of the Starfall Pavilion but also their source of wealth. His words carried as much weight as the pavilion masters. After allying with the Sound Valley and the Flower Sect, the Starfall Pavilion had been unmatched in prominence over the past year. Additionally, rumors had spread that the pavilion master's disciple had already reached the level of a refining master, causing countless powerful individuals to flock to the pavilion to pay their respects. Now, across the entire Central Plains, there were few who could openly challenge the Starfall Pavilion's status. Even the elders guarding the sect had been replaced with Dou Zong level experts. After returning to the Starfall Pavilion with Medusa, Xiao Yan went alone to the main hall. Although it was already evening, the place was still brightly lit. Within, a semi-transparent soul form sat on the main seat. Master. Seeing the old alchemist waiting patiently, Xiao Yan was taken aback. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's figure, the old man's usually stern face lit up with a smile. You know already, don't you? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows, walked slowly forward, and sat down beside him, asking cautiously, Master, when did you arrive? Yao Lao sighed and said slowly, I can't remember exactly, but it was around the time you saved me from the burial mountain range. What about our original world? Xiao Yan pondered. How is the original world now? Yao Lao shook his head. I don't know either. When I arrived, you were in seclusion, striving to break through to the martial saint realm. At that time, Tianming the demon and the Soul Hall had come to seek revenge. After that, I also came here. What? Xiao Yan suddenly realized, his body trembling as his martial energy nearly erupted. Then the Starfall Pavilion must be in danger. We must find a way to return immediately. Ha, you're such a child. Unlike Xiao Yan's panic, the soul form Yao Lao remained composed. So much time has passed, yet you're still so impulsive. You've been here longer than me, probably close to 2 years. Have you found a way back in the past 2 years? When I first arrived, I also thought it was a dream or that I had entered some kind of secret realm. But after recognizing you, I realized that we might not be able to return. Listening to the old alchemist's explanation, Xiao Yan gradually calmed down. After a long pause, he asked again, why? The old man's gaze grew intense as he looked off into the distance. I can't be certain, but in illusions that trap people, they control you one by one. Yet we're in the same world here, able to live normally, feel the passage of time, and sense the progress of our martial energy. At least in my understanding, this can't be an illusion. Upon hearing the old alchemist's explanation, Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. From the moment he arrived here, he had noticed that this place was different from a dream. The people here were real flesh and blood, with genuine emotions. If not for his memories, he might have completely lost track of which world he was in. He had hoped to discuss the truth behind the dimensional travel with the old alchemist, but now it seemed even more mysterious. Enough. There's no need to worry. Since you're here, make the best of it. As you've seen, there are people in this world who need your protection. Perhaps this is a chance to make amends for past mistakes. I've seen what you've done before. It was commendable. The medicine old man's semi-transparent soul flickered slightly, and the light surrounding him seemed to dim a bit. He hadn't spoken so much in a long time, and he was clearly tired. Xiao Yan hurriedly replied, It's all thanks to your teachings, but unfortunately, I haven't found a suitable body yet. Ha, you're waiting for the soul infant fruit and the bone remains of the martial saint in that ancient ruins, aren't you? The old alchemist smiled faintly. Your master understands. It's no easy task for you. You should have met Medusa and the others, right? Xiao Yan's expression flickered. Your disciple was negligent and failed to make proper arrangements. It seems that you have already made up for it in the past year. Yao Lao's figure drifted, speaking calmly. Xiao Yixian has been sent to the place where the previous generation perished, and Zi Yan has been sent to the Tai Su ancient dragon clan. Now, only Medusa remains unassigned. Xiao Yan also stood up and said respectfully, As the master commands, I will personally handle this matter. Yao Lao nodded slightly, his expression growing mysterious. Although sending Medusa there now is a bit premature, that place is also a necessary stop for you. Why not go and take a look first? What does the master mean? Yao Lao pointed his finger, and an energy projection formed before him. The projection projected into the air, revealing a massive dark abyss. The Nine Hells Yellow Springs. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The domain of the Nine Hells Earth Demon Serpent? Oh. This time it was Ye Chen who was surprised. You've already investigated it? Xiao Yan chuckled. The old man from the Sound Valley gave me some information, also related to the Nine Hells Earth Demon Serpent. Chapter 72, The Lustful One. The Demon Saint of the Yellow Springs, the Heavenly Wrath of the Yellow Springs? After Xiao Yan briefly recounted the events at the Sound Valley, the illusory pupils of the old alchemist also betrayed a hint of surprise. Exactly. According to the Danyang sage, he once accidentally crossed paths with someone from the Nine Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent clan. That person used the Yellow Springs finger and Yellow Springs palm techniques. The ruins of the Yellow Springs Demon Saint are very likely to be within the Nine Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent clan. Xiao Yan grew increasingly excited as he spoke. The second piece of information the Danyang sage had shared with him mentioned the legendary Yellow Springs Heavenly Wrath that had once shaken the continent. The Yellow Spring's finger severs life and death. The Yellow Spring's rage shatters souls. As a peak-level powerhouse who had nearly reached the Emperor realm, the Yellow Spring's Demon Saint's three greatest techniques were all heaven-rank combat arts, and the most ferocious of them, the Yellow Spring's Heavenly Wrath, had even reached the advanced stage of the heaven-rank realm. Such a level of sound-based martial art technique was something even Xiao Yan, who had already ascended to the martial saint realm, coveted greatly. This old man Dan Yang sure knows how to boast about others' achievements, said the old alchemist, shaking his head at Xiao Yan's expression. Xiao Yan's smile froze abruptly, and he asked in confusion, "Master, do you think this information is inaccurate?" "That's not the case," the old alchemist smiled faintly. "The Sound Valley has been studying soundwave combat techniques for generations. Their information on such matters should be reliable. The Yellow Spring's Heavenly Wrath is indeed a deadly technique. But have you considered that such a top-tier martial art technique must be the clan's treasured treasure of the Nine Hells Earth Demon Python clan? How could they possibly give it to an outsider like you to study?" Pointed out by the old alchemist, Xiao Yan finally snapped out of his daze. Since the Dan Yang sage had told him the news, he had been completely absorbed in the legend of the Heavenly Realm advanced level, but he had overlooked the most important thing: how to obtain it? Back then, to obtain the Tianhua Sanqianbiang from the Fainyang Valley, Xiao Yan had to both refine pills and fight, putting in a great deal of effort. Yao Lao continued, "The Nine Netherworld Earth-binding Python clan is one of the top 3 powers in the Demon Beast realm. Though their exact strength is unknown, I estimate that their clan must have at least 2 Dou Saint level experts. If you were to try to seize it by force, not only would you need to mobilize a large army, but your chances of success would also be slim." Xiao Yan sighed wryly. He wasn't foolish enough to provoke a major clan for no reason, especially since such actions would be no different from those of the Soul Hall. But if that were the case, would he have to go back to refining pills for those demon beasts again? Sure enough, as if he had read Xiao Yan's mind, the old alchemist chuckled lightly. "Using your alchemy skills is indeed a good idea. However, you may need a pretext to get close to them. Such top-tier martial arts techniques are usually taboo within each family. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you must not reveal your true intentions too soon." After hearing the old alchemist's analysis, Xiao Yan nodded repeatedly. As the saying goes, an old person in the family is like a treasure. Although his martial arts prowess far surpassed that of the old alchemist, when it came to dealing with people and analyzing the situation, he was still far behind. "What does the master mean?" Yao Lao pondered for a moment before saying, "To obtain the Yellow Spring's Heavenly Wrath, this matter must not be rushed. I will send more people out to gather information and slowly devise a plan for you. In the meantime, focus on improving your strength. Once you reach the mid-stage of the first-rank martial saint realm, you will have an extra layer of self-protection." Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile at the old alchemist's concerns. Generally speaking, once one reached the saint stage, even the bloodline of a saint emperor would be of little use. Without a stroke of luck, it was quite normal to take decades to advance a single rank. However, as a reincarnated individual with a system, how could Xiao Yan be like an ordinary person? A faint glow flickered on the storage ring, and a colorful pill with a mighty aura appeared before Xiao Yan. Each time the 9-colored halo flickered, it was accompanied by a humming sound like the roar of an ancient dragon. In his soul state, the old alchemist was startled and stepped back several paces. Currently, his strength had not yet recovered, and his soul power was only equivalent to that of a Dou Zong. Even though Xiao Yan had suppressed it as much as possible, the powerful aura emanating from the pill nearly injured the old alchemist. Seeing this, Xiao Yan quickly put away the pill and began to recount in detail his experiences in the Hongmeng realm. Upon learning that Xiao Yan had already broken through to the mid-stage of a 2-star martial saint, possessed 9 types of, and had even refined a 9th-grade Xiandan, even the seasoned Yao Lao was left speechless. "The burning decision has reached the heavenly realm, hasn't it?" Seeing Xiao Yan nod, the old alchemist couldn't help but break into a smile, a proud expression on his face, as if he had broken through himself. Back then, when he had imparted the burning decision to Xiao Yan, he had said it could rival the heavenly rank, but that was merely theoretical. Now that Xiao Yan had truly reached that realm, it was a source of great comfort to the old alchemist. However, regarding the 2 individuals Xiao Yan mentioned, Dan Xian and Dan Non, the old alchemist dared not make any hasty conclusions. He merely informed Xiao Yan of the existence of the Dan Tower ancestor, but whether or not they were one of the 2 remained unknown. Subsequently, Xiao Yan and the old alchemist discussed various issues regarding the joint development of the Xiao clan and the Starfall Pavilion. Although the Xiao clan had changed its name, the actual strength of its members remained extremely weak, and they possessed no trace of bloodline power. Developing this once great clan into a powerful force would not be achieved overnight. When Xiao Yan emerged from the Grand Hall, it was nearly midnight. Outside the hall, a slender figure had been waiting there for some time. "Are you done talking?" Medusa's waist swayed as her serpentine arms wrapped around Xiao Yan's arm. He only then noticed that she had changed into an even more revealing outfit than the one she had worn during the day. "It's cold at night, put on more clothes." Xiao Yan glanced over, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he hurriedly made his way toward the exit. But Medusa showed no intention of letting go. "Come on, miss, I have to go into seclusion tomorrow." "Then what are you waiting for?" Hurry up! Medusa pursed her red lips and pulled Xiao Yan toward the distance. The next day, when Xiao Yan awoke, it was already afternoon. He propped up his aching waist and couldn't help but smile wryly. The techniques of the snake people were truly legendary. After moving to a secluded spot, he sat in meditation for 3 hours straight before his mind finally calmed down. In his palm, a smooth, round pill had appeared. The 9 transformations returned to origin pill. Legend had it that this 9th grade mystical pill could allow a Dou Saint level expert to leap 3 ranks. Gazing at the pill in his palm, brimming with energy, Xiao Yan even considered using it to trade with the 9 netherworld earth demon python. Perhaps even a high-tier heavenly realm martial art could be obtained in exchange. Of course, this was merely Xiao Yan's idle fantasy. In reality, he wouldn't dare to do such a reckless thing. Master, are you really going to eat me? Just as Xiao Yan was lost in thought, the pill in his hand suddenly condensed into a human form. This time, it was a naked little girl. The girl stood barefoot on the blue bricks, her skin as white as snow. However, what was most captivating were her eyes as she looked at Xiao Yan. Her amber pupils were filled with fear and pleading, evoking sympathy in anyone who looked at her. Xiao Yan looked at the illusion before him, speechless. Do I look like a lecher to you? Chapter 73, Another Treasure. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Yan's seclusion lasted nearly 2 years. Fortunately, the Starfall Pavilion was managed by the Wind Sage, and the Xiao clan had the old alchemist to look after them, so there was no need for him to worry. During this time, the Soul Hall had not come looking for trouble, either because they were intimidated by the alliance of the Starfall Pavilion or because they had not discovered the true culprit behind the destruction of the human hall. In any case, 2 years had passed, and everything remained largely unchanged, except for the energy emanating from the secret chamber, which grew increasingly abundant. Finally, on a misty morning, a purple pillar of light suddenly broke through the clouds above the Tianqing Mountains, causing the earth to tremble. A terrifying pressure, like that of an ancient dragon awakening, instantly enveloped the entire Tianqing Mountains, even dispelling the gale-force winds that had long shrouded the mountain range. Even elders of the Dou Zun realm felt as though an invisible force had suddenly gripped their throats. Countless ancient figures rose into the sky simultaneously, their faces filled with fear as they gazed toward the source of the pressure. Ha, everyone, do not panic. The Wind Sage flickered and appeared in mid-air, and beside him, the ethereal form of the old alchemist slowly materialized. The oppressive force came swiftly and departed just as quickly, retreating like a receding tide within mere breaths. A slender figure of a young man appeared within everyone's line of sight. It's the young sect master. Several elders recognized Xiao Yan's appearance at a glance and immediately cried out in shock. Many of the newly arrived powerful individuals stared in disbelief at the youth in the sky, finally realizing that the legendary image of the young master, which had been whispered about in secret, was no exaggeration. You've emerged safely. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and bowed to the 2 elders. After 2 years of seclusion, his strength had greatly increased, and even his demeanor seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Now, he was beginning to resemble those old monsters who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Where's Kai Lin? Not seeing Medusa among the crowd, Xiao Yan hurriedly asked. Yao Lao's expression flickered, and he said awkwardly, let's discuss it downstairs. A few minutes later, in the grand hall of the Starfall Pavilion. She's returned to the Gamma Empire? What happened there? Upon hearing the news about Kai Lin, Xiao Yan immediately asked with concern. Well, there's nothing major happening in the Gamma Empire. It's just that Kai Lin herself has encountered some unexpected circumstances. Yao Lao spoke vaguely, then suddenly smiled at Xiao Yan. Perhaps, in 2 years, you'll be able to meet Xiao Xiao. What? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows, instantly understanding what the old alchemist meant. The Wind Sage beside him teased, don't worry, I've already ordered someone to refine several 7th grade pills she needs and send them over. As for higher grade ones, that's up to you, the father. Xiao Yan scratched his head. The sudden responsibility of fatherhood felt exactly the same as in his previous life. However, at least in this life, she and Medusa had chosen this path voluntarily. Medusa has returned to the Snake Clan to recuperate, so you need not worry too much. However, she cannot return to the 9 hells for the time being. The old alchemist smiled and said, tell me, how strong are you now? The gap between a martial saint and a martial sovereign was as vast as heaven and earth, so even a wind sovereign couldn't gauge Xiao Yan's true strength. Gripping his fists tightly and feeling the endless flow of energy within him, Xiao Yan whispered, approximately at the early stage of 5 stars. The effect of the 9 transformations return to origin pill is to allow those below 5-star martial saint to continuously advance by 3 stars. However, once reaching 5-star, the effect significantly weakens. Therefore, Xiao Yan's strength had only increased by 2.5 stars, failing to reach the mid-5-star level he had imagined. You little brat, you seem pretty unsatisfied. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, the old alchemist and the Wind Sage couldn't help but laugh and cry. You must know that according to the ancient clan's agreement, any strong warrior who reaches the 5-star martial saint realm is not allowed to act on their own. You now have the same status as those old monsters. Xiao Yan spread his hands helplessly. I wasn't there when they made the agreement, so I have no say in it. You should still keep a low profile. If the Soul Clan discovers your strength has grown so rapidly, they might start targeting your clan again. Besides, temporarily hiding your strength allows you to surprise your enemies at a critical moment. After hearing the old alchemist's words, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Indeed, when it comes to cunning, you old veterans are the masters. You disrespectful brat. Yao Lao scolded with a laugh, his expression growing serious. Since you've emerged from seclusion, let's continue with our plan. The stronger you become, the greater your responsibilities. Only by constantly growing stronger can you protect your clan. Xiao Yan nodded and said, I will follow your instructions. Under the old alchemist's gaze, the Wind Sage spoke slowly. Over the past 2 years, I've sent out numerous spies, but the useful information they brought back is pitifully scarce. The beast domain is extremely hostile toward humans. Fortunately, the Tianluan clan is assisting us. The Wind Sage paused before continuing. The information we currently have is that within the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Python clan, the clan leader, Demon Hull Heaven, and the first elder are both late-stage 1-star martial saints, while the others include several half-saints. Among their affiliated clans, there are countless martial sovereigns. However, we have found nothing regarding the Yellow Springs Heavenly Wrath. While there are rumors of people having seen the Yellow Springs Finger and Yellow Springs Palm, no one has ever witnessed anyone from the 9 Hells Earth Demon Serpent clan using the Yellow Springs Heavenly Wrath. This news came as no surprise to Xiao Yan. As one of the 3 major families of the Demon Beast realm, the strength of the 9 Netherworld Earth Devouring Python clan surpasses the combined might of the Flower Sect and the Heavenly Netherworld Sect. However, when compared to the current Xiao Yan, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon. At the Dou Shang stage, the gap between each star is enormous, especially after reaching the 5-star level. It can be confirmed that even if the 2 Dou Shangs of the 9 Hells Earth Demon Serpent clan joined forces, they would not be a match for Xiao Yan. Of course, this is only under extreme circumstances. Generally speaking, Xiao Yan is still quite friendly. Noticing the change in Xiao Yan's expression, the old alchemist knew exactly what he was thinking and immediately cautioned. The 9 Netherworld Earth Binding Serpents have a vast territory. Within the Netherworld Serpent vein, nearly all the Snake People tribes are their vassals. You must proceed with caution and avoid causing too much commotion. The Wind Sage added, my disciple Mu Qingwan is also from the Demon Beast clan. This time, we might be able to use their Tianluan clan to enter the beast domain. Upon hearing the words of the wind-listening sage, Xiao Yan immediately recalled the little girl with the childlike face. Mu Qingwan did possess some talent, but at this point in time, she likely hadn't even reached the rank of martial emperor yet. Should I go to the beast domain alone? However, just as Xiao Yan was about to refuse, the old alchemist waved his hand to interrupt him. This trip to the beast domain is still worth exploring. There is another treasure you desire within. Chapter 74, The 4 Directions Pavilion Assembly. A treasure from the beast domain? Could there be another there? Upon hearing the old alchemist's words, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. At this point, the only thing that could be considered a treasure to him was the old alchemist stroked his illusory beard and smiled. This is information we obtained by chance when we sent people to the beast domain recently. The 22nd ranked, the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts. It is formed from the souls and blood of 10,000 beasts. It is said that someone discovered its traces at the Dragon Burial Cliff in the beast domain. Xiao Yan nodded. Even a small fly is still neat. His burning technique had been stagnant at the lower level of the heavenly realm for a long time. After continuously absorbing several, he was now just one step away from breaking through. In other words, as long as he absorbed one more, regardless of its rank, his burning technique would undergo another evolution, reaching the terrifying mid-heaven realm. As for the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire stored in his storage ring and the 3,000 yen flames from the Pill Tower, Xiao Yan had considered combining them to create a 2-star, but ultimately abandoned the idea. To fuse 2-star, at least 2 functional cards would be required, which would be somewhat unwise. In a few more years, the pure Lotus Demon Fire would emerge, and that would be the true moment to use functional cards. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel impatient. What are we waiting for? Where's Mu Qingwan? Let's set off now. Yao Lao and Feng Zun exchanged glances but did not respond. Ha! She's not at the Starfall Pavilion? Seeing the expressions on the 2 elders' faces, Xiao Yan was puzzled. Feng Zunzi smiled faintly. She is there, but in 2 days, there will be the 4 Directions Pavilion Conference, which occurs once every 5 years. Qingwan will be heading to the Yellow Springs Pavilion shortly. If you're in a hurry, why not go with her? Upon hearing Feng Zunji's words, Xiao Yan's expression grew uneasy. Are you suggesting that I should also attend this conference? The 4 Pillars Hall Assembly was a competition among the younger generation. Although the Starfall Pavilion now had dozens of Dou Zun elders, there was a significant gap in the younger generation of disciples. Among those who meet the age and strength requirements, only Feng Zunji's newly recruited disciple, Mu Qingwan, qualifies. In truth, Xiao Yan didn't need to ask to know that in his previous life, the 4 Directions Pavilion Assembly 5 years later had been held in the Wind and Thunder Mountains, which meant that the winner of this assembly would undoubtedly be the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. However, if Xiao Yan were to go, he could certainly rewrite the outcome. But he is now a Dou Shang level powerhouse. How could he possibly compete against a group of individuals who haven't even reached the Dou Huang realm? If word got out, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? Ha, you're also part of the Xingyuan Pavilion. Why can't you go? As if reading Xiao Yan's thoughts, the old alchemist spoke slowly. Our Xingyuan Pavilion is no longer what it once was. We can't afford to lose to the other 3 pavilions here. Besides, we're not sending you to compete. Your opponent is watching from the stands. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, and a mischievous smile appeared on both master and disciples' faces. Unlike other factions, the headquarters of the Yellow Springs Pavilion was not built near a mountain range but in a place called the Yellow Springs Heavenly Gorge. Outside the Yellow Springs Heavenly Gorge, the area was perpetually shrouded in grayish-black mist. Without the guidance of Yellow Springs Pavilion disciples, ordinary cultivators would die from poisoning within minutes of entering. At the entrance to the Yellow Springs Heavenly Gorge stood 2 massive white stone pillars, their surfaces engraved with obscure and incomprehensible runes. As people passed by, the pillars would suddenly emit a blood-red glow, scanning every entrant like living creatures. Within the mist lie 2 towering, sheer cliffs. The cliff walls are covered in dark purple moss, and a waterfall of eerie blackish-green water plunges vertically from the center of the gorge, crashing onto the ground and emitting a nauseatingly sour stench. Above the waterfall stands a massive white pavilion, which, from a distance, resembles the terrifying shape of a skull. The Four Directions Pavilion Conference, according to the established rules, is held at the sect of the previous winner. Over the years, this was the first time it had been hosted by the Yellow Springs Pavilion. Near the Huangquan Gorge, even from several miles away, one could hear the incessant coughing of the crowd. Some people covered their mouths and noses tightly with scarves, while others summoned their martial energy armor for protection. Despite this, excitement was evident in everyone's eyes. At the Four Directions Pavilion Grand Assembly, one could not only see the powerful martial arts masters who dominated their regions but also witness the rising young talents of Central Plains. Therefore, although this conference pales in comparison to the Piltower's Pill Conference, it remains one of the most anticipated events in all of Central Plains. Outside the Yellow Springs Heavenly Gorge, there was a vast square constructed from massive black-green stones, already packed with people. What the hell is this place? The smell is worse than a rat that's been dead for 100 days. A gray-robed man pinched his nose and complained, but before he could finish, he was glared at by his companion. Keep your voice down. The people from the Yellow Springs Pavilion have a bad temper. If they hear you... His companion lowered his voice, glancing warily around. Not far away, behind the rocks, several figures in black robes flickered in and out of view, with Yellow Springs Pavilion tokens glowing faintly at their waists. Damn it, someone needs to take down the Yellow Springs Pavilion this time. I'm not coming back here next time. I heard that this conference will be presided over by the Yellow Springs Sage himself, and important figures from the other 3 halls will also attend. Such a scene is rare indeed, just bear with it for now. Such conversations echoed throughout every corner of the square. Though many despised the environment of the Yellow Springs Pavilion, the crowd gathered to watch the spectacle was no smaller than in previous years. Clang! Soon, as the sound of a bell pierced through the roar of the waterfall and echoed out, the sour-smelling mist of the Yellow Springs Gorge suddenly surged violently. After 3 loud shouts, the space above the Yellow Springs Heavenly Gorge revealed a series of distinct energy fluctuations. The Thunder Venerable has arrived. Sword Sage has arrived. Yellow Springs Sage has arrived. Accompanied by a flurry of flashy entrance effects, 3 figures landed one after another on the VIP seats. Among the 3, the Thunder Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign were both 3-star battle sovereigns, while the Yellow Springs Sovereign was a 2-star battle sovereign. Behind each of them followed a young disciple from the inner hall, all of whom possessed strength comparable to that of a martial emperor. Seeing that the 4th seat remained unoccupied, the Yellow Springs Sovereign's face twitched slightly, revealing a sinister expression. Looking at the last seat, the Sword Reverend couldn't help but shake his head. This guy is clearly the fastest, but he always shows up last. The Yellow Springs Venerable snorted coldly, his eyes icy. I see that the Starfall Pavilion has been thriving lately. They probably don't think this conference is worth their time. The Thunder Sovereign beside him chuckled darkly. Who knows if they're looking down on it, or if they're too afraid of losing face to show up. Hey. The Thunder Sovereign's laughter didn't last long before it abruptly stopped. Similarly, the gazes of the other 2 sovereigns all turned toward the last seat. There, a young figure who appeared to be no more than 20 years old quietly materialized. Chapter 75, Rotten Fish and Shrimp. Seeing the young man suddenly appear in the VIP section, the crowd below erupted into chaos, with countless voices of doubt echoing through the air. How did that kid get up there? He dares to sit in the Wind Reverend seat? He's probably some hothead from a minor family trying to make a name for himself. Amidst the whispers and snickers, the crowd was more surprised than anything else by the sudden appearance of the young man. What surprised them wasn't how he had ended up there, but how he dared to be there. In Central Plains, the Four Pillars Pavilion may not be considered a top-tier power, but they are still major players who dominate their respective regions. Take the VIP seats, for instance. 3 Dou Zun level experts were present. Such a lineup was rare even for ordinary people to catch a glimpse of, let alone dare to offend. However, in the face of the murmurs below, the young man merely smiled indifferently. Who are you? How dare you intrude into the Four Directions Pavilion's assembly? After a moment of shock, over a dozen figures with wings of martial energy erupted from the Yellow Springs abyss, none other than the enforcers of the Yellow Springs Pavilion. Though young in age, they were all Dou Wang level warriors. As they soared into the air, they left the surrounding crowd in awe. The 3 leading enforcers exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with cruelty. Before the person seated could offer any explanation, they roared in anger, unfurling their battle chi wings to transform into 3 black shadows, charging toward him. Hoof! A low, muffled groan suddenly echoed across the entire sky. In an instant, an almost invisible ripple spread out from the sky above the square, plunging the entire Huangquan Pavilion into an eerie stillness. Even the waterfall of the Huangquan Heavenly Gorge ceased flowing instantly. The next second, the 3 disciples felt an invisible pressure as heavy as a mountain descending upon them, causing their bones to crackle loudly. To the onlookers, 3 meteors plummeted from the sky, plunging directly into the foul-smelling ditch. Is that the rule of the Yellow Springs Pavilion, to allow disciples to attack guests at will? The young man's voice was not loud, but it struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. From the VIP seats, the 3 venerable elders glared at the young figure with eyes as sharp as swords. The sudden surge of power had even caused their hearts to race. The Yellow Springs elder's expression darkened. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to step back, and spoke in a cold tone. Young man, do you know who is seated here? The young man was none other than Xiao Yan, who had arrived just in time. Behind him, a graceful figure stepped forward. Everyone has misunderstood. This is the young master of the Xingyun Pavilion, who has come here on behalf of the Pavilion Master to attend the gathering. Mu Qinghuan's ethereal voice, enhanced by her unique martial arts technique, spoke softly yet clearly, echoing in the ears of everyone present. That young girl is Mu Qinghuan, the direct disciple of the Wind Sage. It's her. I heard she broke through to the 9-star martial king realm at such a young age, and is just a hair's breadth away from becoming a martial emperor. What did she mean by young Pavilion Master? Isn't she the Pavilion Master's disciple herself? You don't know? The Starfall Pavilion. Seeing this, the Thunder Sage's cold voice cut through the square's commotion. There have been many rumors about the Starfall Pavilion in recent years. I've heard some of them. Could you be the disciple of the Starfall Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Ye Chen? Looking at Lei Zun's hostile gaze, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, pointing to Mu Qinghuan beside him. Lei Zun, are you getting old and hard of hearing? Sigh. Seeing Xiao Yan's audacity, the onlookers around the square all sucked in a cold breath. After all, the Thunder Sovereign was renowned throughout the entire Central Plains. This young man, who was at most a martial king in terms of age, had already dared to confront the enforcement squad earlier. Who had given him the courage to directly challenge a martial sovereign now? How dare you? Who are you, you insolent upstart, to cause a disturbance at the Four Directions Pavilion assembly? A woman in colorful attire, exuding an air of elegance, shouted harshly from behind Lei Zun. Feng Qinger. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over, and he immediately recognized the colorful clothed woman. At this point in time, it had been 5 years since Xiao Yan had participated in that gathering, and the current Feng Qinger was still only a 9-star martial king. The 2 men beside her, Wang Chen and Tang Ying, had also yet to break through to the martial emperor realm. A bunch of Dou Wang playing house here, really thinking they're something special. After taking a look around, Xiao Yan couldn't help but snort derisively. You! Feng Qinger's eyebrows furrowed angrily, about to explode, but she was stopped by Lei Zun, who waved his hand. The latter glanced at Xiao Yan before finally turning his gaze toward Huangquan Zun. This conference was hosted by the Yellow Springs Pavilion, and any issues would reflect poorly on the pavilion. Huangquan Zunzi snorted coldly in his heart but remained composed on the surface. I hear that the disciple of the medicine Zunzi is an 8th-rank alchemy master. Judging by your appearance, you don't seem to fit the bill. Within the Yellow Springs sage's sleeves, swirling gray poisonous mist surged, and his black and white eyes cast Xiao Yan's figure into flickering light and shadow. It was certain that if Xiao Yan uttered a single wrong word, the Huangquan Zunja would strike without hesitation to kill him. Ha, if the Yellow Springs sage has poor eyesight, he can go get it checked with the Thunder Sage next time. Come back after you've been cured, so you don't embarrass yourself. Facing the looming threat of death, Xiao Yan remained calm and composed, stretching lazily as he spoke. Gentlemen, can the assembly begin? Seeing Xiao Yan offend 2 Dou Zun masters in one breath, everyone present couldn't help but feel anxious for him. However, few noticed that the killing intent in the Yellow Springs sage's eyes was slowly fading. Over the years, no one had ever dared to challenge the dignity of the Huangquan Pavilion in such a manner. However, where there's smoke, there's fire. Considering the recent rumors, Xiao Yan's arrogant behavior inadvertently confirmed these suspicions. An 8th-rank alchemy master, if the rumors were true, Xiao Yan had essentially insulted the entire Huangquan Pavilion. Even Huangquan Zunja could pretend not to hear it. Lei Zun saw this and narrowed his eyes, sizing up Xiao Yan from head to toe. The 4-Pavilion Assembly is an opportunity for the outstanding disciples of our 4 pavilions to showcase their talents. While the Starfall Pavilion may appear more imposing than before, this does not give you the right to show such contempt. Could it be that you fear losing face if you lose, and thus sent such a young upstart like you? In response to the Thunder Sovereign's aggressive tone, Xiao Yan merely smiled wryly. The Thunder Sovereign's generosity is somewhat lacking. With the bunch of good-for-nothings by your side, my presence here is already an honor for you. Arrogant. Seeing that the Yellow Spring Sage and the Sword Sage remained silent, the Thunder Sage suddenly stood up and shouted, "What? Are you really going to side with this upstart?" Xiao Yan, seeing this, merely chuckled, "Why get so angry, Lei Zun? Let's sit down and talk." The Thunder Sovereign snorted coldly, ignoring Xiao Yan's words, and turned to leave with Feng Qinger. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, finally revealing a ruthless expression. At the same time, a powerful and terrifying aura surged out from his body. I said, sit down. Chapter 76, The Thunder God Descends. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the sky above. Black thunderclouds surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the temperature in the air to plummet to freezing point, even causing everyone's breath to condense into white mist. The entire Huangquan Tianjian trembled violently, and the water flowing from the waterfall was pulled by the powerful energy, forming an eerie water curtain suspended in mid-air. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel ripped through the sky, striking the ground in front of the Thunder Sovereign in the blink of an eye, reducing his once lavish seat to a bottomless crater. As debris flew everywhere, countless small lightning bolts danced like silver snakes, all striking the Thunder Sovereign's body, tearing his originally silver gleaming robe to shreds. It wasn't that the Thunder Sovereign didn't dodge, it was that, in that very instant, the space around him suddenly twisted and warped, and a terrifying pressure surged toward him like a mountain range crushing down from above. The Thunder Sovereign's face turned crimson as he struggled frantically, barely managing to prevent himself from kneeling on the ground. Who is attacking me in the shadows? If you have the guts, come out and face me. The Thunder Sovereign roared hoarsely, his expression filled with anger as he scanned the surroundings, only to discover that he couldn't even lift a single finger. Even now, he still preferred to believe that someone was attacking him from the shadows rather than accept that the terrifying pressure was coming from the young man before him. The remaining fragments of his silver robe fluttered to the ground, revealing the Thunder Venerable's skin, which was covered in scorch marks. A Thunder title holding Venerable of the Battle Realm had been injured so severely by lightning power it was truly ironic. The Sword Sovereign clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Behind him, a gigantic sword aura, over 10 zhang tall, had yet to solidify before quietly dissipating. He had once boasted of his divine mastery of the sword, but the overwhelming pressure swirling around him now was 100 times more ruthless than any sword intent he had ever encountered in his life. The Yellow Spring Sovereign's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The toxic mist swirling within his sleeves had ceased at some point. He wasn't exactly a pushover either. In this situation, not intervening might seem cowardly, but if he did act, the next one to suffer might very well be himself. The entire VIP section fell into an eerie, frozen stillness. Seeing this scene, the crowd below the square was also momentarily at a loss. However, while they might not sense the invisible pressure, everyone clearly saw that the once majestic Thunder Sovereign was now bending toward Xiao Yan. You brat, don't push your luck too far. Feeling the growing pressure around him, the Thunder's eyes turned fierce. He suddenly bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A brilliant thunderous light erupted around him. The blood mist and thunder energy intertwined, forming a streak of light that darted out like a living creature, tracing complex thunder patterns on the ground. The Thunderous body finally broke free from Xiao Yan's oppressive aura by sacrificing his own foundation. In the blink of an eye, the charred skin on the Thunder Sovereign's body began to heal at a visible speed, and the fragments of his silver robe reformed in the thunderlight, coalescing into a majestic armor adorned with flowing cloud patterns. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion has stood firm in Central Plains for 100 years and will not be shaken by a mere junior like you. Glaring at Xiao Yan with a menacing expression, the old man's face trembled violently, his voice completely hoarse. In all these years, no one has ever forced me to use this technique. Today, I will teach your disciple a lesson on behalf of Yi Chen. As a deep roar echoed, a series of crisp pops sounded from within Lei Zun's body. Countless silver snakes as thick as thumbs suddenly emerged from all around him, weaving into a thunder net over 10 zhang high. Thunder God descend! The Thunder Sovereign slammed both palms into the ground. The deep pit he had just created erupted with blinding lightning, and countless lightning pillars shot into the sky, coalescing behind him into a colossal thunder god silhouette tens of zhang tall. The illusory figure held a massive hammer, clad in thunder armor, with every inch of its muscles pulsating with destructive energy. The residual might emanating from the illusory form alone reduced the massive stone platform built for the VIPs to dust. The Sword Sage and the Yellow Spring Sage exchanged a glance, grabbed their disciples behind them, and swiftly rose into the air. Below the square, many cultivators who were too close were directly shaken until blood flowed from their 7 orifices. Over a dozen elders from the Yellow Springs Pavilion acted in unison, barely managing to erect a large energy shield to block the Thunder Sovereign's overwhelming pressure. At the original location of the viewing platform, Mu Qingwan's pupils contracted sharply, and she instinctively took a half step back. However, she saw Xiao Yan standing with his hands behind his back, his robe fluttering in the wind and thunder, his face still bearing that carefree smile. After activating his secret technique, the Thunder Sovereign's strength, which had previously reached the 3-star martial sovereign realm, surged rapidly. In a short time, he even showed signs of breaking through to the 5-star realm. This old demon is truly enraged. In the sky above, Huangquan Zunzhu watched the Thunder Zunzhu exerting all his strength with a solemn expression. His martial arts cultivation was the lowest among the 4 hall masters, and he knew that even if he gave his all, he couldn't match the Thunder Zunzhu at this moment. Who do you think will win between the two of them? The Sword Sovereign, hearing this question, merely shook his head slowly. The moment Lei Jun made his move, he had already lost. Below, the Thunder Sovereign paid no heed to others' opinions. Xiao Yan had humiliated him in public, crossing his most severe red line. Even if the Wind Sovereign arrived now, he would not stop. In mid-air, the Thunder God's illusory form held a massive hammer, stirring the energy of the entire sky into a gigantic vortex. Die! With the Thunder Sovereign's furious roar, the Thunder God's gigantic hammer crashed down, as if it were about to shatter the heavens and earth. Back when he first arrived in the northern region of Central Plains, Xiao Yan had also faced off against disciples of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. At that time, Hongqin had also used this advanced secret technique called Thunder God's Descent, but compared to the current Thunder Zune, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Under the effect of the secret technique, the Thunder Sovereign's entire body had grown several times larger than before. From afar, he truly resembled a thunder god descending from the heavens. Corresponding to the illusory figure in the air, a massive, pitch-black thunder hammer also appeared in his hand, emanating dazzling lightning bolts, and crashed down toward Xiao Yan's head with overwhelming force. This strike possessed power rivaling that of a heavenly realm expert. In the blink of an eye, when the hammer was just 3 feet above Xiao Yan's head, the latter finally moved. Xiao Yan slowly raised his right hand, that was all. The Thunder Sovereign's technique, which had been executed with the speed of 3,000 thunderbolts, might have been too fast for others to catch, but in Xiao Yan's eyes, it was still too slow. Casually grabbing the thunder hammer in his hand, Xiao Yan looked at the Thunder Sovereign's desperate expression, a hint of mockery flitting across his face. Is that all you've got? Xiao Yan snorted coldly, and a far more terrifying pressure erupted from his body. The thunder hammer, which the Thunder Sovereign had regarded as his most precious treasure, shattered into pieces in an instant. The Thunder Sovereign let out an agonizing scream, spewing a mouthful of blood. The illusory figure of the Thunder God in the sky shattered instantly, and he himself flew out like a, crashing into the center of the square, his fate unknown. Chapter 77, Terrifying Beyond Belief. The square fell into complete silence. As the old figure of the Thunder Sovereign crashed into the center of the square, the century-old glory of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion was shattered in an instant. All the cultivators present gazed at the young figure as if he were a divine being. A single move, or rather, a single move not even fully executed, had completely shattered a Dou Zune-level powerhouse, leaving no room for resistance. Such a terrifying scene was something even ordinary people dared not even dream of. Yet the young man in the sky had done it. The legendary young master of the Starfall Pavilion was truly terrifying. Could this be the power of a martial saint? Impossible. A martial saint is a legendary existence. How could it be so easily encountered? But this is no different from the legends. The crowd erupted into a chorus of swallowing sounds, with countless gazes fixated on Xiao Yan. At this moment, although the competition of the 4 pavilion assembly had not yet begun, everyone already knew who the top young prodigy of the Central Plains was. Among the 4 halls, and even throughout all of Central Plains, all those so-called young prodigies combined could not match even a single finger of Xiao Yan. Mu Qingwan stood behind Xiao Yan, her fingertips trembling slightly. She had heard from the Wind Sage that Xiao Yan's strength was already beyond measure, but witnessing this scene with her own eyes left her speechless. The Sword Sage and the Yellow Spring Sage exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror. Though they had long suspected this young man was no one to be trifled with, the speed at which Lei Zun was defeated was still too sudden, leaving them no time to react. Only now did they truly realize that the young man before them was not a reckless upstart, but a true demon god. Such power would place him among the elite of the entire Central Plains. Thinking back to how close he had come to intervening earlier, the Yellow Springs Sovereign's back was soaked in cold sweat. He now finally understood why the Starfall Pavilion had risen so swiftly in just 2 years and could even form an alliance with giants like the Flower Sect. With such a prodigy in command, what was impossible? At that moment, Xiao Yan's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Lei Zun, shall we continue? In the center of the square, the pile-off suddenly emitted a faint sound. From among the fragments of silver robes, a hand covered in blood blisters struggled to emerge. In the air, Feng Qinger descended and rescued the Thunder Sovereign in time. Put! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Beneath the shattered shoulder armor of the Thunder, a large patch of skin resembling charcoal was exposed, with faint lightning bolts still flickering at the wound. At this moment, the Thunder Sovereign had lost all his former majesty, looking like a frail old man. As the Thunder Sovereign slowly rose to his feet, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion token hanging at his waist suddenly emitted a crisp cracking sound. I've lost. In the Thunder Sovereign's bloodshot eyes, fear was clearly visible. The force he had just faced was simply too terrifying, even surpassing his understanding. In the face of absolute power, any struggle seemed utterly futile. Xiao Yan's gaze swept to the side, glancing over the Sword Sage and the Yellow Spring Sage one after another. Or, should we all attack together? No. From this moment onward, all matters at the conference shall be handled according to your instructions. The Sword Sovereign and the Yellow Spring Sovereign shook their heads vigorously, as if they were wind-up toys. Since becoming sovereigns, they had never felt so panicked. Oof. Looking at the crowd, who were as silent as if they were afraid of the cold, Xiao Yan once again understood what it meant to live in the continent of martial arts, where strength is everything. With a casual wave of his hand, the once shattered giant stone square was instantly repaired to its original state, and even the destroyed VIP seats were quickly rebuilt. Xiao Yan elegantly seated himself in the central position, surveyed the crowd around him, and smiled slowly. Everything must follow the rules. How the Four Pillars Hall assembly is conducted is not up to me. Qinghuan, participate in the competition. Behind him, Mu Qinghuan's figure slowly descended, and an aura of the Dou Huang realm suddenly descended. Half a day later, a white giant crane with wingspan of over 10 zhang broke through the clouds. When its wings spread, they resembled two floating auspicious clouds, leaving ripples in the sky wherever it passed. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Feng Qinger was so angry her face was about to twist. A clear, silver bell-like laughter echoed from the sky. On the crane's back, Mu Qinghuan bounced up and down, clinging to Xiao Yan's sleeve. Her green skirt fluttered with her movements, and the phoenix-shaped emblem embroidered on it seemed ready to take flight. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, her amber eyes curved into crescent moons, and the jade bells in her hair jingled with her movements. Watching her joyful expression, Xiao Yan couldn't help but shake his head and smile. A few days earlier, when the old alchemist had assigned the task, Xiao Yan had already prepared a batch of high-grade pills suitable for Mu Qinghuan. With Xiao Yan, a master alchemist whose skills were unmatched, it was effortless for him to help her break through to the Dou Huang realm. In this year's Four Directions Pavilion Conference, the highest-ranked participant from other factions was only a 9-star martial king, and the Starfall Pavilion undoubtedly claimed the top prize. Xiao Yan and Mu Qinghuan had truly made a name for themselves at this conference, effectively dispelling all the rumors about the Xingyuan Pavilion. The Xingyun Pavilion now stands head and shoulders above the other three pavilions, both in terms of actual strength and in the hearts of the people, firmly establishing itself among the top-tier powers of Central Plains. Of course, this was still with Xiao Yan holding back his true strength. A 5-star martial saint of his caliber would likely rank among the top 3 in all of Zhengzhou. Alright, let's talk about the situation with the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire now. On the back of the crane, Xiao Yan was in high spirits. Thinking about obtaining another soon, his excitement was no less than that of Mu Qinghuan after winning the conference. Don't worry. I've already instructed my father and the others to keep an eye on the information about thee. With your strength, why would you worry about someone else snatching it away? Mu Qinghuan's adorable eyes sparkled with brilliance. She now trusted Xiao Yan's strength implicitly. Mu Qinghuan thought for a moment before continuing, however, many demon beast clans are also after thee this time. When you act, be discreet and avoid unnecessarily making enemies. Oh? Xiao Yan was puzzled by this. Aren't thee and demon beasts naturally incompatible? Why are so many demon beasts competing to obtain it? You fool! Mu Qinghuan extended her finger and gently tapped Xiao Yan's forehead. Within the beast domain, over 70% of the demon beast clans from the martial Qi continent are gathered. Their numbers are no less than those of human factions. Generally speaking, beasts do fear fire, except for a small number of fire-attributed beasts. The rest all have some degree of resistance to flames. But don't forget, the one that appeared this time is called the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Chapter 78, the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. This 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire can be described as a postnatal. Mu Qinghuan's eyes flashed with a gleam of insight. As a beast of origin, her understanding of this peculiar flame surpassed even Xiao Yan's. In ancient times, it was merely a weak flame. However, due to its extreme sensitivity to demon beast essence blood, it would quietly emerge whenever major battles erupted among demon beast clans, absorbing the souls and essence blood of fallen strong ones. Over time, it evolved into the legendary 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. This flame may not seem powerful to you humans, but it likely contains the bloodline power of ancient beasts from millions of years ago. This is something all beasts strive for their entire lives. After hearing Mu Qinghuan's summary, Xiao Yan finally understood. The 10,000 Beast Spirit Flame ranks 22nd on the. Its flames are red, formed by the souls and blood of 10,000 beasts. It was discovered at the Dragon Burial Cliff. Xiao Yan couldn't help but recall the information provided by the old alchemist. According to common sense, the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, ranked 22nd on the Divine Flame chart, should only be at the level of a Dou Huang cultivator even if it possessed sentience. Such a low grade would hold little interest for human cultivators above the Dou Zun realm. Especially for someone of Xiao Yan's caliber, he would never have gone out of his way for it unless it was necessary for the evolution of the burning technique or the Buddha's wrath lotus. However, after hearing Mu Qingwan's reminder, Xiao Yan immediately began to take it seriously again. The rankings on the divine fire chart are merely a rough reference and cannot fully reflect the true capabilities of a divine fire. Based on Xiao Yan's observations and experiences, the lower-ranked divine fires often possess more unique and diverse abilities. To survive, they often possess bizarre and unconventional survival tactics. For example, the Xian Huang Yan, which had secluded itself for 10,000 years, eventually became so formidable that even Dou Shang-level experts had to fear it. Another example is the Yomi Poison Flame's accumulation of toxins and the Wind Rage Dragon Flame's ability to hide in the desert. These lower-ranked flames may lack the destructive power to match the higher-ranked, but they often have their own unique ways of surviving. It remains to be seen what surprises the newly emerged 10,000 Beast Spirit Flame will bring. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, when was the last time the 10,000 Beast Spirit Flame appeared? Is there any record of it? Mu Qingwan's heart stirred, and an ancient-looking green scroll appeared in her hand. She slowly unfolded it and began searching for the answer to Xiao Yan's question. According to clan records, the last time the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire appeared was approximately 1,300 years ago. That time, its emergence drew countless demon beast clans into competition, and even the ruler of the demon beast realm, the Tai Su Ancient Dragon, dispatched powerful warriors to participate. Mu Qingwan suddenly looked up at Xiao Yan, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. That battle lasted 10 days and 10 nights, claiming the lives of countless powerful beings. In the end, no clan was able to subdue it. That was also the last time the Tai Su Ancient Dragon clan appeared. The location was later named Dragon's Grave Cliff. Dragon's Grave Cliff? Dragon's Grave Cliff again? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed as he fell into deep thought. After a long pause, Xiao Yan finally spoke again. What is the current situation? Are there any similarities to the previous incident? Mu Qingwan shook her head. I don't know the specifics of this situation either. Let's discuss it further at the clan. Several days later, a clear bird's chirp echoed from Mu Qingwan's mouth, startling Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of cultivation. The massive white crane immediately descended, heading toward a mountain range shrouded in rosy light below. Xiao Yan realized they had already arrived in the beast domain. The buildings below were built along the contours of the mountains, all sharp-roofed pavilions. At the center of the mountain range stood a main peak towering 1,000 feet high. At the peak floated a palace of peculiar shape, constructed from countless translucent feather bones. Each bone ridge flowed with gentle light patterns, and from afar, it resembled a divine bird frozen in mid-flight, its wings spread wide. How about it? Much more comfortable than the stinking ditch of the Yellow Springs Pavilion, right? Mu Qingwan enthusiastically introduced the scene to Xiao Yan. Upon returning to the clan, her mood had clearly become more excited. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He could clearly sense several powerful auras lurking atop the peak. It seemed that the Tenluan clan also had several Dozuan-level experts stationed there. Under Mu Qingwan's command, the white crane folded its wings and landed at the foot of the main peak. There, an old man in a green robe led a group of young women dressed in colorful feathered robes. Each of them held a crystal tray in their hands, containing white fruits emitting strange phenomena. Miss Qingwan, I have been sent by the clan leader to welcome our honored guests. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's youthful appearance, the old man was clearly taken aback, but he still bowed respectfully. Xiao Yan also bowed his hands. Judging by his estimation, the old man before him was roughly at the peak of the Dou Zong realm, and was likely considered a powerful figure within the Tianluan clan. It seemed that what the old alchemist had said was indeed true. Mu Qingwan's status within the clan was truly no small matter. Mu Qingwan jumped down to the ground, grabbed a handful of white fruits from the tray, and handed them to Xiao Yan. These are starfeather fruits, unique to this mountain range. It is said that they have the effect of enhancing one's soul. Xiao Yan smiled and took them. He had already recognized them as soul-restoring fruits, which were used to refine second grade. Though rare in Central Plains, they were almost everywhere in the demon beast mountains of the Gamma Empire. While the fruit did indeed have a temporary invigorating effect, the claim about enhancing the soul was pure nonsense. Of course, Xiao Yan didn't expose the truth. Compared to humans, beasts naturally had weaker soul power, so this was likely just their way of expressing a hopeful wish. As everyone spoke, the peak of the mountain range suddenly emitted a dazzling glow, and countless colorful feathers flew out from the palace, forming a lifelike image of a celestial phoenix in the sky. Upon seeing the silhouette, the old man in green robes grew anxious. The clan leader has summoned everyone to the Grand Hall for an emergency meeting. This is the third command. Miss Qingwan, we must hurry. Let's go. Mu Qingwan also sensed the urgency of the situation and immediately ceased further discussion, spreading her battle chi wings and soaring toward the peak. Young friend, you may board the cloud boat to rest first. The old man in the green robe looked at Xiao Yan, but before he could finish his sentence, the latter took a step forward and, in the next moment, appeared in midair, following closely behind Mu Qingwan's figure toward the peak. Walking on thin air? He's also a martial sovereign level expert? Seeing Xiao Yan's actions, the old man in the green robe was shaken to the core, rubbing his eyes in disbelief before confirming once more. Suddenly, the old man seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "No, this is a meeting of the Tianluan secret pavilion. Outsiders are not allowed inside." Chapter 79, The Tianluan Clan. Clan leader, the scouts we sent out have returned in 2 groups. The information is consistent with what we previously received. By the way, it is said that young Master Mingfeng is also on his way back. That's wonderful. Young Master Mingfeng is the greatest prodigy in our clan. He must lead the expedition this time. Indeed, if we can obtain thee this time and combine it with young Master Mingfeng's talent, our Tianluan clan will have no reason to worry about prosperity. Tianluan Mountain Range, Lingyu Peak. Several hoarse laughs echoed through the spacious hall. 9 green jade pillars carved with the image of a Tianluan spreading its wings stood tall, their surfaces inlaid with starfall crystals that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the sealed hall as brightly as day. As the elders chatted and laughed, more and more powerful members of the clan arrived from all directions. After passing through a strange spatial barrier, they entered the hall. Seated on the central throne in the hall, a middle-aged man with a majestic demeanor clapped his hands and laughed. The emergence of the 10,000 beasts spirit fire is a divine blessing for our Tianluan clan. If we can capture it, even the Tianyao Phoenix clan will become our vassals in 100 years. The middle-aged man was dressed in purple gold robes, with a cultivation level roughly equivalent to a 5-star martial sovereign. As he spoke, everyone in the hall looked at him with reverence. To his left, an old man stroked his long beard and smiled. "I have already informed Qingluan, the young lady from the Starfall Pavilion. She should be returning shortly." The middle-aged man nodded. "I hear that the Starfall Pavilion has been developing rapidly in recent years. If the Wind Sage were to come and assist us, our chances of victory would increase by another 10%. The clan leader speaks wisely." The hall echoed with a chorus of agreement, and the middle-aged man's expression grew satisfied. Just then, the spatial barrier at the rear of the hall suddenly rippled, and its color swiftly turned a vivid crimson. All eyes were immediately drawn to the commotion behind them. Who dares to intrude into the Heavenly Phoenix secret chamber? On the left side of the seats, the elder suddenly swung his sleeves, and a golden light flashed, instantly infusing into the spatial barrier. The crimson ripples quickly dissipated, revealing the adorable figure bouncing around behind the barrier. "Uncles! I'm back!" Mu Qingwan's skirt swept past the barrier, and the jade bells in her hair jingled with her movements. Seeing this, the tense atmosphere in the hall dissipated instantly. This girl, when will she ever learn to be more careful? The elder laughed lightly, waving his sleeves once more to open a crack in the spatial barrier, allowing Mu Qingwan to step inside. "Greetings, clan chief and elders." Mu Qingwan bowed to everyone in turn, but when she reached the grand elder, she stuck out her tongue at him. "Come here so grandfather can take a look. Have you lost weight again?" The elder smiled and beckoned her over, his eyes brimming with affection. The clan leader seated at the main seat also laughed. "It's been years since we last saw you. You've grown from a mischievous girl into a Dou Huang-level powerhouse. Your father was right to insist on sending you to the Starfall Pavilion." Mu Qingwan pouted. "It's all because of my natural talent. Don't be disrespectful to the clan leader." The elder slapped her hand down, but it landed on Mu Qingwan's body with a light tap, as if he were brushing dust off her. "What about the matter of contacting the Wind Sage? You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Of course not." Mu Qingwan smiled slightly, turned around, and waved her hand toward the empty space in the hall. "Xiao Yan, stop hiding. Everyone's waiting for you." Several elders saw this and furrowed their brows simultaneously, gazing toward the void. In their perception, there was nothing but air. As soon as Mu Qingwan finished speaking, a slender figure appeared silently. "Xiao Yan, disciple of the Starfall Pavilion, greets clan leader Qin Xian and all the elders." Xiao Yan appeared relaxed, as if he had been standing there all along without moving. Upon seeing Xiao Yan appear, the senior elder's pupils contracted sharply. This young man had somehow crossed the spatial barrier, and he hadn't even noticed. What a disciple of the Starfall Pavilion! From the main seat, the Qingxian clan chief laughed aloud, but his eyes betrayed a hint of suspicion. "To silently pass through the feather soul barrier of the Tianluan secret pavilion, it seems you've prepared thoroughly." To his right, an elderly man with white hair swept his gaze over Xiao Yan like a knife. "The discussions in the secret pavilion are the highest level secrets of our Tianluan clan. Even honored guests from the Xingyuan Pavilion are not permitted to eavesdrop." "Sir, you must explain yourself." Mu Qingluan, seeing this, hurriedly interjected. "Third elder, Xiao Yan is the personal disciple of the Medicine Pavilion Master. He came here to help us. What can a mere novice possibly help? I suspect he's here to eavesdrop." The third elder flipped his wrist, and 3 powerful wind blades instantly around his palm. At that moment, the elderly man in green robes who had been receiving them below had already arrived, but upon seeing the tense atmosphere in the hall, he could only sit aside and watch. The Medicine Pavilion Master must be the legendary Medicine Dust, the so-called first alchemist of Central Plains from years past. The clan chief of the Qingxian clan's eyes flickered repeatedly as he looked down at the young man below, who seemed unfazed, and said slowly, "Your teacher sent you here to gather information about thee, didn't he? What else?" Seeing everyone's expressions, Xiao Yan shrugged indifferently. "Or did you think I came here to be your henchman? How dare you?" Another elderly man spoke in a deep voice. "You dared to intrude into the Tianluan secret pavilion and speak so disrespectfully. Even if your master has some reputation, I will discipline you on his behalf." As the old man finished speaking, a powerful aura of a second-ranked martial sovereign instantly enveloped Xiao Yan's head. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but snort derisively. It seemed that the situation with the Tianluan clan was quite different from what he had imagined. "Xiao Yan, show mercy." Seeing Xiao Yan's expression change, Mu Qingwan grew anxious, stamping her feet and shouting urgently. She had recently witnessed Xiao Yan's combat prowess, as he had effortlessly defeated a third-rank martial sovereign, the Thunder Sovereign, leaving him unrecognizable. Such power was enough to overwhelm the entire Tianluan clan. Halted by Mu Qingwan's words, Xiao Yan exhaled deeply before smiling faintly. "Since the Tianluan clan doesn't require assistance, I shall take my leave." "Stop!" On the other side, the three elders roared in unison. Seeing that Xiao Yan remained unfazed by the pressure of the Dou Zun, they were somewhat surprised, but their expressions remained grim. "Boy, you're young but have some skill. However, you eavesdropped on our Tianluan clan's secrets. We can't let you off so easily. Considering you're a disciple of the Xingyun Pavilion and this is your first offense, I'll spare you. Stay within our clan until this matter is resolved, then you may return." Xiao Yan turned around impatiently, glancing at the third elder who had spoken, and said sarcastically, "What did I eavesdrop on? It was just some flattery. The clan leader is great, the clan leader is wonderful, whatever the clan leader says is the truth. Who would bother listening to that? You." The third elder's face turned ashen, and the momentum he had just calmed down surged once more. Mu Qingwan, seeing this, couldn't help but cover her eyes. It's over. Chapter 80, The Wind Falls from the Ninth Heaven. "You brat, did you come here to cause trouble on purpose?" The third elder suddenly stood up, and as his palm swept through the air, it left 5 deep finger marks on the armrest of the stone chair. They had been in the beast domain for a long time and had heard rumors about the Starfall Pavilion's increased strength, but they knew little about the specifics. They had never even heard of someone named Xiao Yan. Seeing the third elder's rage, the others did not intervene. Xiao Yan's words had been a direct insult to the Tianluan clan, and even if he was the disciple of the Starfall Pavilion's pavilion master, he deserved punishment. Within the Grand Hall, only Mu Qingwan noticed the dire situation and screamed, "Clan leader, could it be that you no longer desire the 10,000 beasts' spiritual flame?" Upon hearing this, the clan leader of the Qingxian clan's expression changed abruptly. His fingertips, hidden beneath his purple gold robes, tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne. "Qingwan, what do you mean? Could this young man possibly have information about the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire? There is no such information." Mu Qingwan shook her head, but her eyes flashed with determination. "But only with Xiao Yan's help can our clan have a chance to obtain thee." Before she could finish, the third elder let out a piercing cold laugh, gathering martial energy into wind blades at his fingertips. "Qingwan, you're still young. Have you been deceived by this fair-faced youth?" As he spoke, the overwhelming pressure of a second-rank martial sovereign surged from the third elder, enveloping Xiao Yan. "Since Qingwan is so eager to recommend you, I'll give you a chance if you can withstand 5 of my moves." "Third elder, stop!" Mu Qingwan blurted out in panic, "You can't beat him." At those words, the third elder's face turned beet red, and the veins on his neck bulged. "Are you defying heaven? Are you implying that I've spent over 1,000 years cultivating only to be outmatched by this greenhorn? Since you want to try." Xiao Yan glanced at the Qingxian clan chief ahead, noticing that he too was watching him with interest, but showed no intention of stopping the third elder. Xiao Yan sneered, took a step forward, and said, "I shall grant your wish. Go ahead and attack. If I move even once within 100 moves, you won't need to retrieve the 10,000 beast spirit fire. I will personally deliver it to you tomorrow." "Arrogant brat. What do you mean 100 moves? If you can still stand after 5 moves, I'll kneel down and apologize to you." The third elder laughed furiously, his battle chi surging wildly, forming a green-colored afterimage behind him. As the illusory figure solidified in an instant, the third elder flicked his fingers rapidly, instantly forming over 100 wind blades, each half a zhang long. The blades glowed with an eerie color and charged toward Xiao Yan with lightning speed, leaving no time to react. This technique, by conventional standards, could not be classified as a martial art. It was merely an extreme application of energy compression. However, when executed by the third elder, a second-rank martial sovereign, each wind blade was powerful enough to severely wound a martial ancestor-level expert. Wherever the wind blades passed, they left behind piercing screams. The specially crafted featherstone floor of the secret chamber was sliced by the residual waves, leaving dozens of sharp gashes. In the center of the hall, Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression unchanged. Just as the wind blades were about to touch him, the spatial energy suddenly twisted violently, and a black void fissure silently opened, swallowing all the 100 wind blades in their tracks. Spatial power? Upon witnessing this scene, several gasps of astonishment echoed through the hall. Several elderly figures near Xiao Yan involuntarily took 2 steps back, exchanging glances with one another, each seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. Witnessing Xiao Yan's performance, the Grand Elder and Qing Xin clan chief also perked up. Although the third elder's previous attack had only used less than 10% of his strength, it was still an attack from a Dou Zone. Xiao Yan was able to effortlessly use spatial power to block it, which meant he was at least a Dou Zone. For a moment, the hall was filled with whispers. Using spatial power? This kid is actually a Dou Zone level expert? I don't think he's anything special. Even if he is a Dou Zone, how could he possibly compare to our clan's Mingfeng young master? Young Master Mingfeng is a prodigy, he's not someone ordinary people can catch up to. Hearing the other's remarks, the third elder sneered, a Dou Zone so young does indeed have some talent. But our Tianwan clan is not without geniuses. With your meager skills, you dare to challenge our clan? You are gravely mistaken. As he spoke, the third elder swung his hands repeatedly, sending several even faster wind blades rushing toward Xiao Yan from all directions. However, all the attacks were swallowed up by countless tiny black fissures that suddenly split open, just half a foot away from Xiao Yan's body. The third elder's pupils contracted, and he clenched his right fist tightly. A surge of violent martial energy erupted from his sleeve, condensing into a green tornado at the center of the hall. The tornado, as soon as it formed, began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, swelling to a height of 3 zhang and 3 cun in the blink of an eye, its tip nearly touching the dome of the hall. The intense suction force caused many clan members of the martial emperor realm to lose their footing, forcing them to summon their martial energy to protect themselves as they scrambled to dodge to the sides. Everything in the path of the green tornado, no matter how sturdy, was reduced to dust. At that moment, Xiao Yan stood before the massive green tornado, appearing utterly insignificant. Yet his expression remained calm, and the corners of his mouth even curled into a faint smile. This time, before the spatial fissure could appear, a strange wind-attributed energy suddenly burst forth from Xiao Yan's body, forming a similarly sized earth-yellow tornado. Within the tornado, a lifelike dragon-shaped shadow could be seen twisting and roaring. Then, to the astonished gazes of everyone present, the earth-yellow tornado split into 2, swelling rapidly in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the green tornado. Moments later, the dust and light dissipated completely, and both tornadoes had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The third elder finally snapped back to reality. I never expected that you were also cultivating wind attributes. Xiao Yan scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. The tornado he had just unleashed was merely a projection of the wind rage dragon flame within his body, which had sensed the same elemental energy and emerged to feed. Old man, 3 moves have already passed. If you still rely on such ineffective techniques, you might as well kneel down and admit your mistake now. Insulted by Xiao Yan's words, the third elder's expression finally turned serious. By now, 3 of the 5 moves had been exchanged, and he had secretly increased his martial energy pressure to 80%, yet Xiao Yan showed no signs of discomfort. If he didn't use his martial techniques soon, he might truly fall into this young man's hands today. At this thought, the third elder set aside his pride as an elder. He clasped his hands together like a sphere, and countless streaks of green light instantly in his palms. At the center, a miniature whirlwind even appeared, sucking all the remaining wind-attributed energy in the entire hall into it. Windfall? 9th Heaven. Chapter 81, The Conditions of the Tianwan Clan. Windfall 9 Heavens? The third elder has even resorted to his ultimate combat technique? This is a Earth-ranked combat technique. Even a combat sovereign wouldn't dare to underestimate it. The third elder using this move is. Back then, the third elder used this technique to severely injure an elder of the Heavenly Phoenix clan. How could Xiao Yan possibly block it? Seeing the third elder unleash a high-tier combat technique right off the bat, the onlookers were utterly shocked. Windfall 9 Heavens was one of the top 3 most powerful combat techniques within the Celestial Phoenix clan, yet it was now being used by the third elder against a human child not even 20 years old. Though the clan members dared not speak out, they all felt something was amiss in their hearts. Spare him, spare him. Watching the increasingly intense battle unfold in the hall, Mu Qingwan could only whisper a prayer. Don't worry. The third elder knows his limits, he won't harm the child. The first elder whispered. Mu Qingwan sighed wryly, leaned closer, and whispered something into the first elder's ear. The latter's pupils trembled violently. Is that true? After hearing Mu Qingwan's words, the elder clenched his fists tightly, and his gaze toward Xiao Yan had already changed. On the other side, the storm energy in the third elder's palm grew like a snowball, its diameter quickly exceeding 10 feet. A massive suction force emanated from the third elder's palm, continuously absorbing the surrounding celestial energy. Boy, are you willing to admit defeat now? The third elder's expression hardened as he shouted harshly. As the energy continued to flow in, the sphere expanded at a visible speed, and his withered hands began to tremble slightly. Under the compression and convergence of energy, the space at the edges began to collapse, forming a ring of black fissures, seemingly on the verge of reaching the elder's control limit. If you don't surrender now, I'll have no choice but to act. This move might just take your life. Do you still want to live? The third elder shouted again, but this time, his voice betrayed his inner fear. He couldn't fathom how, with this earth-rank combat technique that even the other clan members found intimidating, Xiao Yan could still stand there so calmly. Seeing through the third elder's bluff, Xiao Yan shook his head slowly and suddenly raised his right hand, beckoning forward. The storm sphere trembling violently in the third elder's hand suddenly seemed to come to life, breaking free from his grasp and flying toward Xiao Yan's direction. Cough, cough. The third elder let out a muffled groan, stunned to discover that the martial art he had just painstakingly condensed had lost all connection with him. The storm sphere, compressed from dense wind attribute energy, left a trail of devastation in its wake, as if hundreds of tornadoes had collided. Even the massive green jade pillar that stood in its path shattered like a fragile twig, snapping cleanly in half. The flying debris hadn't even hit the ground before being shredded into dust. However, as it neared Xiao Yan, the storm sphere seemed to encounter an invisible narrow passage. The spinning energy began to collapse inward uncontrollably, its size rapidly shrinking until it compressed into a palm-sized energy orb, floating quietly in Xiao Yan's palm. This can't be your strongest trump card, can it? Xiao Yan curled the corners of his mouth into a sneer, clenching his fist tightly. The seemingly invincible combat technique energy sphere vanished into thin air. The third elder staggered backward, his face drained of color, pointing at Xiao Yan with trembling fingers. This is impossible. What did you do? Third elder apologized to Xiao Yan immediately. At that moment, the first elder abruptly stood up, his silver-white beard trembling slightly with emotion. After scolding the third elder, he bowed to Xiao Yan and said, I never expected that Xiao Yan, despite your young age, has already reached the Dou Zun realm. It is we who have been blind. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his posture as straight as a pine tree, his expression calm and unreadable. Those with keen eyes could notice that from the moment the third elder had attacked, not only had he failed to push back Xiao Yan, but even the strongest of his attacks hadn't even managed to lift the hem of Xiao Yan's robe. Impossible. How could he be a Dou Zun? I don't believe it. I refuse to accept it. The third elder's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared hoarsely, one more move. Let's settle this. The first elder, seeing this, quickly signaled to the two elders of the Tianluan clan beside him. They immediately stepped forward and led the third elder, whose mind was already somewhat unstable, away. The first elder looked embarrassed. The third elder has always been hot-tempered. He accidentally offended the young friend. Please forgive him. Xiao Yan snorted coldly, his voice as icy as frost. Can I leave now? Xiao Yan, you're joking. The elder hurriedly waved his hands, smiling apologetically. We went to great lengths to invite you here. It's not about discussing the matter of the 10,000 beast spirit fire, is it? Xiao Yan's expression remained cold. I have seen how your noble clan treats guests. It doesn't seem like you need any help. Since that's the case, I, Xiao, will not bother myself with such nonsense. Xiao Yan, young friend, please stay. At that moment, Qing Xian, the clan leader who had been sitting silently on the throne, suddenly spoke. Xiao Yan halted his steps, slowly turning his head. His pitch-black eyes flashed with a piercing glint. What? Do you intend to lock me up for another 2 months before letting me leave? The air around him grew suddenly cold, and a faint sense of oppression began to spread. The Qing Xian clan chief remained unfazed, laughing aloud. Young friend, how could you say that? From now on, you may roam freely within the Tianluan clan without any restrictions. Then I'll take my leave. Xiao Yan said expressionlessly, shaking his hand. He had already given the Tianluan clan more than enough face. He didn't want to stay another moment. The 10,000 beast spirit fire, are you abandoning it? Just as Xiao Yan was about to take a step, Qing Xian's words suddenly halted him in his tracks. Seeing that Xiao Yan was indeed tempted, the Qing Xian clan chief continued, I know that with your abilities, obtaining thee on your own wouldn't be too difficult. However, where thee is currently located, how to summon it, and how to subdue it, if our clan has any information, it would undoubtedly be of great assistance to you. As compensation for the earlier disrespect of the three elders, the Tianluan clan is willing to share all information with you. Upon hearing Qing Xian's words, Xiao Yan suddenly turned around, gazing at the middle-aged man seated above, his eyes narrowing slightly. They say that beasts are purer than humans, without all the scheming and calculation. It seems that saying is untrue after all. Qing Xian, however, paid no heed to the subtle sarcasm in Xiao Yan's words. As the leader of a clan, one must consider the welfare of one's people. Since Xiao Yan is so powerful, you can naturally become our partner. Even the 10,000 beast spirit fire, we can forego. However, there is one condition. Chapter 82, Young Clan Leader, Mingfeng. Xiao Yan's icy gaze fixed on Qing Xian, speak. Qing Xian, the clan leader, sat elegantly on the luxurious phoenix-headed throne, gently stroking the phoenix totem on his purple gold robe. His expression remained calm as he said, the Tianluan clan can assist you in obtaining thee. However, once the task is completed, we will need to use a secret technique to extract the ancient bloodline contained within. As for the remaining, you may dispose of it as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's thick brows furrowed instantly. Without the bloodline of the beast clan, can it still be called the 10,000 beast spirit fire? There is no need for you to worry about that. Qing Xian replied calmly, while our clan's secret technique cannot guarantee that they will remain completely unharmed, the 10,000 beast spirit fire is said to be formed from the bloodlines of 10,000 beasts. We assure you that we will only extract 1/10,000th of it, which will have minimal impact on the itself. Seeing Qing Xian speak so casually, Xiao Yan clearly didn't believe him. After a brief encounter, he had already discerned that the middle-aged man before him was deeply cunning and far from the simple-minded nature of ordinary beasts. Since you've brought it up, I'll be straightforward. I have no interest in your collaboration. Xiao Yan's tone was icy as he turned to leave. Qing Xian remained seated as steady as a bell, speaking loudly. If you truly have no interest, then you wouldn't have stayed earlier. Why not sit down and hear about the advantages of collaborating with us? Xiao Yan paused, glancing sideways at Qing Xian's confident expression, and couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He slowly turned back, raising his eyebrows to signal the other to continue. Qing Xian, seeing this, flashed a smug look in his eyes, stood up, and paced back and forth, his voice rising and falling. The method of seeking the 10,000 beast spirit fire is highly unique. By collaborating with our clan, we can guide you and provide the means to obtain it. This is the first advantage. This time, our clan can dispatch 3 Dou Zun and 10 Dou Zong to assist you. If the appears, all the elders will fully support you in diverting the firepower. That is the second point. As he spoke, Qing Xian suddenly turned around, his gaze intense. By collaborating with us, we will forge a Tianluan clan identity for you. If this mission succeeds, no one will know that the is in your possession. This is the third point. Apart from these 3 points, of course, in the future, the Tianluan clan and the Xingyun Pavilion will become even closer allies, able to support each other in both the human realm and the beast domain. After hearing Qing Xian's passionate speech, Xiao Yan's expression did not change as much as he had imagined. He merely shook his head indifferently. Your terms may be sufficient for others, but they hold little appeal for me. These words caused an uproar in the hall. Everyone's expressions changed abruptly, and even Qing Xian's smile froze. Some younger clan members were even filled with anger. The Tianluan clan had already lowered its stance and was even willing to give up yet this human youth still wasn't satisfied? Unfazed by the others' reactions, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I'll add one more condition. Regardless of the outcome of this matter, you must help me establish a connection with the high-ranking members of the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Python clan. Qing Xian pondered for a moment before smiling again. Deal. An 8th-grade high-ranking alchemist, I'm sure the 9 Netherworld Earth Devouring Serpent clan would be more than happy to make such an alliance. What? He's an 8th-rank alchemist? Upon hearing this, everyone except the elder was utterly stunned. The gaze they cast upon Xiao Yan now carried a hint of reverence. For demon beasts, soul power has always been their weak point, so it was extremely difficult for their clan to cultivate a high-ranking alchemist. For them, Xiao Yan's title as an alchemy master was even more valuable than his formidable martial arts prowess. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he too felt a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected the Qingxian clan chief to already know his true identity. It seemed that much of what had happened earlier was a carefully staged performance. Noticing Xiao Yan's change in expression, Qing Xian smiled and said, "Everything is for the sake of our clan. Since we are entrusting thee to Xiao Yan, we must ensure that everyone is fully convinced. Father, why give thee to him?" Just then, a sharp, angry roar erupted, causing the spatial barrier to ripple with crimson waves. 7 streaks of light, enveloped in overwhelming pressure, broke through the barrier and entered the space. The 7 stood in the air like soaring eagles, their dark blue robes fluttering in the wind. The phoenix emblems embroidered on their collars shimmered with flowing golden light. The young man at the front was no more than 20 years old, bearing a striking resemblance to Qing Xian. A crimson phoenix feather was embedded between his brows, accentuating his bold features. Seeing the 7 of them storm in with such ferocity, the Qingxian clan chief not only didn't get angry but was instead overjoyed. So it's Mingfeng who's returned. This is Xiao Yan, our friend from the Xingyuan Pavilion. Come and greet him. So this is the young master Mingfeng they were talking about. Xiao Yan quietly appraised the young man leading the group. According to his observations, this individual's strength surpassed that of most Tianluan clan elders, reaching the peak of the Dou Zong realm. Mingfeng looked down on Xiao Yan with disdain. He descended and bowed to Qing Xian, saying, "This time, I have completely obtained the information about the 10,000 beast spirit fire. We don't need the Starfall Pavilion's help, our clan can still obtain thee." Xiao Yan, seeing this, smiled coldly. "Qing Xian, what kind of play are you putting on now? You human brat, dare you show disrespect to my father?" Mingfeng roared, the phoenix feathers on his forehead bursting with brilliant light. A crimson flame like blood shot out from his sleeve, condensing in the air into the silhouette of a phoenix bird spreading its wings to attack, hurtling toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan coldly snorted, and a pillar of 9 colored flames erupted from his body, unleashing a burst of violent energy. The phoenix bird's shadow, as if encountering its natural enemy, let out a mournful cry and retreated swiftly. How is that possible? Mingfeng's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated several steps, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He stared intently at the spot where the light around Xiao Yan had dissipated. What kind of flame is that? Nonsense, step back at once. Xing Xian slammed his hand down, shouting angrily, the 10,000 beast spirit fire is not just your concern. Compared to that, the bloodline of the entire clan is far more important. Even if you were my son, you would not be exempt. Mingfeng, hearing this, glared at Xiao Yan with reluctance before quickly leaving the hall. My son has been spoiled and arrogant. Please forgive him, Xiao Yan. Our Tianluan clan relies on him to carry on the legacy. The 10,000 beast spirit fire was originally promised to him, which is why this commotion arose. I understand. Xiao Yan nodded, his gaze fixed on the young figure departing in anger. Though beasts of the demon realm were blessed with long lifespans, Mingfeng's talent seemed even more terrifying than that of Feng Qing'er of the Tianyao Phoenix clan. However, in his previous life, even after reaching the level of a martial saint, he had never heard anyone mention such a figure from the beast domain. If that's the case, could there be an unexpected twist in this battle for thee? Chapter 83, The Secrets of the Beast Clan. According to our latest intelligence, every 10 days, a crimson glow erupts from the depths of the dragon's grave cliff. Each time the glow appears, its duration grows longer. By now, it has already lasted nearly an hour. We estimate that the 10,000 beast spirit fire will emerge in 8 days. After Mingfeng left, another clan member named Mingxiao knelt on one knee and reported the clues he had gathered over the past few days. In the Grand Hall, only around 20 elders remained, all of whom were clan members with strength reaching the 8th rank martial emperor realm or above. Xiao Yan sat across from the Grand Elder in the position previously occupied by the 3rd Elder, listening intently to the news brought by Ming Xiao. After he finished his report, Xing Xian continued to ask, how many families have arrived so far? Ming Xiao replied without hesitation, at present, they have only sent scouts. When we left, there should still be no more than 300 families, but they are all small clans from nearby areas. As he spoke, a trace of contempt curled the corners of his mouth. Those families are no stronger than the Dou Zong realm. Most of them are rushing there to bathe in the red light, hoping to achieve bloodline mutation. Upon hearing this, Xing Xian snorted coldly through his nostrils. These insignificant little families dare to think they can find a genius like my son? How laughable. The elder beside him asked, what's the situation with the 3 major families? Ming Zhao's expression grew serious upon hearing the mention of the 3 great families. During our reconnaissance, we did not encounter any direct descendants of the 3 great families. However, we did see the Earth Tiger clan and the Silver Moon Wolf clan. They are likely scouting ahead for the Heavenly Demon Phoenix. Ming Xiao paused, glancing sideways at Xiao Yan with a meaningful look. Those bastards are ruthless. They kill any spies from other races without mercy. Without the protection of the young clan leader, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Xing Xian clenched his fists tightly, leaving 2 deep imprints beside the throne. The Taisu ancient dragon has not appeared in the world for a long time. It is unlikely to participate this time. The Snake People clan has a cold and yin-dominated nature. Even if they obtain thee, they would not be able to benefit from it. As for that Heavenly Demon Phoenix, we can't let them get ahead of us this time. The blood sacrifice has begun? Xing Xian's voice suddenly grew low, and everyone felt a chill rise from their feet. Ming Zhao's throat tightened, clearly wary of the term. Not yet, but when we left, there were already several small-scale conflicts erupting. The large-scale blood sacrifice is likely to occur within the next few days. Swallowing hard, Ming Xiao continued, those minor clans are already killing each other over the positions to bathe in the red light. Wait a moment. Xiao Yan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, his brows furrowed tightly. What does blood sacrifice mean? Having anticipated Xiao Yan's question, Xing Xian's back, hidden beneath his purple gold robes, leaned forward slightly, and his face seemed to age significantly in an instant. To be honest with you, the method of obtaining the 10,000 beast spirit fire is a closely guarded secret within our beast clan. Everyone you see in this hall is prepared to sacrifice themselves for the blood sacrifice. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping around the hall. It was clear that these were the elite warriors of the Tianluan clan. Aside from a few with complex expressions, most wore a resolute and self-sacrificing demeanor. Are you here to summon the 10,000 beast spirit fire? That is correct. Xing Xian nodded slightly. Within the 10,000 beast spirit fire lies the ancient bloodline that the demon beast clans value most. However, it is also extremely cunning. It can only be drawn out when the demon beast bloodline in the heavens and earth is sufficiently concentrated. Therefore, in ancient times, the high-ranking members of the beast clan made an agreement. Any clan that participates in the quest to obtain the 10,000 beast spirit fire must sacrifice enough of their essence blood. Otherwise, they will be attacked by all the other demon beast clans. Upon hearing Xing Xian's account, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of shock. Though he still didn't know the details of the blood sacrifice, it seemed clear that it would require sacrificing the lives of his clan members to obtain the. Have you never considered that this might be the plot of the 10,000 beast spirit fire? Xing Xian burst into laughter upon hearing this, his laughter tinged with a sense of relief. Of course it's its plot, but it's also our plot. Seizing the 10,000 beast spirit fire is a gamble between the beast clan and it wants our essence blood, and we want its bloodline. This has always been a high-stakes bet. Xing Xian spoke, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yan, his pupils flickering with an almost obsessive light. Young friend, do you know that thousands of years ago, our clan and the heavenly demon Phoenix clan were of the same origin? Xiao Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the phoenix-headed jade pendant at Xing Xian's waist, where the outline of a broken phoenix feather was faintly visible. Thousands of years ago, our clan and the celestial demon Phoenix clan were part of the same clan lineage. Though we later split apart, our strengths were not vastly different. Xing Xian clenched his fist tightly, recalling the old tales of his clan, and his emotions began to grow intense. It wasn't until they discovered the 10,000 beast spirit fire and extracted a large amount of ancient phoenix blood from it that they became the second greatest clan in the demon beast realm. Our clan, however, without the support of ancient blood, fell from grace and has suffered oppression for thousands of years. Therefore, no matter the cost, we must retrieve the 10,000 beasts' divine flame. As Xing Xian finished speaking, the hall fell deathly silent, with only his heavy breathing echoing through the air. After a long pause, an elderly man with a severed arm suddenly stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and shouted, "The clan leader speaks the truth. We have long since abandoned our lives, seeking only to restore honor to the celestial Phoenix clan. For the Tianluan clan, reclaim our honor. Restore our honor." The other clan members echoed his cry, and in an instant, their shouts shook the heavens, causing the entire hall to tremble. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan felt a mix of emotions. He never imagined that the 10,000 beast spirit fire, which ranked at the bottom in the human world, could cause such a stir in the beast domain. The Tianluan clan's actions were identical to those of Xiao Xian, who had once gathered the entire clan to challenge the bloodline of the emperor. Seeing the faint traces of helplessness and bitterness on Xing Xian's face, Xiao Yan felt as though he were seeing his own ancestors from the Xiao clan. Now Xiao Yan finally understood everything Xing Xian had done earlier to test him. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Tianluan clan would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow to its strength. For that legendary ancient bloodline, 8 days later, disciples from thousands of families in the beast domain will willingly sacrifice their lives. It's not that tragic. Xing Xian waved his hand toward the crowd below, and the grand hall fell silent once more. Xiao Yan, my friend, the sincerity of the Tianluan clan has been fully demonstrated to you. We earnestly hope that you will lend us your full support this time. Should we succeed in obtaining thee, you will forever be the great benefactor of the Tianluan clan. Xiao Yan sighed deeply in his heart and bowed to the crowd present, saying, "Rest assured, everyone. Since I have agreed to cooperate, Xiao Yan will do my utmost and not let you down." Very good. Xing Xian nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand again. The elder's hand suddenly produced a sharp blade, which he slowly walked toward Xiao Yan. Chapter 84, Descendants of the Dragon Clan. What's going on? Seeing the elder advance with the blade, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. An invisible pressure erupted, causing everyone in the hall to feel their bodies tense up instantly, losing all control over their limbs. This time, even Xing Xian, the clan leader, felt his pupils contract violently. Despite being at the peak of the 5-star martial sovereign realm, he now felt his entire body go numb, unable to muster even a thread of martial energy, as if he had been reduced to a helpless invalid. A single glance had hard-controlled dozens of powerful individuals. This technique was definitely not part of any known martial art, and even Xing Xian, who had lived for over 1,000 years, had never seen anything like it. Young friend Xiao Yan, you've misunderstood. I only need a single drop of your blood to fuse with the bloodline of my Tianluan clan, which will allow me to forge a demon beast bloodline for you. The elder, forced to remain frozen in place, hurriedly explained. Is that true? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow slightly, and the terrifying pressure vanished instantly, leaving everyone feeling as though they had been granted a pardon. The elder collapsed to the ground, his trembling hands reaching for his temples, drenched in cold sweat. He spoke with lingering fear. If I had known your strength was so terrifying, I would never have dared to test you earlier. Xiao Yan smiled lightly and waved his hand. It was just a stroke of luck. Does the Dragon's Grave Cliff really require a demon beast to enter? The elder composed himself and said solemnly, the 10,000 beast spirit fire is the most precious treasure of our beast clan. Within 1,000 miles of the Dragon's Grave Cliff, all humans will be driven away. Glancing at Xiao Yan's expression, the elder's tone grew even more respectful. Although your strength is extraordinary, it would be best not to provoke trouble before the appearance of thee. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, his fingertips swiftly forming a mystical seal. In an instant, the Xiao clan's tribal mark on his forehead glowed with golden light, which twisted and danced like living creatures. A powerful ancient bloodline pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Elder, take a look. Is this feasible? As Xiao Yan spoke, he secretly infused the profound power of the Vajra sound break into his voice, blending a faint, almost imperceptible dragon's might into his words. The Vajra sound break was a low-tier Earth Realm combat technique, which Xiao Yan had obtained from Qin Yin. This martial art was not a traditional offensive technique but a sound-based cultivation method that used sound as a trigger and qi as a blade. Through a special vocal technique, every word spoken by the practitioner could become an intangible weapon that penetrated the soul. As Xiao Yan finished speaking, the elder's cloudy eyes were filled with shock. This is ancient bloodline. Are you a descendant of the dragon clan? On the throne, Qing Xian, the clan leader, also sprang to his feet. He could clearly sense that the dragon's might emanating from Xiao Yan was identical to that of the long-lost Taisu ancient dragon. This technique even fooled the clan chief. It seems sufficient. Xiao Yan casually swept his sleeve to dispel the pressure, glancing at the stunned expressions of the crowd with a hint of cunning in his eyes. The elder swallowed hard, his voice tinged with worry. Though we don't know what method you used, there are only the Taisu ancient dragon clan left in this world with ancient dragon bloodline. If you use their name, it will be troublesome if they discover the truth in the future. He grew increasingly anxious as he spoke, adding, "That's a colossal entity even the celestial demon Phoenix clan dares not provoke lightly." "Oh, that's no problem." Xiao Yan scratched his head and chuckled, "The Taisu ancient dragon? I know a few people there." The clan chief and the elder of the Qingxian clan exchanged glances, feeling a chill run down their spines. They suddenly realized that the seemingly young human before them had a background far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Perhaps, this collaboration with the Starfall Pavilion had never been about the Tianluan clan choosing allies, but rather the other party looking down on them like ants. "Young friend, you are truly unfathomable." Qing Xian, the clan leader, shook his head with a bitter smile, but secretly felt relieved. Regardless of the connection between Xiao Yan and the Taisu ancient dragon, at least their current goals were aligned. What the others did not know was that at the same time, in a room somewhere on Lingyu Peak, a pair of fiery red eyes were filled with hatred. "Xiao Yan? With you dare to ruin my plans?" 6 days later, within the Beast Domain, a massive army set off from the Tianluan Mountains, heading toward the Dragon's Grave Cliff. As Qing Xian had promised Xiao Yan, the Tianluan clan had dispatched 3 Dou Zun, 10 Dou Zong, and several peak-level Dou Huang experts for this mission. Additionally, several affiliated clans of the Tianluan clan had also sent a few Dou Zong experts. Though these individuals held considerable prestige in the demon beast realm, they were nothing to Xiao Yan. What truly astonished him was the leader of the group. Qing Xian, the clan leader, sat majestically on a gilded war chariot pulled by 9 phoenix-headed birds. He wore a purple-gold robe over a black iron armor adorned with beast patterns, and his waist was adorned with a phoenix-headed jade pendant, which had been replaced with a blood-red jade pendant. Looking at the fully armed Qing Xian, Xiao Yan sighed, "I never expected the clan leader to personally lead the expedition." "Aren't you afraid that someone might take advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack on the Tianluan clan?" Qing Xian dismissed the concern with a smile. "Most of the demon beast clans have mobilized their entire forces. Compared to personal grudges, the 10,000 beast spirit fire is of utmost importance. Besides, the third elder is still stationed within the clan." "Oh?" A gleam flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. "So you're saying that almost all the clans are focused on the Dragon Burial Cliff? Does that mean the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan is also targeting it?" The 9 Netherworld Earth Binding Serpent has 2 Dou Shang level experts within their clan. However, even if they come this time, they should only send some Dou Zun level elders. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance. Seeming to sense Xiao Yan's intentions, Qing Xian lowered his voice and warned, "Though I don't know what grudge you have with them, I must advise you as one of the 3 great demon beast clans, the 9 Netherworld Earth Binding Pythons foundations are no joke. What's even more terrifying is their subordinate tribe. Nearly 70% of the snake people in the beast domain are their subordinates. If you plan to do anything, you'd better think it through carefully beforehand." As the two spoke, the 9-headed phoenix beneath them flapped its wings like thunder, already soaring 1,000 miles away. However, just as the main force of the Tianluan clan was about to reach the Dragon's Grave Cliff, the sky ahead suddenly split open into 2 pitch-black fissures, and 2 elderly figures clad in dark golden beast robes stepped out of the void. From the aura they emitted, they were both second-rank martial sovereigns. Behind the 2 elders followed over a dozen clan members of the Dou Zong realm. Excluding Xiao Yan as an unpredictable factor, the suddenly appearing force was already capable of matching the Tianluan clan's strength. The leading elder was towering in stature, his dark golden beast-patterned robes embroidered with a fierce tiger head devouring the sun. His gaze swept over the Tianluan clan members, and he snorted coldly, "Qing Xian, the 10,000 beast spirit fire is not something your clan can lay claim to. Why all the fuss? Whether it succeeds or fails is in the hands of heaven." "There's no need for the 2 of you to worry," Qing Xian replied, narrowing his eyes, neither humble nor arrogant. "Qing Xian, don't play dumb with me." Another elderly man with snow-white hair grinned savagely, "You're hiding a human scum in your ranks. Do you think my nose is for decoration?" Chapter 85, Just kill them. "Don't give me that. My clan members aren't anyone for you to boss around." Qing Xian sneered coldly. The martial energy beneath his purple gold robes surged like an underground current. Under his command, the 9-headed phoenix mounts raised their heads and let out sharp cries, pulling the war chariot forward. The tiger-robed elder raised his hand, and over a dozen Dou Zong-level warriors immediately formed a solid line in the air. The new rule of the Tian Yao Huang clan: every family wishing to enter the Dragon's Grave Cliff must have their demon beast identities verified one by one to prevent human infiltrators. "I'm not a traitor to the heavenly demon Phoenix clan. Why should I listen to them?" Qing Xian sneered, unleashing the full might of his 5-star martial sovereign aura, nearly suffocating the opposing martial sovereigns. The silver-haired old man beside him saw this and sneered. Xing Xian, the clan leader, are you perhaps guilty of something? Otherwise, why wouldn't you let us inspect you? Could it be that the young man beside you is a human? Exposed by the silver-haired elder's words, Xiao Yan's lips twitched imperceptibly. He recognized these two elders. They were the clan leaders of the Earth Tiger clan and the Silver Moon Wolf clan, both subordinate clans of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. Logically speaking, with their mere 2-star martial sovereign cultivation, they should have been unable to detect any abnormalities in his aura. This meant that someone had stabbed him in the back. Turning his head slightly, Xiao Yan immediately locked eyes with Ming Feng's smug gaze, and a wave of exasperation welled up in his heart. Indeed, if he were eliminated, the obtained by the Tianluan clan would undoubtedly fall into the hands of Mingfeng, the young clan leader. But had he not considered that without Xiao Yan, the Tianluan clan would be unable to succeed at all? Xiao Yan shook his head, and a vast soul fluctuation rippled out from between his eyebrows, instantly forming a transparent spherical light barrier. After blocking all traces of his presence, Xiao Yan clenched his right palm in the air. The too arrogant and domineering Dou Zun before him instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not even a trace of their souls behind. This was as swift as a hare rising and a hawk diving. Even Xing Xian, standing nearby, didn't have time to react. With just a slight effort, Xiao Yan sent the two tribal chiefs of the Earth Tiger clan and the Silver Moon Wolf clan, along with over a dozen Dou Zong, straight to the afterlife. If we encounter such enemies again, just kill them. Xiao Yan patted Xing Xian on the shoulder, then stepped into the void and headed toward the distant dragon burial cliff. The soul energy in the air retracted, and the blood-tinged chi in the heavens and earth was instantly cleansed, as if nothing had ever happened. Watching that gaunt figure fade into the distance, Xing Xian couldn't help but shiver. This was the first time he had ever seen Xiao Yan truly unleash his power, and he could only describe it with 3 words. Fast, accurate, ruthless. In the blink of an eye, the two groups of powerful warriors were instantly eradicated, leaving no trace behind. Such a killing technique, could it truly belong to a young man of only 20 years? Everyone, follow me. 200 li ahead lay the dragon's grave cliff, and the air was already thick with the scent of blood. Xing Xian immediately retracted his phoenix war chariot and led his clan members in a swift flight forward. At the dragon's grave cliff, the mountainous terrain spread out in a fan-shaped pattern. Though it was called a cliff, it was only 1,000 meters high, nothing to fear for the gathered Dou Zong and Dou Zun level experts. With less than a day remaining until the expected emergence of the area around the dragon's grave cliff was already teeming with people. However, the scene was surprisingly orderly, with each clan and faction guarding their own territory, and no major chaos had erupted. The Tianluan clan, though not as prestigious as the 3 major clans in the demon beast realm, was still a highly respected existence. However, Xiao Yan and his companions did not rush forward but instead found a spot to rest outside the outer layers of the crowd. The saying "the first bird to fly out gets shot" holds true here. Before the target is clear, it is best to observe and wait. Of course, not everyone shared this mindset. Keep an eye on that black-robed elder sitting at the center of the cliff below. He is an elder from the Tianyao Huang clan and has been at the Dou Zun realm for many years, Xing Xian reminded Xiao Yan. Huang Xian? An old acquaintance. Feeling the aura emanating from the old man, Xiao Yan recognized him instantly. At this moment, Huang Xian was as powerful as when Xiao Yan had last seen him, at the 5-star Dou Zun realm, on par with Xing Xian. The spot where he sat was periodically bathed in intense red light, but no one dared to challenge him, and a large area around him remained empty. It seems you're no stranger to the Tianyao Huang clan. Upon hearing Xiao Yan mention the name Huang Xian, Xing Xian was also startled, unable to help but suspect that Xiao Yan might be lying about his age. Xiao Yan, however, paid no heed, instead looking around restlessly. Where are the people from the 9 netherworlds? The 9 netherworld earth-devouring serpents should not have arrived yet. Those over there are their subordinate clan, the Azure Shadow Earth-devouring snakes. It appears that 2 Dou Zun have also arrived. Xiao Yan followed Xing Xian's gaze and surveyed the present factions one by one. At first glance, the 3 Dou Zun of the Tianluan clan could be considered top-tier combat power. Of course, these were only the forces visible on the surface. According to Xiao Yan's knowledge, both the Tianyao Huang clan and the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent clan had Dou Shang level experts, though they hadn't appeared in this scene yet. Generally speaking, Dou Shang level experts were the supreme elders of their respective clans. To enhance their strength, they either spent their days in seclusion or were on their way to seclusion. They would send their younger clan members to handle matters, making it rare to find a top-tier expert like Xiao Yan who took such a hands-on approach. Of course, there are also those who possess their own arrogance and refuse to lower themselves to fight against a group of Dou Zun. Take the previous generation as an example. If the Soul Hall had sent a saint of battle to crush the Xiao clan with a single strike, there would have been no story of Xiao Yan later on. Yet these fools insisted on passing the responsibility around, and in the end, they all ended up as experience fodder for Xiao Yan. Elder Huang Xian, the time is almost up. Let's begin. Yes, if we miss the time, we might have to wait another 1,000 years. As Xiao Yan's thoughts drifted, a commotion suddenly erupted from the crowd, followed by an increasing number of voices urging Huang Xian to act. Huang Xian abruptly stood up, surveyed the area, and sneered in the direction of the Mingxi tribe. Very well, the rules of the blood sacrifice are clear to all. No matter how many from your tribes come, the quantity of blood must not be reduced. Of course, the crowd around him responded immediately. Huang Xian said no more, flipping his wrist to reveal a blood jade the size of a palm. Under Xiao Yan's perception, the blood jade contained a dense bloodline power. If burned with, it could yield the ancient phoenix blood essence he had absorbed years ago. Huang Xian hesitated for a moment before clenching his fingers tightly, crushing the blood jade. The demon phoenix bloodline within instantly turned into a blood mist, merging into the ground beneath his feet. At that moment, all the demon beasts present chanted in unison. With the blood of our beast clan, we sacrifice to the fire of all beasts. Blood sacrifice awakens, the heavens tremble, the appears, our clan rises. Chapter 86, The Emergence of the Strange Fire? As the blood jade shattered and merged into the ground, Huang Xian's figure flickered, and he swiftly retreated to the edge of the cliff. At the spot where he had stood, a red pillar of light over 100 feet in diameter erupted into the sky, instantly dyeing the entire sky in eerie crimson. The distant mountains, bathed in the red light, resembled the skeletal frames of gigantic beasts soaked in blood, their undulating contours exuding an unsettling aura. However, upon witnessing this scene, all the demon beasts present had their eyes turn blood red, unable to suppress their excited roars. The deafening sound waves caused the rocks on the dragon's grave cliff to tremble and fall, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Almost simultaneously, each tribal leader's palm held a blood-red jade stone glowing with a faint, eerie light. These blood jade stones varied in shape, some carved with fierce beast heads, others adorned with mystical runes, but all emanated a powerful aura of demon beast bloodline. Xing Xian's expression grew solemn, and the blood jade that had been hanging at his waist was now clutched tightly in his hand. Click! Snap! A series of crisp sounds echoed from all directions. In an instant, thousands of strands of blood of various colors shot out, transforming into various beastly forms and flying toward the crimson light pillar. As the first surge of bloodline energy was injected, the crimson light pillar seemed to respond. A blood wave began to slowly surge, gradually forming a massive blood-red vortex that absorbed all the demon beast essence blood without discrimination. Is this the blood sacrifice? Xiao Yan looked up at the blood-red storm in the sky, feeling deeply shaken. However, the method of the blood sacrifice was somewhat unexpected. Xing Xian watched the blood flying through the air and said with a pained expression, "This blood jade was condensed from the essence of over 30 clan members. It's no trivial matter." "Oh, I thought your blood sacrifice involved." Xiao Yan spread his hands wide, gesturing as he spoke. In his mind, a blood sacrifice, which sounded like an activity of a cult organization, seemed to follow a different format. Each person mutilates themselves and then explodes to death? Xing Xian laughed. "That's a bit too brutal. Then why did you all look so willing to die a few days ago?" Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask. "Come on, our demon beast's essence blood is precious, you know?" Xing Xian sighed helplessly. "Besides, this is just the beginning. According to legend, the more bloodline a clan sacrifices, the more favor they'll receive from the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire." Xiao Yan merely shook his head silently at Xing Xian's words. "This is starting to sound like a cult." As the two spoke, the red light pillar grew increasingly brilliant and dazzling. From the depths of the vortex, faint roars of ancient beasts echoed. Around the pillar, the temperature soared, rocks began to melt, and rose from the ground, as if foretelling the imminent emergence of the 10,000 beast spirit fire. Upon witnessing this scene, all the demon beasts held their breath, awaiting the arrival of the legendary flame said to alter the fate of their clans. However, the surge in temperature around the pillar of light lasted only a moment before abruptly ceasing. As the bloodlines of all the demon beast clans were fully infused, the crimson vortex within the red pillar of light slowly returned to calm. Just a little more. Another blood sacrifice. Hurry! Seeing this, someone shouted, and all the demon beast clans seemed to lose their souls, plunging into madness as they began the second round of blood sacrifice. Xing Xian's expression grew solemn. He waved his hand behind him, and over a dozen clan members led by the elder stepped forward. Their fingertips, shrouded in battle chi, became incredibly sharp. Without hesitation, they slashed at their wrists. Muffled groans echoed as a dozen droplets of blood, shimmering with a faint green glow, slowly rose into the air. After sacrificing their essence blood, the Tianluan tribe member's aura instantly weakened. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, the elder's skin withered at a visible speed, and even his original 3-star martial sovereign strength seemed to begin to waver, becoming unstable. The air on the dragon burial cliff was thick with the stench of blood. The essence blood sacrificed by the various tribes intertwined in the air, forming a blood-red waterfall that dyed the entire sky an eerie purple-red. With the addition of these bloodlines, the blood-red vortex within the light pillar began to spin once more, growing increasingly violent. The howling sounds emanating from its depths shook everyone's eardrums. Cracks in the ground began to seep with brilliant red light, intertwining with the blood-red light pillars. The entire world seemed to have plunged into a sea of blood. Suddenly, the crimson light pillar piercing the heavens and earth erupted without warning, and all the previous anomalies vanished into nothingness. Everyone's heart seemed to leap into their throats. After a brief moment of silence, a red beam of light shot out of the void like a bolt of lightning, directly piercing into the body of an old man in gray robes. The old man's body trembled violently, and he suddenly came to his senses, unable to contain his joy as he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! It chose me. Thee is mine. It's mine. The next moment, the old man's laughter abruptly ceased. Where his chest had been, a withered, skeletal hand had pierced through, mercilessly crushing his heart. You dare? A cold voice echoed, and Huang Xian's gloomy face appeared before everyone's eyes. The red flame that had entered the old man's body was now firmly grasped in his hand. The 10,000 beast spirit fire is only worthy of the heavenly demon Phoenix clan. With a single strike, he had killed a one-star martial sovereign. Huang Xian slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the powerful experts of all the clans present, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Around him, his powerful aura continued to rise, having already reached the formidable realm of a 5-star martial sovereign. After demonstrating his strength, Huang Xian's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. Whoever dares to harbor any ill intentions will meet the same fate. Before Huang Xian could finish speaking, his brows suddenly furrowed. He swiftly dodged forward, and where he had stood moments ago, 3 sharp streams of martial energy sliced through the air, leaving a gaping hole in the space behind him. Who is that? As Huang Xian roared, 3 elderly figures stepped out of the void. The leader, clad in icy armor, had skin exposed beneath the armor that was a sickly grayish blue, while his pupils were pure silver white, resembling the frozen depths of an icy abyss. Behind him, an old man with icicles standing upright on his head, lips purple, and a 7-foot-long ice spear in his hands, while the other's limbs had transformed into wolf claws. All 3 were shrouded in frost, emanating an aura comparable to that of a 3rd-ranked martial sovereign. Though individually they were nothing special, if they joined forces, even a 5th-ranked martial sovereign like Huang Xian would have to take them seriously. The Xianbing Tianlang clan? Upon seeing their appearance, Huang Xian's expression darkened. You dare to attack my Tian Yao Huang clan? The heavenly demon Phoenix clan? The elderly leader grinned savagely, revealing a mouthful of terrifying fangs. I don't care who you are. Even if the ancient dragon Phoenix were to arrive today, I would still kill you without mercy. Chapter 87, Turbulent Changes. Before the elderly man at the front could finish speaking, countless ice spikes had already around his body. Under his command, they shot toward Huang Xian like a torrential rain. Behind him, a 7-foot-long ice spear transformed into an ice dragon piercing the heavens and earth, erupting with dazzling blue light as it roared toward Huang Xian. The 3rd old man's wolf claws also glowed with an eerie black light, and dozens of fierce attacks simultaneously struck Huang Xian from the sides. Trivial tricks. Huang Xian's eyes widened in anger, and the golden-red battle chi surging around him erupted like a volcano, instantly vaporizing the approaching ice spikes into a white mist. Behind him, a gigantic phoenix-like shadow, hundreds of feet tall, suddenly appeared. Huang Xian's aura reached its peak in an instant. One hand gripped the, while the other swiftly struck out, shattering the remaining 2 attackers' assaults with a powerful palm strike. In an instant, the massive energy waves erupting from the sky directly sent numerous nearby Do Huang-level experts watching the battle into severe injuries. Form the array. Seeing their attack easily deflected by Huang Xian, the elderly leader gave the order, and the 3 immediately spread out into a triangular formation. A chill as fierce as a tidal wave swept out from their bodies, condensing in the air into countless ice spikes as thick as bowls. Each ice spike further split into countless tiny ice shards, freezing the moisture in the air into fine ice crystals that fell like snowflakes wherever they passed. Xingxian lowered his voice to explain to Xiao Yan, the cold kill formation of the Xianbing Tianlang clan is said to be able to freeze the qi circulation of a Dou Zun. In an instant, the sky was filled with ice spikes, forming a dense net that closed in on Huang Xian, sealing off all his escape routes. The ground nearby was immediately covered by a layer of frost. Facing the relentless onslaught of ice shards, Huang Xian stood firm at the center, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Setting aside the 10,000 beast spirit fire for the moment, Huang Xian swiftly formed a mystical seal with his hands. The celestial phoenix's illusory form behind him began to writhe, as if coming to life. With a flap of its wings, it emitted a deafening cry. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, it swiftly darted into Huang Xian's body. Demon Phoenix Bell. As the phantom vanished into Huang Xian's body, a massive black bell over 10 zhang in diameter materialized from the void. Its surface was engraved with phoenix totems spreading their wings as if ready to take flight. The surface of the bell was enveloped in a layer of molten lava like black flames. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly expanded and collided with the ice shards filling the sky. As the ice shards made contact with the bell, they immediately emitted a sizzling sound, completely unable to hinder its advance. The black flames on the surface of the demon phoenix bell grew increasingly intense, transforming into countless fire snakes that tore apart the unformed cold-killing array into fragments. In the blink of an eye, the demon phoenix bell had swollen to hundreds of feet in size. Its tolling echoed like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. The three elderly men were unable to dodge in time, spitting blood as they were flung backward, crashing heavily into the walls of the dragon burial cliff. They were clearly unable to continue fighting. The Demon Phoenix spell, the treasured artifact of the heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, was said to have been created by an ancient martial saint. It required the essence blood of the heavenly Demon Phoenix clan to activate, and if wielded by a martial saint, all life within 100 li would be extinguished. The other demon beast clans gazed at the gigantic bell in the sky, which seemed as real as anything. Just moments ago, they had been restless and eager to act, but now their throats tightened, and they could not speak. Even the three Dou Zun level warriors from the Xin Bing Tianlang clan had been defeated in a short time. How could these small clans possibly compete? The celestial demon Phoenix clan would never fall to you lowly wolves. Huang Xian laughed up at the sky, retracted the heavenly phoenix holy image, and extended his palm toward the side, only to grasp at thin air. The 10,000 beast spirit fire, which had been locked in his spatial realm, had vanished without a trace. Come out! In a furious roar, Huang Xian's battle chi solidified around him, and he slammed his palm into the distorted space beside him. The space shattered like a mirror, and an old man with a gaunt face and clad in a purple python robe stumbled out, instantly transforming into a streak of as he darted toward the camp of the Bai Ying Mingxi clan. Recognizing the one who had stolen the, Huang Xian's eyes grew as cold as ice, and the temperature around him plummeted to freezing point. A subordinate tribe dares to stir up trouble on the head of a tyrant? Among the Bai Ying Mingxi clan, there were only 2 second-rank martial sovereigns. However, the old man showed no fear toward Huang Xian. With a sinister smile, he suddenly crushed a jade token emitting a faint green glow in his hand. In an instant, a wide spatial fissure tore open beside him, and 3 figures shrouded in a putrid aura stepped out of the void. 2 6-star martial sovereigns, 1 2-star martial sovereign, plus the 2 martial sovereigns originally from the Bai Ying Mingxi clan. The number of martial sovereigns in the Mingxi clan had surged to 5 in an instant. The lead 6-star martial sovereign took thee from the elder of the Bai Ying Mingxi clan, his lips twitching involuntarily as he mocked, Elder Huang Xian, last time this fell into the hands of the Tian Yao Huang clan, but you failed to keep it properly and let it escape. This time, it's our turn, the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan. Huang Xian snorted coldly, not giving the others a second glance. Do you think your 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan is the only one with a spatial jade tablet? As if to confirm Huang Xian's words, 4 ancient figures slowly emerged from the sky above the dragon burial cliff. Each of them was surrounded by an overwhelming aura, clearly all 5-star Dou Zun. It was well known that at the Dou Zun level, there was a huge gap between each star rank. Even with 5 strong individuals, the Tianyao Phoenix clan clearly held the advantage. To put it bluntly, even Huang Xian alone could handle 3 of the Joyo Di Mingpang's 2-star Dou Zuns. In such a situation, despite having 2 6-star Dou Zuns, the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent would have to face the combined assault of the remaining 4 5-star Dou Zuns from the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. This sudden, highly dramatic turn of events caught everyone present off guard. For 1,000 years, the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpents and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan had dominated the top 3 ranks of the Demon Beast realm, and the depth of their power displayed at this moment was truly impressive. On the Dragon Burial Cliff, the crowd immediately split into distinct groups. Those who had been close but lacked sufficient strength could only retreat reluctantly to several miles away, watching the situation unfold from a distance. Meanwhile, the families with Dozuan-level warriors, though temporarily holed up near the Dragon Burial Cliff, kept their eyes and ears open, still clinging to the hope of turning the tide. Everyone knew that even if the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan and the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent were as powerful as they would eventually exhaust their strength. When 2 tigers fight, one must be injured. At that point, who would be the one to reap the benefits? That was still uncertain. Xiao Yan, when should we act? Xing Xian asked anxiously, watching the 2 groups facing off in the sky. If a major battle breaks out, the movements of the 10,000 beast spirit fire will be difficult to track. However, Xiao Yan's expression was the exact opposite of his, seeming unconcerned about the matter. He merely shook his head lightly. Behind the crowd, Mingfeng, witnessing this scene, roared angrily, Xiao Yan, if you're afraid, get out of here now. The 10,000 beast spirit fire is of utmost importance to our clan. If we don't seize this opportunity amid the chaos, when else will we have the chance? Mingfeng's words clearly struck a chord with the elders. They had already witnessed the astonishing power Xiao Yan had displayed earlier, but for some reason, he was now hesitating and refusing to move forward. Ignoring the suspicious glances from the crowd, Xiao Yan slowly turned to face Mingfeng. Young clan leader, are you in such a hurry? Mingfeng's expression flickered slightly, his words ringing hollow. I'm only thinking of the Tianluan clan. Oh? It seems I haven't made myself clear enough. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. Should I call you young clan leader, or the 10,000 beasts spirit fire? Chapter 88, A 1,000-Year Conspiracy. What did you say? This time, not only did Mingfeng's expression change drastically, but even the clan leader and the elders of the Tianluan clan were filled with shock and suspicion. Xiao Yan, what did you say? That's my son, Mingfeng. Xing Xian furrowed his brows. He had understood Xiao Yan's words, but Mingfeng's bloodline was undeniably that of the Tianluan clan. There was no way he could have sensed it incorrectly. Xiao Yan chuckled, snapped his fingers casually, and the space rippled with a faint disturbance. Mingfeng's body, which had just begun to flee, froze in place instantly, and the terror on his face grew even more evident. No rush, let me explain slowly. At that moment, the situation above the dragon burial cliff grew even more tense. The 10 powerful warriors from the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan and the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan had already clashed fiercely, and another major battle was about to erupt. However, the attention of the Tianluan clan was entirely focused elsewhere. Dozens of pairs of eyes darted back and forth between Xiao Yan and Mingfeng, almost all of them in a state of disbelief. Where should I begin? Xiao Yan placed one hand on Mingfeng's shoulder. At that moment, the latter's 2 pupils were filled with surging red flames, and the veins on his neck bulged as he struggled desperately, but to no avail. Xing Xian, the clan leader, I recall you mentioned that during the battle for the thousands of years ago, it was the Tianyao Huang clan that obtained the Wanshou Linghua. However, they had just extracted the ancient Tian Huan bloodline when the Wanshou Linghua escaped. Xing Xian's Adam's apple bobbed as he unconsciously clenched his fists. That is indeed the case. So after the Tianyao Huang clan rose to power, the Demon Beast clan scrambled to seek out the ancient bloodline within the spirit fire, unaware that they had already fallen into its trap. Xiao Yan placed his palm on Mingfeng's back, and the latter let out a suppressed groan. Fine fire patterns began to emerge beneath his skin. The so-called bloodline resonance and the spirit fire recognizing its master are nothing but its deceptive schemes to lure the beast tribes into sacrificing their essence blood. Are you saying we've all been deceived by it? Xing Xian's face turned deathly pale, his fingertips digging into his palm without feeling a thing. A single could possess such cunning? Xing Xian's voice trembled as he looked at Mingfeng, his eyes filled with pain and disbelief. Just a few months ago, Mingfeng was the pride of the entire clan, the prodigy who was supposed to revive the Tianluan clan. Yet now, Xiao Yan was telling him that this son was a fake? The 10,000 Beasts Spirit Fire, ranked 22nd on the Strange Fire chart. In theory, such a low-grade strange fire should find it difficult to possess the ability to take shape and gather spirits. However, the part is that it was born by absorbing the essence blood and souls of demon beasts. Xiao Yan paused for a moment before continuing. When the divine fire rankings were compiled, it was likely just an insignificant, low-tier divine fire that could only transform into beast forms. However, after years of hibernation and absorbing the souls of countless demon beasts, it gradually developed its own sentience. As he spoke, Xiao Yan slowly turned his head to look at Xing Xian. The clan leader might want to consider this. Since the incident with the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, there have been 3 more instances of emerging into the world. Could it be that the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire disappeared in its final stage each time due to various reasons? Xing Xian's lips twitched slightly before he spoke after a moment. Once it was due to an insufficient number of blood sacrifices, another time it was obscured by the tides of heaven and earth, and the last time it was because the clan's conflicts caused them to miss the timing. Are you saying that all of this was part of the 10,000 Beast Spirit Flames plan? Of course. Xiao Yan watched the young man struggling beneath him with interest. Every 1,000 years, it transforms into one of you, directly or indirectly driving the sacrifice of the demon beast bloodline. Like this time, I heard that young Master Mingfeng came to the Dragon Burial Cliff a few months ago and evolved his bloodline after being bathed in red light. From a 1-star martial emperor to the peak of the martial sovereign realm, even his temperament has changed drastically. Don't any of you find that suspicious? By the time Xiao Yan had finished speaking, the elders present had finally understood what was going on. But Xing Xian still refused to believe that his child had become in such a mysterious manner. But after Mingfeng returned, I examined him alongside the senior elder, and there was nothing wrong with his bloodline. After all these years of planning, could I possibly lack even a drop of the phoenix bloodline? Mingfeng suddenly spoke up. Though his body couldn't move, the sinister smile on his face still sent chills down everyone's spines. The 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire devours the blood of 10,000 beasts and transforms into their forms. It's no wonder I've transformed into the true form of a celestial phoenix. Xing Xian, you've lived for over 1,000 years and still don't know this? Seeing that Mingfeng had actually admitted it, Xing Xuan's body trembled violently, and he stumbled backward, nearly falling. Mingfeng paid no heed, his eyes fixed malevolently on Xiao Yan. You've ruined my plans. But I'm curious, how did you figure it out? Is it that hard? Xiao Yan shrugged. Just then, the arm he had placed on Mingfeng's shoulder grew fiercely hot, and a mechanical female voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Detection, you have been in contact with Anu for over 10 minutes. Analyzing the current. 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, ranked 22nd on the chart, red flames formed from the souls and blood of 10,000 beasts. The flames have no fixed form and can transform into countless beastly shapes, naturally suppressing magical beasts. You can clone this using in clone card. Current remaining clone cards, 0. With your demon beast bloodline, you disguised yourself quite well. I was only speculating earlier, Xiao Yan shrugged with a smile. But now it's confirmed, isn't it? You were just speculating. You're cheating? The 10,000 beast spirit fire roared, instantly drawing the attention of many nearby demon beast clans. Xiao Yan, quickly subdue it. If others discover it, we'll be in trouble. The elder beside him hurriedly whispered, having originally intended to use his martial energy to suppress it, but he found that the 10,000 beast spirit fire's aura was far stronger than he had anticipated. After shedding its disguise, the 10,000 beast spirit flame's power surged like a rocket, swiftly breaking through the peak of the martial sovereign realm and reaching a level equivalent to that of a human martial emperor. At the same time, the humanoid form it had been maintaining began to crack slowly, with dazzling red flames flickering beneath the skin, as if ready to burst forth at any moment, creating a bizarre and terrifying scene. Such commotion quickly drew the attention of all parties, even the two major clans that had already begun their battle at the horizon froze in their tracks. That's the 10,000 beast spirit fire? What am I then? Feeling the unique aura emitted by the 10,000 beast spirit fire, the elder leading the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent clan was completely baffled, watching helplessly as the red flames he had just risked his life to protect slowly dissipated into nothingness. Below, upon witnessing the changes in the 10,000 beast spirit fire, Xiao Yan casually waved his hand, sending the Tianluan clan members flying hundreds of feet away. Soon, the 10,000 beast spirit fire broke free from the spatial confinement imposed upon it, its flames suddenly surging 1,000 feet in all directions. The crimson light shot straight into the sky, instantly engulfing Xiao Yan's figure. Recent data has been poor. Please consider supporting with more recommendation votes if you've read this far. Thank you all. Chapter 89, The Divine Fire of the Beasts. What a pity. Even if you've discovered it, what can you do? I have plotted for thousands of years. Today, I will finally undergo my final evolution. All of you ants here are merely stepping stones on my path to sainthood. The 10,000 beast spirit flame erupted into a maniacal laugh, its sound reverberating through the ears of everyone present. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled violently, and the rocks of the dragon burial cliff began to crack and shatter. From the depths of the earth came a series of rumbling sounds, as if countless ancient behemoths were awakening. Blood-red pillars of light erupted from every corner of the earth. Buried beneath the earth were the bloodlines sacrificed by all the demon beast clans for this occasion. Under the control of the 10,000 beast spirit fire, the blood pillars transformed into streams of light, rushing to merge into the crimson flames. On the ground, blood pooled into rivers, forming a vast sea of blood. Within the sea of blood, countless shadowy beasts struggled and roared, all the souls of demons that had been devoured by the 10,000 beast spirit fire in the past. As the sea of blood churned, waves of blood mist rose, intertwining with the red light in the sky, and a massive blood-red vortex reappeared. At the center of the vortex, the form of the 10,000 beast spirit fire continued to expand. Its original human shape had long since vanished, replaced by a 1,000-foot-tall flame giant, every inch of its flames emanating an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down the spine. After countless evolutions, I have finally reached this point. The top 3 of these should have my name. The flame giant slowly opened its mouth, its voice thunderous like a clap of thunder. As it spoke, the surrounding space began to warp and distort, and black cracks spread across the void, from which threads of chaotic energy seeped out, intertwining with the flames on the flame giant's body. Meanwhile, the aura of the 10,000 beast spirit fire grew increasingly potent as it was infused with the blood of the demon beasts and the chaotic energy. Seeing this, the members of the celestial phoenix clan in the distance were already drenched in cold sweat. Who could have imagined that this creature had been hiding among them all this time? Everyone, retreat! Xing Xian struggled to suppress his grief. As the leader of his clan, the weight of responsibility on his shoulders did not allow him to act impulsively at this critical moment. The elder frowned deeply. Clan leader, what about Xiao Yan? Xing Xian's eyes flashed with resolve. Xiao Yan is a formidable opponent, he will be fine. But if we stay any longer, our entire clan will be annihilated. On the other side, the powerful members of the Tian Yao Huang clan and the Jiu Yao Di Ming Mang clan had also stopped fighting and were staring at the terrifying phenomenon with horrified expressions. It actually intends to break through to the Dou Shang realm? Huang Xian's pupils contracted sharply as his martial energy surged wildly, yet he still felt his bloodline being severely suppressed. Within the body of the 10,000 beast spirit fire, there had always been a significant amount of ancient demon beast bloodlines. After undergoing several consecutive blood sacrifices, when it revealed its true form, its power surpassed that of all the demon beasts present. What are you waiting for? Call for help! Someone shouted, and the powerful members of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan and the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan snapped out of their daze. 2 spatial jade tablets of different colors shattered almost simultaneously. Above the dragon burial cliff, spatial energy was once again stirred, tearing open 2 spatial fissures dozens of zhang wide. Above the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, a figure shrouded in crimson gold battle chi stepped out of the void. As its 3 pairs of phoenix wings spread, they scorched the surrounding blood-red mist, creating a vacuum zone with a diameter of 100 zhang. Across from it, a hunchbacked figure shrouded in pitch-black toxic mist appeared almost simultaneously. With each step the old man took, he corroded the void into emerald green ripples. The two elderly figures, both at the initial stage of half-saint, were immediately drawn into the flame giant's attention the moment they appeared. By this point, the latter's power had already surged to nearly the level of a half-saint. Is this the 10,000 Beasts spirit fire? How much bloodline has it absorbed? The phoenix wings of the half-saint from the demon phoenix clan suddenly tightened, and a sound of sucking in cold air echoed through the air. Ming Chang, let's join forces. Since you, Phoenix Elder, have spoken, I shall grant you this favor. The half-saint of the 9 Hells Earth demon serpent spoke hoarsely, but did not hesitate. At that moment, the flame giant's momentum continued to rise steadily. If they couldn't stop it in time, becoming a saint would only be a matter of time. Seeing the other party agree, Phoenix Peng took a deep breath. The crimson golden battle chi surrounding his body transformed into a golden scaled armor, and a 9-section phoenix bone whip suddenly appeared on his right wrist. It was said that each section of the phoenix bone whip was embedded with the bones of an ancient celestial phoenix. When swung, it grew 100 times larger in an instant. The crimson flames in the whip transformed into countless firebirds, accompanied by the loud cries of phoenixes, and charged toward the flame giant. Meng Chang's skin suddenly sprouted scales. As he pressed his hands down, the blood sea on the ground suddenly boiled and surged, transforming into poisonous liquid. Countless green giant serpents burst forth from the ground, opening their venomous fangs and biting toward the flame giant's knees. Facing the joint attack of the two powerful beings, the 10,000 Beast spirit fire merely emitted a hollow, mocking laugh. Half-saint, no more than this. The flame giant's form suddenly shrank rapidly, and then, to the horror of everyone present, it transformed into a colossal dragon that obscured the sky, its body winding thousands of feet long, its scales shimmering with dark red flame patterns. The sheer pressure it emitted caused weaker Dou Zone level experts nearby to bleed from their noses and mouths, collapsing to the ground. The ancient dragon of the void? Upon seeing the gigantic dragon suddenly appear in the sky, all the beasts present couldn't help but cry out in shock. Especially the elderly warriors of the Dou Zun rank and above, their expressions grew grim. They had once witnessed the true form of the Taisu ancient dragon and could clearly discern that the creature before them, formed from the flames of 10,000 beasts, was flawless. The Taishu ancient dragon in the sky suddenly swung its tail, unleashing a fiery storm of destruction. The flock of firebirds unleashed by the Phoenix Peng were instantly obliterated in the storm, and even the 9-section Phoenix bone whip was shattered into pieces. The massive green serpent summoned by Ming Chang was reduced to nothingness the moment it touched the flames. The two hurriedly raised their protective chi barriers, but were still swept away by the powerful aftereffects, crashing heavily into the mountain face of the dragon burial cliff, leaving two massive craters in the rock wall. The Taisu ancient dragon, an absolute powerhouse of the demon beast realm and the undisputed first for thousands of years. At this moment, the ancient dragon's aura emanating from the 10,000 beast spirit fire was even more terrifying than the real thing. How is this possible? As the dust settled, Huang Peng and Ming Chang reappeared, wiping the blood from their lips. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Though they had not suffered fatal injuries from that strike, they had already reached a conclusion in their hearts. Ming Chang croaked, it can actually transform into a Taisu ancient dragon. In this form, even a high-ranking half-saint would struggle to withstand it. The Taishu ancient dragon looked down on the two of them from above, its massive dragon eyes flashing with cold intent. On this dragon's grave cliff, even a saint has fallen. With your strength, you are not enough to defeat me. With that, a thick red flame erupted from the Taishu ancient dragon's mouth, as if it intended to incinerate the entire space. Feeling the unique destructive aura of the Ming Chang and Huang Peng turned as pale as paper. Before them, they had joined forces to erect a massive barrier of martial energy, but upon contact with the red flames, it still emitted a strange sizzling sound. At the critical moment, the void before them suddenly rippled, and a figure clad in ancient black robes slowly emerged. On his shoulder coiled a crimson-colored venomous snake. The fiercely advancing red flames came to an abrupt halt the moment they touched the old man, unable to advance even an inch further. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over them like lightning. He chuckled lightly. Amir dares to seek enlightenment? Chapter 90, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Elder? Upon recognizing the old man's figure, Ming Chang's face lit up with joy, and his tense body relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted. However, Phoenix Peng's mood was exactly the opposite. He was well aware that this was the Grand Elder of the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent Clan, a peak 1-star martial saint, the current strongest member of the Ming Snake Clan. Ming Xian. I never expected even you to come. Beneath his golden robes, Huang Peng's palm tightened silently, and a spatial jade tablet engraved with the phoenix totem slid into his palm. Just as he was about to crush it with all his strength, a bone-chilling coldness surged from his wrist. Elder Huang Peng, you'll have to endure this for now. A chilling voice echoed by his ear, causing the hairs on the back of Huang Peng's neck to stand on end. A middle-aged man with a grim expression had appeared beside him at some point, his fingers like iron claws gripping Huang Peng's wrist. He smiled as he snatched the spatial jade tablet from his hand. Upon seeing the man, all the 9 Netherworld Earth demon serpents in the sky bowed their heads and respectfully exclaimed, "Greetings, clan leader." Tribe chief? That must be the tribe chief of the 9 netherworld earth-devouring serpents, Demon Xiao Tian. Now that both of the 9 netherworld earth demon serpents' 2 great saints have arrived, I think the heavenly demon phoenix clan is doomed. Keep your voice down. We can't afford to offend either of these clans. The major demon beast clans hiding in the distance whispered among themselves. They no longer cared who would obtain me as long as they could witness the once arrogant Tian Yao Huang clan's defeat. That would be a great satisfaction. Yao Shao Tian, however, paid no heed to these minor clans. While casting a spatial confinement spell to trap the members of the Tian Yao Huang clan, he said, "Elder, let's finish them off. This can only belong to our Joyo Di Ning Meng clan. You want to deal with me? Dream on." The Taisu ancient dragon, formed from the Wanshou Linghua, suddenly raised its head and roared, its dragon eyes as red as blood. Its massive jaws opened, forming a terrifying vortex. The remaining demon beast bloodlines from the underground surged skyward once more, all sucked into the dragon's mouth. The poisonous mist previously laid by Ming Chang had no effect on it. After absorbing the blood sea, the Taishu ancient dragon seemed unsatisfied. The suction force from its mouth surged, causing a wave of terrified screams to erupt among the surrounding demon beast clans. Most of the demon beasts with strength below the Dou Zong realm were instantly pulled off the ground by the powerful suction, their bodies twisting and deforming before turning into blood mist and merging into the dragon's body in an instant. After absorbing a massive amount of blood essence, the ancient dragon's scales erupted with blinding red light, and its colossal body swelled by another third, causing the entire space around it to warp and distort. After its power surged, the Taisu ancient dragon swiped its tail, and its massive body, enveloped in a devastating aura, plunged toward Ming Xian. Ming Xian remained as steady as a mountain, a cold smile on his wrinkled face. With a flick of his sleeves, a dense black beam formed, resembling a black spear, which he hurled forward with great force. In mid-air, the black beam collided with the dragon claws, sending intense energy ripples outward. The already battered dragon's grave cliff shattered into several pieces in an instant. The colossal form of the 10,000 beast spirit fire was sent flying backward, tumbling through the air several times before regaining its balance. After letting out a furious roar, the ancient dragon once again gained a massive fireball in its mouth. Seeing this, Ming Xian did not give it another chance. His figure flickered, and he appeared directly above the ancient dragon's head, quickly forming a complex seal with both hands. In an instant, the red sun on the horizon was obscured by dense black clouds, and purple-black lightning bolts suddenly descended from the sky, striking the ancient dragon's body without mercy. The Taisu ancient dragon let out an agonizing howl. Its massive body now became a burden, and Ming Xian's overwhelming might suppressed it so much that it couldn't even turn over. Ming Xian muttered incantations under his breath. As the thunderstorm neared its end, he seized the opportunity to close in and struck with all his might, landing a palm strike directly on the Taisu ancient dragon's head. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the Taisu ancient dragon's body erupted into a ball of red flame no larger than a palm, flickering uncertainly in the air. The source of the Yao Shaotian saw this and smiled contentedly. With the ancient bloodline from the 10,000 beast spirit fire, his 9 netherworld earth demon python clan would have a chance to surpass the heavenly demon phoenix clan and become the second strongest race in the demon beast realm within 100 years. As everyone's attention was focused on the flame, the space beside them suddenly began to ripple, and a slender young figure slowly emerged. Everyone, having a good time? Xiao Yan laughed heartily, then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, reached out and took the flame's essence, casually tossing it into his mouth and swallowing it whole. Capture him! Yao Shaotian snapped out of his daze, swung his massive hand, and the powerful warriors of the 9 netherworld earth demon serpent clan surged toward Xiao Yan like a tidal wave. The nearest elder, the Grand Elder, swung his palms repeatedly, transforming into 2 ferocious venomous snakes that lunged toward Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan, who had swallowed the foreign flame, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he rubbed his hands together and wore a faint, human smile on his face. No rush, let's take our time. The underground world. A black shadow darted through the air like lightning, arriving above the Ming snake vein in the blink of an eye. Finally found it. Beneath the black robe, a young man's face was revealed. If the clan leader of the 9 Hells Earth Serpent clan were here, he would instantly recognize that this man bore an uncanny resemblance to the one currently engaged in a fierce battle with a group of powerful warriors at the Dragon's Grave Cliff, thousands of miles away. The 15th of the 36 stratagems, lure the tiger away from the mountain. Xiao Yan chuckled. He had actually noticed something amiss with Mingfeng during the blood sacrifice of the Demon Beast clan. However, he had played along with the plan, allowing the blood sacrifice to be completed before exposing the scheme involving the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. After the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire erupted, Xiao Yan immediately sent out a clone to distract the powerful beings fighting the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent, while his true body had already crossed the void and was rushing toward this underground world at breakneck speed. While the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire was indeed crucial, there was another item equally precious to Xiao Yan: the legendary ultimate technique of the Yellow Springs Demon Saint from ancient times, the Yellow Springs Heavenly Wrath. For this heaven-rank advanced martial art, Xiao Yan had even refrained from splitting his soul power. The clone he left behind at the Dragon Burial Cliff was merely one he had refined using the 3000 Thunder Illusion Body technique, though its strength was inferior to his main body, only reaching the level of a 3-star martial saint. However, it should still be more than sufficient to hold off the gathered powerful beings. At that moment, at the headquarters of the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent, after dispatching a group of powerful warriors, the strongest remaining near the Earth Demon Serpent vein were only a few initial stage half-saints. With their perception, they were unable to detect Xiao Yan's whereabouts. Enveloped by vast soul energy, Xiao Yan strode confidently toward the depths of the Mingxi Earth vein. There, a faint presence lurked that even his soul, at the peak of the heaven realm, dared not confront. Today I have a date with my girlfriend, hee hee. The next chapter will be updated later. Chapter 91, The Wrath of the Underworld. Deep within the Ming Snake vein, atop the peak of a mountain range, stood an ancient altar constructed from massive green stones. The stones, weathered by time, emitted a cold, eerie glow. Layers of stone steps wound their way upward, each carved with twisted serpentine runes, as if countless dark snakes lay dormant within them. The altar was magnificently constructed, and at its center stood a yellow stone stele hundreds of feet tall. Without exaggeration, Xiao Yan could spot the stele from afar without even searching for it. The guards surrounding it were also extremely powerful. In Xiao Yan's perception, they formed a guard unit consisting of 2 Dou Zun and 16 Dou Zone level experts. Within the nearby mountains, 2 more auras of early half-saint level cultivators were lurking. It was clear that the moment the altar stirred, those 2 half-saints would act immediately. It could be said that the majority of the clan's forces were concentrated here. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan is now at the initial stage of a 5-star martial saint, and even if he were to walk past these guards openly, they would not notice him at all. As Dan Yang the Ancestor said, this territory of the 9 Netherworld's earth-binding serpent truly holds such treasures. Xiao Yan slowly approached, his gaze fixed on the stone tablet. On it, he sensed an extremely powerful soul pressure. Even now that he had reached the peak of the heaven realm, he still felt a hint of threat. In the center of the stone tablet were carved 2 peculiar markings. On the left was a palm print deeply embedded in the stone, with cracks spreading from the spread fingers, and amber-colored energy crystals at the edges. On the right was a fingerprint, with a faint golden glow radiating outward like ripples from the tip. The Yellow Springs finger and the Yellow Springs palm? Where is the Yellow Springs heavenly wrath? Xiao Yan murmured to himself. He could tell that the cultivation methods for the Yellow Springs finger and Yellow Springs palm were hidden within the markings, but the highest level Yellow Springs heavenly wrath was conspicuously absent. Could the Yellow Springs heavenly wrath not be here? Or perhaps, after all these years, no one has ever mastered it. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly scanned the strange inscriptions carved above the stone tablet. His right hand involuntarily touched the surface, feeling a cold sensation, as if he were pressing against a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice. Boom! Thunderclaps roared across the sky like 1,000 horses galloping, and when Xiao Yan looked up again, the reflection in his pupils was no longer the ancient altar, but a vast, chaotic world as if it had just been created. This vast expanse was boundless, with cracked earth beneath his feet, from which dark purple lava seeped out. The distant horizon was swallowed by thick black clouds, and only towering peaks pierced the clouds like sharp swords. A terrifying aura was slowly rising from behind those mountains. Boom! In an instant, thousands of thick bolts of lightning converged at a single point, carrying the force of destruction, and surged toward Xiao Yan's head. Though the lightning appeared formidable, it was not even as powerful as the black magic lightning. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, not even glancing at it, allowing it to strike his body. In response to Xiao Yan's reaction, the aura in the sky visibly hesitated. Then, the clouds violently churned, revealing an even more powerful presence. A gigantic palm, towering tens of thousands of feet high, descended from the sky. The ground beneath his feet was directly crushed by the ferocious aura, sinking hundreds of feet into the earth. Following the palm print was a faintly visible gigantic finger. The combined might of the 2 attacks was truly terrifying. The Yellow Springs palm and the Yellow Springs finger, huh? Xiao Yan murmured softly. A low-tier heavenly realm technique against a mid-tier heavenly realm technique. Such an attack might require a novice saint to prepare carefully, but in Xiao Yan's current state, it was nothing special. Step back. I have come here seeking you out. Yellow Springs Demon Saint, is that all you have to offer? Xiao Yan growled, and as his robe fluttered, a fiery red gust swept out, transforming into a 1,000-foot-long fire dragon that shattered the palm and finger prints in the air. Interesting. The thunderclouds on the horizon suddenly parted, revealing a figure clad in a bright yellow robe, stepping out of the sky. At the hem of his robe, faint ripples of the Yellow Springs rippled, and as he appeared, the pressure in the air surged 100-fold. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, staring at the gradually clarifying face. At the center of his brow, a dark golden Yellow Springs mark slowly rotated, identical to the totem carved on the stone tablet. You are the strongest soul force I have encountered in all these years. The voice carried the hoarseness of time, yet it also contained the authority of one who controlled everything. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. The collapsing mountains instantly reassembled, and the lava flowed back into the earth. It was as if time itself was flowing backward in his hands. In this space, he was the absolute ruler. Yellow Springs Demon Saint. Seeing the figure suddenly appear, Xiao Yan was also somewhat surprised, before adding lightly, just a residual image. With his current eyesight, he could clearly see that this was an illusion. The legendary Yellow Springs Demon Saint was said to have 1 foot in the realm of the martial emperors, and had perished thousands of years ago. If he had truly descended, not to mention the Yellow Springs palm he had just used, even a casual flick of his finger could crush Xiao Yan to death. The afterimage's brows furrowed slowly, and his pupils flickered with displeasure. The soul power of a heaven realm grand perfection indeed has reason to be arrogant. The Demon Saint's residual image suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against his forehead. The Yellow Springs mark erupted with blinding golden light, and his figure suddenly swelled to 1,000 feet in height, as if overlooking all living beings. However, my soul power back then surpassed the peak of the heavenly realm and reached the Emperor realm. The heavens and earth echoed with thunderous roars. The ground beneath Xiao Yan's feet once again sank into spider web patterns. Though Xiao Yan maintained a calm smile on the surface, his heart was already churning with turbulent waves. The Emperor Realm soul, though he had heard of it in legends, it was the first time in all his years that he had truly understood that someone had actually attained that realm. Young upstart, there's no need to put on a brave front. To fall at my hands is an honor for you. The of the Yellow Springs Demon Saint suddenly erupted with golden light, his bright yellow robe fluttering in the wind, enveloping all the pressure in the heavens and earth. His hands swiftly formed a complex seal. As the final seal was completed, the afterimage abruptly pressed its hands to its lips, and the distant 1,000-foot-tall illusory figure performed the same action. In an instant, the sky inverted, and the earth wailed in agony. Mao! An ancient syllable erupted from the illusory figure's mouth, like a heavy hammer striking the heavens and earth. A visible golden ripple spread out from the illusory figure at an astonishing speed, tearing through space like thin paper wherever it passed, revealing the profound chaos beyond. This soul-shaking attack, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and earth, swept toward Xiao Yan at a speed surpassing thunder. 10,000 miles away, it was but an instant away. Is this the Yellow Springs heavenly wrath? No wonder it's a high-tier heavenly rank martial art. Xiao Yan's words were filled with admiration and a touch of madness. The 9 colored flames surrounding him surged upward, coalescing into a flame giant as tall as 1,000 zhang before him. The giant's body was engulfed in flames of different colors, each containing unique destructive power. The 9 colored flames intertwined and wrapped around each other, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier. You actually have 9? Chapter 92, The Spirit of the Divine Flames. MY are not limited to 9. With ease, he deflected all the attacks from the Demon Saint's illusory form. However, Xiao Yan's hands did not pause. As another profound seal was quickly formed, his body trembled violently, and his already formidable soul power surged once more. Whoosh! A purple lightning bolt sliced through space, and the 3,000 thunder illusions transformed into streaks of light, rushing back at an incredible speed. On Xiao Yan's right hand, a crimson flame as red as blood suddenly erupted, with countless shadows of demonic beasts roaring and howling within the flames. This unique 10,000 beast spirit flame, enveloped in the brutal energy of devouring all beasts, was suddenly pulled into the flame giant by an invisible force the moment it approached. As the 10,000 beast spirit flame was completely devoured by the mixed flames, the flame giant, standing 1,000 feet tall, suddenly raised its head and let out a thunderous growl. The sound wave swept away all the dark clouds on the horizon. Upon closer inspection, a brilliant spiritual glow suddenly erupted from the giant's pair of purple-blue eyes. Heterogeneous fire-gathering spirit. Even the demonic saint's illusory form revealed a look of astonishment. Xiao Yan's expression soared with excitement, and the smile on his face could no longer be concealed. He had not anticipated that after absorbing a total of 10, the primordial flame within his body would spontaneously undergo a transformation, condensing a thread of spiritual essence. This situation clearly indicated that the power of Xiao Yan's mixed had reached an absurdly powerful level, likely rivaling even the top 3 on the rankings. I came here seeking your guidance. Please do not hesitate to instruct me. Xiao Yan laughed aloud. As he moved his mind, the flame giant before him clapped its hands together with a thunderous crash. Instantly, the surrounding space emitted agonizing cries of strain. Amidst the blinding light, a 10-colored lotus flower swirling with destructive energy slowly bloomed. The destructive fire lotus, formed by the fire spirit itself, possessed power that was truly terrifying. In the distance, under the overwhelming pressure of Xiao Yan's formidable aura, the demon saint's residual image slowly shook its head, its eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. After all, it was merely a remnant image left behind. Even though it had inherited a thread of consciousness from the Yellow Springs Demon Saint, after thousands of years of existence, it could only barely suppress souls of the late heaven realm and below. However, Xiao Yan's soul had reached the peak of the heaven realm, and he possessed the power of thee that could incinerate everything. You have withstood the trial. The Yellow Springs heavenly wrath naturally belongs to you. The Demon Saint's remnant image revealed a trace of satisfaction, and as soon as the words left his lips, a golden liquid carrying strange soul fluctuations shot out from his fingertips. This is Essence Blood. Feeling the immense energy contained within the flying object, Xiao Yan couldn't help but flinch. The news about the Yellow Springs' heavenly wrath had been given to him by the Dan Yang ancestor, but he had never known that such a precious item as Demon Saint's blood could be found here. The Yellow Springs Demon Saint was a being from the ancient era who had truly mastered the ways of creation. According to Xiao Yan's rough estimate, the Demon Saint's blood before him alone was enough to directly elevate 3 1-star martial saints to 2-star martial saints. Even though he was already at the initial stage of the 5th rank, if he were to consume it all, his strength would undoubtedly rise to a new level. Besides the Demon Saint's blood essence, the soul fluctuations also contained the 3 ultimate techniques of the Yellow Springs Demon Saint, which had already been fully imprinted into Xiao Yan's mind. He only needed to familiarize himself with them briefly before he could master and use them swiftly. Thank you, Senior. This unexpected windfall filled Xiao Yan with joy, and he immediately bowed toward the Demon Saint's residual image. The residual image gazed at Xiao Yan with an admiring expression, then sighed, "Your talent is indeed remarkable. Perhaps you are even more gifted than I was in my prime. However, it is a pity that this world will never see another Dou Di." "No more Dou Di? What does that mean? Please enlighten me, Senior." Though Xiao Yan was overjoyed to receive the Demon Saint's acknowledgement, the latter half of his words left him filled with countless doubts. The world is missing something. Having expended a great deal of energy in his previous battle with Xiao Yan, and having lost his essence blood, the Demon Saint's residual image quickly became ethereal, leaving only a faint voice before dissipating into nothingness. Before Xiao Yan could think further, the space collapsed instantly with the disappearance of the Demon Saint's residual image, and Xiao Yan's soul was expelled. Ironically, even after he had obtained the Yellow Springs' heavenly wrath, the surrounding guards, who had been patrolling rigorously, had not detected his presence. Finally leveled up, huh? Xiao Yan briefly assessed his current condition. With the enhancement of the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, the burning technique had seamlessly broken through to the intermediate stage of the heavenly realm. This journey through the Beast domain had indeed yielded significant gains. Since I'm already here, I might as well find some Yellow Springs blood crystals before leaving. The Yellow Springs blood crystals were essential for refining the 9 Yellow Springs pill. Although Xiao Yan had the system by his side, he dared not guarantee that he would be able to draw the injury-free absorption card when facing the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Therefore, it was best to prepare some Yellow Springs blood crystals in advance. Xiao Yan's figure vanished once more. Under the vast expanse of his soul, every inch of the Ming Snake Earth vein was imprinted in his mind, and he quickly located the legendary Yellow Springs Heavenly Gorge. 10,000 miles away. At this moment, the Dragon Burial Cliff had almost completely vanished. The area where the cliff once stood had been leveled to the ground, and even the surrounding miles were barren and devoid of life. Anyone passing by could tell that a colossal battle had recently erupted here. However, the scene was now deserted, with only a few dozen 9 Nether Earth Serpent warriors remaining, their chi chaotic. Even the demon beast clans that had come to watch the spectacle had retreated far away, leaving only faint black dots visible in the distance. "Elder, what happened?" Yao Tian gasped for breath, his eyes darting warily around the area. Though the young man's figure had vanished some time ago, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. The Grand Elder, Ming Xian, was in even worse condition. As the strongest member of the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent clan, he maintained a calm exterior, but his soul had suffered unprecedented damage. 2 first-ranked martial saints, along with the over 10 martial emperors and numerous peak martial sovereigns they had brought, had exhausted all their efforts but failed to capture Xiao Yan. Of course, if they had known that it was merely a 3,000 thunder illusion body, their mental defenses would have collapsed instantly. That human boy who knows where he came from? He dared to ruin our clan's grand plan. How despicable. After confirming that Xiao Yan had vanished, the elder Ming Xian clenched his teeth in anger. The human world has produced such a young martial saint. Our intelligence is clearly lagging behind. Yao Xiaotian's eyes flickered constantly, his thoughts unknown. Enough. Let's return first and send people to investigate later. Suddenly, Yao Xiaotian's words trailed off, and a look of shock spread across his face. "Clan leader, what's wrong?" Seeing this, everyone instinctively gathered around, their few remaining martial energies forming a circular barrier to protect Yao Xiaotian. Yao Xiaotian waved his hand. "No, it's the Yellow Spring steel within the clan. There's been some movement just now." "Oh? Could it be that someone has deciphered the Yellow Springs' heavenly wrath?" The elder's spirits perked up, and his previously listless state vanished instantly. "Ha! Heaven has not abandoned our clan." Yao Xiaotian exhaled deeply. Clearly, his thoughts aligned with the elders. The emergence of the Yellow Springs' heavenly wrath was of equal importance to them as the. However, just a moment later, the smile that had briefly appeared on Yao Xiaotian's face froze once more. The seal of the 9 Hells Yellow Springs has also been broken. Chapter 93, The Qilin Fire Vein. A few minutes earlier, in the underground world. Using his extraordinary abilities, Xiao Yan searched freely beneath the 9 Hells Yellow Springs, but to his surprise, he found not a single trace of Yellow Springs blood crystal. However, he did come across another peculiar creature. "Save me!" Save me, and I'll make the entire 9 Hell's Earth Demon Serpent clan swear allegiance to you. Xiao Yan stood with his hands clasped in front of him, calmly observing a withered figure bound to the ground. Having witnessed countless marvels over the years, including 2 instances of time travel, he remained unfazed by this surreal scene. Tell me your story. Surprised by Xiao Yan's composure, the figure quickly adjusted his thoughts and began recounting his ordeal. I am the original candidate for clan leader of the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan, and the younger brother of the current clan leader, Demon Xiao Tian. Hundreds of years ago, Yao Xiaotian colluded with the clan's senior elder to frame me and imprison me here at the bottom of the Yellow Springs, where I've endured endless suffering. If you can save me, I'll give you anything you desire. Anything? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. Then I want your life. At this demand, Yao Ming clearly hesitated, then his eyes flashed with resolve. All right. If you can save me, once I kill those traitors and avenge myself, I will give you my life without hesitation. The depth of Yao Ming's hatred was beyond Xiao Yan's expectations. The 2 figures he mentioned, Yao Xiaotian and the elder, Xiao Yan had seen in his phantom body's memories. They were merely 1-star martial saints, not particularly powerful. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before saying, since you're so determined to avenge yourself, I'm not entirely unwilling to help. However, I have 3 conditions. Speak. Yao Ming replied without hesitation. Xiao Yan smiled mischievously. First, I can help you kill the 2 of them, and I can also help you reclaim the position of clan leader. However, after that, I will be the honorary clan leader of the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan, and I will have the right to decide matters within your clan. Agreed. Yao Ming did not hesitate and immediately accepted the terms. Second, I need the Yellow Springs blood crystal. Once you become clan leader, you must share the clan's reserves of Yellow Springs blood crystal with me. Yellow Springs blood crystals? I can give them to you right now. Yao Ming spoke, opening his large mouth to spit out a crystal block radiating a blood-red glow. Xiao Yan quickly caught it, gave it a brief inspection, and stored it in his storage ring. It seems our cooperation is going smoothly. The final point, to make me trust you, you must release your soul and allow me to leave a mark on it. This way, if you ever go back on your word, you will be doomed forever. At this demand, the withered face of the demonic being furrowed his brows, but quickly relaxed again. Forget it. In my current state, I've lost all bargaining power. As long as you can save me, you'll be my savior, and I'll agree to anything. Ha, deal. Xiao Yan smiled. Tell me, how do you want to be saved? What? The demon, who had just been about to release his soul, froze again. Was this happening so fast? Wasn't he supposed to leave a soul imprint? Seeming to sense the demon's thoughts, Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. No one wants to be at someone else's mercy. I was just testing you. If you change your mind in the future, I'll kill you then. Hearing Xiao Yan speak so casually, the demonic spirit couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Though he had been trapped at the bottom of the Yellow Springs, his cultivation had not declined but actually risen over the years. He was now a 2nd-rank martial saint. Killing him would not be an easy task. What? Don't you want to come out? I want to. I want to. Yao Ming quickly snapped back to reality. No matter who this man was, the most important thing now was to get out. What's trapping me is the Yellow Springsine stone over there. If you can destroy the mechanism connecting the chains, I'll be free. Xiao Yan nodded and stepped aside, indeed seeing the 4 chains emitting a faint green glow converging into a massive stone. Thick, icy cold energy surged out from within, condensing into layers of frost around them. This Yellow Springsine stone has been soaked in the cold energy from the earth for so long that it's become incredibly sturdy. Even a 2-star martial saint would have a hard time breaking it, explained Yao Ming beside him. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile. He could naturally discern the extraordinary nature of the small mountain, but was he, Xiao Yan, so easily outdone? With a light palm strike, what appeared to be a gentle motion sent ripples through the water, creating a vacuum-like area. Boom! As Xiao Yan's palm struck down, the space within 100 zhang was violently shaken. The black mountain, dozens of zhang wide, shattered into pieces, revealing a golden sphere within. The sphere was no larger than a human head, but its surface was adorned with mystical runes. It was clearly the key to controlling the entire seal. It's quite a valuable item. Seeing that the small sphere could still exist under his palm strike, Xiao Yan couldn't help but praise it. However, his surprise was short-lived. The next moment, Xiao Yan flickered his fingers, and a mix of colorful flames roared out, resembling a fiery dragon, clawing and lunging toward the golden sphere. Wherever the flames passed, the surrounding icy lake water was instantly dried up. The runes on the golden sphere held on for only a moment before turning into a wisp of smoke and dissipating into the heavens. Xiao Yan's seemingly casual move was meant to make the future demon Ming clan chief standing beside him understand that he was no one to be underestimated. He had originally come here to find Huangquan Tiannu and had no intention of provoking the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Python clan. However, the sudden appearance of the demon Ming clan chieftain had given Xiao Yan some other ideas. Among the 3 great demon beast clans, Ziyan had already returned to the void space, and the Taisu ancient dragon clan would undoubtedly become an ally of the Xiao clan in the future. However, he had no prior connection with the remaining Tian Yao Huang clan and the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Python clan. One could even say there is enmity between them. However, if he could help the Demon Ming clan rise to power, the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent clan could also become a valuable ally in the future. From a smaller perspective, Kailin could freely use the 9 Netherworld Yellow Springs, and from a larger perspective, it would not harm either the Xiao clan or the Ancient Dragon clan. After the seal was broken, Yao Ming shook his hands violently, instantly breaking free from the restraints. However, his first step after regaining his freedom was to suddenly appear before Xiao Yan, kneel down, and bow. "Sir, you have great skills. May I ask your name?" Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, the vibrant flames around him slowly dissipating. His face bore a carefree smile, but a fleeting glimpse of sharpness flashed in his eyes. "Ha, I am Xiao Yan, the current clan leader of the Xiao clan. Just call me by my name." "The Xiao clan?" Yao Ming raised an eyebrow. "Could you be the descendant of Xiao Xian, the legendary figure from the ancient 8 clans?" "Exactly." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. As a Demon Saint level demon beast, Yao Ming had lived for at least several thousand years, so it was only natural that he had heard of his ancestors' names. However, Yao Ming's expression grew even more lively. Upon receiving Xiao Yan's affirmative response, he burst into a wide smile. "I heard that the Xiao clan's bloodline has dwindled, yet you managed to cultivate such an extraordinary talent as you. Could it be that you're here to seek the Qilin Fire Vein as well?" Chapter 94, The Wholesale Market of Strange Fires. Qilin Fire Vein? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows slightly. When he had met his ancestor in the Heavenly Tomb years ago, their main focus had been on resolving issues related to the ancient bloodline. As for other matters concerning his ancestor, they had rarely discussed them, and he had never heard of any Qilin Fire Vein before. Noticing Xiao Yan's expression, Yao Ming immediately understood and hurriedly smiled apologetically. "It's normal for you not to know about that. That was 1,000 years ago. The Qilin Fire Vein has always been a secret. Since Xiao Xian came, he. So you've also seen my Xiao clan's ancestor?" Xiao Yan, sensing that he was hinting at something, immediately pressed for more information. "In the underground world, those of my age would never forget such things." Yao Ming sighed lightly, his eyes seeming to recall a thrilling past. "Back then, when Xiao Xian came to the underground world to seek the Qilin Fire Vein, he clashed with our clan's ancestors. At that time, our clan was still prosperous, with 3 experts above the 5-star Martial Saint realm. However, even when those 3 ancestors joined forces, they were defeated after only 10 exchanges. After obtaining the location from our clan, Xiao Xian ventured alone to the Qilin Fire Vein. After negotiations failed, he forcibly seized 3 strands off from those old men and then departed without a trace. Since then, our clan has passed down a clan edict: whenever encountering anyone from the Xiao clan, retreat 3 steps. Hearing about the deeds of our ancestors from others was indeed a strange feeling, but upon closer reflection, their domineering style of action did indeed seem like something our ancestors would do." Xiao Yan hurriedly asked, "The Qilin Fire Vein, what kind of place is that?" "That's a bit complicated to explain, but in short, that place is known as the wholesale market for." "What?" Yao Ming's simple words made Xiao Yan's eyes sparkle with excitement. Yihuo were already rare treasures of the heavens and earth. Even a single flame could attract countless powerful beings to fight over it. Similarly, such a treasure would be difficult to keep even if obtained without sufficient strength. Under such circumstances, what kind of foundation would be required to be called the Yihuo Wholesale District? However, in Xiao Yan's eager gaze, Yao Ming did not say anything else. Instead, he sighed wryly. "If you're interested in this matter, I can tell you another day. But right now, I've just escaped and my strength hasn't fully recovered." "Don't worry about that." Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, and a bottle of pills emanating a dense spiritual energy flew out of his hand, drifting toward Yao Ming. "Those guys coming later would be better. If they rush to their deaths, I can handle them for you." Watching Xiao Yan's nonchalant expression, Yao Ming's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. While others might have been exaggerating, after this brief encounter, he knew that Xiao Yan was both capable and willing to make good on his words. Which reckless fool dares to show himself? Just as Yao Ming swallowed the pill and was about to speak again, a thunderous roar erupted, its shockwaves rippling through the lake and faintly reaching the ears of the two. Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantly, and flames flickered around his body. "You sure are eager to die." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yan's robes trembled, and the overwhelming pressure of a 5th-rank martial saint erupted. The lake water above his head was forced aside by an invisible giant hand, forming a straight path. "Rest well. I'll handle things above." After leaving those words, Xiao Yan swiftly broke through the lake water and headed upward, shattering everything in his path. "Xiao Yan, just kill those two." Seeing this, Yao Ming hurriedly shouted. With Xiao Yan's strength, if he were to unleash his full power, the entire 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan might face annihilation today. The 1,000-foot deep lake water receded rapidly beneath Xiao Yan's feet. Amidst the deafening roar, the water curtain suddenly ripped apart. Seeing someone emerge from the water below, a figure in the air coldly snorted. A piercing stream of martial energy erupted from his hand, hurtling toward Xiao Yan. "What? Wasn't that enough fun earlier? Do you want to exchange a few moves with me? Xiao Yan casually waved his sleeves, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Looking up, he saw two figures suspended in the air, their auras thick and powerful. They were the two greatest experts of the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent clan, the clan leader, Demon Hull Heaven, and the elder, Ming Xian. Though their chi was slightly chaotic, they were both one-star martial saints, and the pressure emanating from their bodies caused the surrounding rocks to crumble and fall. It's you? How is this possible? Upon seeing Xiao Yan's face, Yao Tian's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. The hands beneath his python-patterned robe trembled slightly beyond his control, and dark purple martial energy surged violently around him, unable to hide the panic in his eyes. Ming Xian, standing beside him, also paled. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, both of their hearts involuntarily contracted. Just moments ago, this young man had caused no small amount of trouble for their entire clan. It's me. What's the matter? Seeing their shocked expressions, Xiao Yan gave a cold smile. He had always adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. This time, when he came to obtain the martial arts techniques, he had gone out of his way to avoid direct conflict with the Demon Beast clan. However, the situation now was different. If he had indiscriminately killed the experts of the 9 Netherworld Earth Binding Serpent earlier, the news would have spread, potentially earning him a reputation as a bloodthirsty killer. Moreover, the Snake People tribe had numerous allies, and while Xiao Yan himself wasn't afraid, he had to consider whether the Starfall Pavilion might face retaliation. However, upon encountering the Demon of the Night, the nature of the matter changed instantly. Previously, his actions were about killing, but now, they were about saving lives. By helping the 9 Netherworld Earth-devouring serpents purge the traitors and establish a new ruler, Xiao Yan now had a legitimate reason for his actions. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Yao Tian couldn't help but shiver. He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. In an instant, he felt he wasn't here to seek revenge, but rather, to meet his doom? His aura has changed again. Ming Xian narrowed his cloudy old eyes, fixating on the tangible battle chi pattern swirling around Xiao Yan. His withered fingers unconsciously rubbed against his shoulder, as if wanting to touch the poisonous snake there, before remembering that the little snake had been crushed to death by Xiao Yan not long ago. As a Dou Shang-level powerhouse, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to advance even a single star after reaching the Dou Shang realm. Yet the young man before him had clearly been a 3-star Dou Shang just moments ago, yet the power surging around him now had already firmly entered the early stages of a 5-star Dou Shang. Maybe, we should retreat first? Ming Xian let out a dry swallow from his throat, quietly glancing sideways at Yao Tian, only to discover that the latter had already vanished without a trace. Hurry up and leave. Yao Tian's voice echoed, and in the next moment, he was already several miles away. Damn it, you bastard. Ming Xian couldn't hold back any longer and cursed loudly. Xiao Yan sneered, lightly tapping his forehead with his fingertip. A bolt of lightning shot out, and the 3,000 thunder illusion bodies, whose power had reached the level of a 3-star martial saint, reappeared. Don't worry, none of you will escape. Chapter 95, Sudden Turn of Events. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Ming Xian's eyes were filled with hatred and resentment, as if he knew that today he might truly fall into the hands of this young human. After releasing his illusory bodies, Xiao Yan slowly raised his head, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Ming Xian. He mocked, "There's only you left, old man. How do you plan to fight me?" Ming Xian remained silent, but his surging battle chi swirled around him, coalescing into a massive black serpentine shadow that twisted and roared. His wrinkled hands darted like venomous snakes, swiftly forming seals. Under the threat of death, he had pushed his strength to its absolute limit. Die! Yellow Spring's finger. With a loud roar from Ming Xian, the energy of heaven and earth rapidly condensed, forming a finger shadow over 1,000 feet long that tore through the clouds and lunged toward Xiao Yan with deadly force. Wherever the finger shadow passed, space shattered inch by inch, leaving behind black cracks. Such overwhelming might instantly drew the attention of everyone within a 100-mile radius. In the hundreds of snake tribes, countless terrified gazes rose, fixated on that towering figure that seemed like a pillar supporting the heavens. One of the Yellow Springs Demon Saint's 3 ultimate techniques, the Yellow Springs Finger, severed life and death. As the elder of the 9 Hells Earth Demon Python clan, Ming Xian had spent no less than several hundred years perfecting this technique. Now, as he unleashed it, his confidence grew even stronger. Xiao Yan, upon seeing this, not only showed no signs of panic but burst into laughter. Is that all you've got? Xiao Yan also formed hand seals with both hands, his movements as smooth as flowing water, even faster than Ming Xian. Yellow Spring's Finger. A golden light erupted from Xiao Yan's fingertips, and the sky above once again erupted with chaos. A finger seal similar to Ming Xian's, spanning 1,000 feet, materialized in the air. Boom! The 2 fingerprints collided, triggering a deafening explosion. Powerful energy ripples spread out like a tsunami, instantly leveling the mountains below. The energy storm that erupted tore the surrounding space into chaos for miles around. Ming Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. You? How could you possibly use the Yellow Springs Finger? That's our clan's secret technique. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, brushing off non-existent dust from his body. You think you're the only one who can do it? What else do you have? Bring it on. Ming Xian clenched his teeth, his shock and anger intertwining, nearly causing him to lose his mind completely. Then take this, the Yellow Springs palm. Ming Xian let out a piercing scream, his battle chi surging wildly. As he swung his palm forward with all his might, a gigantic palm shadow descended from the clouds, obscuring the sky, as if the entire heavens were collapsing. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smug smile. Trivial tricks. Take my palm strike. His hands swiftly formed seals. Though Xiao Yan was using these techniques for the first time, he was far from unfamiliar with them. Had he not been using Ming Xian as a test subject, his first strike would have already crushed him. When Ming Xian saw the same palm prints appear in the air, fear filled his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Yan's two martial arts techniques had not only destroyed his techniques but also his mental state. The two forces collided, causing the entire world to tremble violently. This time, Xiao Yan had slightly lost control, exerting a fraction too much force. In the air, Ming Xian's Yellow Springs palm was shattered like fragile paper under Xiao Yan's attack. The remaining energy ripples spread out, sending Ming Xian flying backward, spitting blood as he crashed heavily into a mountain peak. Why do you also know the Yellow Springs palm? And you use it more skillfully than me? Ming Xian struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with fear and despair, his voice trembling as he demanded. Is that all you've got? I'll teach you something else then. Xiao Yan's hands moved swiftly, forming a mystical seal. His movements were so fast that only after images could be seen. Behind Xiao Yan, a gigantic illusory figure, thousands of feet tall, silent lead. The illusory figure was identical to Xiao Yan, as if he had replicated himself, and even from thousands of miles away, one could discern its outline. Feeling the same origin and essence emanating from Xiao Yan's body, Ming Xian's current state could only be described as stunned. He could clearly sense that the martial art Xiao Yan was about to use was far more terrifying than the previous two. Is this the Yellow Springs Wrath? Correct. Xiao Yan laughed aloud, placing the hand seal at his lips. The illusory figure behind him followed suit. Then, a melody tinged with ancient energy emanated from Xiao Yan's mouth. Moo. In an instant, within several miles of Xiao Yan, all signs of life vanished. Wherever the sound waves passed, whether it was mountains, valleys, or the demon beast's body that had reached the Dou Shang level, everything was reduced to ashes in an instant. Within the Ming Shi earth vein, a vast plain suddenly emerged. The might of a heavenly rank advanced martial art was truly terrifying. This was the first time Xiao Yan had ever used such a high-level martial art technique besides his self-created fire lotus. Even he was momentarily stunned by his own power. The combination of the Yellow Springs heavenly wrath and the soul power of a heavenly realm grandmaster was so formidable that even if he were to face a 6-star martial saint, Xiao Yan would have the confidence to fight them head-on. Sorry about that, Demon Ming Clan Chief. I went a bit too hard. Xiao Yan scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at Demon Ming, who had just emerged from the water. The Nine Hells Yellow Springs, which had originally been hidden deep within an extremely secluded mountain range, was now transformed into a vast plain lake by Xiao Yan's single strike. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and the corpse of Yao Tian was also thrown down, as his illusory form returned. Young friend, your thunderous techniques are truly impressive. I am deeply impressed. Yao Ming bowed respectfully toward Xiao Yan, his face even showing a hint of flattery, as if he feared Xiao Yan might accidentally eliminate him, a second-rank martial saint, as well. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Now tell me about that Qilin fire. Before he could finish, Xiao Yan's smile froze. In his perception, the spatial jade tablet he had left for the old alchemist had shattered. At the same time, in a dark, shadowy space. Here, there was no sunlight, no buildings, only endless darkness and thick black mist. Even the passage of time was impossible to discern. An ordinary person would likely go mad within moments of entering this place. In an instant, a faint light flashed, revealing a face that looked somewhat aged. Reporting to the clan leader, the Soul Hall has sent word that the newly emerged Xiao clan in the northwest continent does not possess the bloodline of a martial emperor. 3 years ago, the strongest member of the clan was only at the great martial artist realm. Then the legendary martial saint who appeared 3 years ago must be a bloodline mutation or not even a member of the Xiao clan at all. I have already ordered the Soul Extinction Sect to send men to capture him. The old man spoke respectfully into the void. After waiting for a long time with no response, he cautiously asked, what about our previous plan? Should we continue? After a long silence, wisps of black mist swirled, and a faint voice echoed from the void, switch to the Ling clan. Yes. Chapter 96, The Soul Clan's Deceptive Scheme. The Nine Netherworld Earth Devouring Serpent, the Heavenly Phoenix Clan, the Qilin Fire Vein. The spatial jade tablet shattered, completely disrupting Xiao Yan's thoughts. His original plan to stay in the beast domain for a while longer had to be abandoned. With the loss of 2 Dou Shangs, the Nine Netherworld Earth Devouring Serpent Clan now had nothing left to stand in the way of Yao Ming's power. After a hasty farewell, Xiao Yan immediately set off at top speed toward the southern region of Central Continent. With his current strength, Xiao Yan could now move freely through the void, completely unaffected by spatial turbulence or storms. His speed even surpassed that of traveling through a spatial wormhole. Even so, Xiao Yan was still extremely anxious, using every trick in his arsenal to rush toward the Starfall Pavilion. Xiao Yan was well aware that the Starfall Pavilion had formed an alliance with major sects like the Flower Sect and the Sound Valley, greatly increasing its strength to an extremely terrifying level. In Central Plains, if there was any force that could threaten the Starfall Pavilion, it could only be the Pill Tower and the Soul Hall. Among these two, there was no doubt who was most likely to act. The fact that the old alchemist had to use the spatial jade tablet indicated that this matter was no small affair. After leaping out of the void, Xiao Yan quickly determined his direction and immediately transformed into a meteor, plunging straight into the Star Realm. Who dares to intrude into the Star Realm? Just as Xiao Yan broke through the Star Realm's spatial barriers, a harsh, aged voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, over a dozen fierce streams of martial energy descended, all of them at the martial sovereign realm. Seeing the Starfall Pavilion's defenses so tightly secured, Xiao Yan's heart tightened further. Fei Lao, it's me. Xiao Yan shouted loudly but did not pause, his figure darting into the main hall of the Starfall Pavilion like a bolt of lightning. The dozen or so Dozun in mid-air heard the voice, but before they could react, they couldn't even find Xiao Yan's shadow. Master, what happened? Why did you rush me back so urgently? Inside the main hall of the Starfall Pavilion, he indeed saw the ethereal figure of the old alchemist. After several days apart, it seemed as though the old alchemist had consumed some sort of spiritual elixir, as his soul power had already recovered to the level of a Dozun. Though it still fell short of his former peak, it was at least sufficient for self-defense. Master's aura. Xiao Yan immediately noticed the changes in Yao Lao. Though his soul remained ethereal, it now possessed a surging primal energy that had been absent before. Ha, you're back. Seeing Xiao Yan return so quickly, the old alchemist nodded satisfactorily. In the past 2 days, Feng Xian found me some Linglong Tianzi, which replenished the primal soul energy I had been lacking over the years. Now I'm just waiting for you to refine a body for me. Upon hearing the old alchemist's explanation, Xiao Yan's face lit up with joy. The Linglong Tianzi had effects similar to the soul infant fruit, both capable of healing the soul. With the old alchemist's current condition, as long as he obtained a perfect physical body, the legendary medicine sage whose name once echoed across the continent could be fully revived. Enough, don't get too excited. I didn't call you back this time to have you refine a body for me. The old alchemist's expression suddenly turned serious. You might have already guessed it. This time, it's about the Soul Hall. So it's those bastards? Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Since returning from the blood washing hall, he had had no contact with the Soul Hall. He never expected that 3 years later, those bastards would resurface again? The old alchemist nodded and continued, with the lessons learned from the previous life, I've stationed numerous agents across the northwest continent in recent years. I just didn't expect them to act so swiftly. They've targeted the Xiao clan? Xiao Yan's body sprang to his feet as soon as he sat down. In the previous life, the Soul Hall had allied with the Poison Sect and the Lion Demon Sect to attack the Yan Alliance. However, the Poison Sect had been annihilated, and the Lion Demon Sect had not yet developed. The timing did not align with the previous life. Could their current actions be due to his status as a martial saint? Seeing Xiao Yan's sudden change in expression, the old alchemist waved his hand. Don't get too worked up. The Soul Hall is just testing the waters. They sent some people to the Gamma Empire to gather information, but they were eliminated by our men. Then another group of Dozuns arrived, but under the protection of your puppets and the elders, they didn't manage to break into the Xiao realm. Hearing the old alchemist's words, Xiao Yan gradually calmed down. The Xiao realm was created by him, and if it were attacked, he would sense it immediately. From this perspective, the Soul Hall's forces this time weren't particularly strong. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan secretly sighed in relief. The Xiao realm was filled with his blood relatives. In his previous life, he had failed to protect his clan. If the Soul Hall were to succeed this time, Xiao Yan would betray the bloodline he was born into. Yao Lao, seeing this, comforted him from the side. Young man, you have done well. I hear that under your arrangements, the Xiao clan is now thriving, and they are all proud to have you as their clan leader. Although there were some issues this time, the losses have been minimized. You need not blame yourself. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Master, what is the current situation? The situation is somewhat delicate. The Soul Hall's attack on the Xiao clan occurred several days ago. Since their last failure, there has been no new information. I believe the Xiao clan should be safe now. Yao Lao spoke, but his furrowed brows did not relax. He continued, the Soul Hall's actions this time do not seem to be motivated by revenge. 2 members of the Xiao clan were captured by them, though they were later rescued. However, it is said that the Soul Hall tampered with them. Those bastards are after the Xiao clan's bloodline. The Xiao clan's bloodline? Xiao Yan was also puzzled. Whether someone has ancient bloodline can be determined at a glance. Why did they even send a group of Dozuns to confirm it? Exactly. That's why this matter is so peculiar. Over the years, the Soul Clan has always acted with great discretion, delegating all the dirty work to the Soul Hall while keeping their strongest members out of the limelight. I suspect they've been secretly plotting something, biding their time. This attack on your Xiao clan is likely just the beginning. Yao Lao narrowed his eyes as he appraised Xiao Yan. Now, compared to the Xiao clan, they might be more interested in you. If they dare come, not a single one of them will return. Xiao Yan snorted coldly. With his current strength as a 5-star martial saint at the initial stage, he had every right to make such a claim. Yao Lao did not discourage Xiao Yan's confidence but reminded him, while there may be no one in the Soul Hall capable of harming you now, the Soul Clan behind them should not be underestimated. If they discover you have reached the 5-star martial saint realm, more trouble may come your way. At this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. So you called me back because you're afraid they'll find me out there, and you want me to hide? Yao Lao shook his head and smiled. No, I'm afraid they won't be able to find you. Chapter 97, Deputy Hall Master. Starfall Pavilion, hand over Yachan and Xiao Yan, or else we will slaughter everyone here today. The icy shout rang out like a heavy hammer striking the star realm space, causing ripples to spread across the void. Outside the star realm, hundreds of black-robed figures stood suspended in midair, as if they had materialized out of thin air. The black mist swirling around them coalesced into grotesque ghostly faces, each exhaling a chill that felt like the depths of the 9 hells. Under that terrifying pressure, the vibrant clouds at the horizon retreated like a receding tide, swiftly swallowed by pitch-black clouds. Flashes of lightning occasionally illuminated the sky, casting the entire world in a hellish glow. This is the Soul Hall. Xiao Yan sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with icy determination. They actually dare to come looking for us? Yao Lao stroked his ethereal beard, a smile curving his lips. Your movements are simply too unpredictable, so I sent word to the Soul Hall in advance. What? Xiao Yan turned to look at Yao Lao in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the sky as a Starfall Pavilion elder rushed out of the hall. Medicine Pavilion Master, the Soul Hall has dispatched dozens of Dou Zong level experts to break the formation. We can't hold them back anymore. Before he could finish speaking, another deafening explosion echoed through the air. The spatial barrier above the Starfall Pavilion was shattered into pieces, exposing the entire Starfall Pavilion to the sky. Such a colossal commotion instantly alerted all other factions within a 1,000-mile radius. Countless figures flew in from all directions, hovering in the sky to watch the commotion. A man riding a giant eagle looked astonished. These are actually people from the Soul Hall? How did they end up fighting the Starfall Pavilion? You didn't know? A man with a massive sword on his back licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The master of the Starfall Pavilion, Yao Chan, was kidnapped by the Soul Hall years ago. His disciple, Xiao Yan, single-handedly stormed into the Soul Hall and destroyed their headquarters. He gestured dramatically. They say the blood flowed like rivers, and the entire Soul Hall was cleansed of blood. Even the Soul Hall's great heavenly sovereign fell at Xiao Yan's hands. Goodness! The crowd gasped in horror, and the whispers about the Starfall Pavilion grew louder. So that's how it is. The Starfall Pavilion really has some guts. Now that they've made it big, they dare to provoke the Soul Hall. If Xiao Yan could defeat the Soul Hall Supreme Elder, that means he's also a martial saint-level powerhouse, far stronger than your Liyun Pavilion, which is just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Nonsense! Your Blackrock sect doesn't even have a single Dou Zong. How dare you speak here? Be careful the Soul Hall doesn't wipe you out by accident. You dare! You're the one being bold. For a moment, the surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, and even a small skirmish broke out in some areas. Whoosh! Just then, a faint whistling sound echoed through the air. Dozens of streaks of light shot out from the depths of the star realm, and colossal waves of martial energy surged upward, overwhelming the Soul Hall's pressure and repelling it outward. These are all martial sovereigns? Someone exclaimed in astonishment, and the onlookers immediately fell silent, all their gazes fixed on the Starfall Pavilion. There, shadowy figures of 2 or 30 could be seen, each emanating an extraordinary aura, matching the strength of the Soul Hall's elite warriors at the front. Upon seeing this scene, the onlookers who had been shaking their heads and sighing moments ago fell silent instantly, their eyes filled with astonishment, and their thoughts began to shift subtly. Who could have imagined that in just a few short years, the Starfall Pavilion had developed so rapidly, rising from a second-rate power to nearly the top of Central Plains? Those rumors that once seemed impossible were all true. As the clan leader of the Xiao clan, if you dare to attack the Hall of the Heavens, why are you now hiding and refusing to show yourself? At the front of the Soul Hall's ranks, an old man with blue beard and hair coldly snorted. The overwhelming aura of a 7-star martial sovereign surged around him, instantly suppressing the momentum of the numerous Starfall Pavilion elders below. Magic Rain, stop. At the same time, a cold, clear female voice, like jade clashing, echoed quietly in the skies above the star realm. 2 slender figures of women materialized from the void. Though their beauty was breathtaking, they exuded a mature elegance. As soon as they appeared, the momentum of the Starfall Pavilion surged, forcing the swirling black clouds to retreat 100 zhang. Xinin, Xingyao? You two old fools actually showed up. Seeing the two young women suddenly appear, Magic Rain's eyes filled with a solemn expression. You're the old geezer. Xin Yin's eyebrows shot up in anger, and she gave a playful snort, clearly displeased with Mou's insult. With a swift flick of her delicate fingers on the ancient zither in her lap, a visible green sound wave sliced through the air, rushing toward the crowd from the Soul Hall. Xin Yin's strength had reached the early half-saint realm. Even with Mou's current 7-star Dou Zong cultivation, he might not be able to block her even with a casual strike. However, there was not a trace of panic in Mou's eyes. Just as the sound wave was about to reach them, the space behind Mou split open like a mirror, and 6 figures clad in black robes emerged slowly, stepping through a mist of blood. The 6 figures' auras were unleashed without restraint, each more powerful than the last. By the time the final figure emerged, he had already reached the peak of the 9th-ranked martial sovereign realm, just a single step away from half-saint. The last one casually swung his arm, sending a black streak wrapped in the wails of souls tearing through the air, shattering the sound wave Qin Yin had released. Oh! 7 of the 9 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace have arrived, Qin Xianzi remarked coldly upon seeing this. Where are the 1st and 2nd heavenly sovereigns? You! At these words, the faces of the Soul Hall members turned icy cold. Mou's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The Sound Valley and the Flower Sect truly intend to oppose my Soul Hall? What else could we do? Xin Yin, holding her ancient zither, landed alongside Qin Xianzi in the Starfall Pavilion's camp. We've already formed an alliance with the Starfall Pavilion. Didn't we inform you? How naive. Do you think my Soul Hall has been too low-key these years, letting you live in luxury? Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Thick black mist surged forth from the depths of the void, devouring everything in its path, even the light. Within the black mist, a pale, paper-like face slowly emerged. Upon seeing this, the Soul Hall members all knelt on one knee in unison, bowing respectfully and exclaiming, "We greet the Deputy Hall Master." Deputy Hall Master? Hearing the Soul Hall members' address, everyone present narrowed their eyes in shock. They had only ever heard of the Soul Hall Master's fearsome reputation. Who could this Deputy Hall Master be? Xiao Yan, come out. Don't make such a futile sacrifice. The Deputy Hall Master's gaze swept coldly over the crowd below. Even though he sensed the presence of Qin Yin and the others, he merely sneered disdainfully. A chilling aura surged forth from his body, reaching the peak of a 3-star martial saint. Feeling this overwhelming force, even Qin Xianzi, who had already reached the advanced half-saint realm, paled instantly. Half-saints and martial saints, though both bearing the title of saint, are fundamentally different. To put it bluntly, even if all the strong warriors of the Starfall Pavilion were to unite, they would not be a match for this Deputy Hall Master. Deputy Hall Master, you've finally shown yourself. A loud laugh echoed from below, and a young figure silently appeared in mid-air. At the same time, the same 3-star martial saint's aura erupted violently from the young man's body. These 2 chapters transition to a new map. The next chapter will introduce the Void-Devouring Flame. Chapter 98, second on the Void-Swallowing Flame. Is that Xiao Yan? How can he look so young? A chorus of exclamations echoed through the crowd, as countless gazes fixated on the young figure in black robes floating in mid-air. The young man's face was cold and stern, with a natural air of defiance in his eyes. On his forehead was a vibrant lotus-shaped mark, which stood out vividly against the dark sky. It's him! At the recent 4 Directions Pavilion Assembly, the Thunder Venerable couldn't even land a single blow against him and was slapped to the ground with a single palm strike. A young man excitedly waved his arms, spitting as he spoke. Sigh, the Soul Hall isn't something the Wind and Thunder Pavilion can compare to. However, some shook their heads in sighing disbelief, gazing at the Soul Hall members floating in mid-air, their eyes filled with complex emotions. In the sky, the Deputy Hall Master's cold gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yan, a hint of confusion flickering across his pale face. You are Xiao Yan? You're younger than I imagined. The black mist swirling around the Soul Hall Deputy Hall Master surged, faintly carrying the wails of sorrowful souls. The sheer pressure alone caused the space below to twist and distort. You should know why we're here, right? If you don't want the Starfall Pavilion to be wiped out, you'd better come with us willingly. Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall, so you're just a coward who can only spout nonsense. Xiao Yan laughed aloud upon hearing this. If you wanna fight, let's fight. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. The Deputy Hall Master's face turned ashen, and the black mist swirling around him surged violently. You're not very old, but you sure talk big. He swept his hand forward, and a 100-foot-long black mist serpent surged forth, clawing and snarling as it lunged toward Xiao Yan. Don't think that reaching the level of a martial saint grants you free reign. The methods of the Soul Hall are far beyond your imagination. Then show me your true abilities. These won't harm me. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently, flicked his sleeves, and the fire-attributed energy in the heavens and earth instantly condensed into a 100-zhang-long fire dragon, incinerating the black mist serpent into nothingness. Seeing the black giant python easily repelled by Xiao Yan, the Deputy Hall Master's eyes flashed with surprise as he quickly formed hand seals. So arrogant. Then take this move from this Hall Master. The black mist swirling around the deputy hall master suddenly reversed direction and ended entirely into his right palm, which was covered in bulging veins. Countless illusory ghostly faces appeared and vanished around him, emitting a piercing screech that made one's teeth ache. As his 5 fingers slowly spread apart, a constantly writhing black energy spheried in the center of his palm. The black energy flowing across its surface surged like a living creature, eventually coalescing into a massive black palm that obscured the sky. 9 Hell's world-destroying palm. With a thunderous roar, the giant palm crashed down, its might surpassing even the Yellow Springs palm previously unleashed by the Dark Lord. The combat technique of this deputy hall master had undoubtedly reached the heavenly realm. Soul Hand Seal, break. Facing the gigantic ghostly palm that blocked out the sky, Xiao Yan softly uttered a few words, his fingertips swiftly tracing through the void. A golden handprint, entirely formed from soul energy, suddenly materialized. Mysterious runes swirled around the handprint. Xiao Yan pushed it forward lightly, and the golden handprint instantly expanded dozens of times in size, colliding with the giant palm. Screech! Where the golden hand seal met the giant palm, piercing screams echoed continuously. That soul handprint was what Xiao Yan had obtained earlier in the Pill Tower, which he had modified on his own. It could now be considered a Earth-rank martial art, though it still fell short of the Deputy Hall Master's Heaven-rank martial art. But do not forget that Xiao Yan's soul had already reached the peak of the Heaven realm. Soul attacks were already peculiar, and on the surface of the soul handprint, a ring of nearly transparent flames emanated, completely dispelling the black mist emitted by the giant palm. The two forces locked in a stalemate in the void, the golden handprint and the black giant palm constantly colliding and compressing, unleashing energy ripples that swept across the surroundings like a hurricane. The surrounding Starfall Pavilion's mountain defending array trembled violently under the aftereffects, and the star totems on the 36 main peaks grew dim one after another. The powerful observers in the distance all activated their defensive measures, yet many were still struck by the aftereffects of the martial arts techniques, spitting blood and flying backward. Meanwhile, in mid-air, Xiao Yan's figure trembled imperceptibly. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as two colossal forces collided, forcing both sides' forces back hundreds of zhang. For a moment, the battlefield's center was left with only Xiao Yan and the Deputy Hall Master standing mid-air. In this fierce battle, both sides were evenly matched, with the Deputy Hall Master even holding a slight advantage. However, the latter could not help but feel uneasy. His already pale face grew even more grim as he stared at Xiao Yan, who remained calm and composed. The Deputy Hall Master's lips trembled slightly. You're a clone? What? The Deputy Hall Master's words caused an uproar throughout the crowd. Not only the onlookers, but even the powerful figures from the Soul Hall and the Starfall Pavilion stared wide-eyed at the figure that remained composed amidst the smoke and chaos, their hearts stirred by a tidal wave of shock. To be able to fight the Deputy Hall Master, a 3-star martial saint, to a standstill was a feat that few could match across the entire Central Plains. And now they realized that this was merely one of Xiao Yan's clones. You only realize it now? Xiao Yan curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. Do you really think I need to personally handle you? Arrogant brat. The Deputy Hall Master's face was filled with anger, his eyes suddenly filled with darkness. At the same time, the aura surrounding him erupted like a volcano, surging to the late stage of a 3-star martial saint. Xiao Yan, I've told you before, the depths of my Soul Clan's heritage are beyond your imagination. As the Deputy Hall Master's words fell, a terrifying suction force erupted from his body. Black mist within a radius of several miles was drawn toward him like iron filings, transforming into countless black streams that swirled back toward him, intertwining in the air to form a roaring torrent of soul spirits. Void Lord, please lend me your strength. In the sky, strands of black flames erupted from the Deputy Hall Master's body, greedily absorbing the black mist in the air. They then condensed into a massive demonic face in mid-air. Facing the black flames, the Deputy Palace Master's attitude was surprisingly respectful. From the moment it appeared, the temperature of the entire Tianqing mountain range began to rise sharply. This is void-devouring flames? How dare it be in the hands of the Soul Clan? Feeling that unique destructive and devouring power, Xiao Yan's expression finally grew solemn. I'll see just how long you can keep up your arrogance. With the void-devouring flames enhancement, the Deputy Hall Master's aura surged once more. With his current late-stage 3-star martial saint cultivation and the second ranked from the, he could even stand a fight against a 4-star martial saint. However, Xiao Yan's expression merely flickered before turning into a cold smile. You want to play with fire with me? Chapter 99, Playing with Fire. Xiao Yan's gaze darted toward the Deputy Hall Master's side. This void-swallowing flame is merely a subordinate flame. How dare you flaunt it so brazenly? The void-swallowing flame, the second ranked on the chart, was even more powerful than the pure lotus demon flame that Xiao Yan had been pursuing all along. Such a flame had already developed the ability to split into sub-flames. With Xiao Yan's keen eyesight, he quickly discerned the underlying mechanism. However, the fact that a single subflame of the void-swallowing flame could possess such overwhelming power was beyond Xiao Yan's expectations. It seemed even more powerful than the 3,000 yin-yen flames he had absorbed in the past. This alone suggested how terrifying the true form of the void-swallowing flame must be. Upon being exposed by Xiao Yan's words, the deputy hallmaster's face trembled slightly, but he still sneered coldly, even if it's just a sub-flame, it's more than enough to deal with you. Now, why don't you reveal your true form? Ha ha. In mid-air, Xiao Yan's clone, formed from 3,000 thunder illusions, merely sneered in contempt. Today, he intended to show the Soul Hall that his true strength was far beyond their imagination. The more indifferent Xiao Yan appeared, the more furious the deputy hall master grew. In the Soul Hall, he held a position second only to the hall master, yet he had never endured such humiliation in his life. Void Lord, kill him. Jia Hua. The black ghostly face in the sky let out a piercing scream, its form flickering and growing several times larger. Around it, several black flames shot out, actively attacking Xiao Yan's clone. The black flames twisted like living creatures, instantly splitting into thousands of fire serpents, each containing an immense devouring force. Behind Xiao Yan, the dozens of Dou Zuns from the Starfall Pavilion felt their blood boil, and even their internal Dou Qi seemed to be being sucked away. Playing with fire will only lead to self-destruction. In the air, Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, watching the black flame waves rushing toward him. He merely shook his head slowly and casually pointed forward with his hand. In an instant, the energy of the heavens and earth surged wildly, and a dragon's roar that shattered the 9 heavens erupted suddenly. The sound seemed to echo from the primordial chaos of ancient times, carrying an unmatched aura of oppression that caused the space within 1,000 miles to tremble. Deep within the Starfall Pavilion, brilliant flames shot into the sky, revealing a colossal dragon over 1,000 feet long. Its body was covered in colorful scales that constantly shifted between various hues, while its horns were wrapped in swirling bolts of lightning, an extraordinary sight. The dragon's eyes burned with purple light, and as they opened and closed, faint images of stars flickered within. When its whiskers danced in they created ripples in the surrounding space. The moment the dragon appeared, the already scorching space heated up sharply. Many plants on the Tianqing Mountains began to burn spontaneously. The once arrogant black flames retreated steadily under the dragon's roar, eventually shrinking back into the void-devouring flames. The void-swallowing flame let out a sharp screech before suddenly speaking in human voice, the shape-shifting power of the 10,000 beast spirit fire? The pitch-black flames in the black demonic face's eye sockets flickered violently as it stared intently at the giant dragon in the sky. There, it sensed 10 distinct auras of different. Though each of these 10 flames might not match the void-devouring flame's own flames in power, when combined, they formed an utterly terrifying entity. Their might was such that even the void-devouring flames itself would have to fear them. What's going on? Seeing the scene before him, the deputy hallmaster also grew panicked. The void-swallowing flame was the Soul Clan's true trump card, and within the entire Soul Hall, only the Hall Master had the qualifications to use its sub-flame. Having borrowed the sub-flame from the Hall Master, the Deputy Hall Master had believed victory was assured. Who could have imagined that the void-swallowing flame would be driven back so swiftly upon its first move? Within the main hall of the Starfall Pavilion, Xiao Yan's true form sat leisurely by the door, watching the scene unfold. A satisfied smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He had gone to great lengths, devouring 10 different one after another. Such an act, while perhaps unmatched in history, was certainly unparalleled in the current world. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, the power of his fused was now capable of rivaling the top 3 on the rankings. Though he might not yet be able to match the true form of the void-swallowing flame, if he were to face the pure lotus demon flame, the outcome would be uncertain. The sudden appearance of the fire spirit was the best proof of this, which was also why Xiao Yan could sit here so confidently. At this moment, the gigantic dragon in the sky, though formed from 10 colored, showed no trace of flame, resembling a true ancient divine beast descending from the heavens. A mere offshoot of the void-swallowing flame was utterly insignificant in its presence. Facing the astonishment of the Soul Hall members, the giant dragon in the sky grew even more spirited. As it shifted its form, scales on its body shimmered with a metallic, icy glow. Its tail, spanning dozens of zhang in width, crossed the void, and in the next instant, it swept toward the Soul Hall ranks with a force capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Retreat! The Deputy Hall Master's pupils contracted sharply as he bellowed, his battle chi surging around him to form a massive shield made of black mist. However, under the dragon's tail, it only held for a moment before shattering into pieces. Terrifying shockwaves swept through with unstoppable force, obliterating nearly half of the Soul Hall's Dou Zun-level warriors before they could even utter a scream, reducing them to blood mist. The remaining strongholds were sent flying backward by the aftereffects, spitting blood like. Damn it! Seeing his forces severely wounded by the dragon, the Deputy Hallmaster's eyes nearly burst into flames. He bit his tongue until it bled, spitting a mouthful of blood into the void. His hands moved swiftly, and blood-red runes erupted from his fingertips, coalescing behind him into an illusory altar. Around the altar, countless blood-red vengeful spirits let out piercing wails. Bound by black chains, they violently collided with the altar's edges, dyeing the entire sky a dark red. The Deputy Hallmaster's voice was filled with near madness as he roared, "Void Lord, join me in this attack." The void-swallowing flame beside him snorted coldly, and the black flames surging around him erupted once more. Wherever they passed, space was corroded into vast cracks, and even the energy of the heavens and earth was directly devoured. Meanwhile, the deputy hall master held his hands out in a prayer-like gesture, muttering incantations. The blood-red vengeful spirits within the altar were drawn toward the giant dragon, flying toward it like moths to a flame. In mid-air, they suddenly exploded, releasing a massive shockwave that formed a huge blood-red storm, intertwining with the black flame torrent and surging toward the dragon. Facing this overwhelming assault, a fleeting glimpse of human-like contempt flashed in the dragon's eyes. It raised its head high, its massive jaws wide open, capable of swallowing mountains, and instantly spat out a 1,000-foot-wide sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, several exquisite fire lotuses shimmered faintly. The sea of fire collided with the black flames and the crimson storm, unleashing energy ripples that swept across the surroundings like a hurricane. The space began to collapse under the intense collision, forming countless miniature black holes that devoured everything in their path. Run! P.S. To thank all readers for their support, I will be distributing 100 red packets every hour at 8 p.m., 9 p.m., and 10 p.m. on the 12th. Please open the book at the top right corner at the designated times to claim your red packet. If you enjoy this book, please consider leaving a 5-star review. Thank you once again. Chapter 100, Defeat. Terrified screams echoed everywhere. This time, the onlookers in the distance didn't need any warning, they had already fled in all directions. The 1,000-foot-wide sea of fire was devouring everything in its path at a visible speed, reducing everything to nothingness. Within the star realm, a faint golden light shield appeared, enveloping the entire Starfall Pavilion like an inverted glass bowl. The energy ripples from the exploding flames swept over it, but only caused ripples like water waves. Facing the dragon's attack, the void-swallowing flames and the deputy hallmaster's combined strike seemed somewhat strained. As the black flames and blood-red storms in the sky were gradually consumed by the sea of fire, the black demonic face let out a sharp, piercing screech. Xiao Wa! Under the screams, the black demonic face rapidly expanded in size, and an incredibly powerful suction force erupted from its body, spreading outward indiscriminately in all directions. Lord Void? The deputy hallmaster cried out in shock, realizing that the already scarce fighting energy within his body was rapidly draining away, accompanied by excruciating pain as his meridians felt as though they were being torn apart. Behind him, the remaining members of the Soul Hall who had narrowly survived were helplessly sucked dry of their fighting energy by the void-devouring flames. Even the clouds, mountains, and the very fabric of space within a 1,000-mile radius began to warp and distort, as the energy of the heavens and earth surged toward the demonic face like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea. The black flames surrounding it once again boiled violently. Having absorbed an immense amount of energy, the void-devouring flames suddenly expanded, transforming into a 1,000-foot-tall black shadow. Strange pale white flame patternsly danced across its surface. The void-swallowing flames let out a savage laugh. The dense black flames extended like arms, swiftly encircling the giant dragon from both sides. Then, it opened its blood-red maw and bit down on the multicolored sea of flames and the giant dragon. At that moment, the flames surrounding the dragon suddenly surged backward and retracted, its 1,000-foot-long body vanishing in an instant, transforming into a small flame-covered figure whose features were identical to Xiao Yan's. The flame-covered figure deftly evaded the black flame's grasp, then swelled in the wind, and in an instant, a flame-covered giant clad in lapis lazuli armor stood tall in the void. 10 types of burned between the gaps in the armor, outlining intricate runes. From the giant's right hand, a spear entirely formed from gradually materialized, with a delicate fire lotus at its tip, emitting 10 colored flames. Roar! The giant's eyes flashed like lightning. With a furious roar, the spear shot forward like a dragon, sweeping out with the might of creation. Where the spear's glow passed, space was torn apart, forming a 100-foot-wide fissure that refused to heal. The black demonic face's fiery body shattered like fragile clay, revealing the chaotic chaos within. The demonic faces let out piercing screams as countless black flames erupted from the cracks, only to be instantly devoured by the flames on the gun's body. In the realm of, the law of the jungle prevails, and the 10-colored mix, named Liquid Crystal Burning Heaven Flame by Xiao Yan, even the sub-flame with the power to devour the heavens and earth must submit before it. A single gunshot severely wounded the black demonic face. The flame giant seized the opportunity, spreading his arms wide. The 10-colored flames gathered in his palms, forming a swirling vortex. At the vortex's center, a light brighter than the sun erupted. Instantly, space collapsed, and a Buddha's wrath wheel, composed of the 10-colored, suddenly materialized. You dare to devour this one? Between the boundless black holes, the void-devouring flame let out a furious roar of resentment. Its colossal body was torn apart inch by beams of light, and the swirling black flames, even the very force of devouring that sustained it, were reduced to dust by the scorching 10-colored flames. As the flame giant's form shifted, a tidal wave crashed down, swallowing the last remnants of black flames. The darkness enveloping the heavens and earth was completely dispelled. The light of the Lily-Fenchen flame shone like dawn breaking, illuminating every inch of the Starfall Pavilion and the stunned faces of the onlookers in the distance. The lingering flames in the air slowly dissipated, leaving only Xiao Yan's figure, standing with his hands behind his back, unmoving from the beginning to the end. In this battle, even Xiao Yan himself did not appear, yet the Soul Hall had been utterly defeated. Everyone, if you have no other means, stay here. At the horizon, Xiao Yan's clone vanished silently, replaced by a deep yellow finger imprint resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, plunging down from the 9 heavens. One of the 3 ultimate techniques of the Yellow Springs Demon Saint. The Yellow Springs finger, a single finger that decides life and death. This technique, carrying an endless aura of destruction, was something even the Deputy Hall Master at the peak of his power dared not confront head-on. How much less so now, with the Soul Hall in complete disarray, and all its members dare not even harbor the slightest thought of resistance. Some attempted to tear open the space and flee, only to discover that the sky above had already hardened like molten metal, leaving not even the slightest opening. No one had anticipated that Xiao Yan's true move was a single strike, intended to leave every member of the Soul Hall behind. You dare! Just as the Soul Hall disciples were in a state of panic, a cold and authoritative voice suddenly rang out. The sky above suddenly split open, revealing a spatial fissure hundreds of feet long. From the depths of the fissure, a hand completely shrouded in black mist slowly emerged. At the same time, an identical black palm print, thousands of feet in size, instantly in mid-air, colliding violently with Xiao Yan's Yellow Springs finger. Xiao Yan's Yellow Springs finger transformed into a torrent of dark golden energy. Wherever the finger's force passed, the temporarily formed soul palm could not withstand even a breath, shattering into pieces. The dark golden finger force pierced through the palm print like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground, carrying a terrifying gust of wind as it slammed into the Deputy Hall Master's body. Puff! The Deputy Hall Master was struck as if by a 1,000-ton blow, his protective chi shattered in an instant, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph! To inflict such severe damage on my Soul Hall, you are the first in 100 years. A cold, male voice echoed once more from the spatial fissure, identical to that of the man who had attempted to seize the mystical pill in the Yuanshu Mountains. Could it be that I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot leave? Today, I shall slay you, you upstart. It's him! Within the Starfall Pavilion, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. He never expected that he had already crossed paths with the legendary Soul Hall Master. However, Xiao Yan's arm rose again without hesitation. Enough talk. Stay where you are. Above the Xingyuan Pavilion, a massive spatial vortex appeared out of thin air, unleashing a terrifying suction force that pulled the Deputy Hall Master, who had been attempting to flee, backward. The Deputy Hall Master's eyes flashed with a ruthless expression. He steeled his resolve, his soul breaking free from his body, and he willingly abandoned his physical form, transforming into a streak of light and shooting toward the spatial fissure. At his stage, as long as his soul remained intact, he still had a chance to be reborn. The black torrent from the sky surged forth in time, shielding the remaining remnants of the Soul Hall as they swiftly retreated into the spatial fissure. Xiao Yan, this grudge, we will never forgive. Don't forget to claim your red packets tonight. The first 100 recommendation votes will receive red packets, and the next 200 will receive regular packets. No need to vote, just claim them directly. Thank you all for your support of this book. Chapter 101, Cloning Failure? The Soul Hall Master is nothing special. Inside the Starfall Pavilion, Xiao Yan sat back down at his seat, sipping the still warm tea with leisurely grace, showing no signs of having just endured a fierce battle. Yao Lao smiled and shook his head. I told you to tone down your sharpness. Did you reveal your true cultivation level? Master, rest assured, Xiao Yan tapped the rim of his cup with his fingertips. I only used 50% of my strength. A late-stage 4-star martial saint isn't enough to uncover my true capabilities. As he spoke, Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn. However, that fellow's aura was fluctuating wildly, and he didn't use his full strength. It seems he's in seclusion, and it won't be long before he reaches the threshold of a 5-star martial saint. Yao Lao nodded slightly upon hearing this, a cunning gleam flashing in his eyes. Han Miashang is just a junior even within the Soul Clan. I told you to hold back some of your strength to mislead their judgment and avoid drawing the attention of those old fools. In the coming days, before the pure lotus demon fire emerges, you must hurry to enhance your strength. Only then will you be able to give them a huge surprise. Xiao Yan nodded repeatedly. He understood the old alchemist's deeper meaning. I will definitely obtain the pure lotus demon fire. However, before that, I must first refine a body for my teacher. The old alchemist's ethereal hand gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, and his ancient soul trembled slightly in the flickering light. You youngster, you actually keep my affairs in mind. Very well. Once I have rebuilt my physical form, I will accompany you to confront those Soul Clan rats hiding in the sewers. The next day, at the back mountain of the Starfall Pavilion. There, Xiao Yan had created a small space. 36 starfall pillars formed a large array, the dense starlight energy here. It was normally used by the elders of the Starfall Pavilion for cultivation, but at this moment, it was extremely quiet, with only a figure sitting in meditation and a faint soul form present. Master, let's begin. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan quietly opened his eyes, exhaled a deep breath of stale air, and adjusted his entire body's energy to its optimal state. Don't be nervous, we've done this before. Yao Lao smiled. Having such a dedicated disciple at this moment filled him with immense satisfaction. Xiao Yan shook his hands, and a partially damaged figure suddenly appeared on the ground. It was the deputy hallmaster of the Soul Hall who had not escaped earlier. With the strength of a late-stage 3-star martial saint, this deputy hallmaster's body had reached a terrifying level of durability. Even after withstanding several of Xiao Yan's attacks, it still maintained a form that could be considered intact. This body was far stronger than the small fragment of a martial saint's bones that Xiao Yan had obtained for the old alchemist in his previous life. Looking at this body, Ye Chen was also extremely satisfied. When it came to refining a body, only Xiao Yan could be trusted to handle it with such reliability. Within the Starfall Pavilion today, there were indeed some 7th rank and 8th rank alchemists, but even so, who could compare to Xiao Yan's skills, which had already reached the 9th rank? Moreover, Xiao Yan treated Yao Zhan with the utmost respect, as if he were his own father. Even if he were to entrust his own life to him, Yao Zhan would have no qualms whatsoever. Xiao Yan's martial energy suddenly retracted, leaving only the soul force surging like tides from his brow, drawing the starlight of the entire star domain into his palm. With a flick of his fingers, a pill emanating a rich fragrance landed precisely in the old alchemist's hand. Immediately afterward, the two proceeded with the refinement process with ease and familiarity. Everything proceeded smoothly, and within nearly a day, all steps were completed. This time, I should be able to reach the Dou Shang realm directly, Xiao Yan murmured. In his previous life, he had only a single Dou Zun skeleton, a few drops of Tian Yao Huan's blood essence, and his own 8th rank alchemist's skill. But now, Xiao Yan's alchemy had reached the 9th rank. He possessed a complete Dou Shang body, and the Wan Shou Linghua contained an almost endless supply of demon beast essence blood. All the materials for this attempt were the finest of the finest. When the old alchemist's soul successfully fuses with that body, it will be the day the alchemist saint returns. After completing everything, looking at the soul of the old alchemist, which already showed signs of fusion, Xiao Yan felt as though a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. Now it's time to take a look at this thing. Xiao Yan smiled lightly, flipping his wrist to reveal a ball of pitch-black flame in his palm. Though the flame had been stripped of its sentience by Xiao Yan, it still emitted a faint devouring force upon its appearance, even causing the starlight in the entire space to show signs of being drawn toward it. It was none other than the second ranked on the void devouring flame. Unfortunately, what Xiao Yan currently held was merely the subordinate flame he had seized from the deputy hallmaster earlier. Since obtaining it, it had never triggered the system's notification, suggesting it was not recognized as a true. Xiao Yan silently muttered in his mind, "System? I need to draw a card." Ding! The Divine Flame Devouring System is at your service. Detected, you currently possess a total of 3 auxiliary absorption cards. Would you like to draw all of them? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows, slowly stroking his chin. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated 3 auxiliary absorption cards. He wondered what good items they might yield. Draw. Animus Fire Explosion card, upon use, can instantly detonate Animus Fire, dealing massive damage. Yihua Forging card, upon use, randomly forges a type of Yihua into a weapon or piece of equipment. Flame Seed Mutation card, upon use, forces the mutation of an ordinary flame, with a chance to directly transform it into a brand new. Anomalous Fire Cloning card, upon use, duplicates the source of any unabsorbed anomalous fire in your possession. Double the anomalous fire, double the fun. Heterogeneous Fire Cloning card, upon use, you can clone a heterogeneous fire factor you come into contact with. Once the corresponding conditions are met, you will directly obtain that type of heterogeneous fire. Drawing 3 cards in a row, Xiao Yan heard a series of announcements ringing in his ears, unable to remember any of them, focusing only on the word clone. However, out of the 3 cards, only one contained what he wanted. Let's try it first. Clone the Void Swallowing Flame. Exchanging 1 Divine Flame cloning card, using. Ding! Cloning failed. This flame is not the original flame and contains too few factors to be cloned. As expected. Xiao Yan shook his head slowly. It seemed that relying on a single subflame to replicate the flame ranked second on the heterogeneous fire chart was indeed a bit of a pipe dream. But if he were to seek out the so-called original flame, wouldn't he need the void devouring flame itself? A single subflame already possessed such power. One could only imagine how powerful the void swallowing flame must be. With his current 5-star martial saint strength. This thought had barely formed in Xiao Yan's mind when it was immediately dismissed. Within the Soul Clan, even the Soul Hall Master was only worthy of possessing a single subflame. The void swallowing flame must be in the hands of the Soul Clan's clan leader. Such an existence was far beyond Xiao Yan's current capabilities. Just as Xiao Yan was about to give up and decide to directly devour the flame, a sudden flash of insight struck his mind, and he instantly thought of something. Wait, tell me again, what cards were there just now? Chapter 102, Artificial Void Swallowing Flame. Flame Seed Mutation card, upon use, it can forcefully catalyze an ordinary flame to undergo a mutation, with a chance to directly transform into a brand new. Note, if the mutation fails, the original flame will be permanently destroyed. A brand new. The system's voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. The words failure and disappear seemed to go in one ear and out the other. All that remained in his mind were 3 words, new. These 3 words instantly made Xiao Yan feel dizzy. A flame seed mutation card? This wasn't a mutation card, it was clearly an evolution card. Such an authoritative support card, how had he only obtained it today? Ding! This card is a hidden card, only obtainable with a 3-card consecutive draw. Great, Xiao Yan muttered under his breath. Even with his current composure, he couldn't help but feel excited by the card's description. With this card, couldn't he create artificial? Back then, Xiao Yan had found a book called Flame Manipulation Technique in the warehouse of the Earth Demon Old Devil, which could be used to artificially create a fake. However, this fake was called fake because, although its temperature could match that of, it lacked the innate destructive aura. However, with this Flame Seed Mutation card, the problem was now solved. Obtaining this card meant that Xiao Yan could once again acquire a new. Most importantly, there is now a ready-made flame right before Xiao Yan's eyes. He. Looking at the floating void-devouring flame in his hand, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile. Since the true form of the void-swallowing flame cannot be defeated, I will simply create another one. After confirming the state of the old alchemist, Xiao Yan cautiously stepped out of the space. At the rear mountain of the Starfall Pavilion, amidst the mist-shrouded cliffs, a towering black ancient tower stood silently. At the top of the black tower, approximately 3 zhang wide, lay a meteorite from beyond the heavens. The meteorite continuously absorbed the energy of celestial bodies from beyond the heavens, and the abundant energy within it was no less than that of the small space Xiao Yan had constructed. Gazing at the starfall platform before him, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. In his previous life, after being reduced to a cripple by the star-plucking old demon, he had used the yin-yang dragon to achieve the rank of Dou Zun on this very platform. Now, this place was about to become the birthplace of the next generation of the void-devouring flames. Xiao Yan raised his hand and gripped it tightly, casting 3 seals outside the black tower in quick succession, completely sealing off the surrounding space to prevent any unexpected incidents from occurring later that might end up burning down the Starfall Pavilion. He opened his palm, revealing the faint, swirling flames of the void-devouring flame. This flame was no larger than the palm of his hand, a deep black tinged with grayish-white, its edges flickering like the remnants of a candle in the wind. Compared to the legendary void-devouring flame said to be able to consume the heavens and earth, it was as different as night and day. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, the original destructive power of this flame seed was sufficient to rank among the top 10 on the. However, after Xiao Yan severed its connection to his body, its power had significantly diminished, as if something essential had been lost. This might also be why the system couldn't classify it as a complete. Achoo! At that moment, Xiao Yan felt a sudden tremor within his body, followed by a flash of colorful flames. A creature that resembled a bird but was not a bird appeared beside him. The creature had an eagle-like hooked beak, with a jade-like luster at the tip. 3 pairs of butterfly wing-shaped flame-covered wings sprouted from its back, and when it flapped its wings, it produced a thunderous roar. The strange bird circled around Xiao Yan 3 times upon its arrival, its eyes fixed intently on the black flame in Xiao Yan's palm. Its beak kept moving closer, as if it were about to drool. Go back! Xiao Yan smiled and slapped the strange bird, scattering its form and reabsorbing it into his body. This drooling creature was none other than the Liuli Fenqing Yan within Xiao Yan's body. After fusing with the Wan Shoulinghua, it had gained the ability to transform into countless demonic beasts, appearing in a different form each time it manifested beside Xiao Yan. It seemed particularly interested in the void-swallowing flame, but unfortunately, Xiao Yan had more important uses for it. After storing the within his body, Xiao Yan silently murmured in his mind, "System, use the Flame Seed Mutation card." Ding! A Flame Seed Mutation card has been redeemed for you. Note, the success rate of this card is determined by the strength of the flame. Based on the flame in your possession, the success rate is less than 1%. If the transformation fails, the original flame will be permanently lost. Proceed? Go! Xiao Yan swallowed hard. Transformation failure and permanent disappearance? A success rate of less than 1%? That's worse than buying a lottery ticket. Oh no, the success rate of buying a lottery ticket is still higher. Xiao Yan hesitated for only a moment before making up his mind. If it fails, only a subordinate flame will disappear. But if it succeeds, it would be the second ranked on the rankings, the strongest flame currently listed by name and verifiable on the rankings. Continue. Ding. Activating. As the system's voice faded, a lotus-shaped mark of fire silently appeared on Xiao Yan's forehead, slowly projecting into the air. After tracing an enigmatic path, it transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the void-devouring subflame. In an instant, the cluster of pitch-black subflame in the air suddenly expanded to the size of a millstone. The surface of the flame, black to the extreme, surged with turbid waves of energy, and the power contained within began to gradually strengthen. As the energy reached a critical threshold, a violent aura suddenly emerged from within the flames. Boom! Deafening explosions echoed within the flame, and the black flames collapsed rapidly like bursting airbags, eventually condensing into a fist-sized ball. Xiao Yan clearly felt that the tiny flame reborn after the explosion was far more powerful than the original flame. Boom! At that moment, the black flames expanded once more, and the second wave of explosions struck with the force of a thunderclap. The massive shockwave slammed into the starfall platform, actually blasting a fine crack in the ground. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, drew his fingers through the air, and the space around him split open like a sheet of paper, revealing a thin membrane. He pushed with his palm, sending the raging flames into the temporary space he had created. Once the flames entered, the membrane-like layer of space turned transparent again, clearly revealing the state of the flames within. Within, the void-devouring flames continued to expand, explode, collapse, and then expand once more. This cycle repeated endlessly, accelerating with each iteration. However, since it was contained within the temporary space created by Xiao Yan, even the most intense explosions did not affect a single blade of grass or tree in the Starfall Pavilion. After an unknown amount of time, when the black flames once again expanded to their limit, a sudden change occurred. The pitch-black flame's surface suddenly cracked like a spiderweb, and instead of black mist, thin white threads began to seep out from the cracks. Chapter 103, The Law of Devouring. Those white threads were as thin as spider webs, swirling freely within the black flames, standing out starkly. The aura of the black flames also seemed to gain a hint of sentience due to the appearance of these pure white threads. Within the flames, the once violent aura grew inward and profound, and faint, strange runes began to appear on the surface of the flames. The strands of white silk began to move toward the core of the black flames. When the last strand of white thread merged into the center of the flames, the entire mass of strange fire suddenly came to a halt. It no longer expanded or contracted but maintained a form of 1 foot in diameter, suspended motionlessly in that space. At this moment, the black flame had completely separated from the state of the void-devouring flame, yet it no longer carried the scent of it. It resembled a large black energy sphere. It remained in this state for a long, long time. Until Xiao Yan's heart began to race wildly. With Xiao Yan's keen eyesight, he could clearly see the fine cracks emerging on the surface of the flames as time passed, resembling shattered glass on the verge of breaking. This has failed? Xiao Yan's heart trembled. The void-swallowing subflame and the mutated flame seed were hard-won treasures. To gather both was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If this failed, who knew how long he would have to wait for another chance? Just as Xiao Yan was feeling discouraged, the space suddenly contracted into a tiny point, then erupted with blinding white light. After the blinding light, an extremely terrifying heat suddenly descended, incinerating the temporary space Xiao Yan had created into nothingness. Accompanying it was a destructive aura that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. Amid the humming sound, the small black dot suddenly expanded, transforming into a pitch-black sea of flames that obscured the sky, appearing above the Tianqing Mountains. A terrifying devouring force erupted like a black hole. The clouds above the Starfall Pavilion were instantly sucked away, and the celestial energy throughout the entire star realm surged wildly, being drawn into the sea of fire like a whale drinking water. On the mountain range, all plants and trees were reduced to nothingness the moment they came into contact with the devouring force, not even leaving behind ashes. Even the towering black tower where Xiao Yan stood was twisted and deformed like melted ice before being sucked into the sea of fire. At the front of the Starfall Pavilion, the elders who were cultivating were stunned as they watched their hands. A familiar devouring force was greedily draining their martial energy, far more terrifying than the void-devouring flames unleashed by the void-devouring flame demon a few days earlier. At that moment, Xiao Yan, at the center of the storm, was surrounded by the Luleaf and Tianyan flames, which rose automatically, forming an eerie balance with the black sea of fire. Xiao Yan's gaze was intense as he watched the black sea of flames with a mesmerized expression. The aura emanating from it confirmed beyond a doubt that the recent evolution had succeeded. Not far away, a figure soared into the air. Upon recognizing Xiao Yan as the culprit, Feng Xian's horrified expression eased slightly, and he shouted angrily, "You brat, do you want to destroy the Starfall Pavilion?" Scolded by Feng Xian, Xiao Yan's eyes regained their clarity. He swiftly tapped his forehead with his finger, and vast soul energy surged forth like an invisible net, completely enveloping the black flames and isolating them from the outside world. In the air, the newly born seemed to possess consciousness, extending a black arm that intertwined with Xiao Yan's soul force. Suddenly, the black arm's suction force surged, beginning to draw Xiao Yan's soul force into its body. This is bad. Xiao Yan was startled. Although his soul contained the power of the strange flame, this flame showed no fear. If he allowed it to continue absorbing his soul power, his source would be depleted in no time, leading to a drop in his cultivation realm at best, and at worst, turning him into a mindless, walking corpse. Just as Xiao Yan was about to withdraw his soul power, the suction force from the black flame abruptly ceased, appearing as quickly as it had vanished. A black streak of light shot out from the flames, darting into Xiao Yan's mind with lightning speed. Vaguely, Xiao Yan felt a faint connection between himself and the flames. The black flames, now calm, slowly contracted and suddenly transformed into the same pitch-black tower as before. Ugh, not good. Xiao Yan shook his head slowly. The black flames seemed to understand his words, and the tower collapsed, transforming into a flying demon beast unique to the Starfall Pavilion. In the next moment, the beast transformed into a pitch-black palace, its eaves and beams mimicking the original structure with remarkable precision. Wow, how much did you devour in such a short time? Xiao Yan sighed wryly, can't you at least look a little more approachable? A flash of white light erupted from the black flames, and in an instant, it transformed into a black and white figure identical to Xiao Yan. This isn't very auspicious. Let's change it. This time, the black flames lingered for a long time, seemingly unable to find a suitable template to transform into. After a while, the black and white Xiao Yan in the air slowly shrank, transforming into a child of 3 or 4 years old. The child's brows bore a faint resemblance to Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but he didn't bother to make any further demands. He immediately waved his hand toward the sky, and the child flew toward him, diving into his arms. Ding! Host has obtained a new reward, 1 auxiliary card. Running his fingers over the child's smooth skin, Xiao Yan's voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement. This flame, capable of taking human form and possessing sentience, contained energy that Xiao Yan estimated was equivalent to the energy he had accumulated over years of hard work with his 10-colored fusion infernal flame. Void devouring flame, I've succeeded. In a void space. Thick, ink-black mist swirled, occasionally releasing devouring forces that even a Dou Shang level expert would find unsettling. Deep within the void, 2 figures flickered in and out of the black mist. One of them, dressed in black, was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. At that moment, his slender fingers were swiftly tracing intricate seals, manipulating a massive black cauldron before him. Hundreds of feet away, another man sat cross-legged in midair, dressed in gray-white robes. His features were handsome, with a scholarly demeanor, and he seemed oblivious to the commotion caused by the first man, appearing as still as a lifeless statue. How is this possible? Just then, the black mist in the void suddenly boiled, and a low, hoarse voice echoed from within, carrying a soul-shaking aura of authority. How is this possible? Lord Void? The middle-aged man beside the black cauldron raised his head, his pale face betraying a hint of tension. Lord Void, is something amiss? Within the black mist, a figure began to take shape, its voice filled with unhidden astonishment. The devouring law I control has weakened by a fraction. Could it be that a new void-devouring flame has been born in this world? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly replied, My lord, you worry too much. You have monopolized the devouring law for over 10,000 years. How could another devouring flame with its own devouring power possibly emerge in this world? Even those subordinate flames are nothing but empty shells, still under your control. Amidst the black mist, ripples began to form. After a long while, that hoarse voice sounded again, perhaps. I sensed it wrong. Chapter 104, The Arrival of the 9-Star Martial Saint. The back mountain of the Starfall Pavilion. Xiao Yan stroked the ethereal swallowing flame, whose skin was as smooth as a baby's, lost in joy. Suddenly, a calm voice echoed from the distance, a young swallowing flame? Interesting. Who? Xiao Yan's body tensed abruptly, instinctively activating his spatial power, only to find his entire body stuck in a muddy swamp, even the hem of his robe frozen in mid-air. This sudden turn of events came too quickly, and even Xiao Yan, who had experienced countless battles, couldn't help but flash a hint of panic in his pupils. The Liu Fengqian flame surged forth, enveloping Xiao Yan layer by layer, forming a cocoon-like shape. Xiao Yan's face grew icy cold as he quickly regained his composure, sending his soul power outward in all directions. In his perception, the world around him suddenly fell silent, with not a single trace of life energy. It seemed as though he had been pulled into another dimension in the blink of an eye. Spatial displacement, a terrifying ability name flashed through Xiao Yan's mind. This was a technique only mastered by 6-star martial saints or higher, allowing them to instantly manipulate space and swap positions with their enemies. However, Xiao Yan was now at least a 5-star martial saint at the initial stage. To confine him without anyone noticing, let alone a 6-star martial saint, even a 7-star martial saint would find it difficult to achieve. Moreover, his true body had been directly transferred to another space. Such terrifying power was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 6-star martial saint. Xiao Yan's Adam's apple bobbed violently. In his memory, there were only 2 individuals who possessed such transcendent power. Especially the sudden transfer to another dimension gave him a sense of familiarity. There could only be one answer. It turns out it's the ancient Yuan clan chief paying us a visit. Please show yourself. Humph. Before Xiao Yan, the void rippled slightly, and the invisible shackles binding him dissolved. A figure slowly emerged from the distance, sizing up Xiao Yan with interest. How did you sense my presence? This was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed simply, with a kind smile, and no trace of martial energy fluctuations around him. No one could have imagined that this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was none other than Gu Yuan, the current clan leader of the ancient clan, whose strength had already reached the late stage of a 9-star martial saint. At this moment, Gu Yuan's words also betrayed a hint of surprise. He had suddenly attacked, and even a 7-star martial saint would have been silently annihilated without even noticing. Yet Xiao Yan, with only a 5-star martial saint's strength, had managed to expose his identity with a single sentence, which was truly baffling to him. In this world, there is only one person with such power, you, senior. Xiao Yan silently wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Although this was the first time Gu Yuan had seen him, Xiao Yan had already encountered Gu Yuan before. In his previous life, when he had gone to the ancient realm to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony, Gu Yuan had appeared before him in the same manner. However, at that time, it had been in the ancient realm, while now, he was in the Starfall Pavilion. Wasn't it said that ancient clan members of the 5-star martial saint rank or above never acted casually? As if sensing the confusion in Xiao Yan's eyes, Gu Yuan pointed at the child in Xiao Yan's hands and said, I have come here for him. Void-devouring flame, formless and intangible, impossible to find. Before this, I always believed that there was only one void-devouring flame in the heavens and earth, yet you have managed to create another. Gu Yuan looked at the child taking shape, his eyes revealing an inexplicable meaning. As if sensing the pressure from a superior being, the void-devouring flame in Xiao Yan's arms suddenly began to twist restlessly, emitting a series of whimpering sounds. Listening to Gu Yuan's words, Xiao Yan couldn't help but hug the child tighter. This is just a young void-devouring flame. It's nothing special. Gu Yuan chuckled lightly, rest assured, though I don't know how you did it, this is your achievement, and I won't claim it as my own. However, I must warn you that what you hold in your hands now is merely a juvenile stage void-devouring flame. But its devouring power has already caught the attention of another entity. Xiao Yan sucked in a sharp breath. You mean the one from the Soul Clan? Gu Yuan nodded. Generally speaking, the top few on the rankings are born with the power to destroy the heavens and earth, much like humans possessing the so-called Dou bloodline. Each of these possesses a unique flame law. The void-devouring flame you control should be the power of devouring. Now that your void-devouring flame has emerged, there will naturally be a response from the other side. Thank you, senior, for coming to my aid. By this point, Xiao Yan had already understood the situation. Gu Yuan had risked his life to appear here not to thee, but to protect him. This space must have been created by him to conceal the aura of the void-swallowing flame. Otherwise, the 9-star martial saint standing before Xiao Yan now would not be him, but the Soul Clan chief. Seeing that Xiao Yan was quick-witted, Gu Yuan's face lit up with a smile of approval. I can sense that you possess the bloodline of Xiao Xian. I never imagined that the ways of this world are so profound and mysterious, with many things even beyond my understanding. However, since you are of the Xiao clan's bloodline, I have no reason not to look out for you. You know what to do next, right? Yes, this junior will dispose of the flames and erase all traces. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, the void-devouring flame in his embrace seemed to understand, and tears welled up in its eyes. To everyone's surprise, Gu Yuan shook his head. Although your technique can devour, the current void-devouring flame is still in its juvenile stage and offers little benefit to you. If you could cultivate it to maturity. Gu Yuan's eyes flashed with a gleam. At that point, the void-swallowing flame would truly possess the ability to devour the heavens and swallow the earth, and the benefits it would bring you would naturally be different. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Gu Yuan to make such an arrangement. He did indeed have some ideas about the void-devouring flame, but how could he keep it here without revealing his presence? As if sensing Xiao Yan's thoughts, Gu Yuan spoke slowly. Rest assured, I have already implanted a restriction within this flame. Since it has formed a contract with you, as long as you do not overexpose your aura, it will be safe. The restriction will remain in place until it breaks through to adulthood. This. Xiao Yan was about to speak, but was interrupted by Gu Yuan. You still have other within you, don't you? Conceal your aura and use the power of thee to fight. That should be sufficient to handle most situations. Gu Yuan's speech suddenly quickened, and the space around them trembled, as if it were about to collapse. I cannot stay away from the Gu clan for too long. Remember everything I just said. In the future, when facing the Soul Clan, it might become an important force. Chapter 105, Cultivating the Strange Fire. As Gu Yuan finished speaking, his figure began to slowly fade away. Xiao Yan felt a flash before his eyes, and everything that had just happened seemed like a dream, as if it had never occurred. His body grew light, and Xiao Yan returned to the back mountain of the Starfall Pavilion. Feng Xian had already vanished, likely heading to deal with the mess Xiao Yan had left behind. The space where the old alchemist had been was now calm and peaceful, showing no signs of disturbance. Huff! Xiao Yan exhaled deeply, only then realizing that his back was completely soaked. In the presence of such a powerful figure as Gu Yuan, not only had his cultivation techniques been detected, but Xiao Yan even felt that all his emotions and thoughts were being read by the other party, leaving him with no privacy whatsoever. Is this what a true powerhouse is like? Xiao Yan murmured to himself. The gap between a 9-star martial saint and a 5-star martial saint, though seemingly only 4 ranks apart, was an insurmountable chasm. In front of Gu Yuan, he couldn't even muster the will to resist. Gu Yuan's appearance not only revealed some of the secrets of the void-swallowing flame but also served as a harsh reminder to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, who had grown arrogant due to his rapidly increasing strength, now calmed down completely. No wonder the old alchemist had told him to learn to hide his abilities and conserve his strength. It seemed that the path to becoming the supreme ruler of the world was still very long indeed. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Xiao Yan was reflecting on himself, he felt a faint tingling sensation in the palm of his hand. The formless swallowing flame, now resembling a 3 or 4-year-old child, blinked its pure black eyes. Its small face, framed by jet black curls, was filled with curiosity. Its lotus petal-like fingers tugged at Xiao Yan's sleeve as it tilted its head to examine its surroundings. Its tiny nose twitched slightly, and soon, the air around it began to ripple, forming a swirling vortex of energy. As the void-devouring flame moved, the already scarce celestial energy in the star realm was completely swallowed into its belly. Feeling the change, Xiao Yan impatiently grabbed the little one by the back of his collar, flipping him over. "Stop eating. You'll get taken by someone else and not even know it." "Wah!" the void-devouring flame muttered, kicking its little legs wildly, immediately stopping its devouring. It rubbed its little belly and looked up at Xiao Yan with pleading eyes. "Are you serious? You're not full yet?" Xiao Yan sighed wryly. With all the energy in the star realm already devoured, where could he find more for it to eat? He certainly couldn't feed it his own. Thinking of Xiao Yan's heart stirred. A flash of light gleamed from the crimson ring on his finger. There, dormant within, was a strand of green flame, the very same Qinglian earthcore fire he had subdued upon first arriving in this world. "All right, eat this. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll spank you." Xiao Yan clenched his fist and extracted the Qinglian earthcore flame. This had been sealed in the ring for years, yet its sentience remained intact. As soon as it broke free, it sensed danger and suddenly transformed into a green snake, darting toward the sky. Before Xiao Yan could react, the pitch-black pupils of the void-swallowing flame contracted sharply. Its fleshy little face lost its childishness, and a swirling pattern emerged from the palm of its hand. In an instant, a terrifying suction force that warped space erupted from his palm, binding the strange fire that had just escaped to its original spot. The azure lotus earthcore fire struggled frantically within the suction, its deep blue light surging violently, suddenly erupting with a force rivaling that of a human Dou Zong peak-level expert. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. It seemed that the crimson ring he had exchanged with the system earlier actually had the ability to nurture strange flames. However, even though the Qinglian earthcore fire's cultivation had surged, it still had no chance against the void-swallowing flames. The power of was indeed related to its years of cultivation, but the gap in their rankings was simply too vast. Ranking second against ranking 19th, the outcome was inevitable. The void-devouring flame clenched its tiny fingers into a claw, pulled back lightly, and the space around the azure lotus earthcore flame instantly collapsed. The latter transformed into a green lotus of fire, which was seized by the void-devouring flame and held in its palm. Despite its seemingly delicate appearance, the hand was as sturdy as a prison, and no matter how fiercely the fire lotus burned, it left not a single mark on its skin. Su Wutuanyan opened its small mouth, and a black hole-like suction force sucked the fire lotus along with the surrounding scorching air currents into its abdomen. Brr! As the last trace of green light was swallowed, the void-devouring flame shook its head, belched contentedly, and transformed back into the child with pure black eyes, curling up in Xiao Yan's palm and sleeping soundly. Whether it was an illusion or not, after devouring a strand of, Xiao Yan felt his body had grown significantly larger. These days, raising a child isn't easy. Since you can eat so much, I'll name you Swallowing Abyss. Looking at the sleeping child, a tender smile spread across Xiao Yan's face, and his thoughts drifted far away, wondering if his true bloodline had already been born on the northwest continent. Perhaps it was time to return and see for himself. Northwest, the holy city of Jiama. The Gama Empire, just a few years ago, was nothing more than a second-rate small nation where a single martial king could found a sect and dominate a region. Yet in just a few short years, it has grown into a colossal power renowned across the entire northwest continent. Its territory has expanded by 3 or 4 times its original size, and it is said to be guarded by a legendary martial sovereign. Even the established empires like the Heavenly Snake Empire and the Mad Lion Empire dare not provoke it lightly. And all of this is owed to the power behind it, the Xiao clan. This emerging clan has given the powers of the northwest continent a lesson in recent years, not only rising to prominence at an astonishing speed but also seemingly maintaining connections with powerful forces from other continents. Currently, nearly half of the sects and clans on the northwest continent are vassal groups of the Xiao clan, while the remaining ones have explicitly declared their friendly relations. Over the past few years, the Xiao clan has quietly become a faith-like existence on the northwest continent. The nearby Gama Empire has naturally reaped numerous benefits. At the center of the Gama holy city stands a towering figure. It was a golden golem with no signs of life, appearing somewhat dilapidated, especially with a missing section of its left hand and numerous cracks on its chest. However, this did not diminish the reverence the city's inhabitants held for it. Almost every resident who passed by would bow respectfully, and within a 10-mile radius, even thieves dared not stir. It is said that this was a gift from the ruler of the Xiao clan to the royal family of the Gama Empire. A few days ago, a group of extremely powerful individuals attacked the Xiao clan. After being defeated, they sought to take their revenge on the surrounding nations. It was this golem that protected the entire Gama holy city. What a touching story. Not far from the celestial demon puppet, two young men shrouded in black robes exchanged glances and chuckled darkly. It seems we've come to the right place. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for monthly tickets. Your support is the greatest motivation for the author to update. Chapter 106, The Puppet Battle. Elder Yafei, those two cloaked figures have been lurking around the holy city for 2 days. In the central square of the city where Tianyao Kue was located, adjacent to it was the most luxurious auction house of the Mitter family. At that moment, the slanting sunlight swept across the gilded dome of the auction house, casting a dazzling glow over the entire building. In a private room on the 3rd floor by the window, a woman dressed in a crimson cloud-patterned silk cheongsam leaned lazily against a carved sandalwood bed. The cheongsam accentuated her slender waist, and the snow-white skin peeking through the slit was even more alluring against the gold-threaded peony embroidery. Such breathtaking beauty and allure were truly soul-stirring. Any man who laid eyes on her would be utterly captivated. This woman was none other than Yafei, the former chief auctioneer of Yunlan City. Years ago, due to a single remark from Xiao Yan, she was transferred back to the headquarters of the mitral auction house to serve as the manager. Over the years, although she hasn't made much progress in her martial arts cultivation, her skills in interpersonal relations and management are unmatched, even within the entire mitral family. After recognizing her strengths, Haibuodong granted Yafei immense authority. Today, she effectively oversees all auction houses in the imperial capital and even across the entire Gamma Empire. Naturally, the intelligence network operating behind the scenes is also under her direct control. At the entrance to the private room, two guards dressed in black armor knelt on one knee, their heads bowed low, clearly showing great respect for Yafei. One of them continued his report. Today, they have been waiting before the celestial demon puppet for far too long. Yafei took a sip of tea and asked calmly, "Have the imperial guards arrived?" The guard hurriedly replied, "They have arrived. The royal family has sent 2 Dou Wang-level warriors, and with our men, we can act at any moment." The blood puppet sect of the southwest continent dares to extend its reach into the northwest, Yafei said, her voice rising gently at the end, yet tinged with icy coldness. "Since they dare to target the heavenly demon puppet, then capture them. As you command." The two guards bowed respectfully once more before disappearing swiftly. In the center of the square, the golden puppet remained motionless, the scorched marks from its severed palm glinting coldly in the sunlight. Not far away, 2 black-robed figures exchanged glances. Just as they were about to act, several powerful auras erupted from behind them. A blue and red figure soared into the sky, their massive battle chi wings showcasing the authority of a battle king. Daring to intrude into the holy city and showing disrespect to the sacred statue. "Everyone, capture them." The red-clad battle king barked coldly, and over a dozen figures swiftly darted out from the mitral auction house, surrounding the 2 mysterious black-robed figures. The aura emitted by these dozen or so figures was all above the Douling realm, with the leader wearing a purple gold badge on his chest, his strength having reached the 9-star Douling realm. With the 2 8-star martial kings in the air, this impenetrable encirclement could even temporarily hold back a martial emperor. Seeing that the 2 black-clad figures made no move, another Douwine shouted, "Surrender immediately and follow us back to the royal palace for interrogation. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing no mercy." "We've been discovered." The black-clad figure on the left finally revealed his face, which looked somewhat inexperienced. He appeared to be in his early 20s, yet he didn't even flinch under the overwhelming pressure from the 2 martial kings. Instead, he smirked arrogantly, "What a pity. With such meager strength, you won't be able to stop us." In the air, the 2 Dou Wang were so enraged by his words that they burst into laughter. They could clearly sense that this black-clad man's strength was only around the level of a 2-star Dou Ling. Sending Dou Wang to deal with him was clearly overkill. Inside the Mitel auction house, Yafei leaned against the window, taking in everything happening in the square. Seeing this scene, her fingertips unconsciously tapped the windowsill, and her beautiful eyes flickered with coldness. "Bring me the Xianbing order." "The Xianbing order?" The guard at the door was startled upon hearing this. "Senior Yafei, the Xianbing order must not be used lightly. Stop wasting time. Hurry." Yafei's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she fixed her gaze on the square, where another black-clad figure was slowly removing his cloak. It was a middle-aged man of striking good looks, with his jet-black hair meticulously combed, his features exuding a gentle elegance. However, at the center of his forehead was an odd dark purple runic mark, pulsating gently with each breath. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the patterns of this mark bore a striking resemblance to the ancient symbol on the forehead of the demon puppet not far away. "Attack!" 2 Dou Wang from the Gamma royal family narrowed their eyes, having also noticed something amiss. They no longer waited, roaring simultaneously as 2 intertwining beams of green and red light erupted, unleashing a terrifying assault that struck the 2 below almost in unison. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion shook the entire square, sending dust swirling into the sky. The dozen or so guards of the middle family paled in shock, scrambling to retreat outward using their martial arts techniques. In their eyes, the combined attack of 2 8-star martial kings should have been enough to level a mountain peak. The 2 black-clad figures below should have been either dead or severely injured. However, when the dust cleared, the black-clad figure on the left stood unscathed, a cold smile curling his lips, showing not a single scratch. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man beside him had already risen into the air, seemingly having blocked all the previous attacks alone. Walking on thin air? Are you a Dou Zong? Seeing this scene, the two Dou Wang's faces trembled violently, their voices hoarse with shock. No wonder they couldn't sense the presence of the other black-clad figure. His strength had reached the terrifying realm of a Dou Zong. Such power was rare even within the entire Gamma Empire. The middle-aged man raised his head, his eyes darting around, and smiled mechanically. A Dou Zong? I am not a Dou Zong. I am a earth demon puppet, Fengxing. Seeing the strange smile on the man's face, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They had seen puppets before, but a puppet with its own thoughts and the ability to speak was something they had never heard of. Fengxing, don't bother with them. Your target is over there. The black-clad man below pointed his finger toward the center of the square. The puppet called Windwalker in the air responded with a sharp cry, its form shooting forward toward the heavenly demon puppet. What do you think you're doing? The two Dou Wang from the Gamma royal family hesitated for a moment but ultimately dared not pursue. After all, that was a puppet of the Dou Zong realm with their 8-star Dou Huan cultivation, they were no match for it. However, dealing with a 2-star martial spirit was still manageable. Noticing that everyone's attention had shifted back to him, the black-clad man chuckled lightly. Don't worry, you'll get your share too. Chapter 107, The Blood Puppet Secret Technique. Shisu, Shuehuan, Fengchen, Shuangren, Advance. The black-clad man flickered his fingertips, and several figures burst forth from his storage ring. Upon closer inspection, they were all puppets. These 4 puppets were identical to Fengxing, except for a purple soul mark on their foreheads. Otherwise, they looked exactly like ordinary humans. Compared to the zombie-like celestial demon puppets in the square, these puppets were far more aesthetically pleasing. Not only were their features delicate, but their eyes even flickered with cunning, eerie light, as if they were alive. However, these 4 puppets were not particularly powerful, with strength roughly at the martial king level. At the black-clad man's command, 3 of the puppets instantly unfurled brilliant martial energy wings from their backs, slowly rising into the air to confront the 2 martial kings of the Gamma royal family. The remaining puppets stayed behind to deal with the dozen or so Dou Lingguards of the Mitter family. What had been a one-sided battle was reversed in an instant, and it was only now that everyone realized why the black-clad man dared to act so arrogantly. On the other side, as Fengxing's body was about to collide with the heavenly demon puppet, the latter's pupils suddenly burst forth with a piercing golden light. Bang! The heavenly demon puppet's right fist struck out, creating a spatial ripple that sent Fengxing's body flying dozens of zhang away. Amidst the flying debris, Fengxing's black robe shattered inch by inch, revealing his muscular, iron-like physique. Dou Zong. I've killed one before. Fengxing's face broke into a smile, showing no fear. He charged toward the celestial demon puppet once more, releasing his aura without reservation, reaching the peak of the Dou Zong realm. The celestial demon puppet at the center of the square had no self-awareness and could not sense Fengxing's provocation. It only knew its mission was to defend the city, and the creature before it was an invader. Invaders must be killed without mercy. Within the heavenly demon puppet, a terrifying aura of the Dou Zong realm erupted, its golden eyes flickering constantly. Its right arm swept out like a giant hammer. Fengxing suddenly ducked to avoid the blow, rolling to the heavenly demon puppet's feet. His 10 fingers clamped onto its calf, tearing off a piece of golden skin. Crack! The heavenly demon puppet's other foot crashed down, shattering the entire square's ground into countless spiderweb-like cracks. Fengxing leaped backward using the force, but saw the celestial demon puppet's arms clap together, causing the air in front of it to suddenly transform into a powerful air cannon under the terrifying pressure, striking Fengxing once more and leaving a deep indentation on its chest. Purple light flashed around Fengxing as he began to circle the celestial demon puppet at high speed, his footsteps sparking sparks on the ground. When it comes to brute strength, the celestial demon puppet could easily prevail. However, the black-clad man's puppet, known as Fengxing, not only ignored pain but also retained some combat experience. One relies on sheer strength, the other on agility. In the short term, the 2 puppets are locked in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. While the celestial demon puppet was held in check, on the other side, 2 imperial battle kings were being overwhelmed by 3 puppets. The blue-robed battle king had adjusted a powerful wind blade to tear off one of the puppet's arms, but he himself was kicked by the puppet, shattering 3 of his ribs. Below, the screams of the Mitter family guards grew increasingly sparse. Out of the dozen or so martial spirit-level warriors, only 3 remained, back-to-back and gasping for breath. Fighting against these soulless killing machines, they had no chance of resisting. Seeing this, the black-clad man quickly crossed his legs and sat down, his hands forming a series of complex seals. A glow enveloped his entire body. The battle in the central square grew increasingly intense, quickly drawing the attention of other powerful figures from the imperial capital. The heavenly demon puppet has moved again. Could it be that those guys have returned? Those auras don't seem right. Someone is sending a signal. Damn it, it's my auction house. Tang Shan let out a startled cry, his figure swiftly transforming into a streak of light as he flew toward the city center. Behind him, Nalan Yanran and Mu Chen showed no hesitation, their battle chi erupting as they followed closely behind. At that moment, the guards sent by the Mitter family had been slaughtered to the last man. The four puppets, now unrestrained, instantly surrounded the two imperial royal warriors and launched a furious assault. In mere moments, their blood had already stained their garments crimson. Elder, those are blood puppet sect members. Stop him. Upon seeing everyone arrive, Ye Fei quickly explained the situation. Tang Shan's expression darkened. Today, Lao Hai and Yao Lao had arranged to spar outside the city. It will likely take some time for them to return. Tang Shan spoke, glancing at the two men beside him. You two, these are the puppets gifted by the Xiao clan. Let's act together. I'll handle that brat. Mu Chen nodded and dashed forward before finishing his sentence. The Mu family had been through countless battles and understood the principle of capturing the leader first. However, just as Mu Chen's palm was about to touch the black-clad man, two blinding lights suddenly erupted. Boom! A violent gust of wind swept across the entire square. Everyone saw a flash of white light before their eyes, and Mu Chen was struck as if by lightning, spitting blood and flying backward. The battle chi armor on his chest shattered into pieces, and his emerald green battle chi dimmed like a flickering candle. He crashed heavily into the ruins of a building outside the square, his fate unknown. Tang Shan and Nalan Jia retreated swiftly, their faces filled with horror. The three of them were all peak-level martial kings, and even a martial emperor could be matched by their combined strength. But what was happening now? After the light faded, two figures appeared beside the black-clad man who was casting spells, their feet seeming to float in mid-air. The runes on their foreheads were identical to those of the wind-like figures. The two puppets did not attack proactively but instead positioned themselves one in front and one behind, shielding the black-clad man. Feeling their strength, which could match that of a two-star martial sovereign, no one dared to approach recklessly. They could only rescue the two martial kings of the royal family first and watch helplessly as the purple light grew denser. What's going on? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, and three streaks of light tore through the clouds. A colossal surge of martial energy surged forward like a raging sea. The leader, with silver hair flying in the wind, was none other than Jia Xingtian, who had recently broken through to the Dou Zong realm. His once withered appearance had been completely rejuvenated. Behind him, Haibo Dao and Fama both walked on air. Clearly, the three of them had all advanced to the martial sovereign realm. Especially when Jia Xingtian unleashed his mountain-shattering martial chi, it immediately suppressed the momentum of the two martial sovereign puppets. Behind them followed several more royal-class warriors. With this, nearly all of the top combat forces of the Gamma Empire had been deployed. 3 Dou Zong-level warriors barely worth mentioning. In the square, the black-clad man gave a sinister laugh, swiftly flipping the seals in his hands. The dense purple light faded away silently with his movements. Not far away, the celestial demon puppet engaged in fierce combat with Fengxing suddenly halted its movements. In the hollow depths of its eyes, a faint purple glow flickered. Chapter 108, Survival in Desperation. A Dou Zong puppet. Seeing the two puppets locked in a fierce battle at the center of the square, Jia Xingtian was clearly taken aback. He had believed that Xiao Yan's heavenly demon puppet was already unmatched in the treasure realm, but he never expected there to be another expert. Although Windstorm was only a puppet at the peak of the Dou Zong realm, its ability to hold the heavenly demon puppet at bay for dozens of rounds without suffering a single defeat already demonstrated its immense power. I suppose you must be from the Blood Puppet Sect, Jia Xingtian said, sizing up the black-clad man from head to toe. Clearly, he had some prior knowledge of this man's whereabouts, but after discovering he was only a Dou Ling, he hadn't paid much attention. Who could have imagined that such an ordinary young man would be carrying 3 Dou Zong-level puppets? The people of the Gamma Empire sure have good intelligence, but as they say, long ears don't catch rice. The black-clad man chuckled lightly. With his puppets protecting him, he wasn't the least bit afraid of Jia Xingtian and the others. Despite being mocked so harshly, Jia Xingtian's old face remained expressionless as he replied calmly, "No matter which country you come from, daring to target the heavenly demon puppet means certain death. Boy, if you can produce 2 or 3 more Dou Zong puppets today, you might have a chance to escape. Otherwise..." Jia Xingtian took 2 steps forward, and his yellow-brown martial energy burst forth, creating a palpable pressure that descended upon the area. Since advancing to the Dou Zong realm, his mountain-shattering martial energy had become even more domineering. Judging by his stance, he alone could handle the 2 2-star Dou Zong puppets. "There are no more Dou Zong puppets," the black-clad man said calmly, his fingers gently moving. "However, I've made a new friend." Jia Xingtian's eyelids twitched violently, and his body retreated abruptly. The next moment, a flash of golden light erupted from the spot where he had been standing. Boom! The heavenly demon puppet stomped down, crushing the stone-paved square into a crater over 10 zhang deep. "How is that possible? You've taken control of the heavenly demon puppet?" From a distance, Jia Xingtian watched the scene with lingering fear. If he hadn't retreated quickly, it would have been him lying shattered on the ground. When the Xiao clan had gifted this puppet to the Gama royal family, Jia Xingtian had implanted a soul mark within it. It was precisely this mark that had saved his life. The moment he sensed the loss of connection with the heavenly demon puppet, Jia Xingtian knew something was wrong and hurriedly retreated in advance. Even so, he nearly was struck by that powerful gust of wind. It seems this heavenly demon puppet is indeed useful. I must take it back for further study. The black-clad man licked his lips, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Before that, let's use you to test it first. As he flickered his fingertips, the heavenly demon puppet's pupils suddenly burst with a glow, and its cold metallic body leaned forward slightly, sending a chill down everyone's spines. Jia Xingtian, seeing this, shouted without hesitation, "Attack together!" Behind him, Haibodeo, Fa, and Nalan Yanran all tensed up. They knew all too well how terrifying the heavenly demon puppet's power was. In an instant, multicolored battle chi lights filled the city center. 3 Dou Zone level experts, along with several Dou Wang and Dou Huan level powerhouses, joined forces to instantly form a hemispherical energy shield. As the shield took shape, the celestial demon puppet burst forward, delivering a single punch without any flashy moves. Crack! The energy shield shattered, sending the bodies of the Gama Empire's elite flying like cannonballs, crashing into the buildings outside the square. Jia Xingtian, who had been standing tall and proud just moments ago, now had a large indentation in his chest. Even with everyone's combined efforts, they couldn't withstand the heavenly demon puppet's casual strike. A puppet of the Dozuan realm was truly terrifying. Around the square, the crowd that had been watching from the sidelines was now filled with horror. Ma Pao Yao Lao, the strongest guardian of the entire Jama Empire, couldn't even turn the tide with his own strength. Could it be that today, all the strong warriors of the Jama Empire would fall at the hands of this black-clad man? Jia Xingtian struggled to his feet, his eyes flashing with a ruthless glint. Haibodong, take your men and retreat. I'll hold him off here. Yao Lao. Hearing this, everyone was startled. Although Jia Xingtian was powerful, he was ultimately only a Douzone. Trying to stop a Douzone puppet alone was nothing short of a pipe dream. I've already sent a signal to the Xiao clan. As long as I can hold him off for a moment, it'll be enough. Jia Xingtian's martial energy surged like boiling lava, his yellow robe tearing apart inch by inch. His previously hunched form straightened like a spear in the gusts of energy, and his aura suddenly surged to the level of a 7-star martial ancestor. Haibodeo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark and grim. He could clearly see that Jia Xingtian was burning his own martial energy to forcibly elevate his cultivation, a move that was tantamount to suicide. The supreme ruler of the Gama Empire had chosen to sacrifice himself at this critical moment to defend the dignity of the entire empire. With such meager skills? Not a single one of you will leave today. The black-clad man was clearly aware of the existence of the Xiao clan. Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's words, the murderous intent in his eyes flared up. He swung his palm, and 8 puppets suddenly appeared in the sky, charging toward Jia Xingtian. As the 8 puppets closed in rapidly, even Jia Xingtian, with his formidable strength, felt a surge of helplessness. However, at that moment, he did not retreat an inch. The reputation my Gama Empire has worked so hard to build over the years cannot be destroyed in a single day. Jia Xingtian laughed wildly, his face contorted from the rampaging battle chi. Beneath him, his skin began to swell, and his breath became chaotic. Seeing that Jia Xingtian intended to use self-destruction to delay the puppets, everyone's eyes filled with despair. However, with the situation having reached this point, there was no other viable strategy. With a resolute expression, everyone activated their martial arts techniques and retreated to a safe distance. Haibodeo was about to act when he suddenly froze in place, staring upward at a certain point in the sky in disbelief, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Haibodong, hurry up and leave. Jia Xingtian roared, as the 8 puppets' attacks closed in, and his body had already swollen to its limit, resembling an inflated balloon. Ha ha ha. Haibodeo burst into laughter, his icy wrist resting on Jia Xingtian's shoulder. Old monster Jia, have you never heard the saying heaven never abandons those who have no way out? As Haibodeo finished speaking, the world suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The space in the central square froze, freezing the 8 puppet warriors mid-attack in mid-air. The bulging veins on Jia Xingtian's body quietly receded, and his body, which had been swollen like a balloon, returned to its normal state under the enveloping warmth of a gentle force. Before him, a slender young figure slowly materialized, appearing even younger than the black-clad man. Chapter 109, Bastard? Xiao clan chief's timely rescue. You always show up just in the nick of time. Haibodong's tense back suddenly relaxed, and his ice blue beard curled into a smile. The moment he sensed Xiao Yan's presence, he knew that even if the Heavenly King himself arrived, they wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on their heads. Xiao clan chief? Is that the head of the Xiao clan? Isn't it said that clan leader Xiao is an immortal who has lived for thousands of years? How can he look so young? You don't understand. That's called rejuvenation and the art of preserving youth. Xiao Yan's timely arrival not only saved Jia Xingtian's life but also sent the entire central square of Jama Holy City into a frenzy. The citizens hiding in the shadows cheered with joy. Over the past few years, most of the Xiao clan had been living in the Xiao realm, becoming highly mysterious. The people held the legendary clan leader of the Xiao clan in the highest regard, almost like a deity. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heroic act of turning the tide at the last moment only served to reinforce this impression. The Xiao clan? They arrived so quickly. The black-clad man's pupils contracted sharply. Even though he had heard rumors about the Xiao clan from the other side of the continent, he immediately tried to secretly cast a spell to retrieve the 8 puppets, only to find that they didn't move at all. The 8 puppets, including Feng Xing and Tian Yao, stood motionless on the ground, as if they were children punished for misbehaving. Even more astonishingly, the black-clad man discovered that the soul connection between himself and the puppets had not been severed. In other words, the 8 puppets were currently being forcibly confined by someone, unable to move an inch. This feat was likely beyond the capabilities of even an ordinary Dou Zong. However, the black-clad man acted swiftly, sensing the danger. He flicked his fingers, and a flash of bloodlight erupted from his storage ring, transforming into a gigantic eagle with a wingspan of over 10 zhang. It spread its wings and soared into the sky, carrying him away at an incredible speed. The giant eagle's pitch-black wings were covered in strange runes, and as they flapped, the gusts of wind they created carved deep grooves into the ground. A demon beast puppet? Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. The eagle's aura had reached the peak of the martial emperor realm, and more importantly, like the 8 puppets, it showed no signs of life. This is interesting, Xiao Yan smiled as he raised his hand toward the sky. The giant eagle, which had flown thousands of meters away and was now just a tiny black dot, suddenly vanished. On the eagle's back, the black-clad man had just let out a sigh of relief when he looked up again and felt as though the sky had collapsed. After fleeing for so long, he had somehow ended up back at the center of the square? You think you can escape? A green shadow flickered, and Mu Chen, the head of the Mu family, delivered a powerful slap, sending the black-clad man flying several zhang away from the eagle's back. Are you human or a ghost? Staring at Mu Chen, who was standing before him as lively as ever, the black-clad man couldn't help but feel dazed. He had clearly seen Mu Chen take a punch from a Dou Zong level puppet and was already on the brink of death, yet here he was, alive and well. What was going on? You're the ghost. I've beaten you so badly you don't even recognize yourself. Mu Chen roared angrily, his body shooting forward once more. Xiao Yan saw this and laughed. Old Master Mu, go easy on him. I still have questions to ask. Xiao clan leader, you're back? Just then, a bright voice rang out from the horizon, and a white-clad figure gracefully landed on the ground, stepping through the void. Her moon-white robe fluttered in the wind, and the silver bells in her hair jingled softly. It was Xiao Yixian who had arrived. Since completely controlling the eternal calamity poison body, Xiao Yixian's strength had also reached the Dou Zong realm. Moreover, unlike in her previous life, the toxins within her body could now be completely contained within the yin-yang poison flame, so her appearance had not changed at all. The memory of the girl who had once been tortured beyond recognition by the calamity poison body was now replaced by a young woman with skin as white as snow and a smile in her eyes. Her pure and innocent demeanor was identical to that of the herb-picking girl he had first encountered in Qingshan Town years ago, leaving Xiao Yan momentarily speechless. Why are you staring at me like that? Xiao Yixian, flushed by the intense gaze, blushed slightly, twisting the hem of her robe like a shy girl, and slowly turned her face away. The jade hairpin at her temple jingled softly, but she was unaware that this hint of feminine shyness had caused Xiao Yan's throat to tighten involuntarily. Cough, cough. Xiao Yan hurriedly averted his gaze. Just then, the space behind him suddenly rippled. The juvenile stage void-devouring flame transformed into a black shadow, darting out and clinging tightly to Xiao Yixian's skirt with its chubby little hands. It tilted its round face upward, its innocent eyes wide with confusion. Ha! Where did this little kid come from? After devouring the Qinglian earthcore fire, the second-ranked had shed its terrifying form shrouded in black mist. Its porcelain white skin glowed with a healthy flush, making it indistinguishable from a normal child. Especially those large eyes, sparkling with gem-like green light, were so adorable that the young healer couldn't help but feel a surge of maternal love, picking him up in her arms. The void-devouring flame opened its mouth, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted sharply, and his figure darted forward like a ghost, grabbing the struggling child by the wrist. Dare to misbehave again, and I'll eat you. Don't be so mean to him. The swallowing abyss's obedient expression instantly won over the little healer, who hurriedly reminded Xiao Yan, the child is hungry? No matter how hungry he is, it's not allowed. Xiao Yan quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had almost forgotten that the yin-yang poison fire within the little medical fairy was a fatal temptation for swallowing abyss. The little healer looked at Xiao Yan, then at Swallow Yuan, and suddenly asked tentatively, is this the illegitimate son of the Xiao clan leader? We found him. Xiao Yan sighed wryly. He hadn't yet figured out how to explain Swallow's origins, so he quickly changed the subject and asked, where's Kai Lin? Why haven't we seen her? It's all you're doing. Xiao Yixian's already flushed face grew even more bashful. After she saw you last time, Kai Lin became pregnant shortly afterward. I returned to the ancient tomb and accompanied her back to the Snake Clan. According to the elders' calculations, it should be around this time. However, they're using a secret technique to nurture the fetus, so no one is allowed to visit during this period. Am I going to be a father again? Xiao Yan was overjoyed upon hearing this. In his previous life, Kai Lin had given birth to Xiao Xiao. He wondered if this life would bring any changes. However, these words carried a different meaning to others. At that moment, the people who had retreated earlier rushed back. Seeing the child in Xiao Yan's hands, they were all stunned. Of course, these were all seasoned veterans, and soon the crowd erupted into cheers of celebration. Xiao Clan Chief, you truly are a tiger father with a dog son. This little master is clearly born to be wealthy. This child's aura even makes me feel a bit afraid. He truly lives up to being the son of clan leader Xiao. It seems clan leader Xiao has been successful in love these past 2 years. Congratulations. Xiao Yixian stood by, snorting lightly. You still say this isn't your child? Humph, men are all the same. It was just an accident. Xiao Yan scratched his nose awkwardly. With his appearance identical to that of Swallow the Abyss, he was now as good as dead, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Fortunately, Mu Chen suddenly walked over and tossed the half-dead black-clad man onto the ground. Xiao Clan Chief, this guy has confessed everything. Chapter 110, Blood Demon Puppet. My name is Kaing, from the Southwest Continent, the Blood Puppet Sect. In the Grand Hall of the Gamma Royal Palace, the black-clad man spoke weakly, glancing repeatedly at Mu Chen. His swollen face and bruises suggested he had suffered greatly earlier. Mu Chen snorted coldly, what are you looking at? No matter what clan leader Xiao asks, you must tell the truth. Kuei Ying's body trembled, and he hurriedly nodded. Speak up. What is the purpose and motive behind your journey? At that moment, Xiao Yan sat arrogantly on the imperial throne in the center, looking down on him. I am an outer disciple of the Blood Puppet Sect. Recently, I heard that a heavenly demon puppet of the Dou Zong level had appeared in the Gamma Empire, so I coveted it and stole the sect's most precious treasure to come here. Kuei Ying paused, then cautiously added, if I can retrieve the heavenly demon puppet, I will be able to officially advance to an inner sect disciple and learn even more exquisite puppet control techniques. It was because of this that I was so blinded by greed and came here. If I had known that the Gamma Empire was protected by the Xiao clan, I would never have dared to offend them, even if it meant dying. After hearing this, Xiao Yan looked at Kuei Ying's eyes indifferently and smiled faintly. Do you think I'm young and easy to deceive, or do you think my methods aren't as ruthless as theirs? As Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile, a wisp of white smoke suddenly emerged from Kuei Ying's body. An invisible heart flame appeared within him, its intense heat scorching his meridians and internal organs as if they were about to melt. This agonizing torment was far more excruciating than physical abuse. Within just a few breaths, Kuei Ying felt his meridians on the brink of collapse. If this continued, even if he survived, he would be nothing more than a helpless invalid. This is your last chance. Speak. As Xiao Yan's words fell, two of the puppet's ribs vanished into nothingness. Spare my life, clan leader Xiao. I'll speak. I'll repeat it. The puppet figure cried out repeatedly, finally causing the fiery heat within his body to weaken slightly. Kuei Ying clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and looked at Xiao Yan with even more fear in his eyes. He couldn't understand how this young man, who didn't even look 20, could be so ruthless and decisive. I truly am Kuei Ying. I am the son of the Blood Puppet sect master. Kuei Ying took a deep breath and continued, the elders of the sect want to support Kuei Fa as the next sect master. My mother helped me steal a few puppets. She told me that if I could obtain the heavenly demon puppet this time, it would be a great achievement, and the position of sect master would definitely be mine in the future. Oh? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and asked, if that's the case, why didn't they give you more men? Kuei Ying snorted coldly, my father has 9 sons. The elders either support Kuei Fa or Kuei sure no one would support me. Moreover, the strength of our blood puppet sect lies in the puppets. This time, I've already depleted all our resources. If I can't risk my life to obtain the heavenly demon puppet, those old fools will surely slander me in front of my father again. Kuei Ying spoke, his voice filled with genuine anger. It was clear that his resentment toward the sect elders was no act. Xiao Yan nodded. Now tell me about your sect. What is the strongest combat power level? 1 heavenly demon 5th rank, 1 earth demon 9th rank, and 2 earth demon 6th ranks. Kuei Ying answered without hesitation, adding, you've already seen the 3 earth demons. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a wave of emotion surged within him. He had originally intended to ask about the highest cultivation level of the strongest individuals within the Blood Puppet sect, but from the tone of this man's words, it seemed he was not referring to humans, but puppets? Earth Demon 9th rank must be that 9-star martial ancestor Fengxing, while the 2 Earth Demon 6th ranks were the other 2 2-star martial ancestor puppets. 3 out of the 4 strongest puppets in the sect had been brought out by him. It seemed they had indeed emptied their coffers. Clan leader, this is his storage ring. At that moment, Mu Chen promptly handed over a purple-colored high-grade storage ring. Xiao Yan took it and gave it a quick look. There was nothing unusual inside, just scrolls of martial arts techniques. Xiao Yan tapped the armrest of the imperial throne with his fingers, pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "There are so many opportunities to prove oneself, why insist on stealing the heavenly demon puppet?" "Because." The puppet shadow swallowed hard, exhaled deeply, and said, "Because our sect possesses a secret technique that can merge the power of two heavenly demon puppets. Combined with a rare artifact, we can create the legendary blood demon puppet. It is said that once the blood demon puppet emerges, its power will rival that of a martial saint." At these words, everyone present exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. A Dou Shang-level powerhouse could split the heavens and earth with a single gesture, the strongest beings in this world. A puppet actually reaching the Dou Shang realm? What a terrifying existence. Regarding this, Xiao Yan was also somewhat surprised, but he could still understand it. After all, the 11 puppets he had obtained from the ruins of the divine sage of creation could utilize a peculiar array formation to concentrate all their power into a single entity. However, the fact that two puppet demons of the Dou Zun realm could be combined to create a puppet rivaling a Dou Shang was a method that piqued Xiao Yan's curiosity. What is that strange object? It is a type of called the yin-yang twin flames. Why, upon hearing those words, the swallowing abyss in Xiao Yixian's arms reacted as if it had been injected with a stimulant. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of light, and he nodded satisfactorily. "Tun Yuan, I'm entrusting him to you. Take him with you, and don't kill him, I still have use for him." "Wow!" Tun Yuan jumped out of Xiao Yixian's arms, strutting overconfidently. His mouth suddenly expanded 100-fold, swallowing the puppet shadow whole, then he walked back as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, the grand hall fell deathly silent. There was no need for Xiao Yan to explain anything further. Everyone fell silent, and the little medicine fairy's delicate face turned as white as paper. Only now did she realize why Swallow the Abyss had been swallowing his saliva earlier while standing beside her. However, Xiao Yan had no time to pay attention to this. His mind was completely captivated by the words the puppet had spoken earlier. "Ye Fei, do we have any information on what he just said?" Ye Fei, who had overheard the title, was both surprised and flattered. Reporting to the clan leader, "We have been monitoring this individual since he entered the Gamma Empire. He did indeed head straight for the imperial capital without making any detours along the way. As for information regarding the Blood Puppet Sect, we have dispatched agents to investigate. We will report any new developments to you immediately." "Then there's no need. Since the Blood Puppet Sect dares to meddle in the affairs of the Xiao clan, I shall go personally." Xiao Yan smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, who can tell me about the situation in the Southwest Continent?" Chapter 111, The Southwest Continent. Everyone exchanged glances, and eventually the most senior member, Jia Xingtian, spoke first. "The Martial Qi continent is vast and boundless. Based on its geographical location, it is typically divided into 5 major regions. Among these, the central region of the Martial Qi continent is the most prosperous and the gathering place for most of the top-tier experts. We refer to it as Central Plains. There, countless sects thrive, making it the most vibrant place on the entire continent and a training ground for many young people." As Jia Xingtian spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. He then pressed his palm toward the sky, projecting a simplified map. "Please look, Clan Chief. Central Continent is like a colossal entity, occupying more than half of the entire Martial Qi continent. Beyond that, the continent is divided into 4 corners by it, forming 4 additional habitats. That is the Northwest, Southwest, Northeast, and Southeast continents. Over the millennia, due to differences in climate and customs, each continent has developed its own unique survival rules. The land we call home, based on its geographical location, is known as the Northwest Continent. As the name suggests, the Southwest Continent is the adjacent land to the south of us." As Jia Xingtian's fingertips swept over the map, the region representing the Northwest suddenly lit up, and a complex expression flashed across his weathered face. Compared to the other regions, the Northwest Continent is the weakest but also the most normal continent. "Normal?" Xiao Yan repeated the description with interest. Xiao Yan could understand why the Northwest Continent was considered weak. For example, the top-ranked factions on the Northwest Continent, such as the Heavenly Snake Manor and the Thunder Sect, would only be considered second-rate factions in Central Plains. As for the Yunlan Sect, which barely had a single Dou zone, they could run rampant in the Gamma Empire, but in Central Plains, they wouldn't even have a place to stand and eat. However, as Jia Xingtian had said, compared to the other 3 corner continents, the Northwest Continent was the most normal. It was hard to say why. Jia Xingtian turned his gaze to the side. Master Fa Ma traveled across the continent in his youth. Perhaps he can enlighten the clan leader on this matter. Fa Ma, upon hearing this, stroked his long beard and spoke, "I haven't traveled much either, but I do have some knowledge of the Southwest Continent." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a faint yellow aura of martial energy flowed from his fingertips, outlining some vague contours in the southwest region of the map, as if slowly lifting the veil of that mysterious land. The Southwestern Continent is different from other regions. While other areas were still competing for martial arts techniques and celestial treasures, they focused solely on one thing: puppet. What others consider rare artifacts are commonplace there, found in every household. Compared to cultivating qi, the people there place greater emphasis on mastering puppet control techniques. There are even armies composed entirely of puppets, their numbers and scale beyond imagination. Fa Ma's eyes flashed with a hint of dread, as if recalling the terrifying scenes he had witnessed in his youth. There, puppeteers wielded control over various types of puppets to establish a complex and powerful factional system. Even more astonishingly, an entire nation was composed of puppets. The celestial demon puppet of the Xiao clan chief must have originated from that region as well. Xiao Yan nodded. The method for creating the heavenly demon puppet had been found in the warehouse of the earth demon Old Devil. The Black Horn domain was a place of chaos, so it was possible that someone had stolen it from the southwest continent, only for it to eventually end up in Xiao Yan's possession. Fama paused for a moment before continuing. The southwest continent is also home to countless powerful beings, with the 3 sects and 4 halls being the most renowned. The 3 sects are the Blood Puppet Sect, the Spirit Puppet Sect, and the Ingenious Puppet Sect. These 3 sects once shared the same lineage but later split into 3 factions due to some disagreements. It is said that the former patriarch of the Blood Puppet Sect was lacking in skill and unable to imbue puppets with sentience. As a result, he resorted to using living humans as materials for his puppets. Hundreds of years ago, they roamed the land, capturing powerful individuals and using brutal methods to transform them into puppets to serve their purposes. Fama spoke with a furrowed brow, his tone filled with disgust. Back then, they relied on their massive puppet army to vie for power and expand their territory across the southwest continent, even encroaching upon the northwest and central plains regions. However, they eventually angered a great power from the central plains, who directly intervened and destroyed 6 heavenly demon puppets, thus preventing a catastrophe that would have claimed countless lives. Everyone listened in horror, and Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. The bizarre situation in the southwest continent was something he had not anticipated. However, if it weren't for the attraction of the heavenly demon puppets, the Blood Puppet Sect would not have come to cause trouble in the Gamma Empire. It seemed that his journey through time had indeed brought him a great deal of trouble. Xiao Yan tapped his fingertips on the armrest, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Is there any Dou Shang level expert in the southwest continent? I'm not sure about that, but from what the puppet Shadow mentioned earlier, the strongest in their sect is just a heavenly demon puppet. I suppose the other factions are, roughly on the same level?" Fa sighed wryly. After all, when he had traveled there years ago, he was still a young upstart. Being able to return safely from such a place was already a feat. How could he possibly know about the stronger beings there? Xiao Yan understood this as well, so he didn't press the matter further. He waved his hand to signal the others to step back, then stood there, leaning his forehead against his hand, deep in thought. He was determined to go to the southwest continent. There, he not only had to settle accounts with the Blood Puppet Sect but might also find more secrets about advanced puppets. Moreover, the yin-yang twin flames were valuable to both the Swallowing Abyss and Xiao Yan himself. However, with the ancient Yuan sealed within his body, he needed to avoid drawing attention from the Soul Clan. This posed a significant challenge. "You're going to the southwest continent? I'll accompany you." A gentle voice rang out. Xiao Yixian's warm smile appeared before Xiao Yan's eyes, and her moon-white dress swept across the ground. She had somehow appeared beside the throne. At that moment, everyone else had left, and the grand hall was empty except for the 2 of them and, of course, the genderless void swallowing flame. "All my cultivation is because of you. I'll do anything you ask." Looking straight into Xiao Yan's eyes, the young healer spoke boldly. From Xiao Yixian's perspective, the man before her had stepped forward to save her in her hour of greatest need, not only resolving all her troubles but also transforming her from a lowly physician into a revered Dou Zun warrior in just a few short years. A seed of admiration had long since taken root in her heart. Looking at the young beauty before him, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Hee, just the 2 of us on this journey. Don't worry, I won't do anything." Before he could finish, Xiao Yixian's ears turned bright red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Even if you do something, I'm willing." Xiao Yan's body trembled. He had only meant it as a joke, but he never expected Xiao Yixian to respond in such a way. In this world, her feelings for him seemed different from those of her previous life. Outside the grand hall, Yafei and Hai Bodeo were peeking through the door, eavesdropping on the commotion inside. When they saw Xiao Yan's expression, Yafei's delicate hands clenched tightly, and she sighed, "Old Hai, prepare another gift." Chapter 112, The Storming Xiao Clan. The return of the clan leader naturally brought great excitement to the Xiao clan. The city of Wutan was adorned with lanterns and decorations, resembling a festive occasion. Under the protection of the Xiao clan, Wutan had severed ties with the Gamma Empire, and its city size had expanded several-fold, far surpassing that of Gamma City. Most of the residents were still the old inhabitants of the former Yunlan City, and members of the Xiao clan occasionally came out to explore. Notably, the Xiao realm constructed by Xiao Yan, under the maintenance of over a dozen elders sent by the medicine elder, not only thrived but also saw the construction of numerous new facilities. Today, the Xiao realm is no smaller than a first-tier city, and it even has a spatial wormhole directly connected to the Starfall Pavilion. Upon reaching adulthood, eligible disciples from the clan are selected and sent to the Starfall Pavilion for cultivation. In recent years, the wealth contributed by various affiliated factions alone has been sufficient for the Xiao clan to sustain itself for hundreds of years. Of course, the Xiao clan also occasionally grants benefits to those factions that are closer to them, such as the high-grade pills left behind by Xiao Yan. Under such prosperous conditions, the Xiao clan's strength has surged dramatically. Xiao Zhan and the three elders, whose cultivation had stagnated for years, have all broken through, now reaching the Dou Ling stage, with their strength continuing to rise. Breaking through to the Dou Huang realm within their lifetimes is no longer a problem. As for Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, their innate talent is even more exceptional. Like the rising tide lifting the boat, they have not only surpassed the elders of the clan but have also begun to glimpse the threshold of the Dou Wang realm. Although the entire Xiao clan lacks the bloodline of a Dou Di, under Xiao Yan's efforts, their overall strength has improved by several levels in just 3 years. Xiao Yan stayed in the Xiao realm for half a month, visiting relatives and friends, and left behind a large quantity of pills. With his current 9th grade cultivation, pills like Qi Gathering Powder, Martial Spirit Pills, and Imperial Extreme Pills were as common as leaves on a tree, and he could easily produce top grade ones with a single pinch. Half a month later, there was still no news from the Snake People tribe. Xiao Yan decided not to wait any longer, leaving several 8th grade pills for Kai Lin and their future children before setting off for the southwest with Xiao Yixian. The northwest continent and the southwest continent were located at opposite ends of the continent, with the distance between them no shorter than that of central continent. The two sometimes used spatial wormholes, and at other times simply crossed the void directly. Given Xiao Yixian's current strength, she couldn't keep up with Xiao Yan, so he had no choice but to carry her in his arms when he was in a hurry. Of course, as Xiao Yan explained, this was all to reach their destination as quickly as possible, a desperate measure with no other options. Under these circumstances, their relationship grew closer without either of them realizing it, though it was different from the pure friendship they had shared in their previous lives. Soon, the two arrived at the boundary between the two continents. However, unlike other places, there were no spatial wormholes or checkpoints here, only an endless azure barrier stretching as far as the eye could see. The sea was a deep blue, with waves crashing against the coastal structures, spraying droplets that refracted into colorful halos in the sunlight. Looking out into the distance, the horizon blended with the sky into a blurred arc. Along the coastline stood numerous artificial structures, with a massive stone stele towering like a mountain at the center. The stele, dozens of zhang tall, was carved from a single block of pitch-black rock, with 6 crimson characters etched in a flowing script, no unauthorized crossing. The characters twist like coiling dragons, their strokes deeply etched into the stone. Even from hundreds of meters away, one can still sense the lingering aura of a powerful being. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, only a Dou Zone level expert could have easily carved such characters onto this massive stone monument. In addition, around the stone monument, there were many merchants hawking their wares to attract customers. Come! 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 The official ships of Dongyuan Kingdom are departing. Pay 10 and get 2. Look over here. Look over here. The Chao family's exclusive ship from the Western Abyss Kingdom is taking passengers. Pay 10, get 1 free. Pay 10, get 1 free. Listening to their shouts from afar, Xiao Yan and the little healer were completely baffled. On the martial Qi continent, let alone taking a ship, they had never even seen the ocean before. Would you two like to take a boat? Dongyuan royal family's legally operated service. Pay 10, get 3. Just then, a slender middle-aged man spotted his chance, rushed over to the two of them, and began enthusiastically recommending his services with a fawning smile. Xiao Yixian curiously asked, "Everyone else is offering 1 out of 10, so why are you offering 3 out of 10? The man rubbed his hands, calloused from years of labor, and sized up the two of them. You two must be first-timers at sea, right? Let me tell you, there's a lot to know around here. Seeing that Xiao Yan and the other remained unmoved, the middle-aged man leaned in closer and whispered, "Those are private ships. They use fancy names, but in reality, they're just taking advantage of you. Right now, they only take a 10% cut, but once we're out at sea, they'll ask you for whatever percentage they want, and you'll have to pay it. Understand?" Xiao Yan shook his head, uninterested in such matters. He immediately pulled out a bag of gold coins from his storage ring and tossed it to the man. "We're not taking the boat. We're just here to ask about something." The middle-aged man heard the clinking sound from the bag, his eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly stuffed it into his storage ring, as if afraid they would change their minds. Xiao Yan pointed to the stone tablet by the shore. "Just ask about the rule that says no private crossing." Upon hearing this question, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with surprise. "You've come to the right person. From the looks of you two, you must be newlyweds on your honeymoon, right? It seems you've traveled a long way and haven tea heard of the name Yunlan Ming." "Yunlan Ming?" Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. "Is there a dragon in the sea?" "Of course. The custom of worshipping the dragon god at Yunlan Ming has been around for hundreds of years." The middle-aged man bowed toward the sky in the distance and said respectfully, "That stone tablet was left by a powerful warrior from Dongyuan Kingdom who reached the peak of the Dou Zong realm. Anyone who crosses it without permission will be devoured by the dragon god." Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, finding his words increasingly mysterious, and grew curious. So you're saying there are dragon-like demon beasts of the Dou Zun realm causing trouble in the sea? Shoo! The middle-aged man hurriedly raised his hand, signaling Xiao Yan to be quiet. We must be careful with our words here, especially at sea. We must not show disrespect to the dragon god. After leading Xiao Yan and the others to the side, the middle-aged man looked around to ensure no one else was nearby before lowering his voice. In the depths of the sea, there is a guardian deity. I once saw it myself over a decade ago when I was still sailing. The man described the scene vividly. When the dragon god appears, clouds swirl beneath his feet, and he stands over 100 feet tall. With every movement, he can summon winds and rains. What's even more is that despite being in the sea, he can control the power of fire. If he were to manifest himself, even from miles away, you could feel the scorching heat. Don't believe me? Go touch the seawater later, it's all warm. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's previously calm eyes suddenly burst with two beams of intense light. Chapter 113, The Dragon God of the Deep Sea. Have you heard of spatial wormholes? Years ago, the Eastern Abyss Kingdom and the Western Abyss Kingdom joined forces to spend a fortune inviting a Dou Zun level expert to construct a spatial wormhole here. However, they inadvertently angered the dragon god. In the end, not only did the spatial passage collapse, but even that Dou Zun level expert nearly couldn't escape the sea. Seeing Xiao Yan's flickering gaze, the middle-aged man finally abandoned his indifferent demeanor, thinking he had been frightened by his words. He immediately laughed. That's why we're taking you across the sea by boat. We're just asking for a small fee, it's all for the trouble. We're not trying to make any money off you. It's just a gesture of friendship. The 10-3 split means that everyone boarding the ship must prepare offerings for the dragon god in advance. According to tradition, these can be herbs, magical beasts, pills, or fire-attributed treasures. We will appraise the value of each item for you. For example, if you bring a first-tier flying magical beast worth 20,000 gold coins and offer it to the dragon god, we'll charge you 6,000 gold coins as a handling fee. There aren't many requirements for the sacrificial offerings, but each person must contribute at least 1,000 gold coins worth of items. These are rules jointly established by the Eastern Abyss Kingdom and the Western Abyss Kingdom. Of course, we will also provide some services on board. The higher the handling fee you pay, the better the treatment you'll receive. The middle-aged man explained it in a straightforward manner. Xiao Yan smiled and said, Your fees are quite high, aren't they? The middle-aged man sighed and clapped his hands. Miss, this isn't expensive at all. This has been the price for years, we really don't make any profit. Hearing his words, Xiao Yan gently tugged at Xiao Yan's sleeve and said, I want to take the ship. Seeing her cute expression, Xiao Yan smiled affectionately, flipped his palm, and took out a jade bottle. Take a look. How much are these worth? Seeing the intricate carvings on the jade bottle, the middle-aged man carefully took it and opened it. A strong scent of medicinal herbs immediately filled the air, startling him so much that his fingers trembled, nearly dropping the bottle. This is a medicinal pill. For chi-gathering pills. Keep one for yourselves, and the other 3 can go on the boat. Is that all right? Xiao Yan said indifferently. The middle-aged man was merely a low-ranking martial artist. He had never seen so many 4th-grade elixirs at once. Shocked, he stammered, Yes. Of course. Please follow me, honored guests. Under his guidance, Xiao Yan and the others moved through the crowd unimpeded, eventually coming to a stop at a dock on the edge. Though called a dock, it was nothing more than a dilapidated hut and a makeshift waiting area made of wooden planks. There wasn't even a single ship in sight. Of course, that was only what met the eye. With Xiao Yan's strength, he had already sensed the massive structure not far from the dock. It must have used some minor spatial illusions to temporarily hide the ship's traces. Inside the hut, a burly man clad in fish-scale armor lay sound asleep. The waiting area nearby was already crowded with over 100 people, all idly gazing out at the sea. Upon seeing the middle-aged man in charge arrive, several of them hurriedly stood up and asked, Old Ju, how much longer before we set sail? Soon. Please wait a moment. Yao Lao smiled and bowed his hands, leading Xiao Yan and the others to the side of the hut. He shouted, Old Tu, we can set sail. The burly man inside lazily opened one eye, glanced around, then turned over and went back to sleep. Seeing this, Yao Lao roughly pushed the burly man to his feet. Hurry up. These are important guests for the Sea View cabin. Upon hearing Sea View cabin, the burly man perked up immediately, his eyes widening in astonishment as he scrutinized Xiao Yan and the others. He then hurriedly pulled out a sapphire blue spirit pearl from his storage ring. Clang! Clang! Dong! The spirit pearl emitted dazzling blue light, and with each flash, a drumbeat echoed from the distance. By the 5th drumbeat, the burly man finally retrieved the pearl. Whoosh! Soon, the sound of a curtain being drawn back echoed, and the silhouette of a massive ship slowly came into view before everyone. The ship was over 100 feet long, its hull made of a special material. 5 majestic towers stood on the deck, with gilded wind chimes hanging between the eaves and brackets, producing a clear, ringing sound as the sea breeze swept past. Such a massive vessel could easily accommodate over 1,000 people at once. Upon closer inspection, the ship was not actually in the water but hovering several meters above the surface. A dense concentration of spatial energy gathered beneath its hull, resembling the small boat that had traversed the spatial wormhole. However, this vessel was undeniably far more luxurious. Upon witnessing such grandeur, Xiao Yan couldn't help but nod in admiration. In his perception, there were at least 20 Dou Ling-level experts serving as guards within the ship's cabin. It was clear that the royal family of Dongyuan Kingdom possessed immense depth and resources. As the giant ship appeared, a graceful figure slowly descended from above and landed with a gentle thud. It was a beautiful young woman in the prime of her youth. Though she wasn't exactly a national beauty, her seductive, graceful movements instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers. Wow, this treatment is so good? Lu Gu, you didn't tell me beforehand. In the waiting area, a group of burly men stared wide-eyed, swallowing their saliva as they marveled. You're dreaming. Didn't you hear? That's a service exclusive to the Ocean View cabin. You'd better stay put on the first floor. The Ocean View cabin? Isn't that on the 5th floor? That LL cost at least 50,000 gold coins. Exactly. I saved up some money a few years ago to go to the 3rd floor, and the service, you can only dream about it. As the group teased each other, the maid had already approached Xiao Yan and the others barefoot, bowing deeply with great courtesy. Her loose silk robe couldn't hide the alluring curves beneath, causing Xiao Yan's face to flush red. Gentlemen, please follow me. The maid gave Xiao Yan a charming smile before leading the two toward the massive ship. The 5th floor was indeed a pleasant environment, featuring an extremely spacious observation deck that offered an unobstructed view of the surrounding seas for miles. The maid enthusiastically introduced the surroundings to Xiao Yan, her body seeming to emit a peculiar fragrance as she spoke, gradually drawing closer to him. The Sea View cabin only accommodates 10 distinguished guests each day. We will provide you with the finest cuisine and a comfortable resting environment. If you feel tired, there are also some relaxation services available. We don't need that, Xiao Yan said disdainfully, glaring at the maid's deliberately exposed shoulder. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Xiao Yan's arm, as if afraid he would be taken away by someone else. Alright, feel free to call me if you need anything. The maid, noticing the situation, wisely stepped back. What are you doing? Xiao Yan looked down and saw Xiao Yan's slightly displeased expression. He couldn't help but gently tap her forehead with his finger. Are you afraid I can't resist temptation? Xiao Yan pouted. Who knows what you're thinking, running all the way up to the 5th floor. On this point, Xiao Yan was also somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he wanted the best, but the least valuable items in his storage ring were those few chi-gathering powders. You little girl. Xiao Yan sighed wryly. Rest for a while first. We've got big things to do tonight. What? Xiao Yan froze, her face turning red all the way to her neck. So soon. Chapter 114, Farewell to the Yin Clan. The 16th on the Fire Cloud Water Flame. A blue flame resembling rolling clouds appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. His expression was filled with excitement as he said, water and fire are naturally opposing elements, but there are two flames that possess the power of seawater. One is the sea heart flame I already possess, and the other is this fire cloud water flame. I once read in ancient texts that when the fire cloud water flame first takes shape, it transforms into a cloud-like form, containing both water and fire power. If one were to be in the midst of the ocean, it would move as freely as a fish in water, greatly enhancing its power. I suspect that the so-called dragon god is this flame at work. You're talking about this as the great matter? As Xiao Yan spoke enthusiastically, a hint of disappointment flashed across Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan scratched his head. Yes. Alright, I'll go rest in the bedroom. Xiao Yan's face flushed slightly, lost in her own thoughts. Xiao Yan suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Or did you think it was something else? Nothing. I thought it was this too. The moon-white skirt swept across the fox fur carpet, and the silver bells in her hair jingled nervously. Xiao Yan closed her eyes slightly and whispered, I was just wondering if the fire cloud water flame, which isn't ranked very high, could defeat a Dou Zun level expert with its strength? When it came to that was Xiao Yan's area of expertise, and he began to explain enthusiastically, the rankings on the list are only for reference. The true strength of depends on how long it has been formed. As the old man you mentioned earlier, hundreds of years ago, this fire cloud water flame already possessed the ability to take shape, which at least equated to the level of a human Dozong. Later, it wreaked havoc at sea, constantly receiving sacrifices. It's possible it broke through to the Dou Zun realm. Moreover, this is within the ocean. Even ordinary Dou Zun cultivators might not be able to defeat it. Xiao Yan emerged from Xiao Yan's embrace. Don't worry, I'm no ordinary Dou Zun. Leave subduing the dragon god to me. She too possessed a strand of, and with the enhancement of her current Dou Zun level, she might not be any weaker than the fire cloud water flame. Ha, that's what you said. If you fail, you'll get a spanking. Xiao Yan's smile hadn't fully faded from his lips when his eyebrows suddenly furrowed sharply, and a cold gleam flashed in his pupils. He murmured, how did they end up here? Xiao Yan was about to ask, but before she could speak, the space around Xiao Yan violently twisted. In the next moment, the two of them vanished from their original spot. A few minutes later, the wooden staircase creaked. The red-clad maid who had led the way earlier reappeared, this time accompanied by two silent old men and a young man dressed in a plain white robe. On the center of each of their foreheads was a vividly lifelike flame-shaped mark. Upon closer inspection, the crimson patterns beneath the skin seemed to move slowly like living creatures. The eldest of the three, a man in purple robes, had barely set foot on the 5th floor when his cloudy eyes suddenly darted toward the viewing platform, where Xiao Yan and his companion had just departed. "Elder Huayao, is something wrong?" The white-robed man noticed the elder's unusual behavior and hurriedly asked. The purple-robed elder, known as Fireglow, paused for a moment before shaking his head slowly. "Nothing." The white-robed man curled his lips into a faint smile and did not ask further. The three then headed toward the rest area. In the sea view cabin, each person had their own private resting quarters. At that moment, in one of the rooms, Xiao Yan was holding Xiao Yan tightly, standing quietly behind the door, listening to the sounds outside. "Have they left?" Xiao Yan whispered. Click. Xiao Yan snapped his fingers, and a thick spatial barrier enveloped the room. He sighed softly. "I didn't expect those guys to show up as well." The one in white is called Hua Xian, a member of the ancient 8 clan's Yan clan. The two old men are likely elders of the Yan clan, one at the Dou Zong level, and the other, called Hua Yao, is a bit troublesome. He should have reached the 4-star Dou Shang realm. Xiao Yan described the three of them in detail, as if he had seen them with his own eyes. Fire Xian's personality wasn't too bad. Xiao Yan had dealt with him before in the Heavenly Tomb in his previous life. However, at this moment, Fire Xian was only at the Dou Huang realm, clearly just accompanying the clan elders on a training mission. As for the elder named Hua Yao, who had reached the 4-star Martial Saint realm, Xiao Yan had never seen him before. However, the fact that these few had appeared here made their intentions clear. They couldn't possibly be heading to the southwest region to cause trouble, could they? Upon sensing the auras of the three, Xiao Yan had already reached a conclusion in his heart. The fact that they had dispatched a Dou Shang level elder meant that their target was likely the mysterious figure in the sea, Hui Yin Shui Yan. It was said that the Yan clan possessed 4 types of. If they added this one, wouldn't that make 5? The depth of the ancient clan's heritage was truly unimaginable. Xiao Yan thought to himself, unable to suppress a laugh. He had been envying others all along, yet he had almost forgotten that he now possessed 2 reserves that even the Yan clan couldn't match. "You're still laughing? What should we do now?" Hearing Xiao Yan's description, Xiao Xian's delicate face also flashed a hint of gravity. "We'll have to play it by ear. This time, we'll have to apologize to Elder Huayao." Xiao Yan chuckled, not overly concerned. Though he couldn't fight at full strength, he was confident he could hold off a 4-star martial saint from the Yan clan. If they were truly here for he could have Xiao Xian block the other Dou Zong, while the Fire Xian, who was still only a Dou Huang, could be ignored. The task of subduing the fire cloud water flame could be entrusted to Tun Yuan as well. As they spoke, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. The massive ship, now fully loaded, had begun to set sail toward the sea. The ship utilized spatial power to glide across the sea surface, barely rocking at all. Technically speaking, this should be classified as a large-scale flying vessel, similar to the soul-piercing boat seen earlier in the ancient clan. However, its speed was far inferior to that of the soul-piercing boat, likely due to some apprehension toward the sea dragon god lurking beneath the waves. Xiao Xian, who was experiencing a ship for the first time, stood by the window, marveling at the sea view. Xiao Yan accompanied her for a while before returning to his bed to continue his cultivation. This journey to the southwest continent was originally intended for the yin-yang twin flames and puppet technique, but unexpectedly, a fire cloud water flame disguised as a dragon god appeared. Such a rare opportunity, Xiao Yan would not dare to refuse. The Yan clan already possessed 4, adding another one wouldn't necessarily make them much stronger. But Xiao Yan was different. Although he already possessed 10 and a young void swallowing flame, he was still young and in the midst of physical development, desperately in need of energy. Clearly, this would be far more beneficial to him. Chapter 115, An Unexpected Twist. As the natural boundary between 2 continents, the vastness of Yunlan Ming far exceeded imagination. The 100-zhang-tall giant wheel, with its 5-story pavilions, entered the sea and instantly seemed as small as a leaf in a pond. The fierce sea beast carved on the ship's bow was but a speck in the surging emerald waves. The giant ship carried its passengers, sailing from day into night, yet still no land was in sight. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in a quiet room. At a certain moment, his tightly closed eyes suddenly flew open. Looking out the window, he said, "They're here." As if to confirm his words, the previously gloomy sky suddenly erupted with swirling dark clouds, from which a faint glow began to seep through. Suddenly, the distant horizon erupted with a brilliant blue pillar of light, dyeing the surrounding sea into a translucent sapphire hue. Immediately afterward, a blue cloud-like mass rose into the sky, with burning droplets condensing at its edges. With each roll, it erupted into fiery tongues of flame. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the sea, not the sound of thunder, but the mighty roar of some colossal creature awakening. Centered around the blue light column, the sea surface suddenly collapsed into a massive whirlpool, with deep blue ripples spreading rapidly. In an instant, they reached the vicinity of the giant ship from several miles away. Wherever it passed, the seawater boiled violently, and the steam rose into a thick white mist that instantly enveloped the entire sea. The giant ship shook violently in the mist, sending everyone's hearts racing. "Look! What is that?" someone shouted, pointing toward the depths of the mist. A brilliant blue halo pierced through the thick fog, outlining a silhouette hundreds of feet tall. The figure was neither human nor beast, with its upper body covered in deep blue scales that flickered between light and darkness as water and fire intertwined. Its lower body was a churning mass of waves, with countless sky blue fish darting in and out between its legs before dissolving back into clouds. Within the light and mist, a fierce beast's head could be faintly discerned, resembling the legendary divine dragon. A flame burning with a blue-white glow blazed between its brows, and from its gaping maw, both flames and icy currents erupted simultaneously, coalescing in mid-air into a swirling vortex of water and fire. The dragon god has appeared. From the lower deck, cries of astonishment erupted in waves. The guards on the massive ship hurriedly threw the prepared offerings into the sea. Whether they were rare treasures or the corpses of magical beasts, they instantly turned to dust upon contact with the scalding seawater. How big is it?" Xiao Yan's expression was slightly surprised. When that colossal creature appeared, even the yin-yang poison fire within her body reacted with intense resistance, as if it had encountered a formidable enemy. Inside the observation deck, Xiao Yan's expression also grew complex. For some reason, within the so-called dragon god's body, he sensed a familiar aura. As the last offering basket sank into the depths, the boiling sea surface began to slowly calm down. The 100-foot-tall illusory figure of the dragon god flickered, and its arms covered in flaming scales gradually became transparent. The sky-blue flame on its forehead dimmed and dissolved into threads of light, merging into the sea. The people in the lower deck of the giant ship exhaled in relief. Those who had once doubted the legend were now utterly astonished, and many knelt down to pay homage. The majesty displayed by the dragon god was more awe-inspiring than any human warrior they had ever seen. "Enough with the charades. You think you can just leave now?" Just then, a cold, aged voice pierced the mist, and fiery red light erupted violently. Before the giant ship, a red figure slowly emerged. It was the Flaming Clan's Dou Zun-level powerhouse. The red-robed old man was surrounded by crimson battle chi, stepping forward to shatter the void. In the next instant, he had already appeared 1,000 feet away. His right hand formed a claw, reaching out through the air to grab the fading dragon god's illusory form. The flames erupting from his palm transformed into 9 fiery serpents, roaring as they lunged toward the sky-blue figure. "He's trying to steal the fire cloud water flame?" Xiao Yan exclaimed in shock, hurriedly grabbing Xiao Yan's sleeve. "He's just a 3-star martial sovereign." Xiao Yan's gaze was as sharp as a knife, instantly discerning the situation. "He'll be defeated within 3 moves. The sudden change in the sky startled everyone in the ship's cabin. As everyone knew, stepping on the void meant at least the level of a martial sovereign. Though some held the dragon god in great reverence, none dared to offend a human master. Among the guards on the giant ship, the strongest was an elder from the Dongyuan royal family, who had barely reached the Dou Huang realm. Seeing the situation, he hurriedly commanded the ship to maneuver and evade. While battles between those above the Dou Zong realm were indeed rare, preserving one's life was the most urgent matter. In the blink of an eye, the battle in the sky had drastically changed. Though the dragon god's illusory form was fading, its reaction was astonishingly swift. The massive palm covered in blue scales slammed down onto the sea surface, causing waves to surge upward and into a towering ice-blue shield in midair. The 9 fire serpents collided with the water shield, exploding with a thunderous roar. Sparks flew everywhere, but the illusion remained unharmed. From behind the clouds, a roar that was neither male nor female echoed out. "Human, dare you defy the majesty of the dragon god?" As the illusory figure spoke, the sky-blue clouds beneath its feet suddenly expanded. Each cloud was infused with violent energy, colliding and compressing against one another, emitting a deep, rumbling roar. Though the clouds were sky-blue, they contained the scorching flames of destruction. The clouds swelled to hundreds of feet in size, crashing down like a tidal wave toward the Flaming Clan's martial sovereign. Cloud waves rolled forward, igniting the very air in their path. The red-robed old man laughed loudly. "Well done. Flaming demon war axe." He swiftly shifted his hands before his chest, and the battle chi surging around him instantly coalesced into a gigantic flame-covered battle axe over 100 zhang tall. The flames dancing along the axe blade resembled writhing fire serpents. The axe was raised high, bearing the might of a world-shattering blow, and crashed down toward the fiery clouds. Boom! As the fiery cloud collided with the giant axe, it was as though 2 stars had collided, unleashing a force capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. A blinding light flashed, and the entire world grew dark. Visible energy ripples radiated outward from the point of impact, spreadingly in all directions. The sea was lifted high by the force, forming a tsunami dozens of feet tall that surged toward all directions. The massive wheel was swept away like a leaf in a whirlwind, carried several miles away in an instant. Is this the power of the fire cloud water flame? Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but whistle in awe. With her keen eyesight, she could clearly see that the red-robed elder of the Yan clan was already at a disadvantage in this battle. The collision erupting in the distance was so powerful that even with her calamity poison body activated, she could barely withstand it. Xiao Yan gazed at the horizon and suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Interesting. I made a misjudgment. Could that not be the fire cloud water flame?" Xiao Yan was puzzled. The appearance of the fire cloud water flame had already been an unexpected twist in their journey. Could there be another unexpected twist within the unexpected? Xiao Yan shook his head. A deep blue flame, surging like the sea, suddenly erupted from his hand. Upon closer inspection, the ripples of the flame were identical to the scales on the illusory figure in the sky. No, it should be said that the one impersonating the dragon god is not just fire cloud water flame. Chapter 116, Retreating 3000 Li. You mean there's another? Xiao Yan had been puzzled all along. The yin-yang poison flame within her ranked only 4 places below the fire cloud water flame, so it shouldn't have been suppressed to such a weakened state. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, she suddenly understood. Xiao Yan nodded, a smile slowly curving his lips. I should have noticed sooner. A single fire cloud water flame isn't enough to stir this vast ocean. Before he finished speaking, the fiery red storage ring on Xiao Yan's hand flashed with light, revealing the figure of a child. Delicious. Tun Yuan clung to the window, his glassy pupils fixed intently on the horizon where sky and sea met, his eyes brimming with excitement, as if he couldn't wait to rush forward. Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Little guy, capturing the fusion flame of the fire cloud water flame and the sea heart flame is up to you. If you can't handle it, the second spot on thee will have to be handed over willingly." Poof. Tun Yuan, unwilling to admit defeat, scowled and glanced at the distant figure, his eyes suddenly filled with contempt. Clearly, even with most of his devouring power sealed by the ancient Yuan, he still did not take those 2 flames seriously. Xiao Yan nodded approvingly at the sight, then flickered his fingers, leaving a golden puppet capable of matching a 5-star martial sovereign within the room. Gently stroking Xiao Yan's hair, Xiao Yan said tenderly, "After those 2 flames fuse and are enhanced by the power of seawater, even a Dou Zun might struggle to withstand them. Stay here and wait for me. The heavenly demon puppet will protect you." Before Xiao Yan could say anything else, Xiao Yan and Tun Yuan's figures vanished almost simultaneously. At the same time, in a room on the 5th floor of the Sea View cabin, the moment the heavenly demon puppet appeared, a stiff figure suddenly opened its eyes. On the sea surface, the battle continued. After just 2 moves, the Yan clan's Dou Zun was already at a disadvantage, especially since fighting on the sea was inherently disadvantageous for him. Inferno of flames, annihilate him. As the red-robed old man roared, dozens of crimson fire pillars descended from the sky, enveloping the dragon god's illusory form. Wherever the fire pillars passed, even space began to warp and distort. Unfortunately, even as he gave it his all, the dragon god's illusory form remained unmoved. "You insignificant ants, you dare defy death." A majestic voice echoed from within the illusory form, and the blue flame cloud instantly reversed its course, swiftly condensing before the dragon god's illusory form. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive blue dragon hundreds of feet long. The dragon's body was engulfed in flames that shimmered with a golden glow. It raised its head and let out a furious roar, then swung its massive body toward the densely packed pillars of fire. When the dragon collided with the fire columns, the expected loud noise did not occur. The flames on the dragon's body seemed to have a life of their own, constantly surging and absorbing the fire columns that collided with it. The fire columns that were consumed became part of the dragon's power, making its body even more solid. Though this fire cloud water flame lacked the powerful devouring force of the void devouring flame, it could still extract some fire-attributed energy from the flames. Seeing that his combat technique had inadvertently strengthened his opponent, the red-robed elder's expression grew grim. Though the Flame Clan prided themselves on their mastery of fire, they were clearly outmatched by this intelligent, suffering a devastating defeat. "Fireblaze, step back." At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out. The purple-robed elder named Hua Yao finally appeared, with Hua Xian closely following behind him. "Did you see that? The fusion of fire cloud water flame and sea heart flame in the ocean is powerful enough to match a peak-level Dou Zun." Fire Yao revealed the truth with a single sentence, but he did not rush to act. Instead, he patiently explained the situation to Fire Xian behind him. For a 4-star martial saint, a 1-star martial sovereign or a martial sovereign at the peak of their power were no match for him. "Ha, Elder Huoyo has keen eyesight. Why not teach me as well?" A clear laugh echoed, and beneath the black robe, Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, also appearing at that moment. The members of the Yan clan were startled by the sudden appearance of this figure. How had he gotten so close without them noticing a single thing? "You brat, this isn't a place for you." The fire-blazing elder, already disheveled from the inn in a foul mood, grew even more enraged upon hearing Xiao Yan's youthful voice. He coldly snorted, and the oppressive aura of a 3-star Dou Zun descended with a thunderous roar. However, the situation he had imagined did not unfold. Xiao Yan remained standing in the air, his lips curling into a cold smile as he snorted in response. In an instant, the fiery elder felt his heart wrapped in an invisible force, tightening violently, as if the slightest misstep would cause him to explode at any moment. His old face turned deathly pale. He looked at Xiao Yan in terror, but saw that the young man shrouded in black robes hadn't even moved a finger, only a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Retreat 3,000 li. I will not harm you, Xiao Yan said indifferently. 3,000 miles? Huo Xian exclaimed in shock. Even at its widest point, the Yunlan Ming was unlikely to exceed 3,000 miles. This stranger dared to force them back to the northwest continent with just a single sentence? Such arrogance was unheard of in the world. However, facing his words, the usually hot-tempered Fireblaze elder remained unusually calm, unable to utter even a single no. You? Huo Xian clenched his teeth, about to argue, but met Xiao Yan's piercing gaze. Those eyes were as deep as an abyss. A single glance sent this Dou Huang-level powerhouse into a state of shock, his breathing stalling as he instinctively took a few steps back before regaining his balance. Among the three, only the purple-robed Fire Yao elder remained composed, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Xiao Yan. In this young man, he sensed a hint of danger he hadn't felt in years. After a long moment, Fireglow suddenly spoke, "Do as he says." You all step back. Fire Yao elder? Fire Qi and Fire Xian both exclaimed in disbelief, staring at this usually domineering elder of the clan. Step back. Don't linger here and be a burden. Fire Yao barked, the flame mark on his forehead flickering with a flash of light. Yes. Seeing this, Huo Xian and the others dared not say another word, transforming into two streaks of light and swiftly retreating toward the open sea. You must be the one on the ship earlier. Once the two had departed, Fireblaze suddenly withdrew his aura and bowed respectfully toward Xiao Yan, his posture carrying a hint of solemnity. I am Fireblaze of the Yan clan. May I inquire after your name? On the continent of martial arts, strength was the ultimate measure of all things. Although he noticed that Xiao Yan was young, his profound strength and demeanor were so formidable that even a 4-star martial saint like Huo Yao could not help but take him seriously. Xiao Yan, seeing this, smiled lightly and returned the bow, saying, I am Hong Haier, disciple of the Southern Sea Guanyin. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 117, The Might of the Strange Fire. Guanyin? Who is that powerful figure? Huo Yao furrowed his brows, his mind racing. He had lived for over 1,000 years, yet he could not recall any such reclusive powerhouse in the world. Under his black robe, Xiao Yan grinned. I calculated today that these two are destined for me. Why not grant me this favor, Elder Huo Yao, and bestow these two upon me? What do you say? Noticing the mocking tone in his words, Fire Yao's eyes grew cold. You demand two with just one sentence? That's quite the bold claim. I wonder if you have the stomach to handle them. In the distance, the dragon god's illusory form, already swollen with pride after repelling the Yan clan's martial sovereign, saw that Xiao Yan and the others seemed to completely disregard him. He couldn't help but roar angrily, humans, dare you disrespect the majesty of the dragon god? As soon as the words left his mouth, the illusory figure raised its arm, and 1,000 zheng tall waves surged forward. It was the Sea Heart Flame making its move. The Sea Heart Flame and the Fire Cloud Water Flame were ranked 15th and 16th on the Divine Flame chart, respectively, and both were of a similar blue hue, making them nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. The only way to tell them apart was that the Fire Cloud Water Flame preferred to take the form of a cloud. The Sea Heart Flame was hiding behind the Fire Cloud Water Flame, and the two flames had merged, creating a once-in-a-lifetime scene. Only someone with an extremely deep understanding of fire could possibly discern the truth. Of course, sometimes there was no need to distinguish them so clearly. Facing the 1,000-foot-high waves, Xiao Yan and Huo Yao raised their hands almost simultaneously, pointing toward the distant horizon. Boom! Though their gestures appeared casual and careless, they unleashed two terrifying forces. Two pitch-black spatial fissures split open the sea in the direction they pointed, carrying the momentum to shatter the heavens and earth, charging straight toward the dragon god's illusory form. Everything in their path was instantly vaporized by the intense heat, turning into a vast cloud of white mist. From above, the entire sea seemed to be torn apart into 3 pieces by an invisible giant hand. Feeling the might of the two attacks, the dragon god let out a terrified roar. Its illusory form and fiery cloud swirled together, transforming into 2,000-foot-long blue dragons mid-air. The two dragons' heads locked together, their tails intertwined as they spiraled upward, their scales shimmering with sky blue and deep blue flames. Water tornadoes surged upward, creating a 100-meter-wide violent whirlpool across the entire sea. Of course, it was all in vain. Even a casual strike from 2 Dou Shang-level powerhouses was more than these water tornadoes could withstand. Boom! Under the earth-shattering explosion, the two dragons' bodies shattered into pieces. The once mighty water tornado collapsed like a paper structure, vanishing into 2 swirling blue flames. The 2 flames, like agile fish, darted into the ocean and sped away toward the horizon. Trailing behind them was a faint, barely perceptible black mist. As Huo Yao attempted to leap across the void to pursue, a colossal golden phoenix suddenly appeared behind him, obscuring the sky. The phoenix was enveloped in vibrant, multicolored flames, its wings flapping violently, shattering space itself and forcing Hua Yao out. Ancient heavenly phoenix? Fire Yao was hindered by Xiao Yan, instantly losing the best opportunity to pursue. Fortunately, within the sea heart flame, he had left a trace of his fighting energy. As long as he could resolve the current situation, finding it again would not be a problem. With this in mind, the fiery glow no longer rushed to pursue, but instead stared intently at the demonic beast that had suddenly appeared in the sky. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the heavenly demon Phoenix clan, but its aura was far more noble. Especially the pure bloodline essence emanating from it was none other than the ancient celestial phoenix, a species extinct for centuries. Something's wrong. This flame aura. Could it be the shape-shifting power of the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire? The 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire was a creature of the beast domain. Even Hua Yao had never seen it before, but its ranking on the was at the bottom, so it should never pose a threat to a Doushang. Yet the phoenix before him was very much real, indistinguishable from the genuine article. Even if a member of the celestial phoenix clan were to arrive, they would likely kneel in awe and pay homage. After scrutinizing the ancient celestial phoenix from head to toe, Hua Yao's pupils suddenly contracted. He hadn't noticed before, but now he was startled. Even with just a brief observation, he had detected other within the phoenix. The stellar power of the 3,000 yin-yan flames, the thunderous power of the 9 dragon lei gang flames, the toxic power of the yin ming poison flames. With each additional flame he recognized, Hua Yao's face trembled with excitement. He wasn't unfamiliar with such flames, but he had never seen so many gathered in one place. No wonder you're an elder of the Yan clan. You have such keen eyesight. I'm truly impressed. Xiao Yan chuckled. His Lulifan Tianyan was forged from the fusion of 10 different flames, a feat almost unmatched in the world. However, it was clear that ordinary people couldn't possibly discern this. Only someone as experienced with fire as Hua Yao could truly grasp the true power of such a feat. After all, even the clan leader of the Yin clan, whose power had reached the realm of transcendence, had only managed to forcibly refine to through sheer strength. Yet this unknown young man before him had more in his reserves than the entire Yin clan. Since you possess such profound foundations, why bother competing with me? Hua Yao sighed wryly. Compared to Xiao Yan, he was truly the one with nothing to his name. Senior Fire Yao is joking. These treasures of the heavens belong to those who can obtain them. I wouldn't dare to refuse. However, Xiao Yan suddenly changed the subject. Since the elder has spoken, I naturally cannot refuse this favor. We can split the two equally, but there is one condition. What condition? Speak. Seeing Xiao Yan relent, Hua Yao hurriedly asked. In his perception, Xiao Yan's strength was no weaker than his own, and with so many enhancing him, if they were to fight, the outcome was uncertain. Therefore, if the conditions were right, he wasn't unwilling to agree. Compared to Hua Yao's urgency, Xiao Yan remained calm and smiled. I have heard that the Yan clan possesses 4 unique flames. I am quite curious and would like to borrow the essence of these 4 flames for a look. I will return them intact afterward. The sea heart flame I have here will also be given to the Yan clan. What do you think of these terms? Xiao Yan's words were sincere. With the system he possessed, as long as he could come into contact with the essence of he would have a way to replicate it. However, such an extraordinary matter was something Hua Yao could never have known. To Hua Yao, Xiao Yan's words sounded like nothing but mockery. If that's the case, then you must be determined to compete with me for this. Hua Yao's voice suddenly grew hoarse. As the supreme elder of the Yan clan, he was a revered elder even among the ancient 8 clans. He had never been treated with such disrespect before. Without another word, a swirling flame of purple and red erupted around him. Attack! Xiao Yan saw this and casually stepped back. With a flick of his wrist, the massive ancient phoenix appeared before him, letting out a long, piercing cry toward Hua Yao. Old predecessor, if you wish to fight me, you must first pass the trial of thee. Chapter 118, The Legacy of the Ancient Emperor. The golden phoenix formed from the Lulifan Tianyan let out a loud cry, and the cold flames in its eyes suddenly erupted, causing the temperature in the sky to plummet. However, the destructive aura grew increasingly intense. The icy cold power of the bone spirit cold flame. Gazing at the ancient phoenix blocking Xiao Yan's path, Hua Yao's expression grew grim. As one of the top-tier experts of the Yan clan, he had originally possessed a hybrid flame. Within his body were 2 super-grade beast flames, both obtained from 9th-tier fire attribute demon beasts. When fused, they could already match some lower grade. However, the young man before him was even more extraordinary. Streams of erupted from him as if they were worthless, and Hua Yao even clenched his fists tightly to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Divergent flames were the supreme flames of all flames. With the golden phoenix that could obscure the sky present, the beast flames within Hua Yao's body were completely ineffective, and his fire attribute combat energy was even suppressed slightly. Fighting might not guarantee victory. Retreating would be a complete loss of face. Normally, even against opponents of the same or even higher ranks, Hua Yao wouldn't dare to show any mercy. But under the overwhelming pressure of the fire phoenix, he couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. Just as Huayao was caught between advancing and retreating, the fire mark on his forehead suddenly flickered like a candle in the wind, growing half as dim as before. At the same time, the fiery red ring on Xiao Yan's hand glowed, as if it had received something. "You have reinforcements?" Fire Yao exclaimed in shock. Just moments ago, the martial energy mark he had hidden within the sea heart flame had been forcibly erased by someone. Even in his severely injured state, the combined power of the two was still no joke. To have dealt with it so quickly meant that Xiao Yan's ally was at least at the Dou Saint level. Xiao Yan smiled calmly, summoning the golden phoenix back into his body with a flick of his palm. "I never wished to be enemies with the Yan clan. Now that thee is in my possession, this junior shall take his leave." As Xiao Yan retrieved the strange fire from the sky and prepared to leave, Huayao's expression flickered wildly. He suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Xiao Yan turned abruptly, a flash of sharp light darting through his eyes. "Elder, is there something else you wish to teach me?" Huayao's Adam's apple bobbed violently. In the instant Xiao Yan had turned back, he had faintly sensed an incredibly terrifying pressure such majesty could only be possessed by a 4-star martial saint of the late stage. "Young friend, I have something to discuss with you." Huayao sighed, his wrinkled face tightening as if he had aged several decades. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, "To be honest, after becoming a martial saint, and was of no significance to me. The reason I am urgently seeking in now is because..." Xiao Yan turned his head slightly, listening to Huayao speak. If this old man was trying to play the age card or fabricate a tragic story, Xiao Yan would have left without a second thought. Fortunately, Huayao didn't beat around the bush and quickly got to the point. "Recently, I stumbled upon a scroll of a heaven-rank martial art in an ancient ruin. To master this martial art, one must use high-grade flames as a catalyst, with a minimum requirement of 3 flames, at least one of which must be in. I coveted its power, which is why I traveled thousands of miles to come here. Now that you've taken thee, it can only be said that you're more skilled than me. There's no point in blaming others. But I still wish to make a deal with you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan had already figured out most of the situation. After pondering for a moment, he asked calmly, "What is the rank of that martial art?" A sly smile flashed across Huayao's aged face. Since I brought it up, I naturally won't let you lose out. Moreover, I can guarantee that this martial art will be highly appealing to you." Xiao Yan heard this and laughed lightly as well. "Old gentleman, you're underestimating me a bit too much. After all, martial arts techniques were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. The highest grade was Heaven Grade Advanced. Xiao Yan actually possessed a Heaven Grade Advanced martial arts technique. Additionally, he had a wide range of offensive, defensive, evasive, and sonic martial arts techniques. What could possibly be worth exchanging one of his 4? Hearing the meaning behind Xiao Yan's words, the purple-robed old man realized he had spoken too boldly and couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Martial arts techniques above the heavenly rank are considered top-secret treasures in our clan. However, this is something I obtained personally, so I can trade it with you. A scroll of a heavenly rank martial arts technique in exchange for an ranked 15th or lower on the chart. You're not getting the short end of the deal." As Huayao spoke, his voice grew increasingly uncertain. He knew full well that at the Saint level stage, who didn't have a few hidden trump cards up their sleeves? Given what Xiao Yan had demonstrated so far, he might even know more martial arts techniques than him. While heaven rank martial arts techniques were indeed rare, they weren't something he lacked, so they were worth nothing. Thinking of this, Huayao couldn't help but add, "But the ancient ruins are from 10,000 years ago." 10,000 years ago? Under his black robe, Xiao Yan's expression finally changed. Though both were referred to as the ancient era, there was a significant difference between thousands of years ago and tens of thousands of years ago. 10,000 years ago, even the current 8 ancient clans were still obscure. During that period, heroes roamed the land like fish in a river, and countless peak-level experts had emerged. Therefore, the artifacts discovered in a 10,000-year-old ruin were far beyond what could be found in ordinary ruins. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan also felt a stir of desire, but he remained composed on the surface, feigning hesitation. It wasn't until the old man grew impatient that he slowly nodded. "Choose between the sea heart flame and the fire cloud water flame." Xiao Yan raised his palm, and 2 blue flames of similar color immediately appeared in the air. In an instant, the temperature in the air skyrocketed, and the dual attribute energy of water and fire at the horizon erupted into chaos. However, the two, which had once been so arrogant and powerful, now wilted like wilted eggplants, their flame essences constantly contracting as they desperately tried to suppress their aura, as if they were afraid of something. Seeing the treasure that should have been his own now requiring such a great sacrifice to obtain, Huayao couldn't help but sigh deeply once more. He then flickered his fingers, and a crimson light shot out from his sleeve. "Since you are so kind, I shall be bold and take the sea heart flame." Of course, Xiao Yan smiled faintly, swiftly completing the exchange. With the in hand, Huayao gave it a quick inspection, and a hint of joy finally appeared on his face. This outcome was actually quite suitable. Though the sea heart flame ranked 1 position higher, Xiao Yan already possessed one within his body. If Huayao had requested the fire cloud water flame, Xiao Yan would have had no choice but to use his system's replication card. As he thought this, Xiao Yan reached out his hand toward the fiery red scroll before him. However, the moment his fingers touched the scroll, several streams of heat surged through his meridians. The burning technique seemed to be drawn by some force, automatically activating on its own. A tingling sensation spread rapidly from his fingertips throughout his body, and a massive stream of information flooded into Xiao Yan's mind. In the chaos, he could only make out 4 characters. Left by the Ancient Emperor. Chapter 119, The 10,000 Flames Prison Dragon Array. What is this? Feeling the massive stream of information in his mind, Xiao Yan was speechless. It seemed as though he had witnessed something extraordinary. Senior Fire Yao, farewell. After a brief farewell, Xiao Yan flickered and vanished without a trace. No way. Did I overlook something? Sense the excitement in Xiao Yan's tone, Hui Yao suddenly felt as though he had been cheated, and he stood frozen in place. The technique he had exchanged was a rather obscure low-tier heavenly rank martial art, whose surface value was indeed superior to the Sea Heart Flame. However, Xiao Yan shouldn't be this excited. It was as if he had stumbled upon a great bargain. After a long while, Huiqi and Huixin slowly approached, seeing Hui Yao holding a blue flame in his hand, yet standing there looking somewhat dejected. Elder Hui Yao, how is it? Huo Cheng asked cautiously, afraid he might take his frustration out on him. Fire Yao shook his head slowly, gazing in the direction where Xiao Yan had disappeared, and murmured, this boy has extraordinary talent. It would be difficult to find anyone in the entire Yan clan who could match him. Hurry, follow me back to see the clan leader. On the other side, Xiao Yan's figure swiftly darted through the Yunlan Ming, his thoughts churning like a raging sea. After flying thousands of miles away, Xiao Yan finally came to a stop. After sensing the surroundings, he suddenly dived into the sea. With the Sea Heart Flame, Xiao Yan could manipulate the sea, causing the water to part automatically wherever he went, allowing him to walk on water as if it were solid ground. At that moment, the entire sea had become a natural barrier tailored specifically for him. Upon reaching the ocean floor, Xiao Yan didn't even have time to swallow the fire cloud water flames before eagerly pulling out the crimson scroll once more. He slowly unfolded it, revealing ancient characters glowing with golden light. 10,000 Fires Prison Dragon Array, a low-tier heavenly rank martial art technique. It gathers the might of all the fires in heaven and earth to form the prison dragon formation. The more flames one masters, the stronger the martial art becomes. When fully mastered, it can trap enemies, burn their chi, and refine their souls. Heavenly rank low grade? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Array-type combat techniques were both offensive and defensive, but if it was only a heavenly rank low-tier technique, it would be of little use to him at present. A hint of confusion flashed in his pitch-black pupils. As Xiao Yan's fingertips lightly touched the scroll, intending to infuse it with his soul energy, the entire scroll suddenly transformed into a streak of light, violently piercing into his brow. After a moment of intense dizziness, Xiao Yan opened his eyes to find himself immersed in a dazzling sea of flames. Red, yellow, blue, and purple flames intertwined into surging waves of fire, each spark ancient flame runes. At the center of the fiery sea, countless golden characters swam like fish, inscribing the cultivation techniques of the 10,000 Flames Imprisoning Dragon Array. Xiao Yan gently stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the surging flames, quickly grasping the essence of the array. The 10,000 Flames Prison Dragon Array bore some resemblance to the 5-will separating fire technique, both emphasizing precise control over flames, using as a catalyst to fully unleash the destructive power within the flames, allowing a single person to construct an array capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. However, the 10,000 Flames Dragon Trapping Array was a heaven-rank martial art. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, if he were to utilize this technique, he could temporarily trap even a late-stage 5-star martial saint. However, this is clearly insufficient. Xiao Yan currently possesses the Yellow Springs Palm, Yellow Springs Heavenly Wrath, Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation, and the Destructive Fire Lotus, any one of which is far more powerful. Why bother using this technique? Xiao Yan shook his head, his gaze unconsciously shifting to the sea of flames behind the text. Within it, he sensed a faint yet persistent pull, causing the within his body to resonate faintly. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan channeled his soul energy to envelop his body and cautiously stepped forward. Boom! As Xiao Yan's footsteps landed, a towering wall of flames erupted around him. Yet he remained completely focused, his eyes fixated with an almost possessed determination. With another step forward, the fire waves crashed into him, and Xiao Yan felt as though his internal organs were being roasted over an open flame. Even with the power of the strange fire within his soul force, the searing pain that burned his bones and scorched his heart intensified with every step he took. Soon, the flames ahead suddenly gathered, forming a flexible wall of fire that blocked Xiao Yan's path. On the wall, twisted dragon-like patterns began to emerge. This is the 10,000 Flames Prison Dragon Array? He had sought this technique, only to find himself trapped within it. Xiao Yan felt a sudden flash of insight in his mind. He immediately took a large step forward and roared, "Break it!" His palms, enveloped in brilliant flames, collided fiercely with the wall of fire. However, the effect was minimal. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. Even though he had pushed his heavenly realm grand perfection power to its absolute limit, he still felt that his soul would be reduced to ashes in no time. In the midst of the crisis, a sliver of black mist suddenly shot out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, infiltrating the barrier. Perhaps the addition of this vital force tipped the scales, as the firewall suddenly developed a tiny crack. Xiao Yan seized the opportunity, plunging both palms into the crack and tearing it apart with all his might. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and Xiao Yan felt a blinding light before his eyes, the intense heat vanishing instantly. Once he stabilized his stance, he discovered that he had entered a completely different world. He now found himself in a vast corridor. On either side of the corridor stood rows of stone pillars engraved with ancient flame-like patterns. At the end of the corridor, a faint golden glow flickered. The pulling sensation rising from the depths of his soul surged like a tidal wave, nearly pulling Xiao Yan toward the end of the corridor. There was no time to hesitate. At that moment, Xiao Yan had no doubts left. His figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, charging forward at full speed. As his footsteps swept past, the stone pillars on either side seemed to awaken like ancient behemoths, erupting into towering flames. Upon closer inspection, the colors of the flames, which lit up one after another, corresponded exactly to the rankings on the. What on earth is this place? Xiao Yan was stunned, but he did not stop. The Lulif and Tianyan gathered around him, forming a fiery shield. The intense energy resonated with the flames on the stone pillars, illuminating the entire corridor as bright as day. Finally, they reached the end. There stood a wide stone platform, appearing decayed and green, starkly contrasting with its surroundings. Behind the platform was a golden flame, and the pull Xiao Yan felt originated from within it. However, Xiao Yan's footsteps suddenly halted. It wasn't that he didn't want to investigate further, but because, before the flames, on the stone platform, there were three figures sitting cross-legged. The three figures' auras were faint and unstable, and their features were even somewhat blurred. However, each of them emanated an overwhelmingly domineering pressure, enough to make even Xiao Yan, with his current strength, feel a hint of apprehension. Three remnants of souls. In ancient martial arts techniques, there often exist soul imprints left behind by predecessors. These imprints could serve as barriers or opportunities, much like the Demon Saint's residual image Xiao Yan had seen on the Yellow Spring steel. However, the Demon Saint's residual image had been sustained by its essence blood, allowing it to still perform martial arts techniques. But the three figures before him had withered over the ages, clearly hollow and powerless. Xiao Yan bowed deeply to the three figures, then slowly walked to the left side of the stone platform, standing before the most ethereal soul fragment. Elder! Xiao Yan murmured softly, extending his soul force forward. Just as it was about to make contact, the figure's eyes suddenly snapped open. In its gaze, Xiao Yan saw endless terror. This is what the ancient emperor left behind, extremely dangerous. Retreat at once. Chapter 120, The Ancient Great Being. Retreat at once. The figure at the far left of the stone platform glared with wide eyes. The moment Xiao Yan's soul made contact, a majestic voice suddenly rang out in his ears. As soon as the words were spoken, the soul imprint began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. After enduring 10,000 years, this mark left by the ancients, after issuing its final warning, finally dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, the 10,000 beast spirit fire within Xiao Yan's body rippled slightly, as if stimulated by something. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. He was well aware that this meant the owner of the soul that had just dissipated was likely a demon beast. Based on his perception, the soul's strength and life should have been at the mid to late heaven realm. While this would not be remarkable for an ordinary human, it was a different matter entirely for a demon beast. Compared to humans, demon beasts possessed incredibly powerful physical strength, but their soul power was their Achilles heel. Take the demon beasts like the ones they had encountered earlier, for example. Although they had reached the level of a martial saint, their souls were only at the spirit realm. For this ancient demonic beast to possess soul power at the mid-stage of the heavenly realm, one can only imagine how terrifying its combat energy strength must be. However, even such an ancient powerhouse left behind a soul imprint that read retreat? Left by the ancient emperor, extremely dangerous. Xiao Yan repeated the words spoken by the soul earlier. The ancient emperor, could he truly be the one he had imagined? Since ancient times, in the past few 10,000 years, the only one worthy of that title was likely the Tushing ancient emperor. If that's the case, could this martial art have been created by the ancient Tosu emperor back then? Endless excitement filled Xiao Yan's mind. As the last Dodi on the Dou Qi continent, the things he left behind could never be simple. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Even though the warning voice of the soul was still ringing in his ears, who could remain calm in the face of something left behind by a martial emperor? Xiao Yan quickly approached the second soul, which appeared much clearer and could barely be recognized as a middle-aged man. Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, the soul had already opened its eyes. No need to call. I was already woken up by that guy, the man muttered, glancing at Xiao Yan before exclaiming in surprise, "You're from the Xiao clan?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart stirred. He raised his eyes to look closely and indeed saw a faint flame-like mark between the man's eyebrows. So you're an elder of the Yan clan. This young one is Xiao Yan. Greetings. Xiao Yan hurriedly bowed his fist and said, this martial art technique was exchanged with an elder of the Yan clan. However, it seems he didn't notice its true profundity. The middle-aged man sighed slightly and said, never mind. It was his lack of strength. Even the dragon trapping array I set up couldn't be broken. I even released my aura to guide him. Xiao Yan was startled. The array in the Sea of Fire was set by you? Of course. The middle-aged man spoke with pride. Impressive, isn't it? 10,000 years ago, I used that Sea of Flames to set up this array. Even a soul at the peak of the heaven realm might not be able to break it. Indeed, it's impressive. Xiao Yan nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for the void-devouring flames coming to his aid at the critical moment, he wouldn't have been able to break through the 10,000 flames dragon-trapping array and discover the hidden realm within. After receiving Xiao Yan's acknowledgement, the middle-aged man grew even more arrogant, speaking more freely. I had originally planned to find a young disciple from the Yan clan to inherit this technique, but fate had other plans. However, since we have this karmic connection, passing on the next move of this combat technique to you is equally acceptable. Xiao Yan was overjoyed upon hearing this. This martial art was indeed not as simple as it seemed on the surface. He immediately bowed again and said, thank you, senior. No need to thank me yet, the middle-aged man waved his hand, a sly smile appearing on his face. I can pass on the next move to you, and I can also tell you some secrets about this martial art. But you must promise me that you will never use this martial art against the descendants of the Yan clan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately adopted a solemn expression and said, I will remember your words, senior. I will not break this promise. That will do. The middle-aged man smiled, then pointed his finger at Xiao Yan's forehead. The information previously imprinted in Xiao Yan's mind suddenly became clear, and the name of a new martial art technique appeared in his mind. 10,000 Fires Return to the Void Array. The 10,000 Fires Return to the Void Array is a mid-tier heavenly rank martial art technique based on the Dragon Imprisoning Array. It condenses 10,000 fires into a chaotic void, granting the ability to incinerate heaven and earth. The more fires it draws, the greater its array power becomes. 5 fires form a vortex, 9 fires turn the void into chaos. When fully mastered, its power rivals that of a high-tier heavenly rank martial art technique. Rivaling heavenly rank advanced? As Xiao Yan read the description of the Void Abyss array, his eyes lit up repeatedly. With this technique, wouldn't he have another ace up his sleeve in battle? Actually, it's not comparable, it is heavenly rank advanced, the middle-aged man chuckled. You can think of it as requiring an extremely high number of. Unless one possesses 9, one can only achieve the effects of heavenly rank intermediate. Xiao Yan nodded. While this requirement might be stringent for others, it was exactly what he needed. It was as if it had been tailored specifically for him. Excited, Xiao Yan's gaze couldn't help but drift toward the golden light source behind the stone platform. He wondered if he could obtain more there. Don't look anymore. This Guichu array is enough for you to practice for a while. If you're brave enough, you can try going up there yourself. The middle-aged man seemed to have read Xiao Yan's thoughts and immediately reminded him. Xiao Yan's body trembled, and he hurriedly replied with respect, I humbly request your guidance, senior. The middle-aged man smiled and pointed to where the first soul had dissipated earlier. Did you see that guy just now? An ancient dragon with 8 stars of the Martial Saint realm, thinking he was something special, forced himself to cultivate the prison dragon array, only to have his soul trapped here forever. Before Xiao Yan could react, the middle-aged man pointed at himself, see this guy? A human who just reached 9-star Martial Saint, thinking he was something special, forced himself to cultivate the Guichu array, and ended up trapped here forever. Souls are trapped, bodies perish. Forcing oneself to cultivate this array even if you possess divine abilities, you cannot escape the fate of destruction. Go! Hearing the man's words, Xiao Yan swallowed hard, his heart churning with shock. An 8-star Tai Su ancient dragon? A 9-star Yan clan great sage? The small world within this martial arts scroll possesses such immense power, trapping 2 ancient powerhouses here for 10,000 years. Could the third figure over there also be a trapped saint of the heavens? Oh, he's not. That guy has some skill. He mastered the Dragon Imprisonment Array and the Void Return Array with just a single. Later, while practicing the Heaven Burying Array, he made a mistake and left behind a soul fragment, then departed gracefully. Chapter 121, Guichu and Zhangtian. My name is Yin Wushuang, the youngest clan leader of the Yan clan in those days. Within the scroll world, Xiao Yan sat across from the middle-aged man, listening quietly. Perhaps because he hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time, Yin Wushuang gradually became more enthusiastic from his initial aloofness. Without Xiao Yan asking, he began to recount his story in great detail. That Tai Su ancient dragon, though powerful, had weak soul power. He arrived before me and attempted to cultivate the Dragon Imprisonment Array using only the beast fire within his body. Little did he know that his soul would shatter in the end, leaving only a fragment of his soul behind. No matter who comes now, they must shout, retreat at once. Yan Wushuang's eyes sparkled with a smile, his gaze piercing through the space before him, fixated on the distant past. Back then, I accidentally obtained this scroll. Relying on my natural talent, I thought I could go anywhere in the world, let alone this trivial martial art. So I rushed in here without hesitation. This martial art was left behind by the ancient Emperor Tuoshi, divided into 3 realms: Dragon Prison, Return to the Void, and Burial of the Heavens. The 10,000 fires imprisoned the dragon array was created by the ancient Emperor Tuoshi when he broke through to the Martial Saint realm. After reaching the peak of the Martial Saint realm, he improved it into the 10,000 fires Return to the Void array, using it to subdue all the in the world. Wherever he went, he was invincible. Ultimately, when he broke through to the Martial Emperor realm, he derived the final 10,000 fires Bury the Heavens array. The Burying Heaven formation, when activated with 10 or more, can directly break through the restrictions of the heavenly rank advanced tier and reach the Emperor rank. Emperor tier? Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He had only recently heard of Emperor tier souls, and never imagined that even martial arts techniques could reach the Emperor tier. Yan Wushuang nodded slowly, a bitter smile curving his lips. If it weren't for my greed for that imperial tier martial art back then, I wouldn't have disregarded everyone's warnings and forced myself to cultivate it. Back then, I had 3 streams of within me, and my soul was on the verge of advancing to the Emperor realm. Yet I still couldn't complete the cultivation of the Guichu array. So I resorted to a clever trick, trying to replace it with 4 streams of beast fire. But in the end, it backfired, and my soul was forever trapped here. Xiao Yan asked in confusion, "Can't you leave?" Yan Wushuang shook his head. This is a secret realm set up by the ancient Emperor Tuoshi within the martial arts scrolls. Only soul power can enter. Cultivating array techniques here yields twice the result with half the effort, but if one fails, the soul will be struck by backlash. At best, one will be severely injured; at worst, one will never be able to leave. After being trapped here, I waited for hundreds of years until I finally encountered a young man. He was even more arrogant and talented than me. He mastered the dragon imprisoning array and the void returning array with just a single flame. Yan Wushuang spoke, then sighed, "Alas, greed is the downfall of the wise. No one can resist the temptation of imperial tier combat techniques." That young man later made a mistake during the trial of the Burial Heaven array. Though he retreated in time, his soul still suffered significant injuries. His was too powerful. I once entrusted him to inform the Yen clan of my whereabouts, but I received no news for decades afterward. I suspect he likely suffered a backlash from the flames after leaving. Later, I set up the dragon trapping array you saw earlier to screen out those who were too weak. It was a small act of kindness. Until just now, when you broke in. As he spoke, Yan Wushuang pointed to the golden flame behind him, that is the martial arts inheritance left by the ancient emperor. The 3 arrays are all within it, but only after mastering the Guishu array can one obtain the Zhengtian array. Xiao Yan's gaze followed suit, his heart pounding wildly. The legacy left by a martial emperor was indeed an extremely tempting existence. Especially every time he looked at that golden light, waves of heat surged through his body, making his heart race with excitement. Xiao Yan asked himself, if it weren't for Yan Wushuang's words, he would have undoubtedly been tempted to practice this martial art upon seeing it. With his current strength, he was still far inferior to these predecessors. The slightest misstep could lead him down the same path as them. However, an emperor tier martial art was indeed worth taking the risk. "Come back!" Yan Wushuang bellowed, and Xiao Yan snapped back to his senses. When he looked again, he realized he had already left the stone platform and was walking toward the golden flames. This thing actually has the power to corrupt one's mind. "Thank you, senior." Xiao Yan hurriedly turned his head and backed away, returning to the stone platform while forcing himself not to look at the light source behind him. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Yan Wushuang smiled with satisfaction. "Since you accompanied me in conversation, I'll give you some guidance. Show me the flames you've mastered first." "Yes." Xiao Yan answered obediently. To receive guidance from such a senior was indeed a great fortune. He clenched his palm and summoned a primitive deep yellow flame. Ranked 23rd on the. Yan Wushuang's gaze was as sharp as lightning. He recognized it at a glance, and a faint smile curved his lips. "Continue. Since you managed to break through my dragon trapping array, it means you have decent potential. You can't possibly have only one, can you?" Xiao Yan smiled as well, raising his hand to send the Xin Huang Yan into the air. He clenched his palms again, and 2 flames, one red, one purple, appeared, filling the secret realm with an even more violent aura of 10,000 beasts spirit fire and yin yang poison fire. Fire Wushuang quickly named them, but a fleeting glimpse of disappointment flashed in his eyes. With just these 3, it might be. Before he could finish, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, flicking his fingers rapidly. 3 more flames of entirely different colors appeared in the air, and the surging waves of fire made the atmosphere within the secret realm grow fiery. "These are the Blue Lotus Earthcore Fire, the Wind Rage Dragon Flame, and the Sea Heart Flame? Not bad, not bad. I knew my eyes weren't deceiving me. Your talent is on par with mine back in the day." Upon seeing the 6 flames in the air, Huo Wuxuang's expression shifted from worry to joy, nodding repeatedly. Haha, how could I compare to a senior like you? I just had the luck to encounter a few flames. Xiao Yan bowed humbly. Shall I continue? Continue? Huo Wuxuang frowned, his expression growing strange. What do you mean continue? Do you have more? This junior obtained them by sheer luck. As Xiao Yan finished speaking, the fallen heart flame, the 9 dragon thunder gale flame, and the bone spirit cold flame all left his body, transforming into streaks of light that flew into the sky, leaving Huo Wuxuang speechless for half a moment. Finally, a dragon's roar shook the space, and the 3,000 yen flames descended with overwhelming pressure. Wherever they passed, the flames in the sky responded, and in an instant, the sounds of wind and thunder filled the air. 10 different flames each took shape and settled in their own areas. The stone pillars on either side of the corridor seemed to sense the commotion, erupting into blazing flames. Flames of different colors intertwined, illuminating the entire secret realm in a dazzling array of colors, resembling a fantastical fairyland. Xiao Yan asked cautiously, Senior, is this fire enough? Chapter 122, The Disappearance of the Little Medicine Fairy. Ha 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 ha, this combat technique is reserved for those destined to inherit it. There truly is such a destined person in this world. To Shi Ancient Emperor, you did not deceive me. After the initial shock, Huo Wuxuang burst into laughter, his entire body trembling with each laugh, and his soul began to fade. Senior, what is happening? Xiao Yan frowned, watching as the lower half of Yan Wuxuang's body gradually turned into scattered sparks. At this rate, his soul would vanish into nothingness in no time. Huo Wuxuang, however, paid no heed, smiling calmly. I, a lonely ghost, have roamed this place for over 10,000 years. I have lived long enough. Young friend, since we have met, I implore you to grant me one request. Seeing that Huo Wuxuang had suddenly become polite, Xiao Yan hurriedly replied with respect, Please speak, senior. 10,000 years have passed, and the only thing I still care about is the Yan clan of today. When you have the chance, please go there on my behalf. As Huo Wuxuang spoke, his form began to fade, and he was about to vanish. Xiao Yan nodded solemnly, Elder, rest assured. I will inform the Yan clan of your whereabouts once I leave. Huo Wuxuang shook his head, I cannot leave, and they have no need to come in. What the ancient emperor left behind was meant for those with karmic affinity. What I ask of you is to go to the Yan clan, retrieve thee, and complete the burial of Heaven Array. Young friend, once you obtain thee, when you ascend to the throne in the future, please look after the Yan clan. Yan Wuxuang's voice grew fainter, but his pupils grew unusually bright. Xiao Yan felt the light gradually expanding before his eyes until it filled the entire world. You've stayed here too long. Return now. As Yan Wuxuang uttered those words, Xiao Yan felt a sharp pain in his head. When he opened his eyes again, his consciousness had returned to reality. The sea heart flame formed a spherical protective barrier around him, enveloping Xiao Yan completely. The scroll returned to its original form and landed in his hand. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream, but the 2 heavenly ranked array techniques that had appeared in his mind were the only proof that it wasn't an illusion. Tuoshi Gudi, the last OD of the Doqi continent, had left behind treasures that were far from ordinary. Even Xiao Yan, who now looked down on everyone else, was deeply excited, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. This journey into the scroll had been highly rewarding. The most direct benefit was obtaining 2 scrolls containing powerful martial arts techniques. With the number of he currently possessed, if he could master them, he could fully unleash the power of the Manhwa Guishu array, giving him an additional means to confront the formidable enemies of the Soul clan in the future. Secondly, he encountered a predecessor from the Yan clan. From Yan Wuxuang, Xiao Yan learned the origin of these martial arts techniques. Furthermore, based on this information, he could deduce that the ancient Emperor Tuoshi must have possessed at least 10 in his prime, otherwise he would never have been able to create such an extraordinary array of. Xiao Yan even suspected that the ancient Emperor Tuoshi had likely cultivated the burning technique as well. Finally, there was the request from Yan Wuxuang. For some reason, as soon as Xiao Yan revealed his, Yan Wuxuang's attitude toward him changed drastically, as if he was utterly certain that Xiao Yan would achieve great things in the future. He even told Xiao Yan to go to the Yan clan to take thee. However, while Yan Wuxuang spoke those words, whether they held any weight or if the Yan clan would believe them remained uncertain. Xiao Yan was not so foolish as to rely on mere words to demand the divine fire from the Yan clan. This matter requires careful consideration. As for the legendary Imperial tier martial art technique, the 10,000 flames burning heaven array, with so many cautionary examples before him, Xiao Yan dared not even entertain the slightest desire for it. After sorting out his thoughts in his mind, Xiao Yan broke through the water and set off toward the southwest continent. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the fire cloud water flame either. His current method of absorbing was bold and unrestrained. He simply swallowed it whole, and the burning technique would automatically refine it within a short time. A flame ranked 16th on the was almost useless to Xiao Yan, but as the saying goes, accumulation leads to greatness, so he naturally wouldn't look down on it. Even without counting the swallowing abyss, he now possessed 11. In this state, the destruction lotus flower likely already reached the advanced stage of the heavenly realm in terms of power. However, swallowing and fusing is one thing, while manipulating and combat techniques is another entirely. To simultaneously control 11 types of such a colossal endeavor would be daunting even for Xiao Yan, whose soul had already reached the peak of the heavenly realm. Soon, Xiao Yan had already crossed the Yunlan Ming and caught sight of the outline of the southwest continent. He had spent too much time in the scroll, and by now, dawn had broken. The giant will had long since docked, but there was no sign of the white figure waiting on the shore. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, attempting to sense the location of the heavenly demon puppet, but he panicked completely. He had specifically left the celestial demon puppet to protect Xiao Yan, yet it had somehow lost contact with him. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan descended, and sure enough, he saw a large gaping hole in the upper deck of the massive ship. There, he sensed the lingering aura of the yin-yang poison fire from its battle. The heavenly demon puppet left behind had been personally crafted by Xiao Yan and had already reached the strength of a 5-star martial sovereign. Combined with Xiao Yan, who possessed the calamity poison body, even a 7-star martial sovereign might not be able to defeat them easily. Could it be that Huayao and the others had secretly returned to target Xiao Yan for the? Xiao Yan's temples throbbed violently. The disappearance of Xiao Yan was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, instantly dousing the excitement and anticipation that had just begun to rise. If this were because of his greed for the array, leading to something happening to Xiao Yan would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Just then, several rough voices echoed from behind the nearby rocks. "You stop hiding. What good stuff did you find this time?" A burly man with a full beard stepped out of the shadows, his waist adorned with a pendant made of animal bones that swayed with each step. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on the bundle his companion was hiding behind his back, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The man called Yao Lao snorted impatiently, "What good stuff? We've lost more than we've gained this time. You're just a liar, trying to hide something. What, afraid we'll take your treasure?" Another bald man stepped forward, his thick arm slamming down on Yao Lao's shoulder with such force that the latter winced. "Don't think I didn't see yesterday. There were a lot of people in the lookout cabin on your ship." Yao Lao shook off the other man's arm, shaking his head vigorously like a metronome. You don't know how dangerous it was last night. We almost didn't make it back." The others were taken aback. The sea was indeed restless last night. Could it be that you encountered those who dared to disrespect the dragon god again? Mentioning this, a flash of fear crossed Yao Lao's eyes, and he suddenly lowered his voice. It was pure bad luck. Who is the dragon god? At the time, his single roar made the heavens and earth tremble twice. When I went up to look, the ship's roof had a huge hole, and everyone in the lookout cabin was gone without a trace. Seeing that the others didn't seem to believe him, Yao Lao grew flushed with anger, defying the dragon god always ends this way. "I'm not afraid to tell you the one sitting in the front cabin was that person from the blood puppet sect." Chapter 123, The 10,000 Puppet Array. The southwest continent, one of the 5 major regions of the martial Qi continent, though not as teeming with powerful warriors as Central Plains, had its own unique atmosphere. Amidst the endless mountain ranges like countless special mineral veins, these natural resources, like gifts from the earth, have quietly transformed the cultivation landscape of this land. Here, the level of martial energy is no longer the sole measure of strength. A unique art known as puppet control technique has become the lifelong pursuit of countless cultivators. Puppets are as common as stars in this continent, and they are a distinctive symbol of the southwestern continent. Of course, the puppets commonly seen in daily life do not meet the standards of high-level puppets. They are merely mechanical devices that can operate according to their master's commands and possess little combat capability. With the assistance of these basic puppets, the lives of ordinary people on the southwestern continent are relatively harmonious and much easier. Additionally, puppet masters utilize a mysterious mineral called Xian crystal to forge puppet bodies. The puppets created from this material possess formidable defensive capabilities, making them ideal for guarding homes and territories. Alternatively, they use special soul crystal or as a medium, infusing it with the soul of a lynxy beast to create puppets with a rudimentary sense of self-awareness. While these puppets lack the defensive strength of Xianjing puppets, they excel in their ability to understand human emotions and assist their masters in various tasks. On the southwest continent, due to differing puppet-making techniques, numerous factions have emerged. Among them, the most renowned and universally acknowledged as the strongest across the entire continent are the so-called 3 sects and 4 halls. The 3 sects are divided into the Blood Puppet Sect, the Spirit Puppet Sect, and the Ingenious Puppet Sect. The 4 halls are the Puppet Control Hall, the Heavenly Mechanism Hall, the Artifact Puppet Hall, and the Soul Puppet Hall. The Lingue sect controls numerous spiritual vein mines and specializes in refining puppets using celestial and earthly spiritual treasures. Their finished puppets can autonomously absorb various elemental energies and possess astonishing self-healing abilities. The Ingenious Puppet Sect specializes in the study of mechanical arts, seamlessly integrating mechanical techniques with puppet making. It is said that the puppets they create hide countless deadly moves, proving highly effective in combat. The most sinister of the 3, the Blood Puppet Sect, uses living humans as raw material to create puppets, sealing the souls of the strong into puppet bodies. The resulting blood puppets are not only fearless in battle but also retain their previous combat experience. In terms of combat power, they are the strongest puppets among the three sects and are the most despised by other sects. At the height of its power, the blood puppet sect controlled half of the southwestern continent. However, after encountering a powerful enemy in Central Plains, its strength was greatly diminished. The remaining sects in the southwestern continent formed alliances and forced the blood puppet sect to retreat to the northern region of the southwestern continent. Over the years, the blood puppet sect has secretly regrouped and regained its strength. Their insatiable ambition has once again begun to stir, leading to the emergence of the three subordinate sects: the poison puppet sect, the bone puppet sect, and the shadow puppet sect. Though these three sects are subordinate to the blood puppet sect, they are supported by it and their strength is no weaker than that of other quasi-first-tier powers. At that moment, at the headquarters of the blood puppet sect, atop the Crimson Serpent Peak, a blood-red altar was engulfed in a 100-foot-tall demonic flame. The flames were black and white, and even from 1,000 feet away, one could feel the scorching heat in the air. Swirls of blood mist flowed down the mountain, resembling countless crimson snakes, dyeing the sky within a radius of several miles in eerie crimson hue. The air was filled with an indescribable, pungent odor. The altar was too far away to see clearly, but one could make out the three sect masters of the lower three sects, clad in black robes, standing together at the foot of the mountain. Behind each of them followed a group of at least 100 followers, among whom were numerous powerful puppets. In the dense forest surrounding the outskirts of Xiao Yan Mountain, 5 figures quietly concealed themselves within the shadows of ancient trees. The leader wore a gray robe embroidered with star patterns, with a celestial compass hanging from his waist, emitting a faint blue glow. The old man twirled his snow-white beard, his gaze fixed through the gaps in the branches on the surging blood mist in the distance, his aged face filled with gravity. "Deputy Pavilion Master, those fellows are making quite a stir today," a black-robed elder whispered. "The three lower sects have gathered in full force. This is truly rare." As he spoke, an odd little bird suddenly fluttered up beside him, tracing an eerie arc in the air before swiftly returning to place a jade slip engraved with runes into his palm. The Deputy Pavilion Master furrowed his brows. "Have the other sects been notified?" After scanning the jade slip with his spiritual energy, the black-clad elder replied, "The heavenly mechanism order has been issued. With the speed of the sound transmission talismans, reinforcements from the other sects should arrive shortly. Our heavenly mechanism pavilion forces should also be nearby and will arrive within half an hour." "That's good." The deputy sect master's eyes flashed with cold fury as he snorted. The blood puppet sect's blood debt for slaughtering the 30 cities of the western regions must be settled. If he dares to cause trouble again today, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion will unite with all the other sects to eradicate this cancer from the southwest continent once and for all. At the same time, not far away at the foot of the Crimson Serpent Mountain, 3 figures turned their heads almost simultaneously, gazing in the direction of the deputy sect master. "Ha, does that old stargazer really think we're blind? He's so close my soul-devouring puppet could swallow him whole in one bite." The 3 leaders of the lower 3 sects mocked in unison. The patriarch of the Shadow Puppet sect suddenly said, "The Holy Sect has summoned the Blood Puppet Edict, which hasn't been used in 300 years. Could it be that they truly intend to wage war? There's no doubt about it. Didn't you see the Yin Yang fire? Once the Blood Demon Puppet emerges, how many on the southwest continent could stand against it? What's the 3 sects in 4 halls? Before the Holy Sect, they're nothing but a bunch of fat sheep." Another one chuckled darkly. "Enough chatter. Form the array." The master of the Bone Puppet sect licked his cracked lips and barked in order. "Disciples of the 3 sects, heed my command. Form the 10,000 puppet array." With a sharp whistle, the area in front of Qilian Mountain echoed with the buzzing sounds of countless mechanical devices. Hundreds of disciples moved in perfect unison, and countless puppets emerged from their sides. Most were shaped like magical beasts, while a few humanoid puppets had copper-colored skin. In an instant, thousands of puppets soared into the air, converging and overlapping to form a gigantic puppet over 100 zhang tall. From afar, it was an awe-inspiring sight, its body and arms composed of countless smaller puppets. With each step it took, the ground collapsed into massive pits. The 3 leaders of the lower 3 sects exchanged glances and simultaneously snapped their fingers. Golden light flashed, and 3 humanoid puppets, emanating a terrifying aura, hovered in the air, causing ripples in the surrounding space. These 3 puppets looked identical to real humans, and their eyes even carried a hint of human-like thought, having all reached the strength of a 1-star Dou Zong. The Bone Puppet sect master, seeing the opportunity, took out a massive blood-red crystal from his storage ring. As soon as the crystal appeared, the vein-like patterns on its surface began to pulsate in rhythm with the flames on the altar. 10,000 puppets unite. As the crystal was thrown into the air, the 3 Dou Zong puppets transformed into streams of light and vanished into the giant puppet's body. In an instant, the entire sky was shrouded in blood-red light. The gigantic puppet's aura surged wildly, and the runes on its surface condensed into tangible chains. The pressure it emitted instantly surpassed that of ordinary Dou Zong-level experts. Even the originally stiff body of the gigantic puppet slowly fused together, transforming into a true giant. The 10,000 puppet array. Do these guys know we're coming? In the dense forest opposite Xiao Mountain, the deputy sect master's expression turned panicked. He had clearly heard of the terrifying power of this array. Deputy sect master, perhaps we should retreat first. The black-robed elder beside him also felt a chill run down his spine. Among their group, the strongest was only a one-star martial sovereign, unable to defeat even a single heavenly demon puppet, let alone this colossal being before them. The deputy sect master hesitated for a moment, sighed, and said, "All right, let's retreat and discuss this." Wait. Suddenly, a young disciple spoke up to interrupt. Before the black-robed elder could scold him, the young disciple pointed outside the forest. "Someone's coming. What's going on?" Everyone hurriedly looked outside and saw a slender figure silently appearing in the sky not far away. Compared to the 100-foot-tall puppet, the figure was utterly insignificant. But his voice echoed throughout the entire northern region. Blood Puppet Sect. How dare you touch my woman? Chapter 124, Shaking the Southwest. North region of the Southwest continent. As the earth-shaking voice pierced through space, a group of swiftly flying figures suddenly came to a halt between the mountains. Before each of them stood a towering figure, the puppets they had summoned upon sensing the overwhelming pressure. However, when everyone realized it was merely a voice, they all stared blankly at the void, unable to speak for half a moment. Among the group, a young girl with a high ponytail swallowed hard, her eyes still filled with terror. Her trembling fingers withdrew the poisonous mist-shrouded protective puppet from her ring. "Did you hear that?" Those beside her awkwardly recalled their puppets as well. A middle-aged burly man frowned and said, "Is this a declaration of war against the Blood Puppet Sect by a powerful faction? Could it be the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion?" That voice didn't sound like a sound transmission talisman. At the front of the group, an old man with white hair shook his head. He was the strongest among them, but even with his power, he had been shaken by the previous voice. When did such a powerful figure emerge in the southwest continent? The old man spoke, his cloudy eyes flashing with a moment of clarity. With a flick of his fingers, a green light flashed, transforming into a puppet giant bird with a wingspan of over 10 jang. "Everyone follow me. No matter who is attacking the Blood Puppet Sect, the Spirit Puppet Sect must lend a hand." At the same moment, hundreds of miles away from Xiao Mountain, atop a makeshift tower, the intricate patterns engraved on the building's surface glowed with a blinding blue light. Dozens of figures emerged one after another, all wearing masks made of a special material. Their gazes were fixed on the surging crimson clouds above Xiao Mountain, clearly drawn by the voice they had just heard. "Weren't we supposed to wait for the signal from the Tianji Pavilion? Why did someone go ahead?" A middle-aged man frowned, his tone carrying an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. An elderly man behind him stroked his chin and spoke slowly. "Huan Xingzi and Xiao Yaozi have always been cautious. It shouldn't be them. Could it be that the Blood Puppet Sect has offended another powerful faction?" Just as everyone was filled with astonishment and doubt, countless piercing sounds suddenly rang out in the distance, tearing apart the clouds on the horizon. A large group of formidable forces was approaching. A young woman in red leaned against the railing, her vermilion mole at the corner of her eye glowing with a smile. "Interesting. The commotion is growing louder. Even the old fossils from the Ling Kuei sect and the Han Kuei pavilion have arrived. If that's the case..." The middle-aged man leading the group waved his hand, and the skyscrapers beneath their feet suddenly rose into the air. The walls twisted and reformed like living creatures, eventually coalescing into a massive golem. What are we waiting for? The Blood Puppet Sect has already fallen into the path of demonic cultivation. This time, it's up to us of the clever Puppet Sect to purge our sect of these traitors. At the same time, at the foot of Xiao Mountain, in Xiao City, the puppet army of the Tianji Pavilion descended like a dark cloud, with hundreds of bronze flying ships arrayed in formation. The star patterns engraved on the ship hulls flickered in response to the overwhelming pressure emanating from the distance, while the stargazing compasses on the decks emitted a piercing hum. On the flying boats, everyone looked up toward the Xiao Mountains at the same time. There, the voice that had just echoed, though not particularly loud, carried a pressure so overwhelming that even Dou Zong-level experts felt their hearts freeze. Among the crowd, a young woman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning as pale as paper. Behind her ear, a black tattoo rippled with a crimson hue under the impact of the voice. "Yan, what's wrong?" At the front of the group, a middle-aged man in his 40s spoke up. This man wore a black robe, though he appeared young, his eyes gleamed like a 1,000-year-old starry sky. "Master, it's him from the northwest continent. He's here." With the support of those around him, Yan staggered to his feet. A faint glow flickered at the tips of his fingers, and on his shoulder, a bat no larger than the palm of a hand appeared. Yan's voice trembled violently, causing the demon beast on her shoulder to flutter wildly in fright. Seeing the usually composed disciple of the sect master display such an expression, the others from the Tianji Pavilion were all taken aback. Upon hearing Yan's words, the Tianji Pavilion master's pupils contracted sharply, as if he had realized something. "Are you certain?" Yan took a deep breath and placed his palm on the demon beast on his shoulder. In an instant, a tattoo identical to the one behind Yan's ear appeared on the bat's wing membrane. Yan's tone grew resolute. The hearing of the demon sound bats is infallible. That voice was indeed that of the descended saint. I am responsible for intelligence from the northwest continent. I would not mistake it. Upon receiving the confirmation, the master of the Tianji pavilion burst into laughter. The blood puppet sect dares to provoke such a powerful being? Truly, heaven is on our side. Before he finished speaking, 3 jade tablets engraved with star patterns flew out from his sleeves, transforming into 3 dazzling beams of starlight that shot toward the 3 figures behind him. Hian, Hirom, Xian. Each lead a team to seal off a 100-mile radius around Xiao Mountain. After the blood puppet sect is defeated, not a single survivor must be spared. At that moment, at the foot of Xiao Mountain. Is this what the holy sect referred to as enemies approaching? The 3 sect masters of the lower 3 sects of the blood puppet sect gazed warily at the young figure that had just appeared silently. Standing on thin air, this was the hallmark of a Dou Zong level powerhouse. In the southwest continent, where cultivation of martial energy was already neglected, such talent was nothing short of demonic. Just a greenhorn. How much of a threat could he be? He's probably been sent by those fools to act as a decoy. The holy sect's blood puppet should be completed soon. We just need to stall for a moment. The shadow puppet sect master snorted coldly. While he was surprised by Xiao Yan's appearance, his surprise was limited to that. After all, the 10,000 puppet array had already been formed, with a 100-foot-tall giant composed of all the puppets. The confidence of the 3 had swollen to its peak. Even if the ancestral elders of the other 3 sects and 4 halls of the southwest continent arrived now, they would not fear them in the slightest. The bone puppet sect master swung his right hand, and a white bone whip appeared in his palm. As the whip rose, the massive arms of the puppet giant behind the 3 slowly lifted. Behind them, hundreds of disciples simultaneously formed the same mark in their hands. After absorbing the previous blood-colored crystals, the puppet giant's movements were no longer stiff. It now resembled a naturally formed colossal killing machine, and its every movement exerted such immense pressure that the surrounding space struggled to withstand it. You brat, you're not even fully grown yet, and you dare to try to be a hero? Then, die. The bone puppet sect master suddenly roared, and his white bone whip lashed violently at the ground. Under his command, the puppet giant's fist, spanning dozens of feet in width, crashed toward Xiao Yan with overwhelming force, tearing the surrounding space apart. The shockwaves reached those below, causing the disciples of the blood puppet sect to spit blood and collapse to the ground. The bone puppet sect master paid no heed, laughing maniacally. This move, even if it were a 6-star martial sovereign himself, he'd have to retreat for now. Chapter 125, Annihilation of the Sect. As the puppet giant's fist swung, the blood-red cloud vortex in the sky seemed to be pulled, suddenly surging upward. As the giant's arm swept through the air, piercing cries of soul-shaking wails echoed, revealing the blood puppet sect's truly sinister and malevolent tactics. However, facing the puppet giant's overwhelming attack, Xiao Yan remained expressionless from start to finish. His gaze was as if he were looking at a 3-year-old child swinging a fist at him. He stood with his hands behind his back, not even a single thread of his robe fluttering in the wind. A faint, cold snort escaped his nostrils. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to be frozen in time. The puppet giant's fist, which had been about to smash down on his head, suddenly froze mid-air. The blood-red energy at its core faded at a visible speed, and the runes covering the fist cracked and shattered inch by inch. What is this? The bone puppet sect master frantically swung his long whip, but no matter how he maneuvered it, the puppet giant remained completely motionless. The next moment, the fist that had seemed invincible crumbled like sand. Then, the entire arm shattered into countless fragments. Finally, even the blood-red energy core within the 100-foot-tall giant's body emitted spiderweb-like cracks in complete silence. A giant puppet, formed by the fusion of the 10,000 puppets array and blood-colored mystical crystals, with power rivaling that of a 6-star martial sovereign, crumbled into oblivion in an instant. This shocking scene was witnessed by the powerful cultivators from various sects of the southwest continent who had rushed in from all directions. The already astonished crowd was left speechless, and for a moment, they all retreated to a distance of several miles, hesitating to advance. Hand over the little medicine fairy, or else your entire sect will be annihilated today. Xiao Yan's voice was as cold as ice, each word striking the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. This time, the sect masters of the lower 3 sects turned ashen-faced, daring no longer to ignore him, for they knew that the young man before them was a man of his word. The patriarch of the bone puppet sect stammered, "Sir, we of the blood puppet sect have no grudge against you, and we have never met the girl named Little Healer. Have you made a mistake? Is that so?" Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He had already used his soul power to probe the area multiple times. Not only was there no trace of Xiao here, but there was none within 100 miles. However, this did not necessarily mean that the blood puppet sect was not involved. So it was my mistake after all. Xiao Yan suddenly laughed lightly. I truly misunderstood you. The bone puppet sect's sect master hurriedly apologized with a smile. It's no problem, no problem. The next moment, his smile froze forever. Boom! A faint sound echoed, and the bone puppet sect master, whose strength had already reached the first rank martial sovereign realm, exploded into a cloud of blood mist before everyone's eyes. Run! Seeing this, the two people beside him were already terrified out of their wits, using their last ounce of strength to flee toward the distance. However, as soon as they moved, they followed the same fate as the bone puppet sect master. Boom boom! Three faint sounds echoed as the three sect masters of the blood puppet sect, who had been cultivated with great effort over a century, fell instantly. Even in their final moments, they had no idea how their opponent had struck. Blood puppet sect master, come out! Xiao Yan roared, and a visible sound wave erupted from his mouth, unleashing the soul-shaking power of the Vajra sound shatter. In an instant, the remaining hundreds of disciples didn't even have time to scream before their souls were shattered, their bodies dissipating like weathered sand. Wherever the sound waves passed, space twisted, and all signs of life vanished. Even the entire peak of Qilian Mountain was sliced open, and the trees and buildings along the way were reduced to dust in an instant. The sound waves extended all the way to the mountain peak, shattering the blood-red altar. The blood-red clouds that had been gathering on the horizon for a long time seemed to be dispersed by Xiao Yan's single shout. The power of a single word was so terrifying that even the leaders of numerous factions in the southwest continent, upon hearing it, couldn't help but tremble with fear. At that moment, Xiao Yan appeared to everyone as if a divine being had descended from the heavens. Is this the power of a martial saint? The leader of the Tianji Pavilion murmured, gazing at the ruined Qilian Mountain, feeling as though the entire world had lost its reality. The forces they had spent years planning and gathering, mobilizing half the continent's strength to dare confront, had been annihilated by a single word from this young man before them? A martial saint? At that moment, a cold and menacing voice suddenly echoed from within the Crimson Lotus Mountain, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Amidst the ruins, a massive blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, its surface swirling with countless soul shadows, emitting a deafening screech. At the same time, an aura far more terrifying than that of the previous puppet giant crashed down. From the moment it appeared, that aura surged straight upward, quickly breaking through the limitations of the peak of the martial sovereign realm and charging toward the martial saint realm. That's the blood demon old devil? He's actually broken through to the martial saint realm. To the voices, the leaders of the various factions in the southwest continent were all extremely familiar. It was the very figure they had come to surround and eliminate, the master of the blood puppet sect, the blood demon old devil. Within the blood-red light pillar, a human-shaped figure slowly emerged. The light pillars at the horizon instantly poured into his body, causing his aura to rise to a new height. It was a middle-aged man-like being. Though he was called a man, he did not quite resemble one. His features and limbs were arranged like those of a human, but his entire body glowed a blood-red hue. His skin was covered in flowing amber-colored light, resembling a suit of armor that enveloped his entire body. On his chest, his meridians and bones had been replaced by blood-red runes. Where his heart should have been, there was not flesh and blood, but a blood-red core enveloped by countless souls. The blood demon old ghost swept his gaze around the area, spotting the crowd from the southwest continent in the distance. A cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. Xiao Yaozi, Zongjuechen, MOU. You should have stayed in your own lairs. Instead, you dare to come to my territory and cause trouble. Since that's the case, you shall all become blood demon puppets. Blood demon puppets? Seeing this, Xiao Yan was slightly surprised. No wonder he hadn't sensed the life force of the blood puppet sect master earlier. It turned out that this old demon had turned himself into a part of the puppet as well. Under the forging of this blood demon old ghost's physical body had transcended the realm of humanity, transforming into a true killing machine with its own thoughts. At that moment, the blood demon old demon also noticed the black-robed youth in the distance. After sizing him up, he realized he couldn't see through Xiao Yan. The blood demon old demon snorted coldly, "Lucky brat. I wonder which family raised you. But this southwest mountain is remote and rugged. Once I kill everyone here, even if I devour you, they'll never find me." Seeing him ramble on, Xiao Yan grew impatient, shook his head, and slapped him across the face. Noisy. Chapter 126, a single command summons the yin-yang flames. Xiao Yan casually swung his right palm. There was no earth-shaking energy fluctuation, only a visible spatial ripple suddenly spreading out, and in the next second, it gathered before the blood demon old demon. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Before the blood demon old demon could react, his entire body was sent flying like a, crashing through 17 connected mountains and carving out a 1,000-foot-long gorge in the mountain's depths, raising dust that obscured the sky. Seeing the terrifying power of Xiao Yan's casual palm strike, the onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. They say that a Dou Shang-level powerhouse can destroy the heavens and earth with a single gesture. This was indeed no exaggeration. However, the astonishment of the crowd was far from over. As the dust cleared in the distance, a blood-red streak of light suddenly burst forth from the mountain pass. It was indeed the blood demon old demon. His amber-colored armor shimmered with an eerie glow. Though he had been struck back thousands of feet by Xiao Yan, he appeared unscathed, not even a single scratch or mark marring his body. Glancing down at his own body, the blood demon old demon's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, followed by even more madness. I've done it. Ha 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 ha, I've done it. Seeing the blood demon old devil's condition, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. After all, although he hadn't used his full strength in that palm strike, even a 3-star martial saint would have been either dead or severely injured if hit like that. This creature's aura only indicated the mid-stage of a 1-star martial saint, but its physical strength was even more terrifying than that of a demon beast of the same level. More importantly, puppets have no sense of pain. The blood demon old ghost's blood-red pupils locked onto Xiao Yan, and the corners of his mouth twisted into an extremely distorted grin. Boy, I can lose countless times, but you only have one chance. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed toward the shattered peak of the Crimson Serpent Mountain. In an instant, a surging wave of blood erupted from the depths of the shattered rock layers. Xiao Yan's storage ring flickered, and a withered figure suddenly flew out, swept into the blood wave. It was the puppet shadow that had been taken by the swallowing abyss earlier. The thick, lava-like blood solution, accompanied by the piercing screams of countless souls, flowed down the mountain's ravines. Under the blood demon old ghost's summoning, it burrowed into his body like a living creature. With each drop of blood that merged into his body, the crimson energy surrounding the blood demon old demon grew increasingly dense. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Your actions are truly worse than that of a beast. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, his face twisted with hatred. Only now did he understand why he had only seen disciples from the lower 3 sects earlier. It turned out that all the direct descendants of the blood puppet sect had been taken by this demonic being to be refined and nourished the blood demon puppets, not even sparing his own bloodline. The blood demon old devil, upon hearing this, burst into a deafening laugh. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am no longer human. I am the world's first blood demon puppet. The sect master of the Lingue sect, seeing this, clenched his fists tightly. The body of this blood demon puppet was made using the blood shin crystal we were robbed of back then. Now that it's fully formed, even a Dou Shang level expert might not be able to break through its defenses easily. The master of the Qiaogui sect also nodded solemnly, constantly rubbing the storage ring on his hand. Finally, he turned to the master of the Tianji pavilion. What should we do now? It wasn't that the people from the southwest continent didn't want to help. Though their forces looked imposing, they didn't have a single half-saint level expert. Facing a battle saint level battlefield, they'd be nothing but cannon fodder if they charged in. Among the crowd, the strongest, the head of the Tianji pavilion, pondered for a moment before speaking with a resolute expression. Prepare yourselves. If that Dou Shang falls, we will immediately come to his aid. The blood demon puppet can continuously evolve, which is far too terrifying. Today, even if we have to sacrifice our last puppet, we must not let him leave the Qilian mountains. Before he had finished speaking, the blood demon old demon in the distance had completed the blood pool summoning. After refining the rare treasures and the bloodline of an entire sect that had been hidden for years, his strength had reached the late stage of a 1-star Dou Shang. His figure flickered, and he charged toward Xiao Yan at an incredible speed. Fist shadows rained down on Xiao Yan like a storm, and the blood demon old demon didn't even need to defend himself. As he had said, he could fail countless times, but if Xiao Yan lost even once, he would be doomed forever. However, his speed was still too slow in the eyes of a 5-star martial saint. Xiao Yan effortlessly blocked all attacks with just one hand. Whoosh! As Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile, a dazzling array of flame-like illusions erupted from his body. With a single palm strike, he once again sent the blood demon old devil flying hundreds of feet back. He consumed everything in its path, leaving a deep burn mark on his chest this time. However, that was merely the blood demon old demon's outer layer of amber armor, which quickly healed itself as the light flickered. I have it too. The blood demon old demon roared, and the blood-red pool beneath his feet erupted violently. From the deepest part of the blood pool, 2 distinct flames slowly rose. One cluster was pitch black, its flames flickering with a soul-corroding aura of death. The other was as white as snow, its flames swirling with vibrant life. The 2 flames intertwined and spun like the yin-yang fish of the Taiji symbol, coalescing in mid-air into the pattern of the yin-yang fish, the legendary yin-yang twin flames said to have been born from the void. The yin-yang twin flames can decide life and death in the mortal world. Boy, I fear you not. The blood demon old demon let out a savage laugh, grasping the black and white flames in his palm. His eerie eyes also shifted to one black and one white. Seeing this, Xiao Yan merely sneered. A dazzling array of flames suddenly gathered behind him, spreading out like a colorful canopy. Countless hues intertwined to form a brilliant wheel of light, making Xiao Yan's figure appear as though he were a divine being. Yin-yang twin flames. Dare you defy me in my presence? Xiao Yan's voice thundered like a bolt from the heavens, carrying an unquestionable air of authority. As the words fell, the yin-yang twin flames in the blood demon old ghost's hands suddenly trembled violently. The intertwined Tai Chi patterns instantly collapsed, and in the stunned gazes of the crowd, they transformed into 2 streaks of light, rushing toward Xiao Yan. In the next instant, the black flames and white flames crossed space and appeared before Xiao Yan, circling obediently like submissive spirit beasts begging for mercy. Xiao Yan summoned his palm, and the yin-yang twin flames once again converged, obediently diving into his body and instantly being refined by the burning technique. These yin-yang flames ranked only 21st on the and had not yet developed sentience due to their short lifespan. Upon sensing the burning technique within Xiao Yan's body and the powerful fusion of the, they naturally submitted to him. For them, being able to follow this fire emperor was an immense honor. Having absorbed the, Xiao Yan's gaze returned to the blood demon old devil. One last time, tell me where the little medicine fairy is, and I'll leave you a whole body. Chapter 127, A Single Palm to Slaughter the Blood Demon Puppet. However, even at this moment, the blood demon old demon remained arrogant, that eternal calamity poison body? I've already refined it into the blood pool. Can't you sense it? Upon hearing the words curse-bearing poison body, the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion in the distance's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of something and swiftly turned to rush into the flying vessel. On the other side, gazing at Xiao Yan's grim expression, the blood demon old demon cackled madly, ha ha ha. You can't even protect your own woman. Even if you're a martial saint, what can you do? If you want to accompany her, just become a blood demon puppet yourself. The blood demon old demon suddenly flipped his palm toward the sky, and the blood-red runes on his wrist bones lit up. In an instant, dense blood-red energy gathered behind him, eventually coalescing into 12 massive blood-red rings interlocked with one another. The surface of the rings flowed with viscous bloodlight, and their surfaces were engraved with a multitude of oddly shaped runes. As the rings slowly rotated, they emitted a series of ghostly howls. Qianji, blood will kill. The blood demon old demon let out a fierce roar, and the 12 blood-red rings trembled simultaneously, erupting with blinding bloodlight at their centers. In the next instant, countless blood needles as thin as cow hair shot out from the rings, completely covering the entire sky. Wherever they passed, the space was corroded into black cracks, and even a single needle could easily pierce through the protective aura of a Dou Zong level expert. A puppet not only possessed an indestructible body and human free will, but now it could even release martial arts techniques. This completely defied Xiao Yan's understanding. Of course, Xiao Yan wasn't thinking about that at the moment. His gaze turned completely icy. Whether the old demon's words were true or not, they had struck him deeply. Those words were more painful than death itself. Facing the overwhelming red needles raining down like a storm, Xiao Yan simply pointed forward. The flame barrier behind him instantly contracted, forming a 1,000-foot wide fire net that enveloped all the needles, incinerating them into nothingness in an instant. With a flick of his feet, Xiao Yan's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already teleported to the blood demon old devil's face. Are you seeking death? Xiao Yan's voice was devoid of emotion. His palm, enveloped in the Lu leaf and Tianyan flames, pierced through the blood demon old demon's chest like cutting through tofu. The blood-red core, which had been imbued with countless vengeful souls, emitted a crisp sound like shattering glass the moment it came into contact with and the soul essence it contained was instantly erased. Unmoving as a mountain, yet swift as thunder, the 5-star martial saint's lightning strike was so powerful that even the legendary blood demon puppet could not withstand it. The blood demon old ghost's laughter abruptly ceased as he stared at his own chest, his blood-red eyes filled with disbelief and shock. However, even as his aura faded away, the amber armor surrounding his body swiftly melted into liquid and surged toward his chest. The blood-red core, which had been incinerated yet at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood demon old ghost's body surface healed rapidly, appearing even more resilient than before. Damn it! Xiao Yan, enraged by the sight, flickered into the air above the blood demon old demon and delivered a devastating kick with the power to shatter the heavens. Boom! As the kick landed, the entire Crimson Lotus Mountain let out an agonizing groan under the unbearable pressure. The blood demon old demon's body plummeted into the ground like a cannonball, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. The mountain collapsed from the center, and the once towering Crimson Lotus Mountain was reduced to a flat wasteland in a single blow. Xiao Yan floated above the ruins, his surging violently within him due to his rage, burning the surrounding space into a vacuum. When a martial saint grows enraged, even the heavens and earth tremble. Moments later, the blood demon old demon's body rose once more. However, though his form remained intact, the blood-red pupils in his eyes had lost all luster, leaving him a lifeless, soulless husk. Just then, a faint yet familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind him, Xiao Yan? This single call caused Xiao Yan's heart to tremble violently, and he immediately turned around as if he had found a treasure. In the distance, on the flying vessel of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, 2 puppets carried a young girl in white robes, swiftly approaching him. Xiao Yixian? Xiao Yan rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing, and repeated the name in disbelief. He then flickered forward, reaching out to embrace her slender waist. Xiao Yixian smiled gently and ruffled Xiao Yan's hair. Fool, I'm fine. After that guy captured me, 2 more puppets came. I don't know where they were taking me. Fortunately, we encountered someone from the Tianji Pavilion along the way, and they rescued me. To prevent my aura from being detected, the pavilion master placed a restriction within me, sealing my martial energy as well. Later, he had me stay within the Heavenly Mechanism array, so those villains couldn't find me. As Xiao Yan recounted the events, Xiao Yan's eyes filled with joy, then turned to concern. He suddenly wrapped his other arm around her, holding her tightly in his embrace. A few minutes later, inside a flying vessel at a certain location within the Tianji Pavilion. It could be said that the southwest continent truly lived up to its reputation as the land of puppets. The manufacturing techniques here were clearly far more advanced than those in other regions. Take the flying vessel of the Tianji Pavilion, for instance. Its intricate design surpasses even the soul-piercing vessel Xiao Yan had seen in the ancient clan years ago. Moreover, the Tianji Pavilion possesses hundreds of such flying vessels. Inside the flying vessel, the space was extremely spacious. Around an enormous elliptical conference table sat the leaders of various factions from the southwest continent. At the front are the top-tier factions such as the Tianji Pavilion, the Han Kuei Pavilion, the Ling Kuei Sect, and the Chao Kuei Sect, while behind them are numerous first- and second-tier sections. This campaign to annihilate the Shui Kuei sect has mobilized nearly half the continent's forces. Of course, sitting at the very front were the two strongest individuals in the entire hall: Xiao Yaozi, the master of the Tianji Pavilion, and Xiao Yan, the clan leader of the Xiao clan. This matter would not have been resolved without the assistance of Xiao Yaozi. I am deeply grateful. Please accept these modest gifts as a token of my appreciation. Xiao Yan waved his right hand, and a pile of jars and bottles appeared before Xiao Yaozi. Though the jade bottles appeared ordinary, they emitted a strong fragrance of medicinal pills. Even without opening the lids, the scent that wafted out was enough to refresh the senses. On the southwest continent, high-ranking alchemists were already rare, and seeing Xiao Yan's generous gesture, everyone stared in astonishment, their eyes brimming with envy. This large pile of 8th-grade pills was highly tempting even to a Dou Zong-level powerhouse. Xiao Yaozi, however, bowed politely and said humbly, "We only happened to meet the young lady by chance. It was our fault for delaying Xiao Zongjiang's search. We feel ashamed." Xiao Yixian smiled and said, "Please accept them, master. Without the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's rescue, who knows what might have happened." Seeing this, Xiao Yaozi reluctantly hurriedly put the pills away. "Xiao Clan Chief's generous gift is beyond my ability to repay. Why not hand over that blood demon puppet to me? I can impose a soul seal on it, and in the future, it will only obey your commands." Chapter 128, Puppet Combat Techniques. "Then I shall trouble the pavilion master." Xiao Yan snapped his fingers, and a blood-red figure as tall as a Tuzheng tower materialized beside the meeting table. It was the blood demon old ghost whose soul had been destroyed. This old demon's body had been crafted using countless rare and precious materials. Though dead, his body remained incredibly hard, and it could even heal itself after sustaining injuries. This was why Xiao Yan had kept him by his side. Upon seeing the legendary blood demon puppet so close, everyone present held their breath, their eyes flashing with a gleam of awe. Though the methods of the blood puppet sect were brutal and despicable, everyone had to admit that the blood demon puppet was indeed a top-tier killing machine. Even with Xiao Yan's strength, if he did not use his or martial arts techniques to confront it head-on, he would struggle to inflict even the slightest injury. The puppet creations that everyone present held in their hands paled in comparison to the blood demon puppet. To put it bluntly, any faction that possessed such a puppet would be at the pinnacle of power, not just in the southwest continent, but even in central continent. Of course, despite their intense desire for this puppet, no one dared to act foolishly. Anyone who witnessed the previous battle knew just how terrifying the young man sitting at the head of the table was. With a single command, he summoned the yin-yang flames, and with a single palm strike, he annihilated the blood demon puppet. Such power was far beyond that of an ordinary human. Upon examining the blood demon puppet up close, Xiao Yaozi's eyes also revealed a look of astonishment. "Such a powerful weapon, I never thought that old demon actually managed to create it. Zong Lao Di, Lin Lao Di, come take a look." The patriarch of the Ling Kuei sect and the master of the Han Kuei Pavilion from the back seat stepped forward. The former waved his palms lightly, tapping the blood demon puppet's limbs, while the latter placed his hand on the puppet's chest, his soul energy penetrating deep within. After a long while, the two stopped simultaneously and bowed to Xiao Yan, saying, "Xiao Clan Chief, the puppet's strength is fine, but the soul crystal is damaged, and the seal has been broken. It needs to be re-soul bound." Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Though he was a martial saint, when it came to puppet forging techniques, he was far inferior to those present, and he didn't even understand what they were talking about. Xiao Yaozi, seeing this, explained with a smile, "Xiao Clan leader, you may not be aware that on the southwest continent, puppet forging techniques are divided into 3 types. The first is called the Lingxi puppet, which uses the blood of a Lingxi beast as a catalyst to infuse the master's consciousness into the puppet. Depending on the Lingxi beast's rank, the puppets are divided into 3 stages: initial Ling, communicating Ling, and transforming Ling. The second type is the Xianjing puppet, which is crafted using Xianjing crystals extracted from mineral veins. The higher the quality of the Xianjing, the more durable the puppet's body becomes. Of course, if one can impose a seal on them, the advantages of both types of puppets can be combined. However, the blood demon old demon does not possess this technique. He uses living humans to create puppets, which can only barely reach the spirit communing stage. Therefore, he ultimately had to incorporate himself into the puppet as well. Though he eventually achieved the blood demon puppet, it still has some flaws. Xiaoyaozi's words left Xiao Yan speechless. After all this time, the puppet-making technique he had always relied on, the heavenly demon puppet creation method, was actually a heretical technique passed down from the blood puppet sect, a lowly and unorthodox method. In truth, genuine puppet-making techniques do not require human bodies at all. Xiaoyaozi pointed to the two old men opposite the blood demon puppet and said, "The Soul Puppet Pavilion specializes in soul summoning techniques. Together with Lin Lao, I can recreate a puppet at the spirit transformation realm for clan leader Xiao. However, finding the best soul crystal will have to fall on the shoulders of the spirit puppet sect." Xiao Yan nodded and smiled. Go ahead and do your best. Once the matter is settled, I will reward you generously." Xiao Yan's generosity was well known to everyone present, and with those words, everyone's eyes lit up, and the flying boat grew lively once more. "Zong Pavilion Master, your Lingxi beasts must be difficult to raise, right? Our Chi K Pavilion recently obtained a fine item specifically for taming Lingxi beasts. Lin Zongju, do you have enough soul crystals? If not, you can take some from our Xiaokui sect's mineral veins. Xiaoyao Sect Master, blood demon puppets are not easy to modify. If you need help, be sure to call us." Xiao Yan saw the scene and couldn't help but scratch his nose with a wry smile. These guys really think they're rich. However, as long as he could repair the blood demon puppet, he was willing to pay the price. It was said that this thing could continue to evolve, and its current physical strength was already on par with a 4 or 5-star martial saint. If it successfully evolved, wouldn't he have another super-powered bodyguard by his side in the future? By the way, you mentioned 3 types of puppets earlier. What's the third one? Xiao Yan asked curiously. But as soon as he spoke, everyone around the round table suddenly fell silent, as if they had heard something terrifying. The air inside the flying boat grew so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Seeing everyone's reaction, Xiao Yan began to doubt whether he had said something wrong. He turned to Xiaoyaozi and asked, "What's going on?" "Xiao clan leader, please don't blame me. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. The method for creating the third type of puppet is called the 10,000 Phenomena Puppet. We can store martial arts techniques within this puppet in advance, allowing them to be unleashed during battle. If this puppet also possesses sentience, its combat power would increase exponentially." Xiaoyaozi sighed deeply. "Alas, though we know how to make them, unfortunately, to create a Wanshang puppet, we must use the Phantom Transformation Crystal our faction's Haven T managed to produce one in many years." Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. "Is the Phantom Transformation Crystal that rare? I seem to have seen it on the blood demon puppet." Xiao Yan remembered clearly that during his battle with the blood demon old demon, the technique he had used had at least reached the advanced earth realm level. He had originally thought this was due to the blood demon old demon having fused his own essence, but now it seemed to belong to the realm of the 10,000 Phenomena Puppet? Lin Hao, the sect master of the Lingui sect, said, "The Phantom Transformation Crystal is divided into 3 types, Huaying, Jintian, and Han Yuan. The one on the blood demon puppet is the lowest grade Huaying crystal, which can only store a single martial art technique." "Ah, Xiao clan leader, it's best not to ask about it. That Phantom Transformation Crystal is no easy thing to obtain." Catching the underlying meaning in their words, Xiao Yan immediately followed suit. "Then let's not mention it. The current blood demon puppet is already quite good." Seeing that Xiao Yan truly had no further questions, Xiaoyaozi and Lin Hao exchanged glances, growing somewhat anxious. The Phantom Transforming Mystic Crystal isn't entirely non-existent. There's a large vein of it in the southernmost part of the southern region, but..." Xiaoyaozi chose his words carefully. Seeing that Xiao Yan remained silent for a long time, Xiaoyaozi could only force a wry smile. "It's not that we haven't tried our best. 1,000 years ago, a group of people came and sealed off that entire vein. Anyone who dared to approach it never returned." Xiao Yan laughed. "So you're asking me to be your enforcer?" Xiaoyaozi shook his head vigorously. "No way. It's just that those guys are truly despicable. Not only did they seize the vein, but they've also been secretly capturing powerful warriors from the southwest continent. The ones who kidnapped the young doctoress earlier were their puppets." Chapter 129, 100 Ghosts at Night. There's actually such a thing? After hearing Xiaoyaozi's words, Xiao Yan's heart stirred, and he suddenly thought of something. What kind of faction is that? The mountain range was originally occupied by a sect called the Puppet Sect. Thousands of years ago, they also produced a martial saint-level expert. However, those guys came later and nearly wiped out the Puppet Sect overnight. By the time anyone saw them again, the sect master had already become a puppet. Hearing Xiaoyaozi's words, everyone present showed a hint of fear on their faces. Clearly, they were deeply wary of those guys, even when merely mentioning them in passing. Those guys are elusive and mysterious, always hiding in black mist and never revealing their true forms. They've been causing trouble in the southwest continent for years, even supporting the Blood Puppet Sect. Our Tianji Pavilion has been investigating news from all over the world, sending countless spies, and finally found a clue. Xiaoyaozi exhaled deeply. Those guys all come from a faction in Central Plains, known as the Soul Palace. Before he could finish, Xiao Yan answered first. The gathered experts all looked up in surprise. Does clan leader Xiao also know them? Xiao Yan sneered, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Humph, old friends. I never expected to meet you here. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, everyone relaxed. After all, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Since everyone had a grudge against the Soul Hall, things would be much easier to discuss. However, the Soul Hall usually hunts soul entities in other regions. The Northwest continent is filled with puppets, yet their presence here is somewhat unexpected. Xiao Yan rubbed his storage ring, furrowing his brows. The others exchanged glances before Xiao Yaozi spoke up. This is a long story. Though it's a disgraceful matter for the Southwest continent, since Xiao clan leader is one of us, we can't keep it hidden. I'm sure you've heard of the 3 sects and 4 halls, right? Seeing Xiao Yan nod slightly, Xiao Yaozi continued, among the 4 halls, the Puppet Control Hall has always been the leader. The Puppet Control Hall is like the pill tower of Central Plains, housing countless secret techniques for forging puppets passed down from ancient times. It is the holy land of all puppet masters. 1,000 years ago, a young man named Yun Gue came from Central Plains. He first joined the Puppet Control Pavilion and, due to his extraordinary talent, was taken as the Pavilion Master's last disciple. This man's talent in puppet mastery was truly extraordinary. He mastered all the ancient texts of the Imperial Puppet Pavilion in just 30 years, and his puppet mastery rivaled that of the elders of the pavilion. At the time, he was even groomed as the future heir to the Pavilion Master. However, shortly thereafter, the Southwest continent was invaded by the Soul Temple. The OK sect was wiped out overnight, and the continent's only phantom transformation crystal vein was seized by them. Additionally, many powerful individuals mysteriously disappeared. At that time, Yun Kuei stepped forward. He united all the factions across the continent, consolidated their strengths, and created puppets as powerful as a martial saint, barely managing to hold the Soul Hall back at the southernmost border of the southern region. But who could have foreseen that this was merely their scheme? As Xiao Yaozi spoke, the expressions of the gathered powerful figures darkened, especially the elderly among them, whose eyes betrayed intense hatred. The entire cabin fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the distant sound of the wind, carrying with it a faint, almost inaudible wail. Xiao Yaozi paused for a moment, then continued in a hoarse voice. Yun Kuei exploited the Alliance's privileges to request ancient texts from various sects and collected high-grade minerals on a large scale. Back then, all the sects were deceived by him and revealed their most treasured techniques. It wasn't until one day when that man suddenly turned against us on the battlefield, donning the same black cloak as the people from the Soul Hall. In that battle, nearly all the high-tier combat forces on the Southwest continent were wiped out, with only the Dou Sheng Pavilion Master of the Yukui Pavilion surviving. However, when everyone thought the Southwest continent was doomed, the Soul Hall suddenly fell silent. They remained entrenched in their territory, neither attacking nor retreating. For the next 1,000 years, the Soul Hall rarely made an appearance, instead secretly cultivating their forces and stirring up trouble. Some said they feared the entire continent would unite to fight them to the death, others said they feared drawing the attention of other continents, and still others claimed it was because Yun Kuei still harbored feelings of gratitude for his past training. Xiao Yan nodded. He was no stranger to the Soul Hall's tactics. In his previous life, they had supported the Lianming sect to harvest souls, turning the entire Northwest into a living hell. However, their actions in the Southwest continent were clearly different. What do you think is the reason, Sect Master? I don't think any of those are possible. Xiao Yaozi shook his head, recalling the past, his eyes flashing with a hint of fear. Those guys are a bunch of demons. When I first became the Sect Master, I had dealings with them. They're not afraid to act against the Southwest continent, they simply look down on it. These words caused a stir in the room. Most of the leaders present were descendants of the powerful figures from back then. While they had heard of the Soul Hall's brutality, not everyone had actually faced them. But now, even Xiao Yaozi, the strongest present, spoke so harshly. It was clear that the truth was far more dire than anyone had imagined. The leaders of the factions present were all drenched in cold sweat. If they couldn't even handle the Blood Puppet sect, how could they possibly deal with the Soul Hall lurking in the shadows? Xiao Yaozi paid no heed to them, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yan, as if grasping at the last straw of hope. Over the years, the Tianji Pavilion has been investigating everywhere and discovered that this group has been secretly capturing powerful individuals with special constitutions, such as the young lady Xiao Xian. They are the best targets in their eyes. Based on my speculation, they are planning something major. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He had felt this before the Soul Palace, and even the Soul Clan's powerful beings, though formidable, rarely showed themselves, as if they were secretly plotting something. Especially the Soul Palace, which had always been obsessed with collecting soul bodies, and no one knew what they intended to do with them. Xiao Yaozi continued, though we don't know what it is, it's definitely related to puppets. Most of the mineral resources the Blood Puppet sect has seized over the years have been sent to the Soul Hall. They're likely forging an extremely terrifying puppet. An extremely terrifying puppet? Xiao Yan's expression also changed. Could there be something even more powerful than the Blood Demon puppet? Xiao Yaozi sighed, the blood demon puppet is merely a minor technique. With sufficient resources and a skilled puppet master, we could indeed create more powerful saint-level puppets, but they wouldn't be that strong, and certainly not worth fighting for over 1,000 years. That's why I say, what exactly is the Soul Hall up to? We still can't figure it out. All I know is that back then, that cloud puppet stole a secret technique called 100 Ghosts at Night from our Tianji Pavilion. Chapter 130, Marching South. The Night Parade of 100 Ghosts is, in essence, a soul summoning technique that injects the souls of the deceased into new bodies for preservation, awaiting the right moment to revive them. Even if the soul is severely weakened and cannot be fully restored, it can be reshaped into a new form of life through special forging techniques, hence the name Living Dead. This Living Dead technique represents the pinnacle of puppet forging. It can restore the deceased's full strength from just a sliver of their soul. However, due to the soul's extreme fragmentation, the living dead are not truly resurrected. They require prolonged cultivation and refinement to sustain their fleeting vitality. In a room aboard the flying vessel, Xiao Yan's mind echoed with the words of the master of the Xiaoyao Pavilion. Living dead. Could this be the plot the Soul Hall is hatching? Xiao Yan's fingertips tapped the table unconsciously as his sharp gaze fixed on the void, as if he saw a group of hidden enemies there. The Night Parade of 100 Ghosts, the very name sent a chill down one's spine. If the blood puppet sect's heavenly demon puppet technique was considered heretical cultivation, then the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts was the epitome of darkness and evil. Normally, if a powerful individual's physical body is destroyed but their soul remains intact, they can still be revived by forging a new body, much like the heavenly fire sovereign and the medicine old man. However, if both the physical body and soul are destroyed, leaving no trace of life, even a ninth-rank alchemist would be powerless to revive them. The 100 Ghosts at Night's secret technique targets precisely such a completely dead situation. According to Xiao Yaozi, as long as one can capture even a trace of the deceased's vital energy or a sliver of their soul left behind before death, they can be cultivated into a living dead state. Generally, major clans hold the remains of their deceased ancestors in the highest regard, let alone creating living dead. Moreover, living dead cannot truly be revived, they can only temporarily regain their strength through cultivation, which is an endless torment for the deceased. However, the problem is, can the people from the Soul Hall even think logically? Others may not know the inner workings of the Soul Hall, but Xiao Yan is well informed. Within the Soul Hall, the strongest is the Soul Hall Master, a late-stage 4-star martial saint. Below him are the Deputy Hall Masters, who are late-stage 3-star martial saints. Following them are the 9 heavenly sovereigns, with the first 2 having been eliminated, leaving the rest at the martial sovereign level. Of course, this is just the surface. Do not forget that the Soul Hall is backed by the entire Soul Clan. As one of the 8 ancient clans even more mysterious than the Baigu clan, it must be teeming with powerful beings. If the Soul Clan were to use the Soul Hall as a front to secretly cultivate undead beings in the southwest continent. Bang! Xiao Yan's palm slammed down, shattering the small table made of spirit crystal into pieces that flew everywhere, leaving deep indentations on the walls. Xiao Yan's chest rose and fell violently, his eyes flickering with a mix of excitement and anger. What's wrong? A soft voice tinged with concern came from behind him. Xiao Yixian, clad in a thin nightgown, glided over to Xiao Yan's side. Her long hair swept across his tense back, and the faint fragrance she emitted relaxed everyone's mood. It's a match. It's all a match. Xiao Yan spun around abruptly, wrapping his arms around the girl's slender body and holding her tightly against his chest. Xiao Yixian's body stiffened slightly before relaxing. Moonlight filtered through the window lattice, casting a soft glow on her delicate features, her eyes filled with concern. Xiao Yixian raised her slender arm and gently stroked Xiao Yan's back, whispering softly, "What did you discover?" Xiao Yan gripped Xiao Yixian's hand, his voice low and resolute. "Back then, the Soul Clan attacked suddenly while my ancestor was breaking through. Although my ancestor fell, many Soul Clan elites were severely injured. Over the past 1,000 years, the Soul Clan has been biding its time. It's highly likely they've been cultivating the living dead." Living dead? Xiao Yixian furrowed her brows. What kind of living dead requires such years of cultivation? Xiao Yan looked up at Xiao Yixian's beautiful face, but there was no trace of lust in his eyes. He continued, "They must be Dou Shang's. Only Dou Shang level warriors are worth such a tremendous effort. I just wonder how powerful those living dead are." Seeing Xiao Yan's worried expression, Xiao Yixian gently cupped his cheeks with both hands, her eyes filled with tenderness. "You're tired today. We'll think about this later. You should rest early." Her fingertips traced along Xiao Yan's nose, finally coming to rest on his dry lips. Xiao Yan felt his throat tighten momentarily, nodding with difficulty. "Then you should rest well. I'll go back to my room." He let go of her hand, only to find that Xiao Yixian's fingers were still gently tugging at the hem of his robe. "Did you forget?" Xiao Yixian lowered her eyes, her cheeks flushing slightly. "There aren't enough rooms on the flying boat. Let's just squeeze in together tonight." She bit her lower lip, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet clear enough for Xiao Yan to hear. Xiao Yan looked at the narrow bed, his Adam's apple bobbed again, and he scratched his head. "This isn't really appropriate. After dealing with the Blood Puppet Sect, everyone boarded the flying boat of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and set off toward the southern region in a large group. In this land of puppets, there were two major threats, the Blood Puppet Sect in the north and the Soul Hall in the south. This time, the alliance of southwestern factions had decided to strike while the iron was hot, first eliminating the Blood Puppet Sect and then driving the Soul Hall out of the southern region. The southwest continent and the northwest continent are roughly the same size, though neither is as vast as central continent. Even for a Martial Saint level expert, traversing the continent from north to south would take considerable time. Upon learning of the Soul Hall's whereabouts, Xiao Yan immediately agreed to join the people of the southwest continent in their journey to the south region. On one hand, he needed Xiao Yaozi and the others to help repair the blood demon puppet. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was also curious about what schemes the Soul Hall was hiding in the southwest continent. Moreover, the vein of phantom transformation crystal was controlled by the Soul Hall, and to create puppets capable of unleashing martial arts techniques, they had no choice but to make this journey. With Xiao Yan, this powerful ally, by their side, the other strong individuals were naturally overjoyed. Meanwhile, the blood demon puppet grew increasingly refined under their collective efforts. Xiao Clan Chief, once you break open the blood demon puppet, immediately control and withdraw the flames. Under no circumstances must the integrity of the soul crystal be compromised. Xiao Yaozi's hand gripping the star-patterned staff trembled slightly, his eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Inside the flying vessel, dozens of moonstones illuminated the room as brightly as day, and the air was filled with a solemn atmosphere. After several days of effort, the repair of the blood demon puppet had reached its final stage. Xiao Yan stared at the towering blood demon puppet before him. This body, forged from countless rare treasures, shimmered with an amber-colored metallic luster. Every slight tremor sent a heart-stopping hum through the air. The task of inserting a soul crystal into the blood demon puppet's chest to control its body fell ultimately on Xiao Yan's shoulders. Chapter 131, Two Dou Shang Puppets. Xiao Yan's was utterly domineering. Even the blood demon puppet's indestructible body could not withstand the mixed. However, this powerful flame energy became the greatest obstacle to implanting the soul crystal. The first two attempts ended with the soul crystal being shattered by the residual flame power as soon as it was placed inside. After consecutively consuming two of the highest quality soul crystals, Lin Hao, the sect master of the Ling Gui sect, grimaced in pain, his heart aching with regret. Soul crystals of that caliber were so rare that even in the richest mineral veins of the southwest continent, it would take hundreds of years to cultivate a single one. Their value was beyond imagination. Fortunately, for every soul crystal lost, Xiao Yan compensated them with a bottle of high-grade pills, which slightly eased Lin Hao's mind. Ready! Xiao Yan took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and flicked his fingers. A icy white flame darted forward like a dragon, striking the chest of the blood demon puppet. With a thunderous explosion, the blood demon puppet's hardened shell was instantly pierced, leaving a hole the size of a fist. As Xiao Yan withdrew the flame, he flipped his wrist and, before the blood demon puppet could regenerate, inserted a soul crystal shimmering with brilliant golden light into its body. The soul crystal contained Xiao Yan's unique soul imprint. Unless someone possessed it as powerful as his, no one would be able to retrieve it. Quick! Activate the seal! Xiao Yaozi roared, simultaneously acting with Lin Hao and several other powerful figures. As their hands flashed, intricate runes erupted from their fingertips, weaving into a vast net of blue light in the air. As the runes continuously merged into the blood demon puppet's body, the previously chaotic blood-colored energy gradually subsided, leaving only Xiao Yan's soul imprint growing increasingly brilliant within the soul crystal. Transforming the soul is highly prone to failure. Do not underestimate it. Add 3 more seals. Before Xiao Yaozi could finish speaking, the blood demon puppet suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, compressing the air until it emitted piercing explosions. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, but their hands moved swiftly. The blood demon puppet's aura reappeared, indicating that success was within reach. Poof! A low, muffled groan emanated from the blood demon puppet's mouth, and the powerful force fluctuations instantly sent most of the stronger individuals flying backward. Only Xiao Yaozi and Lin Hao managed to withstand the pressure, continuing to complete the seals. The blood demon puppet's oppressive aura grew stronger and stronger, until even Xiao Yaozi, at the peak of the Dou Zun realm, slowly began to bleed from the corners of his mouth. But when they saw the once empty eyes of the blood demon puppet gradually fill with a glimmer of spiritual light, the pain on their faces was instantly replaced by wild joy. We've succeeded! The two retreated gracefully, their voices trembling with excitement. Xiao Yaozi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pointed at the blood demon puppet, and laughed heartily. This aura of power is far beyond the petty tricks of that blood demon old demon. Xiao Yan nodded with satisfaction. As he focused his mind, the blood demon puppet's eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying brilliance. It leaped into the air and struck out with a powerful punch toward an empty space. Boom! The terrifying force crushed the surrounding space, spanning over 1,000 feet, and leveled a majestic mountain peak in the distance. The blood demon puppet's casual strike alone was enough to overwhelm even a late-stage 1-star martial saint, and its physical resilience was even more extraordinary. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, it could easily hold off a 5-star martial saint for a short time. More importantly, the blood demon puppet now possessed a significant degree of sentience, making it far superior to those mindless puppets that only charged blindly. Suddenly, a piercing scream rent the skies, shattering the clouds. Before anyone could react, a massive figure streaked toward them from the distance, moving so fast that it left only a distorted afterimage in the air. Boom! Under the deafening explosion, the black figure crashed into the blood demon puppet's chest like a meteorite, violently smashing the newly transformed terrifying creation into the mountains a kilometer away. Who is that? Xiao Yaozi's star pattern staff erupted with blinding light. As he focused his gaze, he could only see two figures entangled in a fierce battle amidst the flying debris of shattered rocks. The blood demon puppet's amber armor erupted with sealing runes, and it swung a heavy punch trailing blood-red afterimages, only to have it forcefully parried by a golden armored sleeve. That's also a puppet. Lin Hao exclaimed in shock, pointing at the golden humanoid figure, the heavenly stem patterns from the ancient puppet technique. This demon puppet has actually reached the level of a martial saint. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He had naturally sensed the sudden presence of the celestial demon puppet, but he had not intervened prematurely. He intended to use this 2-star martial saint puppet to test the strength of the blood demon puppet. As everyone spoke, the golden celestial demon puppet moved as fast as lightning. Its legs spread slightly, stepping into an enigmatic formation. Before the fist winds even reached their target, they already produced sharp explosions of air. In the blink of an eye, it executed a complex series of fist techniques, each strike landing precisely on the joints and crevices of the blood demon puppet. However, although its attacks were swift, the golden fist blades capable of piercing through the protective aura of a Dou Zong level warrior only sparked sparks when they struck the blood demon puppet, leaving not even a single scratch. This blood demon puppet is infused with a significant amount of high-grade spiritual crystals. Even an ordinary human Dou Shang level expert couldn't break through its defenses, let alone a puppet. Xiao Yaozi seemed to recognize the origin of the heavenly demon puppet and relaxed, observing the battle between the puppets. Two puppets darted through the mountains like meteors, their roars echoing across miles as they charged toward each other. The bone-crunching collisions sounded like thunderclaps from the heavens, shattering the mountains within a 1,000-meter radius. After battling for half a day, neither side could gain the upper hand. With each punch, the blood demon puppet caused the earth's veins to rumble, reducing the mountains it struck to dust. The celestial demon puppet, however, moved with ghostly agility, its fingertips flickering out golden threads that sometimes formed giant nets and other times condensed into sharp spikes. Yet it could not break through the blood-red light barrier swirling around the blood demon puppet's body. Boom! Another peak shattered in the collision, sending fragments raining down like hailstones. The celestial demon puppet suddenly leaped into the air, a diamond-shaped blue light flickering on its chest. Its legs churned wildly in midair, summoning a devastating storm below. In the dim vision, its golden legs, carrying the might to tear apart space, struck down with overwhelming force toward the blood demon puppet's head. In the midst of the crisis, the blood demon puppet merely sneered contemptuously like a human, making no attempt to defend itself as the heavenly demon puppet attacked. It withstood the fatal blow while simultaneously countering with a punch that struck the heavenly demon puppet's midsection. The celestial demon puppet was sent flying backward, plowing a 1,000-foot deep trench into the ground. However, it landed with a somersault, stabilizing itself instantly. The blue light at its chest suddenly shifted, then erupted into flickering crimson flames. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan's lips twitched slightly. Is that Digimon? Chapter 132, The Heavenly Puppet Kingdom. As the red light on the heavenly demon puppet's chest shone brightly, a strange pattern on its body twisted and moved like a living creature, eventually into a golden silhouette hundreds of feet tall behind it. The golden silhouette held a massive axe in its hands, with golden runes flowing along the axe blade, emitting an ancient aura. The blinding light illuminated the clouds for hundreds of miles around, turning them into a molten golden hue. It's indeed the golden will shattering heaven slash. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yaozi seemed to have anticipated it, swinging his star-patterned staff, causing hundreds of flying vessels to swiftly retreat several miles to avoid being caught in the battle's aftermath. In mid-air, the heavenly demon puppet slowly pushed its clasped palms toward the blood demon puppet. At the same time, the gigantic axe blade in the sky trembled, and golden energy transformed into 12 rapidly spinning light wheels, each filled with ancient killing intent. Wherever they passed, even space itself was shattered. As if sensing the immense power of the light wheels, the blood demon puppet roared and charged forward, targeting the heavenly demon puppet below who was casting its spell. However, the 12 golden beams were incredibly fast, intercepting the blood demon puppet in an instant. The 12 light wheels sliced through its fist winds like electric saws, carrying the destructive might of a world-shattering force as they slammed into its chest. Boom! The blood demon puppet's massive body flew backward like a. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the golden giant's illusory form behind the celestial demon puppet slowly dissipated, leaving behind countless hideous spatial fissures in the void. Who could have imagined that such a scene was caused by merely two puppets? Lin Hao murmured in astonishment, I never expected that the heavenly demon puppet not only broke through to the martial saint realm but could also unleash martial techniques. With such combat power, even a genuine human martial saint might not be its match. On the flying vessel, Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Lin Hao's words were not an exaggeration. According to Xiao Yan's estimation, the martial arts techniques the demonic puppet had just released were at least of the upper earth realm, and might even have reached the heaven realm. In terms of combat power, it was indeed several tiers above the blood demon puppet, which could only swing its fists. Of course, this didn't mean it was the ultimate victor in this battle. In the mountains, a red light flashed suddenly. The blood demon puppet's figure flickered for an instant before reappearing in everyone's vision. On its chest were several cuts made by sharp blades, which were now healing at a visible speed. Is this the blood demon puppet? It's truly bizarre. Seeing that the blood-colored puppet had sustained no significant damage despite withstanding a high-tier combat technique, a long, sorrowful sigh echoed through the sky. Before the words had even finished, a hunched figure slowly materialized beside the celestial demon puppet in mid-air. Along with it appeared 10 more massive figures behind it. These figures shone with golden light, exuding a mighty aura, resembling 10 golden war gods loyally guarding the black-robed old man on either side. These 10 were all celestial demon puppets. Xiao Yan's gaze grew intense as he scanned the scene, noticing that each of the 10 celestial demon puppets possessed strength surpassing that of a 5-star martial sovereign, though they had yet to reach the martial saint realm. Even so, they already formed a formidable force. Upon seeing the old man emerge, the gathered strongmen of the southwest continent bowed respectfully. Greetings, old pavilion master. Beside him, Xiao Yaozi's voice quietly reached Xiao Yan's ears. This is Ling Xiao, the former patriarch of the puppet control pavilion, and the teacher of that cloud puppet. After that incident, the old patriarch lost all hope and led 12 heavenly demon puppets to the southern region to guard it, ensuring 1,000 years of peace for the southwest continent. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. The old man before him was clearly at the pinnacle of the southwest continent in both seniority and strength. With the power of a late-stage 2-star martial saint and a heavenly demon puppet of martial saint level, such a combination would be impossible to breach unless the hall master of the Soul Hall personally arrived. After exchanging polite formalities, the old man extended his hand toward the void and clenched it, as if unfurling a hidden curtain. A slowly rotating spatial appeared in mid-air. At that moment, disciples from various sects and those remaining on the warship stayed in their original positions, while the remaining dozens of faction leaders followed him into the passage. As they passed through the spatial passage, everyone was blinded by a blinding light. When their vision cleared, they were all stunned by the scene before them. Endless mountain ranges stretched out like coiling dragons, with clouds and mist swirling around them, carrying pure cosmic energy that was at least several times denser than the outside world. Except for Xiao Yaozi and a few others, everyone else was filled with astonishment, clearly experiencing this secret realm for the first time. Before them lay a vast, endless path, with 2 silver-colored golem guardians holding long spears standing every 50 meters on either side. Their average strength was around the level of a martial sovereign. As they proceeded along the path, the entire landscape was filled with golems as far as the eye could see. This sight left even Xiao Yan speechless. Some puppets swung giant pickaxes to mine the mystical crystals embedded in the mountain walls. Some were lifting green bricks and wooden planks to repair the floating pavilions in the air. Even in the distant valleys, several high-tier puppets were gathered around furnaces, swinging red-hot hammers to forge new puppet parts. Sparks flew everywhere, yet there was an odd sense of order to it all. Looking out into the distance, the puppet formations on the plains were as dense as an ant colony, while the transport puppet convoys winding through the mountain ranges resembled a serpentine dragon. Even the sky was filled with countless patrolling mechanical constructs. Roughly estimating, the number of puppets in this independent space must be in the millions. This place was truly a puppet kingdom. Not only Xiao Yan, but even the leaders of various factions who had always boasted of being puppet masters were now swallowing their saliva. They had brought hundreds of warships filled with elite troops, but now it seemed that even if they all joined forces, they might not be able to match the puppet army within the secret realm. What? You're going to declare war on the Soul Hall? At the end of the path, everyone had just found a spot to sit down and explain their intentions. The old man immediately flew into a rage. Yun Xiaoyao, do you have any idea how massive the Soul Hall is? I have been stationed here for 1,000 years and even created a puppet warrior at the level of a martial saint, yet I dare not declare war on them. You lot are nothing but a bunch of weaklings. How dare you confront the Soul Hall? Xiao Yaozi was scolded harshly by the old man, but he dared not show the slightest sign of impatience. After the old man finished his tirade, Xiao Yaozi stood up and forced a smile. Old sect master, times have changed. The blood puppet sect has been eradicated, and we have recently obtained a new blood demon puppet. With your old team joining us, how could we possibly be no match for that mere Soul Hall? Upon hearing Xiao Yaozi's words, the old man's expression did not soften at all. Instead, it grew even more stern. Especially in his eyes, a hint of fear flickered. If you don't want the southwest continent to be destroyed, you'd better go back. Chapter 133, The Soul Hall reappears. Old sect master, your words are only boosting their morale and undermining our own. Besides, we still have Before the Soul Puppet Pavilion Master could finish his words, the old Pavilion Master's gaze shot over like lightning. Zong Juechen, I taught you the art of taming beasts back then. Has the Lingxi beast reached the 9th rank yet? Caught off guard by the old man's question, the Soul Puppet Pavilion Master's face flushed red. No, not yet. Humph. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao the Elder coldly snorted, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines, making it difficult to breathe. Without any other assistance, relying solely on 2 Dousheng puppets, my old bones, and the rest of you Dozun to serve as cannon fodder, you think you can challenge the Soul Hall? That's rather naive. As he spoke, Ling Xiao the Elder snapped his fingers, and a golden light flashed. A celestial demon puppet covered in runes suddenly appeared beside him. 100 years ago, when I first created this Dousheng puppet, I once fought against a powerful figure from the Soul Hall. Ling Xiao's voice was low and heavy with the weight of time. The crowd from the southwest continent heard this and perked up their ears, their eyes filled with anticipation. However, the old man's next words left them speechless. At the time, I sent the heavenly demon puppet to infiltrate the Soul Hall to gather intelligence. Little did I know that it was discovered the moment it entered. That person only needed a single move to subdue the heavenly demon puppet. I rushed to the scene to rescue it and exchanged several blows with that person, only to be severely injured. Ling Xiao the Elder paused, his wrinkles seeming to deepen, his tone growing solemn. Fortunately, that Soul Hall expert was merely a clone. His true body seemed to have encountered some sudden mishap at the time, allowing me to escape. A clone? Upon hearing this word, everyone present was utterly shocked. The confidence and high morale that had filled the room moments ago plummeted to the depths of despair. They had believed that their grand arrival would guarantee success, but the old patriarch's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing everyone from head to toe. Ling Xiao the Elder shook his head, his expression dejected. To put it nicely, I've been guarding this place for over 1,000 years. In reality, I've just been hiding here making useless things. In the end, even if I were to create an army of thousands, they would be no match for a single enemy. If you listen to me, return home quietly. If you don't. Ling Xiao paused, his gaze sweeping slowly over the crowd, his tone growing serious. If anyone still wants to fight, they must first defeat this puppet in my hands. Otherwise, I will never agree. Ha, old sect master, why belittle yourself? A light laugh suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. Xiao Yan sat casually on a stone bench in the corner, his fingertips idly tracing the ground. The Soul Hall is no ordinary force. Besides, even if you were to unleash your 1,000 troops, they might not be able to handle them. Xiao Yan had been mingling among the crowd and had casually chosen a spot to sit down. The others, including Xiao Yaozi, hadn't had time to introduce him yet. Ling Xiao, the old man, saw that he was so young yet spoke so casually to him, assuming that Xiao Yan's earlier words were a subtle insult. He immediately snorted, Xiao Yaozi, is this your son? How rude. Xiao Yaozi hurriedly waved his hands, this is Xiao. Before he could finish, Xiao Yan's voice rose another notch, no one ever taught me manners. All I've ever heard is that in the martial Qi continent, strength is everything. So you value strength above all else. Ling Xiao the Elder glared at Xiao Yan, his anger boiling over into a forced laugh. A terrifying pressure suddenly engulfed Xiao Yan, causing the space around him to ripple visibly. If the old sect master wishes to test the strength of a junior, it is my honor. Xiao Yan sat where he was, seemingly unfazed, his smile tinged with cunning. But fighting without stakes is boring. Why not add a wager? The Ling Xiao Elder was taken aback by Xiao Yan's response. His face flushed red. Up until now, he had assumed Xiao Yan was a junior brought by some powerful faction, deliberately sent to provoke him. The old man had a bad temper and was extremely proud. Everyone in the southwest continent respected him for his status and strength. When had he ever been spoken to so boldly before? He immediately spoke up, all right, young man, I'll stick to my earlier offer. The heavenly demon puppet is right here. If you can last 10 rounds against it, I'll agree to declare war on the Soul Hall. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan shook his head. That's not interesting. If I win, I'll only ask the old patriarch for some illusionary transformation crystals. As he spoke, Xiao Yan brushed off his robe and slowly stood up. I know this item is extremely valuable, so you and the puppet can attack together. At the same time, south of the southern region, 1,000 miles away in the Yomi Abyss Valley. Here, the entire sky and earth were shrouded in thick miasma. Dark purple lightning occasionally split the sky, casting this desolate land into flickering light and shadow. Gusts of foul-smelling winds howled past, sweeping up bones in from the ground, producing a bone-chilling grinding sound. A square palace spans the valley, its scale so vast that even the surrounding mountains pale in comparison. The palace was entirely black, standing 100 feet tall, resembling a lurking, malevolent beast. In this place filled with the scent of death, it fit right in. Outside the hall, a massive bronze cauldron stood tall and imposing, its surface adorned with ancient patterns and mysterious totems. Thick black chains, resembling giant serpents, coiled around the cauldron, their other ends deeply embedded in the ground. Within the cauldron, countless small crystals were arranged to form a human-like figure. At the center of the crystal stone figure, a faint soul-like shadow twists and struggles in agony, emitting piercing cries of despair. Suddenly, a pitch-black flame erupted from beneath the furnace, causing the temperature inside to skyrocket. The crystal stone figure grew increasingly smooth, and the soul-like figure within gradually became more distinct. At the same time, the middle-aged man's agonized screams echoed throughout the valley. You have not only lost half of the Soul Hall's elite forces in this battle but also the subordinate flame. The clan has already shown mercy by not holding you accountable. Yet you dare to ask the Void Lord to forge a body for you? Are you dreaming in broad daylight? At that moment, a majestic voice tinged with anger echoed from the void, causing the middle-aged man to clench his teeth and cease his screams. After a long while, the voice from the void spoke again. Now, using these blood-shin crystals to forge a new body for you may help you break through to the 4th-ranked Martial Saint realm in one go. However, your strength will never improve from there onward. All of this is your own fault for failing in your duties, and the fault of those who oppose our clan. Upon hearing these words, the soul of the middle-aged man within the cauldron trembled violently. After a long moment, a face twisted with hatred rose, and he growled out in anger. Xiao Yan, I have said it before, this grudge is one that we will never forgive. Chapter 134, Refining a Martial Saint? Within the secret realm. Deadly silence fell. Since Xiao Yan spoke those words, everyone including all the puppets turned their gaze toward him. Ling Zhao's face twitched violently as the overwhelming pressure of a late-stage 2-star martial saint erupted like a flood, sending all the present experts flying dozens of zhang away. Boy, what did you say? Facing the pressure released by Ling Xiao, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. What's the matter? Afraid? Seeing the young man remain calm and composed under his full might, Ling Xiao the elder was shaken to the core. At that moment, he finally realized that the man before him, who appeared to be less than 20 years old, was also a martial saint. Meanwhile, the other powerful figures from the southwest continent had already retreated to a safe distance, showing no intention of intervening. Some had even begun to set up their qi defenses in advance. Good, good, good. After uttering 3 goods, Ling Zhao's flushed face suddenly turned cold and stern. After all, he was once the strongest warrior of the southwest continent, and he could not afford to lose his composure at any time. Ling Xiao the elder swept his sleeves dramatically, and the flower bed beneath their feet began to shift, spreading out on its own to form a square hundreds of feet in diameter. Ling Zhao's gaze was as sharp as a sword, fixated on Xiao Yan. I do indeed still have some phantom transformation crystal, but if you want it, you'll have to prove your worth. Xiao Yan smiled, lightly touched the ground with his feet, and in the next moment, his figure was already in the air. Old pavilion master, why be so stingy? If you want to fight, let's do it up here. Ling Zhao's expression darkened, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to freeze with coldness. He said nothing more, but instead flicked his withered fingers toward the sky. The heavenly demon puppet beside him burst into a brilliant golden light, transforming into a dazzling streak of light that shot forward at a speed so fast that even after images were difficult to catch. The air was filled with a series of piercing sonic booms. Xiao Yan saw this and simply stretched his limbs before delivering a punch toward the celestial demon puppet. It was an incredibly simple punch, plain and unremarkable, with no trace of martial energy fluctuations. It seemed as light and insubstantial as a child's playfight. However, this seemingly casual punch struck the Tian Yao K's fist with pinpoint accuracy. As the two fists collided, the entire world froze in an instant. Boom! If the heavenly demon puppet had arrived like a streak of light, it now fell like a meteorite. A deafening explosion echoed through the air, and the shattered remains of the heavenly demon puppet appeared on the ground, crushing the hundreds of feet wide square into a massive crater. As the crowd gathered to look, they saw that the once mighty heavenly demon puppet had lost its right arm entirely, with several strands of golden energy drifting from the broken stump. Its chest had completely exploded, nearly damaging the soul crystal core within. This once imposing battle saint-level golem now lay in a 100-foot-deep crater, covered in spiderweb-like cracks, resembling a heap of scrap metal. Seeing this, Ling Zhao's expression finally grew solemn. Even he himself couldn't defeat the celestial demon puppet with a single punch. Such a situation had only occurred before when he faced the powerful warriors of the Soul Hall. Ling Xiao the Elder took a step forward, and in the next moment he appeared 1,000 meters above the ground. His hands moved swiftly to form seals, and as he muttered incantations, the fighting energy surged wildly around him, forming a massive energy vortex. In the sky, dark clouds gathered rapidly. Amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, a gigantic divine statue appeared behind Ling Xiao. As his hands moved swiftly, a golden rune materialized from the void. Ancient characters flickered on the rune before transforming into a 1,000-foot-long golden axe, which appeared in the divine statue's hand. The golden will shattering heaven slash, ranked at the lower tier of the heavenly realm, was the same combat technique used earlier by the heavenly demon puppet and the blood demon puppet in their battle. Now, when performed by Ling Xiao the Elder himself, its power was incomparable. However, before his combat technique could fully charge, a fleeting glimpse of cunning flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Xian Huang. Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, and a deep yellow flame shot out like lightning, heading straight for Ling Xiao the Elder. Wherever the Xian Huang flame passed, the air was scorched and twisted into distorted shapes. Though it ranked at the bottom of the Xian Huang flame's power far surpassed that of ordinary beast flames. Ling Xiao the Elder snorted coldly, raised his hand, and a 100-foot-tall golden light shield instantly appeared before him. The Xian Huang flame collided with the light shield, as if hitting a layer of flexible membrane, and was immediately deflected to the side. At this moment, Ling Xiao the Elder's advanced combat technique was nearly complete. The golden axe in his hand emitted an increasingly terrifying aura, causing even the distant mountains to tremble under its pressure. Ling Xiao the Elder curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile and shouted, "Boy, can you still do anything to me? Is that so?" Xiao Yan chuckled. For some reason, upon seeing his smile, Ling Xiao the Elder felt a sudden pang of panic in his heart. He no longer hesitated, thrusting both hands forward with all his might. The 1,000-foot-long golden axe held by the illusory figure behind him now seemed as real as ever, enveloped in the overwhelming might of creation, crashing down with a thunderous roar. This time, the axe did not split into multiple blades but instead charged toward Xiao Yan with a deafening roar that tore through the clouds. Wherever the golden axe blades passed, space shattered like glass, revealing deep, pitch-black fissures. 10,000 Flames Prison Dragon Array, activate! Xiao Yan's low shout rang out suddenly. In an instant, the air within 100 zhang radius centered on Ling Xiao Elder exploded violently. Four flames of different colors darted out of the void like poisonous snakes, intertwining and spreading out, forming a flame-enclosed cage with a diameter of hundreds of zhang in the blink of an eye. The Xian Huang flame that had been repelled earlier silently reappeared at the array's focal point below, spreading out to perfectly connect the four. Luminous waves of fire surged and roared, while ancient runes emerged on the walls of the flame cage, transforming into dragon-shaped illusions formed from the strange flames. They soared upward, spewing forth blazing flames toward the center of the array. The 10,000 Flames Prison Dragon Array was precisely the technique Xiao Yan had obtained earlier from the Fireglow Elder of the Yan clan, a heaven-rank combat technique created by the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. With Xiao Yan's talent, he barely needed any practice to master this array to perfection. Commanding the 5 types of was as easy as moving his own limbs, and in terms of, he held an absolute advantage. As the flames intertwined, the entire prison was sealed airtight. The massive golden axe strike against the flame barrier only sparked countless sparks before vanishing without a trace. Watching the flame-locked cage form almost instantly, Ling Xiao's pupils contracted. He could clearly sense the terrifying destructive power contained within this space. Though the flames only formed on the outer perimeter, a tiny flame also ignited simultaneously at the center of his heart. If this continued, he would inevitably be refined and consumed by this bizarre array like a pill. Chapter 135, The True Art of Controlling Puppets. The appearance of the heart fire within his body sent Ling Xiao into a panic. He never imagined that this young man, who seemed to act casually, could possess such immense power. Moreover, he had never seen Xiao Yan before, and although he had come with Xiao Yaozi and others, that did not mean he could fully trust him. It seemed as though he intended to kill him. What was even worse was that the more Ling Xiao grew tense, the more he felt an eerie burning sensation spreading from the depths of his soul, as if those strange flames had already penetrated his very soul and were burning there. For the first time, a look of panic flashed across his weathered face. Ling Xiao the Elder suddenly bit his tongue until it bled, spitting a mouthful of blood into his palm. "You Kuei Jinjie? Tian Luo Di Wang." Ling Xiao roared, his hands tracing mystical patterns in the air. Do not forget that, in addition to being a 2-star martial saint, he was also a 9th-rank puppet control master, and in this secret realm, this was his absolute domain. Facing imminent danger, Ling Xiao dared not hold back. He disregarded their earlier agreement and immediately revealed his trump card. As a thunderous shout echoed from the dragon imprisoning array, silver puppets on both sides of the Dao path in the secret realm soared into the air, forming a ring to surround the dragon imprisoning array. In the distant mountains and forests, thousands of puppets transformed into streaks of light and flew toward the battle. These puppets were all at least at the martial emperor level, and under Ling Xiao's control, they formed a massive puppet battle formation outside the array of divine flames. Additionally, 10 celestial demon puppets with power surpassing that of a 5-star martial sovereign appeared at the very top. As the countless puppet illusions overlapped, ancient runes appeared in the sky. The celestial demon puppet, which had been nearly destroyed by Xiao Yan, was summoned and flickered before appearing in the air. All the puppets raised their arms simultaneously, and energy beams surged forth like a tidal wave, pouring into the body of the heavenly demon puppet of the martial saint realm. The latter's severe injuries began to heal rapidly. The dim soul crystal core once again burst forth with sunlight-like brilliance, and even the previously shattered joints began to regrow new limbs, emitting a chilling glow that sent shivers down the spine. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back. He naturally had no intention of refining Ling Xiao the Elder. This confrontation had two purposes: first, to lure the latter out of seclusion to join forces against the Soul Hall; second, to obtain the Phantom Transformation Crystal. The third reason was simply to test the new array technique he had recently learned. On the journey from the northern region to the southern region, Xiao Yan spent most of his time immersed in that martial arts scroll. As Yan Wushuang had said, practicing array formations within the miniature world of the martial arts scroll could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Xiao Yan successfully mastered the first array formation in a short period of time. The 10,000 Flames Prison Dragon Array, and Ling Xiao the Elder naturally became the first test subject for this formation. You are not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish? Xiao Yan was not Ling Xiao Laoran, and he had no idea how panicked Ling Xiao Laoran must be feeling at that moment. In Xiao Yan's eyes, he had merely set up the formation to block a heaven-rank martial art technique, and hadn't even begun to activate it properly. Yet the Ling Xiao Elder inside was reacting like someone with sensitive skin, revealing all his trump cards. Just as well, Xiao Yan took this opportunity to assess the strength of the 10,000 Flames Prison Dragon formation. Roar! The repaired heavenly demon puppet let out a deafening roar, its sound waves causing ripples to form in the surrounding space. The ordinary puppets, now devoid of power, fell to the ground like broken strings, emitting the crisp clang of metal colliding. At this moment, the heavenly demon puppet, having gathered the power of thousands of puppets, not only had all its injuries healed but also had its strength surged to the level of a third-rank martial saint. It suddenly swung a punch, and the air in its path was compressed into solid golden projectiles, which slammed into Xiao Yan's flame formation. The illusory giant dragon orb on the surface of the prison cage raised its head and roared, spewing a stream of 5 colored flames. The two collided, erupting into a dazzling energy storm. The demonic puppet, however, grew increasingly fierce as the battle continued. It unleashed a barrage of golden fist shadows, like a torrential downpour, pounding the dragon-shaped array in an attempt to shatter it completely. However, no matter how turbulent the waves on the surface of the 10,000 Fire Prison Dragon Array became, they could not affect its internal structure. Ling Xiao the Elder was also far from idle inside, unleashing various high-tier combat techniques, but they could only cause ripples on the flame barrier. The dragon's illusory form roared toward the sky, and the flame barrier continued to shrink, with the internal temperature reaching an astonishing level. He possessed the ability to incinerate all things in the world. While Xiao Yan's Buddha's Wrath Lotus was terrifying in its destructive power, the array created by the ancient Emperor Tuoshi perfectly harnessed the energy of all the. Even a powerhouse of Xiao Yan's caliber, without any of their own, would find it extremely difficult to break out of this array. And yet, this Ling Xiao Elder was merely a 2-star Dou Shang. In actual combat, this amount of time would be more than enough for the Ling Xiao Elder to die 10 times over. This, Ling Xiao the Elder naturally understood. Though the surrounding were fierce, they had not actively harmed him, merely suppressing his martial energy and trapping him within a small space. Ah, the new generation surpasses the old. Just as the Ling Xiao Elder sighed and prepared to concede defeat, the sky-filling cage of suddenly trembled violently. Then, amid several intense explosions, it shattered with a thunderous crash. Those below witnessed the mutated Dou Shun Tian Yao Ke, exerting all his strength, shattering the array with a single punch. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan himself was struck by the backlash of his martial energy, forcing him to retreat hundreds of feet. The sect master's sword is still as sharp as ever. After stabilizing his stance, Xiao Yan laughed aloud. It seems we cannot decide the winner today. Why not give the junior a chance and call it a draw? This sudden turn of events came too quickly, even the elderly man involved was taken aback. At the last moment, Xiao Yan had self-destructed his fire array, feigning defeat, and had given him ample face. This immediately earned him the old man's favor. At such a young age, you already possess such cultivation. You have a bright future ahead of you. Looking at the cunning smile in the young man's eyes, Ling Zhao's withered fingers unconsciously stroked his beard. The lingering anger from his defeat melted into warmth, and a look of approval flashed in his eyes. He then extended his hand and pointed toward the sky. The Phantom Transformation Crystal is extremely precious. After being monopolized by the Soul Palace, it has almost completely dominated the resources of the entire southwest continent. When I came to the southern region to guard it, I searched for hundreds of years before finally finding some rudimentary forms. That's why I established this space here to prevent those guys from setting their sights on it again. Before he could finish speaking, the peak of the majestic mountain he had pointed to suddenly erupted, revealing a mineral vein flowing with multicolored auroras. As agreed, you may now take what you need. Chapter 136, The Secret Realm, the Third Figure. The process of creating the 10,000 Phenomena Puppet was not complicated. In simple terms, it involved forging a large amount of Phantom Transformation Crystal into a thin layer, then injecting it into the puppet's body using a special method. These Phantom Transformation Crystals could store some combat techniques in advance for use during battles. However, Xiao Yan was completely unfamiliar with this process, so he immediately handed the Blood Demon puppet to Xiao Yaozi and the others, while he himself once again entered the scroll left behind by the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. During his first practical application of the 10,000 Fire Prison Dragon Array, Xiao Yan felt very confident. When releasing the array, he even felt as though it had been custom-made for him. The Dragon Imprisoning Array, composed of 5 different types of fire, was both offensive and defensive, capable of easily withstanding even heaven-ranked martial arts techniques. However, Xiao Yan was naturally not satisfied with this. His next target was the second array, the Void Returning Array. The 10,000 flames returned to the void array was even more powerful, requiring 9 different flames to reach its peak. If Xiao Yan were to unleash it at his current strength, even a 6-star martial saint would be completely refined. Of course, drawing on the experience of his predecessors, Xiao Yan did not rush for quick results. Instead, he started with the simplest 5 streams of, gradually increasing 1 stream at a time until he had fully grasped the essence of the array. The more he practiced, the more admiration he felt for his predecessors. He now holds the advantage in the number of, but back then, Yan Wushuang had only 3 types of and yet was still able to cultivate the Guichu array, nearly achieving perfection. Additionally, according to Yan Wushuang, the third figure on the stone platform had mastered the first 2 arrays using only 1. Such boldness and fire control techniques left even Xiao Yan feeling inadequate. Half a month passed, and aside from playing with the little medicine fairy, Xiao Yan spent most of his time immersed in the scroll's secret realm. The initial cultivation of the manhwa Guishu array proceeded smoothly, but when he reached the 8th type of, Xiao Yan encountered a minor bottleneck. This array demanded extremely stringent control over the. Even though Xiao Yan's soul had reached the great perfection realm, controlling 8 to form an array in one go was no easy feat. To avoid following in the footsteps of Yan Wushuang, he could only temporarily postpone his plans to increase the number of. During his rest, Xiao Yan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the third figure on the secret realm's stone platform. It was a handsome man in white robes, with a faint smile on his lips, exuding an otherworldly aura. Unlike the first 2 ethereal and illusory souls, his body was solid and tangible, his robes fluttering gently in the wind, as if he might speak at any moment. According to Yan Wushuang, this was merely a manifestation of that powerful being, capable of remaining unchanged for 10,000 years, a testament to the terrifying strength of its true form. Earlier, Xiao Yan had been concerned about being affected by the golden light from the secret realm's inheritance, so he had not dared to approach the stone platform. However, curiosity now drove him forward, and he couldn't resist walking toward the white-clad figure. Elder? Xiao Yan's voice carried a hint of reverence as he cautiously stepped onto the stone platform, eventually sitting cross-legged opposite the white-robed man. As if in response to his call, a faint mist of milky white vapor suddenly rose around the white-robed man. Though the mist appeared gentle, it faintly contained a scorching heat. Even with his current soul strength, Xiao Yan felt a slight sting, indicating that this man must have possessed an extraordinarily powerful in his lifetime. Just then, the white-robed man's eyes snapped open. You finally arrived. A mocking smile curled the corners of his lips. Instantly, an indescribable terrifying pressure crashed down, like a mountain crushing down, instantly immobilizing Xiao Yan in place. This was a feeling Xiao Yan had never experienced before. This man's strength seemed even more terrifying than Gu Yuan's. Xiao Yan's 5-star martial saint power was as insignificant as an ant compared to a mountain in his presence. Just as Xiao Yan was stunned, 2 figures shrouded in black robes slowly emerged from behind the white-robed man. One of them spoke in a deep voice, "Xiao Yan, we meet again." The pale, bloodless face came into view, causing Xiao Yan's pupils to contract sharply as he blurted out in shock, "The deputy palace master of the Soul Palace?" He was certain he had already killed this man. How could he be here now? With your meager abilities, you dare to oppose the Soul Hall? The deputy hall master's voice was icy cold, his eyes flashing with venomous light. Die. Before he could finish speaking, his arms suddenly transformed into 2 pitch-black masses of malevolent energy, accompanied by a piercing screech that tore through space, charging straight toward Xiao Yan's face. At the brink of life and death, Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly, the Lulifan Tianyan raging within him, the power of the erupting like a volcano, breaking through the restraints. His body then abruptly retreated backward, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Trying to escape? The deputy hallmaster, clinging to him like a flesh-eating wound, surged forward with swirling black chi, closing in on Xiao Yan from behind. His withered hands transformed into claws, tearing through the void. Before the claws even reached him, the hairs on Xiao Yan's neck stood on end. The fluctuations of the deputy hallmaster's martial energy were several times stronger than what Xiao Yan remembered. In a rush, Xiao Yan spun around and unleashed a punch. As the vibrant flames collided with the black mist, the entire secret realm trembled violently. 6-star martial saint? Xiao Yan staggered backward, stunned as he watched the pitch-black martial energy surging from the other's fist. The deputy hallmaster cackled maliciously, as black mist coalesced behind him into a 1,000-foot-tall soul demon illusion. What good did it do you to kill me back then? The hallmaster has already used a secret technique to reconstruct my physical form. Before he could finish speaking, another black-robed figure appeared, none other than the Soul Hall hallmaster. His power was even more terrifying, having suddenly advanced to the 7-star martial saint realm. Boy, go join Xiao Xian down there. 2 overwhelming pressures capable of shattering the heavens descended simultaneously. Xiao Yan felt as though his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, and a bitter taste rose in his throat. In the chaos, he had no time to think further. He roared furiously and clasped his hands together. Buddha's Wrath Lotus. As his palms moved, 2 exquisite 6-colored lotus flowers spun wildly in Xiao Yan's palms, unleashing a terrifying power that tore through space. The 2 lotus flowers were flung out, rapidly expanding within the secret realm, each targeting the palace master and the deputy palace master. With a deafening explosion, the 2 were knocked back thousands of feet, their bodies engulfed in black smoke, which was scorched into countless holes. However, Xiao Yan himself was also knocked back by the counterforce, crashing into a stone wall. The blood he coughed up stained the ground a vivid red. Interesting. Seeing this, the white-robed man who had been watching from afar flashed a hint of amusement in his eyes. He casually waved his hand, and 2 streams of black mist swept away the injured hallmaster and deputy hallmaster. In the next instant, the man had crossed thousands of feet of distance, appearing before Xiao Yan in an instant. As his fingertips touched the air, the entire space shattered like shattered glass, crumbling inch by inch. An indescribable terror descended, and Xiao Yan felt as though his soul was being gripped by an invisible hand, his thoughts growing sluggish. Peak level martial saint? Chapter 137, Half-Step Martial Emperor. Feeling that extreme pressure, Xiao Yan frantically summoned all 12 of his within his body and merged them together without hesitation. 12-colored ultimate destruction lotus. The various colored collided violently in his palm, and in an instant, Xiao Yan felt as though his soul was about to be torn apart. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus was not even a proper martial art technique, it was merely a timed bomb created by Xiao Yan by maintaining each type of in a delicate balance. Although he had already devoured all these, it did not mean he could control all 12 simultaneously. However, the white-robed man before him was far too powerful for Xiao Yan to handle, and only by forcibly using the Destruction Lotus could he give himself a sliver of a chance to turn the tide. The excruciating pain from the clashing and the absolute suppression at the soul level made Xiao Yan feel as though he were being pierced by 10,000 needles. The blood trickling from the corners of his mouth barely touched the ground before being instantly vaporized by the chaotic spatial currents. As the 12 colored flames struggled to coalesce into a vague lotus-like form, Xiao Yan's soul was nearly melted into nothingness. Just as his consciousness was about to be swallowed by the destructive energy, a warm white light suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's forehead. The light surged into his mind like a clear spring, dispelling the milky white gas that had invaded his soul. In a daze, Xiao Yan's body trembled violently. The white-robed man before him, the shattering space, and the searing pain in the palm of his hand vanished suddenly. The 12 colored flames at his fingertips turned into sparks and dissipated, replaced by the icy touch of the stone platform. Huff huff. Xiao Yan gasped for breath, looking down to find himself still seated cross-legged, his robes not even a single wrinkle out of place. Only the cold sweat trickling down his temples and the frantic pounding of his heart bore witness to the reality of the illusion he had just experienced. Realizing what had happened, Xiao Yan's body shot forward, desperate to distance himself from the white-robed figure. The latter, however, opened its eyes at that very moment. However, Xiao Yan could no longer distinguish whether what he saw before him was reality or an illusion. He only wanted to immediately pull his soul out of this secret realm. Staying even a moment longer risked his body exploding and his death. There's my aura within you. This time, the white-robed man did not attack Xiao Yan but looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiao Yan's figure froze in mid-air, following the man's gaze. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted, and he shouted, "This junior is Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan. I did not mean to disturb the senior. I will leave immediately." However, the white-robed man seemed to ignore the name Xiao clan, merely looking at Xiao Yan with curiosity before beckoning him with a finger. Xiao Yan's heart tightened as he tried to figure out how to break the stalemate. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and a translucent figure emerged from within him. The figure was also clad in white robes, and its appearance was identical to that of the man on the stone platform. This left Xiao Yan completely dumbfounded. The 2 identical white-robed men stared at each other, then slowly walked toward one another. The 2 figures merged in an instant, and the eyes of the white-robed man on the stone platform suddenly gleamed with something new. So that's how it is. Lifting his gaze toward Xiao Yan, the white-robed man spoke softly, "It's you. Did you obtain the fragmentary map I left behind?" As his words fell, Xiao Yan's stiffened body finally regained its freedom. Fragment? Pure Lotus Demon Fire? You are the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. Xiao Yan's mind raced, and in an instant, he pieced everything together. In his previous life, he had gathered the 4 fragmentary maps left by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. The final one had transformed into a ball of light that remained between his eyebrows. And that ball of light was the soul projection that had just emerged from his body. That was the soul fragment left behind by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. And the man before him, the one who had defeated the 10,000 Fires Void Array with a single, been called a genius by Yan Wushuang, and left behind a clone after failing to cultivate the Burial Heaven Array, was also the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. Earlier, Xiao Yan had entered the illusory realm set by the Demon Saint's clone and was about to collapse when he was saved by the Demon Saint's residual image within his body. Now, the 2 remnants of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint's soul have merged into one, forming the white-robed man before him. After sorting out this relationship, Xiao Yan couldn't help but swallow hard. In ancient times, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint had nearly reached the Emperor realm, renowned as the strongest individual closest to the Demon Emperor in that era. No wonder he could cultivate an array formation using just a single. No wonder he could move freely within the ancient emperor's secret realm. Everything now made sense. The Xiao clan? It doesn't seem like a prominent family. The Pure Lotus Demon Saint appraised Xiao Yan from head to toe, also somewhat surprised. Lucky brat, you actually obtained the same cultivation technique as the Tosu ancient emperor. No wonder you can control so many. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart stirred, but before he could ask for clarification, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint suddenly said, "Demonstrate the burial heaven array for me." Xiao Yan had 100 questions, but didn't know where to start. He could only weakly say, "Senior, I haven't mastered the Guishu array yet." The Pure Lotus Demon Saint furrowed his brows, glancing at Xiao Yan as if he were a cute little thing, then sighed lightly, "What a waste of talent." With that, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint sat back down on the stone platform, and a white beam of light shot out from his fingertips, swiftly entering Xiao Yan's mind. "Call me when you've mastered it." With those final words, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint fell silent once more. This is fire control technique? Feeling the sudden influx of knowledge in his mind, Xiao Yan's face remained stunned for a long time. What the Pure Lotus Demon Saint had taught him were the secrets and techniques for practicing the 10,000 fires returned to the void array, as well as some advanced fire control techniques. Back then, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint had no extra, so he temporarily split the Pure Lotus Demon Fire into multiple sub-fires, ultimately mastering the void return array with ease. Now, Xiao Yan possessed 12, his conditions were immeasurably superior to those of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint in his prime. No wonder the Demon Saint of Pure Lotus had looked at Xiao Yan with such an expression earlier. Opportunity knocks but once. Xiao Yan was not a man to hesitate. Though he had many questions, he knew none of that mattered now. With the Pure Lotus Demon Saint's guidance, the most important thing was to seize this opportunity to master the Guishu array to perfection. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan cleared his mind, crossed his legs, and began to study the techniques the Pure Lotus Demon Saint had just imparted to him. At the same time, in the real world, Xiao Yan's figure in the quiet room trembled violently. 9 flame dragons as thick as thumbs shot out from his body, each wrapped in intricate runes, forming a mysterious array diagram above his head. At a certain moment, the 9 flames erupted simultaneously, emitting blinding light. The stone walls of the quiet room were instantly melted, and the flame array expanded outward from Xiao Yan at its center, its diameter exceeding 10,000 feet, enveloping most of the mining's secret realm within its grasp. Chapter 138, The Battle Begins at the Soul Hall. No way, again? Feeling that familiar flame-like aura, Ling Xiao, the old man forging the puppets, looked up in horror and gazed anxiously toward the distant sky. There, 9 fiery dragons roared and converged, their heads raised high as they spat out blazing flames that intertwined in the dome, enveloping most of the secret realm within. Compared to the dragon trapping array, this flame formation was clearly far more terrifying. As soon as it took shape, it unleashed a surging flame vortex at its core, reducing mountains, rivers, and vegetation to ashes in an instant. Under the array's influence, all puppets below the Dou Wang realm began to melt, followed by those of the Dou Huang and Dou Zong realms. In no time, even the powerful Ling Xiao elder felt his martial energy silently draining away in the scorching environment. The array seemed intent on refining them all here. Seal. At the critical moment, a loud shout rang out, and at the array's core, a slender figure emerged silently. The 9 fire dragons instantly became docile, obediently sinking into the man's body. Those present knew without needing to look that the one capable of causing such a commotion could only be Xiao Yan. A momentary lapse in judgment, old sect master. Please forgive me. Looking down at the sharply reduced number of puppets on the ground, Xiao Yan scratched his head awkwardly as he landed. It's nothing. They're just low-grade puppets. Ling Xiao the old man forced a smile and waved his hand, but his heart was already in turmoil. It wasn't because of the puppets. As a 9th-rank puppet master, crafting these puppets was as easy for him as refining low-grade pills for Xiao Yan. However, the power of the array formation Xiao Yan had just unleashed was a level he could never hope to reach. During their previous duel, if Xiao Yan had used that array formation, Ling Xiao the elder admitted he might not have lasted even half an incense stick's worth of time. He finally understood why everyone had such unwavering confidence in heading south. This seemingly inexperienced youngster was actually a top-tier powerhouse with hidden skills. What Ling Xiao the elder was thinking, Xiao Yan naturally did not know. Under the guidance of the remnant soul of the Demon Saint, he had not only perfected the manhwa Guishu array but also gained a preliminary understanding of the Zhangtian array. Although his first attempt at the burial heaven formation had failed, this did not dampen Xiao Yan's enthusiasm. Upon landing, his gaze was immediately drawn to the blood demon puppet, which had undergone a complete transformation during his seclusion. Its blood-red skin had grown even darker, almost purple in hue. Excellent. Tomorrow, I will send a challenge to the Soul Hall. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction. The phantom transformation crystal was injected into the blood demon puppet's body by the others using a special method. Once the combat energy was infused into it, it would compensate for its lack of offensive power. By then, even if it faced a human opponent of the same level, it might not be outmatched. However, just as Xiao Yan finished speaking, Ling Xiao the elder suddenly looked toward a certain space, his expression abruptly changing. The Soul Hall's forces have arrived first. Southwest continent, south of the southern region. Under a leaden sky, the barren wasteland stretched like a wound torn by a colossal beast, separating the Soul Hall from the southwest continent. 1,000 years ago, several earth-shaking battles erupted here. Over time, this rare plain naturally became a dividing line, separating the Soul Hall's forces from the southwest continent. Since the elderly sage Ling Xiao took up residence here, this battlefield had lain dormant for 1,000 years, and the bloodstains on the boundary marker had gradually faded under the erosion of time. Until one day, the horizon at the edge of the plain suddenly warped. First, several dark shadows pierced the clouds, followed by an army of puppets surging across the sky like a tidal wave. Tens of thousands of iron puppets marched in perfect unison, each step causing the entire southwest continent to tremble. At the forefront, hundreds of flying beasts clad in pitch-black scales flapped their wings, emitting mechanical clicks. Their hollow pupils flickered with eerie green light, resembling death puppets under control, circling the battlefield. To the north of the plain, a 100-foot-high city wall stood majestically, its bricks engraved with defensive runes that glowed with a cold blue light. At the top of the walls, a golden demon puppet slowly turned its head, its chest covered in runes emitting a deep rumble, as if an ancient beast were awakening. Both sides of the battlefield were entirely composed of puppets. Enemy attack, bows, and crossbows. The celestial demon puppet's voice was deep and devoid of emotion, yet it echoed throughout the surrounding area in an instant. SSSH SSSH. In an instant, tens of thousands of black crystal crossbows rose from the city walls, unleashing a barrage of attacks under the mechanical commands. On the plains, the lowest-tier iron puppets in the front ranks were pierced through the chest by crossbow arrows, exploding into a shower of debris. The puppet army behind them suddenly halted. A dark red rune flashed across each puppet's forehead, and in the next instant, thousands of black chains swept out, shattering the crossbows in midair. Amidst sparks flying everywhere, over 100 silver golems slowly rose from the Soul Hall's ranks. These silver puppets were slender in form, with intricate patterns carved into their faces. Their every movement carried a hint of human elegance. Silver light blazed at their fingertips, and under the cover of the chains, they soared into the air, charging toward the city walls. Humph! The golden celestial demon puppets on the city walls emitted a contemptuous snort. As their feet stomped heavily, the entire city wall shook violently, and countless defensive runes flashed with blinding light, blocking all attacks outside. That day, the demon puppet was enveloped in a blinding golden light. In the next instant, it had already appeared before the city walls. The runic patterns on its arms swirled and coalesced into a golden light spear hundreds of feet long. With a sweeping strike, it instantly annihilated the over 100 earth demon puppets, each as powerful as human martial artists of the Dou Zong realm. In the blink of an eye, as it finished unleashing its technique, 3 golden figures shrouded in black miasma burst forth from the ground, forming a triangular formation and surrounding the city defending puppet tightly. These puppets actually knew how to use tactics. The 3 newly appeared celestial demon puppets were all around the 5th rank martial sovereign level. 6 golden hands, resembling claws, extended outward, fiercely grabbing toward the central city defending puppet. At the critical moment, the void suddenly rippled with blue light in a wave-like pattern. The light, as if alive, instantly penetrated the bodies of the 3 celestial demon puppets of the Soul Hall. Wherever it passed, the black miasma faded away silently like melting ice and snow. The movements of the 3 golden golems abruptly froze. In the next instant, the green soul flames on their chests slowly transformed into dazzling golden light, and in the blink of an eye, they were completely assimilated by the blue light. "Master, you're not dead yet?" Upon seeing the blue light, a soft, sinister laugh suddenly echoed. From the side of the Soul Hall, the clouds on the horizon seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and a figure in a green robe stepped out of the shattered void. The figure had a jade-like face, appearing extremely young, with exaggerated patterns drawn at the corners of his eyes, giving him an androgynous appearance. Yun Kuei. On the city walls, Ling Xiao the Elder had appeared out of nowhere, his white hair flowing in the wind. Behind him were the powerful warriors from the southwest continent who had rushed to the scene. Upon seeing the smile on the young man's face, Ling Xiao's eyes widened in fury. Without another word, he snapped his fingers, and over a dozen golden celestial demon puppets shot forward. Facing the puppets that had reached the Dou Shang level, Yun Kuei merely raised his hand leisurely. Before him, dozens of puppets appeared to meet the attack. He. "Master, let us settle our grudge between us personally." At the same time, the battle on the plains raged fiercely, yet Xiao Yan's figure had not appeared once from the beginning. Chapter 139, The Palace Master? A mere puppet. He is not here? Behind the city walls, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, his vast soul power surging out, encompassing the entire area within 100 miles. The cloud puppet's strength was roughly that of a 2-star martial saint, and upon meeting, it immediately engaged in combat with Ling Xiao the Elder. However, with the addition of the other powerful warriors from the southwest continent, the battle was evenly matched, and for a short time, the Soul Hall even found itself at a disadvantage. But there was one thing that caught Xiao Yan off guard: aside from the cloud puppet, there was no trace of any other Soul Hall martial saints. In this battle that determined the fate of the entire southwest continent, had the Soul Hall truly only sent a single Yun Kuei? Stay here and observe. If any more Dou Shang level experts appear, immediately shatter the spatial jade tablet. Xiao Yan handed a fiery red jade token to Xiao Yixin, then his figure vanished silently. It wasn't that he didn't care about the battlefield in the southwest continent, it was simply that his enemies weren't there. According to Ling Xiao the Elder, 100 years ago, he had encountered a powerful figure within the Soul Hall who had effortlessly defeated him with just a split form. This alone indicated that the individual's true strength was at least that of a 4-star battle saint. Such power could easily control the entire battlefield alone. Since they weren't coming out, Xiao Yan decided to go straight to their lair. Crossing hundreds of miles was but a moment for Xiao Yan. Soon, he arrived at the massive black palace hidden deep within the Yinming Abyss Valley, a place that felt strangely familiar. This branch of the Soul Hall was even larger than the human hall he had destroyed earlier. The surrounding area was shrouded in an astonishingly dense aura of death, a concentration rarely seen even on a battlefield. Before the Soul Hall stood a massive bronze cauldron, and a faint, ethereal figure within it immediately caught Xiao Yan's attention. Xingyun Pavilion, the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan. Once this hall restores its true form, you shall all pay with your blood. Inside the furnace was the former deputy hallmaster of the Soul Hall who had been killed by Xiao Yan. At this moment, his body had recovered to about half its original form, but he can only barely reach the strength of a 2-star martial saint. The remaining pile of blood crystal shards had yet to be refined. This fusion process was incredibly painful and undoubtedly intensified his hatred for Xiao Yan to the extreme. Since it's so painful, why don't I help you? The deputy hallmaster froze in shock. It seemed as though he was hallucinating in the midst of his agony, hearing the voice of his sworn enemy, Xiao Yan? No, it was definitely Xiao Yan. A slender arm extended from the void, ruthlessly pulling out the unabsorbed blood shin crystals beneath the deputy hallmaster. Ah! The excruciating pain surged upward, causing the deputy hallmaster's body, which had only just begun to coalesce, to collapse violently. All the remaining blood shin crystals were swept away completely. The Soul Hall really has abundant resources. In the air nearby, Xiao Yan examined the high-grade shin crystals in his hand with satisfaction. Even this quantity was several times more than what everyone from the southwest continent had brought out in the past few days. Such heavenly treasures, now that he had seen them, how could he possibly leave them behind? Xiao Yan flipped his hand, tossing all the shin crystals into the air. A towering blood-red figure beside him immediately opened its mouth and sucked them all into its abdomen. The deputy hallmaster, who had just reacted, was nearly driven mad. Those were the treasures he had intended to use for forging his body, yet they had been completely absorbed by the blood demon puppet. The latter's aura surged instantly, breaking through to the 3rd-rank martial saint realm in an instant and continuing to rise. Xiao Yan. Black mist swirled into thousands of arrows, shooting toward Xiao Yan and the blood demon puppet. Though the deputy hallmaster hadn't completed his fusion yet, he could temporarily unleash the power of a 2-star martial saint. Facing the overwhelming attack, Xiao Yan merely shook his head indifferently. This was indeed interesting. Coincidentally, the events he had encountered in the illusory realm had actually come to pass. The deputy hallmaster was indeed still alive and had been hiding in the Soul Hall to reconstruct his body. However, there was a crucial difference. The deputy hallmaster Xiao Yan had seen in the demon saint's illusory realm had directly broken through to the 6-star martial saint realm and had been chasing him relentlessly. Yet the one before him now had only just reached the 2-star martial saint realm. The contrast between the two was rather comical. Before Xiao Yan could act, the blood demon puppet stepped forward, unleashing a pressure wave of 4-star martial saint level power that crushed all the incoming arrows into dust. You are too weak. Xiao Yan's indifferent voice became the final straw that broke the deputy hallmaster's spirit. His soul, already tortured beyond endurance, could no longer hold on, and with a loud boom, he exploded on the spot. Poof. Ha ha. That's it? He exploded? Xiao Yan drifted back, looking equally stunned. He had intended to tease him a little longer before killing him, but he never expected the deputy hallmaster to be so fragile he had simply exploded like that. What poor stress tolerance. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes, but before he could make his next move, the black flames beneath the furnace suddenly erupted, sending a 100-foot-tall wall of fire surging upward. The flames were not of an ordinary form, but had into the grotesque visage of a demon, its fangs bared, emanating a terrifying suction force capable of devouring everything in its path. It was another void-swallowing flame. Bringing more gifts? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. He could sense that this flame was more powerful than the previous one, but his wasn't something to be underestimated. With a flick of his fingers, the multicolored flames erupting from Xiao Yan's palm suddenly transformed into a crimson flame-covered giant wolf. The wolf's head bore dragon horns, and its back was adorned with bat-like wings. This demonic beast, formed from revealed its ferocious nature. Its 4 claws shattered the void as it charged toward the black flame, its sharp teeth glinting with cold light, as if it intended to devour the void-devouring flame whole. Xiao Yan, you dare to intrude into my soul hall. A cold, furious shout echoed from the depths of the Soul Hall, and the front doors opened without a breeze. In the center of the Soul Hall, a middle-aged man appeared silently. He had an ordinary appearance, with nothing remarkable about him, but the aura emanating from his body was incredibly powerful and domineering. 4-star late-stage martial saint. Within the Soul Hall of the Southwest continent, there were indeed still such powerful beings. Such strength was only half a star below Xiao Yan's, and it was likely that the person Ling Xiao the Elder had encountered back then was none other than him. His identity was now clear. Xiao Yan laughed aloud. Soul Hall Master? I never expected that the two Hall Masters of the Soul Hall wouldn't be staying at the Tiangang Hall but had come all the way to the Southwest continent. Could it be that there's something peculiar here? You're asking for death. The Soul Hall Master's face darkened. He swung his right hand, and hundreds of thick black chains surged forth, rushing toward Xiao Yan. Who's asking for death is yet to be seen. Xiao Yan curled the corners of his mouth, tapped his fingers lightly, and the blood demon puppet flew toward the Soul Hall Master, its fists crashing down with tremendous force. The blood demon puppet, having absorbed a massive amount of blood shen crystals, already possessed terrifying defensive capabilities, which were now amplified even further. The Soul Hall Master's chain attacks were as ineffective as a tickle to it. Meanwhile, its blood-red fists, as large as sandbags, loomed menacingly before the Soul Hall Master. Bang! Under the intense collision, a figure flew out, crashing onto the black colossal hall in a disheveled state. The Soul Palace Master? Is that all? Chapter 140, The Living Dead. Someone ambushed the Soul Hall? In the sky above the plane's battlefield, Yun Kuei's figure halted abruptly, his expression changing drastically. In the depths of his pupils, a massive black hole was reflected, as if he could see the scene thousands of miles away through space. As the guardian of the Soul Hall in the Southwest continent, he could immediately sense any damage to the Soul Hall. Such an opportunity, Ling Xiao the Elder would not miss. His withered palm swept through the air in a half-circle of light, and in an instant, a stream of martial energy wrapped in the power of the stars tore through the void, heading straight for Yun Kuei's face. However, Yun Kuei merely froze for an instant before lifting his head and letting out a piercing laugh. Jia. Master, this isn't part of your plan, is it? As he laughed, Yun Kuei snapped his fingers, and two bolts of lightning shot out, revealing two half-saint puppets wrapped in black chains. The lightning flickering in the puppets' eye sockets illuminated the entire battlefield in flickering light. Under Yun Kuei's command, they charged headlong into the oncoming stream of martial energy, fearless of death. Amidst the deafening explosions, Yun Kuei's cold voice echoed out, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Daring to target the Soul Hall? I see you've grown tired of living. Ling Xiao the Elder snorted coldly, his wrinkled eyes twitching slightly as he looked toward the direction of the Soul Hall, thousands of miles away. Xiao Yan, it's all up to you. Xiao Yan was in a good mood at the moment. The Soul Hall Master, Han Miashang, a top-tier powerhouse of the Soul Hall whose infamous reputation had echoed across Central Plains since ancient times, was now being forced into a desperate retreat by a puppet. After absorbing the blood-colored crystal earlier, the blood demon puppet's body was now shrouded in an eerie crimson glow. Its muscles bulged and twisted like living creatures, and the black chains unleashed by the Soul Hall Master with all his strength could only leave shallow white marks on its surface. Its resilience was truly terrifying. Moreover, puppets have no sense of pain. This blood demon puppet, which had just broken through to the 4th-star martial saint realm, though unable to defeat its opponent, could still hold back soul extinction for a short time. At present, the blood demon puppet likely has only one natural enemy, However, unfortunately, the void-devouring flame, which should have been invincible, was now retreating under the attacks of the Jade Firewolf, having already been torn apart in several places. It seemed that this flame was about to be devoured as well. With one puppet and one flame, Xiao Yan didn't even need to lift a finger to turn the Southwest Soul Hall upside down. Xiao Yan, don't think that just because you've reached the level of a martial saint, you can act so arrogantly. The Soul Clan can dispose of you with ease. Gritting his teeth and roaring in anger, the Soul Hall Hallmaster's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Suddenly, his figure exploded into countless black mist, enveloping the dying void swallowing flame, and he fled into the spatial fissure in a disheveled state. That's it? He's gone? Seeing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. The Soul Hall Master was infamous for his cruelty. Even the strongest warriors trembled at the mere mention of his name. Xiao Yan had expected a fierce battle today, but now it seemed, this Hall Master was vastly different from the ruthless star who had annihilated dozens of sects across Central Plains in a single night, as described in legends. Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes, and his powerful soul energy spread out like a tidal wave. Strangely, not only was there no trace of the soul-extinguishing birth energy, but within 100 miles, there wasn't even a single living creature. Especially the Soul Hall before him, shrouded in a thick aura of death, where soul energy couldn't penetrate. Gazing at the open black gates of the hall, Xiao Yan sensed a treacherous scheme known as luring the king into the jar. With a cold snort, Xiao Yan raised his hand and pointed toward the Soul Hall. Burn. The fire wolf behind him let out a loud howl, shifted its form into a 1,000-foot-tall beast, and spat out a rolling sea of fire, engulfing the entire Soul Hall. With a sizzling sound, the black mist on the surface only held back for a moment before dissipating into nothingness. The majestic hall, standing over 100 feet tall, groaned under the relentless assault of the, unable to withstand the intense heat. Even though it was constructed from special materials, it couldn't withstand the scorching temperatures, and within moments, most of the hall had been reduced to ashes. To Xiao Yan's surprise, he had already broken through several soul halls, but this one was clearly unique. The vast space contained no imprisoned soul entities, no valuable items, and was, in fact, completely empty. It seemed that the soul hall master had truly fled in panic, rather than having any devious plans. Finally, just as the entire hall was about to be completely consumed by flames, a massive bronze cauldron came into view. The cauldron stood hundreds of feet tall, its surface engraved with ancient, obscure patterns. It was countless times larger than the one at the entrance of the main hall, resembling a small mountain from afar. For extremely thick black chains wrapped around the cauldron's body, with black mist writhing on their surfaces. The other ends of the chains were each locked onto a pitch-black coffin. Xiao Yan followed the chains with his gaze. The 4 coffins were tightly sealed, exuding an eerie chill that made it impossible to detect any trace of life. Could this be the living dead secretly cultivated by the soul hall? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. Despite his countless experiences, he couldn't help but shiver at the sight of this eerie scene. The last time Xiao Yaozi had mentioned the 100 ghosts at night being able to cultivate living dead, he had not explained the details, so Xiao Yan could not be entirely certain. Relying on his skills and daring, he was about to step forward when the blood demon puppet suddenly let out a muffled groan. Xian crystal! This cry startled Xiao Yan, who turned to look at the blood demon puppet in disbelief. At that moment, the latter's gaze was fixed firmly on the front, and a hint of greed flashed through its blood-red pupils. Following his gaze, Xiao Yan saw the massive bronze cauldron. Xiao Yan leaped into the air, leaning forward to look down, and froze in place. The massive bronze cauldron was filled to the brim with high-grade Xian crystal. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, and his Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. Those blood Xian crystals and phantom-changing Xian crystals, which were regarded as treasures by the people of the southwest continent and were said to be produced only once every few hundred years from a single vein, were now piled up in the bronze cauldron as if they were worthless. Earlier, the blood demon puppet had only absorbed a small portion of the blood Xian crystal left by the deputy hallmaster outside the hall, yet it had already advanced from a 2-star martial saint to a 4-star martial saint. It was unimaginable how much stronger it would become if it could absorb all the treasures below. Perhaps 6-star, 7-star, or even 8-star martial saint. Soul extinction, you've truly left me with a tremendous surprise. Xiao Yan muttered to himself, his voice trembling with uncontrollable shock and joy. He immediately tossed the blood demon puppet into the massive bronze cauldron. As soon as it touched the blood Xian crystal, the blood demon puppet's body began to swell rapidly, and the newly breakthrough aura surged upward like a rocket. 4-star initial stage. 4-star mid-stage. 4-star late stage. Chapter 141, Battle against an 8-star martial saint. Allowing the blood demon puppet to freely absorb the Xian crystal or within the bronze cauldron, Xiao Yan's attention shifted to the 4 coffins connected to the cauldron. The surfaces of these coffins were smooth as mirrors, emitting a faint suction force that drew the deathly aura from the air into them. Xiao Yan scanned them one by one. The 4 coffins were distributed in 4 directions, with identical appearances, except that the coffin closest to him had somehow shifted to reveal a small crack. Wait! Xiao Yan suddenly realized something, his mind unable to process the information, and he instinctively leaped backward. At the same time, the space around him began to writhe, silently shifting. Xiao Yan felt a flash before his eyes, and in the next moment, he found himself mysteriously appearing beside the coffin. In the spot where he had been standing, a gaunt, skeletal figure slowly materialized. The old man's appearance was even more terrifying than the Soul Hall's great heavenly sovereign that Xiao Yan had seen before, resembling nothing more than a resurrected skeleton. Surrounding him was a thick aura of death, as if he had crawled out of the underworld. A living dead person. One who could manipulate space like that must be at least a 6-star martial saint, or even stronger. Yun Kuei actually succeeded. Upon seeing the old man's appearance, Xiao Yan immediately understood his origins. However, he never imagined that the Soul Hall had actually succeeded in reviving a powerful figure from 1,000 years ago, and that this individual possessed such terrifying strength. No wonder the Soul Hall master fled so decisively. He must have been certain that he would be drawn to these high-grade spirit crystals and lured to the coffin's side. Therefore, there was one thing he could be certain of: this living dead man must have a restricted range of movement and likely couldn't stray too far from the coffin. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan figured all this out, and his expression gradually calmed down. As long as he could somehow delay the old man for a moment, he would have a chance to escape. Just then, the old man in the air laughed. The bloodline power of Xiao Xian, huh? Interesting. The withered corners of his mouth curled into an eerie grin. Though his face was grim and terrifying, his laughter sounded as warm and gentle as spring sunshine. Who are you? Xiao Yan's expression was as cold as ice. While speaking to buy time, he swiftly calculated his final cards. Great Heavenly Transformation Palm, Yellow Springs Finger, Yellow Springs Palm, Yellow Springs Heavenly Wrath, Buddha's Wrath Lotus, 10,000 Fires Return to the Void Array. Unbeknownst to him, he had already mastered several heaven-tier martial arts techniques. Even facing a 6-star martial saint, he was not without a chance to fight. There's no need to struggle. Now that you've seen me, you can never return. The old man seemed to have seen through Xiao Yan's intentions at a glance. A surge of black qi erupted from his body, and a vast, abyssal martial qi pressure suddenly crashed down upon Xiao Yan. 8-star martial saint. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted sharply. Even with prior mental preparation, facing such a reality still caused his heart to tremble uncontrollably. After all, the gap between each star rank among martial saints was already enormous, especially after reaching 5 stars. If this person were a 6-star martial saint, Xiao Yan might not fear him. If he were a 7-star martial saint, Xiao Yan might have a chance to escape by fighting desperately. But an 8-star martial saint. Such a vast disparity in strength could not be bridged by mere tricks. Even Xiao Yan's strongest heaven-tier advanced martial art, the Yellow Springs Heavenly Wrath, might not be effective against him. Moreover, condensing the Destruction Lotus requires time. Facing such a powerful opponent, life and death hang by a thread, and there may not be an opportunity to use it. There was only one last move left. You're nothing but the remnant of a long-dead ancestor. What do you have to be so arrogant about? Xiao Yan sneered, slowly rubbing the fiery red storage ring on his finger. Inside it lies a young void-devouring flame. Earlier, in the system, he had obtained a blast card but had never used it. Abnormal Fire Explosion card, upon use, it can detonate abnormal fire in one go, causing damage surpassing that of advanced-tier martial arts techniques. This functional card was one of Xiao Yan's greatest trump cards at present, though it was a pity to use the void-swallowing flame he had obtained with such difficulty. Was he really going to have to resort to this? You're quite clever, but such words might be acceptable coming from Xiao Xian. You're just a brat too inexperienced. The old man in the air snorted coldly. Seeing that Xiao Yan had uncovered his true identity, he no longer said anything else. His skeletal hands rose, and the space around Xiao Yan froze instantly. Feeling the immense power gap, as vast as a chasm, Xiao Yan's eyes blazed with intensity. He roared, "Blood Demon Puppet!" Whoosh! A purple-red figure darted through the air like lightning, none other than the Blood Demon Puppet that had just feasted to its heart's content. Having absorbed a massive amount of spiritual crystals, the puppet's body glowed with a purple-red metallic sheen. Beneath its skin, blood-red energy streams surged wildly. The pressure from a 6-star martial saint shook the ground, causing to float into the air. Behind the blood demon puppet, 3 pairs of purple gold wings extended, emitting a piercing screech as they charged toward the old man's face. Behind it, a 1,000-foot-tall dark yellow palm print descended from the sky, corroding the space around it into black holes. It was the Yellow Springs palm battle technique that Xiao Yan had previously infused into the puppet. Behind the old man, a hundreds of feet tall, multicolored fire wolf opened its blood-red maw, tearing through the void and charging forward. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had already pushed all his strength to its absolute limit. Such a coordinated attack would even make a 7-star martial saint hesitate. However, the old man remained calm, casually waving his hand. In the next instant, the Yellow Springs palm in the air collapsed inch by inch, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. The blood demon puppet's chest caved in to an exaggerated extent, sending it flying backward and crashing into the bronze cauldron with a deafening crash. Facing the old man's casual strike, the blood demon puppet, a 6-star martial saint, had no power to resist. Meanwhile, the black mist swirling around the old man automatically intertwined into a large net, enveloping the firewolf behind him. In the few precious seconds he had gained, Xiao Yan shouted without hesitation in his mind. System. Use the explosive fire card. Ding. Currently possess 1 exploding fire card. Applicable target, void-devouring flames. Use? The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ears, accompanied by the voice of the old man in the sky. Go down and reunite with Xiao Xian. The old man's withered palm stirred up a cloud of putrid black mist, gently sweeping toward Xiao Yan's direction. Use, wait. At the last possible moment, a warm, milky white light suddenly flashed between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. The light flowed like spring water, instantly dispelling the spatial restraints surrounding Xiao Yan. Circles of pale pink ripples spread out, completely dissipating the old man's palm wind in an instant. The deathly aura in the air dissipated upon contact with the light, revealing a graceful white-robed figure behind it. Glancing at the Soul Clan elder in the air, the white-robed man curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. You go. I'll hold him off. Chapter 142, the first under the Emperor of Battle. Pure Lotus Demon Saint? Upon seeing the white-robed man's face, the emaciated elder of the Soul Clan instinctively took a step back. Though he and the Pure Lotus Demon Saint were not contemporaries, thousands of years ago, when he had just ascended to the Demon Saint realm, he had participated in the siege of the Pure Lotus Demon Flame. The form that the Demon Flame had taken was identical to this man. Even after 1,000 years, seeing that demonic yet handsome face again sent a chill down his spine. He never imagined that the pure lotus demon saint would return to the world. It wasn't just the withered old man, even Xiao Yan froze in place for a moment. He had just been about to self-destruct with his to die with the enemy, but he never expected the demon saint's residual image to appear on its own and block the fatal blow for him. But earlier, Yan Wushuang had said that being trapped within the scroll made it impossible to escape. Could it be that the demon saint's residual image he had brought in had combined with the demon saint's residual soul and undergone a transformation? Regardless, with the pure lotus demon saint intervening today, Xiao Yan's life was likely spared. No! You're not the demon fire, nor are you the pure lotus demon saint. You're just a mere afterimage. Soon, the withered old man paused briefly before noticing something amiss. His withered fingers trembled as he pointed at the other, his lips twisting into a twisted grin. 10,000 years of time can erase everything. Do you think a mere illusion can scare me? As he spoke, the deathly aura in the air surged violently, engulfing Xiao Yan and the others in a suffocating embrace. So what? The pure lotus demon saint, clad in white robes, sneered. Though his identity had been exposed, he remained unconcerned. This young man is mine today. In midair, the milky white aura collided with the black death energy, erupting with energy waves that sent Xiao Yan staggering backward. At this level of combat, even as a 5-star martial saint, he could not participate. The pure lotus demon saint was once renowned as the strongest under the rank of martial emperor, having already ascended to the half-emperor realm. Even in his current state as a residual image, he could still exert the power of an 8-star martial saint for a short time, more than enough to block the withered old man. Soul Yuan Tian, why haven't you returned to your position? At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed from the depths of the earth, as if it were a vengeful spirit crawling out of the 9 hells. The third black coffin below suddenly trembled violently, the coffin lid and body grinding against each other with a piercing metallic sound. Thick death chi surged out from the cracks, condensing in mid-air into another gaunt figure. The old man, shrouded in a black robe, remained neither human nor ghost, his body as dry as a skeleton, with no flesh visible on his entire body. Only his pupils glowed an astonishing emerald green, like 2 pools of putrid, stagnant water. Old demon, look clearly at who your opponent is. Han Yuan Tian growled harshly, his withered fingers clenching tightly into a fist. Oh? Is that the bloodline of the Xiao clan? And the pure lotus demon saint? The newly appeared black-robed old man merely glanced at them, his emerald-green pupils instantly contracting into pinpricks, while the black mist surrounding him grew denser, emanating a putrid stench reminiscent of decaying corpses. Our life force has been hard-earned. Let's settle this quickly. The black-robed old man spoke in a hoarse voice, his surprise fleeting before he added in a sinister tone, I'll hold off the illusions. You captured that Xiao clan brat. Before his words had even finished, the deathly aura surrounding him surged violently, several times denser than that of the Soul Yuan Heaven. This individual's strength was actually 1 rank higher than the Soul Yuan Heaven, reaching the mid-stage of an 8-star martial saint. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, his gaze instinctively sweeping over the other 2 coffins below. Thankfully, there was no movement there at the moment. If 2 more 8-star martial saints were to appear, the situation would become rather absurd. However, even the 2 powerful figures before him were enough to make Xiao Yan feel the shadow of death. The 12-colored flickering flames swirling around his body were as weak as candles in the wind under their oppressive aura. I have said it before. As long as I am here, you cannot touch him. Step aside. The pure lotus demon saint stood with his hands behind his back, his moon-white robe fluttering without a breeze. Even as the second elderly figure appeared, his expression remained unchanged. With a casual flick of his wrist, a sea of milky white flames appeared out of thin air, incinerating the encroaching death energy. If you were at your peak, we might have feared you a little. But now, you're just a mere afterimage. Do you really think we'd bother to step aside for you? Han Yuan Tian roared, his palms quickly forming seals. Behind him, the deathly chi condensed into 10,000 black chains, each with a skull opening its mouth to emit a deafening screech. A futile effort. The pure lotus demon saint shook his head slowly, then casually pointed his finger toward the sky. In an instant, countless milky white light points broke through space, converging from all directions like an inverted river of stars. Each light point contained terrifying energy, which flowed and formed a massive net of fire in midair, blocking the sound waves emitted by Han Yuan Tian. Then, all the light points continuously poured into the white-robed figure, causing the pure lotus demon saint's aura to surge instantly. At the same time, in the sky thousands of miles away, the sealing energy that had been passed down from ancient times suddenly grew much weaker. This is bad. He's absorbing the power left behind from back then. Attack together. The 2 elderly members of the Soul Clan roared simultaneously, their hands swiftly forming bizarre seals. The deathly energy surrounding them began to gather, forming 2 massive black whirlpools above their heads. The vortexes were swirling with strange runes, emitting a bone-chilling friction sound. As the vortexes spun rapidly, 2 pitch-black beams of lighted from within, causing the surrounding space to warp and distort. The power contained within those 2 beams was sufficient to reduce an entire large city to rubble in an instant. Die! The 2 elderly Soul Clan elders roared simultaneously, thrusting their hands forward with all their might. The two pitch-black beams shot forward like arrows released from a bow, tearing through the sky and hurtling toward the pure lotus demon saint and Xiao Yan. Wherever the beams passed, they left behind two pitch-black spatial fissures, from which black mist continuously poured out, corroding everything around them into nothingness. Facing this world-shattering attack, the pure lotus demon saint merely raised his hand and clenched it lightly. The milky white aura surrounding him suddenly tinged with a layer of jade-like pink glow, condensing into a 1,000-foot-tall lotus flower before him. Each time the petals of the lotus flower opened and closed, they emitted a crisp ringing sound, purifying the surging death energy around them into flickering points of light. He flickered his fingers, and the lotus instantly transformed into countless streams of milky white light, charging toward the two pitch-black beams. As the light and beams collided, the heavens and earth seemed to echo with the sound of doomsday bells, and terrifying energy ripples spread outward from the point of impact. Go! At the critical moment, the pure lotus demon saint swept his hand, enveloping Xiao Yan in a white light and sending him several miles away in an instant. A streak of light followed closely behind, entering Xiao Yan's forehead. It was the complete cultivation method of the 10,000 fires cremate the heavens array. Do not waste your master it. Chapter 143, A Home for Every Girl. Bang! On the vast battlefield, Ling Xiao the Elder's jade token shattered with a loud crash, startling him to the core. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Quickly, leave the puppets to hold the rear. Everyone retreat 300 li. Old sect master, the soul hall has been soundly defeated. Why not press our advantage and pursue them?" Xiao Yaozi's figure transformed into a streak of light as he flew over, urgently asking. Just moments ago, the cloud puppets had suddenly fled, leaving only a pile of puppets to fight, turning the battlefield into a one-sided massacre. Everyone was about to capitalize on their momentum and take down the soul hall, but now they were ordered to retreat, leaving them utterly confused. Ling Xiao the Elder looked at the lingering sparks in his hand. The shattered spatial jade tablet was not a distress signal, but the secret code he had agreed upon with Xiao Yan. If the jade tablet was shattered, it meant something had gone wrong on Xiao Yan's side. Possibly the soul hall had sent new powerful enemies, and even Xiao Yan couldn't hold them back. Though the southwest continent boasts a vast army, if they were to face a true peak-tier expert, even 1,000,000 puppets would be reduced to dust in an instant. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yaozi spoke decisively, "There's no room for discussion. We must retreat immediately. 100 miles away." Xiao Yan continuously traversed space, pushing his speed to its absolute limit, and in just a few flickers, he had already escaped the range of the soul hall. Even so, he dared not relax for a moment. He glanced back at the clouds before diving back into the void, vanishing from sight. At the same time, behind the cloud that Xiao Yan had looked at, two figures shrouded in black robes were also watching him. Lucky brat! To escape unscathed like that, the Xiao clan has truly produced an extraordinary heir. The man in front, with a grim expression, was none other than the Soul Hall Master, Han Miesheng, who had earlier feigned retreat. Following him was Yun Kuei, who had just returned from the battlefield. The two had been hiding along Xiao Yan's inevitable path to eliminate any potential threats, but now that they saw him emerge seemingly unscathed, killing him would be no easy task. "Master, he has discovered the secret of the living dead. Should we not pursue him?" Yun Kuei reminded him as he watched Xiao Yan's receding figure. What good does it do to discover it now? Our clan has been planning this for over 1,000 years. Do you really think those cowardly fools from the ancient clan couldn't figure it out? And even if they did, what could they possibly do to us? Han Miesheng's lips curled into a faint smile before he transformed into a black beam of light and shot toward the direction of the soul hall. "Let's go. The matter of the four elders is more important. There's no need to delay our clan's grand plan over this. Xiao Yan's life, I'll take it sooner or later." They've moved? The next day, inside the flying vessel, at the conference table, Xiao Yan suddenly stood up. When did they leave? Did they leave anything behind? Nothing at all. The woman named Yan shook her head. "We sent puppets to investigate early this morning. Within 1,000 miles to the south, there are no signs of life or buildings, and no trace of the soul hall. It is certain that they have moved from the southwest continent." Upon hearing this, the airship erupted in thunderous cheers. The soul hall's relocation from the southwest continent was undoubtedly a cause for celebration for these leaders. With both the Blood Puppet sect and the Soul Hall, these two great evils eliminated, everyone could finally live without the constant fear they had endured before. Among everyone present, only Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. During this trip to the southwest continent, he had not only obtained two but also acquired a blood demon puppet comparable to a 6-star martial saint. Yet, he could not bring himself to feel joy. The Soul Hall had merely vanished, not been defeated or annihilated. Xiao Yan could not feel joy, and his concerns were even greater. What were those 4 living corpses? Are the other 2 also 8-star martial saints? Or are they even more terrifying? The Soul Hall, the Soul Clan, what kind of sinister plot were they brewing? A series of questions swirled in Xiao Yan's mind, and what made him feel even more helpless was that even if he had discovered the secret of the living dead, it seemed utterly useless. Those were 8-star martial saints. Such overwhelming power was far beyond what he could currently withstand. This sense of helplessness was like watching a flood build up, clearly knowing it would become a major threat or even a disaster in the future, but because the water level had already risen to a terrifying height, there was nothing he could do to stop it. The only way to save himself was to reinforce the dam, as the saying goes, when the devil is 1 foot taller, the path must be 1 foot higher. In other words, Xiao Yan's only option was to quickly enhance his strength and become stronger than them before the disaster struck. Fortunately, there is still time. Before the Soul Hall can make their preparations, Xiao Yan must complete his transformation in strength as quickly as possible. 5-star Martial Saint is still insufficient. 6-star, 7-star, 8-star, or even 9-star. The higher, the better. This is not only for the sake of fighting future enemies but also for the demon fire that is about to emerge. This time, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint had to sacrifice his residual soul to block the 2 undead members of the Soul Clan, and he must have also used the power he had previously sealed to contain the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. This means that the demon fire will emerge earlier than expected, and Xiao Yan has already lost the Demon Saint's residual image, leaving him to rely solely on his own strength to subdue it. After sorting out all this in his mind, Xiao Yan's expression eased slightly. Quickly enhancing his strength was no easy feat for him. Currently, he has 2 projects at his disposal. The first is the advanced martial art created by the ancient Emperor Tuoshi, the 10,000 Fires Cremation Heaven Array. If this array can be mastered, its power will rival that of an emperor-level martial art, making it even more terrifying than the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. The second was the juvenile stage Void Devouring Flame he had obtained by chance. If he could cultivate it successfully or use the system to synthesize a 2-star Void Devouring Flame and then devour it, his strength would surge dramatically, skyrocketing instantly. However, since obtaining the Swallowing Abyss, the system has no longer offered duplicate cards or 2-star cards, which has been a source of frustration for Xiao Yan. Ultimately, when it comes to enhancing one's strength, there is one thing that is absolutely crucial, This couldn't help but remind Xiao Yan of an unseen celestial realm, the Qilin Fire Vein. According to Yao Ming, it was said to be the wholesale hub, and his ancestors had once visited there as well. It seemed that it would become his next destination. With his plans set, Xiao Yan didn't hesitate. He quickly bid farewell to the people of the southwest continent and set off with Xiaoxian to return to the Gamma Empire. After these past few dozen days, Kailin had already given birth to Xiao Xiao. Becoming a father for the second time left Xiao Yan feeling a bit dazed. "You're getting sentimental now?" Kailin wrapped one arm around Xiao Yan and twisted the other arm into a heart shape on his arm. Upon hearing of Xiao Yan's return, she had originally been overjoyed to bring Xiao Xiao to meet her father. However, from afar, she saw Xiao Yan and Xiaoxian holding hands in an intimate manner. Kailin felt jealous, and Xiao Yan could only smile awkwardly, unable to speak. Now, his relationship with Xiaoxian had indeed changed compared to his previous life. However, he only wanted to give every good girl a home. What had he done wrong? Chapter 144, Swallowing the Demon Saint's Essence Blood. After sending Xiaoxian back to the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yan did not linger for long. He spent the night with Kailin, exchanged some feelings, and then departed in haste. Xiao Zhan and the others had originally planned to choose an auspicious day 15 days later to hold a grand wedding for Xiao Yan and Kailing. However, after encountering the living dead of the Soul Clan, Xiao Yan was completely consumed by anxiety over his lack of firepower, and his mind was far from the wedding. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan wasn't the type to forget his commitments just because he had put on a wedding gown. After discussing it, they decided to hold a simple wedding ceremony according to the Xiao clan's traditions before departing, which would officially marry Kailin into the Xiao family. What? Clan leader Xiao is leaving today? Yefei and Haibo Deo, who had come to present gifts, had just entered the Xiao realm when they saw the crowd gathered around the spatial wormhole to see them off. What a pity, Yefei leaned close to Xiao Yan's ear, her peach blossom eyes curving into mischievous crescents. I even brought a gift for the young doctoress. Ha, you little vixen. Xiao Yan chuckled, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the snow-white skin beneath the red cheongsam, raising an eyebrow. Why didn't you prepare your own gift? Yefei's cheeks flushed red upon hearing this, and she instinctively took a deep breath, making her already delicate figure appear even more alluring. Hai Buodong, standing nearby, was so excited his beard trembled. What? Are you serious? I'll go prepare the gift right away. Old friend, you shouldn't get involved. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh as he patted Hai Buodong on the shoulder, exchanged a few polite words, then walked off to the side. Travel safely, Xiaoxian, dressed in plain clothes, gave him a gentle hug. Kailin tidied his clothes, her eyes flashing a hint of a young girl's reproach. Don't go out and attract so much attention. This king and Xiao Xiao are waiting for you. Xiao Yanzi, the honor of the Xiao clan rests on your shoulders. Be careful. Xiao Yanzi, the outside world is harsh, take care of yourself. Xiao Yanzi, your father is waiting for you at home. The voices of everyone's parting words flowed like a warm current through Xiao Yan's heart. His Adam's apple bobbed once, and he forced back his tears before turning away. I'm leaving. Xiao Yan took a step forward, heading toward the spatial wormhole. This time, he didn't know when he would return. This wormhole directly connected to the Starfall Pavilion in the southern region of Central Continent, greatly reducing travel time. It wasn't that Xiao Yan didn't want to bring Xiao Yan and Kai Lin along, it was simply that his strength had grown too quickly, and he was now facing opponents at the Dou Shang level, while Xiao Yan and Kai Lin were only at the Dou Zun level. Staying by his side was far too dangerous. If something were to happen, like it did on the southwest continent, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Xiao Yan now fully understands the predicament his ancestor Xiao Xian faced back then. The heavy burden of reviving the Xiao clan rests entirely on his shoulders. Moreover, his ancestor had already reached the peak of the martial saint realm and still sought to push further. As a mere 5-star martial saint, what excuse did he have not to strive harder? Ah! Suddenly, a long yawn echoed through the spatial tunnel. Before Xiao Yan appeared a miniature version of Little Yan, none other than the swallowing abyss formed from the young void swallowing flame. As the little creature rubbed its eyes and yawned, the black flames swirling around it burned tiny holes in the tunnel walls, revealing the chaotic spacetime currents beyond. Just stop trying for now. I don't have anything to feed you, Xiao Yan shrugged, about to seal him back into his storage ring. But the little guy suddenly puckered his lips, turned away, and crossed his lotus root-like arms across his chest. Poof! He and Xiao Yan were in perfect sync. Seeing the stubborn expression on the little creature's face, Xiao Yan immediately sensed his meaning. I took 3, and none of them are mine. You want to blow me up? Well, it was a desperate situation back then. Xiao Yan scratched his head awkwardly, then suddenly remembered something. He flipped his wrist, and a golden liquid appeared in his palm. It was the Demon Saint's blood he had obtained from the Yellow Spring Steel earlier. The moment the essence blood appeared, it erupted with brilliant golden light, like a newborn sun plummeting into darkness, illuminating the depths of the spatial tunnel with such clarity that every detail was visible. The domineering pressure contained within the essence blood forced the surrounding spatial turbulence to retreat several zhang. Tun Yuan suddenly turned his head, his eyes blazing with intensity. The saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth into black fireballs in mid-air. With a quick twitch of his small mouth, a strange suction force suddenly formed, pulling the essence blood from Xiao Yan's hand. Leave some for me. Xiao Yan reached out and grabbed the rapidly shrinking Demon Saint's essence blood, which immediately changed direction and darted into his palm like a golden snake. With the demon blood in his hand, Xiao Yan's heart pounded wildly. There, his ancient bloodline seemed to resonate slightly. Like the pure Lotus Demon Saint, the Yellow Springs Demon Saint had once been a powerhouse who had nearly crossed into the Emperor realm, and the essence blood within his body had already undergone a certain degree of mutation. The energy it contained was unimaginably vast. If he could absorb all of this essence blood, he might have a chance to break through to the 6-star martial saint realm. Eat it, eat it. Don't say I'm being unfair to you. Xiao Yan flickered his fingertips, and a drop of essence blood, roughly 1/5 of the total, transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the swallowing abyss. The little creature opened its mouth and sucked it in forcefully. The moment the essence blood entered its body, the black flames surrounding it suddenly tinged with gold, and its form swelled instantly to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Just a single drop of essence blood transformed into a golden torrent within the swallowing abyss, spreading out and subtly transforming his body. Even his originally emerald green eyes gradually turned golden. With a satisfied belch, the little creature's eyelids slowly closed, and its body swayed unsteadily like a drunkard before collapsing to the ground. Xiao Yan acted swiftly, sweeping his robe sleeve to seal him within his storage ring. However, the vibrant flames in his palm erupted violently at that moment. 12-colored. Although the Demon Saint's blood essence possesses overwhelming energy, his Liuli Fenshin flame is no pushover either. As the fire cauldron continued to compress, the energy within the essence blood was gradually stripped away, transforming into pure golden liquid. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed all the energy liquid into his abdomen. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Yan's aura surged wildly, his outer garments exploding instantly, and the spatial boat beneath him was caught in the aftermath, shattering into ashes, leaving not a single trace behind. Although he had undergone several hours of refinement by the domineering nature of the Demon Saint's essence blood still caught Xiao Yan off guard. Even the surrounding spatial tunnels began to violently fluctuate under the pressure, with spatial turbulence surging in and raging around Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. If this continued, the spatial tunnel would shatter within moments, sweeping everything into the spatial storm just like the first time he had gone to Central Plains. The only difference was that Xiao Yan was no longer the young Dou Huan he had been back then. Ancient Flame, suppress it. Chapter 145, the clan chief of the 9 Hells Earth Demon Serpent clan, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan growled, using his 5-star martial saint strength to forcefully compress his aura within a 10-foot radius around himself. The channel, which had been on the verge of collapse, suddenly became 10 times more sturdy at his command. Spatial turbulence, spatial storms. These phenomena, which could send even Dou Zun level experts into a panic, were nothing to Xiao Yan. As a 5-star Dou Shang, his mastery of spatial energy had reached perfection. A spatial ring flickered, and a brand new spatial flying vessel appeared, carrying Xiao Yan forward at an incredible speed. He sat cross-legged, focusing intently on refining the Demon Saint's blood essence. This pool of Demon Saint's blood contained immense energy. Only because Xiao Yan had recently advanced to 5-star could he handle it. If a 1 or 2-star martial saint had consumed such a massive amount of energy at once, they might have been reduced to a 12 types of raced through his meridians, slicing the golden liquid into tiny streams of energy, which were gradually devoured. After being refined by they transformed into the purest form of martial energy and were injected into Xiao Yan's body. The initial agony of flesh being torn apart gradually transformed into the euphoria of energy replenishment. Xiao Yan's aura slowly began to surge toward the realm of a 6-star demon saint. Central Plains, Southern Region, Starfall Pavilion. 2 Pavilion Masters, a group of powerful warriors from the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent clan have arrived outside. They barged in without explanation, demanding to see clan leader Xiao Yan. Inside the Grand Hall, upon hearing the Elder's report, Yichen and Fengxian exchanged glances, both noticing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The 9 Netherworld Earth-devouring serpents were the 3rd largest clan in the Demon Beast realm, and with their vast subordinate clans, they were an absolute first-rate power even in Central Plains. Why had they suddenly come to seek out Xiao Yan by name? Could it be that the recent conflict over the had left a grudge between Xiao Yan and them? Yao Chen's expression darkened. He set down his teacup and slowly vanished. On the Tianqing Mountains, a blood-red, ancient figure stood frozen in mid-air. Surrounding him, dozens of elders from the Starfall Pavilion formed an array to block the intruder. Where is Xiao Yan, the clan leader? The 9 Netherworld Earth-devouring serpent clan is in peril. Please come to our aid at once. The old man suddenly opened his mouth, his voice shaking the hearts of the elders, causing their blood to surge. He flickered and broke free from the array's restraints, flying toward the depths of the Tianqing Mountains. A half-saint level powerhouse? Feeling the powerful aura emanating from him, the white-haired elder guarding the array's core contracted his pupils sharply and shouted, "Activate the mountain defending array immediately." Before his words had even finished, a streak of light suddenly flashed from beyond the star realm, colliding violently with the old man's figure. He, Ming Chang, is this the reinforcements you came to find? I didn't know the 9 Netherworld Earth serpents had fallen so low. The light faded, revealing another withered figure. 3 dazzling crimson gold wings flapped behind the old man, creating a whistling wind. The pressure emanating from his body was no less intimidating than that of the intruder who had arrived earlier. Another half-saint. The elders of the Starfall Pavilion stepped forward. Though they were all only at the martial sovereign realm, the combined strength of dozens of them was no weaker. Who are you? How dare you intrude into the Starfall Pavilion? Leave immediately. The man ignored them, scanning the surroundings before a mocking smile spread across his withered face. You are the 3rd-ranked Demon Beast clan, yet you dare to humble yourselves and seek help from the 4 Directions Pavilion. If I had known this, I wouldn't have bothered to follow you here. Phoenix Pang. Do you really think I fear you? The message has been delivered. If you have the guts, let's settle this like men. The old man called Ming Chang was not to be outdone. His bloodshot eyes bulged, and as he spoke, a powerful dark green whip shot out, crashing toward the old man across from him. Huang Peng sneered, raised his right hand, and a 9-section whip wrapped in a torrent of fire broke through the air. The firebird's illusory form at the tip of the whip was lifelike, and with a single strike, it possessed the power to move mountains and level seas. Seeing the 2 of them charge into the star realm without hesitation and suddenly engage in battle, the elders were all at a loss. However, the aftereffects of a battle between half-saints were no joke. The elders immediately formed groups and flew down below, reforming a large array to isolate the 2 combatants. However, the expected clash of techniques did not occur. The next moment, a white-haired figure slowly emerged in the sky between the 2. The old man casually clenched his left hand, directly reducing the energy beam emitted by Ming Chang to nothingness. With a flick of his right fingers, a bone-white flame erupted onto the 9-section whip of the Phoenix Pang, completely incinerating the firebird illusions on its surface. You two, the Starfall Pavilion isn't the place for you to fight. The old man's voice echoed faintly, suppressing the momentum of both combatants with his own strength. It was none other than the master of the Starfall Pavilion, Yichen, who had arrived. A martial saint? The Starfall Pavilion has produced a martial saint. Feeling the energy fluctuations within Yao Lao that far surpassed his own, the Phoenix, who had previously looked down on the Starfall Pavilion, was left speechless. Its wings flapped, and it retreated hundreds of zhang away from Yao Lao. He had spent most of his time in the beast domain and had little interest in the human world. He only knew that the master of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, another of the 4 great pavilions, was a 3-star martial sovereign. He never imagined that the Starfall Pavilion could harbor a martial saint. At his ignorance, Yichen merely gave a disdainful smile before slowly turning his gaze to Ming Chang on the other side. Our Xingyun Pavilion has no ties with the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan. Why are you seeking help from Xiao Yan? Yao Lao's demeanor clearly marked him as no ordinary figure. Ming Chang cautiously asked, is Xiao Yan of the Xingyuan Pavilion the same Xiao Yan who was the clan leader of the Xiao clan? Yao Lao raised his eyelids slightly, paused for a moment, then said, yes. Then there's no mistake. Ming Chang exhaled in relief. Xiao Clan Chief isn't just the clan chief of the Xiao Clan, he's also the honorary clan chief of our 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent Clan. At these words, the crowd from the Starfall Pavilion froze in shock, feeling as though they had just heard a tongue twister. Xiao Yan, the clan leader of the Xiao Clan, is not only the clan leader of the Xiao Clan but also the clan leader of the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Python Clan? This sounded both bizarre and reasonable. Ha ha ha, Ming Chang, you really have no shame left. How come I didn't know that the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent Clan had chosen a human as their leader? Have you gone mad? From afar, Huang Peng couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's the matter? Is it so shameful to have me as your clan leader? Just then, a cold voice echoed from the void, and a pale hand gently rested on Huang Peng's neck. A bone-chilling coldness seemed to freeze Huang Peng's heart. That sudden voice gave him a familiar feeling. Bang! Before the phoenix could react, his body exploded into a cloud of blood, leaving behind only a dazzling 6-winged demon phoenix skeleton in the air. Xiao Yan's fingertips glided across the shimmering bone wings, and he chuckled, not bad, barely usable. Chapter 146, New Equipment, 6-Feathered Demon Phoenix Wings. You are Xiao Yan, the clan leader? In the grand hall of the Starfall Pavilion, as he looked at the young man seated at the head of the table, Ming Chang's eyes were filled with a mix of surprise and excitement. He was shocked because he had already seen Xiao Yan's appearance before. During the battle for the Dragon's Grave Cliff, it was this young man who had single-handedly toyed with the entire 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Python clan and nearly injured them severely. Joy, because such a powerful individual was precisely the person he had come seeking. Although Xiao Yan had left the beast domain in a hurry earlier, after Yao Ming regained the clan leader's position, he remained true to his word and announced this new honorary clan leader to the entire clan. In a sense, Xiao Yan now held the same rights and status within the 9 Nether Earth Devouring Python clan as Yao Ming. Satisfied with this outcome, Xiao Yan nodded and said, "Tell me what happened underground." Yes. Ming Xian hurriedly explained, since the incident at the Dragon Burial Cliff, that Phoenix Pine has harbored a grudge. Upon returning, he spread rumors everywhere, claiming that the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire had been obtained by our clan, attracting many covetous individuals. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression grew uneasy. In truth, the 10,000 Beasts' Divine Flame had ultimately been seized by him. Could it be that the 9 Netherworld Earth-binding Serpent Clan's current predicament was also his doing? Since the Demon Ming Clan chief regained control, he has purged many of the former followers of Demon Xiao Tian, which has weakened our clan's strength to some extent. We were still capable of dealing with minor threats, but 3 days ago, the Demon Phoenix Clan suddenly led a force to surround the Ming Snake Vein. I led my men into battle and was about to secure victory when, unexpectedly, the Tian Yao Huang clan had a powerful warrior hiding in the shadows who launched a surprise attack. Ming Xian continued, his face betraying his anger and resentment. At the critical moment, the clan leader stepped forward to fight alone against 3 of them, sustaining severe injuries before managing to drive them back. However, the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan issued an ultimatum: if we do not hand over the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire within 3 days, they will annihilate our clan. Poof! Xiao Yan sneered coldly. Though the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan was powerful, it was no match for him. They sure talk big. Who is the leader of their forces? This time, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan has sent 3 Dou Shangs, who are the clan's supreme elders. They are Phoenix, Cohen Phoenix, and Eagle Phoenix. Ming Chang's expression grew solemn. These 3 are known as the Heavenly Demon 3 Phoenixes. One is a 2-star martial saint, and the other 2 are 1-star martial saints. They are all old demons of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. The 3 phoenixes of the celestial demons, huh? Xiao Yan nodded slightly, a flash of sharp coldness gleaming in his eyes. No wonder they're the second largest clan in the demon beast realm. Such a grand gesture. Since they've come to us, we should give them a proper welcome. Seeing the icy intent in Xiao Yan's eyes, Ming Chang shivered uncontrollably, recalling the battle at the Dragon's Grave Cliff. Though he didn't know Xiao Yan's exact strength, Ming Chang knew that as long as he could act, this battle would be won. But I've been ambushed by the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan along the way. Today is the final day of the 3-day deadline. Thinking of this, Ming Chang's face, which had just begun to ease, once again darkened with worry. The beast domain is so far away. Does Xiao clan leader have any confidence that he can return in time? Isn't that exactly what confidence is? Xiao Yan flicked his finger, and a dazzling golden light instantly filled the entire hall. At the center, 3 pairs of massive crimson gold wings slowly flapped, stirring up small whirlwinds within the room. These were the top-tier artifacts Xiao Yan had plucked from the Phoenix Peng's body. The Phoenix Peng had already ascended to the ranks of a half-saint in life. These heavenly demon phoenix wings were countless times more powerful than the ones Xiao Yan had obtained in the Black Horn domain years ago. Though their master was dead, the wind-attributed energy they contained remained utterly astonishing, even causing the wine to feel a touch of envy. Chief Xiao is going to. Ming, seeing the situation, swallowed hard to create flying combat techniques? It's obvious. Xiao Yan clenched his fist, and a ball of icy white flame erupted, instantly enveloping the entire demon phoenix wing. The Tian Yao Huang clan was the fastest clan within the entire demon beast family. After advancing to the Dou Shang realm, the ancient bloodline remnants within their bodies would be fully refined, granting them a speed that was truly terrifying. Even human wind attribute Dou Shangs of the same rank would struggle to keep up. The heavenly demon phoenix wings were naturally recognized by all as the most suitable material for crafting flying combat techniques. However, even so, few dared to attempt such a feat. After all, the heavenly demon phoenix clan was extremely powerful, and if they were discovered, it would be akin to issuing a death warrant. Without true skill to back it up, one risked inviting certain death. Therefore, when he saw Xiao Yan effortlessly refining the demon phoenix wings, Ming Chang's admiration for this honorary clan leader soared even higher. Xiao Yan's control over the was far beyond what it had been in the past. With a flick of his fingers, he had already switched between 4 different types of in an instant, while also carefully controlling the temperature to prevent it from burning others. Under the scorching heat of the demon phoenix wings shrank by nearly half, and the flesh on them was completely charred away. However, Xiao Yan had no interest in the phoenix's essence blood, so he did not forge it too harshly, instead preserving some of the energy within the wing. Building on this foundation, Xiao Yan infused the various wind and thunder energies contained within the 12 into the wing, making the already formidable feathers even more extraordinary. Finally, he used the soul of a heavenly realm grandmaster to absorb the wing into his body, successfully replacing the previous life's blue-red bone wing. This entire process, executed with Xiao Yan's meticulous technique, took less than half an hour. It must be said that the heavenly demon phoenix wings were indeed a remarkable creation. The moment they were replaced, Xiao Yan even felt his entire body had become significantly lighter and more agile. Especially the 6 demon wings of the Phoenix Pang, which not only had a stunning appearance but also, when combined with the produced clusters of feathers solidified from flames beneath the bone wings, looking indistinguishable from real flesh and blood. Even the creator of the Heavenly Swan 9-step wings combat technique back then had never crafted such a perfect set of flying wings. I'll go first. With a faint smile toward Ming Chang, Xiao Yan's figure vanished instantly. As his wings flapped, he stirred up 100 zhang high storm within the Starfall Pavilion, even stirring the thunderous energy in the air enough to make even ordinary dozens pale with fear. Satisfied with the result, Xiao Yan nodded and turned to plunge into the void, heading toward the direction of the Mingxi Earth Vein. Now that Yao Ming controls the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan, and in the future, Ziyan will become the ruler of the Tai Su Ancient Dragon clan, the 2 major clans of the Demon Beast realm both possess profound foundations. They will undoubtedly be a major force in opposing the Soul clan in the future. Especially since Xiao Yan was counting on obtaining information about the Qilin Fire Vein from Yao Ming, the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan must not be allowed to encounter any mishaps this time. As for the Tian Yao Huang clan, Xiao Yan's act of refining his wings alone is sufficient for them to place him on their assassination list. Given this, it is time to challenge the title of the second-ranked family in the Demon Beast realm. Chapter 147, Desperate Struggle. Beast Domain, Ming Snake Earth Vein. Today was the busiest day in the underground world, with beasts of all kinds swarming in numbers rivaling the chaos of the battle for the 10,000 beast spirit fire. It wasn't for any joyous occasion, but because today was the day of the decisive battle between the Demon Phoenix clan and the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan. Almost everyone understood that the Demon Phoenix clan's so-called 3-day deadline was merely an excuse to rest. 3 days ago, they had severely wounded the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan, but they had also suffered significant losses. The reason they set the deadline at 3 days was to defeat the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan before the Demon Twilight recovered. Now, although the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan is at a disadvantage, they will never surrender. Not only can they not produce but even if they somehow manage to do so, the entire 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Python clan would face endless oppression afterward, ultimately becoming a laughingstock across the entire beast domain. At that point, even the smallest of clans would dare to ride roughshod over them. Therefore, this battle is the decisive battle. This battle is a battle to the death. Everyone, are you ready? Within the Mingxi Earth Vein, before the Yellow Spring Steel, Yao Ming slowly rose to his feet. If Xiao Yan were to see him, he could clearly tell that his condition was even worse than when he was at the bottom of the Yellow Springs. This difference was not physical, but mental. Since taking power, Yao Ming had purged many who harbored dissenting thoughts, leaving only his former confidants behind. This had severely weakened the overall strength of the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan. Now, surrounded by the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, even the 9 Hells Yellow Springs, which had always been regarded as a sacred place within the clan, had been lost. The psychological pressure on Demon Ming was immense. If there is no turning point, the 9 Underworlds Earth Demon Python clan will be destroyed under his rule today. Tribe leader, there is no need to worry. We have long since put our lives on the line. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will not tarnish the reputation of the 9 Hells Earth Demon Python clan. Exactly. The Tian Yao Huang clan has always been our sworn enemy. This time, we must deal them a severe blow to dampen their momentum. Several elderly members whose strength had reached the half-saint realm spoke up one after another. At this critical moment of racial survival, they harbored no resentment toward Yao Ming. Their hearts were filled with nothing but the courage to die bravely. Well said. If they dare to trample us, this king will drag 2 saint-level warriors down with me today, no matter what. Yao Ming burst into laughter, his eyes filled with a glint. His current strength had already recovered to the late stage of a 2-star saint, surpassing any of the 3 celestial demons. The worst-case scenario was to perish alongside them. As for a better outcome, that depended on what happened with Ming Chang. Xiao Yan, I've saved this clan leader position for you. Yao Ming murmured to the void, took a deep breath, and finally roared. Ming snake guards, advance. In an instant, the full might of late-stage second-rank martial saint erupted, and Yao Ming's figure flickered as he soared into the air. Boom! At his command, the entire underground realm trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The ground shook violently, and countless figures with overwhelming aura rose into the sky. All the combat forces of the 9 underworlds demon serpent clan, along with all their subordinate tribes, mobilized in full force. Behind Yao Ming stood a blood-red legion led by a Dou Zong level warrior, with all members being top-tier Ming snake guards of Dou Zong rank or above. Additionally, numerous Dou Zong level experts were stationed around the perimeter, ready to activate the 10,000 serpent formation at any moment. SSSS, is this the full might of the 9 netherworld earth demon serpent clan? Truly terrifying. Are you kidding? They're one of the 3 great clans after all. Their deep-rooted heritage isn't something you can fathom. What good is a rich heritage? Facing the heavenly demon Phoenix clan, the ranking of this demon beast clan is about to change. Feeling the aura emitted by the demonic mist, the onlookers surrounding the area grew excited, chattering and discussing among themselves, though their voices were kept low. After the vast army of the 9 netherworld earth serpents had assembled, 3 figures slowly emerged in the sky above the mountain range. Among the 3, the one in the lead was a young woman dressed in red robes. Looking at the crowd behind Yao Ming, the red-clad woman nearly sneered, "Yao Ming, are you ready to meet your end?" As she spoke, a powerful aura of combat energy surged from her body, matching Demon Ming's aura almost exactly. This person was none other than the leader of the 3 phoenixes of the heavenly demons, a phoenix elder whose strength had already reached the mid-stage of a 2-star martial saint. Though she was a woman, the murderous aura emanating from her was no weaker than that of a man. Even the 2 elderly companions by her side looked at her with a mix of awe and reverence. Seeing that only 3 of them had come out to fight, Yao Ming sneered coldly, "What's the trick today? Are you going to keep up the 3-on-1? Ha, Demon Ming, don't talk nonsense. Everyone can see clearly that it's 3 of us against all of you." "Isn't that fair enough?" said an elderly man beside the red-clothed woman. Of course, no one believed his words. Even ordinary dozens could sense the terrifying energy lurking in the space behind the 3 of them. It was estimated that the forces sent by the Tian Yao Huang clan this time were no less than what was present here. Their actions were merely to leave a good impression before everyone else. Among the 3, the 3rd-ranked Eagle Phoenix stepped forward. "Yao Ming, I respect you as a man. Since you refuse to hand over what we want, I won't force you. Today, shall we settle this between the 2 of us?" Yao Ming curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. He wasn't a child to be easily deceived. He knew full well that these 3 had no good intentions. But for now, he can only take things one step at a time. "Then I'll kill you first." Yellow Spring's finger. Yao Ming roared, and in the next moment, he had already flown forward. Above his head, a towering deep yellow fingerprint instantly formed. His injuries haven't healed. Seeing Yao Ming's move, the Phoenix Elder sneered darkly, retreating alongside Kuan Huang to create some distance. Their move was to thoroughly assess Demon Ming's current condition. Even in the face of an overwhelming victory, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan must ensure the smallest possible losses. However, despite his severe injuries, Yao Ming's aura remained at the late 2-star level. Upon closer observation of his moves, one could discern that his energy had already dropped below 60%. Who will kill whom is still to be seen. The Eagle Phoenix let out a savage laugh, his hands dancing in the air, forming countless claw marks. Dozens of Zhang Long, closing in on the demon from all directions. Though his strength was only at the mid-1st star level, in his peak state, his power was no weaker than the Demon Ming's Yellow Spring's finger. Seeing this, Yao Ming's flying form did not pause for a moment. Between his hands, he swiftly created a series of afterimages, then placed a seal on his lips. The Heavenly Demon 3 Phoenixes were playing tricks with him, so the demon Yao Ming would fight them to the death. Yellow Spring's Heavenly Wrath. Chapter 148, The Great Kuan. Yao Ming's eyes flashed with terrifying madness. Behind him, the silhouette of a massive serpent, hundreds of zhang tall and slightly ethereal, materialized. Moo! An ancient melody emanated from the demon of the night's mouth, causing the energy of the entire world to boil. In the past few days, in his desperate quest for survival, he had not even had time to tend to his injuries, immersing himself entirely in the Yellow Spring's steel. Now, the final technique of the Yellow Spring's Trinity, the Yellow Spring's Heavenly Wrath, had been barely mastered by the demon. Though far from perfect, it was more than sufficient to deal with the Eagle Phoenix. The shadowy figure behind Yao Ming simultaneously opened its massive jaws, unleashing a terrifying sonic assault that struck with lightning speed. Not even the strongest of the three, the Phoenix, could react in time. The sound wave tore through space at such a speed that even light seemed to freeze, and in the blink of an eye, the attack had already struck the Eagle Phoenix. Boom! At the moment of extreme pressure, the Eagle Phoenix instantly manifested its demon beast form. However, the two eagle-shaped claws had barely materialized before they were ruthlessly torn apart by the sound wave energy, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere, revealing the terrifying white bones beneath. The soul power of a demon beast is not strong, so the Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath unleashed by Yao Ming was merely a simplified version. However, the soul of the Eagle Phoenix, which was only a one-star martial saint, was even more fragile. Under the relentless assault of the advanced combat techniques of the celestial steps, he was as defenseless as an infant. Had it not been for the protective layer of his physical body, his soul would have been shattered into pieces by now. Yellow Spring's finger. Having secured victory with a single move, Yao Ming showed no mercy. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Eagle Phoenix's soul, he unleashed another heavenly realm martial art technique. Yellow Spring's finger, severing life and death. Yellow Spring's rages, shattering souls. The onlookers gasped in horror. This series of attacks could easily kill a one-star martial saint in an instant. The terror left by the Yellow Spring's demon saint was truly unimaginable. However, just as the massive deep yellow finger was about to touch the Eagle Phoenix, a gigantic, hideous mouth hundreds of feet wide suddenly appeared in the sky, swallowing the Yellow Spring's finger whole. What's going on? Are they starting a team attack? Seeing the bizarre devouring maw, Yao Ming quickly retreated, adjusting his state. The Eagle Phoenix's body vanished instantly, and in the next moment, another elderly figure appeared alongside it. The second of the three heavenly demons, Koan Phoenix. As the saying goes, the koan is so vast that it cannot be cooked in a single pot. This Koan Phoenix's true form was formed by fusing the bloodlines of the heavenly demon Phoenix and an ancient void koan, resulting in a mutation. This fusion not only granted him formidable physical abilities but also allowed him to wield some bizarre devouring powers. Although its strength was only at the late stage of a one-star Dou Shang, it could still hold its own against a two-star powerhouse. Seeing this, the surrounding beast herd couldn't help but let out a chorus of sighs. Many sharp-tongued individuals began to mock him with sarcasm. Who would have thought that the heavenly demon Phoenix was such a coward? Can't win in a fair fight, so you resort to ganging up? Hoof. Exactly. If that's the case, why not just gang up on him and get it over with? What's the point of pretending? You don't understand. They want to save face and play it safe. This is just to lure out the demon Ming's trump card. Save face? I think their old faces are already. As the crowd was engrossed in their conversation, they suddenly felt a chill run through their bodies. A gaze as sharp as an arrow pierced through the void, and the sheer pressure contained within that single glance was enough to stop the heart of a five-star battle sovereign. Go! The chatter ceased abruptly, and thousands of mocking words instantly turned into saliva, which everyone quietly swallowed. This is too much. Clan Chief, I'll go fight them. Behind Yao Ming, an elderly man who had reached the advanced half-saint realm stepped forward, joining Yao Ming to share the pressure. I'll go. I'll go. The members of the 9 Underworld Earth Demon Serpent clan responded in unison. Among the subordinate clans, there were also several peak martial sovereign and half-saint level experts, none of whom backed down, all standing their ground. Seeing his clan members act thus, Yao Ming nodded with satisfaction, but a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was well aware of the insurmountable gap between half-saints and saints. Even if these elders joined forces, they would not be a match for the Kuanhuang Phoenix in a single clash. Moreover, if that were the case, the Tianyao Phoenix clan would not stand idly by. At that point, a true great war would erupt. Withdraw. Clan leader. Withdraw. This king has not yet been defeated. Yao Ming's somewhat flagging spirit was reignited. As the leader of his clan, he could not act on impulse. Even if he had to burn himself to the last breath, he would hold on until reinforcements arrived. Ha, how touching. Demon Ming, since you cherish your clan so much, why not surrender to our clan? I promise you that if you join us, we will never treat you unfairly for your status as a martial saint. The Kuanhuan laughed loudly. Alright, if you can withstand this move of mine, we can talk. Surprisingly, Yao Ming suddenly agreed without hesitation, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. Yellow Spring's wrath. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yao Ming swiftly formed a complex seal with his hands, and powerful energy once again gathered around him. This madman. Having witnessed the Eagle Phoenix's fate, Koan Huang's expression changed drastically. All demon beasts feared soul attacks, and even a martial saint was no exception. Koan Huang's blood stomach. With a loud shout, an enormous black ancient monster instantly materialized, blocking Koan Huang's path. The creature resembled a stomach organ magnified countless times, with a large gaping maw in the center, opening toward Yao Ming. However, after waiting for a long time, the expected soul attack never came. Yao Ming, are you mocking me? Kuanhuang's aura surged violently, just as he was about to withdraw his technique. A palm print as vast as the sky suddenly appeared above his head. Heavenly Realm Intermediate, Yellow Spring's palm. The Koan Huang was startled by the sight and tried to manipulate the giant's stomach to block it, but the palm print had already closed in on its face. Bang! A red figure flashed by, and the Phoenix Elder finally intervened. Yao Ming was already in a weakened state, and the palm strike he had unleashed was instantly shattered into nothingness by the Phoenix's single strike. Enough! Demon Ming, do you still insist on resisting even now? The Phoenix Elder's face was filled with anger, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. The Koan Huang that had been saved also looked ashamed. If it hadn't been for the Phoenix's intervention, he would have been severely injured by now. The true strength of a late-stage second-rank powerhouse was indeed no joke. It seemed that one could not afford to be careless. In the void, the figure of the Eagle Phoenix reappeared. After resting for a moment, his spirit had recovered slightly, and he stood side by side with the other two. Yao Ming's energy was nearly depleted. It was time to end this. Great Demon Claw. Koan Phoenix Blood Stomach. Phoenix Holy Statue. All three understood the situation and held nothing back, unleashing their most powerful combat techniques. Together, they could even face a 3-star martial saint, let alone the weakened Yao Ming at this moment. Facing the three's assault, the demonic creature remained calm, uttering a single word. Explode. Chapter 149, The Three Phoenixes of the Heavenly Demons? Single-handed capture. In an instant, gray energy surged around Yao Ming, and the energy within his body became extremely chaotic. He's going to self-destruct. Seeing this, the three phoenixes of the heavenly demons hurriedly unleashed their half-formed combat techniques, dashing toward the sky several miles away. The self-destruction of a combat saint-level powerhouse would undoubtedly be devastating. Xiao Yan, brother, everything depends on you now. Yao Ming's body rapidly expanded, but a hint of resignation flashed in his eyes. For the sake of the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent clan, he had done everything he could. Now, it was up to fate. Ha! A childish voice, tinged with innocence, suddenly rang out from the void, shattering the tense atmosphere of life and death. A delicate, porcelain-skinned child appeared out of thin air before Yao Ming. When those golden vertical pupils locked onto Yao Ming, the little creature suddenly opened its mouth, revealing countless miniature black hole vortexes swirling within its oral cavity. Yao Ming's heart jolted violently. He was horrified to discover that the chaotic fighting energy within his body was rapidly draining away. As the energy was sucked out, his body quickly withered, resembling a deflated balloon. His form wavered, and he plummeted toward the ground. After absorbing this energy, the child grew excited, turned around, and looked at the 3 unformed martial arts techniques, his eyes glowing brightly. Put! Everyone present felt their vision blur for a moment. They had just seen a blood-red maw hundreds of feet tall open in the sky. In the next instant, everything in the air vanished into nothingness, and even the space itself formed a massive void that remained unrepaired for a long time. Sorry, I got stuck again, Xiao Yan chuckled, stepping out of the spatial fissure. Ha, you're just in time. At that moment, Yao Ming had already been helped back into the air by the tribal elders. Upon seeing Xiao Yan arrive, he couldn't hide his joy. Everyone, greet the Xiao clan chief. Xiao clan leader? Is that the Xiao clan chief the elders were talking about? He looks so young. What's so strange? Strong individuals always appear young. Many clan members were puzzled by Yao Ming's orders, but they still obeyed and bowed respectfully toward the young man in the air. Xiao Yan flicked his finger, and a bottle of high-grade pills appeared before Yao Ming. Leave the rest to me. Yao Ming nodded with a smile. He had complete confidence in Xiao Yan's abilities. Clan chief, what should we do? Several elders whispered beside him, their eyes filled with worry. Do nothing, Yao Ming shook his head slowly. Just watch. But not only the members of the 9 Netherworld Demon Serpent clan, but all the beasts present were filled with confusion. How could Yao Ming entrust the fate of the entire clan to a young human? Heavenly Demon 3 Phoenixes? Come out. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his voice booming like rolling thunder. He is also a martial saint. The phoenix narrowed her eyes slightly. Though she couldn't sense Xiao Yan's exact strength, her battle-hardened instincts told her that this man was no ordinary foe. Don't hesitate, attack together. The phoenix let out a sharp cry, revealing her form and charging toward Xiao Yan. Behind her, the eagle phoenix and the Koan phoenix simultaneously unleashed their powerful martial arts techniques in coordination. My devouring power. Suddenly, Koan phoenix let out a startled cry. Though his martial arts technique had been unleashed, the devouring power he had mastered to perfection had vanished without a trace. Without that power, his technique was nothing but a pretty facade, all show and no substance. On the other side, facing the phoenix's fierce assault, Xiao Yan remained leisurely, his left hand behind his back. Dealing with 3 low-level martial saints was child's play for him. Yellow Springs palm. His right palm slowly pushed forward, unleashing one of the authentic Yellow Springs techniques. With such ease, Xiao Yan executed the move, and as the 1,000-foot palm print took shape, the Yellow Spring steel behind the Een Snake Earth vein suddenly lit up. An ancient aura resonated with it, causing the heavens and earth to suddenly change color. The same martial arts technique, when performed by Xiao Yan, produced a completely different effect. The vast golden palm print descended, as if half the sky were collapsing, instilling an overwhelming sense of terror. All the snake men elders who had cultivated this technique looked on in astonishment. From Xiao Yan, they sensed the true ancient might of the technique, as if it had been created by him himself. Without at least 1,000 years of cultivation, it was absolutely impossible to perform such a technique. Among everyone present, the Phoenix Elder was the most despairing, watching helplessly as the colossal shadow shattered his martial art technique before crashing down with a thunderous roar. Boom! At that moment, the energy of heaven and earth surged endlessly. With this single palm strike, Xiao Yan had shattered the glory that belonged to him. Xiao Clan leader is mighty. Xiao Clan leader will surely triumph. Among the 9 underworld's earth-binding serpent clan, some young and fiery-blooded clan members, upon witnessing this scene, raised their arms in a heartfelt shout. How could this young man deserve the title of honorary clan leader? No one dared to ask anymore. The massive palm print, accompanied by an unmatched gale, swept across the sky, completely obliterating the combat techniques of the 3 phoenix demons, which were as ineffective as paper. After the deafening explosion, 3 blood-soaked figures emerged, staggering as they fled into the distance. Think you can escape? Xiao Yan curled his lips into a smile, formed his fingers into claws, and reached out to grasp the air before him. The 3 fleeing figures suddenly tensed, as if bound by invisible ropes, colliding with one another before being dragged back by Xiao Yan under the watchful eyes of the crowd. 2 first-rank martial saints and 1 second-rank martial saint at the mid-stage. The very existence of the Demon Phoenix Clan's supreme elder were all captured by Xiao Yan with a single hand. Your actions are a bit excessive, aren't they? Just as everyone was still in shock, a majestic male voice suddenly rang out from the void. As the words fell, a demon phoenix with a wingspan of hundreds of zheng silently appeared in the sky. On the back of the colossal beast, a middle-aged man dressed in purple gold robes emerged. Behind him followed the vast army of the Demon Phoenix Clan. Seeing their elder captured, all the clan members' faces were shrouded in gloom. Phoenix Tian? You've come as well. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's voice, Yao Ming immediately recognized him. This man is the clan leader of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan, Phoenix Tian. It is said that he attained the rank of 5-star martial saint 100 years ago. Brother Xiao Yan, be extremely cautious. Yao Ming's words were transmitted to Xiao Yan's ears in a secret voice, his tone clearly urgent. 5-star martial saint, huh? Xiao Yan muttered under his breath, as if he hadn't heard a thing. He increased the force in his hands by another 10%, crushing the 3 phoenix demons of the Heavenly Demon Clan until their flesh and blood flew everywhere. You're asking for death. Huang Tian's brows furrowed tightly. He swept his sleeves, and a golden yellow stream of martial energy slammed toward Xiao Yan. As Yao Ming had said, he was the most powerful in the Tianyao Phoenix Clan, having reached the terrifying late 5-star level, far surpassing even the Soul Hall Master. However, facing his furious attack, Xiao Yan remained calm and coldly shouted. Blood Demon Puppet. Chapter 150, The Turnaround. As Xiao Yan's words fell, a towering purple-red figure suddenly burst forth from the depths of the distant lake, instantly crossing space to appear before Xiao Yan. Bang! A faint sound echoed as the powerful golden yellow battle chi struck the blood demon puppet, but it only caused a small wisp of white mist to rise from its skin. The blood demon puppet had been created by the blood puppet sect using extremely sinister methods, so the 9 Hells Yellow Springs, which ordinary people couldn't endure, was actually a haven for it. Xiao Yan had only thrown it in there for a moment, and now not only had it fully recovered its injuries, but the energy within its body was also noticeably more abundant than before. A puppet of the martial saint realm? Huang Tian exclaimed in shock. The evolved blood demon puppet stood over 10 feet tall, even more massive than his own demon beast form. He. The blood demon puppet gently brushed the dust off its body, then suddenly emitted a sinister laugh from its mouth. Its blood-red eyes glowed with a provocative glint. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This thing actually possessed a shred of sentience. Xiao Yan behind him froze in shock. This voice sounded exactly like a villain's. Tribe chief, is he on our side? An elder of the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent tribe whispered to Yao Ming. Probably. Yao Ming swallowed hard. The shock Xiao Yan had caused him was one after another. Not only was his own strength formidable, but he had also brought along such a powerful puppet? Looking at the towering purple-red figure, Yao Ming felt he couldn't even withstand a single punch from him. Xiao Clan leader. Staring at this suddenly appeared human powerhouse, Huang Tian seemed to recall something. Could you be the Xiao Yan who recently repelled the Soul Hall? Xiao Yan curved the corners of his lips into a faint smile. You have some knowledge after all. Now that you know my name, why not retreat? These words were like a boulder dropped into a pond, instantly sending shockwaves through the gathered beasts. Xiao Yan? The Xiao Yan from the Starfall Pavilion? That's right. They say he recently defeated the Soul Hall single-handedly and is now recognized as the strongest in Central Plains. First-rate warrior is a bit much, isn't it? I heard that it was only the deputy sect master who intervened, and the Soul Hall sect master, Hun Miexing, wasn't he even present? The incident where the Soul Hall and the Starfall Pavilion went to war had already spread throughout Central Plains, and even the more active creatures in the Beast Domain had heard of it. Xiao Yan's strength had already been talked about in legendary terms, but everyone was seeing his appearance for the first time. A beautifully made-up young woman smiled sweetly and said, "So young he'd make the perfect husband for me. You Tai Fox, get out of the way. Xiao Yan wouldn't even look at you." "Exactly. You're just a second-rate faction of the Illusion Fox clan. How dare you harbor such delusions? You've probably already been beaten to the punch by some snake woman from the Nine Hells Earth Demon Python clan. Otherwise, why would she help the Snake People clan?" A crowd of beasts chattered wildly. If Xiao Yan had heard this, he would have felt as powerless as a widow being slandered. Huang Tian also paused for a moment, then sneered, "Even if you can defeat the Soul Hall, so what? I'm not someone they can compare to. Are you sure you want to oppose me for the sake of these crawling insects? Why don't you hear what they call me? I'm a disciple of the Starfall Pavilion and the clan leader of the Nine Netherworlds Dark Serpent clan. Unless you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I might consider sparing you." Facing Huang Tian's overwhelming pressure, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. This man was a late-stage 5-star martial saint, indeed worthy of looking down on the Soul Hall. But Xiao Yan wasn't someone to be trifled with either. After absorbing most of the Demon Saint's blood last time, his strength had also broken through to late-stage 5-star, exactly the same as Huang Tian. "You're asking for death." Huang Tian was clearly furious at Xiao Yan's response. After all, he was the clan leader, and no one had dared to speak to him like that in years. As his body trembled, a massive golden wing spanning hundreds of feet spread out, instantly bathing the mountains and valleys in a dazzling golden glow. "You brat, you will pay for your arrogance." As the last word left his lips, Huang Tian's figure vanished abruptly, moving at a speed nearly surpassing light. In the next instant, he teleported directly in front of Xiao Yan, his right hand, shrouded in golden light, striking out fiercely. Xiao Yan's eyelids twitched. Huang Tian's speed was truly terrifying, even he found it difficult to track. Of course, he had no intention of attacking. Bang! There was no need for him to move. Xiao Yan merely thought it, and the blood demon puppet flew over, its plain yet powerful palm slamming toward Huang Tian. The palm and claw collided in mid-air. Xiao Yan drifted backward, untouched by the slightest ripple. At this point, the blood demon puppet had already reached the 6th rank martial saint realm. No matter how fast Huang Tian's attacks were, they had little effect on it. However, Huang Tian had to guard against the blood demon puppet's palm strike. How is this possible? High in the sky, Huang Tian retreated several steps with a series of scratching sounds, crushing the surrounding space. His eyes were filled with shock. Before he could say more, the blood demon puppet let out a piercing scream and charged once more, entangling itself with him in combat. Huang Tian used the demon phoenix step to dart through the palm shadows, his crimson gold wings constantly flapping out golden blades, but they were easily shattered by the blood demon puppet. In just 10 breaths, the two had collided over 100 times. The blood demon puppet's skin showed not a single white mark, while Huang Tian's purple gold robe was torn into countless pieces, revealing the blood-soaked scales beneath. What frustrated him most was that the opponent's attacks were devoid of any flashy techniques, relying purely on brute force to overpower skill. Every collision sent his chi and blood surging, making even the flapping of his wings grow sluggish. While the physical strength of a demon beast was indeed formidable, it paled in comparison to the blood demon puppet's body, which was forged entirely from top-grade mineral veins. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Huang Tian had clearly fallen into a disadvantage. Damn it! Huang Tian activated the demon phoenix step to retreat swiftly, his form disheveled and devoid of his previous majestic aura. Meanwhile, the blood demon puppet grew more ferocious with each passing moment, showing no signs of fatigue. The outcome was clear for all to see. Defeated in his own specialty, Huang Tian's expression was grim. In front of everyone, the prestige his Tian Yao Huang clan had accumulated over the years was shattered in an instant. Xiao Yan, release our clan elders. Today's matter shall be considered settled. Release them? Xiao Yan looked at Huang Tian as if he were a child. Huang Tian, the clan leader, you seem to be confused about the situation. Bang! Xiao Yan casually snapped his fingers, and several elderly figures suddenly appeared from all directions of the Phoenix Demon Clan's ranks. They were the half-saint elders of the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent clan. While Huang Tian was battling the blood demon puppet, these elders had quietly slipped to the rear and suppressed the entire force he had brought with him. The Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan had brought all their saint-level warriors, leaving only the remaining half-saint-level warriors at their main camp to guard it. This meant that after the 3 Heavenly Demon Phoenixes were captured, only a handful of Zune-level warriors remained, completely outmatched by the Snake Clan's half-saints. Now, all it takes is a single order from Xiao Yan, and every elite member of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, except for the half-saints and the clan leader, will be annihilated. Huang Tianmu's eyes bulged with fury. What had been a favorable situation had been completely ruined by a human youth. Though he was no weakling, he couldn't help but feel his composure wavering. I'll fight you to the death. Huang Tian spread his phoenix wings and instantly teleported in front of Xiao Yan, his terrifying fist winds howling toward him. As if he had anticipated his desperate move, Xiao Yan smiled indifferently, neither dodging nor retreating. As golden light erupted, the space around Xiao Yan was shattered in an instant. Chapter 151, The Price. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, Xiao Yan's figure vanished in an instant. Huang Tian's eyes widened in anger, but he couldn't bring himself to feel happy. He clearly sensed that the Xiao Yan who had just disappeared was nothing more than a soul form. 10,000 flames, bind the dragon. Xiao Yan's calm voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of unyielding authority. 5 flames of different colors surged upward, forming a flame-enclosed cage hundreds of feet in diameter, trapping Huang Tian inside. This happened in the blink of an eye, sending shockwaves through everyone present. Now even the clan leader had fallen into the trap. The heavenly demon Phoenix clan was finished. Trapped within the array, Huang Tian let out a helpless roar, his crimson gold wings violently slapping against the flames. Golden energy collided with the, erupting into blinding light, but ultimately leaving only fleeting ripples on the flames. Even after unleashing several martial arts techniques, he couldn't break through. At the same level, Xiao Yan's dragon trapping array was truly terrifying in its defensive power. After repeated failed attempts, Phoenix Tian finally calmed down, remained silent for a moment, and then forced out a single sentence through gritted teeth: "This king admits defeat today." These words caused an uproar among the surrounding beast tribe. How could the Phoenix clan chief, who held such a prominent position in the demon beast realm, bow to a human? Rare indeed. To see the Phoenix clan chief admit defeat, but Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Do you think this matter can be settled with just a few words? What else do you want? Don't push your luck. Huang Tian slapped his hand out with great force, shattering the flame cage and creating a crack. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile as 4 more flames shot out from his body, swiftly filling the gap and causing the temperature inside the flame cage to rise once more. Roar! 9 streams of into a massive fire dragon within the fire array, roaring upward at Huang Tian, who had manifested his demon phoenix form, causing the sound waves to shake the entire space. Xiao Yan suddenly raised his hand, and a terrifying suction force erupted from his palm. In the next moment, he gripped a young man in white robes from within the Tian Yao Huang formation in his hand. "Phoenix Tian clan chief, you don't want to see the entire Tian Yao Huang clan destroyed by your own hands, do you?" Xiao Yan gave a sinister smile. Earlier, Huang Tian's threats toward the demonic mist had been mere empty words, but now, he had truly grasped the very lifeline of the entire Heavenly Phoenix clan. "What are your terms?" Within the fire array, after enduring multiple attacks, Phoenix Tian had no strength left to resist. He let out a long sigh, as if he had aged hundreds of years. "Conditions, huh? That makes things easier." Xiao Yan nodded toward Yao Ming and said, "What conditions did Phoenix Tian offer us earlier?" Yao Ming nodded in understanding, chuckled, and declared loudly, "According to the rules of the Tian Yao Huang clan 3 days ago, as long as you surrender, we will all be allies and no longer enemies. However, there are 3 additional conditions. First, you must hand over the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire. Second, you must bow down and submit to them, join their subordinate clan, and pay tribute regularly. Third, you must leave 3 elders and the clan leader's heir as hostages." That's quite the emotional approach. Xiao Yan held up 3 fingers, counting one by one. "Hostages aren't hard to come by, just leave a few behind. We can't afford to keep too many." Xiao Yan spoke as he clenched his palm in midair, flinging the 3 heavenly demon phoenixes locked in the void toward Yao Ming. "The second condition, since the heavenly demon phoenix clan does have some strength, we'll reluctantly allow them to submit to our clan. As for the first condition, we should still follow the rules of the heavenly demon phoenix clan and hand over the 10,000 beast spirit fire. Otherwise, annihilation." Within the fire array, Huang Tian's old face trembled violently. He never imagined that the harsh conditions he had demanded earlier would now come back to haunt him like a boomerang. "Xiao Yan, don't push it too far. If you provoke me, I'll drag you down with me." I know. Xiao Yan smiled kindly, as if soothing a child. Suddenly, 9 silver dragons burst out from the fire array, binding the human-shaped Huang Tian tightly. Below the fire array, 9 flames of different colors swirled and intertwined, giving birth to a strange, devouring force. Huang Tian was horrified to discover that his already dwindling fighting energy was slowly draining away within the fire array. At this rate, he would be reduced to a charred beastly corpse in no time. The 10,000 fires returned to the void array had taken shape, and Xiao Yan could eliminate Huang Tian at any moment. He hesitated to act for 2 reasons. First, if Huang Tian resisted in his final moments, Xiao Yan would have to exert all his strength to suppress him, which could risk breaking the seal and exposing himself. Second, killing Huang Tian would yield no benefits. If he could completely subdue him, it would be a great achievement. Sure enough, after sensing the death threat he hadn't felt in 1,000 years, Huang Tian's tone finally began to soften. "Stop. Stop at once. Xiao Yan, we have no grievances between us, neither recent nor past. Why push me so far? 3 conditions, will you agree? A joke. How could the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan ever become a subordinate tribe? Then keep roasting yourself. Wait, this matter can still be negotiated. Oh? How exactly do you propose to negotiate? Xiao Yan halted the formation and asked. I can guarantee that within 300 years, we will never again send troops against the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Serpent clan, and we will also pay tribute annually according to the proportion of a subordinate tribe. Additionally, our clan recently obtained a treasure that can serve as a substitute for the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Huang Tian spoke in broken sentences. Though the Guichu array hadn't been activated, the 9 silver dragons binding him continued to emit thunderous energy, leaving no inch of his body untouched. The following words were heard only by Xiao Yan. After Huang Tian stated his conditions, Xiao Yan also added a few words to the fire array. After a long time, the sky finally returned to calm. Xiao Yan flicked his hand, retrieving the 9 into his body. Ah, Phoenix Tian, the clan leader. It truly is better to meet someone in person than to hear about them. You and I have become acquainted through battle, please look out for me in the future. Xiao Yan laughed loudly, stepping forward to wrap his arm around Phoenix Tian's shoulder. Seeing this sudden change, the onlookers were all taken aback. How could negotiating terms change someone's personality so drastically? The released Phoenix Tian was now completely charred, coughing incessantly, and finally managed to utter 2 coherent sentences. Xiao Clan Chief, we are all family now. Please look after me in the future. Of course. Xiao Yan waved his hand, even returning the 3 phoenixes of the heavenly demons to Huang Tian. Xiao Clan Chief, your kindness will never be forgotten. I will repay you in the future. Huang Tian, seeing this, bowed his hands and hurriedly led his entire clan away, disappearing into the void in disgrace. In an unnoticed corner, his eyes flashed with intense hatred. Xiao Yan, what's going on? Yao Ming stepped forward, looking puzzled. He knew all too well about Huang Tian's vengeful nature. Letting him go now was like releasing a tiger back into the wild. It's nothing. We're all brothers. Xiao Yan laughed heartily, but a flash of sharp light also flickered in his eyes. Chapter 152, The Earth's Core. The show is over. Everyone, disperse. Xiao Yan's gaze swept slowly toward the distance, and the head of the blood demon puppet beside him followed suit, causing everyone present to feel a surge of panic. In the blink of an eye, the crowd scattered in all directions, fleeing even faster than the heavenly demon Phoenix clan. It was clear that for a long time to come, Xiao Yan's name would be thrust into the spotlight across the entire beast domain. This legendary tale of single-handedly crushing the entire heavenly demon Phoenix clan would undoubtedly become a celebrated story in the beast domain. As the last beastly figure vanished into the darkness, Xiao Yan slowly relaxed his tightly clenched right hand. In the palm of his hand, a palm-sized ball of earth-yellow wind swirled rapidly, its edges flickering with tiny golden sparks. Though it was clearly fire, it emitted a piercing screech that seemed to tear through the air. Is that, eh? Yao Ming's vertical pupils contracted sharply. He could sense the power contained within the whirlwind, yet he detected no trace of heat. Instead, he felt a faint, almost unbearable pain, as if being torn apart by a hurricane. Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, and the whirlwind shot out into the sky. In an instant, the entire Ming snake vein seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand. The whirlwind expandedly in mid-air, growing into a gigantic tornado hundreds of feet tall in just a few breaths. At its center, a faint dragon-shaped silhouette flickered. The wind-attributed energy in the heavens and earth surged toward it like a tidal wave, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Within the Yin snake vein, the 9 netherworld earth serpent elders, who had just returned to their cave dwellings, were startled by the commotion and flew out once more. Upon recognizing that it was Xiao Yan's doing, they all sighed in relief, shook their heads, and retreated back into their dwellings. If not for the experts, who could have imagined that this towering tornado reaching the heavens and the earth was actually a type of 18 on the divine flame chart, wind rage dragon flame? Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He was quite satisfied with this flame. Though it was merely a newly matured, it couldn't compare to the one he had obtained in the Tagar Desert, but at least it possessed all the basic attributes. This offered little benefit to Huang Tian, a Dou Shang level powerhouse, so he had kept it with him all along, intending to pass it down to his clan's younger generations. If anyone from the Tian Yao Huang clan could tame it, their control over wind and fire attributes would reach a whole new level. Unfortunately, this precious treasure had already been handed over to Xiao Yan as war reparations. I'll take this one is for you. Xiao Yan stored the wind rage dragon flame in his storage ring, then pulled out 2 fire red jade bottles sealed with restrictions. There's only 1 drop. Whether it can evolve depends on your luck. The other drop, please deliver it to the Tianluan clan for me. Ancient demon blood? As the jade bottle touched his hands, Yao Ming felt a sudden pang of fear. This reaction stemmed from his innate bloodline. The essence blood Xiao Yan had given him contained the bloodline of an ancient demon beast. Yao Ming carefully stored it away, his eyes brimming with gratitude. This time, he had managed to subdue the Tian Yao Huan clan entirely thanks to Xiao Yan's efforts alone. Now, with a drop of ancient essence blood in hand, his 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan would have a chance to rejuvenate their bloodline within a century and cultivate more Dou Shang level warriors. All of this was thanks to the young man before him. In Xiao Yan, Yao Ming had seen for the first time what it meant to have ambition, regardless of age. Why don't I give you the position of clan leader instead? Don't test me, Demon Ming. I'm truly not interested. Ha ha ha. Yao Ming laughed, flipping his palm, and a earth yellow scroll flew out, unfolding slowly before Xiao Yan. Looking at the intricate network of veins on it, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Last time I saw your interest in the Qilin fire vein, I had someone create this map specifically for you. Thanks. As Xiao Yan reached out to take it, he was suddenly stopped by the demon clan chief, who gripped his wrist. Are you sure you want to go? Seeing the serious expression on Yao Ming's face, Xiao Yan laughed. What? Are you afraid I won't be able to come out? No. Yao Ming furrowed his brows slightly, his expression sincere. I'm afraid you won't be able to enter. Are you serious? Seeing that Yao Ming didn't seem to be joking, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. Tell me more. In ancient times, a meteorite from outer space crashed into the Earth's core, forming a world of flames and bringing various types of to the continent of martial arts. The area where the meteorite fell was devastated, with countless lives lost. Only a few powerful fire attribute beasts survived, and they underwent some peculiar mutations as a result. These beasts established their homes near the meteorite, worshipping fire as their faith, and multiplied over time, eventually forming the Qilin fire vein. The beasts that first underwent the mutations lived in harmony with the strange flames, growing incredibly powerful and once becoming the absolute rulers of this underground world. However, approximately 10,000 years ago, the Qilin fire clan suddenly faced a major catastrophe, seemingly inflicted by a powerful being, and never recovered. The region was sealed off, cutting off all contact with the outside world. For 10,000 years, little information has emerged. Occasionally, powerful beings attempted to seek thee, but all returned in defeat. It wasn't until 1,000 years ago that Xiao Xian ventured alone and brought back 3 strands of thee, shocking the world. However, when Xiao Xian went there, he was already a 9-star martial saint. Xiao Yan, I'm not saying you're weak, but compared to your ancestor, there's still a gap. In the underground world, 2 figures transformed into streaks of light, darting through the darkness. Xiao Yan's mind echoed the words spoken earlier by the demonic being, and his curiosity about the Qilin fire vein grew ever stronger. What kind of place could make even a Dou Shang level powerhouse hesitate to approach? Xiao clan leader, we've arrived. Suddenly, the guide leading the way came to a halt and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yan. Is this the Qilin fire vein? Xiao Yan frowned as he looked ahead, seeing only a barren wasteland. Here, the heavens and earth were tinged with a crimson hue, stretching endlessly into the distance, with no discernible boundaries. Aside from the undulating mountains, only a few large red-brown rocks were visible in the distance, with nothing else in sight. Fire-attributed energy, it was indeed much more abundant here. The Qilin fire vein is still some distance away, but the path ahead is blocked by numerous obstacles. I'm afraid I can't accompany you further. The guide sent to lead the way was a Dou Zun level expert from the 9 Netherworld Earth Demon Python clan. Seeing the lingering fear in his eyes, Xiao Yan did not press him further. You may go ahead. I will follow the map inside. The middle-aged man who had been leading the way nodded but did not leave. I will wait for you. If you have not emerged within 3 days, I will return to the clan. The Earth's core world is complex, and I will come here once a month, at the beginning and end of each month, to await your good news. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and no longer paid him any mind, continuing on his way. After walking several dozen zhang, Xiao Yan suddenly turned back. Your name? The middle-aged man startled, then shouted, My name is Ming Lei. Chapter 153, A half-saint as a gatekeeper? Xiao Yan took 3 steps at a time, following the map's directions, and headed toward the pile of red-brown boulders. Between the cracks in the rocks, a dark green viscous liquid seeped out, emitting a sizzling sound. He paid no heed, his gaze already fixed on the mist swirling faintly behind the boulders. Following the map's route, Xiao Yan saw a line of small characters appear, infiltrate the swamp. The exit is 300 feet underground. Note, this area is toxic. Those below the 5-star martial sovereign rank should proceed with caution. This is way too detailed, Xiao Yan marveled. He had to admit that the Ming Lei had indeed been very thorough in their preparations. After bypassing a dozen or so 10-foot-tall boulders, he indeed saw a vast swamp spanning thousands of feet stretching deep into the earth's veins. The murky green mud churned with bubbles, shrouded in a thick layer of grayish-purple toxic mist. The toxic mist seemed to have a life of its own, slowly flowing like a living entity. Occasionally, poisonous insects from the depths of the swamp would emerge, only to stiffen instantly upon contact with the mist and dissolve into black powder that sank back into the mud. Above the toxic mist, faint purple phosphorescent light hovered, casting the entire marsh in an eerie, dreamlike glow. With a flick of his thoughts, a vibrant flame eat into a protective shield around Xiao Yan. As soon as they appeared, the toxic mist on the surface of the swamp churned violently as if encountering its natural enemy, automatically retreating 3 feet to either side. Beneath it, black mud bubbling with steam was exposed, as if a path of flames had been laid out beneath his feet. Just as Xiao Yan was about to step forward, a humming sound erupted from the depths of the swamp, and countless specks of light shot up from the mud. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze, only to see a swarm of vibrant purple butterflies fluttering out. The edges of their wings glowed with a faint phosphorescent light, and each flap of their wings sent a trail of sparks into the air. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of butterflies surged forth, coalescing into a flowing purple cloud that dyed half the swamp an eerie hue. Even more astonishingly, the toxic mist in the sky began to converge as the butterflies flapped their wings, condensing into a toxic wave dozens of zhang wide in mid-air. It surged toward Xiao Yan, carrying a suffocating stench. The mud on the surface of the swamp boiled violently under the force, its temperature skyrocketing in just a few breaths. Black bubbles burst open, splashing onto the fire shield and sizzling as white smoke rose. Oh? Not even inside the door yet, and you're already giving such a grand gift? Upon seeing the swarm of purple butterflies flying toward him, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He was no stranger to this, the 20th ranked, the Yin-Yang poison flame. The power of this was clearly far more potent than the one Xiao Yixian had encountered earlier. The toxins it contained were so potent that even a Dou Zun would suffer severe injuries if caught off guard. Swallow the abyss, this is your reward. As Xiao Yan's words fell, the space behind him suddenly rippled, and the tiny form of the young void swallowing flame reappeared. This time, his hair turned into a dazzling golden color. The little creature floated in mid-air, his lotus-like arms crossed over his chest. As the yin-yang poison fire surged toward him, his eyes lit up, and he opened his small mouth and sucked in sharply. At the center of his forehead, black flame patterns suddenly lit up, and an invisible force of devouring energy spread out like a whirlpool. The toxic flames filling the sky were instantly drawn toward his mouth, even the toxic mist above the swamp was completely sucked away. After sucking the yin-yang poisonous flames into his body, swallowing abyss puffed out his cheeks and chewed twice in a mocking manner. His previously excited eyes suddenly changed, his brows furrowing tightly, and he abruptly turned his head, expelling a purple flame with a puff sound. Disgusting! Tun Yuan huffed angrily, turned his head, and glared at Xiao Yan. Before Xiao Yan could say anything else, he had already transformed into a black streak and vanished back into the spatial fissure, leaving behind only a trace of dissatisfaction. Not as good as the Demon Saint's blood last time. Xiao Yan bent down to pick up the rejected yin-yang poison flame, shaking his head helplessly. Here, have a candy. Don't be angry. As he spoke, a streak of light shot from his fingertip. It was the earth core pearl he had obtained from the Yi family in Central Plains long ago. A round little hand grabbed the pearl, and after a long moment, it finally nodded contentedly. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could only smile wryly. This little one has become quite the connoisseur. After losing the yin-yang poison fire, the swamp returned to its peaceful state. Xiao Yan then easily submerged himself in and found the exit marked on the map. The exit was covered by a thin spatial barrier. The moment he passed through it, the scenery before his eyes suddenly changed. Here, a golden red sun hung overhead, casting a warm glow over the land. The distant mountains appeared crimson, and the rock layers seemed to flow with liquid flames. The ground was covered with patches of crimson flame grass and fire spirit flowers. Occasionally, fist-sized fire lizards darted through the flowers, leaving behind trails of burning footprints. The sky was vast and the earth distant, teeming with life. It didn't feel like the Earth's core at all. It was as though they had returned to the Earth's surface. Feeling the surging battle chi within his body, Xiao Yan couldn't help but marvel. The heat waves rising from the sky were intertwined with dense fire attribute energy. If he could cultivate here, his speed would increase exponentially. Compared to this place, the self-contained space of the Burning Flame Valley was like a mere apprentice before a master. Xiao Yan immediately unfolded his newly acquired heavenly demon phoenix wings and followed the direction indicated on the map. The crimson-red mountains below swiftly receded, and after about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a vast range of gigantic mountains finally came into view at the horizon. At the front of the mountain range stood a majestic ancient structure. The structure was entirely constructed from crimson gold volcanic rock. The hundreds of feet tall doorframe was carved with swirling Qilin illusions, and each scale was inlaid with burning fire crystals, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. This must be the entrance to the Qilin fire vein. Xiao Yan suppressed his aura and slowly descended before the gates. On either side of the gate, two massive flame-wrapped dragons coiled around the columns, their heads lowered, and the fire pearls in their mouths expelled real flames, bathing the area in a crimson glow. Beside the door pillars stood two colossal lion-shaped stone statues, each as tall as a mountain. Every single hair on their bodies was intricately carved, their lion heads slightly raised, and their golden pupils flickering with a lively glow. Humans, this is not a place for you. Leave immediately. Suddenly, a majestic voice boomed like a tolling bell. The two stone lions simultaneously raised their front paws and slammed them down toward Xiao Yan, unleashing an intense wave of scorching heat that erupted through the air. The previously frozen mane began to burn with real flames, and the giant lion's nostrils expelled two columns of crimson gold flames several feet high. Immediately afterward, two overwhelming waves of pressure descended. Two half-saints. Xiao Yan retreated swiftly. Even with his vast experience, he couldn't help but feel a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Even the gatekeepers were half-saints. This Yunlan fire vein was indeed, as Demon Ming had said, not as easy to penetrate as he had imagined. Chapter 154, Heavenly Ranked Combat Techniques, Lion Mountain Shatters? Xiao Clan Xiao Yan, I have come to your sacred land to borrow fire. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back in mid-air, his six-winged demon phoenix wings spreading behind him. The crimson gold feathers on his wings flickered with 12 colored flames, making his black robe look even more elegant and dashing. Xiao Clan? Borrow fire? The two colossal lions spoke in unison, their bodies slowly moving as they emerged from their stone statue-like state. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. From these two beasts, he also sensed the aura of strange flames. The power capable of petrifying the body must originate from the volcanic stone flame ranked 17th on the strange flames chart. Even before entering the door, he had already witnessed the power of two types of strange flames. The depth of the Yunlan fire vein was truly legendary. While Xiao Yan observed, the two giant lions also appraised him. After a moment, the lion on the left spoke. Whoever you are, what brings you here? Accept our 3 attacks, and only then may you enter. So it is. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, and the scroll in his hand turned into a streak of light, returning to his storage ring. The rules of the Yunlan fire vein were marked on the map. To enter, one must pass through multiple layers of trials, and these two giant lions were the first obstacle. The lion on the right continued, we will attack together. You may use any means at your disposal, but you must not leave the area within 300 feet of the gate. Otherwise, you will be deemed defeated. Young man, you still have time to consider. Please proceed as you wish. Before they could finish, Xiao Yan politely spread his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, the two beasts said no more. They exchanged a glance and stepped forward almost simultaneously, spewing a dark red flame from their mouths that intertwined in mid-air to form a web-like wall of fire. Wherever the wall passed, the air filled with the smell of burning, and the explosive power was enough to make even ordinary Dozuns retreat in fear. Facing this devastating attack, Xiao Yan did not flinch or dodge. As the wall of fire approached, a black glow quietly emerged behind him. The black glow swirled slightly, suddenly erupting with a bizarre devouring force. The powerful firewall was pulled apart, shattering into countless strands of dark red flames, which then all converged into the black glow. Gulp impure. The voice of the swallowing abyss echoed in his mind. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. If his guess was correct, these two beasts were likely the descendants of the mutated beasts mentioned by Yao Ming earlier. What they possess within their bodies is not true, but rather a mutated flame born from the interaction between their beastly flames and, though it shares some characteristics of, there are still subtle differences in certain aspects. Seeing their attacks easily deflected by Xiao Yan, the two colossal lions were also taken aback. Second move. The two giant lions roared, and the fist-sized crimson crystal stone on the doorframe suddenly erupted with blinding light, pulsating violently like a living creature. Surging flames erupted from within, guided by the combined efforts of the two giant lions, forming a river of molten lava stretching across the sky. The dark red lava carried scorching volcanic rocks, leaving behind twisted heat waves that distorted the air and even caused the surrounding space to crackle with blackened patterns. This time, the temperature of the flames was even more terrifying. In Xiao Yan's perception, the crimson crystal stone contained the true essence of volcanic rock flames. Amidst the swirling lava, the sonic attacks emitted by the two colossal beasts reached Xiao Yan in an instant. The attack launched by the two high-ranking half-saints, who had combined there, was powerful enough to rival a one-star martial saint. Break! Xiao Yan's lips parted slightly, his voice low but carrying a sharp edge that pierced through metal. A faint golden sound wave spread out from him, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, creating layer upon layer of energy ripples. Though the sound wave appeared gentle, it unleashed a devastating force. Upon colliding with the lava torrent, it forced it to retreat, creating a wave hundreds of feet high. Earth rank low tier, Vajra sound shatter. This sound wave combat technique, obtained from Qin, had been mastered by Xiao Yan to perfection. He unleashed it unconsciously, and with a single word, he could unleash an extremely powerful force. If Xiao Yan hadn't exerted all his control, just that one word alone would have been enough to shatter the two half-saint-level demon beasts before him. Seeing this, the two giant lions locked eyes once more, a fleeting expression of confusion flashing across their eyes. The final move. Lion Mountain Split. The manes of the two giant lions stood on end, and the overwhelming pressure of their advanced half-saint status spread like a tsunami. The ground beneath their feet cracked inch by inch, and the fiery red crystals on the doorframe completely turned into streaks of light, merging into the flames they spat out. With a roar that shook the earth's veins, the volcanic rock flames before the two giant lions suddenly converged, condensing into a fiery red lion's shadow hundreds of feet tall in mid-air. The lion was composed entirely of solidified lava, its mane flowing like burning waterfalls. Its massive claws tore through the void, creating several black spatial fissures. Every movement carried the terrifying might to shatter mountains and split the earth. Even the aftereffects of its roar alone reduced the crimson flames on the ground to ashes. As he gazed at the fiery red lion that seemed vaguely familiar, Xiao Yan's eyes grew wide with shock. Lion Mountain Split? In Xiao Yan's perception, this formidable martial art technique, jointly performed by two half-saints, had definitely surpassed the heavenly rank, reaching the lower or even middle level of the heavenly rank. Of course, such an attack was still as insignificant as an ant trying to shake a tree for Xiao Yan. What astonished him was not only the name and power of this martial art technique, but also its martial art origins. It was almost identical to the Lion Mountain Split passed down through generations of the Xiao clan. The Lion Mountain Split is a low-tier Xian class martial art technique, requiring the strength of a great martial artist to perform. When activated, it's a red lion's head illusion accompanied by the roar of a lion, making it the strongest martial art technique in the previous world that could match the Xiao family's supreme art, the Mad Lion's raging gale. Upon realizing this, Xiao Yan suddenly understood that the two were likely the same thing all along. The heaven-tier martial art technique Lion Mountain Fisher was very likely the Xiao clan's supreme technique, left behind by Xiao Xian when he ventured into the Qilin fire vein. However, after the Xiao clan was defeated in the decisive battle against the Soul clan, the Xiao clan, having lost the bloodline of the martial emperor, settled in a remote corner of the northwest continent. The strength of the clan's elite gradually declined, and this heaven-rank martial art was simplified over time. Many of its essence likely did not survive, and by the time it reached the Xiao family in Yunlan City, it had degenerated into a mystic rank martial art. Interesting. After piecing everything together, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. However, before he could say anything else, the terrifying fiery red lion had already descended before him. Be careful. Seeing that Xiao Yan seemed to have no defenses, the two giant lions hurriedly shouted a warning. But it was too late. By the time they realized it, the celestial tier martial art had already collided violently with Xiao Yan's body. Boom! The two lions' faces turned panic-stricken as they quickly retracted their flames and transformed into middle-aged human forms to investigate. Chapter 155, Climbing the Mountain of Knives, Crossing the Sea of Fire. As the dust settled, the black-robed figure stood tall and unharmed. As the two watched in shock, they saw Xiao Yan's right hand grasping a strand of red energy, which he slowly inhaled through his nostrils. Suddenly, an extraordinarily powerful martial energy pressure erupted from Xiao Yan's body. Within his eyes, the vibrant flames transformed into lifelike lion illusions. The flames burning in the lion's eyes were more intense than the flames of a volcano, filled with the intent to destroy. Lion Mountain Split. Xiao Yan roared, his voice echoing like the primal roar of an ancient beast. As the words fell, the space behind him violently trembled, and a flaming colossal lion, thousands of feet tall, materialized. This lion's form was woven from 12 colored flames, its massive claws crushing the void, forcing the surrounding space to sink half an inch. Every movement it made seemed to split the heavens and tear the earth apart, as if it were no longer a mere illusion but a true primordial beast brimming with endless destructive energy. The lion's roar shook the entire earth, causing the distant crimson mountains to tremble and send fragments of rock tumbling down. This Lion Mountain Split was far more powerful than the combined efforts of the two giant lions earlier. How many times more powerful? The sheer pressure it emitted felt like an invisible mountain crushing the hearts of the two middle-aged men. Having guarded this place for 1,000 years, they couldn't help but feel their legs grow weak, their throats convulsing violently, and fear flickering in their eyes. This human not only withstood the Lion Mountain Split but had pushed it to a realm they couldn't comprehend. At the same time, hundreds of miles away in the Earth's core, within a black stone palace suspended above a sea of magma, several pairs of jade-colored eyes suddenly lit up. These were several ancient figures seated in lotus positions, their bodies covered in layers of volcanic rock that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. At that moment, they all turned their heads toward the entrance of the Qilin fire vein. Within the palace, a hoarse voice echoed slowly. That man has come again? At the entrance, a colossal flame-covered lion lowered its head, its purple and white fiery eyes like two blazing suns in the sky, fixated on two middle-aged men. The overwhelming pressure in its gaze nearly forced them to kneel on the ground. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back beneath the lion's shadow, his black robe fluttering in the chaotic energy currents. A faint smile curved his lips. Gentlemen, have I passed the test? Yes, yes. The two middle-aged men hurriedly agreed. One of them flicked his finger, sending the crystal stone containing volcanic flames back to the doorframe. A golden light immediately spread out, forming a spatial passageway across the entire door. Please, sir. The two bowed respectfully to Xiao Yan, their eyes fixated not on him, but on the strange flames swirling around him and some intangible presence. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, withdrew his martial arts technique, and then, with a flick of his body, stepped into the spatial passageway. Huff! As Xiao Yan's figure vanished, the two middle-aged men gasped heavily, frantically wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. The composed demeanor they had forced themselves to maintain moments ago had completely vanished. Xiao Yan. He's actually that person's descendant. The man on the left leaned against the crimson gold pillar of the palace gate, his voice still trembling. The man on the right smoothed out his dark red robe, which had been ruffled by the wind, his eyes gleaming with understanding. Ha, I knew it all along. The blood flowing through his veins is almost identical to that of Xiao Xian. No wonder. I always thought you were so gentle. You must have gone easy on him in the end. Nonsense. I'm a creature with principles. Besides, you did the same. At least you had the decency to explain the rules to him. Xiao Xian once did us a favor. Besides, even if we didn't go easy on him, the two of us aren't a match for him, are we? The people of the Xiao clan are always so powerful. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, he found himself on a floating mountain range suspended above a sea of crimson flames. Beneath his feet were surging golden red flames, each wave formed from pure fire energy, with scorching heat distorting the surrounding space. In the distance, a black stone beam spanned the sky, stretching across the mountain range. The beam was devoid of any vegetation, yet it was covered in sharp stone blades a foot long. The stone blades glowed with a dark golden chill, their edges flowing with liquid like scorching patterns. From afar, the entire stone beam resembled a giant curved sword, stretching from one end of the mountain range into the depths of the clouds. Is this the Mountain of Blades? Xiao Yan chuckled helplessly. The map given by Ming Lei had no further records beyond this point, but judging by the scene, if he were to pass this place, the next step would likely be plunging into a sea of fire. Xiao Yan's lips curled slightly as the heavenly demon phoenix wings unfolded behind him. The crimson gold feathers sliced through the flames, trailing a string of sparks. He could sense that the stone blades were not lifeless objects, each one contained a sharpness capable of slicing through the body of a martial sovereign. Beneath the stone beams, the flames swirled with faint energy fluctuations, clearly harboring additional deadly traps. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the end of the stone bridge, "Step over the blades. Do not use any flying combat techniques. If you fall into the flames, the trial will be deemed invalid." Looking up, he saw a vague, ethereal figure standing in the mist at the end of the stone beam, its aura clearly reaching the realm of a half-saint. "Since we're already here, let's give it a try." Without another word, Xiao Yan retracted the heavenly demon phoenix wings and landed on the nearest stone blade with the grace of a soaring crane. With a faint hiss, the protective flames erupted, completely incinerating the blade below into nothingness. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, glancing nervously ahead. Seeing that the shadowy figure remained motionless, he continued forward. As he took his second step, the stone blade beneath his feet suddenly expanded by 3 inches. Simultaneously, 3 adjacent stone blades darted forward like venomous snakes, emitting a piercing screech as they lunged toward Xiao Yan's face. These stone blades could extend and contract on their own, and their timing and attack angles were executed with extreme precision. However, in the face of overwhelming power, any technique was nothing but a flashy display. Xiao Yan laughed aloud, his steps remaining swift. The stone blades, upon coming into contact with the mix, instantly turned to ash, posing no threat whatsoever. The rules only say you can't fly, not that you can't burn, right? Using the fused flames to clear a path, Xiao Yan walked through confidently. The mountains ahead grew closer and closer, and before long, he had traversed more than half the journey. Is that it? Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh. The second stage of the climbing the knife mountain trial seemed even simpler than the first. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He slowly lowered his head and looked toward his heart. There, a tiny flame, transparent with a hint of milky white, was silently emerging. So that's it. Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. A flame nearly transparent separated from his body, transforming into a small snake that swiftly darted toward the cluster of heart fire within his body. This fiery ordeal is merely a distraction. The true test lies in the second stage, the falling heart flame. Chapter 156, Soul Luring Technique. A faint sound came from the fiery sea below, and the hidden heart flame within Xiao Yan suddenly erupted. The nearly transparent flames instantly transformed into a monstrous form, beginning to burn Xiao Yan's meridians from within. However, its arrogant momentum didn't last long before it was bitten by a small white snake rushing toward it. Though the fallen heart flame lurking in the shadows was no slouch in terms of cultivation, one must not forget that the fallen heart flame within Xiao Yan's body was a 2-star. In an instant, Xiao Yan's body became a battlefield for 2, but such a battle was insufficient to harm him in the slightest. The milky white fire serpent split into 3, its head and tail intertwining in perfect harmony, swiftly encircling the heart flame. The milky white flames surged outward like a tidal wave, causing the heart flame to wither rapidly wherever they passed. A few stray flames managed to escape the seal, but just as they were about to act, they discovered that beyond the milky white flames, there were 11 more menacing auras lurking. Xiao Yan's body trembled violently, and within 10 breaths, the sudden surge of the fallen heart flame was completely devoured. The 3 fire serpents merged back into a small, milky white snake, lazily licking their lips before retreating back into Xiao Yan's dantian. From the crimson flame-filled clouds below, a faint, unwilling whimper echoed before fading into complete silence. Xiao Yan's lips curled slightly. To play with fire in front of him? Even the source of the wouldn't stand a chance. As the turmoil within his body subsided, Xiao Yan's steps grew increasingly steady. With each step he took, the stone blades beneath his feet offered no resistance. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed hundreds of stone steps. The treacherous knife mountain that once required careful footing was now as smooth as flat ground beneath his feet. Wherever he passed, a wide, clear path was forged out of the rock. The mountain of blades and sea of fire retreated swiftly beneath his feet, and the faint figure at the distant endpoint gradually became clearer. To his surprise, the owner of the old voice he had heard earlier was not the elderly man he had imagined, but a young girl who looked fresh and vibrant, with delicate features. The girl wore a fluffy pink dress, with two long, jet black braids hanging down her shoulders. She was quite cute, and looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. What caught everyone's attention most were her eyes. Her pupils were translucent amber, and when she smiled, the corners of her eyes curved into crescent moons, reminding Xiao Yan of the long-lost Yan. "Come down." Suddenly, as Xiao Yan was distracted, a voice that was nothing short of seductive rang out sharply in his ear. The voice carried a hypnotic power that sent a shiver down Xiao Yan's spine, causing him to involuntarily turn his head downward. In his mind, a voice echoed repeatedly, "Jump down, jump down." "Humph." Xiao Yan growled, and a milky white flame instantly enveloped his body. Something ethereal and intangible seemed to be severed in an instant, causing Xiao Yan's body to tremble once more. It was a tremor originating from his soul. This sudden turn of events was completely unexpected, and even with Xiao Yan's strength, he nearly fell victim to it. Without hesitation, he hurriedly crossed the stone bridge in 2 strides and reached the platform on the other side. "Congratulations, you've passed," the little girl with the twin ponytails said in a sweet voice. Xiao Yan nodded, but he still looked down below with a lingering sense of fear. Soul luring technique. The name of an ancient soul manipulation technique immediately came to Xiao Yan's mind. It was said that in ancient times, there existed a technique that allowed one to remotely control another's body through their soul, known as soul luring technique. This eerie method was far more terrifying than the Fox Clan's seduction technique, as it didn't even require basic physical contact or eye contact. The attacker could directly control the target through their soul alone. Of course, this technique demanded extremely rigorous soul power and could only control those with lower soul power than the user. Earlier, Xiao Yan had likely encountered this very technique. Now, the only ones capable of influencing him through their souls were those at the peak of the heaven realm or above. The strength of the person below is unimaginably terrifying. If it weren't for the power within Xiao Yan's soul, he might have truly met his end here today. The Qilin fire vein truly harbors hidden talents. "What's wrong? Did that old woman attack you?" Seeing that Xiao Yan was ignoring her and instead frowning as he stared down below, the girl pouted and said, "She's the worst. She always uses those weird tricks to scare people." "Old woman?" Xiao Yan snapped back to reality, his gaze landing on the girl's pouting face. "Is she part of the assessment?" "Sort of." The little girl kicked at the pebbles at her feet, her voice muffled. "She's been here for hundreds of years. Ever since she took over that flame sea, no one has been able to pass this stage. If it weren't for Grandpa saying we couldn't drive her away, I would have poured water on her long ago." Xiao Yan nodded slightly, a thought crossing his mind. From these few sentences, he had pieced together quite a bit of information. The powerful figure below was clearly not a native of the Qilin fire vein, but an outsider cultivator. She had hidden herself in the flame sea where the fallen heart flame resided, likely drawn by its extraordinary effects in tempering the soul and refining the body. The guardians of the Qilin fire vein seemed to tolerate her presence. "Who is this woman?" Xiao Yan pressed further. Anyone who could remain in the Qilin fire vein and qualify for the trials must have an extraordinary background. The little girl suddenly covered her mouth, shook her ponytail, and took a step back. Her amber eyes flashed with panic. "I can't say. Grandpa will scold me." She turned and pointed to a spatial fissure behind her, her voice growing soft again. "Big brother, hurry up and leave. The final test is about to begin. This spatial fissure will disappear once the time is up." Xiao Yan nodded, his gaze flickering slightly as he looked at the little girl. To be honest, the girl appeared to be roughly the same age as him. To have reached the half-saint realm at such a young age was truly remarkable. However, no matter how closely Xiao Yan observed her, he couldn't determine whether she was human or beast. A layer of pink flame constantly enveloped her soul, protecting her within. The little girl took a few steps forward. Seeing that Xiao Yan hadn't followed, she turned back and smiled. "What are you standing there for? Don't you want thee anymore?" Xiao Yan's expression froze. "Do you know why I'm here?" "Of course I do. Everyone comes here to find thee, don't they? What else would you be doing here?" "You didn't come just to find me, did you?" the little girl said casually. "That's not necessarily true. I came here specifically to find you." Xiao Yan teased. "Really?" The girl's eyes lit up at those words. "Can you take me out to play? I've never been out before." The little girl finished speaking and immediately pouted, saying seriously, "But I can't go with you. Grandpa doesn't let me go out." Seeing how innocent she was, Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. "Let's go." Next challenge. Chapter 157, Flame Grade Evaluation. "By the way, my name is Hua Li. Hua Li, this is." Stepping out of the spatial passage, Xiao Yan was once again stunned by the scene before him. Instead of the expected world of flames, there was an endless expanse of azure sea. The seawater rolled and surged ceaselessly, sometimes forming hundreds of feet high walls of waves, and at other times transforming into swirling water tornadoes, like a mischievous child trying out various cool poses. In the distance, 12 towering pillars stood majestically above the sea surface. Their surfaces were covered with spiral-shaped silver runes. Every time the waves crashed against them, the runes glowed with a faint blue light, dyeing the surrounding seawater into a translucent sapphire hue. "Xiao Yan, come out quickly!" Hua Li cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted. As soon as her words fell, the sea surface erupted into a 1,000-foot-high wave. At the crest of the waves, a young boy rode the waves toward them. He appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, standing barely waist-high to Xiao Yan, barefoot on the wave crests with his pants rolled up to his knees. He wore only a simple blue cloth tunic. Despite being in the middle of the vast ocean, he moved with the ease of a fish in water. The surrounding waves continuously surged around him, carrying him toward the shore. When he reached Xiao Yan and the others, not a single drop of water clung to his body. "Hai Yan. Hai Xi Yan Yan." Xiao Yan murmured to himself, and with just one glance, he had already discerned the truth. This young child was no ordinary person. He was the Sea Heart Flame, the 15th ranked spirit fire on the Divine Flame chart, manifested in human form. "This is Hai Yan." Hua Li reached out and patted the youth on the head. "You must defeat him first before you can go to the Flame God Pillar for your rank evaluation." "What's Hai Yan?" "Little Hua Li, according to seniority, you should call me Uncle Hai Yan." "You're being disrespectful." The youth crossed his arms across his chest, speaking with a hint of dissatisfaction. Though he appeared childish, his body was enveloped in dense water-attributed energy, and within him lurked the same destructive aura as the within Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan nodded and asked, "Flame level assessment? What is that?" Hua Li pointed toward the 12 massive pillars in the distance and said, "It's over there. You must infuse your flame energy into them. The number of pillars that light up determines how many you can take with you." Hua Li shook her ponytail and smiled. "You said your name is Xiao Yan, right? 1,000 years ago, there was also a man surnamed Xiao. He didn't even have any, yet he managed to light up 3 divine pillars." Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. Hua Li's words left him utterly baffled. Generally speaking, were rare treasures passed down through generations by major clans and sects, such as the Golden Emperor's Burning Heaven Flame of the Ancient Clan or the 9-Dragon Thunder Gale Flame of the Burning Flame Valley. If someone were to come asking for a clan's treasured artifact, it would likely spark a major battle. Yet, coming from Hua Li's mouth, it sounded so calm. Could it be because the Qilin fire vein was so wealthy that they didn't mind letting someone take a few flames? "If I were to take thee, would you mind?" Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask. "Mind? Why would we mind?" Hua Li looked at Xiao Yan with a hint of confusion. "If you pass the Flame God Pillar's test, it means you have the ability to control thee. Being able to fight alongside the strong is an honor for all." Seeing Xiao Yan's pensive expression, Hai Yan urged, "Are we going to fight or not? If you defeat me, I'll follow you." Hearing this, Xiao Yan was moved. He had already realized that the situation within the Qilin fire vein was vastly different from what he had imagined, and certainly not as terrifying as Yao Ming had described. The people here did not seem to reject his presence. Then, Xiao Yan took a step forward, already above the sea surface, a smile curving his lips. "Please enlighten me." Hai Yan's eyes flashed with determination, his face brimming with excitement. He took a step forward, instantly summoning the power of countless waves to lift his body back into the air. "I won't hold back. If you want my power, you must defeat me." Hai Yan's youthful voice suddenly grew loud and clear. In an instant, the vast sea surface erupted into towering waves, with endless seawater gathering and condensing below, eventually forming an immense, boundless hand. Its fingertips were enveloped in azure flames as it lunged toward Xiao Yan in the sky. Such power far surpassed ordinary water-based martial arts techniques. Hai Yan had unleashed his primordial divine ability from the start, controlling the power of the entire sea. Everything within the giant palm's grasp was reduced to nothingness. Impressive. Xiao Yan couldn't help but nod slightly in admiration. As in, Hai Yan was able to harness the power of the sea to such an extent, truly a rare feat. "Go!" Xiao Yan growled, raising his left hand slightly. A sliver of deep blue flame erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a dragon that shot into the air, growing hundreds of times larger. Facing the towering sea, the dragon not only showed no fear but erupted with an excited dragon's roar. Its tail swished, forming a high-speed vortex in front of it. At that moment, the massive blue palm, powerful enough to shatter space, was sucked into the vortex like a river flowing into the sea. It flowed along the dragon's scales and eventually merged into the water dragon's body. In just a few breaths, the entire palm had disappeared by more than half, while the water dragon summoned by Xiao Yan had swollen to nearly twice its original size. The blue light in its massive eyes grew even more intense as it let out a defiant roar toward Hai Yan. "Oh? Also the sea heart flame?" Hai Yan, upon seeing this, flashed a look of surprise in his eyes. His tiny body suddenly shot upward, with the waves beneath his feet boiling like living creatures. He clasped his hands together, his youthful voice growing authoritative, "Follow me into battle." With that roar, the blue dragon before Xiao Yan suddenly trembled violently. The blue light on its scales flickered, as if it were truly about to break free from control. You dare to steal my fire? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. In terms of understanding the sea heart flame, this mysterious flame, he indeed couldn't compare to Hai Yan, the spirit of the mysterious flame. But within his body, there wasn't just this one mysterious flame. Raising his right hand again, another blue flame surged forth, its color much paler than the previous one. Upon appearing, it instantly transformed into a second giant dragon, with swirling clouds of mist swirling around its body. This sky blue flame dragon was exceptionally agile. In the blink of an eye, it was already in the air, and the two dragons intertwined in an instant, as if they had returned to the moment when they were disguised as dragon gods in the Yunlan Ming. Is this fire cloud water flame? Hai Yan recognized the origin of the second dragon. Like the sea heart flame, the fire cloud water flame also possessed the ability to manipulate water attributes. When the two combined, they instantly broke free from Hai Yan's control. The massive dragon tail lashed out, completely destroying the remaining giant palm prints. Xiao Yan's movements did not cease. As his fingertips flickered once more, a icy white flame crossed the void, silently infusing into the dragon's body. The temperature on the entire sea surface suddenly grew much colder. However, anyone who dared to approach would immediately feel an excruciating burning pain throughout their body. The dual elements of ice and fire were the hallmark of the bone spirit's cold flame. Chapter 158, The Five Elements Array. Xiao Yan's fingertips flickered with three-colored light. At the same time, under his control, three streams of perfectly merged in the air, ultimately forming a frost-covered dragon thousands of feet long. The dragon's body was covered in ice crystal scales, with white and blue patterns flowing across its entire form. Its horns curved upward like ice crystal coral, and its open maw expelled freezing breath that seemed capable of freezing souls. As soon as the dragon appeared, the temperature of the entire sea plummeted, and the air condensed into fine frost flowers that fell gently. Roar! The ice-covered dragon let out a deafening roar that shook the very fabric of space, its massive body charging toward Hai Yan with a force capable of shattering the heavens and earth. It's the bone spirit's cold fire. Hai Yan's young face tensed, his brows furrowing, his innocent voice filled with gravity. He suddenly stomped his foot downward, causing the vast expanse of emerald waves to surge upward, forming a towering wall of water. Within the waves, deep blue sea flames swirled, forming a barrier in front of him. However, as soon as the waves made contact with the icy breath of the frost dragon, they froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. The once surging waves turned into crystal-clear icefalls, with droplets of water at the tips freezing into inverted ice spikes, creating a stunningly beautiful sight. The icy power and fiery energy surged forward along the ice waterfalls, even freezing part of the sea heart flame into pale blue ice crystals. At the last possible moment, Hai Yan suddenly shouted, "You're cheating!" The frost dragon's head came to a halt just 3 zhang away from Hai Yan, its breath blowing him back half a step. What's wrong? Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, asking with a smile. Hai Yan's face was filled with resentment. He crossed his arms and said, I only used one sea heart flame, but you used 3 different flames together. This isn't fair at all. Hai Yan glared at Xiao Yan with eyes brimming with defiance. He had guarded this secret realm for hundreds of years, and finally encountered someone who had broken through to the final stage. Before he could even showcase his true abilities, he had been defeated so easily. He was truly unwilling to accept this outcome. Xiao Yan heard this and his expression flickered. The rules didn't mention anything about not being able to use multiple, did they? Hai Yan was taken aback by the question and instinctively scratched his head. Indeed, the trials of the Qilin Fire Vein had always focused on results, not methods. As long as one could defeat the Guardian, they passed. But he had grown up in the Fire Vein since childhood. When had he ever been treated so unfairly? His face flushed red, and he couldn't come up with a rebuttal for half a moment. He could only glare fiercely at the icy dragon looming just inches away, puffing out his cheeks in anger. Little Hai Yan, if you can't beat someone, you call them a cheat? Where did you learn such a lesson? A clear laugh came from below. Huali was lying on an ice spike, her hand supporting her chin, making a funny face at Hai Yan. Hai Yan's face turned red with embarrassment, but his blue eyes still held a hint of defiance. He stubbornly shouted, Fine, you passed the test. But if you want me to acknowledge you as my master, you have to take my final move. Xiao Yan heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, don't say 1 move, even 10 moves I'll take. If you feel outnumbered, why not bring a few more helpers? You said it yourself. Hai Yan's eyes lit up instantly, and she tapped the sea surface repeatedly with her small hands. For peculiar sound waves spread out through the seawater, then broke through the spatial barriers and raced toward the 4 corners of the Qilin Fire Vein. In the blink of an eye, the entire world trembled violently. Deep within the Earth's core, amidst layers of rock thousands of feet thick, a brown flame that had been dormant for countless years suddenly awoke. The flame coalesced into the form of a gigantic turtle in the darkness, its shell covered in volcanic rock like folds, with flame-like spikes protruding from the edges of each scale, each over a foot long. It slowly opened its eyes, its brown pupils flickering with a luminous glow. Its massive claws scraped violently against the rock layers, shattering the black obsidian hard as black iron into fragments as easily as tofu. Within the previous Sword Mountain's secret realm, the golden sea of flames below suddenly surged violently. Within it, a nearly transparent flame of nothingness suddenly expanded 1,000-fold, then transformed into an old man, who cast a deep glance at a certain spot before darting directly into the void. Beside him, a mature beauty in a red dress sat cross-legged in meditation. Upon seeing this, her eyebrows furrowed instantly. With a flick of her jade-like fingertips, the golden sea of flames surged toward her like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea, drawn into her body. She took a graceful step forward, tore open a spatial fissure, and followed closely behind. In a certain part of the Qilan Mountains, a massive altar suddenly exploded, and dazzling golden flames burst forth. Within the flames, the faint outline of a golden sword could be seen, emanating a sharp aura capable of slicing through anything. Wherever it passed, the space was cut into fine cracks, as if the heavens and earth were as fragile as paper before it. Not far from the flames, in a valley filled with flame-like spiritual herbs, a massive fire spirit tree with a history of thousands of years suddenly shook, its emerald leaves rustling in the wind. A viscous green liquid suddenly burst forth from the tree's core. As it hit the ground, it transformed into a 3-foot-tall childlike figure. After quickly determining its direction, it sprinted out of the valley. Wherever it passed, the flame spirit grass along the way, the patterns on its leaves becoming increasingly ancient, and it actually gained several decades of cultivation directly out of thin air. The air was instantly filled with for streams of sliced through the sky, converging toward the same direction like 4 shooting stars. Above the oceanic secret realm, Xiao Yan sensed something and his youthful voice suddenly rose sharply. "Everyone, help me form the 5 elements flame god array." As soon as the words left his mouth, the sea heart flames surrounding him erupted first, deep blue flames sweeping out like a tidal wave, condensing into a water dragon's illusory form behind him. The dragon's roar shook the vast expanse of turquoise waves violently. Xiao Yan stepped back several paces, merging completely with the water dragon, and took control of the entire northern sky. Xiao Yan had already withdrawn his and stood with his hands behind his back in mid-air, watching the scene with interest. Though the sea heart flames had taken human form, they were ranked only 15. Even combined, they couldn't harm Xiao Yan. How powerful could his so-called 5 elements formation be? Following closely behind, a 3-foot-long sword sliced through the void, carrying an unstoppable momentum, dyeing the entire western sky a dazzling golden hue. Within the golden glow, a young man with a handsome face could be vaguely seen. He wore white robes, his black hair flowing freely in the wind, and the sharp aura emanating from his body caused the surrounding space to ripple like sawtooth patterns. "What is this?" Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. Among the golden-colored only, there were only 2. One was the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame inherited by the ancient clan, and the other was the 9th-ranked 9 nether golden ancestral flame only. Though this flame was entrenched in the west, the fierce aura emanating from its core filled the entire ocean, causing even the scales of the water dragon illusions in the sea to tremble. Chapter 159, The Descent of the Flame God. Clearly, the 9 nether golden ancestral flame had already broken through the Dou Shang realm, surpassing the sea heart flame in both spiritual essence and power. Just as the fierce sword chi spread toward the east, a jade-green light barrier silently appeared, blocking it out. In the sky, a jade-green vine extended from the void, instantly winding into 1,000-foot length. Countless flame-like leaves swayed in the wind, emanating a vibrant vitality. At the tip of the vine, a chubby child dressed in green robes clung to the vine, swaying from side to side. Though it was the energy emanating from its body contained no trace of destruction, but rather a touching aura of life. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up once more. The emerald green flame capable of matching the 9 nether golden ancestral fire without being outmatched could only be the 5th-ranked life flame. At the same time, the translucent, milky white fallen heart flame suddenly surged, transforming into a humanoid shadow composed of pure flame. Its form flickered unpredictably, distorting the light in its wake as it steadied itself in the south. The fallen heart flame can actually such sentience. Xiao Yan was secretly startled. The fallen heart flame he had subdued at the Canaan Academy was powerful, but it paled in comparison to the one before him. No wonder Hua Li had mentioned that old woman hiding within its flames to cultivate. A fallen heart flame of such cultivation could already influence a Dou Shang level expert. Finally, the massive turtle that had surged up from the earth's core revealed its form. Its brown body transformed, swelling to 100 times its original size. Its thick turtle shell resembled a floating continent, spreading across the center of the sea and pressing the blue waters into a 1,000-foot-high wave. The turtle shell was covered in ancient patterns, standing firmly at the center of the 4 symbols. Its heavy aura slowly awoke, balancing and regulating the attributes of the other 4. 13th on the strange fire rankings, the turtle spirit earth fire. Xiao Yan stood above the turtle shell, taking in the forms of all the. He had agreed to face another move from Xiao Yan, originally intending to test the true strength of the Qilan fire vein. Now, it was clear that the title of wholesale market of was indeed well deserved. Especially the 5th-ranked spirit flame of life and the 7th-ranked 9 nether golden ancestral fire. Xiao Yan was certain that if he could subdue these two, his flaming technique would have a chance to advance to the upper ranks of the quasi-heavenly realm, or even the true heavenly realm. Such a powerful technique would likely be rare even among the ancient clans. As Xiao Yan was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a chill emanating from the west. Before the formation could take shape, the 9 Netherworld Golden Ancestral Fire launched its attack first. The young man in white robes suddenly raised his long sword high, and in an instant, billions of golden fire blades erupted from the tip of the sword. The fire blades were not illusory, each one seemed to be condensed from the very essence of the 9 Nether Golden Ancestral Fire, flashing with a sharpness capable of shattering the heavens, charging straight toward Xiao Yan. Though the 9 Netherworld Golden Ancestral Fire ranked behind the flames of all living beings, it was the only fire present that had reached maturity and possessed the greatest power. The swirling blades engulfed the sky, overwhelming even a 3-star martial saint. This sword technique is so real. What a domineering flame! Watching the sword rain swiftly approaching from the sky, Xiao Yan couldn't help but marvel. This 9 Netherworld Golden Ancestral Fire had likely existed for over 10,000 years, its spiritual essence so powerful that it appeared identical to a human powerhouse. Had he not seen it before, even Xiao Yan might not have been able to discern its true form. Even the 7th ranked, in its mature stage, was this powerful. It was unimaginable how terrifying the strength of the top 3 on the rankings would become once they transitioned from their juvenile stage to maturity. Xiao Yan couldn't help but recall the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, which had taken thousands of years to break through to the half-saint realm. If he were to come to this Qilin fire vein, he might not even be able to serve as a gatekeeper. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 golden beams had already pierced through space, forming a celestial net that surrounded Xiao Yan tightly. Each beam transformed into a long sword, their blades intertwining and their sword chi surging wildly. They were densely distributed at the center of the sea, with flames flowing along the sword bodies, scorching the secret realm space and causing it to crackle and pop. The scene was truly awe-inspiring. Ordinary people witnessing this would likely mistake it for the descent of a sword immortal. The white-clad man, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them. His eyes had no pupils, only pure golden flames burning within, resembling 2 swords forged over 10,000 years. They remained silent until they spoke, and when they did, they startled everyone. He uttered a single word, his voice not loud, yet carrying the resolve to annihilate all things. Destroy! Boom! In an instant, thousands of swords descended like a torrential downpour, piercing toward Xiao Yan. Golden sword shadows overlapped in layers, completely blocking out the sunlight. The overwhelming might of the scene caused Huali, who was watching from afar, to gasp in shock and quickly cover her eyes with her hands. However, after a moment, she curiously parted her fingers and peered through. All the swords falling from the sky dissolved the moment they came within 10 zhang of Xiao Yan. Suddenly, silver lightning bolts danced through the air, forming a massive thunder net centered on Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, all the swords were shredded into golden dust. 9 Dragon Thunder Gale Fire? Can the 9 Dragon Thunder Gale Fire really block my 9 underworld golden swords? Seeing the thunderous light filling the sky, the white-clothed man was instantly stunned. If Xiao Yan had used a few high-tier martial arts techniques or high-tier to block his attack, that would have been acceptable. But instead, Xiao Yan had used the 9 Dragon Thunder Gale Fire, which didn't even rank in the top 10. I like your killing intent. Xiao Yan's words echoed in the white-robed man's ears at the perfect moment, accompanied by a faint soul-shaking vibration, causing him to lose his focus for a moment. Follow me and let us conquer the world together. As he gazed at Xiao Yan's confident gaze, the white-clad man's hand gripping the long sword trembled slightly. Could this man truly be the master he had been waiting for all these years? The 5 elements return to their place as the flame god descends. Seeing this, Hai Yan hurriedly shouted out. These flames were his carefully selected allies. If they were now lured away by Xiao Yan, that would be quite amusing. The shout echoed throughout the entire space, sending everyone's hearts racing. It also snapped the white-clad man back to his senses. Boom! 5 flames erupted simultaneously, unleashing earth-shattering energy. The vine of the eastern life-giving flame grew wildly, instantly forming an ancient tree tens of thousands of feet tall. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree swiftly extended, wrapping around the other 4 flames and emitting boundless life force. The remaining also rushed into the formation. Feeling the 5 different energies, a pitch-black spatial fissure quietly formed behind Xiao Yan. No, I'll handle this. Xiao Yan casually waved his hand, restoring the space to its original state. His gaze swept around him with determination. He knew that if he wanted to completely subdue these, he would have to get serious. Chapter 160, Seeing Through. Hai Yan gave the order, and 5 colossal energies erupted into the sky like volcanoes. The emerald vines of the flames of life, the golden sword shadows of the 9 Netherworld Golden Ancestral Fire, the transparent illusions of the fallen heart flames, the blue water dragons of the sea heart flames, and the brown turtle shells of the earth spirit flames intertwined in the air, instantly forming a massive energy field with a diameter of 1,000 miles, enveloping the entire secret realm. Xiao Yan gazed at the smoothly rotating formation, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Such seamless coordination clearly required hundreds, if not thousands, of practice sessions to achieve. At the center of the array, 100 zhang away from Xiao Yan, the withered figure of the fallen heartflame slowly materialized. His ethereal form rapidly solidified, eventually transforming into a colossal flame god's illusory form. The flame god was clad in armor woven from the flames of living beings, and in his right hand, a golden sword tens of thousands of feet long shone brilliantly. Even standing there motionless, it caused the energy of the heavens and earth to tremble. "Come forth! Use all your strength and face me in battle." Hai Yan's voice echoed from within the flame god's silhouette. Before his words had even finished, the golden sword in his right hand suddenly rose, and as the blade sliced through the sky, it unleashed a wave of 10,000 zhang, transforming into countless water beasts covered in golden scales, which charged toward Xiao Yan with claws outstretched. Xiao Yan looked at the overwhelming sea beasts and sword shadows, shook his head slowly, and spoke with a hint of disappointment. "Is this all you can do?" He casually struck out with his palm. Boom! As the palm wind swept past, an invisible flame barrier materialized out of thin air, obliterating the seemingly ferocious water beasts with overwhelming force. The sky filled with steam, raising the temperature of the entire sea surface to a terrifying degree. The 5 elements interact through birth and destruction. Using to form a 5-element array is quite ingenious. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the flame god, whose form had grown slightly more ethereal. Unfortunately, they are ultimately of the same origin but different in nature. In truth, while each elemental flame possessed its own attributes, they all ultimately stemmed from the primordial flame. Forcing them into the 5 elements framework may have appeared to fuse them, but in reality, they hindered one another. Especially among the 5 flames, the 9 netherworld golden ancestral fire was far too powerful, relying solely on the power of living beings' flames to barely maintain balance. The so-called 5 elements formation was merely a facade, lacking any substantial effect. For Xiao Yan, who controls 12 and has already cultivated the burning technique to perfection, the true nature of this array is almost immediately apparent. "Do not underestimate me. Take another of my moves." Hai Yan's voice rang out again. The illusory figure of the flame god suddenly raised the long sword above his head. Golden light shone brightly, and a 5-colored fireball the size of a fist gathered at the tip of the sword. As soon as the fireball formed, it erupted with an incredibly powerful suction force, violently pulling all the celestial and terrestrial energies in the entire oceanic secret realm toward it. Even the seawater at the edges of the energy field was sucked back into hundreds of water dragons, roaring as they merged into the fireball. In just a few breaths, the 5-colored fireball swelled to 1,000 feet in size, its surface flowing with 5 swirling currents of green, white, gold, blue, and brown, each corresponding to the primordial essence of a different type of. The void around the fireball crackled and sizzled from the intense heat, its temperature soaring high enough to boil the entire ocean. Xiao Yan gazed at the 5-colored fireball that obscured the sky, his face showing no trace of solemnity, but instead a faint smile. He traced a circular pattern in the air with his fingertips, and 12 colored flames flowed out from his fingertips, forming a rotating ring of fire in the void. Sizzle! Under the embrace of the fused, the space where Xiao Yan's fingertips touched became as fragile as paper, revealing the deep darkness beyond. That darkness seemed capable of devouring all light, and then, Xiao Yan pushed it away with a single palm strike. Go! In an instant, the black hole expanded to a diameter of 10,000 feet. 12 flames, resembling 12 guardian beasts, swirled around the black hole, emanating such overwhelming pressure that the expansion of the 5-colored fireballs momentarily halted. 12? A horrified scream echoed from the illusory figure of the flame god, and the energies of the 5 became chaotic. In those 2 water-blue eyes, a hint of an unusual emotion surged forth. The black hole and the 5-colored fireball faced each other in mid-air. At that moment, time in the entire oceanic realm seemed to freeze. "Xiao Haiyan, admit defeat." Xiao Yan imitated Hua Li's tone and said with a smile. "No way." The illusory figure of the flame god roared, and the long sword in his hand suddenly swung down. The 5-colored fireballs, like meteors ignited, trailed flames thousands of feet long, charging head-on toward the massive black hole. The moment they collided, the entire oceanic realm seemed to have been struck by a chaotic bomb, with violent energy shockwaves spreading outward, vaporizing the entire sea into a vast cloud of water vapor. However, the chaotic energy lasted only a moment. Soon, a strange suction force erupted from the black hole, and the energy from the fireballs collided with it, dissipating like mud sinking into the sea. In an instant, even the shockwaves that had spread out were instantly drawn back in. The fireball, which had gathered countless energies from the heavens and earth, was completely swallowed whole in the next second. Immediately afterward, the towering black hole suddenly contracted, and 12 streams of instantly converged into a single, condensed beam of light. After the blindingly brilliant glow faded, only pure darkness remained. As the beam took shape, the space trembled violently, emitting a deafening hum as countless spatial fissures spread out like a spider's web. Just as the secret realm was about to shatter completely, a golden light flickered faintly from behind, instantly stabilizing the space. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the scene indifferently. This slight commotion had not escaped his notice. On the battlefield, the formed pitch-black beam of light emitted no dazzling brilliance and carried no trace of destructive energy. It extended straight ahead, heading toward the illusory figure of the flame god. Tortoise shell. Haiyan's urgent shout echoed from the illusory figure, and a thick brown shield swiftly materialized before the flame god. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly insignificant beam reached its target. The brown shield, which could withstand the attacks of a martial saint, only held for a moment before being pierced through as easily as tofu. The beam continued its momentum, slamming into the chest of the illusory figure of the flame god. In the heavens and earth, the light of the five dimmed simultaneously. The illusory figure trembled violently, and in that single strike, it was blasted backward 1,000 zhang. The space behind it was torn apart by a series of ripples, and it was about to collide with the 12 flame-colored divine pillars. At the last possible moment, a spatial fissure 1,000 feet tall silently formed, as if a divine being had cleaved open the void with a gigantic axe, precisely engulfing the retreating illusory figure of the flame god within it. The next second, the same fissure opened at the other end of the secret realm, expelling 5 staggering illusory figures. The strange fire beams emitted by Xiao Yan, having lost their target, struck the divine pillars behind them with the force of arrows leaving the string. Boom! A colossal burst of energy erupted from the columns, completely activating the once dull structures. Chapter 161, The Red-Dressed Beauty. Scratch! 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 Those 12 divine pillars, made of an unknown material, remained unscathed under Xiao Yan's beams and even absorbed them entirely. Suddenly, the first divine pillar erupted with a dazzling red light, followed by the second, third. Within just a few breaths, all 12 divine pillars simultaneously burst forth with blinding. The light pillars shot into the sky, resembling 12 jade pillars supporting the heavens, forcefully piercing the secret realm space and creating 12 gaps. On the light pillars, ancient silver runes flowed like liquid. At that moment, it was not just the secret realm space but all the within the Qilan fire vein that resonated in unison with them. 12 beams? Shouts of astonishment echoed throughout the Qilan fire vein, and countless eyes filled with both shock and joy turned toward the location of the secret realm. The 5 that had been shattered by Xiao Yan moments ago had now each transformed into fire spirits. The gaze they cast upon Xiao Yan was filled with nothing but deep reverence. It was well known that the Qilan fire vein had existed since ancient times, spanning tens of thousands of years. Those who could cause the divine pillars to illuminate more than 3 times were as rare as phoenix feathers. The sight of 12 pillars glowing simultaneously had only occurred once in history. And that individual later became the undisputed strongest being in the world. Haiyan stared blankly at the 12 towering pillars of light, his young face filled with admiration. The illumination of the divine pillars signified the highest recognition from the Qilan fire vein. And when all 12 shine simultaneously, it means that the individual has the right to take away 12 streams of. Damn it, 12 beams? It seems the pillar isn't broken after all. Suddenly, a woman's voice, filled with frustration yet tinged with seduction, echoed from the sky. A seductive figure emerged, shrouded in a crimson robe. Her red skirt spread out like burning flames, with delicate golden fire patterns embroidered on the hem. As she moved, it seemed as though flowing flames danced between the folds of her skirt. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, with jet black hair cascading down to her waist. Her loose-fitting robe could not conceal her graceful and well-proportioned figure. Is it her? Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat. The woman who had suddenly appeared on the horizon looked young, but her strength was profound and unfathomable. Even Xiao Yan, who had already reached the late stage of the 5-star realm, could not fully gauge her power. This woman had likely already reached the 7th-rank martial saint realm. And her aura was not unfamiliar to Xiao Yan. He was certain that it was she who had cast the soul-luring technique on him in the Blade Mountain secret realm. Though Hua Li had referred to her as an old woman, the woman before him was neither old nor ugly. Instead, she resembled a red rose in full bloom, her seductive smile radiating mature charm, a truly alluring beauty. As Xiao Yan scrutinized her from head to toe with a probing gaze, the beauty not only didn't grow annoyed but instead smiled brightly at him, her eyes sparkling with endless allure. With a gentle twist of her waist, she instantly crossed the space and appeared before Xiao Yan. A descendant of the Xiao clan, are you truly this formidable? The red-clad beauty extended her slender fingers, gently tapping her chin, and spoke to herself. Could it be because of Xiao Xian's bloodline? Before she finished speaking, her finger shot out like a flash of lightning, accompanied by a brilliant golden flame, aiming straight for Xiao Yan's forehead. Xiao Yan was prepared, his feet lightly touching the ground, and in the next moment, he had already appeared 1,000 feet away. What are you doing? Before Xiao Yan could speak, a golden sword chi erupted, slashing toward the woman. The white-clad man transformed from the 9 netherworld golden ancestral fire roared angrily, flashing forward to block Xiao Yan. Beside him stood 4 other figures, their auras surging with anger as they glared at the beautiful woman. Seeing this, the beautiful woman curled her lips slightly, flicked her fingers casually, and a golden streak collided with the sword energy, effortlessly deflecting it. Looking at the 5 figures blocking Xiao Yan, the beautiful woman shook her head helplessly. This is unfair. I've been here for hundreds of years, and yet I'm still no match for a newcomer like him. She then turned her gaze back to Xiao Yan. Let's go. You've passed the Divine Pillar's trial. I'll take you into the fire vein. Fire spirit, if you dare lay a finger on my master again, we will not let you off. Xiao Yan pointed at the beautiful woman without hesitation. The beautiful woman didn't seem annoyed, she merely smiled faintly. It's Fire Spirit Fairy. Otherwise, you should call me Fire Spirit Elder. Little Xiao Yan, that's impolite. The Qilin fire vein was much larger than imagined, resembling an independent world of flames. Under the guidance of the Fire Spirit Fairy, Xiao Yan took a brief tour, gaining a general understanding of the place. Interestingly, Xiao Yan and the other 5 fire spirits always followed closely behind the two, as if afraid that the beautiful woman might do something to Xiao Yan. Even when Xiao Yan returned to his assigned residence, the 5 remained by his side at all times. You all go back and rest first, Xiao Yan said casually, and the 5 immediately departed as if obeying an imperial decree. Your words are quite effective, the Fire Spirit Fairy said without hiding her envy. What a pity. What's a pity? You can't take her with you. What do you mean? Xiao Yan stopped abruptly, furrowing his brows. Didn't you say that raising several divine pillars would allow you to take several with you? Of course, but the prerequisite is that you can get out of here. The Fire Spirit Fairy pointed at the small hut where the two were staying. You'll stay here for now. For this period of time? What do you mean exactly? Can't these divine flames be taken out of the Qilin fire vein? Seeing she wasn't joking, Xiao Yan's expression grew serious. His purpose here wasn't sightseeing, he had come to seek the divine flames to enhance his strength and confront the Soul Clan sooner. Although these had recognized him as their master, if he couldn't take them with him, wouldn't it all be for nothing? In principle, they can be taken away. After the flame pillars rise, you can locate the that have submitted to you according to their corresponding numbers. Then, by passing the final trial, you will be able to leave safely. As she spoke, she suddenly moved closer to Xiao Yan. The faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her body grew stronger, carrying a hint of the heat of flames. Xiao Yan couldn't help but swallow nervously. Xiao Yan's body retreated step by step under her relentless advance, until his back pressed against the edge of the bed, with no room to retreat further. What a pity, little brother. The Fire Spirit Fairy stopped in her tracks, her nose almost touching Xiao Yan's chin. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, tinged with a hint of mockery. You, a 5-star martial saint, still can't do it. I thought it was something else. It's just a trial, isn't it? Xiao Yan steadied his mind, looked down at the alluring face mere inches away, and smiled. How do you know I can't do it? Seeing Xiao Yan's confident expression, a hint of surprise flashed in the Fire Spirit Fairy's eyes before she quickly regained her seductive demeanor. She licked her red lips and spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Since that's the case, you'd better rest well. I'll be waiting to see how you fare. With that, she deliberately thrust out her chest, and the curves beneath her red skirt became even more breathtaking. Chapter 162, The Unparalleled Fire Seal. Xiao Yan suddenly reached out with both hands, gripping her 2 jade-like arms like iron claws. He twisted his waist, flipping the Fire Spirit Fairy onto the bed. Tell me the contents of the final trial, or else. Fire Spirit didn't resist at all, instead laughing lightly, or else what? Holding her hands tightly, Xiao Yan stared at her slender waist, unable to stop swallowing. Demonis! Xiao Yan muttered to himself. Though he knew this woman might be over 1,000 years old, her seductive curves still made him unable to resist fantasizing. The natural enhancement of the soul binding technique made the mature charm of the Fire Spirit Fairy even more evident. Facing Xiao Yan's threatening words, she showed not the slightest hint of fear. Instead, she seemed to find his tense expression amusing, causing his ears to grow warm and a strange blush to rise in his cheeks. Seeing that this tactic had no effect, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He released the Fire Spirit Fairy's arm and said solemnly, "This is an order." The Fire Spirit Fairy giggled, about to continue teasing Xiao Yan, but her face suddenly froze. There, on the center of Xiao Yan's forehead, a vivid, ancient flame mark silently lit up. Though the flame posed no physical harm, it caused the Fire Spirit Fairy's pupils to contract sharply in an instant. The unparalleled fire mark. The Fire Spirit Fairy cried out in shock as a transparent energy membrane instantly spread from her body, enveloping both herself and Xiao Yan. At the same time, a golden flame slowly emerged from the same spot on the Fire Spirit's forehead. After blocking out sound the Fire Spirit looked at Xiao Yan with a changed expression and cautiously asked, "Where is Fire Wushwang, the clan leader?" Upon seeing the flame mark on her forehead, Xiao Yan knew he had guessed correctly. This beautiful woman was indeed from the Yan clan. With the strength of a 7-star martial saint, she was likely one of the top-ranked figures within the Yan clan. The mark on Xiao Yan's forehead was the final token left by Yan Wushwan when she perished in the secret realm. Though it held no power, it was a symbol of her identity, and any member of the Yan clan would recognize it immediately. He has already perished. Xiao Yan's voice grew low as he briefly recounted how Yan Wushwan had been trapped in the martial arts scroll and had his soul imprisoned for over 10,000 years. However, he made no mention of the specifics of the martial arts techniques involved. The 4 words Emperor tier martial arts technique alone were enough to drive even a martial saint into a frenzy. As the saying goes, a man is not guilty for possessing a treasure, and Xiao Yan understood this principle well. Therefore, until now, no one else knew the secret of the martial arts scroll except himself. You want me to take the clan S? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the fire spirit fairy was clearly shocked, but she still nodded slowly. I understand. I'll figure out a way. Seeing her agree without hesitation, Xiao Yan's understanding of the fire mark on his forehead was once again shattered. Could such a simple fire mark truly cause one of the ancient 8 great clans, the Yan clan, to abandon their clan's most treasured artifact? Don't worry. Since you have the peerless fire mark, as long as you come with me to the clan, this matter will certainly be resolved. The fire spirit fairy spoke with great respect. Of course, Xiao Yan understood that this respect was not directed at him, but at the fire mark itself. Tell me about the final trial. Once we exit the Qilin fire vein, I'll accompany you to the Yan clan. The fire spirit fairy nodded, her voice growing much more solemn. The Qilin fire vein has a long history and its own set of rules. Anyone who wishes to take away the must first gain the approval of the flame divine pillars. This is the first step, and also the simplest one. The second step is to find the. As you can see, there are numerous in the Qilin fire vein, and some have already developed sentience. You must not only defeat them but also subdue their will. Some of these have simple minds, while others are stubborn and unyielding. As long as they refuse to submit voluntarily, you cannot take them away. The fire spirit fairy spoke, her face betraying a hint of resentment, clearly having endured some hardships in this endeavor. The final step is the ultimate trial. To take thee out, you must defeat the fire vein guardians. The more you take, the stronger the guardians you must defeat. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows slightly. How strong is it? The fire spirit fairy did not answer directly but raised her eyes and asked in return, do you know the 8 desolation shattering flame? Xiao Yan nodded. The 8 desolation shattering flame ranks 6th on the Yihua Bang, renowned worldwide for its overwhelmingly domineering flame power. Previously, the old alchemist had mentioned it to him, claiming it was the strongest currently possessed by the Yan clan. Sure enough, the fire spirit fairy didn't hold back. Within the Yan clan, there is indeed an 8 desolation eruption flame. However, to be precise, it is merely a subsidiary flame. It was brought back from the Qilin fire vein by the clan leader of the Fire Wurshuan clan over 10,000 years ago. A sub-flame? Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. A sub-flame was no ordinary, only those with both extraordinary spiritual essence and immense power could condense such a flame, such as the mysterious and enigmatic void-swallowing flame within the Soul Hall. The 8 Desolation Annihilation Flame possessed such power 10,000 years ago it was unimaginable how terrifying its true form must be now. Could the guardian you mentioned be him? Xiao Yan hurriedly asked, his hands clenching slightly due to the turmoil in his heart. He was well aware of the growth patterns of power was not solely determined by rank, and the duration of existence was an even more critical factor. A high tier like the 8 Desolation Shattering Flame, which was already ranked 6th on the chart, had been nurtured for tens of thousands of years. Its power was likely beyond even his current strength as a late-stage 5-star martial saint. No wonder the fire spirit fairy had looked so unconvinced when she mentioned the trial earlier. That guy is indeed a tough opponent, the fire spirit fairy smiled, as if knowing what Xiao Yan was thinking. I fought him hundreds of years ago, and even then, I lost by half a move. She paused, then abruptly changed the subject, her tone tinged with resignation. However, even he is only responsible for handling business involving 5 or fewer. So you want to take away 12? Forget about it. 5 or fewer. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, feeling the pressure on his heart surge. If what the fire spirit fairy said was true, the strength of the 8 Desolation Shattering Flames was at least on par with a 7-star martial saint. Such a terrifying existence was merely the trial guardian for 5 rank. What about the trials corresponding to 12 rank? Xiao Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly looked up. Can I absorb thee before the trial? The fire spirit fairy raised an eyebrow, sizing him up. In principle, if that is completely subjugated to you, it is permissible. That's acceptable. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, a hint of joy appearing on his face. He was now a late-stage 5-star martial saint. By absorbing 2 more, he could break through to 6-star martial saint in one go, and his burning technique would also advance to the advanced stage of the heavenly rank. By then, even if he faced a 7-star martial saint, he would have the strength to fight them. However, Chapter 163, The 4 Elders of the Soul Clan. Before Xiao Yan's smile could fade, the fire spirit fairy's eyes flashed with an unusual light. In your current state, can you still absorb? My current situation? Xiao Yan froze upon hearing this, quickly scanning his body from head to toe. His martial energy surged through his veins, confirming he hadn't been poisoned by any strange toxins. He then raised his gaze to the fire spirit fairy, furrowing his brows. What do you mean? It seems you truly don't know. The fire spirit fairy spoke slowly with a knowing expression. Your soul power should also be at the peak of the heaven realm, right? Though I don't know how you managed to control 12 at the same time, according to the ancient records of the Yan clan, 12 is the absolute limit that a heaven realm soul can bear. If you wish to devour more, you must first break through the soul's constraints. Otherwise, the day you forcefully fuse with them will be the day you explode and die. Where did you come up with this theory? How can you be so sure? Xiao Yan's brows furrowed even deeper. Since the ancient Yuan had implanted the restriction within him, he had never used his full strength and hadn't felt any strain when commanding the flames. However, what the fire spirit fairy had said made him take it seriously. Seeing his lingering doubts, the fire spirit fairy snorted lightly. Our Yan clan has also produced a Dou D-level powerhouse, you know. This theory was naturally left behind by that ancient ancestor. If that's the case, this is indeed troublesome. Xiao Yan lowered his eyes in deep thought. He had already reached the peak of the heaven realm. Advancing further into the emperor realm was no easy feat. Soul cultivation was inherently profound and mysterious, relying on sudden enlightenment and accumulation. Achieving a significant breakthrough in a short period of time was virtually impossible. But since he had come this far, leaving with only one or two was not his style. Was there truly no other way? There's no need to rush. The fire spirit fairy saw his worried expression and smiled instead. You could stay here for a few hundred years, cultivate until you reach the 7-star Martial Saint realm, and then go through the trials later. There's no time. Xiao Yan looked up at the fire spirit fairy, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle, and sullenly revealed the news about the Soul clan cultivating living corpses in the southwest continent. Han Yuan Tian? That old man is still alive? Sure enough, the lazy expression on the fire spirit fairy's face vanished instantly. Her red lips parted slightly, and her astonishment was no less than Xiao Yan's when he first saw the state of the Soul Yuan heaven. Xiao Yan nodded. To be precise, he can occasionally revive. The Soul Palace is currently trying to forcibly activate their power in a short period of time. The 4 elders of the Soul clan, Soul Yuan Tian, Soul Sheng Tian, Soul Mia Tian, and Soul Yao, were all killed by Xiao Xian during the battle to annihilate the Xiao clan. Among the 4, Soul Yuan Tian was the weakest. The fire spirit fairy clearly knew these 4 well. After a moment, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes, secretly reviving 4 8-star martial saints? What are those madmen of the Soul clan planning? Her expression shifted rapidly from shock to gravity, and finally hardened into resolve. This is too dangerous. I must return to the clan immediately and consult with the clan leader on a countermeasure. With that, the fire spirit fairy's body was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, and she immediately tore through space and departed. Xiao Yan shook his head and sighed. This woman is in such a hurry. However, fire spirit bringing the news out was a good thing. Soon, the ancient clans and other major clans would also be informed, saving him the trouble of having to relay the message himself. His current task was to focus on improving his strength. The next day, Xiao Yan rose early and, as soon as he stepped out the door, he saw 5 figures who had been waiting there for some time. Master! Not only Hai Yan, but the other 4 flames also bowed respectfully toward Xiao Yan. Since the battle yesterday, these 5 flames had directly recognized Xiao Yan as their master, which came as a surprise to him. According to Hai Yan, they had seen light within Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded. Take me to the place of the trial. Is the master going to participate in the final trial today? The white-robed man formed from the 9 infernal golden ancestral flames was surprised. Among the 5 flames, he was the strongest and most aware of the vast disparity in power between Xiao Yan and the Guardians. Oh, great! Master is taking us out. Hai Yan cheered excitedly. In his heart, Xiao Yan was now an invincible hero, and he had no worries at all. Let's go, Xiao Yan said indifferently. After a night of contemplation, he had ultimately decided to act swiftly. After all, at the late stage of a 5-star martial saint, further enhancing his strength in a short time was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Rather than wasting time, he would rather face the challenge sooner. However, he had also heeded the words of the fire spirit fairy. Although there were many other flames within the Qilin fire vein, greed would lead to failure. Not only was it uncertain whether he could successfully bring them out, but even if he did, it would be extremely difficult to assimilate them in a short period of time. Given that, it was better to focus on the 5 before him. Besides, the 9 netherworld golden ancestral fire and the flame of all living beings were no ordinary flames. Guided by the 5 strange flames, Xiao Yan traversed countless mountain ranges and eventually came to a halt at the edge of an endless sea of magma. This place should be considered the central heartland of the entire fire vein. The lava sea shimmered with an eerie dark purple hue, its surface constantly churning with waves of fire tens of meters high. The crests of the waves danced with pitch-black flames, stirring up chilling winds. The intense wind whistled in their ears, causing a sense of restlessness, and it seemed to have an eerie effect on the mind. At the center of the lava sea stood a peculiar floating black stone palace. The palace was entirely constructed from volcanic obsidian, with ancient flame-like runes covering its walls, casting flickering patterns of light and shadow onto the surrounding lava. The palace floated steadily 100 feet above the lava sea, with no visible support. At the points where its base touched the lava, white steam rose continuously, creating a breathtaking scene of ice and fire intertwined. Elder of the 8 desolations, we disturb you. The 9 netherworld golden ancestral fire spoke slowly, his voice cutting through the lava sea like a sharp sword, slicing open a path through the howling winds. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black figure darted out, floating through the air like a ghost. The figure was entirely enveloped in dense black flames, its features indistinguishable, with only a vague human outline visible. The flames contained no other colors, pure as the deepest night, yet they emitted a heat more terrifying than the lava sea itself. Wherever they passed, even the space itself was scorched, leaving faint ripples in their wake. So soon. The voice emerged from the black flames, ancient and hoarse, indistinguishable as male or female, as if echoing from a time long ago. The moment it reached Xiao Yan's ears, the fighting energy surging around him trembled slightly. 8 Desolation's destruction flame truly lives up to its name. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the black shadow, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a slow step forward. I am Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan. Please grant me your guidance. Chapter 164, The Demon Beast of the Martial Saints? Let's face them together. Xiao clan's Xiao Yan, please grant me your guidance. A soft, sweet voice suddenly rang in his ears, repeating the previous words. Xiao Yan startled, his martial energy surging instantly. As he instinctively looked around, he discovered that the surroundings had been completely transformed. The scorching lava sea and black stone palace that had been there moments ago had vanished without a trace, replaced by an endless sea of flowers. Before him, a cute and playful face was looking up at him. Huali? Where am I? Xiao Yan's mind raced. The scene of his battle with the 8 Desolation Eternal Flame had all been an illusion? The sense of reality was so vivid it could rival the nightmarish fog he had experienced before. This seemingly harmless little girl had hidden such a trick up her sleeve. He. Huali stuck out her tongue at Xiao Yan, wearing a mischievous smile. Of course it's in your dream. Huali laughed lightly. Let me take you to see your 3 opponents in advance. 3? Xiao Yan snapped back to reality, recalling the scenes he had just witnessed. The black flames swirling up from the magma sea. The white mist constantly rising from beneath the black stone palace. 9 Hells Wind Flame, Bone Spirit Cold Fire? Not bad, not too stupid. Huali laughed. The trial always has 3 stages. The 8 Desolation's Lord is just the final gatekeeper, there are 2 others before him. Xiao Yan nodded slowly. This was indeed important information. As one of the guardians, the 9 Nether Wind Flame and Bone Spirit Cold Fire must not be easy to deal with. It seemed like tomorrow would bring another tough battle. Seeing Xiao Yan's solemn expression, Huali spoke in a light-hearted tone, don't frown like that. When Xiao Xin came back, he was much more domineering than you are now. Oh? Xiao Yan asked curiously, how did our ancestor face the challenge? Face them? He didn't even bother. He shattered the 3 guarding the gate with a single palm strike and took them with him. Huali recalled the past, her eyes sparkling with excitement, like a starstruck fan. But don't be discouraged. Though you're still no match for the 8 Desolations, I believe in you. If need be, you can absorb them all beforehand, that'll give you a better chance of winning. Recruit them early? Are you telling me to absorb more? Xiao Yan frowned. Isn't the limit for a Heaven Realm Soul 12? Huali rolled her eyes, unconvinced. I told you not to listen to that old woman. Your cultivation technique is different from theirs. If you rely solely on soul power to suppress them, even your ancestors could only suppress 3. But your cultivation technique is the more, the better. As long as you can find them, 100 wouldn't be a problem. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of joy, mixed with doubt. Really? How do you know all this? Because tens of thousands of years ago, there was someone who practiced the same technique, and he had more than 12 on his body. Huali said it casually, as if she were recounting an ordinary old story. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. This little girl knew about events from tens of thousands of years ago, could she also be in? Just as he was about to ask more, Huali smiled mischievously and leaned closer. As long as you make enough of a commotion when the time comes, I can escape with you. I've been stuck here too long, I've been dying to see the outside world. Seeing the sparkle of anticipation in her eyes, Xiao Yan laughed aloud, deal. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sea of flowers around him receded like a tide. When his vision cleared, it was already broad daylight, and Xiao Yan had returned to the small hut where he had been resting. At that moment, 5 figures stood before the bed, none other than Hai Yan and the 4 other spiritual bodies formed from the. Xiao Yan fixed his gaze on Hai Yan and spoke slowly. Hai Yan, you should already know that there is a sea heart flame within my body. Upon hearing this, Hai Yan's small face showed no hesitation whatsoever, instead, it brimmed with excitement. As long as I can stay by the master's side, I would gladly exist in any form. Xiao Yan's heart stirred slightly, then he turned to the other 4. What about you? Boom boom boom. Several soft explosions rang out in quick succession. Though the sentience of the other was not as developed as Hai Yan's, they responded to Xiao Yan in the most direct manner possible. The room was suddenly filled with several palm-sized flickering flames, the very essence of the. Good. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction. Since these trusted him so much, he absolutely couldn't lose this battle. Although the 8 Desolation's destruction flame was powerful, with the support of 5 additional, he was not without a fighting chance. As for how to absorb the 5 in such a short time? Xiao Yan smiled faintly. System. Draw a card for me. Ding. The Divine Flame Absorption System is at your service. Detecting 11 auxiliary absorption cards currently in your possession. Drawing cards for you? When he returned to the heart of the earth, Xiao Yan's entire demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. The occasional flashes of brilliance in his eyes revealed his current overwhelming strength. This lava sea was as vast and boundless as in his dreams. Standing on the shore, this time experiencing it firsthand, Xiao Yan clearly sensed two hidden auras below. Awu. As Xiao Yan approached, the magma sea suddenly erupted into a 1,000-foot-high wave. A gigantic wolf, entirely covered in dark green scales, leaped out of the waves. The black flames surrounding its body did not burn wildly but instead transformed into a swirling whirlwind. The howling wind carried a piercing screech that seemed to shake the very foundations of one's being. On the other side, beneath the black stone palace, a massive white serpent slowly emerged, its scales shimmering like pearls in the flames. Its forked tongue flickered constantly, and the surging white flames within were none other than the bone spirit's cold fire. As the colossal beast emerged, two overwhelming pressures that had broken through the Dou Shang realm descended, crushing down upon Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. He could clearly sense that the two figures before him were not fire spirits taking shape, but actual demon beasts. Clearly, these two were also elders of the Qilin Fire Clan, having not only reached the Dou Shang stage but also each mastered a powerful. This was what Hua Li had mentioned earlier, the first two obstacles. Challenger, are you ready? The massive wolf glared at Xiao Yan before suddenly speaking in human language. Its strength had already reached the rank of a 2-star martial saint, and even among the 3 great families of the beast domain, it would be considered a supreme elder. The giant serpent behind it was even more terrifying. The bone spirit cold fire it controlled caused even the 9 nether wind flames surrounding the giant wolf to retreat in fear. However, to Xiao Yan, all of this was but a fleeting cloud. Come at me together. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, he slowly lifted his feet, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, far surpassing that of the 2 demon beasts by several times, reaching the 6-star martial saint realm. Chapter 165, The Terrifying 8 Desolation Annihilation Flame. Since cultivating the swallowing abyss last time, Xiao Yan had rarely used the system, but his speed in collecting had not slowed down at all. Starting from the void swallowing flame in his youth, he had successively obtained the fire cloud water flame, sea heart flame, yin yang twin flames, wind rage dragon flame, and the underworld poison flame, as well as the 5 he had just obtained. Each comes with an absorption card, and without realizing it, Xiao Yan had already accumulated an astonishing 11 absorption cards. Combined with the clone cards and explosion cards he had previously set aside, Xiao Yan was now a true powerhouse. Of course, even with so many auxiliary cards, Xiao Yan did not use them carelessly. Within a few days, he continuously absorbed the turtle spirit earth fire, the 9 nether golden ancestral fire, and the life essence flame, but did not use any auxiliary cards. The life flame, though highly ranked, was extremely docile and didn't require much effort from Xiao Yan. The 9 nether golden ancestral fire, though its source was domineering, could be directly suppressed by Xiao Yan's current strength. The only card he used was a brand new auxiliary card he had just unlocked. Ihua melting card. Upon use, it can melt an unabsorbed Ihua and convert it into a large amount of absorbable energy to be injected into the body. This auxiliary card came as a timely solution to Xiao Yan's dilemma. While he already possessed like Feng Nu Long Yan and Hai Xian Yan, their rankings were low and they were not worth upgrading to 2-star, so Xiao Yan directly melted and absorbed them. 3 melting cards transformed the excess into warm energy and injected it into Xiao Yan's body, helping him break through to the 6-star martial saint realm in one go. The massive influx of energy in such a short time might have caused others to mishandle it, leading to unstable qi. However, Xiao Yan relied on the miraculous effects of the system's auxiliary cards to absorb the energy gradually, ensuring steady progress. His 6-star martial saint cultivation was absolutely pure. The giant wolf and giant python's pupils contracted sharply, though startled by Xiao Yan's surging aura, they showed no sign of retreat. Awu. The giant wolf roared and charged forward first, its dark green scales erupting into a layer of phosphorescent light. The 9 underworld wind flames surged violently around its body, and the faint black flames, carrying a 1,000-foot-long lava flow, into a massive spear in mid-air. The spear tip, wrapped in a piercing scream that tore through space, stabbed directly at Xiao Yan's heart. At the same time, the snow-white giant serpent appeared beside the wolf, its snake eyes narrowed into a single line. As its tongue darted out, bone-chilling flames erupted from its body, condensing into a freezing cold current that froze everything in its path. Facing such powerful opponents, they immediately unleashed their signature moves. Even a 4-star martial saint would have to retreat temporarily in the face of their combined might. However, though the 2 attacks were powerful, they couldn't lock onto the enemy at all. Xiao Yan's feet touched the ground, and in the next moment, his figure had already appeared above the 2 colossal beasts. He stomped down with a single foot, as if bearing the weight of 10,000 pounds. In an instant, all attacks shattered, and the 2 demon beasts' massive bodies were like puppets grasped by an invisible giant hand, tracing 2 awkward arcs through the air before crashing heavily thousands of feet away. 8 Desolation's Annihilation Flame, it's your turn. Xiao Yan's voice echoed across the lava sea, carrying an air of arrogance and dominance. 15 streams of swirled around him, intertwining into a dazzling wheel of light, casting the young man's towering figure in a fiery glow, with the surging purple-black lava serving as his backdrop. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the black stone palace, and the figure shrouded in black flames reappeared. This time, without a word, it transformed into a black streak, carrying the scorching heat of a raging inferno, charging straight toward Xiao Yan. Bang bang bang! Black fist shadows rained down like a storm, carrying a domineering gust of wind, unleashing hundreds of punches in an instant. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. The 6 demon phoenix wings on his back suddenly spread out. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, his figure darting through the swarm of fist shadows with remarkable agility. Though his movements seemed chaotic, they followed a hidden pattern. Every time he sidestepped, he perfectly avoided the fist tips, yet his speed did not waver. While blocking the attacks, he also found opportunities to counterattack. Demon Phoenix Step, a celestial tier body technique of the heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. Last time he trapped Huang Tian, Xiao Yan wouldn't have let him escape so easily. Besides the Wind Rage Dragon Flame, he had also obtained the clan's most closely guarded secret. Boom! 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 The clashes of martial energy and flames echoed non-stop, as 2 figures darted across the lava-filled sky so swiftly that even their afterimages were indistinguishable. The giant wolf and white python that had just been knocked away by Xiao Yan were about to return to watch the battle, but upon seeing the scene, they hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. After 100 exchanges, the black figure's fist strikes gradually slowed, and he began to fall into a disadvantage. Xiao Yan's body was enveloped in blazing flames, and he suddenly thrust out a finger. Whoosh! The massive yellow spring's finger swept past the black figure's side. Though it missed its mark, it carved out a massive chasm hundreds of feet deep in the lava below, revealing the pitch-black rock layers beneath. You can't defeat me like this. Use your full strength. Xiao Yan's demon phoenix wings flapped slowly as he spoke calmly. The black shadow before him had reached the 5-star martial saint realm. Though powerful, it was far from what the fire spirit fairy had described. Thus, Xiao Yan concluded that he was holding back his true strength. You've taken 5 strands of the. If I attack with all my strength, you won't be able to withstand it. As the words fell, the black shadow instantly retreated to the top of the black stone palace, facing Xiao Yan from a distance. In the next instant, the space around him suddenly rippled like water, and 6 black figures identical to him slowly emerged from the spatial ripples. They were also enveloped in pure black flames, emanating the same overwhelming aura of a 5-star martial saint. Even the direction and frequency of the flowing flames were identical. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted slightly. He had seen the separation of into subfires before, but he had never witnessed such an eerie division. Ordinary split subfires merely peel off a small portion of the original energy, but the 8 desolation shattering flames had gone a step further, evenly dividing their own power into 7 independent combat entities. 7 5-star martial saints. Such a lineup is more than enough to sweep across the entire Central Plains. If the 7 figures were to merge into one, how terrifying would that existence be? The same principle applies. After reaching the 5-star martial saint realm, the gap between each subsequent realm is as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Currently, Xiao Yan, a 6-star martial saint, can easily defeat every flame of the 8 desolation annihilation Yan, but if he were to face its true form, how much chance would he have? You may return. The voice of the 8 desolation shattering flames echoed simultaneously from the 7 black shadows, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. As the true elder of the Qilin fire vein, despite ranking 6th on the divine fire chart, it had endured countless ages. Over time, its strength had long surpassed the limitations of the rankings. In terms of heritage, it was no less impressive than the mature Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame, and in terms of combat power, it could even hold its own against the 3rd-ranked Pure Lotus Demon Flame. Seeing Xiao Yan's somber expression and his refusal to retreat, the 7 black shadows raised their hands simultaneously. Black flames surged violently, dyeing the entire sky above pitch black. The waves of the magma sea came to a sudden halt under the overwhelming pressure, before surging skyward. A black flame pillar, 100 zhang wide, shot straight into the sky, tearing open a crack in that space. The voice of the 8 desolations destruction flame rang out once more. The exit is here. If you dare, fight. Chapter 166, The Flaming Realm's Turmoil. Today, I will not retreat. Xiao Yan shook his head slowly, as the overwhelming aura within him surged forth. As the saying goes, the first charge is fierce, the second weakens, and the third exhausts. Since he had come here today, there was no reason for him to retreat. So let us begin. Seeing this, the 8 desolation shattering flames said nothing more. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, the figure standing atop the black stone palace raised its arm. The other 6 figures suddenly darted out, then merged in pairs mid-air, instantly transforming into 3 towering black flames, each over 100 zhang tall. The momentum flowing from each black flame directly surpassed that of a 6-star martial saint, even surpassing Xiao Yan's own aura. Kill! The 3 black figures roared simultaneously, and the black flames in the sky coalesced into 3,000-foot-long flaming spears, carrying the domineering might to incinerate all things, forming a triangular assault and charging toward Xiao Yan. Transform into crystal! Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he charged forward. Golden light erupted, and his entire body transformed into a colossal golden giant. Clang! The three flaming spears crashed into Xiao Yan with overwhelming force, yet they only sparked a few sparks. Xiao Yan, however, neither dodged nor retreated, instead launching a punch toward the black shadow above the black stone palace. To capture the thief, first capture the king. Though the three black shadows were powerful, Xiao Yan knew that the true core of control lay within the final black shadow. If he could take him down, the battle would end swiftly. Poof! However, Xiao Yan caught a fleeting glimpse of a human-like smile on the black shadow's face. Yellow Spring's finger. Yellow Spring's palm. Xiao Yan's heart trembled, and he immediately unleashed two heaven-rank martial arts techniques. His burning technique had now broken through to the advanced stage of the quasi-heavenly rank, and his martial energy recovery speed was truly terrifying. The fire-attributed energy of the entire Qilin fire vein was converging toward him invisibly. This was his greatest advantage in fighting opponents of a higher rank. Whoosh! Golden fingerprints collided with a colossal palm capable of shattering the heavens, crashing down and shattering the surrounding space, instantly reaching the vicinity of the Black Stone Palace. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire fire vein. The six-feathered demon phoenix wings flapped, and Xiao Yan's body twisted through several arcs, dodging the three figures chasing him from behind. His expression grew solemn as he stared at the sight of the explosion. He knew full well that these two techniques alone were insufficient to defeat the 8 desolation-shattering flames, which were at least heaven-tier techniques. Yet this opponent didn't even bother to dodge? It seems I underestimated you. As the smoke and dust cleared, the once black stone palace had been reduced to nothingness, and a constantly expanding black flame came into view. With a low growl, the three black shadows pursuing Xiao Yan in the air suddenly disintegrated, transforming into 6 streaks of light that flew back. The black flames surrounding them surged simultaneously, their flames beginning to intertwine and fuse. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The outlines of the 7 black shadows gradually overlapped within the black flames, and the aura they emitted grew increasingly terrifying. The purple-black lava sea boiled violently under the overwhelming pressure. In just 10 breaths, a gigantic black figure over 1,000 feet tall emerged between heaven and earth. The black flames surrounding the giant no longer flowed but solidified into dark silver armor, and the overwhelming aura surged from the peak of 6-star Martial Saint all the way up. 7-star initial stage. 7-star mid-stage. 7-star late stage. The aura continued to rise, nearly breaking through the constraints of an 8-star Martial Saint, closing in on the existence of the Soul Yuan Heaven. At the same time, in the Yen clan's domain, a towering black pavilion hundreds of zhang tall stood at the center of the Yen realm, visible from every corner of the realm. The tower is surrounded by layers of seals and restrictions, making it nearly impossible for even ordinary Dou Zun level experts to break through. The tower is divided into 9 floors, with hundreds of purple gold fire pits on each lower floor, burning flames of varying grades. The Burning Heaven Pavilion is where the Yen clan stores their flames. Boom! At a certain moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the pinnacle of the tower. Black flames shot into the sky, and the terrifying heat they contained instantly reduced the massive fire pearl that had been suppressing the tower for over 10,000 years to ashes. What's happening? Upon hearing the commotion, 4 elderly figures darted out from all 4 directions of the pavilion. Their auras were powerful, clearly having reached the peak of the martial sovereign realm. Upon seeing the rampaging black flames, the 4 guardian elders' expressions changed drastically. They quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Flame wall, seal. 4 crimson-red barriers of martial energy materialized out of thin air, resembling 4 impenetrable walls of fire, attempting to trap the black flames within. However, the 4 barriers were instantly incinerated into nothingness as soon as they came into contact with the flames. What was even more terrifying was that the flames throughout the entire Burning Heaven Pavilion seemed to have been summoned. The beast flames at the lower levels began to stir, causing the flames on the upper floors to emit uneasy hums. Wave after wave of heat broke through the pavilion's defenses, dyeing the surrounding sky with patches of red. As everyone stood frozen in panic, a purple figure slowly materialized before the tower. The old man's robes fluttered, and a deep blue stream of martial energy suddenly shot out from his sleeves, transforming into a vast ocean-like torrent that instantly engulfed the entire tower. Fire Glow Elder. The 4 guard elders hurried forward to pay their respects, their tone filled with reverence. Fire Glow nodded slightly, but his expression remained solemn. The Burning Heaven Pavilion housed numerous high-grade flames, especially the 2 flames ranked in the top 10 of the on the upper 2 floors. If they were to completely lose control, even he, a 4-star Martial Saint, would struggle to suppress them. Sure enough, before he could catch his breath, the black flames on the roof surged forth once more. This time, they coalesced into a pitch-black humanoid figure. With a single collision, it shattered the protective barrier he had set up. Quick, go fetch the clan leader. Huayao roared, his hands moving swiftly as he began to activate the seals surrounding the Burning Heaven Pavilion. One after another, fiery red runes that seemed almost tangible lit up in the air, swiftly transforming into hundreds of chains that coiled around the black figure like living serpents, binding its limbs tightly. Oomph! The pitch-black figure let out a strange cry as black flames erupted from its body, instantly burning through all the approaching symbol chains. Without looking back, it tore through space and vanished. Before Huayao could react, the spatial fissure began to violently tremble without warning. A deafening roar echoed from within, and the black figure that had just escaped suddenly flew back through the void. Immediately afterward, a golden light shaped like a triangular cone descended from the sky, transforming into a cage that trapped it. Seeing this, Huayao's eyes lit up, and the tension on his face finally eased into a smile. "This kid is in such a hurry, isn't he?" A lazy yet seductive voice echoed through the air, and the demonically beautiful figure of the fire spirit fairy slowly materialized. With a flick of her jade-like fingers, 3 golden runes flew from Huo Ling's fingertips, embedding themselves precisely into the 3 sides of the golden light cage, firmly suppressing the black flames struggling within. "Xiao Yan, I can only help you this far." Chapter 167, Imperial Tier Combat Technique, 10,000 fires incinerate the heavens. Within the Qilin fire vein, the colossal figure that obscured the sky took a single step, sending the entire lava sea surging upward in a 10,000-foot-high wave. All the lava then converged back into the colossus's body, becoming its nourishment. Xiao Yan's heart raced uncontrollably. Even with prior preparation, experiencing such terrifying pressure firsthand left him gasping for breath. At this moment, the giant's strength was only a step away from that of Han Yuan Tian, whom he had encountered in the Soul Hall. Of course, this did not mean that Xiao Yan had no chance. Back then, when he faced Han Yuan Tian, the latter was an 8-star martial saint, while Xiao Yan was only at the initial stage of 5-star. Now, Xiao Yan's strength had reached the initial stage of 6-star. In this battle, the advantage still lay with him, not the enemy. "Let's settle this with a single move." A resolute gleam flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. "Clan mark, manifest." After tracing the clan mark, Xiao Yan no longer needed to activate the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations. With a mere flick of his wrist, his aura surged instantly, nearly reaching the late 6th rank realm. As the 8 Desolations destruction flame fused with the sublime fire, Xiao Yan naturally wouldn't stand idly by. 10,000 fires, imprison the dragon. With a loud shout, 5 flames of different colors shot into the sky, forming a sea of fire that surrounded the black giant at the center. However, the 8 Desolation destruction flame, as the 6th ranked flame on the divine flame chart, proved its worth. Though the 5 divine flames were controlled by Xiao Yan to form a wall of fire, they were constantly twisted and deformed by the black flames emanating from the giant's body, trembling precariously, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Xiao Yan understood clearly that even a single flame he could summon would be no match for the 8 Desolation shattering flames. Of course, he had no intention of fighting alone. What he wanted was a group fight. 10,000 flames, return to the void. His hand seals shifted rapidly, and streams of flames sliced through space, forming a dazzling cage of fire in the air. Xiao Yan exhaled deeply. The 8 Desolation Destruction Flames combat style was extremely ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. They attacked with relentless ferocity from the start. If he waited for them to fuse successfully, he would have no choice but to fail. Though this wasn't his first time fighting against a higher tier opponent, the situation this time was particularly unique. He had no other options left. To defeat the 8 Desolation Eradication Flame, he could only rely on that martial art technique. 10,000 fires, bury the heavens. Boom! As 9 flames of different colors swirled like whirlpools at the array's center, a scent of destruction quietly spread across the sky. The 10,000 fires burying the heavens array, left behind by the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. Before this, Xiao Yan had practiced countless times and failed countless times. But today, he must succeed. As the runes surrounding the array gradually solidified in the void, the blurry eyes of the black giant flickered with a hint of panic for the first time. The array Xiao Yan had activated reminded him of a scene from tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, that person had also conquered the entire Qilin fire vein using this array. Roar! The black giant roared wildly, glanced in a certain direction, and finally ceased waiting, beginning to condense his true form. Although the subfire was still missing one unreturned strand, he had no time to delay further. From the martial art technique this human had unleashed, he had rarely felt such a sense of threat. Guarding the Qilin fire vein was his duty, so he would not spare any effort. Seeing the movements of the 8 Desolations destruction flame, Xiao Yan's heart tightened. He knew the situation was urgent and immediately pushed his soul power to its limits. In his mind, the array techniques left by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint kept flashing before his eyes. The Pure Lotus Demon Saint was indeed one of the strongest beings of all time. With his intuition, he was already very close to mastering this martial art, but he ultimately failed due to an insufficient number of mystical flames. With the secrets he had left behind, combined with Xiao Yan's and the unique environment of the Qilin fire vein. With the right time, place, and circumstances, Xiao Yan didn't know what else he lacked. He only knew that he couldn't lose. Damn it, 10,000 fires cremation heaven array, condense. 8 desolations, return to your positions. Two furious roars echoed simultaneously above the fire vein. The 8 desolations were shattered, and the fusion was complete. The black giant now had black flames swirling around him, their intensity several times greater than before. The overwhelming aura he emitted was just a hair's breadth away from reaching the level of an 8-star martial saint. Every movement he made caused the entire Qilin fire vein to tremble. However, at the same time, Xiao Yan had also succeeded. With a loud roar, the 9 swirling flames in the sky suddenly exploded. Billions of fire threads swirled like a starry river, instantly intertwining to form a massive array spanning thousands of miles. As the runes swirled, a majestic and ancient figure of an ancient emperor slowly emerged. The figure raised its hand and pointed, causing the entire array to burst into light, transforming the gloomy lava sea into a world of crystal and glass. This was the true form of the 10,000 flames burning heaven array. The array formed by the 9 had already reached the advanced stage of the heavenly realm. Though not its final form, it was the highest level martial art technique Xiao Yan could currently wield. Xiao Yan possessed 15, but being able to devour so many did not mean he could command them all simultaneously. With his current soul power, being able to command 9 and successfully unleash the 10,000 fires cremation heaven array was already a stroke of luck. Under the array's coverage, the energy of the 9 was released to an unprecedented extent. The 9 underworld golden ancestral fire transformed into a young general clad in golden armor, wielding a 300 zhang long golden fire sword. He charged toward the giant's head without fear of death, and wherever his sword chi passed, the black flames along the way could not withstand it. The 9 dragon thunder gangs transformed into 9 silver fire dragons, their bodies wrapped in purple lightning, roaring as they charged upward. Lightning and flames intertwined, erupting in deafening explosions. The fallen heart flame transformed into countless transparent threads of fire, like maggots clinging to bones, wrapping around the giant's joints and constantly burning through the gaps in its armor. Bang! 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 The giant formed from the 8 desolation shattering flames stood motionless, using only its physical form to withstand the assault of the 9. Occasionally, it would swing a fist, and the black flames swirling around it would send a single reeling back 100 zhang, its flame form becoming blurred and indistinct. The battle did not last long. The light of the 10,000 fires cremation heaven array gradually dimmed, and the 9 streams of S attacks grew increasingly sluggish. Yet the black giant remained as powerful as ever, its aura even showing signs of rising. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth, forcing back the blood rising in his throat. Had it not been for the high-tier cultivation technique constantly absorbing the energy of the heavens and earth, he would have been unable to sustain the array for much longer. The might of the 8 desolation shattering flames had far surpassed his expectations. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's breath stalled, as if he had reached a bottleneck. Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn. He knew that was the restriction left behind by the ancient Yuan within his body. In the past, Xiao Yan had always been cautious, even refraining from directly using his martial energy. But today, he had no choice but to disregard such precautions. If this continued, he would certainly be defeated today. He could, of course, go down and cultivate for a while, as the fire spirit had suggested, returning after several decades. But by then, would he be able to defeat him? The word retreat did not exist in his vocabulary. Moreover, Xiao Yan was truly curious about what the imperial tier martial art said to be formed by gathering 10 would look like. Tun Yuan, it's your turn. Chapter 168, the imperial tier battle technique emerges. Despite being trapped within Xiao Yan's array, the 8 desolation shattering flames seemed unaffected, their voice rumbling like thunder across a sea of lava, carrying the dominance of thousands of years. It slowly raised both arms, and 2 black flames rapidly expanded between its palms, transforming into 2 colossal black palms that obscured the sky. The ferocity of its aura rivaled that of a human tier advanced martial art. 8 desolations extinction. With a thunderous roar, the 2 black palms crashed down like inverted mountains, shattering the heavens with their overwhelming might. Boom! 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 Several muffled explosions echoed, and the 9 in the array were flung backward. The young general formed from the 9 netherworld golden ancestral fire had his golden sword shatter inch by inch, his body embedded in the molten lava below, and the golden flames around him suppressed by the remaining black flames, leaving only faint embers. Even though the 9 netherworld golden ancestral fire had blocked most of the attacks, the other 8 were in no better condition. Several weaker ones were directly struck back into their original forms as the 8 desolation destruction flames, who had not moved, struck with such force that the 9 were left utterly helpless. Puff! At the same time, Xiao Yan was struck as if by a heavy hammer, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood as his body swayed wildly in mid-air. The 10,000 fires cremation heaven array was connected to his soul, and when they were suppressed, his soul also suffered a certain degree of damage. Your tricks end here. The black giant withdrew his massive palm, and the black flames at its center slowly retracted. Return. This array is indeed powerful, but you are too weak. Is that so? Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly, letting the blood drip from the corners of his mouth. An inexplicable urge from his soul caused his blood to surge, and at that moment, he no longer cared about the seals or restrictions. Swallow the abyss. Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, a massive black monstrous face suddenly appeared above the black giant's head, lunging toward the neck of the 8 desolation shattering flame. G. The moment the black face appeared, flames erupted all around the 8 desolation destruction flame, causing it to emit a sharp, piercing scream. However, Swallowing Abyss was merely a juvenile stage, and its power paled in comparison to that of the 8 desolation destruction flame. The black giant's flame surged outward, forming another massive hand beside its head, which it slammed toward the black monstrous face with tremendous force. With a single strike, it sent the Swallowing Abyss flying back. The black giant's pupils suddenly contracted, void-swallowing flames? Poof! The Swallowing Abyss retreated rapidly, transforming into the form of an 11 or 12-year-old child, but his face remained utterly arrogant. Though he was still in his juvenile stage, the innate talent of the void-swallowing flames gave him the confidence to look down on all other flames. A single cold snort caused the black giant to tremble once more. Return to your positions, 10,000 Fires Cremation Heaven Array. Borrow your power to activate once more. Xiao Yan had no strength left to say more. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he channeled all his remaining soul energy into a thread of void, connecting it to Swallowing Abyss's source. This void-devouring flame had been born from Xiao Yan himself. It looked down on all other flames, but Xiao Yan's commands were always obeyed without question. In a sense, he and Xiao Yan had become one entity. At Xiao Yan's command, the flames surrounding the Swallowing Abyss surged violently, like a black lightning bolt darting into the center of the array. Hovering above the 9 suppressed, he opened his small mouth and devoured all the black flame shackles left behind by the 8 desolation shattering flames. As his body entered the array's core, the previously dim burial heaven array suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light. Without Xiao Yan needing to activate it again, an ancient emperor's illusory figure reappeared at the center of the array. As the void-devouring flames were infused into it, the ancient emperor's illusory form began to grow at a visible speed, expanding to 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, ultimately transforming into a golden giant that reached the heavens and pierced the earth. The giant's head pierced through the clouds above, its feet rooted deep into the earth below, and the imperial aura emanating from its body caused the entire Qilin fire vein to tremble. At that moment, all creatures of the Qilin fire vein felt their hearts race and stared in disbelief at the golden figure. The face of the ancient emperor's illusory form was identical to that of Xiao Yan. Before that illusory figure, the 1,000-foot-tall giant formed by the 8 desolations shattering flames shrank rapidly, like a balloon with a hole in it. Within the Qilin fire vein, all flames, regardless of their rank, transformed into their most primal flame state. The tips of the flames trembled and lowered themselves, bowing respectfully toward the illusory figure. Even the red sun on the horizon faded away silently, transforming into a deep yellow chaos. At the same time, not only the Qilin fire vein, but every corner of the continent, whether above or below the heavens, was engulfed in a storm of changing colors. Those ancient figures that had lain dormant for thousands of years all awoke simultaneously at this moment, their stunned eyes all turning toward the void. In the next instant, all the flames across the Battle Chi continent erupted into a frenzy, as if welcoming the return of a king. Fire, come! From the Qilin fire vein, a golden silhouette slowly uttered 2 words. In an instant, vibrant flames tore through mountains, sliced through the void, and drifted into the array. This single command gathered over half of the flames within the fire vein. They listed the 23rd ranked flame, but this did not mean there were only 23 in the heavens and earth. The once domineering 8 desolation destruction flame now curled up into a palm-sized ball, like a child who had done something wrong. A golden illusory figure swept its gaze around the area, then with a wave of its hand, a vortex of nothingness swept up all the flames within the array, carrying the unconscious young man toward the spatial fissure above. The 10,000 Flames Cremation Heaven Array was not only a defensive and offensive formation but also a technique for manipulating. At the moment the array was fully activated, it actually summoned the illusory form of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. Among the vast army, there were countless, but within the fire veins, not a single person or flame dared to block the way. Faced with that natural pressure, even the 8 desolation shattering flames nearly threw themselves into it without hesitation. Where was there any desire to fight? Within the ascending vortex, strange flames drifted slowly, flowing into the unconscious Xiao Yan's body, gradually restoring his battered form. After continuously absorbing several flames, Xiao Yan's energy was now boundless, and his body even swelled slightly. However, the flames surrounding him were still countless. Suddenly, a crimson light flashed from Xiao Yan's fingertips, emitting a powerful suction force that drew all the remaining into it. The ancient emperor's illusory figure, witnessing this scene, finally nodded in satisfaction. As his form touched the spatial fissure, it dissolved into nothingness. At the same time, a pink figure suddenly appeared, embracing the unconscious Xiao Yan and rushing headlong into the spatial fissure. Huali? Upon seeing the figure, the 8 desolation shattering flames below cried out in shock, Xian Huang, that's Huali. Above the Qilin fire vein, a warm sun slowed, and an ancient sigh echoed from within. Let her go. Her choice is not bad. Chapter 169, The 8 Clans Stir. Soul Realm. In this space that never saw the light of day, multiple figures had gathered a rare sight. Black robes fluttered in the chilling wind, resembling moving shadows. Even those ancient demons who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years had emerged from the void. Every being shrouded in black robes emanated an overwhelming aura of power, all of them being battle saints of the highest caliber. Yet, at this moment, every word spoken carried an unmistakable excitement. An emperor tier cultivation technique has emerged? How is that possible? What else do you think could have happened? Didn't you feel the earth tremble just now? What else could cause the laws of the soul realm to tremble besides an emperor tier artifact appearing? An emperor tier cultivation technique, emperor tier combat arts, emperor tier pills. Regardless of which one has emerged, it is no ordinary matter. For a moment, opinions ran wild. It was hard to imagine that these powerful beings, who had long since reached the pinnacle of the continent, would one day gather together like ants on a hot pot. Hunyuzi, has the clan leader awakened? Among the crowd, everyone turned their gaze toward a young figure, their voices tinged with urgency. Hanshuzi furrowed his brows as he listened to the others, his expression growing grim. Suddenly, his figure flickered, and he vanished into the shadows like a ghost, disappearing in an instant. Deep within the soul realm, in a space shrouded by layers of enveloping energy, there was no sky or earth, only a vast expanse of chaotic void. A middle-aged man dressed in gray-white robes stood motionless before the void before him. He appeared scholarly and refined, resembling a well-read scholar. If encountered by ordinary people, no one would ever guess that such a man was the most powerful being in the entire Soul Clan. Beside him, a chaotic black flame floated in the air, violently swirling and emitting a bone-chilling hum. Each tremor caused ripples to spread through the space. Huan Shuzi appeared silently at the edge of the space. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's state and the restless black flame, he wisely suppressed his aura, stood by with hands lowered, and even slowed his breathing. After a long while, the middle-aged man finally shook his head slowly. The once jet-black hair at his temples had sprouted a few strands of silver, and his face seemed to have aged decades in an instant. His voice was hoarse, tinged with confusion. Why? I can't find him. Huan Shuzi hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Clan leader, this might just be a coincidence. With no source energy to nourish it, an emperor-grade elixir could never have been created. If it's merely an emperor-tier cultivation technique or combat art, with your clan leader's peak strength, there's no need to worry. Not worth worrying about. The middle-aged man turned around, a meaningful smile on his face. His calm gaze fell on Hanshuzi, yet despite the absence of any pressure, the latter felt his heart skip a beat, as if gripped by an invisible force. Who is it? Who stole my source power? At that moment, the black flame suddenly erupted violently, and a blurry human figure flickered within the flames, emitting a series of sharp, eerie screams. Why can't I see clearly? This damned pressure. Is it the ancient emperor? The abnormal changes in the flames caused the middle-aged man's brows to furrow slightly, and the hesitation in his eyes vanished instantly. No more waiting, act now. Hunyuzi looked up in shock. But clan leader, what about Void Lord's condition? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with determination. Useless. It's just a spirit clan member. Can't you handle it yourselves? We obey your orders. Yan Jia. Within the burning heaven pavilion, the once turbulent flames now obediently curled around the purple-gold fire basin, their flickers so faint they seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Even the most defiant 8 desolation-shattering flames had retracted their fiery might. Such a scene was utterly unprecedented. Gazing at the awe-inspiring scene of all the flames extinguished, the fire spirit fairy felt a dryness in her throat and hesitated. Is this commotion caused by Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan? The Xiao clan member you mentioned who possesses the peerless fire mark? Fire Yao Elder's eyes lit up. If he had known that he had already encountered Xiao Yan and narrowly missed a single strike from an emperor-tier martial art technique, he would have been utterly astonished. Before he could finish speaking, a rough voice as loud as a bell suddenly interrupted. Where is he? Fire Spirit Fairy and Fire Yao Elder turned simultaneously to see a middle-aged man who had appeared behind them without anyone noticing. He was clad in crimson robes, his aura smooth and rounded, as if he were a walking embodiment of the very essence of flame. As soon as he appeared, all the flickering flames within the burning heaven pavilion, which had grown dim, burst into life once more as if quenched by a long-awaited rain, causing the air itself to grow several degrees hotter. The middle-aged man gently waved his hand, instantly restoring the dilapidated pavilion to its original state. He then turned to look at Fire Spirit. No matter where he is, we must find him. Among the ancient 8 clans and the 8 great realms, only the Xiao clan knew nothing of what had happened, dismissing it as an earthquake. The remaining 7 clans were in an uproar. However, the Ling clan, Shi clan, and Yao Zone, though shocked, had no leads to follow, and could only tremble in fear. At that moment, within the ancient realm, in the ancient clan's council hall, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard spoke urgently. Clan leader, could the commotion earlier be caused by an emperor-tier cultivation technique or combat art emerging? Perhaps. After all, I have never seen anything like it before, replied Gu Yuan, the clan leader, with a gentle smile, remaining calm and composed. Upon hearing his confirmation, the others' faces immediately darkened with worry. A burly man on the left, as sturdy as a tower, suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes flashing with determination. I have already dispatched the elite troops of the Black Oblivion Army to investigate. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must uncover the truth. An elder behind him nodded. We fear it might be the work of the Soul Clan. They've been acting rather restless lately. Another elder interjected, regardless of which clan it is, having an emperor-tier combat technique in someone else's hands is ultimately a major threat. At this, everyone glanced at Gu Yuan, whether intentionally or not. Since Xiao Xian's death and the severe injuries of the Soul Heaven Emperor, Gu Yuan had been the strongest of the ancient 8 clans for 1,000 years. However, if someone had obtained an imperial-tier martial art or technique, even the ancient clan might not be able to match them. Gu Yuan remained unfazed, tapping his fingertips on the jade cup in a slow rhythm. Rest assured, if those old fools make a move, I'll be the first to know. Seeing this, the elders asked in unison, Clan leader, could it be that you already know who it is? Gu Yuan merely shook his head with a smile. Just then, the space outside the hall suddenly rippled, and a figure clad in black armor stumbled out. Tribe Chief. Report to the Tribe Chief and the elders. The Black Oblivion Army has important news to report. The heavily built man from earlier hurriedly asked, have you found him? No, it's the pure lotus demon fire, the seal is about to break. Chapter 170, Soul Collapse, Cultivation Back to Zero? Clang, clang. Xiao Yan awoke to the sound of tremors, his entire body racked by unbearable pain. He fainted once more. When he awoke again, it was the next day. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes and immediately checked his condition. Poor. Only one word could describe it, bad, very bad, extremely bad. In Xiao Yan's memory, he had merely channeled the power of the swallowing abyss into the 10,000 fires cremation heaven array. However, due to the collapse of his soul power, he had fainted immediately. What happened in the final battle? Where was he now? Had he left the Qilin fire vein? All of this was unknown to Xiao Yan. Since waking up, he had felt an overwhelming chaos within his body, as if a group of madmen were engaged in a brutal brawl inside him. To some extent, he had already lost control of his own body. On the surface, he appeared unharmed, but in reality, he couldn't muster even a shred of fighting energy or soul power. Even breathing felt like a sin, and despite possessing a high-tier celestial-grade cultivation technique, he was unable to activate it. Throughout his entire life, Xiao Yan had never suffered such severe injuries. Whether it was being beaten to the brink of death by the star-plucking old demon or surviving a perilous journey through a wormhole, he had never endured such devastation. Ha! Young man, you're awake? Suddenly, a straightforward voice rang out, and a burly middle-aged man appeared in Xiao Yan's field of vision. Upon seeing him, Xiao Yan's pupils contracted sharply, and he fainted once more. Brother, didn't you say he was already awake? Did you scare him unconscious again? It's possible. This kid doesn't have any martial energy fluctuations in his body. He is probably just an ordinary person. The loud shot Brother Chon just made would have scared even a wild bull to death. You call that saving him? You've probably just doomed him. Enough of that. Get out of here and set up camp. A series of hearty laughs drifted into Xiao Yan's ears as he slowly regained consciousness. He could feel his body slowly repairing itself, but due to the severity of his injuries, the process was extremely slow. In other words, at this moment, aside from his handsome appearance, he was no different from an ordinary person. Cough, cough. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan suddenly began to cough violently. He is awake. Hearing the cough, there was a commotion nearby. Xiao Yan slowly sat up, looking around at the ceiling and curtains of the carriage. No doubt about it, he was inside a horse-drawn carriage. Young man, are you awake? The curtain was lifted, revealing several large heads peering inside with curiosity. Han Chong, big brother. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and said, do you know me? The leader of the group froze, exchanging glances with the others, all looking puzzled. Thank you all for saving me again. Xiao Yan kept the word again to himself, as he recognized these men well, though he had only met them once before. Back then, when he first left the northwest continent and headed towards Central Plains, Xiao Yan had encountered a spatial storm. It was during that incident that he had met this group of honest and straightforward Han family guards. No doubt about it, the scene before him was almost identical to that of years past. He had actually returned to Central Plains and ended up in the northern region of Central Plains once again. The only difference was that back then, Xiao Yan had at least retained his soul power, but this time, he was completely useless. The Han family's guards in Tianbei City regularly went out to escort supplies, and coincidentally, this time, Xiao Yan was picked up by them again. After a brief conversation, everyone went off to work. Han Chong assumed Xiao Yan had overheard his name earlier and didn't think much of it. After comforting him, he left Xiao Yan to recover on his own. What a coincidence! Xiao Yan murmured to himself, then began to carefully examine his body. What he saw was shocking. Xiao Yan's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he struggled to suppress a scream. Within his body, there were suddenly 5 more streams of? Xiao Yan had no idea where these came from, and some of them he didn't even recognize at all. The dark red one, constantly erupting energy outward, should be volcanic stone flame. The purple-black one, shaped like swirling wind, was likely the nine nether wind flame. However, there were also emerald green, light blue, and pale purple flames, all emitting the unique aura of, but even Xiao Yan couldn't identify them. However, the culprit had finally been identified. The infusion of the five had made Xiao Yan's energy reserves incredibly abundant, which was also why he appeared unscathed on the surface. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Yan would have been overjoyed, but now these few had become a problem. At the time, to activate the 10,000 fires burning heaven array, Xiao Yan had nearly exhausted all his strength, causing his soul power to collapse and making it difficult to mobilize. The 9 most powerful within his body were now on the brink of collapse. The remaining 6 were all ranked at the bottom of the rankings. Though their combined power was still formidable, absorbing the other 5 in one go was clearly a daunting task. Over the past few days, while Xiao Yan was unconscious, the 11 directly used his body as a battlefield, engaging in an intense tug of war. The 6 old had fused together, while the newly injected, led by the 9 nether wind flames, united to attack the old, forcing them into retreat. Once things settled slightly, the 5 new began to fight among themselves, each seeking to devour the others and dominate alone. As a result, Xiao Yan suffered severe internal injuries. It was only because his body, that of a 6-star martial saint, was sufficiently powerful that he survived. Even a 1-star martial saint would have exploded and perished long ago. The condition of his body was too complex, so Xiao Yan set it aside for now and focused his attention on his brow. Sure enough, the martial arts scroll left by the ancient Emperor Tuoshi, which had been hidden within his body, had vanished without a trace. It seemed that at the last moment, the scroll had played a crucial role, granting him the opportunity to break through the Qilin fire vein. Upon discovering this, Xiao Yan could only smile wryly. As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities are destined for great fortune. Regardless of what had happened to him, as long as he had awakened, there was still hope. Once his body had fully recovered, he would consume each of these one by one. His strength would then surge once more. Swallow the abyss. Xiao Yan silently called out in his mind, but the familiar little creature did not appear. He could only inject his soul force into the fiery red ring to investigate. Boom! The world within the storage ring had already turned into a boiling sea of fire. Dull rumbling echoed from all directions, with flames of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The multicolored flames blinded Xiao Yan's eyes. Each flame was the size of a palm, bound by the spatial rules of the ring into their own little worlds, distinct from one another yet connected by invisible energy threads, forming a dazzlingly beautiful flame constellation. If the within his body before were like feuding warlords, each ruling their own domain, then the space ring was a true melting pot of 100 schools of thought, a vast and ever-changing landscape. What shocked Xiao Yan even more was that all of these were actually. Chapter 171, A New Realm Every Day. SSSHH. Xiao Yan's consciousness transformed into a tiny soul figure, floating in the void of the storage ring's world. When he clearly saw the vast sea of flames before him, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The number of hidden within was estimated to be at least 2 or 30, yet in all his lifetimes, he had only managed to collect 15. Now, this storage ring suddenly contained dozens more? What on earth is happening? Xiao Yan was both shocked and overjoyed. Though these appeared to be in their early stages, they were still. As long as they were, he could devour them, and his burning technique could evolve. If he were to absorb all these flames into his body, his burning technique might directly evolve to the Emperor tier. An Emperor tier cultivation technique paired with Emperor tier combat techniques. The sheer might of that is simply unimaginable. Xiao Yan's eyes burned as he scanned all the flames. Among them, some had already taken on vague forms: firebirds flapping their wings as if ready to fly, an old man sitting cross-legged, and galloping horses with hooves trampling flames, all lifelike. At the edge of this dazzling sea of flames, a familiar human figure was curled up within the flames. Xiao Yan looked at the figure pretending to sleep with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Tun Yuan. In Swallow Abyss's hand, a faintly flickering blue flame trembled. Its source had clearly been damaged, its edges now dull and lifeless. A few sparks still danced at the corner of Swallow Abyss's mouth, which he hadn't had time to wipe away. After being caught red-handed by Xiao Yan, Swallow Abyss slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, gave a wicked smile, and sucked the remaining half of the blue flame into his abdomen. As the flame entered his body, Swallowing Abyss's height silently increased by half an inch. Now, he was nearly the size of a fully grown man. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in shock. How much of MY did you eat? Having eaten his fill, Swallowing Abyss couldn't care less. He yawned and soon drifted off to sleep. Xiao Yan was also helpless, but upon second thought, this void-devouring flame would eventually be his anyway, so feeding it to maturity sooner was a good thing. After inspecting the area, Xiao Yan finally withdrew his soul power. After some rest and recuperation, his body had begun to gradually return to normal, and Xiao Yan's strength was slowly recovering. Currently, his combat energy and soul power were equivalent to that of a combat master. There was no way around it. With his soul shattered and his source damaged, Xiao Yan could only recover bit by bit. However, there was one advantage: before he fully recovered, the Soul Clan should still be unable to detect his presence. The next day, Xiao Yan's strength had recovered to the level of a great martial artist, and he began to walk on his own. As expected, it was the Han family's convoy, but this time, there was more than just the young girl from before in charge of the convoy. "You're the one Han Chong saved, aren't you?" The slender legs wrapped in a purple robe caught Xiao Yan's eye. Seeing Han Shue's fair face again, with its hint of coldness, Xiao Yan felt an unusual sense of familiarity. "What are you laughing at?" Han Shui furrowed her brows, seeing Xiao Yan staring at her legs and smiling. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she said angrily, "The Han family doesn't take in useless people. If you want to stay, find something to do. We don't welcome idlers." Before Han Shui had gone far, another pair of even more voluptuous legs came to a stop in front of Xiao Yan. The legs were wrapped in a moon-white skirt, moving gracefully, with the hem swaying gently with each step, revealing a sliver of snow-white calf. "Shui is young and impatient. There's no need to take her seriously." Han Yu's voice was as gentle as water. She was taller than Han Shui, and her eyebrows and eyes exuded a mature charm. "Since you're injured, you should rest first. Once we arrive in Tianbei City, we'll find an alchemist to treat you." At this point in time, several years had passed since Xiao Yan first arrived in Zhengzhou. The current Han Shui was still at the Dou Ling level, and Han Yu had only recently advanced to the Dou Wang realm. "Thank you, Miss Han." Before Xiao Yan could say more, Han Shui had already stormed back, grabbing Han Yu's wrist. "Sister, why are you being so rude to him?" After pulling Han Yu back into the carriage, Han Shui said angrily, "Did you two know each other before?" "Maybe. I think I saw him in the inner courtyard." Han Yu peered through the carriage window, her gaze once again landing on Xiao Yan, filled with confusion. This man was clearly weak in combat, yet the calmness in his eyes gave her an inexplicable feeling. "Impossible." Han Shui pouted. "At his age, he's just a lowly great martial artist. He can't even match our family's guards. How could he possibly get into the Canaan Academy?" Han Yu shook her head gently, unable to help but think again of the statue in the inner courtyard of the Canaan Academy, said to have been erected in memory of a powerful figure. "It can't be that coincidental, can it?" Third day. "What is your name?" "Xiao Yan." "What a great name." "The young master of the Starfall Pavilion who recently shook the world, I think his name was also Xiao Yan." "Actually, that is me." "Ah ha ha ha. Young man, you can't joke like that. Do you know who the young master of the Starfall Pavilion is? Let me tell you a secret, even the Soul Hall, the top-tier power in Central Continent, was defeated by him. They say he was born with 3 heads and 6 arms, can see 3,000 feet ahead, hear 6,000 miles away, and can kill someone with just a single glance. Scared, weren't you? You still have a lot to learn." As evening fell, Xiao Yan and Han Chong gathered around the campfire. Such a carefree and lively scene of drinking and laughing was something Xiao Yan hadn't experienced in many years. Following the caravan, he had finally relaxed in the past few days, and his physical condition was gradually improving. On this day, having restored his strength to the Dou Ling realm, he could already control the power of the within his body. It wouldn't be long before he could deal with those 5 troublemakers causing chaos inside him. Fourth day. On the barren desert road, hot winds swept across the sand as over 100 guards escorted the caravan forward. They had been traversing this uninhabited region for several days and were now slowly making their way toward the border of the northern region of Zhengzhou. "Xiao Yan, are you hiding something from us?" Han Chong, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Yan from head to toe like a hawk. The guards around them immediately turned their heads to look in their direction. Xiao Yan's expression froze. He had just been slowly channeling his martial energy to repair the injured meridians within his body. Such a subtle change, how could Han Chong have noticed? At that moment, a guard named Ghost had slowly approached, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice. He winked at Xiao Yan and whispered, "Spill it, do you have feelings for the young miss?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. "Look, he's blushing. I knew he liked the eldest miss. Otherwise, why would he keep staring at her legs?" "Zhang Niu, you lost your bet again, didn't you?" "Nonsense. How do you know he doesn't like the second young miss? Every time she lifts the curtain, his eyes follow her." Another tall, slender guard teased, deliberately dragging out the word "follow." Realizing that the others were talking about him, Xiao Yan scratched his head shyly, just admiring, that's all." As the group was laughing and joking, a stern command suddenly rang out from the front of the group, "Everyone, quiet down. We're about to enter the territory of the demon snake Xiamang. Everyone, stay alert." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, and his internal energy quietly broke through to the martial king realm. Chapter 172, An Unexpected Helping Hand. Shoo. The captains of each small team pressed their fingers to their lips, issuing a brief warning. In an instant, the entire caravan of over 100 people fell silent, even their breathing was deliberately kept light. The magical beasts pulling the carriages had their mouths tightly bound with special muzzles, and the wheels were wrapped in cloth, their faint grinding sounds against the sand dispersing in the wind. Xiao Yan, your injuries aren't healed yet. Get on the carriage and hide. Han Shang's expression shifted from casual to solemn in an instant, his voice lowered to a whisper. The demon snake Xiao Mang is a demon beast of the Dou Huang rank. No matter what you hear, do not make a sound. Otherwise, we'll all be doomed. In contrast to everyone else's tension, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. I'm actually curious, why do you insist on going through the 10,000 snakes gorge? Can't we just take a detour? Han Chong was startled by his casual demeanor. The shy teenager from moments ago now had an air of unwavering composure in his eyes. He paused for a moment before answering, of course not. We already took a detour because of the sandstorm. The area within 100 miles is all territory of demon beasts. If we go around Xiao Mang's territory, we'll have to pass through the lair of the black wind leopards, where there are 2 demon emperor-level demon beasts guarding the entrance. Han Chong pointed to the faintly undulating hills ahead. Moreover, the 10,000 snake gorge is the shortest route. Taking a detour would add at least several hundred miles to our journey, and our supplies might not hold out. I see. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Alright, then what color do you prefer? Ha? Xiao Yan's sudden question left Han Chong momentarily speechless. With another mysterious smile, Xiao Yan whispered, get in the cart too. I have something to tell you. Han Chong furrowed his brows, looking at Xiao Yan's determined expression. For some reason, he felt a surge of trust and found himself following him toward the carriage. After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized what he was doing. He was supposed to be protecting this kid, yet he had been swept away by his aura instead. As the saying goes, the mountain seems close, but it's far away. The valley ahead looked near, but it took several hours of walking before they finally approached it. In the center of the rolling mountains stood a narrow passageway, as if carved out by a gigantic axe. The group cautiously protected the carriage, rushing through the gorge at breakneck speed. Clang! A crisp cracking sound echoed, and everyone swiftly drew their weapons from their waists, gathering together and watching the surroundings with caution. I stepped on a branch. A new guard whispered. Everyone turned their heads in unison, glaring at him with disdain. Confirmed. Continue forward. The squad leaders communicated with hand signals. After a minor setback, they continued on their way, treading cautiously. Though the path was only a few hundred steps long, it felt like they had walked hundreds of miles. Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools, trying to sneak past while this great king was napping? Suddenly, just as they could see the exit ahead, a sinister voice echoed, causing everyone's expressions to change. Trouble. Let's go. Realizing their presence had been discovered, the group no longer hesitated, urging their carts forward at full speed. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. A massive snake body, several zhang in diameter, suddenly plummeted down, striking the mountain wall at the exit and sending flying everywhere. Before the others could escape, several massive pythons burst out of caves on both sides of the mountain wall, coiling their bodies into rings to completely block the exit. Watching the writhing forms, some of the younger guards felt a wave of nausea, and some were so terrified that their legs went weak. These 5 demon beasts had all reached the peak of the spirit combat realm. Run! Why aren't you running? Amidst the shrill laughter, a dark green figure darted out and landed on the head of the central giant snake. The creature had a human head and a serpentine body, its skin covered in fine, dark green scales. Its pupils were vertical slits, and it was licking its lips as it surveyed the crowd. As it appeared, the smooth mountain walls on either side suddenly erupted with countless snake shadows, some as small as fingers, others as thick as arms, all extending forked tongues and glaring with blood-red eyes at the convoy in the canyon. Demon snake Xiao Mang! Someone shouted, sending panic through the entire convoy. Hee hee, I was just getting lonely, and here come 2 beauties offering themselves. I'm in no mood to mess around with you today. Hand over those 2 girls, and I'll spare your lives. Xiao Mang cut straight to the chase, grinning lewdly as he stared at a particular carriage in the middle of the convoy. Poof! Before he could finish speaking, the carriage roof shattered, and 2 long blades glowing with a blue light shot out. Han Yu's chi-infused wings flapped, transforming into a silver streak. The sword blade traced a beautiful arc in the sunlight, aiming straight for Xiao Mang's throat. This strike was both swift and precise. Within the realm of a martial king, no one dared to underestimate it. Han Shui used the carriage as leverage, propelling her body forward with blinding speed. Her eyes gleamed with ferocity as she swung her long sword towards Xiao Mang's lower body. 2 top-notch beauties. Hot enough for me. Facing the 2-pronged attack, Xiao Mang remained unfazed. He swiped his long tail, raising a storm of sand and dust, and a terrifying pressure of the Dou Huang realm crashed down. Han Yu's attack was easily deflected by Xiao Mang, while Han Shui's body, which had just risen into the air, crashed back down to the ground in a humiliating heap. The gap between a Dou Huang and a Dou Wan was not something that could be bridged by numbers. Although there were several Dou Ling peak level guards present, even if they all joined forces, they likely wouldn't stand a chance against Xiao Mang. Han Yu was sent flying several steps back by a casual strike from Xiao Mang, his eyes turning icy cold. Open your eyes and look clearly. We are the Han family's forces from Tianbei City. Dare to block our path? Don't you fear the Han family elders coming to punish you? To his surprise, Xiaomang's expression grew even more excited upon hearing this. "Ha, Miss Han, I recognize you. I've been craving this scent for years. Last time, it was that old fool from the Han family who saved you. This time, no one will dare to interfere. Don't humans have a saying that goes, enjoy today's wine while you can, and worry about tomorrow's consequences later? I'm going to have my fun first." Xiaomang's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope. The guards' faces turned pale. Who could have imagined that even the name of the Han family's elders couldn't intimidate this demon? This trip today was likely to end in disaster. Han Shui clenched her teeth tightly, struggling to get to her feet. Her hands trembled slightly as she gripped her long sword, and a look of helplessness flashed in her eyes. "Sister, I'll stay here and hold him off. You go back home and call for reinforcements." "No. You haven't reached the martial king realm yet, you can't stop him." In comparison, Han Yu, who had come from the inner courtyard, remained much calmer. She slipped a pill into Han Shui's hand and whispered, "This is a third-grade wind travel pill. Once I create an opening, charge forward without looking back." Before Han Shui could respond, Han Yu's battle chi wings flapped violently, and she charged towards Xiaomang once more. Her long sword traced layers of sword flowers, each sword shadow carrying a resolute intent to kill. Watching the two of them in a panic, Xiaomang seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. "There's no need to rush, ladies. Today, neither of you will escape. You'll both become my cauldrons." With a savage laugh, Xiaomang's body flickered slightly, dodging Han Yu's sword strike with ease. His long tail swept out horizontally, carrying a foul wind toward Han Yu's waist. At the same time, his hands, covered in green mucus, suddenly darted forward. His fingers spread like eagle claws, aiming directly for Han Shui on the ground. The overwhelming pressure of a martial emperor descended like a dark cloud, pinning the surrounding guards to the ground and rendering them unable to move. Even Han Yu was trapped by the pressure for half a breath, unable to turn around in time to rescue her. As she gazed at the hideous face mere inches away, despair flashed across Han Shui's face. With her last ounce of strength, she raised her long sword and slashed at her own neck. Even if she died, she would never allow herself to be defiled by this monster. Bang! At the last possible moment, a powerful sword chi erupted, colliding violently with Xiaomang's body. With a deafening roar, Xiaomang's body was forced backward. The dark green scales on his body were split open, revealing a bloody gash, and his hand, which had been reaching for Han Shui, was forced to retreat. "It's him!" he intervened. Seeing this, Han Yu was overjoyed, her heart pounding wildly as she looked toward the source of the attack. A massive figure slowly emerged from the crowd, holding a cold, white long sword, pointing it at the countless demonic snakes. "Han Chong? Chapter 173, To kill you, a spirit fighter is enough. How could it be him?" Han Yu landed beside her sister, and upon recognizing the one who had suddenly intervened, her face was filled with shock. It wasn't just her, every creature in the canyon, including Xiaomang, was stunned. They had all assumed it was some reclusive master stepping forward, but it turned out to be just a spirit fighter level guard? Xiaomang snapped back to his senses and let out a cold snort. A mere ant at the peak of the Douling realm dares to challenge this great lord? However, despite his casual demeanor, Xiaomang's eyes were filled with fear. The sword chi from earlier contained an overwhelmingly domineering flame aura that had burned half of his skin. How could it be brother Han Chong? Similarly, the over 100 guards from the Han family stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Such a sudden turn of events was completely unexpected. Han Yu glanced at the last carriage where Xiao Yan was seated, her expression equally confused. She had thought. Indeed, the one slowly stepping out of the crowd was none other than Han Chong, one of the Han family's envoys responsible for this escort mission. His strength was not the strongest among those present. Like many other stewards, he had been stuck at the peak of the martial spirit realm for years. However, faced with Xiaomang's overwhelming pressure, Han Chong advanced calmly. In his right hand, he held a snow-white long sword, approximately 3 feet in length, emanating a faint, eerie glow. From the moment the sword appeared, the temperature in the vicinity of the 10,000 snakes' gorge plummeted sharply. The previously sweltering air seemed to have instantly transformed into winter, and even the sand carried a bone-chilling coldness. However, any venomous snakes on the surrounding rock walls that dared to sneak an attack were instantly incinerated into ash within a 10-foot radius, unable even to utter a scream. Xiaomang narrowed his eyes slightly. With his keen vision, he quickly noticed the peculiarity of the sword. What was truly terrifying was not Han Chong himself, but the weapon in his hands. It was said that on the continent of martial arts, there were indeed some prominent clans that could use special techniques to infuse martial arts techniques into a magical artifact, intended to protect their weaker disciples. However, those artifacts were only effective against opponents below the rank of great martial artist. He had never heard of any artifact capable of threatening a martial emperor. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Han Chong felt slightly shy. However, when his gaze shifted to the demonic snake in the air, his expression suddenly grew incredibly sharp. "Xiaomang, you have been committing crimes here for years. I am here to execute you on my master's orders and avenge the souls of the deceased." "Master's orders?" Upon hearing these words, the surrounding guards were utterly shocked. Though they weren't particularly close to Han Chong, they at least knew him well. How had they never heard of any reclusive master he claimed to have? Xiao Mang shifted his neck, forcing himself to remain calm. Ha ha ha, what a joke. If you're so confident, have your master come here himself? With just a mere spirit warrior and a broken sword, do you really think I'm afraid of you? In truth, Xiao Mang wasn't very brave. If he ever encountered a true master, he would flee without a second thought. But the man in front of him was just a low-level Dou Ling ranked bodyguard, no stronger than his own subordinates. If he showed fear now, how could he ever command respect in the 10,000 Snakes Gorge? Han Chong sneered coldly. My master said, to kill you, a Dou Ling is sufficient. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Chong raised his long sword, and 100-foot-long chill swept out like a tidal wave, rushing towards Xiao Mang. Everyone stepped back. Han Yu shouted urgently. Seeing the situation, the Han family members had already pushed the carts backward to take cover. Though they didn't know what extraordinary encounter Han Chong had, judging by the situation, his move was definitely no ordinary one. Xiao Mang knew he couldn't take any chances, so he immediately retreated, opening his mouth slightly, and a jade green whip-like attack shot out. However, the seemingly powerful green whip-like attack melted instantly upon contact with the cold air, like ice melting under the sun. Han Chong swung his long sword again, and within 100 feet, the sand instantly froze into ice. Countless ice shards burst from the ground, carrying a howling wind as they rushed towards Xiao Mang. Clang! Xiao Mang swung his arm to block, but the dark green scales collided with the ice shards, sending a bone-chilling coldness seeping through the gaps in his scales, nearly freezing his blood and chi to a standstill. However, he was a demon beast with a physique far superior to that of an ordinary Dou Huan, and his physical strength was immense. He sneered in mockery, but before he could finish, he felt a burning pain spreading through his arm. Looking down, he saw that the scales where the ice shards had struck were silently turning black and carbonizing, as if something had burned them from the inside. What the hell is this? Xiao Mang let out a startled cry, violently shaking his arm to try to shake off the strange, cold yet burning force. Han Chong, having landed his first strike, wasn't about to give him a moment to breathe. He flipped his sword upward, sending a bone-chilling white sword chi soaring into the sky, aiming straight for Xiao Mang's neck. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air turned into a cold white mist, and the surrounding mountain walls froze over with a thick layer of ice. Those snake-like demon beasts with strength below the great martial artist realm were instantly incinerated into ashes as soon as they exposed their heads. This enraged Xiao Mang completely. His serpentine body suddenly swelled to dozens of zhang in length, with his dark green scales erect like blades. What are you waiting for? Attack together! At his command, countless venomous snakes surged out of the mountain walls and caves, transforming into a torrent of thousands, rushing toward Han Chong. Meanwhile, Xiao Mang sneered inwardly, taking advantage of the chaos to swing his tail and flee swiftly into the depths of the canyon. Trying to escape? Han Chang's eyes flashed with cold intent as he plunged his long sword into the ground. In an instant, a bone-white flame spread out from the ground, reducing everything in its path to nothingness. Not even ordinary venomous snakes could withstand it. Even the 5 giant serpents from earlier, whose power had reached the peak of the Dou Ling realm, would perish instantly upon the slightest touch. No! I surrender! Xiao Mang screamed in terror, his speed unable to outpace the spreading cold. The icy white layers climbed up his tail, leaving behind a trail of carbonized scales. Even as a demon beast of the Dou Huang realm, he had no chance to resist. Throughout the entire ordeal, all Xiao Mang could feel was the bone-chilling cold seeping into his very marrow. Han Chong drew his long sword and said calmly, "My master bestowed this bone-spirit sword upon me to slay evil spirits and demonic beasts." As the words fell, Xiao Mang's pleas for mercy were never heard again. In the blink of an eye, the entire Wanxi Gorge fell into complete silence. Centered around Han Chong, thick layers of black ash covered the surrounding area. Even the originally narrow passageway was forcibly burned into a gaping void dozens of zhang wide. The once mighty demon king, the demon beast Xiao Mang, whose power had reached the level of a martial emperor, was thus slain by Han Chong. The remaining venomous snakes, seeing this, had no desire to fight and fled in panic. Huff! Seeing the danger averted, Han Chang's hand holding the long sword trembled slightly, and he panted heavily. Turning to the stunned crowd, he laughed, "Luck, just luck." Chapter 174, Xiao Yan takes a disciple. Han Chong has distinguished himself in battle and is hereby promoted to elder of the Han clan. All officials must obey his commands without question. Han Yu reacted almost instantly, a flush of excitement spreading across her icy face as she announced Han Chang's unprecedented promotion without hesitation. Yes. Yes. We will obey the young Miss' orders. The over 100 guards present were momentarily startled before quickly responding in unison. In the Han family, there had been precedents of servants being promoted to elders, but that was only granted to those who had reached the Dou Huang realm. Han Chong, however, was the first to achieve this rank at the Dou Ling level. However, recalling the earlier heart-pounding battle where the demon snake Xiao Mang had been defeated in 3 moves, even the head of the Han family would find it difficult to match such a feat. Who dared to voice the slightest objection? Everyone bowed in agreement, their gazes toward Han Xiong now tinged with a mix of reverence and curiosity. Elder Han, you have worked hard. Please go rest first. Han Yu composed herself, nodded slightly to Han Xiong, and spoke in a polite tone. Yes, thank you, Miss Han. Han Xiong bowed in response. The gears of fate had turned too swiftly from an ordinary attendant to a family elder in the blink of an eye, even he felt a bit dazed. Deep in his eyes, besides confusion, there was also a deep sense of gratitude. After thanking Han Yu, Han Xiong strode back to his original squad, gave a brief report, and then hurriedly turned and climbed into the nearby carriage. Han Yu furrowed her delicate brows, taking in everything that had happened. After a moment of contemplation, she finally withdrew her gaze. Continue forward and hurry back to Tianbei City. Master, I have fulfilled my mission. In the narrow carriage, Han Xiong knelt on one knee, his back straight as an arrow, bowing deeply toward the front with his forehead pressed against the carriage floor. His voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement. Han Xiong, why go to such lengths? I've already told you that you've done me a favor. This is what I should do. Besides, I haven't taught you anything I don't deserve to be called teacher. Xiao Yan chuckled, rushing forward to help him up. The teacher Han Xiong referred to was none other than Xiao Yan. Facing Xiao Yan's humility, Han Xiong stubbornly remained on the ground, refusing to rise. Master, you have bestowed upon me this peerless divine weapon, which surpasses a decade of teachings. Even if I were to sacrifice my life, I could never repay you. Seeing Han Chang's resolute attitude, Xiao Yan could only shake his head helplessly. Earlier, he had refused to reveal himself, so he had let Han Xiong step forward to fight Xiamang. Han Xiong, however, was quite grateful and, after receiving Xiao Yan's guidance, immediately wanted to become his disciple. In theory, given Han Chang's talent, he wouldn't even qualify to be Xiao Yan's disciple's disciple. However, considering the 2 lives he had saved, Xiao Yan ultimately agreed. Stand up, Xiao Yan sighed. Upon receiving permission, Han Xiong stood up in delight. As soon as his knees left the ground, he eagerly leaned forward and whispered, Master, that bone spirit sword is truly formidable. It can kill a Dou Huang in an instant. You haven't told me its origin yet. Origin? A sly gleam flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. The bone spirit cold fire, ranked 11th on the, is its origin. As for how it was created, that's a secret. It wasn't that Xiao Yan was intentionally keeping it a secret, it was simply because the bone spirit sword wasn't something he had created himself. Yihua forging card, upon use, randomly forges a type of Yihua into a weapon or piece of equipment. The divine fire forging card was a functional card obtained long ago in the system, which Xiao Yan had been keeping and used. It was precisely this functional card that Xiao Yan used to forge a young bone spirit cold fire into that peerless killing weapon. After Han Chang's vital energy merged with the bone spirit sword, although it couldn't fully unleash the bone spirit cold fire's peak power, it was still sufficient to handle a Dou Huang, and even hold its own against some newly ascended Dou Zone level experts. This could also be considered Xiao Yan's repayment for saving Han Chang's life twice. With that, Xiao Yan flicked his finger, and a streak of light flew out from his storage ring, hovering steadily before Han Xiong. It was a palm-sized white jade bottle, its body intricately carved with blue patterns. Even before it was opened, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out. Is this a pill? Han Chang's eyes widened, and his breathing grew. I just made these in my spare time, Xiao Yan said casually. They're just some spirit-level pills, imperial-grade pills, and sect-breaking pills. Take them. Since you've chosen me as your master, you must work hard to improve your strength and not disgrace our sect's reputation. Han Xiong stared intently at the jade bottle, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He trembled as he reached out, but the moment his fingertips touched the bottle, he was burned by the pure medicinal energy and quickly withdrew his hand. His eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity. The Han family also had alchemists, but the highest-ranked one was only a 5th rank. Given Han Chang's previous position, he could never have obtained much benefit. He had lived most of his life and had only ever seen the best pill, a Douling pill, yet in Xiao Yan's mouth, it was merely something I made casually? It seemed that he had chosen the right master. Since being promoted to elder, Han Xiong had relinquished his escort duties and sat in the carriage, focusing on cultivation. The small team he had previously been part of was now led by Ghost Head, who had taken over as the team leader, continuing to guide the guards forward. Within a few days, as the caravan reached an oasis to rest, a powerful surge of martial energy erupted from Han Chang's carriage, shaking the carriage frame and causing it to creak loudly. Han Chang's long-stagnant cultivation had finally broken through to the martial king realm under Xiao Yan's guidance. Upon sensing this commotion, the entire Han family caravan was once again stunned. Especially the few brothers from Han Chang's former squad, who gathered around his carriage whenever they had a chance, rushing over as soon as he emerged, chattering excitedly and pestering him for the secret technique. As evening fell, the setting sun bathed the caravan in a warm golden glow. Watching Han Xiong being surrounded by guards like stars around the moon, Han Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes. I never noticed before that our Han family had such a late bloomer of a prodigy. Han Yu, wearing a thin silver cloak, felt the evening breeze rustle her hair, revealing her fair neck. Yes, he's so talented. We should inform father in advance and prepare a reception befitting a distinguished guest. Seeing Han Yu speak so highly of him, Han Shui puffed out her lips in protest. Sister, there's no need to exaggerate. Han Chong is already so old and he's only a martial king. How could he be as amazing as you're making him out to be? Han Yu didn't respond, but her eyes darted around, glancing at Han Chong before settling on the young man beside him. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, the call of the messenger bird broke the silence between the two. A small piece of paper fell into Han Yu's hand. She unfolded the letter and read it quickly, her expression darkening. Sister, what's wrong? Han Shui noticed her unusual expression and hurriedly asked. Han Yu clenched the note tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white, her voice tinged with coldness. The Hong family, they're getting too arrogant. Chapter 175, Returning to the Yanghua Ancient Altar. The next day, as dawn broke, Han Yu suddenly ordered them to abandon half their supplies and rush back to Tianbei City. The Hong family? Have they already started targeting the Han family? Inside the carriage, Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. Han Chong nodded. According to what the young miss just said, there's been a lot of suspicious activity in Tianbei City lately, with many outsiders mingling among the locals. Moreover, Shen Yun from the Fenglei North Pavilion has already arrived at the Hong family's estate. Shen Yun? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. He recognized the name. In his previous life, he had been forced to self-destruct by the Heavenly Fire Sage, but according to the timeline, that had happened several years later. Oh, Shen Yun is one of the 4 elders of the Fenglei North Pavilion. He attained the Dou Zong realm at a young age. Worried that Xiao Yan might not know, Han Chong hurriedly explained, our cities are all within the influence of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. In the past, they didn't interfere in family disputes. However, it is said that a few days ago at the 4 Pavilions Conference, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion was severely suppressed by the Starfall Pavilion, and even their pavilion master was beaten by someone named Xiao. Han Chong seemed to think of something, suddenly froze, and cautiously asked, Master, could the young sect master who allegedly beat the Thunder be you? Xiao Yan chuckled, continue. Upon confirmation, Han Chang's eyes lit up with excitement. The tension in his back relaxed instantly. After being beaten by Lei Zun, he harbored a grudge and has been secretly cultivating his own forces in various cities across the northern regions of Zhengzhou, aiming to become the next Qingyun Pavilion. Moreover, they have connections with the Tian Yao Huang clan of the Beast Domain and have reportedly borrowed several powerful experts to prepare for war against the Starfall Pavilion and avenge their previous humiliation. Avenge their humiliation? Xiao Yan snorted coldly. The Fenglei Pavilion was a dominant force in the northern regions of Zhengzhou, but in Xiao Yan's eyes, they were no more than ants. How could they possibly avenge their humiliation with just a single Dou Zun? It was laughable. After getting a basic understanding of the situation, Xiao Yan lost interest. Alright, leave this to you. The Han sisters are reliable, make sure they're protected. Yes. Han Chong hesitated for a moment before asking, Master, which lady have you set your sights on? Xiao Yan, who had just taken a sip of hot tea, spat it all out, glared at Han Chong, and gave up. I like them all. Is that good enough? To his surprise, Han Chong nodded obediently. I understand. I will definitely protect both of our master's wives. As expected, although the timeline was slightly off, the Hong family's actions were identical. As soon as the convoy entered the borders of Tianbei City, they were ambushed by the Hong family. Hong Mu and Hong Lai, 2 4th-rank martial emperors, led 100 black-clad men into battle. Unfortunately, what greeted them was Han Chang's still unpolished bone spirit sword technique. In a moment of carelessness, 2 charred bodies appeared in the middle of the road. Han Chong could only scratch his head awkwardly again. Sorry, I went a bit too hard. As Xiao Yan had anticipated, Han Chong, wielding the bone spirit sword, had already reached a combat strength capable of matching a peak-tier martial emperor. Facing these minor foes, Xiao Yan deemed it beneath him to intervene. After this period of recuperation, Xiao Yan's body had rapidly healed, making small improvements each day, and his strength had already returned to the Dou Zun realm. At this point, Xiao Yan no longer lingered with the caravan. With Han Chong present, as long as several Dou Zong level experts didn't attack simultaneously, the Han family would be safe. Master, are you leaving? Han Chong, who had just defeated the Hong family's ambush, returned to the carriage in high spirits, only to see Xiao Yan smiling at him. His heart skipped a beat. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. There are still some matters to attend to. You should remain at the Han family and guard them well. Yes. Though they had spent very little time together, Han Chong held his master in the highest regard. Though reluctant to part, he immediately obeyed with respect. Here are the Earth-tier martial arts techniques and combat skills. Cultivate them diligently. Should you ever face a life or death crisis, crush the jade token, and I shall appear. Xiao Yan gave a few simple instructions before his figure vanished into thin air. On the seat where he had been sitting, there were 2 scrolls glowing with intense red light and a fiery red jade token. Han Chong stared at the empty seat, his eyes filling with tears, but he did not immediately reach for the scrolls. Instead, he slowly knelt down in the direction where Xiao Yan had disappeared and bowed his head 3 times. Master, rest assured. I will train diligently and share your burdens in the future. In the void, Xiao Yan witnessed this scene and nodded satisfactorily. His figure then transformed into a streak of light, instantly crossing the boundless void, and rushed toward the central plains of Zhangzhou. His destination was not the Starfall Pavilion, but a place he had not visited in a long time. Central Region, Yi City. This vast city nestled within a vast forest had long been ruled by the Yi family, one of the 5 major families of the Dan domain. Although the Yi family had declined somewhat in the art of alchemy in recent years, it was rumored that the family head, who had been cultivating in the Dan Tower, had suddenly returned and broken through to the Dou Zun realm. In the Central Plains, though there are countless powerful individuals, a Dou Zun is still considered a formidable figure. The news of the Yi family producing a Dou Zun spread like wildfire across the entire Dan domain in no time. At first, most factions did not believe it, dismissing it as a lie fabricated by the Yi family to protect themselves. However, this changed when the Black Flame Sect, located beside Yi City, was suddenly destroyed and vanished overnight. Inside the Yi family hall, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. The central hall was piled high with gifts from various factions, while messengers continued to report the latest developments outside. Seated among the guests, an old man with a goatee stroked his beard and smiled at the mountain of gifts, saying, the clan leader's return is truly a blessing from heaven for the Yi family. Now that we've dealt with the Black Flame Sect, in my opinion, those two-faced traitors should all be made to pay. The gray-robed old man sitting to his right waved his hand and said, Fourth brother, our Yi family has always been kind to others. Destroying the Black Flame Sect and making an example of them is enough. Now that the family head has ascended to the Dou Zun realm, the other 4 families no longer have the qualifications to compete with us. The green-robed elder further ahead also spoke proudly, that's exactly right. Even if the Pill Tower favors the younger generation, what can they do? With our clan leader being a martial sovereign, they'll have to reserve a spot for our Yi family every year. Ha ha ha. At these words, the entire hall echoed with hearty laughter. The pent-up frustration of the past years seemed to vanish into thin air in that moment. Report! Just then, a urgent voice broke the atmosphere, and a man dressed like a guard stumbled into the room. What's going on? Another gift from some noble family? Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world before. The old man with the goat beard spoke with a hint of disdain. The guard caught his breath and stammered, It's not a gift. It's the Young Fire Ancient Altar. The guards reported that flames suddenly erupted from the Young Fire Ancient Altar, and someone saw a man's figure at the base of the altar. Chapter 176, Young Fire Evolution. The 4th elder's hand, which had been twirling his beard, trembled violently. The Young Fire Ancient Altar lost its earth fire 3 years ago. How could it suddenly appear today? All the elders in the hall exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. The Young Fire Ancient Altar was a sacred site of the Yi family, guarded by dedicated personnel every day. Not only was lighting the fire forbidden, but even moving a single brick or stone from the altar would immediately be reported back to the family. At the head of the table, the head of the Yi family smiled broadly. I recall that the elder in charge of guarding the altar was Elder Ma Yang, correct? He reached the Dou Zone realm 5 years ago. Within Yi City, who could possibly sneak into the altar unnoticed under his watchful eye? What does the family head mean? The elder's heart stirred, and a gleam of understanding flashed in their eyes. The head of the Yi family curved his lips into a meaningful smile. All things in heaven and earth have spirits. This Young Fire Altar originates from ancient times. The flames have been dormant for many years, but that doesn't necessarily mean they've lost their power. In my opinion, they've likely been secretly gathering strength all this time. Now that they've finally reached the point of transformation, if they succeed, their power will definitely rival that of the. Before he could finish speaking, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A gray-robed disciple rushed in, stumbling and crawling, reporting to the family head a large amount of young fire has suddenly erupted from the ground. According to Elder Ma Yang's judgment, there is the scent of within the flames. Foreign fire? Everyone's breath caught in their throats as they turned to look at the middle-aged man at the head of the table, who still wore a confident smile. Could it be that the family head was right after all? Suddenly, another disciple rushed in, reporting to the family head a powerful energy fluctuation erupted from the ancient altar. Elder Ma Yang attempted to approach for investigation but was knocked back by a white flame and is now severely injured. Please have all elders rush to provide assistance. What? Upon hearing this, the hall erupted into chaos, but upon closer inspection, the elders' eyes were filled with excitement. A flame capable of harming a Dou Zone-level powerhouse was an invaluable treasure for a family of alchemists like theirs. If the Yi family could control it, not only would they solidify their position in the Dan domain, but they could even challenge the other major families. Elders, follow me to investigate. At the command, 5 figures shot forward like streaks of light, heading toward the Yanghua ancient altar. In the distance, the sky in that direction was bathed in a kaleidoscope of colorful hues, and amidst the glow, a more terrifying aura was beginning to brew. Boom! As the Yi family members rushed to the outskirts of the Yanghua ancient altar, they were suddenly blocked by an invisible energy barrier. The 4 elders were the first to be struck, forced to retreat dozens of steps, their faces flushing red. Ripples spread out from the barrier, churning up a milky white color that formed a ring, enveloping the original location of the ancient altar. The intense fire attributed energy burned the air, warping it into distortion. That's right, it's the Yang fire. The elder in green robes raised his hand and pressed it against the barrier, but there was no reaction. Even with his 6-star martial ancestor cultivation, he was powerless against the flame barrier. As everyone stared intently, they could vaguely make out the current state inside the barrier. The once majestic altar was now unrecognizable, the greenstone slabs melted into pools of glass like liquid. Under the intense heat of the flames, the original Yang fire altar had completely vanished. The color hasn't changed, but the Yang fire has never possessed such overwhelming energy. The head of the Yi family's eyes gleamed with a look of rapture. Since ascending to the Dou Zun realm, he had been lacking a primordial flame. If he could subdue this mutated Yang fire, his strength would undoubtedly reach a new height. Everyone stepped back. The head of the Yi family roared, his aura erupting violently. His palms, enveloped in deep red martial energy, slowly pressed against the barrier. The thick martial energy surged in like a tidal wave, but the milky white flames merely rippled slightly, and the energy barrier remained unmoved. Even the attack of a martial sovereign is ineffective? Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. What kind of extraordinary circumstances could have caused the Yang fire to mutate into such a powerful state? Just as the Yi family members were too stunned to speak, a hoarse laugh echoed from the sky, resonating throughout Yi City like the tolling of a great bell. The Yi family is quite lively today, isn't it? The head of the Yi family furrowed his brows, stopped what he was doing, and looked toward the sky. There, an old man dressed in purple robes was walking through the air. His face was withered, his long beard snow white, and he held a staff with a dragon's head at the top. The gem embedded in the staff's tip shone with an eerie red light under the sun. It's Xiao Yan of the Qiu family. The fourth elder recognized the man, his tone growing solemn. This old demon was the senior elder of the Qiu family, rumored to have already set one foot into the realm of the martial sovereign years ago. Ignoring the hostile glances from the Yi family members, Xiao Yan seemed oblivious, his greedy gaze sweeping past the white barrier. He forced a smile and bowed, saying, Yi Feng, my old friend, how have you been? We came here to congratulate you on your ascension to the Dou Zun realm, but we never expected to encounter such a marvelous sight. What a coincidence! You? Yi Feng's eyes turned icy, and a powerful aura surged out, pressing down on Xiao Yan's back. What's wrong, Yi Feng? Are you not happy to see us? However, the pressure that could suffocate even peak Dou Zone level experts shattered the moment it reached Xiao Yan. At the same time, 3 figures slowly emerged from that space. At the forefront was a white-clad woman of unparalleled beauty, yet her face remained expressionless. Beside her stood a burly man with a red face and a scholar in a blue robe holding a folding fan. White family patriarch Bai Ruoshi, Chao family patriarch Chao Meng, and Dan family patriarch Dan Shang. With each name the elder Yi Chong uttered, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grim. Such commotion immediately drew the attention of everyone in Yi City. The Dan, Chao, Bai, Qiu, and Yi families, renowned as the 5 most powerful clans in the Dan domain, had all gathered here at the same time. What made the members of the Yi family even more uneasy was that behind Chao Meng and Dan Shang stood 2 elderly men with profound auras. The 2 remained silent, yet they loomed like 2 mountains, pressing down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. The fluctuations emanating from their bodies were on par with Yi Feng's. Chao Meng, the head of the Chao family, chuckled and spoke first. Yi family, do you really think that just because you have a Dou Zun, you can act so arrogantly in the Dan domain? In the face of true strength, your power is nothing. Facing his mockery, Yi Feng didn't back down either. Humph. Your so-called depth is just inviting a few honorary elders? Where's a single Dou Zun with the Chao surname? Relying so heavily on outsiders, it seems the Chao family isn't far from decline. You. Chao Meng's smile vanished instantly, and he coldly snorted, you're just spreading rumors. I'll see how long you can keep up your arrogance today. Boom. Just as the 2 were arguing, a 5-colored glow suddenly emerged from the milky white barrier. Chapter 177, Do you still recognize me? Look inside. Someone shouted, and everyone turned their gaze toward the ancient altar. Despite the milky white barrier, the present were all powerful individuals. With a flick of their hands, their eyes blazed with intense light, and countless gazes pierced through the barrier. Below, 5 flames of different colors surged forth. Red, purple, green, blue, and black. The 5 flames intertwined, forming a spinning lotus of fire at the base of the altar. Each one emitted an eerie, heart-stopping aura of 5 flames of the unknown fire? Xiao Yan exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? How could Yi City be hiding so many flames of the unknown fire? Dan Shang, the head of the Dan family, smiled coldly, isn't this perfect? The 5 of us don't have to fight over them. 1 flame each, how about that? I want the outer one. Bai Ruoshi, the head of the Bai family, spoke in a cold tone. The others continued to discuss among themselves, as if the strange flames were already theirs for the taking. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng, enraged beyond words, burst into laughter, unleashing his full Dou Zun aura without restraint. Come to Yi City and steal Yi family's possessions? You all are being a bit too much, aren't you? Facing Yi Feng's rage, Xiao Mang and the others merely smiled. Yi Feng, these 6 flames combined are more than your Yi family can handle. We're just helping you digest them. Before he finished speaking, the gray-robed old man behind Xiao Meng stepped forward, and a terrifying pressure instantly engulfed the entire area, causing even Yi Feng's aura to tremble slightly. The venerable Kui. Looking at the wrinkled old man, Yi Feng's expression changed slightly. Though they were both one-star martial sovereigns, the old man's aura was more rounded and abundant than his own. Young brother Yi, listen to my advice. This young fire ancient altar has always been an unclaimed object. Your Yi family has occupied it for years, and we have never held it against you. Now that Thee has appeared, it naturally should be jointly controlled by the various families of the Dan domain. Why should your Yi family monopolize it? Xiao Xianshan stood by, adding fuel to the fire. Yi Feng's face twitched violently. He hadn't expected that even at the Dou Zun realm, these people still didn't regard the Yi family with any respect. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng slowly raised his head. He had spent years training in seclusion, serving as an attendant and gatekeeper for the elders of the Dan Tower, all to accumulate the strength needed to protect his family from further humiliation. Now that he had returned, how could he possibly tolerate these people coming to humiliate him again? Today, not a single one of you will take it away. Seeing Yi Feng's face suddenly harden, the few in the air exchanged glances before bursting into even more piercing laughter. Ha, that's not something you can decide. Xiao Xianshan sneered, swinging his dragon-headed staff, whose embedded fiery red gems instantly melted into a flowing liquid. At the same time, the other clan leaders stepped forward in unison. Dan Shang clapped his hands together, and a ball of dark golden flame rose from his palms. The flames were intertwined with faint, while Xiao Meng grinned wildly, his fists engulfed in raging crimson flames, with the faint outline of a roaring tiger visible within the flames. The white-robed patriarch of the Bai family, who had remained aloof, fluttered his sleeves, and faint blue flames appeared between his palms. Though they seemed gentle, they emitted a heat that seemed capable of melting everything. The patriarchs of the 4 major families of the Dan domain all summoned their primordial flames. The sky above Yi City was instantly filled with blazing flames. Though all were beast flames, none were ordinary, they were all top-tier existences beyond the mundane realm. The pressure they generated caused the white barrier below to contract slightly. Yi Feng, hand over control of the ancient altar. Otherwise, the flames in our hands won't spare you. Dan Shang barked coldly, as his dark golden flames had already transformed into a fiery spear, ready to strike. At the moment of tension, the milky white barrier below suddenly began to tremble violently, ripples spreading across its surface. Immediately afterward, an irresistible force erupted from within the barrier, pulling everything toward it with tremendous force. This is bad. The few people in the air paled, feeling as though the beast flames in their hands were being gripped by an invisible giant hand, forcing them to fly toward the barrier against their will. My. Dan Shang was filled with anger and panic, desperately channeling his fighting energy to try to retrieve the flames. However, the suction force was overwhelming, and his golden flames, as he had said, seemed to have no eyes, drifting aimlessly before vanishing into the barrier in an instant, leaving not even a single spark behind. What the hell is that thing? Beside him, Xiao Meng and the others were no exception. Their flames couldn't hold on for even a second before being sucked into the barrier below. Xiao Xianshan let out a piercing scream, "My crimson blood dragon fire! That was cultivated with 3,000 drops of my essence blood. Who is behind this? Enough noise!" In response to Xiao Xianshan's state, a clear, young voice suddenly rang out from the void, not very loud, but carrying an undeniable authority that echoed directly in everyone's minds. Before the words had even finished, a sudden change occurred. Xiao Xianshan's screams abruptly ceased, and the rage on his face froze into shock. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the air as if erased by a casual stroke, leaving nothing behind. All that remained at the spot was a faint wisp of blue smoke, which dissipated into nothingness with the slightest breeze. The Qiu family's senior elder, whose strength had reached the peak of the Dou Zong realm, seemed to have never existed at all. The entire scene fell into complete silence. Even the 2 silent Dou Zun elders behind the crowd suddenly widened their eyes, staring into the void with disbelief and horror. A living, breathing peak-level Dou Zong-level powerhouse had simply vanished? Who was that young voice? Yi Feng's pupils contracted sharply. That sudden burst of power was even enough to make him wary. When had such a terrifying existence been hiding beneath the young fire ancient altar? Yi Feng's expression was also noticed by the others. It seemed that this was not arranged by the Yi family. Could it be that the mutated and transformed below had already gained sentience? This thought wasn't unique to one person. Soon, the few in the air once again saw greed flare in their eyes. "The 2 of you, please step forward." Xiao Meng bowed to the 2 Dou Zuns behind him. The Qi Zunzer's expression grew solemn as he cautiously extended his right hand. The martial energy surged from his palm, forming a grayish-brown palm print dozens of zhang in size, which pressed down on the barrier, causing it to deform slightly. However, before anyone could celebrate, the barrier flickered with light, and the palm print shattered instantly. Kui spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Seeing this, the old man behind Dan Shang dared not act, holding his breath and focusing his mind. He suddenly spoke, "Who is the powerful being here?" "I am Tai Su Zunjia, the former honorary elder of the Xing Yuan Pavilion. Please reveal yourself." The Starfall Pavilion had made remarkable progress in recent years, and was beginning to rival the Dan Tower in prominence. The Tai Su Zunju invoked this prestigious title, a proud expression flitting across his face. As soon as he finished speaking, the barrier within the barrier slowly faded away, revealing a 5-petaled lotus flower. At its center, a vague figure raised its head, its lips curving into a faint smile. "Elder Tai Su, do you still recognize me?" Chapter 178, The Soul Hall's newly promoted Great Heavenly Sovereign. Young Pavilion Master? Upon recognizing the young figure's face, the Tai Su elder felt as though he had been plunged into an ice cave, stumbling and falling directly from the sky. Seeing this, the patriarchs of the three major families Dan, Chao, and Bai were all stunned. After all, Tai Su elder was the latest elder the Dan family had recruited at great cost from the Starfall Pavilion, and his strength had already reached the 4-star martial sovereign realm. What kind of spectacle could possibly scare him? "No, the young master?" Dan Shang murmured, and the three of them suddenly realized what was happening, their eyes widening in shock. I have something to attend to. I'll be going first." Chao Meng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he bowed to the side, only to discover that Dan Shang and Bai Ruoshi had already vanished without a trace. "You bastards!" Chao Meng cursed the two of them in his mind, then quietly stepped back 2 paces before grabbing Kui Elder and fleeing at lightning speed. Inside the barrier, Xiao Yan paid no attention to the group, instead slowly turning his head to look at the head of the Yi family in the distance. "Yi Feng, old friend, aren't you welcoming me?" Yi Feng snapped out of his daze, his eyes widening in shock. So the master from back then was actually Xiao Guzhu. "My apologies." Yi Feng was both shocked and delighted, but before he could say anything else, Xiao Yan had already turned back and said indifferently, "Please escort me." "Yes." The Tai Su elder said nothing, standing straight and stiff by his side, looking like a servant on duty, with not a trace of the arrogance of a Dozun. Yi Feng quickly reacted, turned around, and shouted to the Yi family members behind him, "All elders, heed my orders. Seal off the ancient altar within 1,000 meters and set up 3 layers of defensive arrays. During Xiaoga's seclusion, not even a mosquito is allowed to approach. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to clan regulations." Though the members of the Yi family were still confused, they carried out the orders without hesitation. 4 elderly elders with white hair immediately led a squad of guards each, swiftly spreading out to the 4 corners of the ancient altar. As their hand seals shifted, large golden defensive shields rose from the ground, completely enveloping the entire altar area. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction at the sight. The next moment, the milky white barrier that had just dissipated reappeared, completely isolating him from the outside world. Puff! Inside the barrier, Xiao Yan's body swayed, and he suddenly tilted his head back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His current strength had just recovered to the peak of the martial sovereign realm. Forcing his martial energy to circulate earlier had expelled the 5 chaotic from his body, triggering his old injuries. At that moment, he felt as though his internal organs had shifted, causing excruciating pain. Misfortune and fortune are intertwined. Xiao Yan gave a self-deprecating smile, wiped the blood from his lips, and extended his hand to gently pluck a pale blue petal from the multicolored lotus beneath him. As soon as the petal left the lotus, it transformed into a crescent-shaped flame, dancing and twirling in his palm as if it had a life of its own. How peculiar! Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with interest as he examined the flame in his palm. This pale blue flame was unlike any known type of Yihua, mysterious fire, and it was not listed on the Yihua chart. It was likely a new type of that had been nurtured by absorbing countless fire attribute energies from the Qilin fire vein. However, regardless of its origin, as long as it wasn't, it could be devoured and refined. With that thought, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer and directly tossed the crescent-shaped flame into his mouth. As the flame entered his body, it did not cause any burning sensation but instead transformed into a cool stream of water, flowing slowly through his meridians. Despite this, Xiao Yan did not lower his guard. The fusion flames of the 6 surged forth, completely enveloping the pale blue, then refining it into streams of pure energy that merged into his body. The meridians damaged from forcibly expelling the began to itch faintly, gradually repairing themselves. Boom! In the next instant, the 3 barriers set up by the Yi family collapsed instantly. "A minor family affiliated with that, yet you have quite the repertoire of tricks," a cold voice echoed from the sky, laced with unhidden contempt. The once calm city of Yi suddenly plunged into chaos once more. Looking in the direction of the voice, 3 figures slowly emerged from the sky, all clad in black robes, surrounded by faint black mist. Their aura was so sinister it seemed as though they had just crawled out of hell, and even the sunlight that fell upon them seemed to lose its warmth. "Who are you?" Yi Feng and Tai Su Elder leaped into the air simultaneously, releasing their Dou Zun level aura without reservation. However, the last figure among the 3 merely took half a step forward, and an invisible colossal force crashed down like a mountain, crushing the 2 below. With a loud thud, the two below were simultaneously crushed back into the ground, unable to move an inch. He, I told you there was something good here. 5. Such a feat is comparable to stealing the pure lotus demon fire. A sinister laugh echoed from the mouth of the figure in the center. Who are you? Tai Su Elder gritted his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming pressure to lift his head. Upon seeing the three pale, bloodless faces, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Tianning the old demon? Shui He the venerable one? The heavenly eagle old demon, who had attacked first, sneered, so it's just the worthless Tai Su. Before he finished speaking, he kicked out through the void, sending a condensed black energy shooting forward. With a loud boom, it struck Tai Su Elder's chest, sending him flying backward like a, spitting out a mouthful of blood and instantly suffering severe injuries. It was well known that the Tai Su Elder was a 4-star martial sovereign. To defeat him so easily, one must at least be a 7-star martial sovereign. Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the 3 heavenly sovereigns under the Soul Hall. The old demon Tianning smiled, then bowed obsequiously to the two beside him and said, These two are the 2nd heavenly sovereign, Blood River Sage, and the newly promoted great heavenly sovereign of the Soul Hall, Xiao Sage. Saints? The Tai Su Elder's pupils contracted sharply. He recalled the recent battle at the Starfall Pavilion, where he had also seen Blood River and Tianning. He never expected that Tianning the old demon had grown so powerful, and that Blood River the saint had even ascended to the level of a martial saint. In the air, the Blood River Sage's red hair fluttered proudly, but the Xiao Sage beside him spoke indifferently, Let's take it quickly. This place isn't far from the Pill Tower. Don't attract those old fools here. Yes. The old demon Tianning hurriedly responded, his eyes gleaming with greed. He had already sensed the energy fluctuations within the milky white barrier. Though he knew there were people inside, the Soul Hall had never failed to obtain what it desired. Wait! The Blood River Sage suddenly let out a strange cry, pointing his finger at the barrier below. Master, look at that person inside. It seems to be Xiao Yan from the Starfall Pavilion? Xiao Yan? Upon hearing that name, Xiao the Holy Sage, who had remained expressionless, suddenly trembled. His eyes beneath the black robe narrowed sharply, and 2 beams of light as tangible as substance pierced through the void, directly penetrating the barrier. Chapter 179, High-Risk Occupations on the Continent, the Soul Hall's Heavenly Sovereign. The milky white barrier, which even ordinary Douzuns couldn't penetrate, was as good as non-existent in the eyes of Xiao the Holy Sage. Within the barrier, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, his face flushed an abnormal crimson from refining thee, his aura fluctuating between strength and weakness, clearly in a weakened state. He does bear a resemblance. Xiao the Holy Sage stared at the young face, a savage grin curling his lips. However, his aura is so chaotic. He must have suffered severe injuries. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Tianning, act quickly. Yes. The old demon Tianning perked up, and the aura of a peak-level 7-star Douzun erupted violently. He gathered dense black chi in both palms and slammed them fiercely at the milky white barrier below. His power far surpassed that of the Tai Su Zunja with just 2 casual strikes. It felt like a 1,000-ton hammer crashing down, shattering the milky white barrier into countless fragments that dissipated into a shower of light. As the barrier shattered, a palm-sized milky white flame shot into the sky. The flame flickered with tiny blood-red threads, resembling constantly pulsating capillaries. The old demon Tianning acted swiftly, reaching out to catch the flame and seal it within a jade bottle in his palm. He then handed it over to the lead Xiao Sage with reverence. It's indeed Xiao Yan. Xiao's attention was entirely focused on the figure seated cross-legged below his, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Having captured Xiao Yan and seized thee, who could possibly rival me in merit? As the Xiao Sage spoke, he personally extended his fan-like hand and lunged downward with a fierce grab. A massive 5-fingered claw mark instantly formed, shrouded in thick black mist, hurtling straight toward Xiao Yan's head. Just as the claw mark was about to make contact, a dazzling sea of flowers suddenly bloomed above Xiao Yan's head. Countless pink and white petals appeared out of thin air, each emitting the fragrance of dewdrops. They layered and intertwined to form a dazzling barrier, with faint golden light flowing along the edges of the petals, resembling a large umbrella that protected Xiao Yan below. Xiao the Sage's claw, which had been aimed to strike with certainty, struck the flower umbrella and was repelled with a slight tremor. The petals drifted down, continuously weakening the claw's power. Who is there? Come out immediately. Xiao the Sage roared, his palm erupting with black mist. His massive hand clenched fiercely, causing the flower umbrella to tremble violently. Countless petals fell like snowflakes, and a slender figure was forced out of the adjacent space. It was a young girl, barely of age, dressed in a pale pink gown, with long black hair flowing down to her waist. If Xiao Yan had opened his eyes, he would have recognized her immediately. It was Huali, whom he had met at the Qilin fire vein. A mere half-saint dares to oppose me? Upon recognizing her cultivation level, Xiao the Holy Sage sneered coldly. Beneath his black robe, his palm swept out once more, ing a colossal black mist into a gigantic sword. With a piercing screech that tore through space, it plunged downward. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Those eyes, which had been dimmed by weakness, now burst with a terrifying brilliance. Explode! A thunderous shout echoed like a clap of thunder. In an instant, the milky white flame that had been sealed within the jade bottle by the old demon suddenly began to tremble violently. The jade bottle shattered with a loud crack, and the milky white flame instantly expanded into a sea of fire hundreds of feet wide. The blood-red patterns within rapidly expanded, and a terrifyingly destructive aura, far surpassing anything before, surged forth. The surrounding space was scorched and warped, and the air around it was instantly sucked dry, forming a visible vacuum ripple. This is bad. The three from the soul hall paled in shock. The flame had been tampered with by Xiao Yan earlier. In the blink of an eye, even with the reaction speed of a martial saint, they could only summon their protective martial energy in time. The milky white flames, carrying the might to incinerate everything in their path, erupted violently in the air. Boom! Countless blood-red lightning bolts tore through the vortex, shaking the heavens and earth, and casting the sun and moon into darkness. Within a radius of several miles centered on the three from the soul hall, everything was swept into the vortex and destroyed beyond recognition. Such a commotion possessed powers surpassing that of heaven-tier martial arts. Beneath the vortex, the entire city of Yi trembled as if the end of the world had arrived. Xiao Yan! You're asking for death. After a long while, as the dust settled, two battered figures plummeted out of the void. Xian Xiao the holy sage roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot, his black robe burned to tatters, and his bare arms covered in bloodstains. In the hands of the Blood River Sage was a fragment of nothingness, the remnants of the heavenly eagle old demon who had been instantly vaporized moments ago. You're still alive, Xiao Yan chuckled, looking at the two charred figures. The milky white flames were originally the young fire of the Yi family, which had evolved into an under the catalysis of the environment. Their power wasn't particularly formidable. After using the explosion card, they were able to achieve such an effect, which had already surpassed Xiao Yan's expectations. You cunning little brat! Xian Xiao the holy sage gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with murderous intent that seemed almost tangible. But now, I'll see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with mockery. I have plenty of trump cards. Which one would you like to try first? Seeing Xiao Yan's defiant demeanor even as death approached, Xian Xiao the sage couldn't help but let out a savage laugh, revealing his sharp white teeth. You're just trying to stall for time, waiting for reinforcements from the pill tower, aren't you? Let me tell you this, even if the grand elder of that little pill tower arrives, I'll still kill you today. Xiao Yan merely smiled lightly. It seems that after the soul hall was severely weakened, you lot of clowns have reaped quite a few benefits. But no one told you, did they? Xiao Yan paused, his gaze as sharp as a knife as he swept over the two of them. The soul hall's heavenly sovereign is a high-risk profession on this continent, you know. You're asking for death. Xian Xiao the holy sage roared furiously. This time, his strength as a late-stage star saint erupted completely, and his figure instantly turned into a blur as he charged forward. Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he roared in response. Blood demon puppet. As the words left his mouth, the space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly rippled, and a blood-red figure over 3 zhang tall suddenly materialized. A terrifying aura as vast as an abyss surged forth from its body. Compared to it, the Xian Xiao holy sage's strength was as laughable as an ant trying to shake a tree. This colossal figure was none other than the blood demon puppet that Xiao Yan had left behind in the 9 Hells Yellow Springs for refinement before heading to the Earth's core world. The Xian Xiao Holy One's attack struck its body, leaving not a single trace behind. On the contrary, the pressure it emitted, already at the 6-star martial saint level, caused the two heavenly sovereigns to struggle to breathe. Die! The blood demon puppet's eyes were icy cold, and it didn't even move. With a single punch, a spatial fissure hundreds of feet wide suddenly appeared in the sky above Yi City. Under the overwhelming fist wind, the two black-robed figures had their souls erased outright. Fools! Xiao Yan curled the corner of his mouth and shook his head slowly. I'm waiting for the cooldown. What are you waiting for? Chapter 180, The Emergence of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. The great battle came to an end. Xiao Yan raised his hand to recall the blood demon puppet, and crimson blood once again trickled from the corners of his lips. A wry smile flickered across his pale face. My source energy is damaged. Is it really this difficult to kill 2 martial saints now? He took several pills from his storage ring and swallowed them before turning to Huali beside him. Little Huali, when did you sneak out? Huali stuck out her tongue, her lively eyes curving into crescent moons. Hee, you forgot? It was me who brought you out of the Qilan fire vein back then. So you left me in the northern desert and ran off first? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes in mock seriousness. No way. Huali's voice was soft and sweet. I just went out to play. I didn't expect you to get so injured. I came to make it up to you. Oh? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, wrapping his arm around the young girl's waist and sweeping his gaze over her. Huali was wearing a pale pink silk dress, its hem swaying gently in the breeze, outlining her slender yet curvaceous waist. Though her curves were not full, they were like budding flowers, delicate and alluring. Her legs were barely visible beneath the skirt, her skin as white as snow, seemingly able to be squeezed to produce water. This young lady was indeed beautiful, her appearance rivaling that of the Han sisters. Xiao Yan leaned in close, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his lips. How will you compensate me? Hua Li's eyes sparkled with innocence, and she didn't dodge. Instead, she tiptoed up, wrapping her delicate hands around Xiao Yan's neck, and her cherry red lips gently pressed against his. The moment their lips touched, Xiao Yan's pupils contracted sharply, and his body stiffened. He had only intended to tease the young girl, but she had been so bold. Just as he instinctively reached out to push her away, Hua Li suddenly let out a soft moan, and Xiao Yan felt a warm, moist current surge into his lips. As Hua Li's body gradually became transparent, her pink silk dress transformed into a shower of petals, which then coalesced into streams of pink energy, flowing endlessly from her lips into Xiao Yan's body. Wherever the energy flow passed, the damaged meridians and bones within Xiao Yan's body emitted faint crackling sounds, instantly restoring them to their original state. Even the damage to his core essence caused by the backlash of the was swiftly repaired under the nourishment of this energy, the sense of relief surpassing that of swallowing 10 fire goddess heaven repairing pills. As the source of the was fully restored, the nearly extinguished within Xiao Yan's body instantly regained its vitality. Whoosh! 16 flames of varying colors burst forth from his body, swirling and dancing around him, intertwining into a dazzling sea of fire. Catching a pink petal drifting slowly toward him, Xiao Yan felt an indescribable emotion well up in his heart. No wonder this little girl said she had never left the Qilin fire vein. No wonder Xiao Yan couldn't see her true form no matter how hard he tried. Every single petal contained a trace of the essence of the Hua Li had been born by gathering the essence of countless. And now, she had chosen to infuse all her power into Xiao Yan's body, just like the 5 that had recognized him as their master back then. Congratulations, young friend, on gaining this opportunity again. Such blessings are truly enviable. A voice, suddenly echoed from the sky, tinged with a hint of laughter. Xiao Yan looked up and saw a blue ox stepping through the void, with a child dressed in coarse cloth sitting on its back. It was none other than Dan Xian, whom he had encountered in the secret realm years ago. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to call him the Dan Tower Ancestor. The blue ox came to a stop before Xiao Yan, and the Dan Tower Ancestor smiled broadly, saying, I hear that the pure lotus demon fire has emerged. Would you care to join me in going to see the commotion? The demon fire has emerged? Xiao Yan bowed to the Dan Tower Ancestor, but before he could greet him, he froze in place. 2 moons appeared simultaneously, 9 stars merged into one, the tides of heaven and earth surged, and the demon fire descended. This was the information the demon fire fragment had given Xiao Yan years ago. Calculating the time, there was no way it could be today. Recently, for some unknown reason, the sealing power suddenly weakened, causing the demonic fire to emerge prematurely. The Soul Clan has coveted the demonic fire for years, and this time they must be mobilizing all their forces. However, judging by your current state, having shed your former self and undergone a complete transformation, it remains to be seen who will ultimately claim the demonic fire. The old ancestor of the Dan Tower explained while sizing up Xiao Yan, a fleeting look of astonishment flashing unnoticed in his eyes. Even at his current cultivation level, he could no longer discern Xiao Yan's true strength. Since the elder has invited me, how could I refuse? Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, opened his mouth, and swallowed all 4 remaining into his body. This time, I'm going to give them a big surprise. The commotion caused by the demonic flames emerging was far greater than Xiao Yan had anticipated, resembling a grand event sweeping across the continent. In the northwest sky, the originally azure sky was torn open by a massive fissure. There, a ball of light as brilliant as a star hung in the sky. Before this ball of light, the heavens and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. Milky white energy mist continuously seeped out from within, and the extreme heat instantly turned the surrounding mountains and peaks into a barren wasteland. Such a spectacle was not only visible within 1,000 miles, but even from 10,000 miles away. Across the entire Qi continent, countless powerful beings rushed toward that star from all directions. Even those ancient demons who had been secluded in secret realms for years emerged on this day. The pure lotus demon fire, a legendary entity said to be able to incinerate all things and purify souls, ranked 3rd on the Who wouldn't want to claim it for themselves? Within 1,000 miles of the light sphere, the lowest ranked cultivators were all at the martial sovereign level. Those who were once regarded as unattainable by ordinary people were now as common as weeds. Everywhere one looked, it was either the patriarch of a sect or the supreme elder of a first-rate power. These people are just here to join the commotion. In mid-air, the Dan Tower Ancestor stood with his hands behind his back, gazing down at the swarm of figures below. His tone was calm. To truly subdue the pure lotus demon fire, luck alone won't suffice. Xiao Yan stood quietly by his side. The 2 of them were surrounded by faint spatial fluctuations. With their strength, the barrier separating them from the outside world was as transparent as glass, allowing them to see everything below clearly. Unless one's strength reached the 7th-ranked Martial Saint realm, they would never be able to detect the 2 of them. Xiao Yan turned to the Dan Tower Ancestor. Have you ever fought the demonic fire before? How powerful is it? It is unfathomable. The Dan Tower ancestor slowly uttered 4 words, a fleeting glimpse of fear flashing in his eyes, as if recalling some unpleasant memories he preferred to forget. Before Xiao Yan could ask further, several powerful auras suddenly broke through the clouds, streaking toward them like meteors. The 8 great families have arrived as well. The Dan Tower patriarch looked at the group of figures and said, "These few individuals are from the Spirit Clan." Chapter 181, Elders of the Ling Clan. The Ling Clan? Xiao Yan's expression flickered as he looked closely. All of them were dressed in plain white robes, with intricate silver spirit patterns embroidered on their sleeves. As they moved, the patterns seemed to flow like living creatures, emanating a pure and ancient aura. At the forefront was a slender woman whose white robe highlighted her graceful curves. Her strength was roughly at the mid-stage of the 3-star martial saint realm, but her soul power was exceptionally abundant, having already reached the peak of the heavenly realm. Behind the woman followed 3 elderly men with snow-white hair and beards, their expressions solemn. They emanated a semi-saint level aura, and their gazes toward the woman were filled with reverence. It is said that among the Spirit Clan, there are countless ancient soul cultivation techniques passed down from ancient times, which can make soul cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Even the Tai soul decision of the Pill Tower was passed down from the Spirit Clan. Listening to the words of the Dan Tower ancestor, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He had once cultivated the Tai soul decision himself, and even at the Xian tier level, it had already proven to be incredibly powerful. He couldn't even begin to imagine what the higher tier cultivation techniques of the Ling Clan would be like. It's Elder Ling Jun. Why did the Spirit Clan only send a few of you? Why didn't you bring more people? At that moment, a sinister voice rang out from the distance. Upon hearing that piercing opening laugh, Xiao Yan's brows instinctively furrowed in annoyance. A standard villainous laugh besides the Soul Hall bunch, who else would use such a laugh? Soul Pine. Ling Jun looked at the Soul Clan members, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. She then snorted coldly and led the other elders away. You sure are quick to leave. Once you're inside the demon fire space, let's see where you can go. The man called Han Song snorted coldly, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. Though he didn't appear to be very old, his strength had already reached the 2nd rank martial saint realm. The Soul Clan had only sent 3 people this time. Besides Soul Song were another 2-star martial saint and a 4-star martial saint. The aura of the 4-star martial saint was quite familiar to Xiao Yan. Soul extinction. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The Soul Clan's strength was truly unimaginable. After killing the Great Heavenly Sovereign and the 2nd Heavenly Sovereign, 2 new opponents immediately appeared. After killing the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall, 2 more Dou Shangs he had never seen before emerged. In other clans, Dou Shangs were top-tier powerhouses, yet in the Soul Clan, they seemed as common as weeds. As these individuals arrived, the remaining clans of the ancient 8 clans began to gather one after another. The Stone Clan, the Flame Clan, the Thunder Clan, the Medicine Clan, and the Ancient Clan. Of course, with Xiao Yan, the sole representative of the Xiao Clan, the 8 ancient great clans were now fully assembled. Xiao Yan and the Dan Tower ancestor remained hidden in the air, never revealing themselves. However, his gaze never wavered, constantly scanning those approaching the light sphere. Among the 8 ancient clans sent this time, the weakest was the elder of the Ling Clan, who was only a 3-star martial saint. The leaders of the other 6 clans were all 4-star martial saints. Among them was Fire Yao, an elder of the Yan clan, who was an acquaintance of Xiao Yan. The old man arrived at the scene and looked around nervously, as if searching for something. As for the others, including Hua Xian, Hua Ji, and Sooner, whom Xiao Yan had seen in his previous life, none of them were present. It was likely that their current strength was still insufficient, so they were unable to participate in the operation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, the sound of breaking through the air rang out again, and dozens of figures approached the inner circle. Is that the teacher? Xiao Yan gasped. It was none other than Yao Chen, who had broken through to the 1st-star martial saint realm. By his side were Huoyan Laozu of the Burning Flame Valley, several half-saints from the Flower Sect and the Sound Valley, and a white-robed elder whose strength had reached the early 2nd-star realm. Everyone treated him with great respect. Dan Tower's little M.O., come and take a look at the commotion. The Dan Tower patriarch spoke as if chatting with an elder about his own child. A while back, Yao Chen visited the Dan Tower and mentioned forming some kind of alliance. I told him to go ahead with it. Thank you, elder, Xiao Yan thought to himself with a smile. He had been away from the Starfall Pavilion for a long time, and every time he returned, he left immediately. However, it seemed that under the guidance of the old alchemist, the Starfall Pavilion was thriving. Setting aside the ancient 8 great families, the Starfall Pavilion was now at least among the top 3 in the open ranks of Central Continent. Therefore, when the Starfall Pavilion approached the inner ring near the light sphere, the surrounding factions made no objections and instead parted to make way. Yao Chen? I never expected that you, the outcast of your clan, could reach the Doushang realm? Suddenly, as the old alchemist and the others had just come to a stop, a sharp, mocking voice rang out. Xiao Yan frowned and looked over. The speaker was the leader of the Yaozong clan's group, an old man dressed in alchemist robes, with strength roughly at the early stage of a 4-star Doushang. Yao Wangue, it seems you are in charge of the Yao clan's punishments. The Dan Tower ancestor also noticed the commotion and explained to Xiao Yan. Facing Yao Wangue's mockery, Yao Lao merely smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, Elder Wangue. Having such a good disciple, I've been doing quite well lately. However, Yao Wangue seemed unwilling to let it go, glaring at Yi Chen with a malicious expression. Just a martial saint? Do you really think I'm praising you? This place isn't somewhere a worthless fool like you should be. Oof. Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, flames blazing in his eyes. How dare a mere 4-star martial saint dare to insult his teacher in public? If not for the greater good, he would have already smashed that old man to pieces with a single palm strike. At that moment, a chill swept over his shoulder. The Dan Tower ancestor gently pressed down on Xiao Yan's shoulder. There's a rule in your ancient clan, those above a 5-star doshang are not allowed to act on their own. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He well knew that, having not yet entered the demon fire space, revealing his true strength prematurely would be the most foolish thing to do. Thus, he kept his murderous intent deeply buried within his eyes. This debt with Yao Wangue must be settled sooner or later. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth, as if the sky had been cleaved by a gigantic axe. The milky white light sphere suspended in the sky suddenly expanded wildly, and countless streams of milky white light poured down like a waterfall, dyeing half the sky a sacred white. The energy in the heavens and earth suddenly became chaotic, and the temperature rose to an extremely terrifying level in an instant. Countless chaotic energy vortexes formed continuously. The distant mountains trembled under the energy impact, and those closer were completely leveled to the ground. Beneath the light sphere, a spatial fissure hundreds of feet long quietly emerged, its center covered by a pale white energy membrane. After 1,000 years, the pure lotus demon fire finally emerged once more. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan's heart raced wildly. Now, with the demon fire fragment lost and no demon saint's residual image to assist him, whether he could obtain thee this time would depend entirely on his own strength. Chapter 182, Nightmare Mist? A trivial trick. As the spatial fissure of the demon fire stabilized, the various factions that had previously maintained a delicate balance immediately broke ranks. No one paid any heed to the 8 great families. A swarm of figures, as numerous as locusts, rushed toward the milky white fissure, vying for position. Sizzle. Several figures eager to enter the light sphere were instantly swallowed by the seemingly gentle milky white glow, unable even to utter a scream before turning into wisps of smoke and vanishing into the air. These cultivators, whose strength didn't even reach the 5-star martial sovereign realm, had once been tyrants in their own domains, but now, under the aftereffects of the pure lotus demon fire, they weren't even worth mentioning. Even so, those behind them continued to charge forward, their figures swarming like a swarm of moths drawn to a flame. Retreat! The ancient 8 clans' forces naturally had no interest in competing with these fools. Though their numbers were few, each group was led by a martial saint-level expert. In the blink of an eye, several figures flickered, their bodies surrounded by martial chi shields that repelled the flames, like fish darting through water. They pierced through the light sphere and vanished into the fissures in an instant. Let's move out. Yao Lao had just raised his hand when he suddenly froze in place for half a second. Then, a flash of sharp light appeared in his eyes. Master Yao? Did you sense something? Oh, it's nothing. The excitement in Yi Chen's eyes flickered briefly before he swept his gaze over the others behind him. Those below half-saint should return to the alliance and stand by. The rest of you, follow me into this demonic fire space to investigate further. Yes. As time passed, in the blink of an eye, the vast majority of the powerful beings had already charged into the light sphere. Those who remained were either too weak to withstand even the outer pressure, or too cowardly to act, and could only watch from afar. Finally, a golden light shimmered around the old ancestor of the Dan Tower. Let's go as well. Xiao Yan nodded, and the two stepped forward simultaneously, slipping into the light circle unnoticed. Compared to the fully armed Dan Tower ancestor, Xiao Yan looked far more relaxed and carefree. He wore no protective gear, and even casually brushed aside a strand of hair blown by the wind, his posture as graceful as someone strolling through a garden. The simple demon fire space surrounding them was insufficient to harm him. Now, not only had Xiao Yan fully recovered his strength, but he had also recently absorbed 5 more. To put it bluntly, the flames produced by the 20 fused within his body were now powerful enough to rival the nether lotus demon fire. The demon fire space was extremely vast, with a sea of white flames stretching as far as the eye could see. The temperature around him was rising rapidly, but for Xiao Yan, it was barely noticeable. With each light step, Xiao Yan's figure appeared 1,000 feet away, yet the demon fire space seemed endless, with nothing of use to be found. After walking for a moment, a thick fog began to fill the air, making it nearly impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Xiao Yan turned his head, but the old ancestor of the Dan Tower had already vanished without a trace. Soul extinction. You dare kill me? My disciple will never forgive you. A familiar, angry shout suddenly echoed from the mist, weak and hoarse. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, pushed aside the mist, and rushed forward. He saw the figures of the 3 members of the Soul Clan. At that moment, Han Mieshing's emaciated hands were tightly gripping the neck of the old alchemist, whose clothes were stained with blood, and he was on the brink of death, his face twisted with pain and resentment. "Oh? Look, your disciple has come, hasn't he?" Han Mieshing curled his lips into a cruel smile, deliberately pushing Yao Lao toward Xiao Yan. Boom! The old alchemist exploded into a cloud of blood. "You're too late. He. Huan Mieshang laughed coldly, and several figures appeared before him once more. "Xiao Yanzi, save me!" Suddenly, cries of alarm rang out, coming from Xiao Zhan and Xiao Ding. "Do you want to save your father?" Facing the threat from the soul-devouring demon, Xiao Yan remained expressionless throughout, even seeming to smile slightly. "What? Don't you want to save your father anymore? I'll give you a chance. Just give up your martial arts energy, kneel down, and beg me, and I'll let them go." Han Mieshing tightened his grip, his eyes red with fury as he glared at Xiao Yan, kneel. However, no matter what he did, Xiao Yan remained cold and indifferent. In the face of such cold violence, Han Mieshang seemed to be performing a solo act, screaming hysterically but receiving no response. Finally, Xiao Yan had seen enough. He looked around, then smiled lightly. "Dream mist? This technique is impure compared to what the pure lotus demon saint used." Boom! As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, the surrounding space shattered like glass being smashed from all sides. Opening his eyes once more, Xiao Yan and the Dan Tower ancestor locked eyes simultaneously. Seeing that Xiao Yan had escaped the illusion at the same time as him, the Dan Tower ancestor's eyes filled with admiration. "Ha, the young are truly formidable." Xiao Yan smiled faintly. He had already experienced the techniques of the nightmare heavenly mist in the martial arts scroll, and on that occasion, it had been personally demonstrated by the Nether Lotus Demon Saint's illusory form. Looking around, he saw that the area was filled with bodies enveloped in white flames. Those who had managed to withstand the external pressure and survive had, once inside, fallen victim to the deadly trap if they let their guard down for even a moment. "Let's go." Xiao Yan and the Dan Tower ancestor once again concealed their figures and headed deeper into the demonic fire space. They had awakened earlier than most, and along the way, they encountered numerous individuals struggling against the nightmare heavenly mist. Xiao Yan's gaze swept calmly over the scene, but he did not waste his kindness. In the blink of an eye, the two of them appeared on a massive platform. Behind the platform stood a white gate hundreds of feet tall. The complex energies emanating from within could be clearly felt, indicating that many enemies were hidden inside. The Dan Tower ancestor glanced at the gate indifferently. Inside are all the fire slaves refined from the pure lotus demon fire. In the end, they are nothing but illusions. Let's tear open the space directly. The spatial barrier set by the pure lotus demon saint was indeed formidable, but just because a 3-star or 4-star martial saint couldn't break it didn't mean a 6-star martial saint couldn't. After advancing to 6-star, Xiao Yan's control over spatial power had reached a new level, allowing him to ignore these illusions and tear open the space to search for the source of the demon fire. No rush. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Yan merely smiled slowly, his eyes filled with vibrant flames, gazing at the massive gate as if he could see through everything. Roar! As soon as the words left his mouth, the massive gate swung open with a deafening roar, and a series of earth-shaking screams swept out. Hundreds of auras reaching the Dou Zong realm surged forward. Within the gate, countless puppet figures shrouded in milky white flames began to emerge, their heads twisting stiffly like zombies. Suddenly, each of them produced a 2-zhang-long flaming spear, which they hurled toward Xiao Yan and his companion. Xiao Yan flickered his fingers, unleashing a terrifying surge of green and red energy that instantly obliterated all the puppets. "Senior, please wait. There is someone I wish to see behind you." Chapter 183, 3 Steps to Save Xiaochen. The number of fire slaves refined by the pure lotus demon fire was so vast it made one's hair stand on end. Even Xiao Yan was left speechless at the sight. Countless Dou Zong and Dou Zun level experts, controlled by the milky white flames, had hollow eyes and moved in perfect unison, like puppets on strings, charging forward fearlessly. If every squad encountered such a scene, it was unimaginable how many Dou Zun were trapped in this space. No wonder the pure lotus demon saint expended so much effort to seal it away before his demise. If this demonic fire were to emerge into the world, it would likely conquer an entire continent in mere days. After swiftly flying past 3 grand halls, Xiao Yan finally arrived at his destination. The same grand hall, but this time, the interior was unusually vast and silent. There were no thousands of fire slaves, only a gaunt figure stood straight and tall. His aura was as steady as a majestic mountain, and simply standing there gave off an unshakable presence. With Xiao Yan and the Dan Tower ancestors' keen eyesight, they could clearly see that this man, who appeared to be only a 4th-ranked martial saint, had already reached the mid-stage of 5th-ranked martial saint in terms of true strength. Such power far surpassed that of the various experts sent by the ancient 8 great clans. At the same time, as Xiao Yan and the others stepped onto the palace grounds, the gaunt man's eyes suddenly burst forth with icy cold glances. "Those who dare to enter the hall shall die." His palm suddenly clenched forward, and a massive blood-red axe materialized in the gaunt man's hand. Without a word, the man spun halfway around in place, and the axe, accompanied by a piercing screech that tore through space, swept out horizontally. A blood-red axe beam hundreds of feet long instantly shattered the space, slashing toward Xiao Yan and his companion. Xiao Yan took a step forward. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. Before Xiao Yan, the Lulifan Tianyan instantly formed a towering wall of flames. The blood-red axe beam collided with the wall, emitting a piercing clang like clashing metal. However, despite the flames dancing wildly, not a single attack reached within 3 zhang of Xiao Yan. Taking another step forward, Xiao Yan suddenly appeared behind the gaunt man. Humph! Though under the control of the demonic flames, the gaunt man still retained his combat instincts. Almost the moment Xiao Yan's figure vanished, he seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Gripping the blood-red axe tightly, the axe blade erupted with brilliant red light, while the tip of the hand lit a viscous ball of blood-red energy, which he slammed violently toward the rear. Surprised by the man's swift reaction, Xiao Yan's eyes were quickly replaced by a fiery red glow. Lion Mountain split. With a low growl, flames erupted around Xiao Yan, instantly condensing into a fiery red lion with flowing manes. Its eyes blazed with intense flames, and as soon as it appeared, it let out a deafening roar, charging forward and clamping its massive jaws around the axe handle. Sizzle! The overwhelming power of the fused surged through the axe handle, sweeping over the emaciated man's body. The milky white demonic flames surrounding him churned violently as if encountering their nemesis, emitting sizzling sounds of burning, and were forced to disperse by more than half. The emaciated man grunted, shook his head violently, and the veins on his forehead bulged. A fleeting glimpse of struggle flashed in his eyes, as if 2 conflicting consciousnesses were tearing at his mind, nearly shattering his sanity. However, the milky white flames only weakened briefly before surging once more, sweeping over his limbs and bones like a tidal wave. The gaunt man's eyes turned milky white, and he roared furiously. His arm suddenly exerted immense force, shattering the fiery red colossal lion into pieces. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. You want to go head-to-head with me, do you? The emaciated man slowly turned around, and a complex pattern quietly emerged on his forehead, emanating an ancient aura that Xiao Yan recognized all too well. The emaciated man's previously suppressed aura erupted violently, instantly breaking through the 4-star barrier and reaching the peak of the 5-star realm. The Xiao clan's clan mark. Xiao Yan seemed to have anticipated this, flipping his wrist. All the fire-attributed energy in the surrounding heavens and earth seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, converging toward him. Dense golden energy enveloped Xiao Yan's fist, forming a miniature fire world that spun continuously on its surface, warping the surrounding space into a vortex-like pattern. Ancestors, forgive me. Xiao Yan took his 3rd step forward, his figure blazing as he unleashed a punch with unparalleled might. The emaciated man, who had activated his clan mark, roared wildly and struck out with a fist as well. Blood-red battle chi intertwined with milky white demonic flames, forming a fist shadow dozens of zhang long, carrying the might to shatter the heavens and earth, colliding head-on with Xiao Yan's fist. However, when the 2 terrifying energies collided, there was no sound. Xiao Yan's fist sliced through the blood-red fist shadow with ease, then struck the emaciated man's chest with a single punch, injecting a surge of dense energy into his body. The gaunt man's body was flung hundreds of feet away in an instant, shattering the nearby buildings into pieces. A fleeting glimpse of human clarity flashed in his eyes. Where am I? What have I done? Who am I? You are Xiao Chen. The old ancestor of the Dan Tower, witnessing the scene, was slightly moved and finally spoke. You are a member of the Xiao clan, Xiao Xian's younger brother, Xiao Chen of the Blood Axe. The words were transmitted directly into Xiao Chen's mind through soul linking, while the injected by Xiao Yan simultaneously activated, instantly expelling all the troublesome demonic flames from his body. As the demonic flames were subdued, Xiao Chen felt as though he had awakened from a deep sleep, looking blankly at Xiao Yan in the distance. The power of my elder brother's bloodline. What has happened to the Xiao clan? Seeing that Xiao Chen had finally awakened, Xiao Yan finally smiled in relief. He had sensed Xiao Chen's bloodline power from outside the palace gates, but without the guidance of the Demon Saint's residual image, he couldn't directly break the control. He had no choice but to confront it head-on, forcing Xiao Chen to regain consciousness through brute force. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's strength far surpassed Xiao Chen's, and he succeeded in just 3 steps. Ancestor Xiao Chen. After bowing respectfully, Xiao Yan briefly recounted the tragic events that had befallen the Xiao clan 1,000 years ago and the recent developments, causing Xiao Chen's face to gradually lose its color. Now that things have come to this, there is no need for you to grieve. With me here, I will certainly revive the Xiao clan. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Xiao Yan felt uneasy as well and immediately spoke to comfort him. Xiao Chen scrutinized him from head to toe, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. However, my body has been completely drained. I fear I may be a burden to you. Ha, what are you saying, Xiao Chen ancestor? Xiao Yan hurriedly took out several high-grade pills from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Chen. The latter's body was indeed severely injured, but half of it was caused by the pure lotus demon fire, and the other half was from Xiao Yan's earlier attack. Ancestor, rest assured. I'll go deal with that pure lotus demon fire and avenge you. Seeing Xiao Yan's determined expression, Xiao Chen nodded and did not stop him. Though the pure lotus demon fire was powerful, Xiao Yan was no weaker. Chapter 184, Ambush the Spirit Clan. Senior, we can depart now. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he and the Dan Tower ancestor simultaneously looked toward the northwest void. The spatial fluctuations there were violently trembling in an extremely domineering manner, as if an invisible giant hammer were forcefully shattering the space. It seems there's trouble elsewhere as well, the Dan Tower ancestor said slowly. Those Soul Clan bastards. They really left a backup plan, Xiao Yan said with a cold smile. The stench of the Soul Clan's bloodline was something he could detect even from 10,000 miles away. To break through the demon fire spatial barrier so cleanly and decisively, it seems they've secretly dispatched at least one 6-star martial saint this time. The two stood in place, gazing into the void, as if they could see through space to discern the situation in the distance. The Dan Tower ancestors suddenly murmured, strange. The direction they're heading isn't toward the core region where the demon fire source originates? These guys have never done anything good. Let's follow them and see what's going on. Xiao Yan smiled, turned to look at Xiao Chun, who was still meditating in place, and spoke respectfully, Ancestor Xiao Chun, this area is temporarily safe. Please rest here for a while. We'll be back shortly. Although Xiao Chun was still confused, upon hearing the words ancestor, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. He nodded and said in a hoarse voice, be careful. The Soul Clan's methods are extremely treacherous. Xiao Yan nodded, exchanged a glance with the Dan Tower ancestor, and both of their figures faded away, transforming into two streaks of light. Following the ripples left by the spatial fissure, they silently gave chase. Boom! Somewhere within the demon fire realm. In a hall identical to countless others, the space was filled with white figures of the Dou Zun realm. Among them were over a dozen demonic fire puppets that had reached the half-saint realm, standing like iron towers to block all retreat routes. Damn it! How did so many of them get here? Several elderly men in white robes shouted loudly, unleashing strange soul blade-like energy from their palms, slashing viciously at the advancing puppets. However, the light blades sliced into the puppets' bodies, only sparking a shower of milky white sparks. These mindless creatures possessed an astonishing resistance to soul attacks, far beyond expectations. Two more half-saint puppets have appeared on the east side. Another elder cried out in alarm, his shoulder already slashed open by a flaming spear, the wound deep enough to expose bone, and blood instantly soaking half of his white robe. Elder Hao is surrounded. Hurry and support him. In the blink of an eye, the three elderly warriors, whose strength was only at the half-saint level, were surrounded on all sides. The prolonged battle had left their internal energy chaotic and disordered. Clang! At the critical moment, a clear sword chirp suddenly rang out from the distance. A graceful figure darted past like a fleeting swan, clad in snow-white robes that fluttered in the wind, exuding an otherworldly aura of ethereal purity. The woman's long black hair flowed like a waterfall, her eyes shone brightly, as if they contained countless stars. As her sword energy surged, she broke through the encirclement and arrived beside the others. Follow me! The white-clad woman shouted, her long sword transforming into a streak of light as it struck down. Wherever the sword passed, dozens of Dou Zun puppets were instantly split in two, along with 6 half-saints blocking the way, turning into a shower of sparks that vanished into the sky. The group fought their way through, tearing open a bloody path in the impenetrable encirclement. Finally, they charged out of the hall, stepping over the remains of the puppets. As the last person crossed the palace doors, the puppets behind them suddenly halted their pursuit. Thanks to Elder Lingjun, otherwise we wouldn't have even seen the demon fire today. The elderly survivors who had narrowly escaped death gasped for breath. Though they were of high rank and age, their strength paled in comparison to the woman ahead, so their words were filled with respect. These 4 were the team sent by the Ling clan for this mission. Apart from Lingjun, the leader, who was a 3-star martial saint, the other 3 elders were only half-saints. In terms of strength, they were the weakest team among the 8 major clans. Heal your wounds. Lingjun seemed uninterested in conversation, her face as cold as ice. After uttering those 2 words, she gripped her long sword and walked forward slowly. Behind the grand hall lay another grand hall. However, the difference was that this hall was extremely vast and silent, with not a single trace of a fire slave in sight. The coldness in Lingjun's eyes did not fade, instead, it grew even more severe. She took a few steps forward, then suddenly swung her sword blade toward the right front. Clang! The extremely fierce sword chi could easily injure even a 1-star Dou Shang, but when it struck the massive pillar beside her, it only produced a faint clang before fading away without a trace. Come out, Lingjun said indifferently. This time, even the 3 half-saint elders noticed something was amiss. They quickly swallowed several healing pills and watched their surroundings warily. He. Senior Lingjun has keen eyesight. A sinister laugh echoed from all directions, as if every shadow in the hall harbored an enemy. Moments later, 3 black-robed figures slowly materialized beneath the hall, none other than the 3 members of the Soul Clan led by Han Miasheng. Han Miasheng. Lingjun raised his sword, ready to strike at any moment. What do you want? Han-san, standing beside him, licked his lips and smiled obsequiously. Don't misunderstand, Lingjun. We're here to help you. The final obstacle is a 3-star martial saint. Judging by your condition, you might not be able to defeat him. The Hall Master personally intervened earlier to help you eliminate him in advance. You're being so kind? Ling Jun snorted coldly, showing no gratitude. Han Song continued shamelessly, we help people all the way. We don't have any demands, we just want to make friends with you all. We heard that the Ling clan has a heaven-tier cultivation technique specifically for cultivating soul power. I'm sure Elder Ling Jun has some knowledge of it, right? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Ling clan members darkened instantly. The Han clan had set their sights on the Ling clan's clan protecting technique, and they were being so brazen about it. Get out of here! The Ling clan's cultivation technique will never be handed over to you, you half-human, half-demon creatures, Ling Jun said coldly. Han Niesheng sneered and took a slow step forward. That's a pity. Elder Ling Jun, are you really not considering it? What? Do you dare to fight? Ling Jun swiftly formed a sword seal with her left hand, her fingertips gently brushing the blade. The long sword hummed loudly, its blade rippling like autumn water. A faint blue sword chi flowed along the blade, emitting vibrations capable of directly piercing the soul, the Ling clan's signature soul-shattering technique. If you want to kill me, even you, the palace master, will have to shed a layer of skin. At the same time, the aura of a heavenly realm grandmaster was released without reservation from Ling Jun's body. Though her strength was only that of a 3-star martial saint, her soul power was no less formidable than that of Han Niesheng. She was taking a gamble, as the Soul Clan's target was also and they certainly wouldn't want to exhaust their strength prematurely. But unfortunately, she had miscalculated. Han Niesheng took another step forward, and a terrifying aura swept out from his body, instantly breaking through the constraints of the late 4-star realm and reaching the 5-star level. Chapter 185, The Praying Mantis catches the cicada, but the sparrow is behind. 5-star martial saint? Feeling the aura of Han Niesheng, Ling Jun's beautiful face showed shock for the first time, while the 3 elders behind her were nearly suffocated by the overwhelming pressure. Ling Jun was only at the mid-4th star level, and even with her soul power, she could barely hold her own against a 4th-star martial saint. Considering the ancient pact between the clans, she didn't feel much fear toward the Soul Clan. But she never expected these traitors to have no honor at all. Even after soul extinction had ascended to 5-star, they dared to roam around so brazenly. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by the other clans? Ling Jun was only surprised for a moment before her gaze returned to its cold, stern expression. At this point, she could only continue to absorb the energy of the heavens and earth, striving to restore her own condition as much as possible. Hasn't Ling Jun the fairy heard of the martial continent, where strength reigns supreme? With your worthless families, you dare to speak of a contract with my soul clan? How many 5-star martial saints do you have? Facing Han Niesheng's mockery, Ling Jun remained unfazed. She turned to the elderly men and said, I will do my best to tear open the space. You must return immediately and report. Boom. Boom boom. Before Ling Jun could finish speaking, Han Niesheng clenched his fist, and 3 dull explosions rang out almost simultaneously. The 3 spirit clan elders, whose strength had reached the half-saint realm, had no power to resist. They were instantly reduced to 3 clouds of blood mist, leaving not even their souls behind. Han Niesheng. Ling Jun clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes blazing with overwhelming anger. A swirling purple mist erupted from her body, drifting and swirling behind her to form a duplicate figure, one that bore an exact resemblance to Ling Jun herself. 2 white-robed figures on the front lines emitted blinding light from their foreheads, their aura surging upward until they both reached the level of a 4-star martial saint. Dare to kill a member of the Ling clan? You 1T get away with this. The 2 figures exchanged a glance, their movements perfectly synchronized. Their long swords simultaneously swept out, creating a whirlwind of sword flowers. The sword chi intertwined into a massive pale blue sword net, adorned with delicate soul-like patterns, instantly enveloping the 3 of them. The Ling clan? Upon hearing Ling Jun's words, the 3 members of the Soul Clan burst into sinister laughter. Han Niesheng's black robe suddenly swelled, and the black chi surging from his body instantly into a gigantic hand before him. With a casual squeeze, the seemingly resilient sword net shattered piece by piece. A surge of black flames erupted simultaneously, incinerating the hidden soul-shattering dark energy within into nothingness. Han Niesheng struck out again with his palm, and the soul clone instantly shattered, turning into a swirling purple mist. Ling Jun's true form was struck with tremendous force, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her body flew backward crashing heavily into the stone beam of the palace door. The strength she had forcibly enhanced using her clan mark was no match for Soul Extinction's power. A black mist flowed from the palm of Soul Extinction, transforming into a slender black spear that instantly crossed space, aiming straight for Ling Jun's forehead. Meanwhile, Han Niesheng's figure vanished abruptly, reappearing before Ling Jun in the next instant. He spoke with a mocking tone. Do you think that by the time you return, you'll still be able to see the Ling clan? What do you mean? Ling Jun's pupils contracted sharply, completely ignoring the blood spilling from her mouth as she frantically asked. Hand over the heavenly soul technique, and I'll tell you. You're dreaming. Then die. Huan Miasheng's body was enveloped in black light, and a swirling flame of nothingness surged forth, instantly transforming into a distorted demonic face that loomed larger and lunged toward the severely injured Ling Jun. The disparity in their strength was too great. Ling Jun could only close her eyes tightly and accept her fate. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strange whistling sound echoed from somewhere in the void. The arrogant black flame demonic face trembled violently as if it had encountered its nemesis. At the same time, deep within the distant soul realm, a swirling mass of black flames erupted like a reflex, suddenly rising up to reveal a hideous human face, which screamed, "It's him! It's him! Soul extinction, kill him!" Within the demonic flame space, the consciousness of the void-devouring flame, synchronized with its source, erupted with a piercing scream that echoed throughout the hall. At the same moment, a powerful suction force once again emanated from the void, causing the black flame to fly out uncontrollably. "It's him! It's him! Soul extinction, kill him!" The piercing screams continued to echo from its mouth. This sudden turn of events caught the Soul Palace Lord off guard, but his reaction was swift. His right hand darted out like lightning. No matter what, he had to seize Ling Jun first. However, the next moment, the space before him suddenly began to writhe eerily. A visible spatial fissure appeared out of nowhere, precisely between Han Miesheng and Ling Jun. Bang! Han Miesheng's palm struck down, but it only shattered the palace buildings on the other side. In an instant, he had been directly teleported to another location, and where he had stood moments ago now stood a young child who appeared to be no more than 10 years old. In that brief moment of obstruction, the void-devouring flames had completely vanished into the spatial fissure, leaving not even a single spark behind. "Old demon, you were indeed coveting the demonic flame." Upon seeing the child dressed in simple hemcloth, Han Miesheng's eyelids twitched, and he immediately recognized the other's identity. "However, the one beside you isn't the pure lotus demon fire. Do you really need to meddle in such trivial matters?" The old ancestor of the Dan Tower slowly turned around. Though his appearance remained unchanged, his eyes were now filled with the weight of centuries. A hoarse voice emerged from the child's mouth, sounding extremely peculiar. "The Dan Tower and the Ling clan have always been allies, and besides, I owe that old man Ling Kuan a favor. You must not harm this young girl today." Han Miesheng took a deep breath. For the first time, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the Dan Tower ancestor. Moreover, he wasn't foolish. Spatial displacement was a technique only a 6-star martial saint could perform. However, Han Miesheng's expression remained unchanged. "Old ghost, with the demonic fire emerging, my Han clan has prepared thoroughly. Are you certain you wish to oppose us? I'm not here to negotiate with you." The Dan Tower ancestor sneered. "You're talking about that fool, Han Qianma, aren't you? I sensed his presence long ago. To obtain the demon fire, you actually mobilized a 6-star martial saint. You really are desperate." As if to confirm the words of the Dan Tower ancestor, a withered figure leaning on a cane appeared silently in the air. The marks of time were clearly visible on this figure, who was emaciated and clad in gray robes. Aside from his eyes, which shone with a piercing light, he resembled an ordinary person on the brink of death. "The Soul Clan's 6-star martial saint, Han Qianma. Old ghost, since you know I'm here, you dare show yourself? Don't you fear I'll devour you? Let the Soul Emperor say that. You're not worthy." The moment they met, the atmosphere grew tense, and two overwhelming auras collided, causing the very space around them to tremble violently. The aftereffects of the battle rippled out, causing Ling Jun's injuries to worsen. Not only her, but even the clash between two 6-star battle saints was something even Han Miesheng feared. Han Qianma raised his hand and shattered a corner of the space. "Old ghost, let us fight somewhere else. You don't want that little girl to get hurt, do you?" Dan Ta Lao Zu curled the corners of his mouth but said nothing, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he followed Han Qianmo into another dimension. Without the support of the Dan Tower ancestor, Ling Jun's face, which had been improving, turned grim once more. The story is so dramatic." Han Miesheng saw this and clapped his hands repeatedly. "There's nothing we can do. We encountered some unexpected variables, so we have to accelerate our plan. Ling Jun, as long as you surrender to the Han clan, we won't treat you badly." "Oh?" Suddenly, another mocking male voice rang out from the void. "The unexpected turn of events the palace master mentioned, are you referring to me? Taking a day off. As the title says, taking a day off. Update tomorrow." Chapter 186, The Soul Clan's Preparations. Xiao Yan? Hearing that voice, which sounded like a nightmare, Han Miesheng couldn't help but tremble. "It's you again." In the direction where the Dan Tower ancestor and the others had disappeared, space slightly warped, and a tall, slender man in black robes emerged. "What's the matter? All 7 major clans have arrived, so my Xiao clan can't come?" Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. In his hand, a palm-sized black flame struggled violently, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape his palm and was slowly absorbed into his storage ring. "I didn't know you had connections with the Ling clan." Han Miesheng's expression flickered several times before settling into a grim expression. Xiao Yan glanced at Ling Jun, who was collapsed on the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Her eyes were filled with astonishment as she looked at him. I don't know her either. I just wanted to pick a fight with you, Xiao Yan said indifferently. Humph. With just you? Han Miesheng laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke ever, and the black chi surrounding him surged violently. I was planning to deal with you later, but since you've come to me willingly, you won't be leaving here alive. Before he could finish speaking, his palms clapped together violently, then suddenly parted. Whoosh! Countless black threads of energy erupted from Han Miesheng's body, weaving through the air to form a massive black net. The net's eyes were crawling with twisted runes, emitting a terrifying power capable of harming souls. Immediately afterward, the black net contracted violently, and within each mesh, a black arrow dozens of zhonglong emerged. The arrowheads were condensed with thick black mist that couldn't be dispersed, and faintly visible were countless vengeful souls wailing within. Dark soul devouring heaven arrows, go! Han Miesheng let out a fierce shout, and countless black arrows instantly tore through space, rushing toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, seeing this, curled his lips into a sneer. Han Miesheng was indeed a man of some talent, otherwise, he wouldn't have ascended to the position of Hallmaster of the Soul Hall. But even when they were of the same rank, Xiao Yan had no fear of him. How much more so now? Stop! As the single word left his lips, the arrows in the sky froze in mid-air. Destroy! Thousands of black arrows plummeted to the ground, disintegrating into dust. Xiao Yan seemed like the commander of the entire battle, casually uttering two words that rendered Han Miesheng's fully unleashed combat technique utterly useless. Seeing Xiao Yan handle the situation with such ease, Han Miesheng's expression finally grew solemn. You've proven to be more than I expected. However, the Soul Hall always prepares thoroughly for its actions. Xiao Yan, do you think I haven't considered your existence? Han Miesheng's tone shifted abruptly, and a flash of cruelty crossed his eyes. Old demon, time is limited. Please act now. As soon as Han Miesheng finished speaking, another unremarkable two-star martial saint from the Soul Hall trio slowly stepped forward. As he took 2 steps forward, the old man's face changed. His two thick, dark eyebrows hung low over his forehead, giving his wrinkled face a slightly eerie appearance. Han Miesheng, you've truly disappointed me. You haven't even shown the demon flame yet, and you've already used both of your trump cards. The old man shook his head, his lazy gaze sweeping over the scene, completely disregarding Xiao Yan. Ignoring the old man's mockery, Soul Extinction remained composed and said solemnly, Old man, this person was specifically ordered by the clan leader to be captured. He is the one who disrupted the source of the Void Lord. If you have the ability to capture him, it will be your first merit. Demon Elder? Are you the Soul Demon Elder? Hearing their conversation, Ling Jun below suddenly exclaimed in shock. Though she was young, she had far more experience than Xiao Yan and had naturally heard of the Soul Demon Elder's reputation. It was said that this man had already reached the 5-star martial saint realm during his seclusion 100 years ago. If that was the case, the Soul Clan had actually dispatched 3 warriors of 5-star martial saint realm or higher this time. For the sake of the pure lotus demon fire, you really have gone to great lengths. Ling Jun's lips curled into a bitter smile. Even though they were both part of the ancient 8 clans, the Soul Clan's foundations were far stronger. You must leave immediately. If you ever get the chance to escape, please go to the Ling clan and check on them for me. Ling Jun gave Xiao Yan a tragic smile. The faint blue light in her hands once more, and the long sword barely supported her body. Even if I have to self-destruct, I won't let the Soul Clan succeed. As long as I'm dead, the clan will have preparations. Before the sword could be thrust forward, it was gently pressed down by a warm hand. Xiao Yan casually reached out to seize the sword blade, then pulled Ling Jun's swaying body into his embrace. The warmth from his palm made her pause. Relax. This isn't the time for you to risk your life. Xiao Yan's voice was calm, yet it carried a reassuring strength. Blood Demon Puppet. With a sudden low shout, a blood-red figure burst out from beside Xiao Yan, towering like an iron tower, charging straight toward the Soul Clan members. Bang! The Soul Demon Elder was the first to be struck, forced to stumble backward repeatedly. His black eyebrows trembled violently, and for the first time, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Though his true strength had reached the peak of the 5-star realm, the Blood Demon Puppet possessed the terrifying power of a 6-star realm. A puppet of a 6-star martial saint? Upon realizing this, the Soul Demon Elder's expression changed drastically. This kid is indeed peculiar. Soul Extinction, I'll hold off the puppet. You two, quickly kill him. With that, the Soul Demon Elder let out a fierce roar, his palms flipping wildly as black kite into a massive shield, firmly blocking the Blood Demon Puppet's fierce attacks. At this point, there was little time left for Soul Extinction to react. Exchanging a glance with Soul Pine beside him, the two transformed into streams of pitch-black light, darting toward Xiao Yan and the others like arrows leaving the string. Before they even arrived, dense black mist had already 2 hideous demonic claws in mid-air, carrying a bone-chilling aura that seemed to tear through space, directly targeting Xiao Yan's face. You want to kill me? Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, no longer concealing his aura, which surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. 6-star martial saint mid-stage. What? How is that possible? Han Miesheng was struck as if by lightning, his body stiffening mid-air. The eyes beneath his black robe bulged out, nearly popping from their sockets. Han Song couldn't stop himself in time and was instantly reduced to nothingness by Xiao Yan's palm strike. Huan Miasheng rubbed his eyes instinctively. This can't be true. Just a few months ago, you were only at the early stage of 5-star martial saint. How could this happen? Could this also be the demon fire illusion? Han Miasheng repeated the words over and over. No wonder he was so shocked. But not everyone was like Xiao Yan, capable of infinitely absorbing the energy of the demonic flames. For ordinary 5-star martial saints, it was considered normal to take hundreds of years to advance by a single star. Do you think everyone is as useless as you? Xiao Yan's tone was icy. He pressed his right palm into the air, and a vibrant palm covering the entire hall appeared instantly. Han Miasheng, what are you waiting for? Are you looking for death? The Soul Demon Elder roared furiously from a distance. In just a short while, he had been forced into retreat by the Blood Demon puppet. Every punch from the puppet carried the brutal power of a 6-star martial saint, sending waves of black chi surging from his body. He could only defend passively, unable to mount any counterattack. Chapter 187, Slaying Soul Extinction. Han Miasheng's pupils contracted sharply, finally breaking free from the extreme shock. Cold sweat had already soaked through his robes. Gazing at the sky-obscuring, multicolored fiery palms, Huan Miasheng's eyes grew wildly, and his hands swiftly formed dozens of seals at a speed too fast for the naked eye to discern. Then, his arms suddenly spread wide. Whoosh whoosh. Endless black mist surged out from his body, instantly filling half the hall. Within the black mist, countless blood-red eyes of vengeful souls struggled and screamed, each with a hideous expression. All were the malevolent souls he had refined. Under his control, the countless souls formed an odd array, then swelled simultaneously, their bodies glowing with an eerie red light. 10,000 souls die for the cause. As the fierce shout echoed, the countless malevolent souls exploded simultaneously. The violent soul energy intertwined with the black mist, condensing into a thick black-red light barrier before him. The surface of the light barrier continued to produce small explosions. As it took shape, it instantly expanded outward, carrying a destructive aura toward the vibrant fire palm. Before the two forces collided, the space along their path was violently torn apart, emitting thunderous sounds. Inch by inch, milky white flames surged out from the spatial fissures, only to vanish into nothingness upon contact with the colorful fiery palm. Sizzle. The two attacks collided, like a scorching hot iron pressed against water. The light barrier formed by the self-destruction of 10,000 souls instantly turned charcoal black, and the piercing screams of countless malevolent souls echoed through the flames. Crack, crack. Cracks spread rapidly from the point of contact. In mere breaths, the entire light barrier shattered inch by inch under the fiery palms, with even the remaining black mist completely consumed by the flames. What seemed to be a powerful light barrier capable of both offense and defense was utterly fragile and unable to withstand the combined might of 20 fused. After shattering the light barrier, the flames on the giant palm blazed even brighter, bearing down with overwhelming force. Han Miasheng had no time to react, feeling an unstoppable surge of intense heat collide with his chest, sending him flying backward like a dead dog. The gap between Xiao Yan and him was now as vast as the one between him and Ling Jun earlier. No flashy techniques were needed, nor did he need to exert his full strength. A casual strike was enough to decide the outcome. Put! As he was being flung through the air, Han Miasheng spat out another mouthful of blood, and the black mist swirling around him had almost faded to nothingness. The Soul Demon Elder, seeing this, was startled. His figure flickered like a ghost, dodging the puppet's heavy punch, and managed to catch Han Miasheng in midair by the skin of his teeth. Han Miasheng's face was deathly pale as he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Quick, run! The Soul Demon Elder hesitated no longer, flinging hundreds of icy white chains to bind the Blood Demon puppet with one hand, while clutching soul extinction with the other, and sprinting toward the spatial fissure they had torn open earlier. Suddenly, in mid-air, flickering black flames began to appear. As soon as the black flames appeared, the surrounding milky white flames began to tremble violently. Then, countless black flames surged out of the void, coalescing into a massive black demonic face at the spatial fissure. Lord Void? Upon seeing the black demonic face, the Soul Demon Elder was startled at first, then his voice erupted with endless joy. Lord Void, your servant greets you. Master! That is Xiao Yan, kill him quickly. Upon hearing his cries, the black ghoul face revealed two enormous pupils filled with curiosity, which soon gave way to a sinister grin. Something's wrong. Lord Void, what are you doing? The old Soul Demon's ecstatic expression froze instantly, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he quickly realized something was amiss. The Soul Demon Elder swallowed hard, his body darting swiftly in the opposite direction. Though he couldn't pinpoint exactly why, he was certain that the flawless aura of the void-devouring flame before him was not that of their clan's Lord Void. He, don't run away. Swallow Abyss let out a savage laugh, his massive mouth suddenly opening wide, transforming into a colossal figure hundreds of feet tall. The surrounding energy, flames, and even light were violently sucked in, forming a black hole that devoured everything in its path. Fortunately, Xiao Yan quickly recalled the Blood Demon puppet. That single bite would have devoured half the space. In the nick of time, a cold gleam flashed in Han Miasheng's eyes. He mustered his last ounce of strength and struck the Soul Demon Elder with both palms. Caught off guard, the latter's already injured body suddenly stumbled, and Han Miasheng took advantage of the momentum to swiftly fly away. Damn you! You! The brief delay was enough for the Soul Demon Elder to have no chance of escape. A massive black hole descended, swallowing even a late-stage 5-star Dou Shang level powerhouse without mercy. At the same moment, the realm where the Grand Hall stood could no longer hold on, shattering into pieces in an instant. One entire space was completely destroyed, triggering a chain reaction in the surrounding areas. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several consecutive loud noises echoed as the half-real, half-illusory void space originally constructed by the pure lotus demon fire shattered completely. One after another, disheveled figures tumbled out of the cracks. Those who survived were almost all half-saints or above. Some had bloodshot eyes and shattered bodies. Had they emerged even half a moment later, they might have become new fire slaves. Xiao Yan held Ling Jun tightly as they stood steadily in the void, gazing down at the churning sea of milky white flames below. As the space shattered, the primordial essence of the pure lotus demon flame finally began to emerge gradually. What's going on? Was that just an illusion? It was all an illusion. How powerful is the true form of the demon fire? One after another, figures appeared. Among them the members of the ancient 8 clans were in the best condition, with a 4-star martial saint overseeing them, and almost none of their members had suffered casualties. Of course, the Soul clan was an exception. Soul extinction? Everyone quickly noticed the black shadow, whose aura, though chaotic, had clearly reached the initial stage of 5-star power. Senior Qianma, show yourself at once. The Soul Elder has been killed. Hurry and show yourself. Soul Extinction Life could no longer spare a thought for anything else, charging madly in the opposite direction of where Xiao Yan was located. Lord of the Hall, it's time to end this. Xiao Yan's expression was cold, his words were cold, and his actions were equally cold. His right hand suddenly clenched toward the direction of Han Miasheng. Boom! The massive explosion jolted everyone out of their daze, and dozens of stunned gazes darted around, some even shouting in disbelief. Han Miasheng, the palace master of the Soul Palace, a first-tier prodigy of the Soul clan. Despite his countless evil deeds, no one had ever doubted his strength. The Soul Hall had dominated Central Plains for centuries, and Soul Extinction's contributions were undeniable. Such a powerful member of the Soul clan, whose strength had already reached the 5-star martial saint realm, had suddenly perished. And he was killed by a young man whom no one had ever seen before? This sudden turn of events is truly shocking. Chapter 188, Exterminate them all. However, the real show has yet to begin. You dare to act so boldly, you junior. A furious shout rang out like thunder from the heavens, and Han Qianhua swiftly tore through space to appear at the source of the explosion, recklessly diving straight in. That's Huan Qianma? That old monster is still alive? The Soul clan has even sent him out for the demon fire? Han Miasheng is already a 5-star martial saint, and Han Qianhua's strength is even more unfathomable. They're intent on completely tearing up the 8 clans' pact. The members of the ancient clans were thrown into chaos upon seeing this. Some sucked in their breath in shock, others turned pale and said nothing, but one thing was certain: every face was etched with disbelief. Han Qianhua had gained fame 1,000 years ago, rumored to have participated in the siege of Shaoxian. With him here now, who could possibly dare to covet the demon fire? In the next instant, Han Qianhua burst out of the energy turbulence, his palm holding a strand of translucent soul. It was none other than Han Miasheng. In his soul form, Han Miasheng's body was covered in cracks, yet he still roared, "Xiao Yan, dare to destroy the great plan of the Han clan? Once you step outside, endless pursuit will be your fate." Poof. Facing his threat, Xiao Yan merely smiled indifferently. "I doubt you'll even have the chance to leave this demonic fire space." Explode. As the word fell, the remnants of Han Miasheng's soul froze in place. A fleeting glimpse of fear flashed through his empty eye sockets before a tiny spark of flame silently ignited within his body. The spark rapidly expanded, forming a brilliant lotus of fire, containing endless intent to destroy. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the heavens as the remnants of Han Miasheng's soul exploded from within, shattering into billions of shimmering fragments. This time, not even a trace remained. Huan Qianma's pupils contracted sharply as he retreated 1,000 feet, his eyes now completely red as he glared at Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, you're courting death." Han Qianma was utterly frustrated. He had only been delayed for a moment, yet the 3 Dou Shang from the Soul Palace had been completely annihilated? If he couldn't capture the demonic flame this time, even if he returned to his clan, he would have no choice but to die to atone for his sins. Han Qianma, it was your Han clan that broke the treaty and attacked the Ling clan first. Now, who can you blame? A hoarse yet clear voice rang out from behind Han Qianma. Everyone turned to look and saw the figure of the Dan Tower ancestor slowly materialize. He still appeared to be a teenager in his teens, but the martial energy swirling around him was vast and deep, and many present recognized him instantly. The previous battle had been thrilling, but many were still confused. Hearing the Dan Tower ancestor speak, their eyes immediately grew wary. The Dan Tower ancestor was highly respected and, compared to the Soul Clan, his words carried significant weight. Noticing the hostile glances directed at him, Han Qianma paused his walking stick in mid-air, sending ripples through the void. The overwhelming pressure of a 6-star martial saint spread out in all directions. The Soul Clan does things its own way. You have no right to interfere. Back in the day, Xiao Xian was so mighty, yet he still met his end at our hands. If any of you want to die, step forward. At his shout, the other 5 ancient races slowly retreated, secretly adjusting their combat energy, fearing that Han Qianma would take his anger out on them. Although the Soul Clan had broken the agreement first, a 6-star martial saint was a being capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Just as everyone was about to retreat for their own safety, a blood-red axe blade suddenly appeared out of nowhere, slicing toward Han Qianma. Han Qianma coldly snorted, swinging his staff horizontally to strike the axe blade with precision. The two divine weapons collided, erupting in a deafening clang of metal, and the energy shockwaves shattered the surrounding space. Blood axe Xiao Chen. Han Qianma's face twitched slightly, recognizing the owner of the axe in an instant. Before he could say another word, a gaunt figure flickered like a ghost, firmly grasping the axe handle. Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with furious anger. With a roar, the giant axe once again swung down toward Han Qianma with relentless force. Han Qianma dared not hesitate, swiftly tossing his staff forward. Black mist surged into the staff like a tidal wave, forcefully absorbing the thunderous blow. Boom! The colossal force collided, and Xiao Chen felt a cold yet domineering power surge through the axe handle, shaking his arms numb and forcing him to stumble backward several steps, each step leaving a deep imprint in the void. Xiao Chen's gaze toward Han Qianma was filled with anger, but also a hint of resentment. 1,000 years ago, this man was someone who would flee at the mere sight of him. Yet now, his strength had surpassed his own. Xiao Chen, times have changed. Han Qianma leaned on his staff, his black robe fluttering in the residual energy waves. If you know what's good for you, take your men and get out of here. Otherwise, you'll join Xiao Xian down there. Xiao Yan ignored his threat as if it were the wind. What if we refuse? Han Qianma snorted coldly. Xiao Yan, don't forget why you're here. I am a 6-star martial saint. If you insist on tangling with me, do you really want to give up the pure lotus demon fire? To his surprise, upon hearing this, Xiao Yan burst into loud laughter, his laughter filled with unparalleled arrogance and confidence. The demon fire, I naturally intend to take. And you, I will kill as well. Before he had finished speaking, Xiao Yan's aura surged forth from his body without restraint, like an endless ocean. This aura was actually superior to that of Han Qianma, causing everyone present to pale in shock. Han Qianma's mocking expression froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. This time, it was Xiao Yan's lips that curled into a mocking smile. Do you think killing you is that difficult? Xiao Chen clenched his fist once more, the giant axe in his hand soaring upward, glaring intently at Han Qianma. Boom! On the other side, space suddenly shattered, and a blood-red figure burst through the void, none other than the blood demon puppet. Standing 3 zhang tall in midair like an iron tower, its pair of eerie eyes scanned Han Qianma from head to toe. Within its body, the same brutal pressure of a 6-star martial saint surged forth. Behind him, the Dan Tower ancestor had summoned a blue ox from nowhere, lying leisurely on its back. Though he appeared unconcerned, his aura tightly locked onto Han Qianma. Xiao Yan, the Yan clan will lend you a hand. By his side, Hui Yao waved his hand, leading a group of clan members rushing over swiftly. They stood in unison beside Xiao Yan, clad in crimson robes with flames surging around their bodies, clearly the elite of the Yan clan. The others, upon seeing this, muttered under their breath, this old man sure knows how to play the hero. He didn't even step forward earlier. Unfazed by the murmurs, Hui Yao bowed to Xiao Yan and said, I never expected you to be the Xiao Yan mentioned by Elder Huoling. The entire Yan clan will do everything in our power to help you obtain the demon fire. Chapter 189, Pure Lotus Demon Fire vs Void Devouring Flame. Ha, Yuan Gui, how does my disciple fare? From a distance, Yu Chen stroked his beard as he walked forward slowly. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. His gaze swept over Yuan Gui, whose face was ashen, with a hint of mockery. Currently, Xiao Yan's side had nearly 10 doushangs, with 4 of them being 5-star doushangs or higher. Such strength was sufficient to surpass the combined top-tier combat power of most ancient clans. Facing the rapidly deteriorating situation, Han Qianma's already ugly face grew even more hideous, and the arrogant aura he had just exuded instantly withered away. Xiao Yan, let's cooperate to defeat the demonic fire first. We can settle our grudges later. What do you say? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, gazing down at the surging milky white sea of flames below. That must be the source flame of the pure lotus demon fire. This guy's strength was preliminarily estimated to be around 6-star martial saint, or even stronger, but he was currently just feigning weakness below, apparently aiming to reap the benefits of others' struggles. Does what Han Qianma said make sense? It makes sense. But as the saying goes, great skill breeds great courage. The current Xiao Yan no longer deigns to collaborate with him. Attack! Xiao Yan roared, and the blood demon puppet charged forward, transforming into a blood-red cannonball and hurtling out. Huan Qianmo's eyes grew icy. The golden light on his staff suddenly burst forth, and the runes engraved on the staff began to swirl madly as if they had come to life. His right arm trembled violently. With a loud clang, the blood demon puppet was sent flying backward. At the same time, Han Qianmo's body also came to a halt for a moment due to the counterforce. He couldn't harm the blood demon puppet, and similarly, the blood demon puppet's attacks couldn't touch Han Qianmo. But this brief moment of stagnation was invaluable. Rumble! A dazzling array of combat techniques, like brilliant meteors, surged toward them from all directions. Xiao Chun, Xiao Yan, Hua Yao, and the Dan Tower ancestor acted almost simultaneously, unleashing terrifying energy fluctuations that caused the entire sky and earth to tremble. Coward! If you're so brave, fight me one-on-one. Huan Qianmo's voice was quickly drowned out by the explosions of martial arts techniques. No one would bother with chivalry towards him. Fist shadows, flames, axe blades, and light blades intertwined into a deadly net, trapping him firmly at the center. After a fierce barrage of attacks, the energy dust dissipated, leaving only a constantly writhing pitch-black sphere in the center. The sphere's surface was covered in cracks, with threads of black smoke seeping out from the fissures, emitting a faint, dying aura. That old demon, is he dead? Hua Yao furrowed his brows, the sea heart flame in his palm swirling endlessly, refusing to dissipate. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black sphere suddenly began to swell violently. Countless black bone spines erupted from the cracks, and the sphere exploded with a deafening boom. Han Qianmo staggered out from within, his once arrogant demeanor long gone. His black robe was burned to shreds, revealing a body riddled with blood-soaked holes. Half of his face was rotting, and the other eye burned with a green soul flame. The dense black mist surrounding him had become faint and intermittent, giving him the appearance of neither human nor ghost. Even the staff he had been holding was nowhere to be seen. Come on! If you're going to die, die together. Han Qianmo was like a madman, his throat emitting inhuman screams. His broken body swelled like a balloon, quickly expanding to over dozens of zhang in diameter. Every inch of his skin oozed black blood, resembling a giant bomb about to explode, chargingly toward all directions. The true power of a 6-star martial saint was truly terrifying. Even after being severely wounded by multiple attackers, he still possessed the means to take them all down with him. However, Xiao Yan's gaze remained unwavering. He merely parted his lips slightly and uttered 2 words. Swallow the abyss. Gee. A piercing screech echoed through the void, followed by countless black flames swarming toward the sky. They coalesced above Han Qianmo's head, forming a gigantic ghostly face that obscured the heavens. The demonic face bared its fangs, its eye sockets flickering with greedy, eerie light. With a single bite, the swelling-timed bomb was instantly destroyed. Void-devouring flame? While swallowing the abyss dealt with Han Qianmo, the most surprised party was not the onlookers, but the pure lotus demon fire below. A dense, milky white sea of flames churned, from which a slender figure in white robes emerged, identical to the pure lotus demon saint that Xiao Yan had seen before. Void-devouring flame, you've actually sided with humans? The demonic fire roared angrily, seemingly disregarding the others, venting all its pent-up fury onto the black demonic face in the air. After swiftly devouring Qianmo's energy, the swallowing abyss transformed into human form and descended slowly. Its pitch-black eyes were filled with curiosity. Seeing his formidable strength, the pure lotus demon fire hurriedly continued, with our talents, why bow down to these insignificant humans? Let us join forces to shatter the seal, and this world will be ours to share. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. If a human had such thoughts, it would merely be seen as ambitious and worthy of caution. But for a demonic flame to harbor such ambitions was utterly shocking. This pure lotus demon flame had evolved to such a level of sentience, and its ambition was no small matter. The appearance of the void-swallowing flame had already come as a surprise to everyone. On the rankings, the void-swallowing flame even ranked 1 position higher than the pure lotus demon flame. Those who are not of our kind have different hearts, everyone understood this principle, and in an instant, they all became nervous. If the two truly joined forces, whether the people here could match them was still an unknown. Seeing that his words had caused a flicker in the eyes of the swallowing abyss, the pure lotus demon fire laughed. Have you made up your mind? Let's act together, first devour everyone here, then march across one continent after another. I know a good place. If we join forces, even a martial emperor would be within our reach. It must be said that the pure lotus demon flame possessed human-like intelligence and had quite the gift of gab. Finally, swallowing abyss's figure moved. His eyes grew unfocused as he left Xiao Yan's side and slowly flew downward. The pure lotus demon flame spread its arms wide. Ha, welcome to the partnership. Wait, what's all this nonsense? Come into my belly. Suddenly, swallowing abyss's form expanded infinitely, his massive jaws opening wide as he lunged toward the pure lotus demon flame. He had never paid any attention to the pure lotus demon flame's words. He was different from all other. He was born because of Xiao Yan and lived because of Xiao Yan. Even though he hadn't yet merged into Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan was his only master. You dare to play with me? The pure lotus demon fire erupted in anger, swinging its hands swiftly. The milky white sea of flames beneath its feet surged violently, forming two wings thousands of feet long that suddenly closed in, trapping Swallowing Abyss at the center. The black demonic face reappeared. Swallowing Abyss's body was no less imposing. Endless black flames surged around him, carrying a domineering devouring force, colliding violently with the milky white sea of flames. The battle between the second and third ranked flames on the divine flame chart was about to begin. Chapter 190, The Ancient Heaven Forging Array? Why does it feel so familiar? Retreat quickly. Seeing the two clash, the other clans wisely retreated, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. However, the intense collision they had imagined did not occur. The Swallowing Abyss transformed into a pitch-black sphere with a diameter of 1,000 feet, its surface flowing with flames as thick and viscous as ink, each inch emanating a powerful force of devouring energy. Meanwhile, the pure lotus demon flame coiled below, with countless milky white flames surging forward, weaving an endless sea of fire around the Swallowing Abyss. Within the milky white flames lay the ultimate purifying power. As the flames danced, faint outlines of sacred lotus flowers could be seen, tightly enveloping the black sphere. When the two collided, there was no deafening explosion as imagined. Instead, the black and white flames intertwined and penetrated each other, leaving neither side gaining the upper hand for a time. The devouring power of the void swallowing flames was indeed formidable, but the pure lotus demon flames had cultivated for thousands of years. The two colors of flame remained locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the slightest advantage. Just as everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the clashing flames, a nearly transparent wave of heat quietly surged forth from the deepest core of the demonic flame. Be careful! The old ancestor of the Dan Tower swept his hand, and a green light swiftly condensed into a circular barrier, enveloping the old alchemist and the others and sending them thousands of feet away. Though the heat wave appeared slow, it reached them in an instant. Almost the moment the barrier departed, the heat wave silently swept past the spot where everyone had been standing. Xiao Yan, however, seemed oblivious. A layer of colorful flame membranes automatically appeared around him. The transparent heat wave was instantly incinerated into nothingness by the strange fire energy flowing across the membrane surface. However, the others were not as fortunate as he was. The transparent heat wave swept swiftly past, heading toward the rear. In this demonic fire space, anyone with strength below the level of a martial saint would die upon contact and be injured by even the slightest touch. In an instant, screams echoed everywhere. All the Dou Zun who had managed to sneak in were instantly killed, and even some high-ranking half-saints were obliterated in an instant if they weren't careful. When the heat wave struck the edge of the space, it twisted like a living creature, enveloping all the residual martial energy, soul fragments, and even the essence of the bones and blood of the fallen. Countless light points gathered and compressed within the heat wave, coalescing into a dazzling energy sphere. Guided by invisible threads, it swiftly retreated toward the churning milky white sea of flames below. Freeze! Xiao Yan's voice rang out faintly, yet it carried an authority that brooked no defiance. Though the energy sphere retreated swiftly, it could not outpace Xiao Yan's eyesight. As the word fell, it seemed as though invisible shackles appeared out of nowhere, freezing the energy sphere in mid-air, even the slightest tremor disappearing. If you want to fight, fight fairly. Using such underhanded tactics is no wonder you're only ranked third. Xiao Yan shook his head with a smile, then flickered his fingertips, sending a ball of blue-red flames shooting forth. It transformed into a small flame snake, which swallowed the energy sphere whole. Roar! Feeling the energy shift, the milky white sea of flames below erupted into a violent boil, letting out a deafening roar. Fire slaves, kill him! At the command of the pure lotus demon fire, 10 fiery pillars shot into the sky from the milky white sea of flames. On each pillar of fire, a figure quickly took shape. These figures had vacant eyes, surrounded by faint milky white flames, and their aura had reached the level of a martial saint or higher. 10 fire slaves of the martial saint realm. The fire slaves' strength ranged from 1 to 3 stars. Such a formidable lineup was unmatched even by any major power in Central Continent. The 10 fire slaves of the Doshang realm soared into the air, forming a ring to surround Xiao Yan. Tun Yuan and Xiao Yan shared an intangible connection, and since he couldn't deal with Tun Yuan in the short term, the pure lotus demon flame set its sights on Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, the current Xiao Yan is an even more terrifying existence than the void swallowing flame. Xiao Yan struck out with a palm, causing the space before him to collapse instantly, crushing 5 fire slaves into dust. The attacks of the remaining 5 fire slaves struck Xiao Yan, only to vanish without a trace, like a muddy cow entering the sea. Then, 5 dazzling fire dragons, each 10 times more powerful than the previous ones, burst forth from Xiao Yan's body, instantly incinerating the remaining fire slaves. 10 fire slaves of the martial saint realm were nearly wiped out in the blink of an eye by Xiao Yan's casual attack. Upon witnessing this scene, gasps of astonishment echoed from the distance. Everyone finally realized that the difference between a 6-star martial saint and an ordinary martial saint was far more than just a name. A deep sense of despair swept over everyone's hearts. It was only at this moment that everyone finally understood that the most powerful entity in this demonic fire space was not the demonic fire itself, but Xiao Yan. To compete with such a person for the demon fire's source was almost as difficult as climbing to the heavens. A strange silence fell over the demon fire space until the 10 pillars of fire lost their support and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The pure lotus demon fire and the swallowing abyss simultaneously transformed into human forms and separated. Then, they once again entangled each other in battle. One was a legendary demon fire that had accumulated power for 1,000 years, while the other was the second ranked on the world stage. In such a short time, they were locked in a fierce battle, neither giving an inch, with no clear winner in sight. Void-devouring flame, do you truly intend to oppose me? Finally, a ruthless expression flashed across the handsome face of the pure lotus demon flame. Stop wasting your breath. Just let me devour you. Swallow Abyss merely sneered. Within his crimson ring, he had already absorbed countless energies, and now in his mature form, his power was no less than that of the pure lotus demon fire. If that's the case, then you shall remain here with them. The pure lotus demon flame roared loudly, his figure retreating rapidly, plunging downward like a meteor, instantly diving into the fiery sea below. Trying to escape? Tan Yuan narrowed his eyes and swiftly gave chase. At that moment, the milky white sea of flames suddenly erupted violently. The flames, as if stirred by a gigantic hand, spun wildly. The originally pure milky white color gradually faded away in the chaos, revealing a massive runic array beneath. The array was composed of countless golden runes ablaze, with ancient and majestic energies flowing between the patterns. At that moment, each rune emitted a faint humming sound. From the four corners of the demonic fire space, four towering pillars of flame erupted, each thousands of feet high. An energy far surpassing that of a 6-star martial saint erupted from the fire array, colliding violently with swallowing abyss and forcing him back 1,000 feet, even causing the black flames surrounding him to scatter slightly. Ha ha ha, I have been trapped here for thousands of years and have long since mastered the secrets of this ancient heaven-forging array. Today, I shall use this array to send you all on your way. The voice of the pure lotus demon fire echoed from below. As soon as the words fell, a golden array with a diameter of over 10,000 feet slowly emerged above everyone's heads, instantly enveloping the entire space. The pure lotus demon flame actually intended to refine everyone here. The heaven-refining ancient array? It is said to be a formation created by the pure lotus demon saint himself, comparable to a high-tier heaven-ranked martial art. I never thought this demonic flame could control it. We're in trouble now. The old ancestor of the Dan Tower's expression darkened. Even with his 6-star martial saint strength, he was powerless within the array. Beside him, Xiao Yan stared intently at the runic fire array below, a flash of light suddenly gleaming in his eyes. The heaven-forging ancient array. How familiar does this feel? Chapter 191, Suppressing the Demon Fire. What's going on? The crowd that had been watching from the sidelines was now completely panicked. Who could have imagined that the seemingly favorable situation would be completely turned around by the heaven-shattering ancient array in an instant? They had been scheming on how to seize the demon fire's source from Xiao Yan, but now, everyone would be consumed by the demon fire instead. Boom! Boom! As the ancient sky-forging array took shape, a vast and ancient aura of authority spread out, causing the already unbearable heat in the space to surge upward like a rocket. Some powerful beings who had just reached the level of a martial saint were instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist with the slightest lapse in concentration. Even the blood demon puppet, which had been invincible up until now, saw its amber battle armor begin to melt. What was even more despairing was that the milky white flames instantly engulfed the entire demonic fire space, destroying any spatial passages that had just formed. We can't wait any longer. The Lian Tian ancient array is divided into heaven and earth arrays. Those of you on that side, all those above the 4th star rank, join me in facing the heaven array. The Dan Tower ancestor roared at the ancient clan and the Thunder clan, and everyone knew the situation was urgent. They no longer hesitated over factions and rushed forward to unite with the Dan Tower ancestor. Xiao Yan, the earth array is in your hands. The Dan Tower ancestor spoke, then immediately slit his fingertip, sending a stream of dense-colored blood flying out. It transformed into 1,000 zheng tall sky curtain, followed by 4 4-star doushangs. The 5 of them intertwined their auras into a surging torrent, confronting the heaven array slowly descending from above, and simultaneously unleashed their most powerful techniques. Boom! Suddenly, a massive, milky white light pillar poured down from the center of the earth array, shattering the combined attack of everyone present with overwhelming force. Even with the Dan Tower ancestor's strength, he sustained significant injuries from that single strike. Pure Lotus Demon Saint, you truly live up to your reputation as the one closest to the rank of martial emperor in that era. Who could possibly withstand the array he created? The Dan Tower ancestor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sighed deeply, then looked down below. Ha! What they didn't see was that when everyone finally snapped back to attention and looked down at the ground array, they saw that Xiao Yan was still standing in the same spot, not having moved a single step. The earth array, which should have beamed with the sky array, now seemed to have malfunctioned, nearly gathering flames of energy but unable to launch an attack no matter what. Damn it! What's going on? I spent thousands of years mastering this heaven-forging ancient array, how could you possibly know it too? The startled cry of the pure lotus demon flame echoed from below, and the one he was addressing was naturally Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of astonishment in his eyes, but it quickly gave way to understanding. At the very moment the array activated, he had figured everything out. Why did this heaven-forging ancient array feel so familiar? Because the array's core principles were something Xiao Yan had already studied. Moreover, the version he had cultivated was the highest grade one, the 10,000 fires burning heaven array. The manhwa Zhangtian array, said to have been created by the ancient emperor Tuoshi, was comparable to an imperial-level cultivation technique. Back then, the pure lotus Dou Saint had also entered the martial arts scroll and studied the 10,000 fires burning heaven array, but ultimately failed due to an insufficient number of. This Lian Tian ancient array is precisely the formation that the pure lotus Dou Saint later modified on his own using the experience gained from the Wanhua Zhangtian array. In other words, the Lian Tian ancient array is a copy of the Wanhua Zhangtian array. Xiao Yan had already successfully activated the burning heaven array during his time in the Qilin fire vein. How could he possibly fail to see through a mere imitation of an array? All of this flashed through Xiao Yan's mind in an instant, though only he understood its true meaning. Impossible. The Lian Tian ancient array possesses the might of enslaving the heavens. How could you, a mere 6-star martial saint, possibly discern it? The heaven and earth arrays forged them again. The pure lotus demon fire reappeared, its voice sounding, as dozens of complex commands formed in its palm. However, this time, the two massive fire arrays above and below remained completely still, their runes dimmed, not even a single flame ripple stirred. You want to refine the heavens? Xiao Yan suddenly smiled faintly. Let me try to help you. Before he finished speaking, flames erupted around Xiao Yan, and one after another, strange flames shot out from his body. 5 flames entered the celestial array, and 5 surged into the terrestrial array. As the flames poured in, the original milky white flames within the heaven and earth arrays melted away like ice and snow, instantly replaced. The heaven array transformed into a sea of intertwining blue and red flames, while the earth array burned with fiery purple and black flames. The power of the 10 flowed through the array, causing the ancient runes to regain their vitality and shine with a brilliance surpassing that of the stars. Boom! Finally, the array began to move once more, but this time, the might of the heaven and earth arrays was even more grand and majestic, as if the power that had lain dormant for thousands of years within them had been truly awakened for the first time. Senior Dan Xian, take them and leave first. Suddenly, Xiao Yan turned his head and exchanged a smile with the Dan Tower ancestor. All right. The Dan Tower ancestor did not hesitate. Seeing that Xiao Yan had easily taken control of the situation, he immediately opened a spatial passageway and swiftly departed with Yichen and the others. What? Do any of you still wish to challenge me? Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the others who remained frozen in place. Yao Wangui felt a sharp killing intent press down on his heart like a tangible force. The next moment, his body was struck as if by a heavy hammer, sending him flying thousands of feet away, with his chest caved in by 2 inches. Hurry up and leave. Seeing this, the others dared not linger and rushed toward the spatial passageway, leaving only Ling Jun behind. Xiao Yan knew exactly what she was doing. He immediately tossed her a fiery red token. This is my spatial jade tablet. Return to the Ling clan immediately and give me a spatial coordinate. I'll come find you once I'm out. On behalf of the Ling clan, I thank you for your great kindness. Ling Jun bowed deeply to Xiao Yan before taking the spatial jade tablet and flying away swiftly. Now it's quiet. Pure lotus demon fire, it's just the two of us. Xiao Yan's gaze turned to the lower realm with malicious intent. There, the pure lotus demon fire had already been restrained by the array and couldn't move. The handsome man transformed from the demonic fire no longer displayed his previous arrogance. His eyes betrayed a hint of pleading. No. Let me go. Let me go, and I'll give you half of the flame essence. No, 2/3. 2/3? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. Do you think I'm stupid? If I kill you, it's all mine. Xiao Yan well understood the principle that delay only invites trouble, so he did not linger any further. Click. A snap of his fingers echoed through the heavens, and within the 2 arrays, a colossal pillar of flame once again coalesced. This time, its target was singular, the pure lotus demon flame. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens. Xiao Yan's heart raced in sync with the deafening explosion. He never imagined that the Wanhua Zhangtian array technique he had obtained by chance would prove so useful at this critical moment. Truly, chance makes perfect. Next, it was time to prepare to refine the demonic fire. Chapter 192, Breaking Through Again with the Burning Technique, Emperor-Level Martial Arts. Between heaven and earth, a deafening roar echoed like 10,000 thunderclaps, shaking the entire space violently. The heaven and earth arrays of the ancient heaven refining array activated simultaneously, forming a celestial net that trapped the pure lotus demon fire firmly at its center. Flames surged like tidal waves, crashing down in layer upon layer, crushing the demon fire. The elegant form of the demon fire twisted and struggled violently within the flames. No matter how fiercely it roared in frustration, it could not break free from the restraints. Every time the milky white flames touched the array, they were scorched by the immense energy within, sizzling and fading slightly with each contact. No! Pure Lotus Demon Saint, you ungrateful traitor. I helped you achieve your fame, yet you left this array to trap me. I refuse to accept this. As the energy released by the array grew stronger, the body of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire began to disintegrate inch by inch. The violet aura in the heavens and earth seemed to dissipate along with the final words. SSSHH. With the final faint sound, the entire array vanished into nothingness. A blinding light flashed, and the entire demonic fire space transformed into an endless void. In the vast sea of clouds, a palm-sized milky white light orb spun and condensed in the air, eventually blooming into a palm-sized white lotus flower. The petals were layered and translucent, as pure as white jade, with faint golden patterns flowing across each petal. The energy contained within was like a dormant volcano, seemingly calm yet capable of incinerating half of central plains. This was the purest essence of the Pure Lotus Demon Flame. Though most of its negative emotions had been stripped away by the array, countless crystalline light points still flickered at the lotus's core. These were the remnants of its spiritual intelligence, which had never been extinguished over 10,000 years. Now, they trembled slightly, as if a phoenix were rising from the ashes. Ah! At that moment, a black shadow darted out of the void like a bolt of lightning. Before the white lotus could fully bloom, it was swallowed whole by the swallowing abyss. This happened in the blink of an eye, and even Xiao Yan couldn't stop it. In the blink of an eye, the demonic fire essence he had just obtained had already entered the swallowing abyss's stomach. Spit it out. Xiao Yan stared at the greedy creature in disbelief, but the swallowing abyss paid no heed, its throat emitting satisfied belches. As soon as the Pure Lotus Demon Fire entered his stomach, the black flames surrounding the swallowing abyss surged violently. The human-shaped body he had just formed exploded, and the black flames spread across nearly half the space. Beneath the black flames, faint milky white patterns began to emerge. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It seemed that even with the power of the void-devouring flames, devouring the Pure Lotus Demon Fire wasn't an easy task. Thankfully, he hadn't attempted it rashly earlier. Perhaps it was for the best that Swallowing Abyss had taken care of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire beforehand? Xiao Yan had no time to dwell on such thoughts. The current situation with the Ling clan was unclear. If the Han clan succeeded, their next target might be other races or even the Starfall Pavilion. Therefore, he couldn't linger in the demon fire space for too long. Activate the absorption system. Ding! The absorption system is at your service. You currently possess the following auxiliary absorption cards: 3 Demon Fire Forging cards, 9 Demon Fire Melting cards, 10 Demon Fire Guidance cards, 2 Demon Fire Duplication cards, 2 Demon Fire Appreciation cards, Demon Fire Absorption cards. Enough, no need to read further. Xiao Yan's upturned corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Since returning from the Qilin Fire Vein last time, his storage ring had gained dozens of additional Demon Fires. Each Demon Fire came with an auxiliary card, making him an absolute millionaire now. The other auxiliary cards weren't important. What mattered most were the 3 he had been preparing for today. Use the Clone card. Target, Void Devouring Flame. Use the Appreciation card, Target, Void Devouring Flame. Use the Absorption card, Absorb Target, 2-star Void Devouring Flame. Using. Outside the demon fire space, no one knew what was happening inside, but thousands of cultivators still gathered around the perimeter. For many, perhaps they had never intended to compete for the demon fire in the first place. As long as they could secure a tiny share of the spoils when the dust settled, it would be a tremendous fortune. At a certain moment, a narrow spatial passageway suddenly opened, and several figures emerged from it, falling out in disarray. Those who emerged were all peak-tier cultivators. However, as soon as they escaped the demon fire space, they immediately tore through the void once more and vanished from the original spot. What's going on here? Seeing this, everyone was completely baffled. These individuals who had emerged from the demonic fire space did not appear to have gained any advantage. Instead, they seemed to be fleeing in disarray. Even the milky white light rings that had been glowing began to fade, and the fissures torn open by the demonic flames gradually closed, eventually repairing themselves completely. Could it be that we failed again? For a moment, various speculations filled the air. Most people, seeing that the demonic fire space had completely dissipated, began to leave one after another. Only about 30% of the stronger individuals remained, lingering in the distance and observing, attempting to catch the last faint traces of the demonic fire's essence. Time passed in silence, second by second. Suddenly, several hours after everyone had departed, the desert sky was suddenly shrouded in a thick, pitch-black darkness. In that instant, the light of the sun, moon, and stars was completely swallowed up, as if the entire sky had been covered by a gigantic bowl. Immediately afterward, countless golden fissures suddenly cracked open in the pitch-black sky, resembling the eyes of a deity opening wide. Billions of golden beams of light poured down from the cracks, intertwining in mid-air to form surging rivers of energy, causing the martial energy throughout the heavens and earth to boil and surge wildly. The yellow sand on the ground was swept up by an invisible force, and even the sand dunes bloomed with dazzling energy flowers. At the same time, an indescribable aura of sacred solemnity descended from the depths of the sky, causing all the powerful beings present to feel a tremor deep within their souls. It was the absolute pressure of a superior being. Between heaven and earth, an overwhelming energy, so vast it was suffocating, radiated outward from the center of the desert like rising tidal waters. Wherever it passed, the air groaned under the immense pressure, and even the void itself began to crack with fine fissures. It's the tidal wave of heaven and earth. An elderly sage with vast experience cried out in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. The heaven and earth tide, a celestial phenomenon that occurs once every 1,000 years, had suddenly appeared without warning in the sky above this desert. Its energy was so intense that it surpassed any recorded instance in ancient texts. Return. Suddenly, a faint, youthful voice echoed through the air. As soon as the words were spoken, the energy tide that had already begun to spread out in all directions for thousands of miles suddenly reversed its course and retreated back toward its origin. In an instant, all the air around the desert was replaced by pure energy, its concentration surpassing that of ordinary times by 100-fold. Chapter 193, The Crisis at the Starfall Pavilion. Raging rivers of energy seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rushing toward the center and compressing and converging with intensity. In the next instant, a torrential downpour suddenly descended upon the heavens and earth. However, the raindrops were not water droplets, but pills the size of a thumb. These pills were perfectly round, with a lustrous glow emanating from their surfaces. They fell from the sky in dense clusters, colliding with each other and producing crisp, clear sounds. Pill rain. It's pill rain. In the darkness, after a brief moment of silence, a deafening shout erupted. The crowd was momentarily stunned before rushing forward to frantically scramble for the pills. The countless pills in the sky were even more densely packed than the 9 ranked mystic pills that had appeared earlier, and they contained an incredibly abundant amount of cosmic energy, causing even the strongest warriors to be tempted. The tides of heaven and earth appeared alongside the damn rain. Such a marvelous sight had likely not been seen on the Dou Chi continent for 1,000 years. Countless powerful beings scrambled to grab the pills while gazing up at the sky, their eyes filled with awe and greed. Yet no one could explain the origin of this extraordinary phenomenon. In an unnoticed corner of the desert, a young man clad in black robes stood quietly. Xiao Yan clenched his fist, savoring the exhilaration of being able to control the power of the heavens and earth with every movement. An emperor-tier cultivation technique? Feels pretty good. With the assistance of the absorption system, Xiao Yan had absorbed not 1, but 3 merged 2-star void swallowing flames, and one of them had just devoured the pure lotus demon flame. Of course, it would be more accurate to say that Xiao Yan had fused with the evolved swallowing abyss rather than simply devouring the void swallowing flames. The endless energy of the, aided by the absorption card, was swiftly channeled into Xiao Yan's body, not only greatly enhancing his martial energy but also propelling his already heaven-rank advanced burning technique to the emperor rank. Techniques primarily determine a cultivator's ability to manipulate their own energy and absorb energy from the heavens and earth. Now, as long as Xiao Yan has a single breath left, he can instantly mobilize energy within a 10,000-mile radius at will. To put it bluntly, such power has already met the requirements for refining a 9th-grade golden. After a moment of joy, Xiao Yan flickered and appeared on a mountain peak 100 miles away. There, an old man dressed in purple was looking up expectantly. "Senior Fire Yao, were you waiting for me? Congratulations, young friend, on obtaining another." It seems that Elder Fire Spirit and the clan leader's decision was correct. Fire Yao was overjoyed. Turning around, he indeed saw Xiao Yan had already appeared beside him. "I have been sent by the clan leader to invite you to the Yan clan for a visit." The Yan clan. Xiao Yan's expression remained calm and composed. His demeanor had grown increasingly natural and unassuming, to the point where even Hu Yao could not discern the slightest hint of his true intentions. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment and said, "The situation is urgent. I hope the elder will return and convey my message. I wish to convene an ancient clan assembly hosted by the ancient clan, inviting the high-ranking members of the Medicine Clan, Stone Clan, Thunder Clan, and Flame Clan. The location shall be within the ancient clan." An ancient clan assembly? Hu Yao furrowed his brows. The Soul Clan has deployed a 6-star martial saint this time. If we report this back to the ancient clans, they might all be in danger, and they might not agree to come. Then tell them that the 6-star martial saints are merely an appetizer. The Soul Clan has already begun to take action against the Spirit Clan. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and continued, "I have already secretly contacted the elders of the ancient clan in the demon fire space. I believe the clan leaders will receive the message soon. This matter must be handled swiftly." "Alright, I'll return immediately to discuss this with the clan leader." Hu Yao nodded seriously. By the way, everyone left in a hurry earlier, and it seems there was also an incident at the Starfall Pavilion. "Young friend." Before Hu Yao could finish speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept past, and Xiao Yan had already vanished with the wind. The Starfall Pavilion. Who would dare to target the Starfall Pavilion at this critical moment? Xiao Yan's body flickered like a meteor, instantly crossing thousands of miles as he rushed toward the distance. The energy of the two-star void-swallowing flame was so vast it was beyond imagination. With his current strength, Xiao Yan had directly surpassed 2 stars, reaching the terrifying mid-stage of 8-star Martial Saint. Wherever his thoughts reached, his body could instantly teleport there. However, Xiao Yan had no time to savor this power. He rushed straight toward the southern region of Central Plains. From afar, he sensed several extremely familiar auras. The area around the Starfall Pavilion was already shrouded in a thick mist of blood. The battlefield stretched out endlessly, and what was even more shocking was that among those engaged in bloody combat were not only the guest elders of the Starfall Pavilion, the Flower Sect, the Sound Valley, and the Burning Flame Valley, but also countless creatures from the Beast Domain. Massive demonic beasts rampaged through the mountains, their gigantic claws sweeping through the air and sending rocks flying everywhere, nearly leveling the entire Tianqing mountain range. The Taisu ancient dragon, with its purple-gold scales shimmering in the light, the Tianyao phoenix, whose wings span the sky as it soars through the heavens, and the Jodo Di Ming python, whose body glows a deep green as it exhales poisonous fumes. The 3 most powerful families in the demon beast realm have all appeared in the Starfall Pavilion territory at once. In the central battle zone, Xiaochen swung a massive axe, engaging in a fierce battle with 3 burly men. Not far away, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, wielding a long sword, lay unconscious, her body covered in blood. Beside them, the Dan Tower ancestor was engaged in a fierce battle with a gigantic celestial phoenix over 1,000 feet long. Yao Lao, Fenyan Lao Zhu, and other Dou Shang level experts also sought out their opponents. The initially one-sided battle quickly turned in their favor as the Starfall Pavilion's elite warriors returned. However, while the Dou Shang level warriors each had their own enemies, the combat strength below that level remained dire. On the outskirts of the battlefield, scenes of Taisu ancient dragons and Joyo earth-devouring serpents being surrounded by the heavenly demon phoenix tribe's army were everywhere. Black Qin, surrender now. With the 3 dragon kings here, you have no chance of escaping. Nonsense. She ran. I never thought the 3 dragon islands would collude with the heavenly demon phoenix clan. You've truly brought shame upon the dragon clan. What a joke. You're no better than those 9 netherworld earth-devouring serpents. To be honest, if you hadn't fled from the eastern dragon island, we wouldn't have had such a golden opportunity to strike. Ha 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 ha. Black Qin, no need to waste your breath on him. Let's join forces and fight our way out. Well said, Ming Lei brother. I didn't waste my time befriending you. In a distant battlefield, 2 men of 8th rank martial sovereign strength were already fighting with blood in their eyes. However, they were surrounded by 4 8th rank martial sovereigns and 1 9th rank martial sovereign from the heavenly demon phoenix clan. Since you're so stubborn, then die. The leader of the 9-star martial sovereigns roared, flapping his demon phoenix wings on his shoulders, and personally charged at the 2. Boom! At the critical moment, a black figure suddenly darted through the crowd. Quick, get out of the way! Unable to discern the figure's appearance, both sides roared simultaneously, but their combat techniques had already taken form, unleashing their full power without reservation. The combat techniques of 7 battle sovereigns struck a single person simultaneously. Chapter 194, a single poem wipes out a clan. Boom! 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 7 powerful combat techniques struck Xiao Yan simultaneously, but he seemed unaffected, merely curling his lips as 5 beams of light shot forth, instantly killing the 5 heavenly demon phoenixes surrounding him. After instantly killing 5 Dozun, Xiao Yan clapped his hands on the shoulders of He Qing and Ming Lei. Well done. In an instant, the 2, who had been completely exhausted, suddenly felt a warm, rich current sweep through their bodies. Their damaged meridians were instantly repaired, and their martial energy returned to its peak condition. He Chang and Ming Lei snapped back to their senses, only to see Xiao Yan flash forward and charge straight toward the central battlefield. Clan leader! It's clan leader Xiao! Ming Lei exclaimed, bursting into wild laughter. He had once guided Xiao Yan when he entered the Qilin fire vein and still recognized the honorary clan leader. Clan leader? When did the 9 Netherworld Earth Serpent clan acquire a human clan leader? He Qing stared at the slender yet upright figure, his brows furrowed, yet an unfamiliar sense of familiarity welled up within him. Clan Chief Xiao is the most powerful being in the world. It was he who defeated Huang Tian last time, and it was also he who revealed the location of the ruins of the Divine Sage of Creation to us. Sending the Dragon Phoenix primordial fruit to Donglon Island was also done at his instruction. Seeing Ming Lei speak so mysteriously, He Qing was somewhat skeptical, but upon recalling the man's earlier display of power withstanding 7 combat techniques unscathed, he couldn't help but secretly admire him. Was this even human? However, what truly astonished him was yet to come. Xiao Yan's figure streaked across the battlefield like a cannonball, leaving a dazzling arc in his wake. Every enemy he passed, regardless of their rank, shattered like paper. Kuan Huang! Ying Huang! Stop him! The commotion on Xiao Yan's side quickly drew the attention of the elders of the Tianyao Huang clan. On the southern battlefield, the leading Phoenix elders shouted loudly. Two elderly figures beside him immediately broke free from their opponents and flew toward Xiao Yan. Bang! The eagle phoenix elder flapped his wings and charged forward, but before his claws could take shape, Xiao Yan casually grabbed him and crushed his skull. The Koan phoenix elder following closely behind had already a black shadow hundreds of feet tall above his head. The illusory form resembled a Kuanping, its wings obscuring the sky, about to unleash a black wind capable of devouring everything in its path. But when his gaze swept over Xiao Yan's face, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the ferocity on his face was instantly replaced by extreme fear, causing every feather on his body to stand on end. Xiao! Xiao, sir? The Kuan Huang elder was so terrified that his body went limp. The battle technique he had just finished preparing was hastily thrown toward the rear. With a thunderous explosion, the black wind struck his own ranks, instantly killing dozens of Tianyao Phoenix clan warriors. The Kuan Huang elder, however, had no time to spare. He trembled and cried out, "Lord Xiao, spare my life. I surrender. I swear allegiance to you." Xiao Yan showed no mercy toward this traitor. He flickered his fingertips, and a blood-red figure shot out, instantly piercing Kuan Huang's chest. After slaying Kuan Huang, the blood demon puppet's body swelled, its blood-red armor blazing like flames. Its iron fists swung wildly, sweeping through the battlefield as if unopposed. Wherever it passed, the bodies of the Tianyao Huang clan exploded one after another. In the rain of blood, even the Phoenix Elder was shattered by a single punch. Xiao Yan ignored these insignificant foes, fixing his gaze on the central battle circle. His figure accelerated once more, closing the distance in an instant. "Dare to touch my Starfall Pavilion? Have you all had enough of living?" A majestic and domineering voice echoed throughout the sky, directly striking the three Dragon Kings battling Shao Chun and severely wounding them. In an instant, the entire battlefield froze as if someone had pressed pause. Regardless of faction, all beings human and beast stared in shock toward the scene. It was well known that the three Dragon Kings of the Taisu Ancient Dragon were all genuine Dou Shang level warriors, with the strongest among them, the Northern Dragon King, having already set one foot into the realm of a 4-star Dou Shang. Such a powerful being had been defeated by a single human's words? Xiao Yan? Huang Tian, who had barely escaped from the hands of the Dan Tower ancestor, heard that familiar voice and trembled as if he had seen a ghost. He quickly spread his wings and transformed into human form, his eyes filled with endless fear. Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be here? That bastard Han Mia Shang didn't show up to help. Huang Tian's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Whether it was a lingering effect or not, the pressure Xiao Yan exerted on him was even more intense than that of the Dan Tower ancestor. Xiao Yan sucked his palm inward, gently pulling the nearly unconscious Zi Yan into his embrace. As he looked at the bloodstains blooming on her delicate skin and the deep wounds that went down to the bone, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Xiao Yan, I can protect you too." Zi Yan's furrowed brows froze in pain, but she forced a faint smile onto her lips. Boom! Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, and the three Dragon Kings who had been struggling to get back up had their bodies shattered inch by inch under the invisible flame pressure, instantly turning into a cloud of dust, leaving not even a trace of their souls behind. "Xiao Yan, this is a misunderstanding." Huang Tian forced himself to remain calm, but his voice trembled uncontrollably. He had witnessed Xiao Yan's abilities and no longer cared about losing face in front of everyone. "A misunderstanding? Do you think a single word of misunderstanding can atone for the crimes of killing my clan and attacking my sect?" Xiao Yan slowly raised his head, regaining his composure in an instant. His pitch-black eyes were as calm as a bottomless pool of icy water, but Huang Tian felt a chill creeping up the back of his neck. It was the Soul Clan and those ancient dragons of the Taisu realm who instigated this in secret. "It has nothing to do with me. Spare me. Everyone here is at your mercy." Huang Tian pleaded desperately, but when he turned his head, he saw that the heavenly demon phoenix on the battlefield had already been reduced to a handful. Not even the Dou Zun level heavenly demons were spared, they were being slaughtered almost to the last one. "Xiao Yan." Before he could say anything else, Xiao Yan finally spoke slowly. "Huang Tian, you old dog, I gave you a chance." Those words were like a death sentence, shattering the last shred of hope in Huang Tian's heart. Huang Tian suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with extreme fear and madness. His figure abruptly transformed into a dazzling streak of light, rushing toward the distant horizon without regard for his life. In an instant, he even burned his own essence blood, pushing his escape speed to its absolute limit. "Since you're asking for death, the Tianyao Phoenix clan shall be annihilated." Facing his desperate flight, Xiao Yan remained motionless where he stood, simply extending his palm. Immediately, a golden palm print as vast as the sky appeared on the horizon, carrying the overwhelming might of burning mountains and boiling seas, slowly descending. The next moment, Huang Tian, who had already fled over 100 miles, felt a flash before his eyes and found himself uncontrollably appearing beneath the palm print. No! The desperate scream was drowned out by the deafening roar. Boom! On that day, the sky over the southern region of Zhengzhou was dyed a golden red hue. From that day onward, the beast domain would never again know the Phoenix Demon Clan. Chapter 195, The Great Upheaval of the Spirit Clan. Half a day earlier, outside the spirit clan's domain. Thick black mist filled the void, obscuring the light of the sun, moon, and stars, and silently erasing all traces of life from this space. Over 1,000 figures shrouded in black robes stood motionless, exuding an eerie chill that sent shivers down the spine. If Xiao Yan were present, he would have recognized at a glance that half of these figures were remnants of the Soul Hall. The remaining figures, though unfamiliar, each exuded overwhelming power, all at least at the Dou Zong level. What was even more unsettling was the group of figures arranged in neat rows at the front of the formation, their bodies shimmering with a metallic glow. These puppets were crafted entirely from dark golden crystals, with blue soul crystals embedded neatly on their chests. Their bodies stood tall and straight like spears, emanating a cold, ruthless aura. At the very front, several figures with auras as vast as abysses gathered together, urgently discussing something. Is soul extinction about to die? Is this true? A purple-robed elder asked in a deep voice, his expression grim, as were those around him. At the center stood a slightly younger figure clad in alchemist's robes, none other than the strongest being in this place, Soul Void. In the palm of his hand lay 3 gray jade tablets, each 3 inches long. At this moment, the soul flames lingering on the surfaces of 2 of the tablets flickered like candles in the wind, seeming ready to extinguish at any moment. Han Shuzi stared expressionlessly at the soul tablets in his palm and uttered 2 words in a calm voice, soon. Those good-for-nothing fools from the Soul Hall. They're completely unreliable. Upon receiving the confirmation, the few Soul Clan elders beside him immediately turned pale, their voices filled with suppressed anger. Blood River and Xian Xiao have already died, and now even Han Mieshang and Han Mo have been lost? What on earth has happened? Han Shuzi paid no heed to them, his gaze fixed on the front, where the Ling clan's domain was already shrouded by a spatial barrier. It seems the situation at the Demon Fire Space is even more dire than anticipated. Han Shuzi muttered to himself, we can't wait any longer. The purple-robed elder surveyed the surroundings, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. If that's the case, we'll be 5 less Dou Shang than originally planned. The 4 supreme elders must stabilize the spatial blockade and can't be spared. Now, the only ones we can deploy are the 6 of us. Perhaps we should terminate the plan? No. Han Shuzi cut him off decisively, his tone leaving no room for argument. The 4 supreme elders have already set up the spatial seal array. The spirit clan must have detected something. If we retreat now, it will be as difficult as climbing to the heavens to seal off the spirit clan again in the future. Upon hearing this, the other elders fell silent. Since it's come to this, we have no choice but to fight. A young man in a blue robe spoke with a ruthless expression. The spirit clan doesn't have many spirit saints, and Ling Jun isn't even in the clan right now. As long as we can hold off Ling Kuan, the rest won't be difficult to deal with. Han Kuei speaks wisely. Han Shuzi nodded slightly and made a decisive decision, attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, black mist surged around him, transforming into a pitch-black whirlwind as he charged toward the Ling clan's domain. 5 Dou Shang followed closely behind, and a vast army of black figures surged forward like a tidal wave, accompanied by golden puppets. Get out! As the army broke through the spatial barrier, a furious shout echoed from within the Ling clan's domain. A translucent palm print thousands of feet tall suddenly appeared, carrying the force to shatter mountains and split seas, crashing down on the Soul clan's forces. Han Shuzi snorted coldly. Beneath his black robe, his hands formed a seal at a speed too fast for the naked eye to discern. Vast soul energied before him into a hideous skull, which opened its massive jaws and collided with the transparent palm print. Boom! The 2 massive palm prints collided, unleashing ring after ring of powerful soul ripples. Though his attack came later, Han Shuzi effortlessly blocked it. He. Han Shuzi stood on the void, his black robe fluttering in the wind. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Ling Kuan, after all these years, you're still only a 6-star martial saint? I was worrying for nothing. It seems the Ling clan has truly fallen. As he spoke, the rear ranks had already poured into the Ling clan's domain. A massive island floated in the air ahead, and on its flat plain, the Ling clan's army had already formed a battle formation. Countless figures stood in neat formations, each Ling clan member clad in silver battle armor, their bodies shimmering with a lustrous glow. Though the spirit tribe had declined, they were still one of the ancient clans, not something ordinary continental powers could compare to. Among the ranks, there were countless combat masters of the Dou Zong level. Besides the clan leader, there were also 2 2-star Dou Shang stationed there. Clearly, after discovering that the domain space had been sealed off, the spirit tribe had mobilized their entire tribe to prepare for battle. If one were to include Ling Jun in the Demon Fire realm, the spirit tribe would possess 4 Dou Shang, a depth of strength sufficient to rival the former Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. Hyun Yuzi. The clan leader, Ling Kuan, stepped forward. He wore a simple silver-colored robe, his face stern and resolute, appearing to be in his 40s, with only a few strands of silver hair at his temples betraying his age. At that moment, Ling Kuan's brows were furrowed, and his gaze shot out like lightning. You of the Soul Clan have dared to invade our spirit realm without cause. What do you intend to do? Do you dare to openly provoke a war between our 2 clans? War? Han Shuzi scoffed, his eyes suddenly turning fierce. You must be out of your mind. At this point, do you really think I came here to reason with you? Before he could finish speaking, the thousands of troops behind Han Shuzi erupted simultaneously with overwhelming aura, black battle chi surging into the sky and stirring up a grim storm over the plains. Ling Kuan's expression darkened as he slowly raised his palm. The Ling clan members shouted in unison, and visible soul fluctuations rippled out from each of their bodies, swiftly converging in midair to form a silver spear thousands of feet long, standing in stark opposition to the black torrent across the field. The Ling clan truly lives up to its name. Their cultivation in the realm of souls is indeed unique. Gazing at the gigantic spear shimmering with icy cold light, Han Shuzi's eyes betrayed a hint of admiration. The clan leader has spoken. If you hand over the heavenly soul technique and the Tuoshi ancient emperor's jade, we will spare your lives. Put. Dream on. Ling Kuan spat out the words without hesitation, then shouted loudly, everyone, form the 10,000 spirits unbreakable array. As he gave the order, the 1,000-foot-long spear in the sky suddenly changed direction and crashed down onto the open ground below the plain. As the spear pierced the ground, the entire plain trembled violently. Countless faint golden spiritual patterns emerged from the ground, spreading like a spider's web across 1,000 miles. The ground collapsed into a massive crater at the point where the spear struck, revealing a sacrificial altar constructed from millions of white bones deep within the pit. In the blink of an eye, a majestic and vast aura surged upward from the depths of the altar. This aura was not the pressure of martial energy, but the supreme authority emanating from the soul realm, like a deity looking down upon ants. Even Han Shuzi's expression changed abruptly. His soul realm had already reached the peak of the heavenly realm, and ordinary soul pressure could not shake him. Yet, at this moment, he involuntarily took a half step back. At the same time, the bodies of the spirit clan members erupted with brilliant light. A golden flame shot out from between Ling Kuan's eyebrows and darted into the altar. Ling Kuan's voice grew exceptionally reverent as he slowly raised both hands and declared, all spirits are immortal, life endures forever. Please ancestors, descend. Chapter 196, The Remnant Soul of the Spirit Emperor. As Ling Kuan's words fell, the millions of white bones on the altar suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. Countless strands of faint golden soul essence energy drifted out from the bones, converging in the air to form a large circular shield that protected the Ling clan members within. At the forefront of the shield, a vague silhouette slowly coalesced. It was a woman clad in a 7-colored feathered robe, with the hem embroidered with countless stars. Her body was enveloped in sacred and majestic soul fluctuations. Even as a mere fragment of a soul, she exuded an air of arrogant pride. Spirit Emperor? Han Shuzi murmured. The ancient 8 clans were so powerful because each clan had produced a Dou D-level warrior in ancient times, and the young, beautiful girl before them was the Ling clan's ancestor, the Ling Emperor. Though only a fragment of her soul had appeared, the might she emanated had already reached the level of a 7-star martial saint. The Soul Clan, those vile creatures again. As the soul fragment took shape, the Ling Emperor's ethereal eyes suddenly flickered with intense disgust, clearly indicating that he had a deep-seated grudge against the Soul Clan in his previous life. The Spirit Emperor? Not so impressive after all. Facing this peerless powerhouse from tens of thousands of years ago, Han Shuzi was only briefly surprised before coldly laughing. Even the power of the clan's protective array has declined to this extent. Ling Kuan, the Ling clan has truly been on a downward spiral under your leadership these years. Ling Kuan's face turned ashen, and his knuckles turned white from clenching his fists tightly. While the power stored by the Ling clan's ancestors was indeed formidable, Ling Kuan, at his current cultivation level, was unable to fully unleash it. This was why the Ling Emperor's soul he had summoned only possessed the strength of a 7-star martial saint, giving Han Shuzi the audacity to act so arrogantly. However, the young girl in the air did not say much in response. Instead, she glared at Han Shuzi and the others and shouted, as descendants of this emperor, we will not tolerate your interference. Before she finished speaking, multicolored streams of light danced from her garments, coalescing into a sword thousands of feet long. The sword's aura was sharp and piercing, pointing directly at the Soul Clan's army. Han Shuzi's pupils contracted sharply. He could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within that remnant soul, the overwhelming pressure unique to an emperor-level soul. Even though they were both at the 7-star martial saint realm, he dared not take it lightly. I will block this fragment of the soul. Han Shuzi shouted fiercely, you 5, break through the array immediately and kill Ling Kuan. As he spoke, black mist surged around his body. A purple-black light pillar erupted from his mouth, swiftly condensing into a massive purple-black light barrier before him. The light screen was as smooth as a mirror, emanating a deathly stillness that seemed to devour everything in its path. At the same time, a swirling black flame flew out from between his eyebrows, transforming in the wind into a 1,000-foot-tall black beast. It opened its blood-red maw and lunged toward the remnant soul of the Ling Emperor. Though the remnant soul of the Spirit Emperor had no physical form, it possessed its own consciousness. She slowly raised her jade-like hand, and a golden glowed at her fingertip. With a seemingly casual flick forward, the golden glow instantly transformed into a golden beam that pierced through the heavens and earth, striking the giant beast's head with pinpoint accuracy. Put. The colossal beast's body was instantly disintegrated by the golden beams, and a vast torrent of black flames swirled through the air before slowly coalescing once more. Meanwhile, the multicolored sword that had been flying earlier crashed heavily into the purple-black light barrier, producing a deafening clang that shook the heavens and earth. The light barrier trembled violently, and countless dark red soul-like shadows suddenly appeared on its surface. The malevolent souls dissipated by more than half the moment they appeared. Han Shuzi grunted softly, a drop of black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he managed to block the attack. On the other side, 5 Soul Clan martial saints seized the opportunity and simultaneously unleashed powerful martial energy attacks. The purple-robed elder, a 5-star martial saint, charged forward, condensing his black martial energy into a 1,000-foot-long blade that tore through space, slashing viciously at the light barrier of the spirit clan's formation. The other 4 Dou Shangs flanked from both sides, unleashing palm prints, fist beams, and fiery blasts, pounding the light barrier like a storm. Soon, faint cracks began to appear. With each new crack on the protective barrier, Ling Kuan's expression grew more solemn. However, given the current situation, the Spirit Clan had only 3 martial saints, whose strength paled in comparison to the Soul Clans. Only the remnant soul of the Spirit Emperor held any hope of saving the Spirit Clan. Finally, Ling Kuan's eyes narrowed, as if he had made up his mind. 2 elders, gather all the clan members' fighting energy and support me. In an instant, blinding white light erupted from Ling Kuan's body, and his martial energy vanished at an alarming speed. Between his hands, he formed an extremely complex seal. Seeing this, over 1,000 Ling clan elites understood without a word. They raised their right hands simultaneously, and multicolored battle key. The once dim altar was now re-illuminated. Under Ling Kuan's control, the golden soul light sphere at the altar's center slowly withdrew, flowing through the light pillar into the remnant soul of the Spirit Emperor. The figure of the feathered maiden in the sky grew increasingly solid, her aura surging upward like a rocket, quickly reaching the 8th rank martial saint realm. The Ling clan's array differed from those of other clans. Within the altar lay the primordial power left behind by countless Ling clan ancestors over the millennia. However, to harness this power, an enormous amount of martial energy was required. If a 9-star martial saint were present, they could even summon the complete soul of the Ling Emperor. At this moment, Ling Kuan was forcibly raising his cultivation realm to access more power. As his cultivation level rose, the remnant soul of the Spirit Emperor roared furiously, and the 7-colored long sword expanded to a length of 10,000 zhang. Countless illusory figures of the Ling clan's ancestors appeared on the sword's surface. Clang! 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 As the sword swept horizontally, golden flames poured down like a waterfall, instantly blocking the attacks of the 6 martial saints. Among the Soul Clan, aside from the 7-star martial saint Han Shuzi, the remaining strong warriors had virtually no power to directly confront the remnant soul of the Spirit Emperor, and could only release their martial arts techniques from a distance to wear him down. However, Han Shuzi's current condition was also far from optimal. Wherever the golden flames passed, the Soul Clan's protective black mist melted like ice and snow, even causing Han Shuzi to sustain significant injuries. In the blink of an eye, the Soul Clan's forces were forced to retreat several miles. However, all of this came at the cost of burning Ling Kuan's life. Tribe Chief. An elder looked at Ling Kuan's rapidly aging body, his eyes filled with worry. If this continues, you will. Shut up. Ling Kuan's voice was hoarse as he whispered, the remnant soul can't hold on much longer. Once the protective barrier breaks, I'll immediately self-detonate to tear open the spatial seal. You two must quickly lead the tribe. Suddenly, Ling Kuan's voice cut off abruptly, and his eyes widened as he stared at the distant horizon. There, 2 ancient figures had appeared silently without anyone noticing. Han Yang, Han Jing. Upon seeing the two, Ling Kuan, in his panic, lost his composure and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 197, 1 against 7 Saints. The remnant soul of the Ling Emperor? No wonder it's taken so long to subdue him. The 2 elderly men stood with their hands behind their backs, showing no significant emotional reaction even upon seeing the remnant soul of the Ling Emperor. On the contrary, Ling Kuan below had already fallen into despair. The 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan, even they have come. Ling Kuan sighed bitterly. This battle was perhaps doomed from the start. The Ling clan had exhausted all their strength and could only barely sustain the remnant soul of an 8-star martial saint. Meanwhile, the Dou Shangs of the Soul Clan were appearing one after another, as if they were endless. Especially the 2 elderly figures who had just appeared, they had both reached the late stage of 7-star martial saint. Not to mention 2 of them teaming up, even a single one could block the remnant soul of the Ling Emperor. Moreover, the 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan were the supreme elders of the Soul Clan, and the 4 of them had always been inseparable. This means that there are currently 2 more 7-star Dou Shang outside the spirit realm. How can this battle be fought? A deep sense of helplessness swept over Ling Kuan's heart. Even after struggling to hold on for half a day, he still saw no hope of breaking through. Ling Kuan, why are you doing this? If you surrender to the Soul Clan, your bloodline will be preserved. One of the 2 elderly figures in the sky spoke slowly. I know your tricks all too well. Ling Kuan snorted coldly, his battle chi surging once more. Ancestors, please protect my Ling clan. A colossal surge of battle chi poured into the altar, causing the remnant soul of the spirit emperor in the sky to glow even brighter. The long sword pointed directly at the two elderly men. Just a fragment of a soul, and you dare to think of yourself as a martial emperor? The elder on the right sneered, exchanged a glance with his companion, and raised their palms simultaneously. Swallow the heavens realm. The two roared in unison, and a purple-black light screen appeared in the palms of their hands. The two light screens swiftly merged and expanded, forming a purple-black barrier spanning the heavens and earth, emanating a devouring force several times more powerful than what Han Shuzi had previously unleashed. Clang! The golden longsword collided violently with the purple-black barrier, but this time, the golden flames no longer swept everything away like a whirlwind. Instead, they were firmly suppressed by the black mist emanating from the barrier's surface and began to slowly dissolve. Seeing this, the remnant soul of the spirit emperor let out a shrill cry, transforming into a golden streak of light, and charged headlong toward the purple-black barrier. However, the combined efforts of two late-stage 7-star martial saints were not so easily shaken. Moreover, the remnant soul's power was already beginning to wane. The two elderly men let out a low growl, and the runes on the mirror-like barrier began to spin wildly, emitting a dense aura of deathly stillness, freezing the golden stream of light mid-air. The golden glow on the remnant soul's body faded at a visible speed, and a small portion of its power was forcibly sucked into the mirror. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, causing the hearts of all the Ling clan members to contract sharply. As the golden light shattered into countless specks of light and fell to the ground, the of all the clan members weakened simultaneously, and something within their bloodlines quietly began to fade away. Puff! As the remnant soul disintegrated, a terrifying backlash erupted from the array, striking Ling Kuan first. His body flew backward like and he fainted on the spot. The two Ling clan elders beside him were also unable to escape. The backlash force surged into their bodies through the connection of their martial energy, causing them to groan simultaneously and collapse to the ground, falling into unconsciousness. Without the array's support, the protective barrier of the 10,000 spirits unbreakable array collapsed instantly. The faint golden spiritual patterns fell like meteors, revealing the Ling clan members behind them. Without any Doshangs, the Ling clan now appeared to the Soul clan warriors as a helpless flock of sheep. He he he. A sinister, maniacal laughter echoed throughout the spirit realm. Today, no one can save your spirit clan anymore. Han Shuzi and the 5 battle saints seized the opportunity to charge forward, their black battle chi surging like a tidal wave, engulfing the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, an invisible flame fluctuation erupted from the void. Immediately afterward, a vibrant wall of fire spanning thousands of feet appeared in the sky. 5 muffled groans rang out simultaneously, and the 5 who had charged forward seemed to collide with an impenetrable wall of metal, instantly flying backward. The 5 Soul Clan battle saints saw their protective black chi dissipate by more than half in an instant. Their eyes, fixed on the void, were filled with shock and apprehension. Phew, we made it just in time. As a young voice echoed, the vibrant wall of fire vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. In the sky above, a slender figure in black robes stood suspended in mid-air. All members of the Ling clan, follow my orders and form a defensive array. A cold voice followed, and another white-robed figure descended gracefully like an immortal, waving his hands lightly as countless pale green runes spread across the ground. It's Elder Ling Jun. Elder Ling Jun has returned. Upon recognizing the figure, the spirit clan erupted in joyful shouts. However, Elder Ling Jun, who is usually aloof and cold, bowed respectfully toward the black-robed figure in the sky. If clan leader Xiao can help our spirit clan survive this crisis, the entire clan will be eternally grateful and will surely repay you with great gifts. That's easy enough. I've been itching to vent my frustration anyway. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Come on, you lot. Are you all coming at once, or do you want to die one by one? Han Shuzi, seeing Xiao Yan suddenly appear, his expression changed drastically. The space was sealed off. How did he get in? Huan Yang's old face trembled, his eyes shifting uneasily. This young man is no ordinary person. He must have slipped through the gap we were guarding. There's no point in talking. Since he's come to us, let's deal with him together. Han Jing dismissed their words with a wave of his hand. With just the two of you, do you think you can match me? Xiao Yan's laughter echoed across the spirit realm like rolling thunder, and the flames surrounding him suddenly surged, releasing a terrifying aura that was several times stronger than the remnant soul of the spirit emperor. Mid-stage 8-star martial saint? How is that possible? Han Shuzi let out a startled cry, his face turning pale. An 8-star martial saint was a clan leader-level powerhouse in ancient clans, and even within the Soul clan, such a figure was among the elite. Even the powerful Soul Yan and Soul Mirror now looked at Xiao Yan with a mix of genuine gravity and caution. Xiao Yan. He is the very same Xiao Yan who escaped from our ancestors last time. A nearby soul puppet suddenly shouted. He had actually recognized this aura long ago, but he simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. How could the same person who had been fleeing for his life under the Soul Yuan heaven just a few months ago have become an 8-star martial saint? Huan Yuzi's mind was in turmoil, but he also demonstrated extraordinary adaptability. He made a swift decision and ordered, Huan Kuei, lead the main army to break through the Ling clan's defenses. The rest of you will follow me to kill him. Yes. As Han Kuei obeyed the order and began mobilizing the puppet army to charge forward, the remaining 7 Dou Shangs concentrated all their firepower on Xiao Yan. 1 2-star Martial Saint, 2 4-star Martial Saints, 1 5-star Martial Saint, and 3 7-star Martial Saints. Facing such overwhelming combat power, Xiao Yan merely laughed heartily. Come on, then. Chapter 198, Slaughtering All Directions. Xiao Yan's hands danced like butterflies, leaving behind countless afterimages. In an instant, he transformed into hundreds of intricate shadow techniques. As the seals flowed, the fire-attributed energy in the surrounding heavens and earth suddenly became extremely active. Multicolored flames gathered around Xiao Yan, even warping the space around him. Don't give him time, kill him now. Han Shuzi roared fiercely. Everyone could see that Xiao Yan was preparing an extremely terrifying martial art technique. Before his words had even finished, Han Shuzi opened his mouth and spat out a black sea of fire stretching thousands of feet, charging toward Xiao Yan first. Facing the overwhelming sea of scorching flames, Xiao Yan paid no heed, his eyes closed slightly, completely immersed in the rhythm of the seal. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils replaced by pure blackness. A piercing shout shook the heavens, merge human and fire, destroy the fiery body. As the shout echoed, endless black flames erupted from Xiao Yan's body, coalescing in midair into a flame-like shadow identical to his form. Currently, Xiao Yan had ostensibly devoured 22 types of, but in reality, the remaining 21 were suppressed by the 2-star void devouring flame. Therefore, the spirit of the was still the same one he had watched grow up, the swallowing abyss. The synergy between the two was the key to Xiao Yan's ability to fuse and destroy the fire body. The illusory figure held a mystical seal, swiftly overlapping with Xiao Yan's body. In the instant they completely merged, all the black flames erupting outward surged back into his body like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, and Xiao Yan's aura surged violently. Boom! A world-shattering aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, sweeping outwards. Xiao Yan's eyes blazed with battle intent, and behind him, a massive bone wing with a wingspan exceeding 10 zhang unfolded. Black flames flowed across his body like living creatures, every inch of his skin burning with the destructive aura of devouring all existence. Even his breath carried the scorching heat of burning mountains and boiling seas, and the bone wings were enveloped in layer upon layer of black flames. At this moment, Xiao Yan resembled a demon god descended from the heavens, his overwhelming aura causing the very heavens and earth to bow in submission. Several Soul Clan elders hastily unleashed their low-tier combat techniques, but they failed to even create a ripple of energy upon impact, with some of the energy being directly consumed by the black flames. The flame unleashed by Han Shuzi came within 100 feet of Xiao Yan but suddenly halted, twisting violently out of control. Xiao Yan chuckled, void-devouring flames, having seen the source, why not bow down? As his words fell, the vast sea of flames rapidly contracted, shedding all its fierce energy, and transformed into the most primal form of flame. The flames trembled in the void, tilting toward Xiao Yan like subjects paying homage to their sovereign, then swiftly flew toward him. Feeling the control over the flames rapidly slipping away, Han Shuzi was filled with terror. He hurriedly channeled his martial energy to try to reclaim them, but no matter how he struggled, the flame was like a wild horse breaking free, charging headlong into Xiao Yan's palm. Damn it, give me back MY. Han Shuzi cursed furiously. This void-swallowing flame had been refined by him for years, already deeply intertwined with his soul. If it were taken by Xiao Yan like this, he would be severely injured without even needing others to act. If you like it so much, I'll give it back to you. Xiao Yan gently tapped the ball of flame with his finger, and the black flames immediately flew back toward Han Shuzi. Han Shuzi was overjoyed at the sight, thinking Xiao Yan had lost control and the flame had escaped. He immediately tried to regain control, but Han Yan and Han Jing, standing beside him, suddenly turned pale and shouted harshly. Run! In the blink of an eye, Han Yan and Han Jing acted simultaneously, each grabbing one of Han Shuzi's arms and swiftly carrying him several miles away. The next second, the flame crossed space and landed precisely where everyone had been standing. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. The black flames erupted like a timed bomb, expanding millions of times in an instant and forming a black lotus flower that covered an area of several miles. At the center of the fire lotus, space was torn open by an extremely pitch-black black hole. The terrifying suction force and explosive power intertwined, erasing everything in the surrounding area. The aftereffects of the explosion spread out, and a nearby second-rank Martial Saint, unable to react in time, was swallowed by the black hole before he could even utter a cry for help. The other 3 Saint-level warriors, though slightly farther away, managed to escape with great difficulty, only to be blown back hundreds of feet by the energy waves. Their martial energy dissipated, and blood trickled from their mouths, clearly sustaining severe injuries. The explosion of the subdued flame affected the body of the soul void, causing him to spew blood uncontrollably in mid-air. His already severely depleted body was now completely shattered. The, which had remained dormant, erupted with astonishing power. Last time, Xiao Yan had used this technique to injure Shui He and Xian Xiao the Holy Sage, but this time, the void-swallowing inferno was even more powerful, achieving a devastating result of 1 death and 4 injuries. Whoosh! A piercing whistle rent the sky, and before anyone could catch their breath, Xiao Yan had already transformed into a meteor and charged forward. Every time the black glow flickered on the battlefield, a piercing scream echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 Dou Shangs didn't even get a clear look at Xiao Yan before being crushed into a cloud of blood. 7 martial saints were reduced to 2 in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan, however, grew more fierce with each passing moment. The black flames surging from his body reached the heavens, showing no signs of fatigue. The destruction fire body technique fuses the power of the completely into one's body, fully unleashing its destructive essence. Though powerful, this technique consumed an enormous amount of martial energy. In the past, Xiao Yan could only sustain this state for a minute at most. But do not forget he is now bolstered by an emperor tier cultivation technique. Humming. Grey whirlwinds appeared out of thin air around Xiao Yan, violently tearing at the surrounding celestial energy with a nearly savage force. In an instant, the celestial energy of the entire spirit realm was drawn in, transforming into surging rivers of energy that flowed into Xiao Yan's body. Not only did this replenish his energy, but it also made his aura grow even more powerful. The Emperor Tier burning technique combined with the destruction fire body made Xiao Yan himself a moving destruction fire lotus. Wherever the black flames passed, space melted away, and martial energy was obliterated. Anyone who dared to touch him would die. This aura. How could his cultivation technique be so powerful? From afar, the Soul Mirror and Soul Yan had just recovered from their astonishment at the explosive power of the explosion when they were once again stunned by Xiao Yan. The two of them held positions within the Soul Clan that were second only to the clan leader, and the cultivation techniques and combat arts they practiced were all top tier. Yet, even from Xiao Yan's actions, they still felt a chill run down their spines. An existence capable of surpassing the strongest heavenly realm advanced cultivation technique of the Soul Clan. Could it be an Emperor realm? The two couldn't help but recall the celestial anomaly from a few days ago, and their eyes met, both flashing with horror. The man before them was overwhelming in every aspect: techniques, combat skills, and rank. How could they possibly fight him? Chapter 199, The Arrival of the Void Lord. Huanyang's Adam's apple bobbed violently. Send the signal, bring in Hunta and Hunsha as well. You're crazy. Han Jing exclaimed, if they leave, this space will be completely exposed. Then what do you suggest? Han Yang felt his mouth go dry as he stared at Xiao Yan closing in, his voice trembling. If we delay any longer, none of us will be able to escape. The Soul Clan, how did you raise such a bunch of useless fools? Suddenly, a hoarse voice that shook the very soul echoed throughout the entire Ling Clan space. Han Yin and Han Yang both trembled, staring in disbelief at a certain spot behind them. The Soul Clan army below, engrossed in battle, was also stunned. They immediately stopped fighting, retreated several miles, and then suddenly knelt toward the horizon. We pay homage to the Void Lord. The reverent voices roared like a tidal wave, echoing endlessly across the spirit realm. At the horizon, flickering black flames began to rise, starting as isolated points before spreading like wildfire across the sky. Soon, black flames gathered in clusters, forming a vast sea of black flames where the Soul Clan had entered. Everything in their path was engulfed in darkness, even the sky turned pitch black, as if the entire spirit realm was being dragged into endless darkness. Welcome, Lord Void. Han Yang and Han Jing, witnessing this, couldn't help but bow slightly toward the distance. This being was the true ruler of the Soul Clan, second only to none and above all others. As the black flame cloud sea swept across the sky, the flames on Xiao Yan's body suddenly erupted violently. Since he had fused the 22, this was the first time the within his body had fluctuated so wildly and beyond his control. The intense hostility from swallowing abyss also surged into Xiao Yan's mind. Is that the Soul Clan's void-devouring flame entity? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, but his feet did not pause for a moment. Today, even if the Heavenly King himself came, he would kill a few more Soul Clan elders to add to the excitement. Han Yang and Han Jing, being seasoned veterans, were no strangers to cross-tier battles. With the void-swallowing flame backing them, their courage soared, and they actively channeled their fighting energy to attack Xiao Yan. Swallow Heaven Mirror, Seal. The two swiftly formed seals with their hands, and the purple-black light barrier that had previously sealed the remnant soul of the Spirit Emperor reappeared. Countless soul-like figures wailed and struggled within the barrier, attempting to slow Xiao Yan's progress. I'll make you swallow the heavens. Xiao Yan roared, striking out with a palm, sending a golden handprint thousands of feet tall hurtling forward. It carried the might to shatter mountains and split seas, colliding heavily with the newly formed purple-black light barrier. Bang! Though the light barrier held back the Spirit Emperor, it shattered like paper in Xiao Yan's hands. The two elderly figures behind him were simultaneously flung backward. At the critical moment, the protective black mist blocked most of the attacks, but the energies of Han Yan and Han Jing also plummeted instantly, clearly having suffered significant injuries. The Spirit Clan members below were left speechless, as a single exchange had left two late-stage 7th-rank cultivators severely injured. The strength of this Xiao Clan chief was truly terrifying. Xiao Yan's wings flapped behind him, and his figure shot forward like lightning, swiftly catching up to the fleeing Han Yan. His hand, shrouded in black flames, reached out and slammed toward its chest with tremendous force. You dare! In the distant sea of black flames, a gigantic humanoid silhouette suddenly materialized, towering 1,000 feet into the sky. The figure was composed of pure black flames, its features blurred, emanating an ancient and overwhelming aura. It was the true form of the void-devouring flame. Before the words had even finished, a black light column, condensed to its absolute limit, shot out from the figure's palm. The column was wrapped in countless tiny black flame vortexes, obliterating all space in its path as it raced toward Xiao Yan's back. At the critical moment, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed sharply. He instantly transformed his palm into a claw, gripping the shoulder of the soul flame with all his strength, and violently flung him toward the oncoming black light column. Meanwhile, he used the recoil to sidestep and dive toward the soul mirror on the other side, his movements fluid and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. Lord Void, save me! Han Yang let out a startled cry, slapping his palms repeatedly to release several martial arts techniques to block the attack. How dare you! A colossal suction force erupted from the distant black flame clouds, an invisible giant hand sweeping up Han Yan, Han Jing, and the distant Han Shuzi, pulling all three back into the protective embrace of the cloud sea. The towering black flame figure, resembling a demon god, slowly emerged from the cloud sea. With each step, the space rippled, and his pitch black eyes slowly raised to fix on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. Xiao clan's bloodline. The black flame figure spoke, his hoarse voice carrying an unquestionable authority. It was you who stole this one's flame essence? Seeing the two rescued, Xiao Yan did not pursue. The black flames surrounding him slowly retracted, and his body returned to its normal size. The destructive fire body faded away silently. Brushing the dust off his black robe, Xiao Yan smiled nonchalantly. You've misunderstood. Misunderstanding? The void-swallowing flame snorted coldly, its black flames surging violently. My perception never errs. Not only did you steal my offspring flame, but you dare covet my laws? How dare you? Don't get so worked up. Xiao Yan waved his hand, his tone as casual as if he were chatting idly. You must know that since the beginning of time, the world has been divided into two energies, the pure and the impure. The pure energy ascends to the heavens, while the impure sinks to the earth. At that time, relying on these two energies, two void-swallowing flames were born in the heavens and earth. In other words, the void-devouring flames have always had two primordial sources, one hidden within the Soul Clan and the other concealed in the world. It was only recently that I discovered them by chance. These words left both Han Yan and Han Jing speechless, and even the black flame figure fell into a momentary silence. In an instant, the air above the spirit realm seemed to freeze, as no one had expected that the terrifying void-devouring flames had two sources. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning as he continued, you don't know this, but if we were to trace our origins, your void-swallowing flame was born from the turbid Qi, making you the second brother. My void-swallowing flame, which was born from the pure Qi, should be the eldest brother. Second brother, call me elder brother and let me hear it. The void-swallowing flames had been listening solemnly, but suddenly sensed something amiss. It roared angrily, are you mocking me? There is only one void-swallowing flame in this world. Come and take my life. Before his words had even finished, a black light pillar 10 times thicker than before shot toward Xiao Yan. This time, even space itself was completely swallowed up, leaving no room to dodge. Are you serious? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. He hadn't just told all those stories for nothing. In the brief moment earlier, his hands hidden beneath his black robe had already formed a complex seal. As the light pillar approached, Xiao Yan placed his hands with the seal near his mouth. At the same time, a towering illusory figure identical to him appeared behind him. Yellow Spring's Wrath. Moo! A massive wave of sound surged forth like a tangible tidal wave, colliding violently with the black light beam. Chapter 200, The Terrifying Depths of the Soul Clan. Boom! The sound waves of the Yellow Spring's Wrath collided fiercely with the black light pillar, unleashing an energy shockwave that swept across the heavens and earth like a tsunami. Xiao Yan and the void-devouring flame both paled, seemingly having underestimated their opponent's strength. In an instant, the heavens and earth split into black and white, and the aftereffects of the battle tore open countless spatial fissures, plunging half of the spirit realm into chaos. In a daze, a crisp cracking sound echoed through the void. The spatial barrier enveloping the outskirts of the spirit realm shattered under the terrifying shockwave. Lord Void. Two battered, elderly figures tumbled out of the spatial fissures, stumbling to their feet before bowing deeply toward the black flame-filled sky. Their attire resembled that of the Soul Mirror and Soul Flame, revealing them to be the remaining two of the 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan. From within the black flames, a hoarse voice spoke without a trace of emotion. I intervened, so this space naturally couldn't withstand it. It's not your fault. Gazing up at the enormous spatial fissure in the sky, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Gentlemen, now that the space is shattered, your whereabouts can no longer be hidden. Soon, countless ancient clans will come to gawk at the spectacle. Lord Void, in my opinion, it would be best for you to return. However, in response to Xiao Yan's subtle insult, the swirling black flame showed no sign of retreat. Instead, a mocking expression flickered across the blurry face. A few ancient clans with faded bloodlines? Do you really think I fear them? The void-swallowing flames snorted coldly. As the black flames surged, he barked an order to the four beside him. Within 10 minutes, exterminate the Ling clan. Leave no survivors. Yes. Han Yang and Han Jing struggled to stand despite their injuries, while Hunta and Hunsha clenched their fists, their black battle chi surging around them. Though 2 of the 4 were injured, they were all at least 7th rank battle saints. Even a single one of them could easily overwhelm the current spirit clan. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, his smile fading, his expression finally growing solemn. He never expected that, even with their movements exposed, the Soul clan would dare to continue their assault despite the risk of being annihilated by the ancient clans. However, there was no time to dwell on the situation. The 4 members of the Soul clan had already transformed into 4 black shadows, charging toward the remaining defensive positions of the Spirit clan. Get back! Xiao Yan roared, flicking his fingers rapidly. 4 palm-sized 3-colored fire lotuses suddenly formed, carrying scorching heat waves capable of melting mountains and boiling seas, and shot precisely toward the 4. Before the fire lotuses even reached their targets, the scorching heat waves forced the 4 members of the Soul Yan clan to halt their attack and gather their strength to face the enemy head-on. You can't even save yourself, yet you dare to think of saving others? You should worry about yourself first. From the distance, the void-devouring flames emitted a sharp, eerie laugh. The black flames swirling around it suddenly erupted violently, transforming into millions of black dragons dancing through the air. At the same time, an utterly terrifying aura erupted with the force of a dormant dragon awakening. How is this possible? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed sharply, and his feet involuntarily came to a halt. The chi within his body momentarily fell into disarray. That tsunami-like aura sweeping across the entire battlefield had actually broken through the constraints of an 8-star martial saint, expanding endlessly as if it were growing infinitely larger, reaching a boundless and vast realm. Even Xiao Yan, who was already at the mid-stage of the 8th rank, felt a natural sense of helplessness under the lock of that aura. It was an absolute suppression of his cultivation level, like an ant gazing up at the sky. That was a 9-star martial saint. Even Xiao Yan, who had been through countless battles, couldn't help but feel a surge of shock in his heart. He had believed that with his mid-8th rank martial saint strength, he could turn the tide against the Spirit clan. But he never imagined that the Soul clan's hidden reserves were so terrifying, with even a single reaching the 9th rank martial saint realm. The difference between 8-star and 9-star was merely 1 star, but the gap in strength was as vast as heaven and earth. A 9th-ranked martial saint is among the strongest in this world, and only the clan leaders of the Soul clan and the ancient clan could match them. Even in a cross-tier battle, under normal circumstances, at least 2 late-stage 8-star martial saints would need to join forces to have even a sliver of a chance. Looking at the situation now, Xiao Yan truly seems to be in a precarious position. Swallow the abyss. Help me hold him off. Suddenly, Xiao Yan let out a low shout, his hand seals changing rapidly. His eyes did not show fear, but instead burst with intense battle intent. As his words fell, a pure black flame drifted out from his body, flickering once before instantly transforming into a sea of flames stretching 10,000 zhang in all directions. From within, a humanoid silhouette resembling Xiao Yan slowly took shape. The spirit of the strange fire, Swallowing Abyss. At this moment, Swallowing Abyss's eyes were filled with hostility. With every movement, countless massive black whirlpools formed before him, erupting with an extremely powerful devouring force. The law-like energy within was identical to that of the void-devouring flames being unleashed by the opponent across the void. The 2 void-swallowing flames faced each other from afar, even the Soul clan's army was momentarily dazed by the sight. Feeling the aura of Swallowing Abyss, the void-swallowing flame's eyes shifted from surprise to joy. He burst into laughter. Excellent! 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 Your source has such purity. If I can devour and fuse with you, I will surely take that final step in a short time and touch the realm of the martial emperor. Xiao Yan, it seems I must thank you after all. The void-devouring flame pressed his palm forward, and millions of black dragons roared simultaneously, carrying overwhelming pressure as they charged toward Xiao Yan with overwhelming might. The heavens and earth were engulfed in endless darkness and despair. Below, on the battlefield, with Xiao Yan no longer blocking their path, the attacks of the 4 Soul Yan finally struck the Ling clan's defensive lines. At the critical moment, the unconscious Ling Kuan and the 2 elders finally regained consciousness. With the support of the 3, the entire defensive array managed to withstand the first wave of attacks, but the green light barrier began to show visible cracks. Now, any single attack could shatter the defensive array completely. The figures of the 4 members of the Soul Flame faction once again shot forward like arrows leaving the string. Ling Hong! Ling Kuan roared, suddenly withdrawing the defensive array. Behind him, an elder charged toward the 4 in the air without hesitation. Mid-air, his body had swollen to the size of a soccer ball. A mere 2nd-ranked martial saint dares to block our path? Seeing this, one of the 4, Hunsha, sneered coldly. A massive dark red demon-headed sword on his shoulder swung wildly, directly slicing toward the energy ripples exploding from Ling Hong the Elder. Ling Kuan's expression was eerily calm. He knew full well that a single second-rank martial saint couldn't stop the four of them, and he had never even considered relying on a single second-rank martial saint. Ling Shan! A loud shout rang out again. Before Ling Kuan could finish speaking, another elder behind him had already flown forward and exploded in midair without hesitation. The explosive energy from the two second-rank martial saints collided, temporarily halting the four soul slayers for a moment. Chapter 201, Above the Emperor's Rank. In the air. You want to swallow me? Let's see if you have the ability. Tun Yuan snorted coldly. The black flames in his face flashed with the same defiant expression as Xiao Yan. He thrust both hands forward with all his might, causing countless black whirlpools to surge outward, transforming into a gigantic net that covered the sky, engulfing the millions of black dragons. Sizzle. The two collided, emitting a piercing, scorching sound. The black dragons were constantly melting away under the net's devouring force, their bodies shattering inch by inch. However, the power of the void-swallowing flames was too profound, and the remaining black dragons broke through the net's mesh, charging toward Xiao Yan with a destructive aura. Do not harm my master. Swallow Abyss flickered forward, blocking Xiao Yan's path. He opened his mouth and sucked in a torrent of black flames, which swirled violently within his body. The black dragons that had broken through the net were pulled by an invisible force, their direction forcibly altered, and all were drawn into Swallow Abyss's mouth. Tun Yuan's aura surged, growing even stronger in a short time. Seeking death. Void-devouring heaven. Seeing this, void-swallowing flame erupted in anger, pointing a finger forward. Countless black flames rained down like a meteor shower, incinerating half of the spiritual realm. Return to the source. The swallowing abyss coldly snorted, and countless tiny black holes appeared around its body, flowing with the purest devouring laws, constantly dissolving the attacks of the void-devouring flames. In mid-air, the two forces of the same origin collided, unleashing terrifying energy waves that would instantly reduce even ordinary 5-star martial saints to ashes. Although Swallowing Abyss shared the same origin as the void-devouring flames, it had been in existence for a much shorter time. After prolonged battle, its aura began to waver slightly. In contrast, the void-devouring flames, with the aura of a 9-star martial saint, stood as steady as a mountain, its black flames raging endlessly, clearly not yet exerting its full strength. Swallow Abyss, return to your position. From a distance, Xiao Yan suddenly spoke, his hand seals flickering as his fingertips traced a path through the void, leaving behind golden afterimages that outlined the contours of a mystical array diagram. Swallow the Abyss understood, and its black flame-formed body suddenly contracted, condensing into a pure essence that surged into the center of the array diagram before Xiao Yan. With Swallowing Abyss's addition, the ancient rhythm surging in Xiao Yan's hands grew even more intense, a fluctuation that transcended all martial arts on the continent. Even the distant void-swallowing flames felt a tremor deep within their souls, and faintly, a familiar sensation lingered. 10,000 fires, burial of the heavens. Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with madness. He knew it was impossible, but he would do it anyway. That was his true nature, having risen from obscurity. Even if his opponent was a 9-star martial saint, he would dare to challenge him. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the heavens as pitch-black mist erupted from the array diagram, piercing the sky and the earth. Using the heavens as its array and the earth as its eyes, it enveloped the entire spirit realm in an instant. Above the dome, 9 marks of mysterious flames swirled and shone, enveloping the entire Soul Clan army in the shadows of black flames. Tiny black flame particles, invisible to the naked eye, drifted out silently, their eerie devouring force spreading throughout every inch of the spirit realm. All Soul Clan warriors below the level of martial saint immediately paled, their martial energy flowing out of their bodies like floodwaters, transforming into pure energy that flowed into the array's veins. Screams echoed in succession. These Soul Clan soldiers, who had been so arrogant and tyrannical moments ago, were now nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Retreat! For particularly bright beams of light converged on the 4 members of the Solian group, causing these so-called 4 demon saints to flee in panic. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in mid-air, his black robe fluttering without a breeze. Flames of various colors surged out from his body. White, green, gold, purple, black. 9 overwhelming flames surrounded Xiao Yan, floating above and below him, each emitting a power that even a Doushang would find unsettling. These were the 9 strongest within Xiao Yan, excluding the Swallowing Abyss. The 10,000 flames burning heaven array was the absolute domain of the. Within this domain, the energy of all the was fully unleashed, and the power of the laws was amplified to the extreme. Even a Dou Saint level expert would be suppressed by a third. An emperor tier martial art. The black flame clouds on the horizon swirled, engulfing the remnants of the Soul Clan's army. A hoarse voice finally echoed. What of Emperor Tier? You dare think you can trap this one? The void-devouring flames let out a savage laugh. Before the words had even finished, countless black flames suddenly surged upward from behind the spirit realm continent. Within the black flames, millions of souls screamed in agony. All of them were the Ling clan's descendants that the void-swallowing flames had secretly devoured. Bastard! Seeing this, Ling Kuan and the others' eyes widened in fury. Though these countless descendants had impure bloodline power, they were still citizens of the spirit realm, their own flesh and blood. One after another, souls with twisted faces were swallowed by the swirling black flames, eventually transforming into strands of pure bloodline energy that were absorbed by the void-devouring flames. This feeling is truly marvelous. The void-devouring flames emitted a bone-chilling laugh, and the black flame clouds behind it erupted violently, transforming into billions of black streaks of light. Like a virus, they penetrated every corner of the spirit realm, beginning to devour the black flame particles that had been spread by the abyss. He. I have told you before, with such meager tactics, you cannot possibly contain me. Facing the void-devouring flames' provocation, Xiao Yan remained calm, his hands slowly moving like he was embracing a Tai Chi form. 9 flames swirled and danced before him, forming a flaming disc. Who said I only have this one trick up my sleeve? Xiao Yan suddenly pressed his hands down, forcefully compressing the flame disc into the size of a palm. The 10,000 flames cremation heaven array didn't work, so he would add another destruction lotus on this emperor tier platform. Whoosh! The screeching sound of flames grinding against each other was ear-piercing. The 9 collided violently as they compressed, unleashing bursts of energy so intense they shattered, burning away most of Xiao Yan's clothing. As Xiao Yan's cultivation level rose, these 9 flames were all top tier on the rankings, their attributes mutually incompatible. For a moment, they clashed like sworn enemies, refusing to merge. You're mad. Forcing the fusion of 9. Void-devouring flame, seeing this, couldn't help but sneer. It seems I don't need to intervene, you'll explode and die on your own. Put. As if to confirm the void-devouring flame's words, with the second collision of VS energy exploding, Xiao Yan tilted his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. As the blood merged, the 9 flames began to shift slightly, slowly seeping into one another. However, by this point, Xiao Yan's eyes had turned blood red, and his face was twisted into a horrifying expression. With the Imperial Tier burning technique at his disposal, he didn't need to worry about his fighting energy depleting, but the crux lay in the fact that after activating an Imperial Tier fighting technique, casting the destructive Lotus of Flames had left his soul unable to sustain itself. At that critical moment, Ling Kuan's old yet resolute voice echoed throughout the spirit realm. All members of the Ling clan, ignite your bloodlines and follow me into formation. Whoosh! In an instant, countless pale white lights flew out from the bodies of the Ling clan members, converging in mid-air into a torrent of light. What they unleashed was not combat energy, but the scorching bloodline of the combat emperor, the soul power awakened by burning their lives. At the same time, the dormant white bone altar deep beneath the earth finally erupted with brilliant light once more. Chapter 202, Emperor Tier Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. However, watching the commotion within the altar, Ling Kuan did not feel particularly joyful. The power gained by burning their bloodlines alone was insufficient to activate the altar. Soul sacrifice. Boom! Boom! As Ling Kuan gave the order, the Ling clan's ranks erupted in a series of deafening explosions. But this time, it was not the brutal self-destruction of battle chi. Instead, the Ling clan members voluntarily tore apart their souls, transforming their lifetime cultivation and soul essence into warmer white light, which they channeled entirely into the sky above the altar. Countless soul light orbs gathered like fireflies, coalescing in mid-air into a river of light spanning the sky, pulling the soul energy that had slumbered within the altar for 10,000 years out into the open. The runes on the white bone altar grew increasingly bright, and Ling Kuan's voice pierced through space, reaching Xiao Yan's ears. I implore you, Xiao Yan, to preserve a thread of our clan's bloodline. Before he could finish, Ling Kuan struck out with a palm, enveloping Ling Jun and several young clan members who were about to be sacrificed in a gentle force, instantly sending them outside the array. Tribe Chief. Ling Jun's beautiful eyes widened, as if she had understood something. The Ling clan needs you to carry on the bloodline and survive. Ling Kuan's body suddenly erupted with an unprecedented aura, blocking Ling Jun and the others from returning. In mid-air, Xiao Yan was already at the end of his strength. His body trembled violently under the collision and backlash of the 9 strange flames, on the verge of collapse at any moment. But upon hearing Ling Kuan's words, Xiao Yan struggled to turn his head and bowed slightly toward the Ling clan. Ling Kuan, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief and smiled, "Thank you." Few knew that besides the clan's protective array, the Ling clan also harbored an even more ancient and tyrannical formation called the Wan Ling Guiyuan array. The true power of this array lay in its ability to channel the accumulated soul energy of the Ling clan's ancestors into the body of a designated individual, thereby forging a top-tier powerhouse in a short period of time. However, since its creation, the formation has never been activated, primarily because the cost is too great. Once activated, it requires a massive expenditure of soul energy, and those who are infused with it must be capable of withstanding the power. Generally speaking, when this array is activated, it marks the day of the spirit clan's annihilation. And now, that moment has arrived. Although Su Wutuan does not understand the secrets of the spirit clan's array, he can clearly sense the terrifying energy surging within the altar. Therefore, we must not allow Ling Kuan to succeed. Die, all of you. The void-devouring flames scattered throughout the spirit realm were summoned, instantly transforming into billions of black beams converging on the spirit clan's ranks. The immense devouring force spread out, causing the soul light reversing in the air to shake violently, and many faint white light points were swallowed by the black flames. Just stay put. The void devouring flames did not boast for long. From the void, the voice of the swallowing abyss suddenly rang out. At this moment, swallowing abyss had completely merged into the 10,000 fires cremation heaven array, meaning he was now the guardian of this realm. He was everywhere. Between heaven and earth, millions of black chains shot out in all directions, spanning the heavens and earth, tightly binding all the offspring flames split off by the void-devouring flames. The chains were imbued with the same devouring laws as the void-devouring flames, violently shredding the energy of the sub-flames. At the same time, a gentle black flame quietly emerged from the void, gently enveloping Ling Jun and the other Ling clan members, isolating them from the external energy shocks. Get out of the way! The void-devouring flames grew impatient at this point, roaring as it struck out with a massive black flame palm. The palm wind tore through the sky, but it was blocked by the layers of black flame barriers by the swallowing abyss. The two streams of fire, though of the same origin, collided violently in mid-air, causing space to constantly shatter and reform. The energy ripples they unleashed nearly reduced the distant spirit realm to ruins. In the brief moment when the void-devouring flames were blocked, Ling Kuan's body erupted violently. An extremely dense golden energy erupted, transforming into a brilliant light sphere that merged into the river of light in the sky. Deep within the white bone altar that had lain dormant for 10,000 years, it finally awoke completely under the pull of this energy. Countless streams of green light surged forth from the runes on the altar, merging with the golden river in the sky. They eventually coalesced into a vast torrent of souls, roaring like a colossal dragon as it surged into Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's mind trembled violently, and the chaos caused by the intense soul pain instantly cleared. Within Xiao Yan's consciousness, he felt countless gentle streams flowing through his body. His soul power, which had already reached the peak of the heavenly realm, not only rapidly repaired itself but also made a sudden breakthrough in a short time, charging toward the Emperor realm. However, the Emperor realm was no easy feat to attain. The energy from the altar had already been used once before, and the remaining portion propelled Xiao Yan's soul upward step by step, ultimately coming to a halt at the threshold of the Emperor realm. Pre-Emperor realm soul. Combined with the Emperor tier cultivation techniques and Emperor tier combat arts. At this moment, Xiao Yan kept his eyes tightly closed, carefully sensing the power of the Emperor realm soul. His complexion had returned to normal, and the blood trickling from the corners of his mouth had long since stopped. As the immense soul power intervened, the 9 strange flames in his palms finally ceased resisting and began to spin and fuse obediently. The 9 colored flames intertwined, gradually condensing into a palm-sized exquisite fire lotus. Its petals layered upon each other, with every pattern flowing with the ultimate aura of destruction. The overwhelmingly domineering energy fluctuations caused those who heard it to pale and those who saw it to tremble with fear. It could only be described as invincible. Even the void-swallowing flames felt a threat emanating from the depths of their souls. Impossible. Void-swallowing flame stared at the surging energy surrounding Xiao Yan, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Could this also be an Emperor tier martial art? Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, his black pupils reflecting the burning spirit tribe camp and the altar in the distance, where not a single trace of life remained. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan slowly raised the swirling 9-colored lotus flame before him. Void-swallowing flame. This is the funeral prepared by all the spirit tribe for you. Xiao Yan's voice carried an endless chill. As his words fell, the destructive fire lotus in his hands was suddenly hurled forward. The 9-colored lotus flower traced a brilliant path through the air, while the 10,000 fires burning heaven array erupted with dazzling light. What Xiao Yan had thrown was no longer an ordinary destruction lotus. It was the ultimate killing move, enhanced by the Emperor tier domain, fusing the ancestral spirit power of the spirit clan and the soul pressure of a half-step Emperor tier being. The 9-colored fire lotus sliced through the sky, instantly swelling in the wind, growing from the size of a palm to a colossal entity that obscured the heavens. Void-devouring heaven. Void slaughter. The void-devouring flames launched several attacks, but the black flames, which had previously been unstoppable, now had no power to resist. That unprecedentedly destructive fire lotus, regardless of the changes around it, continued to carry the might to incinerate the heavens, charging head-on toward the core of the void-devouring flames. Chapter 203, Reinforcements Arrive. The void-devouring flames' expression changed drastically. Under Xiao Yan's soul power, which far surpassed his own, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Damn it, how could this happen? The black flame clouds surged violently, and the figure within frantically formed seals with both hands once more. Soul-devouring shield. Billions of black flames were summoned, installing into a massive black flame shield spanning the heavens and earth before him. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored lotus flower tore through space and collided violently with the shield. However, the expected earth-shattering explosion did not occur. Countless gray runes appeared on the shield, but they were all incinerated the moment they came into contact with the heat waves emitted by the fire lotus. This shield, forged by the void-devouring flame using all its primordial energy, proved as fragile as paper before the 9-colored fire lotus, unable to withstand even a single breath. In the next instant, it disintegrated into nothingness. A fleeting glimpse of fear flashed in the void-devouring flame's eyes as it bellowed hoarsely, 10-layer soul-devouring shield. However, the 9-colored lotus's speed far exceeded his expectations. The so-called 10 layers of shields were formed at a speed slower than the lotus itself. The layered black flame barriers shattered the moment they formed, unable to create any effective barrier. Even more despairing was that the swirling black flames automatically dispersed and retreated upon approaching the fire lotus, as if they had encountered their natural nemesis. The void-devouring flame's unmatched devouring power could not even stir a single wisp of heat from the fire lotus. In the blink of an eye, the once sky-obscuring sea of black flames contracted wildly like a herd of startled beasts, condensing into a rolling black fireball. As the black flames contracted, countless distorted souls erupted from within, and upon closer inspection, among them were not only the remnants of the powerful beings he had devoured over the years, but also some of the soul tribe army he had recently absorbed into his body. These soul spirits a massive wall under the black flames. At this critical moment, he dared to use the lives of his own kind as a final shield. Xiao Yan's black eyes blazed with murderous intent. You can't escape. Explode. Boom. The exquisitely beautiful 9-colored lotus flower, resembling a work of art, finally exploded before the void-devouring flames. Blasts of brilliant flames erupted like fireworks, instantly forming a destruction domain with a diameter of 1,000 miles. Wherever the destructive flames passed, the soul-bound wall of the void-swallowing flame was instantly reduced to nothingness. The already shattered spiritual realm space was completely obliterated at that moment. The black flame cloud sea, now contracted into a single mass, was peeled away layer by the destructive force, revealing the increasingly primordial flames within. Soon, the agonizing screams of the void-devouring flames echoed through the fiery chaos. This destruction lotus, if measured by standards, had undoubtedly reached the level of an emperor-tier martial art. Under this attack, the void-devouring flame's previous calm and composed demeanor vanished without a trace, leaving only extreme pain and fear. Xiao Yan withdrew the burial heaven array, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, his eyes fixed intently on the movements of the void-swallowing flames. The once solid black flame body was now scorched and riddled with holes, but the void-devouring flame's aura had not vanished as Xiao Yan had hoped. Not dead yet? Xiao Yan muttered under his breath. After using 2 imperial-tier martial arts techniques consecutively, even with the support of the burning technique, he felt deeply exhausted. However, this did not mean he would spare the void-swallowing flame. Yellow Spring's finger. Yellow Spring's palm. Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath. Xiao Yan's hands flashed up and down, unleashing 3 heaven-tier martial arts techniques without hesitation. The finger beams were sharp as knives, while the golden palm was as thick as a mountain. With a resonant, ancient-sounding mo cry, the vast energy of the martial arts technique surged forth like a tidal wave. Created by the Yellow Springs Demon Saint, the 3 ultimate techniques. However, just as the massive energy palm print and palm closed in on the black flame's source, an unexpected change occurred. The overwhelming energy suddenly twists and fades without warning, eventually disappearing like melting ice and snow, leaving not even a trace of energy behind. The energy tidal wave unleashed by the Yellow Spring's wrath also vanished silently in its churning, as if it had never existed. At the same time, a figure of a man quietly emerged from the horizon. This man wore a gray-white robe, his features elegant and scholarly. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength, he could not see through him. He. Upon seeing this figure, the void-devouring flames below erupted into a sharp, piercing laugh, their weak voices filled with endless joy. Xiao Yan, who did you say you were going to kill just now? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, feeling his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. The heightened senses granted by his quasi-emperor-level soul warned him that this suddenly appeared white-robed man was extremely dangerous. Oh? You're that Xiao Yan, the youngster who inherited the Shaoxian bloodline? The white-robed man smiled faintly. His tone was incredibly gentle, and no matter how one looked at him, he did not seem like a bad person. Especially with his scholarly demeanor, he would be more accurately described as a scholar. But the more this happened, the more solemn Xiao Yan's expression became. His hands clenched tightly, and the strange flame he had just withdrawn from his body was already gathering power, ready to erupt. Whoosh! A faint sound echoed as black flames surged around Xiao Yan, forming a destructive fire body. So there is indeed a second void-swallowing flame. The white-robed man spoke indifferently, his eyes sparkling like stars, as if nothing in the world could escape his gaze. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Yan suddenly felt the very source of the flames within him begin to waver. This is bad. Xiao Yan's heart raced with fear as he hurriedly stabilized his mind and retreated thousands of feet backward like an arrow leaving the string. Strangely, no matter how far he retreated, the distance between the man in the air and him remained unchanged. Then, the white-clad man tilted his head slightly, extending his slender fingers. A faint gray light swirled around his fingertips, moving slowly yet crossing space in an instant, reaching out toward Xiao Yan. Soul Emperor, I never expected that after 1,000 years, you've sunk so low that you can only bully your juniors now? At the last possible moment, another familiar male voice suddenly rang out, causing Xiao Yan's eyes to brighten. Boom! A massive vortex of martial energy suddenly formed above Xiao Yan's head, blocking the claw mark that had crossed space. As the two collided, a violent energy shockwave spread outward, causing the celestial energies within a radius of several miles to become incredibly active in an instant. Xiao Yan's throat convulsed violently. It seemed his strength was still limited. The celestial tide he had summoned after breaking through to the Emperor realm with the burning technique was nothing compared to what these two had achieved with a single move. Seeing this, the white-clad man smiled slightly and immediately stopped. The next moment, 5 figures slowly materialized beside Xiao Yan. Chapter 204, The Ancient Clan Assembly. Gu Yuan. Soul Heavenly Emperor. 2 lone, mournful sighs echoed from opposite ends of the sky, as if old friends had reunited after years apart, or lifelong enemies had met again. The chaotic void trembled as the two auras collided, creating ripples of spatial folds. In the shattered heavens and earth, only the howling of gales passing through spatial fissures remained. Beside Xiao Yan, 5 figures shrouded in thick auras coalesced. Each of the 5 emanated the same overbearing aura of a high-ranking figure, with even the weakest among them reaching the peak of the 6th-rank Martial Saint realm. The others were even more formidable, with each surpassing the last. The leader, however, was no stranger to Xiao Yan. It was none other than the current clan leader of the ancient clan, Gu Yuan. However, even this man, who was currently the undisputed strongest on the Dou Qi continent, was deeply astonished upon witnessing Xiao Yan's transformation. Across the battlefield, upon seeing Gu Yuan and the others appear, the Soul Emperor's sleeves fluttered lightly, and he materialized beside the void, swallowing flames like a ghostly figure. Swirling black mist emanated from him, enveloping both himself and the weakened black flames within. Trying to escape? A burly man beside Gu Yuan roared, and countless thick silver-purple lightning bolts suddenly appeared out of thin air, transforming into a swarm of raging dragons that surged toward the black mist. Humph! Suddenly, several hoarse groans echoed simultaneously. The space around the black mist rippled like water, as if separated from the real world by an invisible membrane, becoming blurred and distorted. The thunderous dragons collided with the black mist, vanishing without a sound, like a stone sinking into the sea. Immediately afterward, 4 figures shrouded in the aura of death appeared simultaneously. Soul Yuan Heaven, Soul Birth Heaven. You old ghosts, you're still alive. Upon recognizing their faces, the crowd surrounding Gu Yuan erupted in shocked cries. Among the 4 who suddenly appeared, 2 were the Soul Clan elders who had attacked Xiao Yan on the southwest continent. At that moment, the 4 of them revealed their auras, all surpassing the 8th-rank Martial Saint realm. The combined pressure they exerted was no less than that of Gu Yuan's side, and even seemed to slightly overpower them. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his sharp gaze piercing through the black mist, speaking with righteous indignation. Hundian Emperor, your Soul Clan has broken the 1,000-year pact. First, you sent strong warriors to the Demon Fire realm, and now you dare to appear in the Ling clan's territory. Today, the 5 clans have united to demand an explanation from you. Accountability? Ha, with just the few of you? A low laugh echoed from within the black mist. Gu Yuan, I have told you before, since the fall of the Xiao clan, you have lost your best chance to defeat me. If you want the 5 clans to unite, I will give you this opportunity. In half a month, the decisive battle will take place at the Burial Heaven Mountains. As his words fell, the black mist surged violently, engulfing the members of the Soul Clan and transforming into a streak of light that tore through space, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Only Gu Yuan and a few others remained, gazing at the direction where the Soul Emperor had vanished, their brows furrowed as if deep in thought. Seeing the Soul Emperor retreat, Xiao Yan's tense body slowly relaxed. He immediately reached out and grabbed at a void in the air, causing a ball of black flame to shoot out. Within it, faint figures could be seen weeping. Ancestor Gu Yuan, these are the last remaining bloodlines of the Ling clan. Xiao Yan left those words behind before finally collapsing unconscious. Has his condition improved? How much longer will it take for him to wake up? Senior Tongxian, please tell us how Xiao Yan's condition is. Say something. Xiao Yan's consciousness slowly returned, but before his eyelids could open, he heard the gentle voice he had longed for day and night. Then, a helpless, aged voice echoed, My child, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I simply can't tell either. His strength is too great. Even in his unconscious state, I cannot detect anything. However, according to the clan leader, he is merely exhausted from a fierce battle and should recover soon. Hearing this, Sooner finally exhaled in relief. Alright, stay here and watch over him. If he wakes up within an hour, bring him to the council hall for the assembly. Understood, thank you, Elder. Sooner replied obediently. After leaving a few words, Elder Tongxian hurriedly departed, leaving only the lone man and woman alone in the room. The air was filled with a subtle, quiet atmosphere. Sooner got up and closed the door tightly before quietly sitting back down by the bed. She gently pulled Xiao Yan's arm and whispered, Xiao Yan brother, I never thought we'd meet again like this. Sooner, you must have waited so long for me and the clan, thinking of me day and night. How have you been without me? Did you miss me? I asked Ling Lao to investigate for me. They all said you've married Kai Lin and have over 10 female confidants. Slander. This is definitely slander. Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes and leaped off the bed. Who spread this? Heaven and earth are my witnesses. I don't even know that many women. The sudden commotion startled Suner. After realizing what had happened, she blushed and angrily hit Xiao Yan's arm. You've been awake the whole time, yet you were eavesdropping on my conversation? He. Xiao Yan took her wrist in his hand. I just woke up. But I'll make it clear, I don't have any female confidants. I just know a few friends. You've met Xiao Xian and the others, right? Suner glared at him with a pout, but soon her expression softened into a smile. She took his arm and said, I don't care if the rumors are true or not. Just promise me that you only love me. Of course. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her waist and gently tracing her delicate nose with his long fingers. The two, reunited after a long separation, were lost in each other's embrace, expressing their feelings freely. A few minutes later, Xiao Yan stood up. By the way, what was that meeting the Tongshan elder mentioned earlier? Suner helped him tidy his clothes and said softly, I'm not entirely sure either. It's supposedly an ancient clan gathering, with several clan leaders attending. As the clan leader of the Xiao clan, you can't slack off either. I see. Xiao Yan nodded. He guessed that the few he had seen earlier must be the clan leaders of the other ancient clans. Then you, as the clan leader's wife, should come with me. Xiao Yan turned to look at Suner, his gaze lingering on the graceful curves of her figure outlined by her light green dress. After several years apart, this young lady had grown even more beautiful. Even in a simple green dress, she couldn't hide her natural elegance. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not your wife yet. If you keep flirting around, I won't marry you. Suner blushed slightly and playfully scolded him, tapping his arm with her small hands, but without any force. Xiao Yan smiled, took her hand, and the two walked side by side toward the door. The sunlight streaming through the door cracks warmed their bodies. Let's go. I'll take a look at the ancient clan and see what it's like now. Chapter 205, The Ancient Clan Establishes Its Authority. Have you heard? That descendant of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan, has been brought back by the clan leader. Is that true? The Xiao clan genius who supposedly broke through to the Martial Saint realm overnight? At a large training ground within the ancient clan's territory, the ground still retained traces of heat, and several long spears gleaming with martial energy were slanted against the weapon racks. Several young figures who had just finished training were gathered around a stone table, sweat trickling down their cheeks and soaking the ancient clan emblem embroidered on their chests. What genius! I saw him earlier. He was carried in by others. A young man in tight-fitting armor downed a pill and continued, Anyway, I don't see any signs of genius in him. It's probably just hearsay. Look, he got beaten up. I think Suner was probably also deceived by his smooth talk. The young man on the far left, with a jade pendant at his waist, snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with jealousy. Don't let me see him. If I do, I'll show him what I'm made of. These few individuals appeared to be in their late 20s, yet they were dressed differently from the ordinary Black Oblivion soldiers, clearly indicating their high rank within the military. Each of their faces bore a subtle air of arrogance, a pride inherent to every member of an ancient clan. With their talents, they would be cherished as prodigies in any sect on the Central Plains. Hey, look, isn't that Suner coming? Suddenly, someone shouted, and the training ground fell silent. Pairs of eyes, gleaming like hungry wolves, turned toward the main path, resembling the scene of a school beauty making her grand entrance in a TV drama. At the end of the path, Suner, dressed in a light green gown, appeared like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, walking gracefully toward them. The hem of her dress swayed gently with each step, revealing her slender, fair ankles. Every step she took felt as though she were walking on the tips of everyone's toes. Ha! Who is that person besides Suner? Why are they still holding hands? The words echoed like a thunderclap, freezing the air in the training ground. The infatuated smiles on the faces of several young commanders froze instantly, replaced by shock and anger. You bastard, let go of her. The young man in the tight-fitting armor roared, flinging the jade bottle in his hand toward the man beside Suner with a whistling sound. Yang Hao, what are you doing? Suner snapped, and a burst of energy shot out from her sleeve, shattering the jade bottle mid-air. Xiao Yan, he's Xiao Yan. Suddenly, a soldier in armor shouted from the training ground. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, glanced over, and couldn't help but smile at the man. Ling Quan, didn't you get enough of the beating last time? Ling Quan, under Xiao Yan's gaze, trembled all over and dared not utter a word. At this point in time, the timeline had been slightly advanced compared to when Xiao Yan first arrived at the ancient clan in his previous life. Currently, Suner's strength was still at the martial sovereign level, and the other Black Oblivion army deputy commanders were mostly at the martial emperor or martial sovereign levels. Ling Quan, who should have been a deputy commander at this point, had only reached the Dou Wang realm, clearly due to having his meridian severed by Xiao Yan outside the Wutan holy city in their previous encounter. Arrogant! You are Xiao Yan? Daring to threaten my Black Oblivion army within the ancient clan? Have you grown tired of living? The man by the stone table, wearing a jade pendant, spoke coldly. Xiao Yan paid no heed to his words. Glancing around the training ground, he noticed several familiar faces, including Gu Xing and Gu Hua, who had participated in the Heavenly Tomb incident. However, these individuals were relatively composed and did not join the commotion like the others. Even these former four great generals were no match for Xiao Yan in terms of strength, and he had no interest in them at all. Let's go. There's no need to waste time. Just as Xiao Yan was about to take Sun Er's hand, a sharp shout rang out, "Let go of her." A man soared into the air. His figure was as straight as a pine tree, with strands of hair on his forehead split into black and white. His dark black armor adorned with gold outlined his sleek muscles, and his gaze was resolute. His strength was unmatched among the crowd, having reached the third-rank martial ancestor realm. Ancient Demon. Recognizing the familiar face before him, Xiao Yan immediately identified the man, and a smile involuntarily curled the corners of his lips. "Gu Yao, Xiao clan chief, is an honored guest of our clan. You must not be disrespectful." At that moment, a stern voice rang out from a nearby thatched cottage. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a figure clad in silver-white battle armor appeared out of thin air, landing steadily beside Gu Yao. This man had a handsome face and a composed demeanor, none other than Gu Qingyang, the strongest young member of the Gu clan, second only to Sun Er. However, in Xiao Yan's eyes, whether he was a martial emperor or a martial sovereign, he was no different from a mere martial artist. Still calling yourself the clan leader of the Xiao clan? The ancient demon clearly refused to acknowledge Gu Qingyang's rebuke. His black and white hair framed his eyes, which gleamed with malice as he challenged Xiao Yan. "The Xiao clan is gone. How dare you still claim to be its clan leader?" "Gu Yao." Sun Er's delicate brows furrowed instantly, a flash of anger crossing her beautiful face. The aura of a seven-star Dou zone surged forth, like an invisible wave, fiercely suppressing Gu Yao's figure. "Sun Er, why bother defending such a person?" The ancient demon's eyes grew filled with jealousy. "If this man doesn't even have the slightest bit of a man's backbone, he doesn't deserve to stand by your side." The ancient demon commander speaks the truth. "You're right." As the ancient demon finished speaking, a chorus of agreement erupted from the surrounding crowd. The young disciples who had already been harboring resentment began to stir, glaring malevolently at Xiao Yan outside the arena, as if they were waiting for the ancient demon's signal to rush forward and beat him senseless. "It seems I have quite a few rivals." Xiao Yan didn't get angry at the ancient demon's provocation, he merely smiled faintly. Sun Er gripped Xiao Yan's arm tightly and whispered, "Xiao Yan, these fools are short-sighted. Don't bother with them. It's fine. I know how to handle myself." Xiao Yan smiled and patted her hand, then suddenly took a step forward, already standing at the center of the training ground. "Just woke up, might as well stretch my legs." Xiao Yan twisted his wrists and scanned the crowd around him. "Since you're all so eager, I'll oblige and spar with you. Anyone who has a problem with me, don't hold back, come at me all at once." As soon as he finished speaking, the air on the training ground seemed to freeze. The young disciples who had been shouting moments ago froze in place. Floating through the air, such power clearly belonged to a Dou zone level expert or above. Among those present, there were only a handful who had reached the Dou zone realm. At the same time, within a distant grand hall, several pairs of eyes seemed to sense something, gazing distantly toward this direction. "Ha, old man, looking at you so eager to act, you wouldn't dare to intervene, would you? The Xiao clan's bloodline, it's been years since we last clashed." A figure as sturdy as an iron tower laughed, with dazzling lightning flashes in his eyes. Chapter 206, The Xianhuang Battle Formation. "Arrogant. I can defeat you alone." The ancient demon ignored Xiao Yan's words, assuming he was intentionally provoking him. He swiftly moved his hands, forming seals. Mountain-splitting seal. A crystal yellow palm print swiftly condensed in the ancient demon's palm, its fierce energy causing ripples to spread throughout the surrounding space. Sea-turning seal. The ancient demon's hand seals changed again, and a deep blue mark appeared beside the crystal yellow palm print. Ripples like water waves flowed across it, and the energy of both strength and flexibility intertwined with the mountain-splitting seal, causing its might to surge several-fold in an instant. However, facing the ancient demon's consecutive techniques, Xiao Yan remained standing with his hands behind his back, allowing his black robe to gently flutter in the chi currents. His eyes held a hint of casual scrutiny, completely unlike someone engaged in a martial arts duel, but rather like an elder casually assessing a junior's progress. Earth-shattering seal. The ancient demon's forehead began to sweat slightly, but upon seeing Xiao Yan's relaxed and carefree demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He unleashed all his fighting energy without reservation, consecutively casting 3 seal techniques in a short span of time. His eyes darted forward like an eagle's, shouting, "Xiao Yan, take this imperial seal technique." Before he could finish speaking, the ancient demon's palm seal had already been thrust forward, carrying immense might, and it charged toward Xiao Yan's face without mercy. Around the training ground, countless eyes followed the palm seal as it swept through the air. It was well known that the imperial seal technique was a high-tier earth-class martial art, and the ancient demon was a prodigy with innate talent. The masterful technique of stacking 3 seals was something even Gu Qingyang would admit he couldn't surpass. Everyone wondered how Xiao Yan intended to defend against such a powerful attack. Puff. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the palm strike, powerful enough to shatter mountains and split rocks, flew toward Xiao Yan. However, it struck his body as if hitting a ball of cotton, emitting only a faint thud. Xiao Yan remained completely still, not even lifting the hand he had placed behind his back. He simply stared at the ancient demon, his lips curled into a faint smile. I'm in a hurry. You all should attack together. Go! In the silent training ground, dozens of swallowing sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The ancient demon's talent was terrifying, and everyone was well aware of it. Even some of the clan's senior elders had declared that within 10 years, this young man had an extremely high chance of breaking through to the level of a martial saint. Yet even he couldn't harm Xiao Yan in the slightest. It seemed that this Xiao Yan truly had some real skills. Such thoughts arose simultaneously in everyone's minds, and the gaze of Gu Qingyang and the others toward Xiao Yan now held a touch of admiration. Gu Qingyang took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stood before the crowd. He bowed respectfully to Xiao Yan. We have always heard of the high praise Tongshan elder has for you. It is an honor for us to have the opportunity to fight you today. Big brother, I haven't lost yet. Don't interfere. Gu Yao hurriedly interjected. He had always been arrogant and refused to admit defeat so easily. Gu Qingyang ignored him, his expression suddenly turning serious. He raised his right hand. Second and third squads of the Black Obliteration Army form ranks. Yes. Gu Qingyang's status within the army was clearly high. At his command, even the ancient demon could only grit his teeth and silently return to his ranks. The two squads, totaling over 50 people, immediately formed a diamond-shaped formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The commotion on the training ground spread rapidly outward like ripples on a lake, encircling the ancient clan. Dozens of figures had already arrived on the scene, hovering in the air with interest as they watched the proceedings. Among them, many wore attire vastly different from that of the ancient clan's disciples. These were members of the ancient clans who had come with their clan leaders. These individuals were all outstanding young members of their clans, each standing tall and dignified, capable of holding their own on the Central Plains continent. Seeing the conflict between Xiao Yan and the ancient clan members, they all became intrigued. That black-clad man is Xiao Yan, the descendant of the Xiao clan? So young, yet he managed to humiliate the ancient demon? The ancient demon's imperial seal technique is indeed powerful, but Xiao Yan is said to be a martial saint-level expert who once fought the deputy palace master of the Soul Hall and emerged unscathed. He should be able to defeat him with ease. What can you trust in rumors? I think he just knows some trivial techniques for deflecting force. Compared to my Stone Clan's piercing illusion divine art, he's still far inferior. Amidst the various opinions, only two people silently watched Xiao Yan, with no trace of contempt in their eyes. Between the brows of these two individuals was a vivid flame-like mark, whose patterns swirled and emitted a scorching heat. They were members of the Yan clan. One of them, a woman dressed in fiery red robes, opened her crimson lips and murmured to herself, "Is this Xiao Yan? Because of him, the clan revoked my chance to obtain thee. So that's how it is." Beside her, Hua Xian, dressed in white robes, smiled maliciously. "Can you really tolerate this?" "Hua Ji, if I were you, I'd find an opportunity to beat him up and vent my anger." Despite Hua Xian's provocation, Hua Ji's face, hidden behind her veil, showed no sign of anger. She studied Xiao Yan for a moment before speaking slowly. "No, he deserves it." The surrounding whispers continued, but Xiao Yan seemed oblivious to them. However, the members of the ancient clan did not possess such boldness as he did. Under the gaze of all the other clans, they immediately felt the pressure on their shoulders multiply. Xian Huang battle formation, activate. Gu Qingyang raised his long sword high, and a surge of green-colored battle chi erupted from the tip of the sword like a fountain, swiftly spreading across the pre-etched array patterns on the ground. In an instant, the battle chi of over 50 Black Oblivion soldiers erupted simultaneously, gathering into a faint golden light above their heads, which coalesced into the lifelike shadow of a colossal beast. The beast was clad in stone armor, with two horns on its head, exuding an ancient aura. When it opened its massive jaws, even the surrounding air was swallowed up, emitting a mournful sound. Gu Qingyang stood at the center of the array, channeling all his martial energy into the array patterns. The pressure from his 6-star martial sovereign rank intertwined with the combined power of dozens of martial kings and martial emperors, causing the aura of the giant beast in the sky to rise steadily, even hinting at the might of a martial emperor. This array originates from ancient times. Xiao Yan, be cautious. At a certain moment, Gu Qingyang's eyes widened, and he suddenly swung his hand. Xian Huang, break the void. Roar! The Xian Huang beast's form solidified instantly, its massive claws carrying immense force as it slammed down toward Xiao Yan. Golden claw winds tore through the sky, shattering hundreds of green stone tiles around the training ground into pieces, forming a visible energy shockwave. Wherever it passed, dust flew and space shattered. Seeing this, even the arrogant onlookers couldn't help but secretly praise. The Black Oblivion army truly lives up to its name. Facing this overwhelming attack, Xiao Yan remained standing in place, unmoving, as he watched the massive claws hurtle toward him, his expression calm and unwavering. The golden claw winds, dozens of feet long, swept past Xiao Yan's side and automatically diverted to the sides. Chapter 207, Battle against the Thunder Clan Chief. Only when the claws were about to strike him did Xiao Yan slowly raise his right hand and gently point his index finger forward. Whoosh! A faint flame erupted from Xiao Yan's fingertip, piercing through the energy shockwave and striking the brow of the massive beast with pinpoint accuracy. There was no earth-shattering collision, no deafening roar echoing for miles. The Xianhuang beast, whose might could have caused even a Dou Zone level expert to regret their existence in the northwest, melted away in an instant. Its illusory form let out a mournful cry before dissolving into countless specks of light and vanishing into the air. Cough cough. At the erase focal point, Gu Qingyang's body felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. Over 50 Black Oblivion soldiers groaned in unison, their bodies swaying and their faces pale, clearly suffering severe backlash. Xiao Yan withdrew his fingers, brushed the non-existent dust from his sleeves, and spoke in a calm tone, "You're welcome." Boom! A surging tidal wave of shock rolled through everyone's hearts. Although Xiao Yan's move seemed ordinary, it had actually shattered an array powerful enough to rival a Dou Zun level expert in an instant. Those present asked themselves, if they had been in his place, even if they had fought to the death, they would never have achieved such a result. To handle something heavy with ease, that was the pinnacle of combat. The ancient demons and others, who had previously looked at him with a touch of defiance, now found themselves involuntarily softening their gaze. Xiao Yan had proven with his actions that the rumors circulating outside were no exaggeration. Of course, only Xiao Yan himself knew that he had not even used 10% of his strength. Otherwise, with his cultivation, erasing that array would have been as easy as a single thought. Raising his hand wasn't for battle, it was merely leaving a way out for Gu Qingyang and the others. Ha, the Xiao clan truly produces exceptional talent. It makes even an old man like me itch to join in. Just as everyone fell silent, a rough laugh suddenly echoed from several miles away. The next moment, 5 figures directly crossed the void and appeared above the training ground. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, clan leader. The area around the training ground was immediately filled with a series of respectful bows. The sudden arrivals were none other than the clan leaders of the 5 ancient families, the 5 peak-level powerhouses of the current world. Beside Gu Yuan, a middle-aged man with a sturdy build and dark skin smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "We've been waiting for clan leader Xiao to convene the meeting. I didn't expect you to be here enjoying yourself. Since you've already started fighting, why not join me for a friendly spar?" This. Upon hearing him speak, the crowd erupted into chaos. Sooner stepped forward and whispered in Xiao Yan's ear, "Xiao Yan, this is Lei Ying, the clan leader of the Lei clan, an 8-star martial saint of the late stage. It is said that he once fought against senior Xiao Xian." Xiao Yan nodded slowly. Even without being told, he could tell that this man's muscles were bulging, and beneath his skin, powerful lightning-attributed energy was flickering. To Xiao Yan, he didn't look like a human being, but more like a living, breathing 9-heaven golden thunder. Thunder-attributed martial energy was widely recognized as the most powerful combat force on the martial energy continent. With Lei Ying's strength, he likely had no equals among those below the 9th-rank martial saint realm. Seeing that Xiao Yan remained silent, Lei Ying assumed he was intimidated and laughed loudly. "Don't worry, considering you're still recovering from your injuries, I'll only use 50% of my strength." As Lei Ying finished speaking, the expression on Gu Yuan's face grew. Given Xiao Yan's current foundation, if he didn't voluntarily reveal his aura, only Gu Yuan within the entire ancient realm could discern his true strength. It was clear that if Lei Ying truly only used 50% of his strength, his fate would be the same as that of the ancient demon's certain defeat. Xiao Yan heard this and no longer hesitated, laughing heartily. "Since the Lei clan chief has shown such favor, let's give it a try. However, my injuries have fully healed, so there's no need to hold back." "All right." Seeing Xiao Yan agree, Lei Ying's expression brightened, and he immediately flew down to a corner of the training ground. The others stepped aside, and fortunately, the training ground was spacious enough for Xiao Yan and Lei Ying to each take a corner, leaving ample space for combat. He actually accepted the challenge? Seeing Xiao Yan and Lei Ying facing off, the members of the Gu clan who had earlier challenged him were all shocked. If they had known this man could fight an 8-star martial saint, they wouldn't have come here to humiliate themselves. Sooner, what kind of strength does Xiao Yan possess? After swallowing several pills, Gu Qingyang had regained his composure and quietly asked Sooner. "I don't know either." Sooner shook her head, but her eyes were filled with trust. "This young man has a steady aura, he is indeed a promising talent. However, his arrogance is not a good thing." A gray-skinned old man beside Gu Yuan spoke slowly. On his forehead was a faint stone totem. Why shouldn't a talented person be arrogant?" The clan leader of the Yin tribe coldly snorted. "What we fear is that some people want to be arrogant but don't have the qualifications." "You." Clearly caught off guard by Yin Jin speaking up for Xiao Yan, the old man was left speechless. "Enough, everyone. Let's watch the battle." Gu Yuan smiled faintly, clasped his hands together, and enveloped the perimeter of the training ground in a transparent energy shield. "Boy, are we here for a verbal duel or a physical one?" Lei Ying shook his hands and asked. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a composed smile as he bowed slightly. "Please instruct me, senior." Lei Ying grinned widely, his voice booming like a bell. "A verbal duel? We'll stand here and each show one move, and the winner will be decided. A physical duel? No holds barred. The last one standing wins. Xiao Yan nodded. I've never been one to follow the rules. Let's go with physical combat. Lei Ying clapped his hands. Alright. I like your straightforwardness. Let's begin. Excuse me. Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, his figure had already transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting forward at such a speed that a lingering afterimage remained in his original spot for a long time. Impressive footwork. Lei Ying's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, growing even more excited. He spun around suddenly, his right fist wrapped in thunderous energy, and slammed it toward the empty space beside him. My eyes aren't for show. Where his fist landed, Xiao Yan's figure appeared instantly. Using the demon phoenix step, Xiao Yan swiftly changed his position and unleashed dozens of punches in an instant. Lei Ying countered each move with equal skill, showing no signs of slowing down. His disheveled hair stood on end, and lightning bolts surged around his body like a waterfall, even staining his pupils purple. In the midst of the collision, he grew increasingly fierce, the force of his fists growing heavier and heavier. He didn't look like a 1,000-year-old monster at all, but rather like a young, passionate novice. How exhilarating! How exhilarating! Lei Ying's eyes blazed with battle intent. Each punch he struck was accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, and purple lightning dragons swirled and roared around him, deflecting all of Xiao Yan's attacks. Xiao Yan, however, used the momentum to spin around, executing the demon phoenix step to its fullest extent, his figure blurring into countless afterimages across the training ground. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 100 blows. Chapter 208, Thunder and Fire Collide. The thunder-attributed martial energy was overwhelmingly powerful. Although Xiao Yan managed to block all of Lei Ying's attacks, his arms couldn't help but tingle with a numbing sensation. After another dozen exchanges, Lei Ying retreated with a flick of his body, his eyes flashing with displeasure as he frowned and said, "What's the matter? Do you look down on this old man and refuse to give your all? How dare I?" Xiao Yan chuckled, then suddenly shook his arms, causing the within him to erupt. Black flames as dark as ink surged out from every part of his body, their edges swirling with countless colorful halos, completely devouring the lightning energy that had penetrated his body. Upon seeing this flame appear, the clan leader of the Yin clan, Yin Jin, outside the battlefield, his eyes suddenly brightened. In his gaze, there was an uncommon hint of envy. The soul power of Swallow the Abyss fused instantly with Xiao Yan's, and a destructive aura more terrifying than the thunderous pressure within Lei Ying's body rippled out. The temperature around the training ground surged instantly. Even through the energy barrier, the members of various clans couldn't help but feel a chill, quickly activating their martial energy defenses before their expressions eased slightly. This aura! Apart from Gu Yuan, the other clan leaders could no longer sit still, exclaiming in astonishment. An 8-star martial saint? The Stone Clan chieftain who had earlier mocked them had a sullen expression, looking as though he had swallowed a dead fly. He never imagined that, in the end, among the clan chieftains, his strength was still the weakest. The clan chief of the Medicine Clan also sucked in a sharp breath, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The Medicine Clan had been passed down for generations, yet their strongest member was merely a 7-star martial saint. And yet, the once desolate Xiao clan had produced a genius like Xiao Yan. The clan chief of the Yin clan clenched his fists tightly, muttering something excitedly under his breath. Earlier, in the spirit realm, after a fierce battle, Xiao Yan's aura had weakened, so the other four had not noticed his true strength. Now, upon seeing him unleash his destructive fire body, his aura surged to match that of a 9-star martial saint, on par with Lei Ying. Now this is interesting. As the clan leader of an ancient family, Lei Ying was no ordinary figure. Upon sensing Xiao Yan's aura, though startled, he remained composed, with the surging lightning around him suddenly compressing inward. The previously flaunting purple lightning bolts condensed into a deep, luminous sphere, and his aura grew even more profound and refined. Every inch of Lei Ying's muscles bulged with explosive power. The vast thunder light coalesced, its color gradually shifting toward a deep purple black. "Let's fight!" Lei Ying roared, his aura surging to its peak. This time, he was the first to transform into a purple-black streak of light, charging toward Xiao Yan with relentless ferocity. Whoosh! Behind Xiao Yan, a pair of golden 6-winged demon phoenix wings suddenly unfolded. Black flames surged out from his body like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the 6 wings and transforming them into a pair of demonic wings burning with raging black flames. As the wings flapped, the surrounding space was torn apart, and Xiao Yan's speed surged several-fold under the demon phoenix wings, nearly vanishing from the spot in an instant. Boom! 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 This battle was even more intense, with the two engaging in close-quarters combat, completely abandoning any technique and simply clashing with raw physical strength. At each point of collision, space shattered like thin paper, and terrifying energy ripples erupted throughout the training ground, reducing everything within it to dust. Gu Yuan's expression grew solemn as he continuously channeled his combat energy into the air, reinforcing the energy shield hovering above him. However, in this clash, Lei Ying's prideful thunderous aura seemed to have lost its effect. Xiao Yan's body not only remained untouched by the lightning but also erupted with 9 silver lightning dragons, their bodies wrapped in black gold flames, roaring as they darted between the fist shadows, secretly clashing with Lei Ying's purple-black lightning. 9 dragon thunder girdle fire? What a lucky brat! Lei Ying recognized the origin of this strange flame at a glance. The 9 dragon thunder gale fire was the treasured artifact of the Burning Flame Valley, possessing the combined power of thunder and fire. Had it not been for the close ties between the Lei clan and the Burning Flame Valley in the past, he would have gone to great lengths to obtain it as the Lei clan's clan treasure. The two exchanged blows as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of moves. However, Lei Ying was startled to discover that his lightning-based combat energy was completely ineffective in close combat. Lei Ying acted decisively, swiftly retreating to create distance, then clasped his hands in front of his chest with force. Thunder Prison Dragon Roar! With a loud roar, 5 massive purple-black lightning dragons surged out from his body, their bodies covered in fierce lightning runes. Each bolt of lightning contained a black magic lightning aura comparable to that of a 9th grade when it first emerged. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as his 5 fingers quietly came together, and 5 pitch-black fire dragons also flew out from his palms. Their heads held high, they roared and charged toward the purple-black thunder dragons. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the 5 black dragons opened their massive jaws and swallowed the 5 thunder dragons emitted by Lei Ying whole. The devouring power of the void swallowing flame. Watching this scene, Lei Ying nodded slightly, his dark face betraying no trace of disapproval. This young clan leader of the Xiao clan had surpassed his expectations by far. Xiao Yan, let's settle this with your final move. Lei Ying let out a long, piercing cry. The surging lightning energy swirling around his body suddenly contracted, converging like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, all gathering at the center of his palm. Purple-black lightning flickered and compressed in his palm, eventually coalescing into a thundercloud the size of a millstone. Within the churning clouds, lightning serpents danced wildly, and the true aura of destruction was quietly brewing deep within the thundercloud. This guy actually used that move. Seeing the thundercloud in Lei Ying's palm, the few clan elders watching nearby all stood up, their eyes filled with shock. Feeling the violent aura emanating from the thundercloud, Xiao Yan quickly formed hand seals with both hands. I'll see you through to the end. As Xiao Yan's hand seals danced, a massive golden handprint gradually took shape in the air. It was one of the 3 absolute techniques of the Yellow Springs, the heaven-rank intermediate martial art, the Yellow Springs palm. Noticing the immense energy rapidly accumulating within the palm seal, Lei Ying laughed. My Thunder Tribulation palm is a high-tier heavenly realm martial art. Boy, you'd better be careful. As he spoke, a tiny lightning palm print slowly emerged from within the thunderclouds. The palm print was far too small, creating a stark contrast with the massive Yellow Springs palm in the sky. Yet, despite its size no larger than half a fist, it contained an extremely concentrated energy. As soon as it took shape, it shattered the surrounding space, and the ground in front of Lei Ying was blown away by the lightning light, leaving a 100-foot wide gap. However, Lei Ying remained oblivious to the commotion on his side. A terrifying suction force erupted from within Xiao Yan's body, violently pulling in the surrounding celestial energy. Xiao Yan's laughter echoed, intermediate against advanced? The advantage is mine. Chapter 209, No Need to Revive the Ancestors. Before his laughter had faded, Xiao Yan's cultivation techniques spun wildly, even forcibly stripping away the energy that had been surrounding Lei Ying. With the vast supply of energy, the palm print in mid-air, which had previously needed more time to form, quickly solidified and ruthlessly pressed down toward Lei Ying. On the other side, Lei Ying was instantly stunned. Any heaven-tier martial art required an enormous amount of energy to activate, and his Thunder Tribulation palm was no exception. However, at this moment, the martial art still required its final layer of energy, yet the celestial energy surrounding Lei Ying had already been completely depleted. What kind of technique is this? It's so terrifying? Within the ancient clan's territory, numerous elderly figures suddenly sensed the danger and exclaimed in unison. Xiao Yan's absorption was so powerful that not only did the energy before Lei Ying vanish, but the entire ancient clan's surroundings turned pale. Good boy. Lei Ying no longer hesitated, roaring loudly as he unleashed the palm strike he had cultivated to 99% completion, colliding violently with the descending Yellow Springs palm. Bang! The earth-shattering explosion deafened the ears. In an instant, golden light and purple lightning intertwined into a realm of destruction. Energy turbulence raged like a spreading in all directions. Even the defensive barrier set up by Gu Yuan trembled violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. If we keep fighting, we'll destroy the ancient realm. Seeing this, Gu Yuan could only shake his head slowly and sigh. Both of you, withdraw your divine abilities. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Yuan swept his sleeves lightly. Above the chaotic energy field, space suddenly collapsed, forming a massive black hole. All the rampaging energy storms, along with the 2 remaining combat techniques, were sucked into it. In the blink of an eye, all the energy was completely annihilated in the chaos, and the violent energy in the heavens and earth gradually faded. Excellent! You truly live up to the name of Xiao Xian's descendant. Yan Jin, this was much more enjoyable than fighting you. Amidst the smoke and dust, Lei Ying burst into laughter and stepped out of the void. Xiao Yan followed closely behind, now wearing a clean black outfit, looking as though he hadn't just survived a fierce battle. Xiao Yan sooner couldn't contain herself any longer and threw herself into Xiao Yan's arms, her pretty face filled with concern. Are you hurt? Xiao Yan smiled, raised his hand, and gently ruffled her hair. Don't worry. The Lei clan chief was just testing my strength, he would have gone easy on me. Lei Ying, upon hearing this, nearly stumbled and fell. Enough with the modesty. Fighting you, I wouldn't even dare to blink an eye. Ha ha ha. The strong warriors from all clans exchanged smiles, their gazes toward Xiao Yan now filled with genuine awe. In fact, the two of them had indeed held back during their earlier clash and hadn't truly let loose. Otherwise, even if it were an entire ancient realm, two 8-star martial saints fighting to the death would be enough to collapse it. Gu Yuan laughed, then surveyed the surroundings. His previously smiling expression suddenly turned serious. Everyone, it's time to convene the meeting. The ancient clan assembly was convened by the Gu clan, with the clan leaders of the Xiao clan, Yan clan, Lei clan, Ya clan, and Shi clan in attendance. Several supreme elders of the Gu clan were also present, all of whom were super-powered warriors with strength surpassing 5-star martial saints. Everyone, I believe you all understand the significance of this assembly. Gu Yuan sat at the center of the hall, cutting straight to the chase with his first words. The Soul Clan, those treacherous creatures. Since suffering a severe blow to their vital energy 1,000 years ago, they have been hiding in the shadows, biding their time. As you all have seen, not only have the Soul Emperor and the Void-Devouring Flame recovered from their injuries, but even those killed by Xiao Shen, such as the Soul Yuan Tian, have all been resurrected. To put it bluntly, the Soul Clan has returned in full force, and no single clan among us can stand against them. Gu Yuan's expression grew solemn as he scanned the hall, his tone growing heavier. The recent upheaval among the Ling clan is their first move. Though we are still unclear about their exact intentions, the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. Today, the Ling clan is in peril. If we stand idly by, disaster may befall us tomorrow. Alliance is the only solution. Upon hearing these words, everyone nodded slowly. The Soul Clan's strength was evident to all. Though they were the 6 great clans, the number of powerful warriors in any single clan might not match that of the Soul Clan, especially since they possessed the mysterious ability to revive ancient powerhouses. Regarding the alliance, the fact that the clan leaders had come was already tacit approval, it was merely being made explicit now. The Stone Clan chief suddenly spoke up, then, regarding the Soul Emperor's demand for a decisive battle in half a month, should we go or not? Upon hearing this, the clan leaders exchanged glances, none of them able to make up their minds. Going as promised might fall into the Soul Clan's trap, not going would make us look cowardly and give the enemy a boost. For a moment, everyone's mind was filled with conflicting thoughts, and the hall fell into complete silence. With the survival of all clans at stake, even the usually warlike Lei Ying and He Yinwang remained silent. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Gu Yuan. Here, Gu Yuan was the only one capable of matching the Soul Emperor in strength. If the Gu clan were not present, the other clans would have even less confidence. Go! Gu Yuan slowly uttered 2 words. In an instant, everyone's eyes grew intense. This is a rare opportunity for us to learn more about the Soul Clan, but we must prepare thoroughly before we go. I have already dispatched the Black Oblivion Squad to the Burial Heaven Mountains to scout the area and ensure there are no Soul Clan ambushes. Each tribe should muster their strongest warriors, leave sufficient backup forces, and deploy the rest immediately. Between the 6 clans, immediately construct spatial wormholes within the boundary space. If one clan is in trouble, the other clan's strong warriors can swiftly come to their aid. Gu Yuan laid out his entire plan in his mind, clear and well thought out, and immediately gained the unanimous approval of everyone present. Even Xiao Yan couldn't help but praise him in his heart. While he was skilled in combat, when it came to leading a clan and managing affairs, he couldn't compare to the seasoned elder Gu Yuan. However, Gu Yuan's next words sent everyone into deep thought once more. As for the distribution of top-tier combat power, based on what we currently know, the Soul Clan has at least 8 members ranked between 5-star and 8-star. These are secondary concerns. The most critical factor is their 8-star martial saints and above. Currently, there should be 6 such individuals. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall, which had just begun to heat up, cooled once again. 6 high-ranking battle saints above the 8th rank, such power was more than enough to crush any ancient clan. After a long pause, the clan leader of the Medicine Clan suddenly flashed a look of realization, as if recalling something. If the Soul Clan can revive the dead, why can't we? At these words, the present experts almost simultaneously raised their heads, their eyes flashing with shock and realization, as if they had all thought of something. What do you mean? The clan leader of the Medicine Clan took a deep breath and continued, Xiao Xian's remnant soul is still in the heavenly tomb. It must be preserved more intact than those in the Soul Yuan heaven. If we can find a way to bring him out, we need not fear the Soul Clan. These words were like a stone thrown into water, instantly causing a huge commotion in the hall. All eyes turned toward Xiao Yan's direction. Regardless of whether such a technique exists, Xiao Xian is ultimately an ancestor of the Xiao clan. Whether this plan is feasible or not, Xiao Yan must give his approval first. Feeling the intense stares of everyone present, Xiao Yan exhaled deeply and laughed aloud. There's no need to revive the ancestor. Give me time, and I will surpass our ancestors. Chapter 210, The Essence of the Golden. The moment his words fell, the entire council hall fell silent. Everyone stared at the slender yet imposing young man in black, their hearts trembling with awe. This boldness, this confidence, already bore a striking resemblance to the arrogance of Xiao Xian when he once looked down upon the continent. Time? How much time do you need? The Stone Clan chief suddenly snorted coldly, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. Half a month. What? Everyone stared at Xiao Yan in disbelief. If his previous words had left them in awe, this statement was outright madness. Xiao Xian was a figure of unimaginable power, even the current Gu Yuan dared not claim to surpass him. Yet Xiao Yan dared to attempt such a feat in half a month? In their eyes, this was absolutely impossible. Xiao Yan paid no heed to them, instead turning to Gu Yuan, I wish to enter the heavenly tomb to pay respects to our ancestors. Does Elder Gu have any means to assist me? Gu Yuan stared into Xiao Yan's eyes, paused for a moment, then said, the heavenly tomb opens once every 20 years. By my calculations, the time has not yet come. However, if your resolve is firm, I can force open a crack and send you inside. Then I shall be grateful to you, Uncle Gu. Xiao Yan paid no heed to the others' opinions, but spoke with determination, let us begin in half a day. Half a day? Lei Ying's eyes brimmed with curiosity, and he couldn't help but ask, what preparations can you make in half a day? Xiao Yan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Before that, I need to visit some old friends. Boom! In a distant part of the void, thunderous roars echoed like 1,000 horses galloping. As far as the eye could see, the entire sky was filled with endless bolts of lightning of various colors. Thick lightning snakes darted wildly through the clouds, sometimes transforming into roaring dragons, and other times condensing into lightning whips that lashed at the void. This was a raging sea of thunder, every bolt of lightning containing enough power to severely injure a martial sovereign. The Void Thunder Pool. Xiao Yan floated at the edge of the Thunder Sea, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. This realm was no stranger to Xiao Yan. In his previous life, he had once trained the heavenly demon puppet here and, by chance, encountered the inner court dean, Meng Tianqi. To be honest, this place was indeed a blessed land for cultivation, especially the rare Dan lightning outside, which was abundant here. This time, entering the heavenly tomb and paying respects to Xiao Xian was only one of his objectives. In his previous life, Xiao Yan had already received the inheritance from his ancestors once. Adding more bloodline to his body might not necessarily bring him much further progress, so he did not harbor any great expectations in this regard. After his soul had advanced to the quasi-emperor realm and his strength reached the mid-8 star level, he had already gained the ability to refine a 9th grade golden, and this was Xiao Yan's greatest reliance. The reason he entered the heavenly tomb was for the 1/5 time dilation within it. Half a month in the heavenly tomb was equivalent to over 2 months, which was more than enough time for Xiao Yan to refine the pills. Thunder power was one of the crucial materials required for refining the 9th grade golden. He stepped lightly into the thunder pool. The swirling silver snakes surrounding him now appeared as gentle streams in Xiao Yan's eyes, no longer possessing their former intimidating power. Swallow the abyss. Xiao Yan murmured softly, and a black silhouette instantly behind him. Whoosh! A colossal suction force roared out, violently pulling the thunder within a 1,000-foot radius toward Xiao Yan's back. In just a few breaths, all the power within this perilous thunder pool was completely devoured by Swallow the Abyss. Is that all? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, seemingly unsatisfied. All that energy combined was only equivalent to the power of 1 or 2 black magic thunderbolts, hardly enough for him to casually refine. Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward the deeper void. Whoosh! At that moment, from the direction where Xiao Yan was staring, a sudden, urgent sound of tearing through the air echoed. A withered figure tore through space, frantically fleeing toward the exit of the thunder pool. Damn it! What's going on? Why did the thunder pool suddenly erupt like this? Behind the figure, over a dozen thick black thunderbolts clung to its heels like flesh-eating sores. The surface of the thunder pillars flowed with eerie purple-black patterns, as if possessed by a sentient being, constantly changing their trajectories to surround the old man. The old man, with snow-white hair, darted in and out of the gaps between the thunderbolts. Though slightly disheveled, he managed to dodge the thunder monster's attacks every time. Upon spotting Xiao Yan's figure, the old man's expression brightened. He hurriedly raised his hand and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, barely forcing the thunder monsters behind him back. He then swiftly fled toward this direction. No way, this old man gets chased by lightning every day? Seeing this familiar yet absurd scene, Xiao Yan scratched his nose and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh helplessly. Could you give me a hand? The old man panted heavily as he approached, his white hair disheveled and sticking to his face, and his once elegant robe torn to shreds by the thunder. However, when he came closer and clearly saw Xiao Yan's face, he suddenly widened his eyes and froze for a second. Are you kidding me? You're just a kid who hasn't even grown any hair yet. What are you doing here in the thunder pool? Damn it! The old man spat out 2 sentences and hurriedly fled, muttering curses under his breath. After running hundreds of feet away, he saw that Xiao Yan was still standing motionless in the same spot. The old man couldn't help but furrow his brows and quickly returned. Boy, are you out of your mind? That's a mutated black magic thunder. Hurry up and run. Xiao Yan looked at the old man's anxious expression and couldn't help but find it amusing. This old man, who kept repeating, "Are you kidding me?" was none other than Meng Tianqi. However, Xiao Yan hadn't noticed before that this guy still had a shred of conscience. I'm not mistaken. I'm here for them. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, extending his right hand and pointing it toward the black magic thunder approaching from the distance. A massive black dragon, hundreds of feet in length, suddenly materialized in the distance, roaring toward the thunder monsters. The dozen or so thunder monsters, which possessed decent intelligence, saw this and halted abruptly. They then scattered in all directions at an even faster pace. Roar! The black dragon swung its tail, instantly crossing 1,000 feet in distance to appear nearby. Within its suddenly opened massive jaws, a gigantic vortex visible to the naked eye formed. The once ferocious black magic thunder monsters had no time to resist and were all sucked into its belly. Are you kidding me? Meng Tianqi couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how this young man he had never met before could possess such incredible abilities. Young man, I am Meng Tianqi, an elder of the Lei clan. After a moment of surprise, Meng Tianqi's expression returned to normal. He gave Xiao Yan a thorough once-over before grinning and stepping forward. I see you're full of vigor and in the prime of your life. This is the perfect time for a young man to make a name for himself. I have a great opportunity for you. With your abilities and my connections, I can easily recommend you to become a vice dean. Chapter 211, Capturing the 9 Heaven Golden Thunder. After listening to Meng Tianqi's flattery, Xiao Yan nodded seriously. Canaan Academy, huh? It sounds decent. I'll consider it. Really? Meng Tianqi was overjoyed and nearly jumped up in excitement. Based on his estimation, the young man before him was at least a martial saint. If the inner courtyard had such a powerful expert stationed there, wouldn't that be a tremendous blessing? This is my thunder token. The Canaan Academy is a highly sought-after place. If you have any interest in going there, just mention that I recommended you, and others will naturally give you some face. Meng Tianqi spoke as he took out a square token from his storage ring. Thank you, old master. Xiao Yan did not expose him, but smiled as he accepted the token. However, I have urgent matters to attend to. Once I have settled here, I will definitely pay a visit. Then it's settled. Meng Tianqi stroked his beard and watched Xiao Yan depart. Since we have this connection, let me remind you, within the thunder pool lie countless terrifying beings. It's best not to provoke them. Otherwise. Before Meng Tianqi could finish speaking, Xiao Yan's figure had already vanished into the distant void. That young man? Meng Tianqi shook his head, wearing a smug smile. He's still too naive. Glancing at the lightning order in his palm, a warm current flowed through Xiao Yan's heart. After putting the thunder order away, his speed surged once more, swiftly darting through the void thunder pool. He could already see numerous exaggeratedly shaped black magic thunderbolts inside. These were rare artifacts that could only be encountered during the refinement of a 9th-grade treasure pill, but Xiao Yan's figure did not pause. Instead, he pushed his soul power to its limits, continuously exploring the void. Upon entering the thunder pool, he had a strange premonition that this void thunder pool might harbor even more astonishing treasures. I've found you. After flying for several minutes in the depths of the thunder pool, Xiao Yan finally came to a slow halt. Before him emerged a dark, chaotic void devoid of any light. That peculiar pull originated from the darkness beyond. The closer Xiao Yan approached, the more violently his heart raced, as if he were on his first date, both nervous and excited. Whoosh! Xiao Yan's fingertips sliced through the void, and the space instantly tore apart like a curtain, revealing the true form behind it. It was a colossal dragon shimmering with brilliant golden light. The dragon's massive body coiled and lay dormant, as if in a deep slumber. Around its massive form, countless golden lightning bolts swirled and danced like living creatures. Though slender, they carried an overwhelming pressure, each flash carving out a new void, and the void itself a force so immense that even this space couldn't withstand it. This is the 9 Heaven Golden Thunder. Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat as he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. If his guess was correct, this golden dragon, forged from pure gold, was the absolute ruler of thunder, the 9 Heaven Golden Thunder, a phenomenon so rare that it could only be witnessed when a 9th-rank golden core cultivator emerged. Its status among its peers was akin to that of the void-swallowing flame on thee, and the destructive power it contained was thousands of times greater than that of the black magic thunder. Roar! Suddenly, the golden dragon's body shifted slightly, and its coiled form slowly unfolded. On the raised dragon's head, a pair of enormous eyes suddenly opened. As its gaze swept across, 2 pure golden lightning bolts flickered. This was truly a gaze as swift as lightning, shooting straight toward Xiao Yan. Facing the overwhelming golden thunderbolts, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, uttering a low command, "Blood Demon Puppet." Whoosh! As the words fell, a blood-red figure burst forth from Xiao Yan's storage ring. The puppet was shrouded in dense, evil energy, its fists clenched as it charged head-on toward the golden lightning bolts. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the blood-red figure was struck like a hammer, sent flying thousands of feet away by the lightning. In the next instant, the blood demon puppet crossed space and returned to Xiao Yan's side. Its once indestructible body now bore a hideous gash running from top to bottom, with sparks of lightning flickering within, significantly slowing the healing process. Xiao Yan sighed lightly. This blood demon puppet was, after all, a heretic cultivator, and the cold energy it contained was directly opposed to that of the celestial demon puppet. Not only could it not absorb the power of thunder, but it was actually suppressed by it. The golden dragon, seeing its attack blocked, flashed a hint of human-like anger in its massive dragon eyes. It suddenly raised its head and swung its tail, causing its golden scales to erect in the lightning, while the golden lightning threads surrounding its body surged outward, transforming into a dense shower of lightning arrows that rained down toward Xiao Yan's location. These 9-heaven golden thunderbolts not only possessed a hint of sentience but also reached the terrifying strength of a 7-star martial saint. Feeling the immense energy within, Xiao Yan nodded satisfactorily. He raised his right hand slightly, and a black flame sea spread out, absorbing all the thunderbolts. As if sensing Xiao Yan's power, the golden dragon's body contracted and ceased its attacks. Its massive tail swept through the void, pulling countless golden lightning pillars from all directions, as if to challenge Xiao Yan. In this place where thunder was born, its power could be amplified to its maximum extent, fully capable of matching the top-tier 7-star martial saints of the mid-stage. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The true depth of the 9-heaven golden thunder was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, he, Xiao Yan, was no longer a mere pond fish. If you don't act now, it'll be your turn. A loud laugh echoed through the thunder pool. Before Xiao Yan had finished speaking, his martial energy surged through a special meridian within his body. Soon, a dark golden light appeared between his right palms. The light expanded rapidly upon appearing, transforming into a massive ring-shaped black hole that devoured all surrounding light. It was the first heaven-rank martial art he had obtained, the Great Heavenly Transformation Palm. Xiao Yan gave it a gentle push, and the black hole before him suddenly expanded to a diameter of 10,000 zhang, completely filling the void space. The devouring force it emitted was filled with the power of the void-devouring flames. Surrender now! Xiao Yan roared, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of an 8-star martial saint mid-stage. The 9-heaven golden thunder finally reacted, attempting to turn and flee, but discovered that its body had been firmly locked in place by an invisible force. Any attacks it launched were effortlessly absorbed by the colossal black hole. Under Xiao Yan's feverish gaze, the black hole, as expected, directly swallowed the entire golden dragon. Streams of incredibly pure energy flowed into Xiao Yan's body, causing his already formidable strength to waver once more. This is truly a valuable item. Xiao Yan licked his lips, flipped his palm, and a ball of black flame appeared. Within the black flames, a golden dragon about 3 feet long swirled and danced. It was the pure essence of the thunder dragon, stripped of all impurities. Even after being partially devoured by Xiao Yan, the energy contained within this golden dragon remained terrifyingly abundant. If a lightning attribute cultivator like Lei Ying were to see it, they would likely risk their life to snatch it from Xiao Yan's hands. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and withdrew the black flame back into his body. Tun Yuan, you must keep it safe for me. Chapter 212, The Clan's Treasure. Ancient realm, deep within the ancient holy mountains. Mist swirled like gauze around the rugged cliffs, while ancient pines stretched their branches along the cliff edges, casting mottled shadows onto the altar below. In the void, a faint spatial fissure slowly shifted, its edges trickling with silver light. A primal, ancient aura emanated from within, as if it had traversed countless ages to descend upon the mortal realm. Below the spatial fissure, a group of figures stood tall and imposing. Though these 6 individuals did not emit any martial energy, the primordial aura automatically diverted its path upon reaching them, as if encountering something far more terrifying. The heavenly tomb is divided into 3 layers. Xiao Xian's tomb is located in the deepest part of the 3rd layer. That area is constantly haunted by the lingering souls of many ancient martial saints, making it quite troublesome. Since this is your first time entering the heavenly tomb, are you sure you don't need someone to accompany you? Gu Yuan looked at Xiao Yan, a fleeting expression of unease flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yan stood at the front of the group, gazing at the ever-widening fissure, and smiled faintly. No need. They're just remnants of souls. They shouldn't cause any trouble. Gu Yuan saw this and said no more. He immediately changed the seals in his hands, and the fissure in the void gradually grew wider. Lei Ying suddenly stepped forward, gripped Xiao Yan's shoulder tightly, and said, "There are only 14 days left until the decisive battle at the Burial Heaven Mountains. In Tomb of Heaven time, that's over 2 months. After 2 months, you must show up. Otherwise, we truly have no idea how to deal with those madmen of the Soul Clan." Lei Ying's unsparing force caused the latter to smile wryly. "Rest assured, I have already sent word to the Tsangchang Mansion and the Xiao Clan. As long as the spatial wormholes of the 6 clans are opened, Xiao Chen's ancestor and the Dan Tower's ancestor will immediately arrive to participate in the decisive battle." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, everyone nodded in agreement. In this lifetime, Xiao Yan had been traveling and training abroad for years, so the Starfall Pavilion was led by the Medicine Old Man, who had formed a massive alliance with the Dan Tower, the Burning Flame Valley, the Flower Sect, and other major powers of Central Plains, naming it the Dou Mansion. If one were to include the Dan Tower Patriarch, the Dou Mansion's combat strength would already rival that of the ancient clans. As the saying goes, every additional force brings an extra chance of hope. The Azure Sky Mansion now stands as one of the 6 major main forces. At this moment, the spatial fissure had expanded to 1,000 zhang in width, with silver light flowing along its edges like a dazzling starry river. At its center, a massive silver gate hundreds of zhang tall was slowly taking shape. However, Gu Yuan did not rush Xiao Yan to depart. Instead, he smiled warmly at him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Since you've come to see me off, you can't leave empty-handed. With a flick of his sleeves, Gu Yuan released a dazzling golden flame from his sleeves. As the flame rose, it transformed into a lifelike golden phoenix, its wings flapping and showering the sky with golden light. As the golden flame appeared, the nearby Yan Jin's eyes narrowed sharply, and the golden red flames surging around him erupted uncontrollably, churning violently as if encountering an arch-enemy. This is a token of the ancient clan's goodwill. Take it. In this battle against the Soul Clan, we will rely entirely on you, the rising star. As Gu Yuan finished speaking, the golden phoenix silently hovered before Xiao Yan. The phoenix's eyes gleamed with a deep golden hue, containing the very essence of flame. Even Xiao Yan, in his current state, was deeply moved by it. This golden flame was no stranger to him. The ancient clan's inherited flame, ranked second only to the pure lotus demon flame only, was said to be able to directly incinerate martial energy. The Golden Emperor's heaven-burning flame. The ancient clan chief is indeed generous, giving away the Golden Emperor's heaven-burning flame so freely. Just as Xiao Yan finished thanking the ancient clan leader, Yan Jin suddenly spoke. His hands clasped together, and when they parted, 2 blazing flames appeared in his palms. The 2 flames, one black and one red, exuded an overwhelmingly domineering aura. As soon as they appeared, they completely dispelled the pressure emitted by the Golden Emperor's heaven-scorching flame. What our clan possesses may not rank as high as the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, but it is a token of our sincerity. Clan leader Xiao, please do not look down upon it. Yan Jin spoke as a brilliant glow erupted from his hands. Amidst the astonished stares of those around him, he slowly lifted 2 balls of strange fire and presented them to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan hurriedly caught them with both hands, feeling the intense heat radiating from his palms. He immediately bowed deeply toward Yan Yan and said, Chief Yan, you are too kind. This great gift is too much for this junior to accept. Seeing Xiao Yan bowing to him, Yan Jin also hurriedly bowed in return. Between their brows, a similar red flame mark suddenly flickered. That's because Gu Yuan is sending off his own son-in-law. Of course he's willing to spare the expense. Laying furrowed his brows, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at Yan Jin. As for you, when did you become so generous? You actually gave away the clan's ancestral flame? Before Yan Jin could respond, Laying had already taken out an ancient jade tablet engraved with thunder patterns from his storage ring. Since you, the stingy one, have made your move, this old man cannot lag behind. The jade tablet was about 1.5 feet long, wrapped in silver-purple lightning-like bands, with a pigeon's egg-sized lightning crystal embedded at the top. Though brimming with lightning energy, it gave off a warm, gentle aura. Come on, boy, catch this. This is the thunder-suppressing heavenly pillar passed down through my Thunder clan for generations. It contains a thunder pattern array that can perfectly suppress the backlash of thunder energy. Even if you fall into the black magic thunder pile, it will keep you safe. Yan Jin heard this and sneered from the side. Xiao Yan is entering the heavenly tomb, not undergoing a lightning tribulation. What use is this broken pillar? You probably can't come up with anything better, so you're just trying to make up the numbers, right? You. Laying and Yan Jin had always been rivals who never backed down. Hearing this, his already dark face flushed red, and he immediately began rummaging through his storage ring. Wait and see. I have something else here. The two continued to argue, but Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. He grabbed the jade slip flying through the air, as if afraid Laying would change his mind. Thank you, Lei Clan Chief, for your generous gift. I'll use it, and I'll definitely return it later. Ha ha ha. Laying, seeing this, felt extremely pleased. You're a smart kid, Xiao. It's yours, no need to return it. Enough. Seeing the lively scene, the clan chief of the clan, Yadan, suddenly snapped his fingers, and a jade green streak of light shot toward Xiao Yan. The light dissipated, revealing a pill the size of a dragon's eye. The pill's surface was adorned with 2 intertwining patterns of black and brown, and a medicinal fragrance wafted out, suppressing the scorching heat in the air. This is the Heavenly Fire Condensing Essence pill I refined 30 years ago using the 9 Nether Wind Flame and the Tortoise Spirit Earth Fire. Though it ultimately failed to fully form into a pill, it has nearly reached the Xiandan realm. The energy it contains is no small amount. This old man has no further use for it, so today, I shall bestow this opportunity upon you. Chapter 213, Re-entering the Heavenly Tomb. Xiao Yan's throat convulsed violently as he unconsciously licked his dry lips, which had grown parched from excitement. He never expected that before even entering the heavenly tomb, he had already obtained several clan treasures. Regardless of the motives behind Gu Yuan, Yan Jin, and the others' gifts, whether it was the Ding Lei Zhu, or this embryonic before him, every single item was of great use to Xiao Yan. Now, out of the 5 of them, 4 had given something, leaving only the Stone Clan chief Shifeng by the side without moving. The other's eyes, filled with a hint of amusement, couldn't help but turn toward him. The air was suddenly filled with a subtle atmosphere. Lei Ying cleared his throat deliberately, his gaze drifting toward the Stone Clan chieftain, his teasing expression nearly spilling out of his eyes. Shifeng's gray-white face turned purple, and he simply closed his eyes. The current situation had completely put him in a difficult position. If he were to give something, the Stone Clan's heritage was already inferior to that of other races. Those few treasures passed down for thousands of years, how could he just give them away? But if he didn't give them away, the other 4 elders had already put forth their family treasures. If he didn't show any willingness to give, wouldn't that make him seem too stingy? Moreover, the young man from the Xiao clan who had already reached the peak of the 8-star martial saint realm at such a young age was indeed a promising prospect. If he were to be invested in, it wouldn't be a bad deal. Cough. Shifeng coughed once, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and glared fiercely at Lei Ying, who was watching the spectacle. He spoke in a deep, resonant voice. What are you looking at? Though our Stone Clan may not be as flashy as you lot with your fire and lightning tricks, we're not some small clan that can't produce anything. Saying this, he reluctantly took an item from his storage ring and tossed it toward Xiao Yan. Here, take this. It was a palm-sized dark golden crystal covered in thick frost. As soon as it left his hand, the temperature of the entire area began to plummet. This is Earth Dragon Marrow Crystal? Xiao Yan caught it and examined it closely, his expression shifting between shock and joy. The name and appearance of the Earth Dragon Marrow Crystal were something he had only ever seen in ancient texts. It was said to originate from the deepest depths of the earth-scene-dominated veins, requiring 1,000 years of nurturing and 10,000 years to form. During its growth, it must be imbued with the essence of countless dragon clans before it can condense into a piece the size of a thumb. Its rarity far surpassed that of ordinary heavenly treasures. Once formed, even the most young attributed could not destroy it. For cultivators within attributed attributes, its value surpassed that of the Yellow Springs blood crystal. The piece before him, given its size, likely contained the essence of tens of thousands of years. However, Xiao Yan's body is filled with, which is completely incompatible with the essence of the Earth Dragon Marrow Crystal. Forcing the absorption of its energy would not only be useless but could also destabilize his own attributes. It is unclear whether Shifeng did this intentionally, but while the item he offered is precious, it holds no practical use for Xiao Yan. Thank you, Stone Clan Chief. I shall not refuse such a generous gift. Despite this, Xiao Yan did not hesitate to store it in his storage ring. Though he himself could not use it, the extreme energy within was the best tonic for the blood demon puppet. In his storage ring, there were also the Yellow Springs blood crystals he had stored from last time, and with this piece of Earth Dragon Marrow Crystal, their combined benefits would far surpass those of the Blood Shin crystals from the southwest continent. I wonder what level the blood demon puppet will ultimately evolve to after fully absorbing all of this. Seeing that Xiao Yan had taken it without hesitation, Shifeng's already tense expression grew even more grim, but he still stubbornly said, this worthless stone has been sitting in our clan's warehouse for thousands of years. It's just hard and has no real use. Keep it to help you cool down. Ha, old stone, you're really good at pretending. Lei Ying, however, was ruthless in his rebuke. This Earth Dragon Marrow Crystal is the core component your Stone Clan uses to stabilize the Earth Vein Array. Back then, I couldn't even trade 300 Heavenly Thunder Pearls for it, and now you're being so generous? Mind your own business. I'm happy to give it away. What's it to you? Enough, I can't take this anymore. Gu Yuan quickly intervened to stop the two. Xiao Yan said no more, stuffed everything into his bag, and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly soaring into the sky. Hurry back. Gu Yuan waved his hand, and the silver-colored giant gate in the sky suddenly opened a crack. Xiao Yan seized the opportunity and vanished into it in an instant. Alright, everyone, return to your units and prepare for battle. Looking at Gu Yuan's cheerful expression, Lei Ying suddenly rubbed his chin and let out a long sigh. Something's wrong, old Yan, I feel like we've fallen into a trap. The Heavenly Tomb. The atmosphere here was completely different from the outside world. Although the accumulated energy of heaven and earth over millions of years was abundant, it was filled with a dense aura of death and stillness. Even a Dou Zong level powerhouse would dare not linger here without special means to refine it. Whoosh! A crack opened in the space, and Xiao Yan slowly stepped inside. As soon as he touched the ground, his quasi-emperor level soul spread out like radar, surveying the entire first layer of the Heavenly Tomb. All the energy entities active here were below the 3-star Dou Zong realm. Upon sensing Xiao Yan's aura, they immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, displaying a mix of fear and confusion. A powerhouse like Xiao Yan was already among the elite even in the highest layers of the Heavenly Tomb. Xiao Yan took a step forward and instantly leaped over the first layer. With his current strength, he could reach any place within his perception with a single thought. The second layer of the heavenly tomb seemed to sense the arrival of this uninvited guest. A colossal energy storm erupted, sweeping toward Xiao Yan the moment he touched down. However, facing this energy storm that had once forced him to flee in panic, Xiao Yan paid it no mind. With a light tap of his feet, his figure vanished once more. When he reappeared, Xiao Yan had already reached the boundary between the second and third layers. The hundreds of zheng thick energy crystal layers were no more than a slap to him. However, as he slowly stepped into the third layer, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The third layer of the heavenly tomb was vast and expansive, with a grayish-brown, desolate landscape stretching endlessly in every direction exactly as he had seen years ago. The only difference was that a colossal pressure, like a mountain crushing down, suddenly descended upon Xiao Yan's shoulders. Ancestor. Feeling the source of that familiar power, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. The oppressive force seemed to recognize something and vanished into thin air in an instant. The power of our ancestors is truly immeasurable, Xiao Yan marveled inwardly. Though he was now an 8-star martial saint, Xiao Xian, thousands of miles away, could effortlessly suppress him with just a distant pressure. Such power truly deserved the title of the greatest martial artist in 1,000 years. As Xiao Yan thought this, just as he was about to activate his spatial technique to cross the void, the oppressive force descended once more. Is this the ancestors' trial? Xiao Yan gazed in a certain direction, suddenly sensing something. A smile curled the corners of his lips. If that's the case, then I'll take it upon myself to perform another great cleanup of the heavenly tomb on behalf of our ancestors. The book description now includes the book club group number. Those interested can join.